I used to spend my days listening to music behind bars, seen as a useless prince. Even so, there are still people who want to take my life. They do not know that with just one command of listen to the orders, my men, I can change the course of the world. Even if she is your beloved concubine, she will swear allegiance to me to the death. Just because one day she is a bad person, she is a bad person for life. At this moment, looking at Yuan Qi, who is struggling for breath on the bed, I am full of anger. If he had not rushed into the fire to save me, I and the Wang mansion would have turned into ashes. I originally wanted to live carefreely and be a leisurely prince, but they insisted on seeking death. So don't blame me for being ruthless. System, extract the inheritance of the bad handsome Yuan Tiangang. The system is extracting. The golden heritage has been successfully extracted. I stared at the golden heritage bead in the palm of my hand, my eyes gradually becoming cold and stern. Since I crossed over to this place, there has been a system accompanying me. By spending gold, I can extract the inheritance of the 8 major forces of the underworld, including the underworld, the Dark Abyss sect, and the Illusion Sound Pavilion. Involved in disputes in my previous life, I wanted to enjoy peace in this life. However, things did not go as planned. Unable to avoid it, I will pave my way to becoming an emperor with the blood of others. I walked to the bedside and handed the inheritance bead to Yuan Qi, my loyal follower, who swallowed it without hesitation. I see his energy fluctuations becoming stronger, and my heart is also stirred. The inheritance pearl can bestow corresponding cultivation and memories on the absorber, but unfortunately cannot be used by oneself. Only to cultivate power. Once taken voluntarily, it will be loyal to me, but there will be no such effect if taken passively. The powerful energy inside the house attracted people from outside. An old man, fearing for my safety, rushed in and protected me. This is the only trusted person left to me by my mother before she disappeared. Feng Lao, who has reached the realm of the strongest terrestrial immortals of the imperial dynasty. Seeing that I was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and silently stayed by my side. Although he was surprised by Yuan Qi's sudden rise in strength, he did not say much because he trusted me, and instead mentioned the matter of the fire at the Wang mansion. The Wind Master concluded that this fire must be man-made, but I have no foundation now, nothing to investigate, and can only perfunctorily say that I will let the Emperor investigate thoroughly. The Wind Master vowed to dismember the mastermind behind the scenes. Thinking that I almost died a violent death, the Wind Master felt a chill down his spine. Watching his indignant appearance, I couldn't help but feel helpless. I could only force a bitter smile. Would an ordinary person dare to plot the murder of a prince? Could they easily get away with it? How could they be easily punished? There is not a single wise person in my palace. I can only hope that Yuan Qi, after inheriting the legacy of Yuan Tiangang, can provide me with advice and strategies. Half an hour later, Yuan Qi's internal breath gradually stabilized. I checked his panel and couldn't help but gasp in surprise, as he had actually directly promoted a warrior to the 9th rank of a complete terrestrial immortal. You should know that Feng Lao's cultivation is already at the top level in the country with just one product. Now, with Yuan Qi's current realm, he is enough to crush Feng Lao. I was staring blankly at the system, and Yuan Qi had already changed into the bad system-equipped handsome attire. Kneeling down to pay respects, bad person Yuan Qi pays respects to your highness. He originally wanted to call himself a bad handsome guy, but when he realized that this identity needed my approval, he changed his mind. The person in front of me is the reborn bad handsome guy Yuan Tiangang. I remained calm on the surface, but my heart was excited and hard to control. I quickly went forward to support him and asked about his physical condition. After all, it was my first time using it, and I didn't know the specific effects. However, fortunately, there are no side effects, just making me more loyal. I immediately named Yuan Qi as Yuan Tiangang, ordered him to take on the role of a bad general, and organize a bad people organization. After inheriting Yuan Qi, he still remembers everything about the bad people clearly, handles it with ease, and naturally understands my intentions. With this wise counselor in the mansion, my heart is slightly at ease. I looked at Yuan Tiangang solemnly and said, General, I desire to ascend to the position of 9-5. What do you think? Facing him, I had no need to be on guard, and I spoke my mind openly. Yuan Tiangang showed no surprise, only a brief moment of contemplation. I understand that he will definitely have a good plan, and I did not rush him. After all, he has a lot of experience in supporting ambitious people. Although I come from a humble background, I also have great ambitions. Now that your majesty is in good health, your highness does not need to rush to proclaim yourself as emperor. At present, it is necessary to conceal your ambitions, not letting other princes notice, and secretly accumulate power. As a loyal general, I should help your highness solve problems and ensure that loyal people are spread throughout the empire of God of War. When the time is right, the great cause can be achieved. After listening to Yuan Tiangong's analysis, I also fully agree. After all, other princes have the support of their maternal relatives, but I am alone. Even with the assistance of strong individuals like Yuan Tiangang, it is not easy to ascend to the throne. After getting a reply, I let him rest and leave on his own. The most important thing now is to expand the manpower. I returned to the room, and the steward brought all the savings for the lottery. Gold 4,800 taels, can draw 24 times. System, are there different levels for the lottery as well? Ding. Yes host, the lottery is divided into 4 levels. White, green, blue and red. The prices are in order of 200 taels of gold, 200 taels of gold, 200 taels of gold, and 100 spirit jades. Holy? Spirit jade? Spirit jade was something that Lee Nebula had only heard of, not seen. I heard that they were used by high-grade cultivators and were extremely rare in quantity. Is there any difference between the different levels of draws? Li Xingyun continued to ask. Each color of the lottery disc corresponds to the lowest inherited reward. The system's brief explanation caused Li Xingyun to fall into deep thought. System, draw, 2 green, for white grades. After thinking about it, Lee Nebula decided to smoke it first. White's class legacy lottery begins. As the system voice fell, the gold in front of Lee Nebula disappeared from sight. With that, the white disc in his head still spun slowly. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Quality Ordinary Delinquent Inheritance *2, White Quality Elite Delinquent Inheritance *1, and White Quality Minor Commander Delinquent Inheritance *1. For white inheritance beads fell into Lee Nebula's hands, and through the luster of the inheritance beads, barely able to grade. There are still so many divisions. System, what strengths do these inheritances correspond to? This was Lee Nebula's main concern. If the strength was not weak, then he would never lack experts around him again. The White Quality Ordinary Inheritance gains a cultivation level in the first grade of Sovereign. White Quality Elite Inheritance gained cultivation at second grade Zongshire. White Quality Minor Commander is third grade Zongshire. Zong Master? The minimum is a Zong Master. This is too strong. 200 taels of gold for a Zongshire level expert. It's a blood moneymaker. Li Xingyun was instantly elated and hurriedly looked at the spinning green disc to the side and shouted. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green quality black no often how spirit inheritance *1. Green quality white often spirit inheritance *1. 2 green inheritance beads appeared in Lee Nebula's hand, and upon closer inspection, 2 figures in black and white costumes can still be seen in the beads. Holy? Seriously? The black and white irregulars? Aren't they all great heavenly masters? What's with the green disc pumping out? Countless question marks immediately surfaced in Lee Nebula's mind. Ding! This inheritance is the initial inheritance of the black and white irregulars, with a cultivation level at the peak of the medium star level, equivalent to a 9th grade patriarch. In that case, Lee Nebula scratched his head resentfully, but it wasn't bad. At the very least it was a famous legacy. After consuming 800 taels of gold and obtaining 6 patriarchal masters' inheritances, it's a fortune, especially since there were also 2 9th grade clerics. It was simply too good to be true. Collecting the 6 inheritance beads into the system space, Lee Nebula left the storehouse in a happy mood, heading towards his side hall. The main hall was burned without it, so he would have to make do with what he had for now. Linglong was a little bored, lying on the table and fuming. Plump and firm breasts were squeezed out of shape. His Highness went away for an afternoon, and the sky was already dark and did not come back. She was extraordinarily worried in her mind. Your Highness, you are back. The slave girl has prepared hot water for you. You take a bath. Upon seeing Li Xingyun's figure, Linglong immediately got up smilingly to welcome him. The daytime fire Li Xingyun body stained a lot of powder. It is time to wash properly. Good. Lee Nebula was not polite. He was in a very good mood as well, striding towards a wooden tub that had been prepared long ago. Your Highness, the slave girl serves you to broaden your clothes. Linglong hurriedly closed the door of the room and quickly came behind Li Xingyun to undress him. Li Xingyun instinctively avoided Linglong's jade hand. In the past it was Linglong who served him a bath, but suddenly fused with the memories of his previous life, he was instead a bit put out. Your Highness, how? What's wrong? Linglong saw Li Xingyun avoiding her hand and, the pretty face suddenly became pale and somewhat nervous as she looked at him and asked pitifully. Chapter 6 I am on my period. No, it's fine. You continue. Li Xingyun smiled awkwardly, seeing that Li Xingyun was willing to let her continue serving. Linglong's face revealed a bright smile. Lee Nebula opened his arms and allowed Linglong to drag him down. The whole process wasn't long, but he was embarrassed to have to gouge a 3-room apartment out of the floor. In his previous life, he was a beggar and a virgin, but in this life, he has become a prince. How come you're still a virgin? Feeling Linglong's somewhat cold jade fingers across her skin, Li Xingyun's heart already has some dry heat up. Handsome face also cannot help but some red a few points. He struggled to control his body not to make a fool of himself. When the clothes were all removed, he immediately transformed into a carp and dived into the bathtub with great speed. Who damn it? What am I nervous about? Li Xingyun muttered somewhat helplessly. It should obviously be Linglong who is nervous. Not waiting for Li Xingyun to return to his senses, a rustling sound of undressing came to his ears. Listening to Li Nebula was extraordinarily manic. Can I, old Li, also have a gynecological Saints 3 Saints Nirvana today? While Li Nebula was thinking about it, Linglong's somewhat shyly murmuring voice came from the side. Your Highness, I have come for my menstrual period, and I can't wait for you to bathe. Ha! Li Xingyun was caught off guard and hurriedly turned his head towards Linglong, only to see that at this time Linglong had already put her clothes back on long ago, and said with a red pretty face that was a bit nervous. No, it's fine. I'll just wash it myself. Li Xingyun's thoughts broke down and said casually. Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. The slave girl will leave. Linglong bowed at Li Nebula in the tub and retreated. A good meal is not afraid to run away. Li Xingyun shook his head helplessly. Wash yourself, without the company of a beauty. Li Xingyun simply washed up and then got up to change into Linglong's pre-prepared pajamas and put them on, striding towards the bed. A lot had happened that day, and he did feel very tired. Just after arriving at the bed and lying down, Li Xingyun felt some warmth from the comforter. There was a man lying next to him. You don't have to warm my bed if you're not feeling well. Li Xingyun said on his lips that he didn't need to. The body was extraordinarily honest and took Linglong aside into his arms. I am afraid that Your Highness is afraid to sleep alone. Linglong stepped her head into the middle of Li Xingyun's chest and Nan said, Oh, you're the one who's afraid to sleep, aren't you? Li Xingyun laughed and pinched the soft flesh around Linglong's waist, laughing and teasing. Linglong had been warming Li Xingyun's bed since she was 14 years old, and the two of them were exceptionally close. But it could be that neither of them understood what was going on between men and women, leading to all these years of extraordinarily vegetative sleeping. Which, Linglong stiffened her mouth a little embarrassed, and she was so used to sleeping with Li Xingyun in her arms that she really couldn't leave. Early the next morning, Li Xingyun had just gotten dressed under Linglong's service. Then a maid ran to deliver the message. Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace, and the palace eunuchs are already waiting. Aha! Li Xingyun nodded his head. Even if he wasn't looking for him, he still had to enter the palace. You can't afford to take a loss yourself, and there must be an explanation for yesterday's fire. Li Xingyun walked into the middle of the great hall, and an eunuch who was nearly half 100 years old immediately rose and saluted. Said in a Cockney voice, Greetings, 13th Highness, His Majesty invites you to enter the palace. Well, let's go. Eunuch Su. Li Nebula nodded and, following Eunuch Su on the carriage toward the palace, the two didn't communicate much along the way. Eunuch Su is the beloved of His Majesty today. Never had private dealings with the princes. In half an hour's work the two arrived outside the imperial study. 13th Highness, His Majesty and several imperial princes are inside, so go in. Eunuch Su made a motion of invitation, but he himself did not have the slightest intention of going in. Well, thank you. Li Xingyun casually waved his hand, maintaining his usual dude image. Walking into the royal study. In front of the bookcase in the center of the imperial study room sat a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold 5-clawed golden dragon robe. The man soared eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyes were very sharp, giving people a feeling of not being angry. On either side of the bookcase stood 3 young emperors. It was Li Xingyun's elder brother Prince Li Xinglong, his third brother Li Xingfan, and his 8th brother Li Xingfeng, who were also of extraordinary appearance. But the genes of the old Li family were good, and all of them were top-notch handsome men. My son pays his respects to his father. Li Xingyun rushed to the Divine Martial Empire Emperor Li Qianquan in front of the bookcase and bowed respectfully. Be excused. Li Qianquan waved his hand and smiled with a kind face. Thank you, father. Li Xingyun then looked to the side to greet a few of his royal brothers. Greetings to several royal brothers. The 3 of them responded with the same smile. Li Xingyun had never intended to compete for the position of crown prince. Their attitude is naturally kind. Old 13, seeing that you are fine, I am relieved, Li Qianquan said with a smile. He was really worried that something would happen to Li Xingyun. As for whether he cared about him as a son or about Wind Elder, a land god, it was hard to say. Elder Fong was not from the Divine Martial Empire, and his sole purpose of staying in the Divine Martial Empire was to protect Li Xingyun. If Li Nebula died, he naturally wouldn't continue to stay. Thank you, father, for your concern. My son feels that there was something strange about yesterday's fire. I ask father to make a decision for my son. Li Nebula immediately started to play along with the topic. Well, I have already sent people to investigate the murder of the Emperor's son. His crime is punishable. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qianquan immediately said, the aura of solemnity in his tone extraordinarily terrifying. He's still fine. Murdering the prince would be a slap in the face. Thank you, father. Old 13 I am looking for you today because I have another matter to discuss with you. Li Qianquan's originally stern aura instantly dissipated without a trace, his face once again revealing an amiable smile. Father, you say? Li Xingyun was a bit confused. Discussing things with himself. Discussing what? What can you do if you're just a loner? Old 13, you're not too young. It's time for you to get a wife, isn't it? Li Qianquan said with a smile as he looked at Li Xingyun. Yes, 13th brother will be 19 years old after his birthday this year. It's time to choose a consort. The Crown Prince Li Xinglong on the side didn't wait for Li Xingyun to reply, so he took a step forward with the black Shinjin walking stick in his hand and said with a smile, Miss Wang in the Haoran Academy is just fine. I wonder if 13th brother can look at her. Li Xinglong said while giving a recommendation back to Li Xingyun. Big brother, 13th brother is lively by nature. I'm afraid Miss Wang is not to his liking. Rather, General Zhu's first daughter is suitable for 13th brother. On the side, the 8th Prince Li Xingfeng saw that the Crown Prince wanted to pull Li Xingyun in. Immediately, he also jumped in with a recommendation. Now that Crown Prince Li Xinglong is crippled and disabled, powerful princes are up in arms. The 8th Prince, Li Xingfeng, was the most active person. Although Li Xingyun didn't have much power, he had old man Feng behind him, so they still wanted to draw him in. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyun felt a big headache, and somewhat disgruntledly gave Li Xingfeng a blank look. Miss Wang recommended by the Crown Prince is at least a famous talent in Shenwu City, and her appearance is even better. The first daughter of General Zhu's family recommended by the 8th Prince, King Jing, that would not do. Although not so much as to say that it is ugly, but it is also definitely not beautiful. Li Xingyun cannot look at it. Chapter 7, Giving Marriage? He. Li Qianquan let the two people cast a small mind did not stop the meaning. He didn't care who Li Nebula took. He only wanted to let Li Nebula fall into an heir, so that even if Li Nebula had an accident one day, it could also leave behind Wind Elder, a high-end battle force. Old 13, you are the master of your life's affairs. If you fancy that girl, I will give you a marriage. Father, my son is not mentally prepared yet. Why don't you give me some time to? I may as well get acquainted with the various ladies of the city? It was true that Li Nebula was not the least bit prepared and wanted to stall for a while. The people recommended by the Crown Prince and the 8th Prince naturally won't work, and marrying them is just like an eye candy. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't obtained the system before when he just wanted to be an idle prince, but now that he had a small plan in mind, he naturally wouldn't fall for it. Well, also, the marriage matter's sloppy. I give you a month's time. By then, if you don't have a favorite girl, I will bestow a marriage. Li Qianquan smiled and joked. Thank you, father. When the time comes, it's all up to father. Good. You can go back first. I'll let you know if there's a result in the arson case. Yes, father. Son's servant excuses himself. Li Xingyun respectfully exited the imperial study and left the palace. Money. Where to get money? Li Xingyun felt his head get big just thinking about it. Your Highness. Just when Li Nebula was worried about money, a hoarse, masculine voice called out to him from behind. Yuan Tiangang? Why are you here? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at Yuan Tiangang behind him. Yuan Tiangang is still in the same outfit of the bad handsome, so he doesn't have to worry about attracting others' attention. The entire Shenwu city was full of people walking around masked. Nothing special. I'm worried about your Highness's safety, so I followed your Highness. Yuan Tiangang did not hide his explanation. His Majesty's desire to arrange a marriage for His Highness isn't all bad. You followed me into the palace? Li Xingyun asked, suddenly surprised. Yuan Tiangang naturally couldn't have known about the conversation just now if he hadn't entered the palace. Aha! Yuan nodded. With his strength it was still simple to enter the palace without alerting anyone. Let's go. Find a place to eat first and talk while we eat. Li Nebula hadn't eaten until now. His stomach had been hungry long ago, so he took Yuan Tiangang and headed towards the Wanxiang mansion, where he often went. The 10,000 Fragrant House was a high-end restaurant in Divine Martial City, and the food was very well done. The two of them came to Wanxiang Lu. Li Xingyun asked for a penthouse room and led Yuan Tiangang inside. Li Xingyun usually doesn't ask for a private room. He likes to be lively. The main thing today is to talk about things that are not convenient to be in the hall. Grand Marshal, what do you suggest? There were no outsiders at this time, so Li Xingyun called up the Grand Marshal again. Your Highness, your power is thin, and marrying a suitable royal consort would be a notable boost. Yuan Tiangang is still too conservative in what he said. He is more than just a thin force. The only people he can use in his hands at the moment are Elder Feng and a Yuan Tiangang. Well, plus a luscious one for the night. Although the battle power is horrible. But what can these people do? Li Xingyun thought about not answering Yuan Tiangong's words positively. Instead, he took out an ordinary bad guy inheritance bead from the system space and placed it on the table. Yuan Tiangang was stunned. He naturally recognized what was in front of him. This terrifying strength of his own was obtained from taking the inheritance bead. The inheritance bead in front of me was white and less lustrous than the one he had taken. But it's definitely the same thing. How much is this item in your highness's hand? Yuan Tiangang did not inquire about the provenance of the inheritance bead. Instead, they ask about quantity. If there were enough of them, then they could pull together a terrifying army of powerful people at any time. At that time, it would be hard for Li Nebula to not succeed. I only have 6 of them in my hand right now, but all of them can only gain strength in the sovereign realm. But if you have enough gold, then you can obtain more. Nebula Li nodded slightly, explaining the effects of the inheritance bead. This thing is called the inheritance bead. Taking the inheritance bead will result in the inheritance of cultivation and part of the memory, and will be absolutely loyal to me, but can only be taken voluntarily. After hearing this, Yuan Tiangang picked up the inherited beads placed on the table and fell into a deep thought. It was only until the junior sent all the drinks and food that he put down the inheritance beads and opened his mouth. Your Highness, this item is a good thing that can help your Highness quickly take control of the Divine Martial Empire. Absolute loyalty. That alone would be an exaggeration. Not to mention being able to bring great strength. Your Highness, I wonder how much gold will be able to obtain this inheritance bead. Yuan Tiangang had an idea in his mind. One like the one you're holding will cost 200 taels of gold. 200 taels isn't much. There are quite a few small power cottages outside of Shenwu City. We can borrow some from him. Yuan Tiangang nodded and immediately had an idea in his head. Not only did he possess Yuan Tiangong's inheritance, he still remembered all of the original Yuan Chi's memories. Borrow? This is good. Li Nebula immediately nodded his head and, they have no money but have a fist. Big money cannot get. Small money that is not very simple. I'll call up Elder Phone later, and the 3 of us will go together. Li Xingyun said with a smile. He wasn't worried that Yuan Tiangang wouldn't be able to solve the mountain bandits. He was just worried that Yuan Tiangang would make a move and, not looking after him, in danger. Can Elder Feng be trusted? Yuan Tiangang took off his mask and picked up a piece of demonic beast meat and brought it to his mouth. He knew that Li Xingyun should have a way to tell someone's loyalty, so he asked. Yes, Elder Feng is absolutely loyal to me. Li Nebula nodded. His own secret development of power can be hidden from others, but it cannot be hidden from the Wind Old Man that he spends time with, and it is okay to let him know in advance. After half an hour had passed, the 2 men had eaten and drunk their fill of. Li Xingyun found Elder Feng in an inconspicuous tavern in the city. Wind Old Man not close to women, do not like power, only love wine. Elder Feng. Li Xingyun brought Yuan Tiangang to sit beside Elder Feng with a smile. Your Highness, who is this? Feng Lao's old face was a bit flushed, obviously having drunk a lot. Looking aside, Yuan Tiangang asked. Yuan Qi, now called Yuan Tiangang. Li Xingyun explained with a smile. Yuan Tiangang nodded at Wind Elder with his mask on as a greeting. Elder Feng, why don't you follow me out of the city to do some errands and come back for a drink? Good. Elder Feng nodded and, taking out a tael of gold from his arms and placing it on top of the old wooden table in the tavern, he got up and followed the 2 away. Your Highness, I will lead you. When he left the tavern, Yuan Tiangang came to Li Xingyun's side. It's a long way out of town, 3 or 4 hours by carriage. Good. Li Nebula nodded. Yuan Tiangang then surged a true qi around his body to hide the 2 of them, and took Li Xingyun to disappear instantly, and in the next moment, he appeared above 1,000 meters in the air, fly away into the distance. Elder Feng froze. Afterwards, he also hid his figure and turned into an extremely thin white phantom that rushed up into the sky, chasing after Yuan Tiangang. Feng Lao's heart was filled with curiosity at this time, although he couldn't see Yuan Tiangong's specific strength, but definitely in the realm of the land immortals. What kind of creation could allow an ordinary martial artist to transform into a supreme expert overnight? Cool. Is this what flying feels like? Nebula Li felt the joy of flying, excited in their hearts. A circle of semi-transparent golden shields emerged from the depths of the 2 men's circumference to block the airflow. It didn't affect the 2. Chapter 8, Black Tiger Village. Yuan Tiangang is very fast at harnessing the wind. Even in order to be able to let the Wind Old Man to follow, also deliberately slowed down the speed. Even so, the original 3 hours of travel also used less than 20 minutes to arrive. The two of them descended from the sky and landed in the middle of a stretch of rolling hills before Wind Elder followed. Your Highness, what are we doing here? Feng Lao asked impatiently after he landed on the ground. By now his head was full of question marks. The house is out of money, so we've come to borrow some from the mountain bandits here. Nebula Lee smiled and moved her body. Borrow? Elder Feng was first stunned, then immediately figured it out. But these mountains are so big, where are we going to find the mountain bandits? Elder Feng doesn't have any mental pressure about borrowing money from a mountain bandit. But these mountains are so big, do we have to search for them bit by bit? Lee Nebula doesn't know where the mountain bandits' lair is either. He couldn't help but look at Yuan Tiangang on the side with some embarrassment. Yuan Tiangang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Without waiting for Li Xingyun to inquire, Yuan Tiangang made a big move with his hand and a few turquoise leaves were then sucked into his hands from a large tree on the side. Then with a big hand, he threw a few leaves into the sky and let them fall. Elder Feng was full of incomprehension at this moment. He was somewhat unable to understand Yuan Tiangang's behavior. Can't it be that this leaf can even show them the way? And on the side of Li Nebula this is a conjecture. Yuan Tiangang can not only high martial arts, his ability to deduce that is also unbeatable. Found it. As the leaves drifted down, Yuan Tiangang's hoarse voice rang out. Well, let's go. Li Nebula realized. It was just as he thought. What? The leaves are really giving them directions? Elder Feng was even more confused. His walnut-sized brain obviously couldn't keep up with the two men's thinking. Under the leadership of Yuan Tiangang, several people soon came to a mountain fortress before the cottage didn't look small, and the gate was very well built, so it had obviously been rooted here for a long time. Who are you people? What are you doing here in our Black Tiger cottage? The trio were soon spotted by the cottagers watching the gate and loudly chided. The three of them were not prepared to hide at all. Joke's on you. Two land immortals plus Li Xingyun. It's not like you're killing a small village. Yuan Tiangang was in charge of killing indiscriminately, and Elder Feng protected Li Xingyun, who was only responsible for GA. As the mountain bandit shouted, immediately a dozen more mountain bandits with large swords in their hands came out of the mountain fortress. The eyes stared fiercely at the three. They are all outlaws who lick blood from the tip of a knife. If it weren't for the fact that Li Xingyun and the others are not dressed badly, killed it long ago. Li Xingyun casually opened his eyes of truth and swept around, realizing that they were all low-level martial artists. There was even a large portion of ordinary people who couldn't help but smile and step forward and say, "We mean no harm. We just want to borrow some money from your cottage." Borrowing money? Li Xingyun spoke with a straight face, and the crowd of mountain bandits on the opposite side did not react for a moment. Kid, you're tired of living, aren't you? You want to borrow money from me? The mountain bandit in the lead quickly reacted and immediately shook the large sword in his hand, cursing very fiercely and angrily. Then it means you won't borrow it? Li Xingyun's face instantly grimaced. If you don't borrow it, you don't borrow it. How can you still curse? The original mood to tease them also instantly dissipated into thin air. Not only am I not borrowing it, but I'm going to pull the skin off all three of you guys. Do you think our Black Tiger village is a child's playground? Without waiting for him to finish, Li Xingyun had already waved his hand at Yuan Tiangang, who was behind him, at the same time striding toward the cottage. Kid, you seek death. Seeing that Li Xingyun actually didn't know what to do, the mountain bandit immediately became a bit furious. But before he could continue to make a move, a black figure with a bucket hat then brushed past a dozen of them, taking their lives away in an instant like a ghost. Instantaneous movement. How handsome. Li Nebula's eyes went straight as he watched. What's the saying? Those who could teleport were not necessarily experts, but experts could definitely teleport. Your Highness, what realm is Yuan Tiangang in today? Elder Feng was also shocked by Yuan Tiangang's movements were so fast that even he couldn't see the strike. It's that much better than you. Li Nebula stretched out his right hand and pinched out a slit he said with a smile, and then took a big step toward the cottage. A little bit? How come I don't feel like a little bit? Elder Feng was a little disbelieving that a little gap would make him unable to even see his opponent's movements. Li Xingyun walked into the middle of the mountain fortress and did not find Yuan Tiangang's figure. Instead, there were patches of mountain bandits lying on the ground. It's good to be young. Fall down and sleep. Li Nebula didn't care about the deaths of these mountain bandits. Which one of them doesn't have a few lives in his hands? They deserved to die. Sweeping his eyes around, he headed for the great hall in the cottage, which was the most imposing. The good stuff is definitely there. Li Xingyun didn't walk fast, and by the time he wheedled and led old man Feng into the great hall, Yuan Tiangang has been busy. Your Highness, the mountain bandits total 276 and have all been put to death. Well, Did you find the place to put the gold and silver treasures? Li Xingyun asked, nodding his head. That's what his trip was all about. It's all here, Yuan Tiangang said, pointing to a wooden box placed aside in the Great Hall. Fast. Really fast. Li Nebula couldn't help but stare. It had only been less than 20 minutes since Yuan Tiangang not only finished killing the mountain bandits, but also moved all the gold, silver and jewels to the Great Hall. It's awesome. I should have known not to bring the wind old. Completely did not row on the roll-off. Li Nebula approached the large wooden box containing gold and silver treasures evoking the system. How much gold is here? He didn't bother to count it himself. Ding! 100 taels of gold. Silver and copper converted to 800 taels of gold. 800 taels of gold. Richer than myself. Hitting the house is really a little secret to getting rich. But what Li Xingyun didn't know was that this was the savings of hundreds of people from the Black Tiger walled city for more than 10 years. It's nothing compared to him having 100 taels a month for doing nothing. Li Xingyun directly put these treasures into the system space in front of the two Feng Lao people. These things simply can't be hidden from those close to them over time. Your Highness, this is a space treasure? Elder Feng was instantly surprised when he saw this and looked at Li Xingyun. You guess. Li Xingyun smiled and didn't answer with a straight face. Seeing that Li Xingyun had no intention of explaining, Elder Feng paused somewhat helplessly, without continuing to pursue the matter. His heart was determined that Li Xingyun had a spatial treasure in his hands. Go ahead and guess. It doesn't matter. You won't guess the system anyway. How should I allocate the 800 taels of gold for the lottery? 7 green pint draws and 4 white pints, and the heart's in the right place. So let's do it. Li Nebula immediately meditated on the lottery in his mind. God forbid. Something tough. The White Heritage Sweepstakes. White Heritage Raffle begins. Chapter 9 Heavenly Sage, Brahma Heaven. The white carousel in his head began to spin again. Stop. With Li Xingyun's command, the white raffle disc began to slowly come to a stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining white quality ordinary bad guy inheritance *4. It's actually all the most ordinary inheritances. Li Nebula had already started cursing in his heart. I don't know if I was lucky last time or too unlucky this time. Go ahead. Green Heritage Raffle. Green Legacy Raffle begins. The emerald green inheritance disc began to spin. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green quality ordinary phantom voice workshop inheritance *3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green quality ordinary genjutsu sect inheritance *3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green quality mirage sound workshop 9 heavenly sacred lady Brahma sky inheritance *1. Strength, 9th grade master. Ships, Brahma heaven? The one who holds a lute and has played with countless men. The one at the bottom of the 9 heavenly saints of the mirage place? Not bad at all. At the very least, it's a small head. Li Nebula was quite satisfied with the green inheritance lottery. 6 green normal quality inheritance cultivation at the 5th grade of sovereign, plus a 9th grade sovereign Brahma. Not a bad deal. Your Highness, what happened to you? When Elder Feng, who was on the side, saw that Li Xingyun was slow to make a move after collecting the treasure, he could not help but ask with some nervousness. Suddenly remembered something. Let's go. Li Nebula collected his excitement and responded with a smile. The current inheritance beads that Li Nebula already had in her hand were Shenxian Cult Lineup, 9 ranked sectarian black and white Wunderkind plus 3 5 ranked sectarians. Mirage Sound Workshop, 9th grade Patriarch Brahma and 3 5th grade Patriarchs. Undesirables, 1 3rd ranked Cleric, 1 2nd ranked Cleric, and 6 1st ranked Clerics. As long as he used up the dozen or so inheritance beads, his power would skyrocket, and as for how to use them, Li Nebula also already had a general direction in his mind. Your Highness, I found some people in the dungeon who were taken by the mountain bandits, just as several people were about to leave. Yuan Tiangong's voice rang out. Li Nebula's footsteps lurched. Check it out. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded and led the two of them towards the dungeon of the Black Tiger Mountain Fortress. Walking into the dark and damp dungeon, I saw more than a dozen men and women locked up inside cages. It reeks of acid. Don't come over. Don't come over. Off. You see *TS. Kill me. Kill me. The man in the cage saw the trio and immediately started yelling and screaming at the. A few skinny men, in particular, screamed even louder. AI Li Xingyun sighed. I really don't know what these mountain bandits have done. Tortured a bunch of people into delirium. Just as he was secretly shaking his head in regret. Two figures off to the side caught his attention. A man and a woman were locked up inside a modest dungeon, and the two of them weren't shouting or panicking. It stood out inside this dungeon. Elder Feng, release them all. Yes, Your Highness. Wind Elder nodded. and with a flick of his fingers, a few sword chi then cut through the iron cables of the cage. But even so, a group of people still did not dare to come out, but instead shrank even further inside. The fear of being caught out like that. Are you two still awake? Li Xingyun asked as he looked towards the two people in the dungeon who were relatively stable in their demeanor. Great Lord, are you here to save us? The thin man in the dungeon inquired boldly. The woman on the side also carefully sized up Li Xingyun. Well, come with me. Li Xingyun looked at the two of them and had a calculation in his heart. Elder Feng, I'll leave this place to you, haha. Li Xingyun smiled and gave an explanation, then led Yuan Tiangang outward. The young men and women inside the dungeon immediately drilled out of the dungeon and quickly followed. The four of them left the dungeon and came to a more open area. Li Xingyun found a flat rock to sit on and looked at the two men. Just now in the dungeon, the ambient light is not good. Cannot see the appearance of the two people. At this time to see, the man was about 24 or 25 years old, with long, disheveled hair falling over his shoulders. The clothes on his body were thin, and the top of his bare skin was covered in scars. The woman was likewise 24 or 25 years of age, and her face, though stained with, but you can still tell it's a beauty, with tattered clothes that look like they've been forcibly torn from her. Spirituality hangs above the plump, rounded petite body. When the two saw Li Xingyun stop, they hurriedly knelt down to him. Thank you, Your Honor, for saving my life. Get up and talk. What are your names? What have you been through? Li Xingyun asked as he waved his hand. Back to your lordship's words. My name is Chang Hao. Her name is Chang Xian. We are both from the Chang family village. The youth pointed to the girl Chang Xian on the side and said, according to Chang Hao, Chang's village is a small village, which was ransacked and exterminated by the Black Tiger village some days ago. Both of them were taken back for pleasure because they were good looking. That's right. Not only was Chang Xian abused, but Chang Hao, a 7-foot man, didn't escape either. I have to say that the Black Tiger cottage is playing a really sick game. No wonder the men in the cellar reacted more than the women when they saw someone come in just now. Well, since you are homeless, will you serve me? Li Nebula asked faintly after hearing this. Chang Hao and Chang Xian looked at each other and immediately knelt down again to kowtow at Li Xingyun. If your excellency is willing to take the two of us in, we are willing to go through fire and water for your excellency. Although they didn't know Li Xingyun's identity, but if 3 people alone could slaughter the Black Tiger village of more than 200 people, it must be a big shot. Well, get up. 1 for each person. Eat it. Li Nebula nodded and, taking out the black and white infernal inheritance bead from the system space and handing it over to the two of them. Thank you, Your Honor. Li Xingyun didn't explain what it was, and Chang Xian and the two of them didn't ask. As soon as he took the inheritance bead, he swallowed it. With the inheritance bead in their stomachs, the two of them immediately sat down on their knees. Congratulations, Your Highness, on another helping hand. Yuan Tiangang said with a smile. You realized it? Li Nebula was a bit surprised. Was the art of deduction so dangling? Guess a little, but not much. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. He could not deduce what happened to Li Xingyun, probably by deducing the two Chang Xian that. Get some information. Well, I gave them the black and white inheritance beads, with the intention of having them form the Xuanhe cult, as my power above the Jianghu. Li Nebula did not hide his explanation with a smile. The Jianghu forces are also important in the Shenwu Empire, although they cannot influence the turnover of the country. But the top experts in their sects were still a force to be reckoned with. Black and white and the Xianwei cult? Your Highness's wonderful plan. Yuan Tiangang nodded. In just a few minutes, the two Chang Hao men finished receiving the inheritance and got up to salute. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward. They accepted the inheritance and likewise became die-hard loyalists of Li Xingyun. It was instantly clear who Li Xingyun was. Chapter 10, The Black and White Irregulars. Get up. From now on you will be renamed Chang Xianling and Chang Haoling. Li Xingyun smiled and gave the two of them names. Yes, Your Highness, the two replied in unison. You secretly set up the Genpo sect and continue to act as the Black and White Irregulars. Build up your strength properly for this emperor to take control of the Jianghu. Although the Black and White Irregulars were now only at the strength of a 9th grade grandmaster. However, the 9 spectral Xian heavenly divine function they cultivated allowed the two of them to grow rapidly, and with the help of Li Xingyun's spirit bead, they believed that they would soon be able to grow up. Li Nebula commanded while checking up on the attribute panels of the two. Name, Chang Xianling. Age, 23. Charm value, 84. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 9th grade master perfect. Inheritance, by Wu often declares the spirit, primary inheritance. Affiliation, 13th Prince's Mansion, Xuanhe Cult. Name, Chang Haoling. Age, 24. Charm value, 67. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 9th grade master perfect. Inheritance, Black Off and Howling, Primary Inheritance. Affiliation, 13th Prince's House, Xuanhe Cult. After looking at the attribute panels of the two, Li Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. Two 9th grade sect masters would barely be able to hold up a small force. You guys take this? You can train 3 clan master 5th grade cronies. Li Xingyun took out the 3 green grade ordinary Xuanhe Cult inheritance beads that he had just drawn and handed them to Black Impermanence. Yes, Your Highness. Chang Haoling did not hesitate and immediately took the inheritance bead. You guys develop on your own, and if you need anything you can come to the 13th Prince's mansion in the city. Li Xingyun glanced at the two and said with satisfaction, Yes, Your Highness, we will leave first. The two of them saluted and then flew away from the spot. Li Xingyun wasn't worried about the safety of the two 9th grade sect masters' perfection. It's not that easy to get into trouble. Your Highness, the people inside are crazy. They won't leave. Let's go first. Turn around and let the magistrate come and deal with it. Elder Foam had also come out of the cellar at this time, his face full of helplessness, complaining to Li Xingyun. Well, let's go. Li Xingyun looked at the gray-haired wind elder and forced a smile within his heart. Nodded. The land gods, at this time, also took the people in the cellar helpless. Glancing at Yuan Tiangang beside him, he couldn't help but envy him, wearing a mask that, even if you laugh, no one will know. The three of them left the Black Tiger walled village toward the official road. This trip harvest is good. Things have been busy. They were in no hurry to return, and at this time the three were not far from each other on top of a pathway. More than 100 mountain bandits were surrounding a group of 20 or so people from a small chamber of commerce. We're from the Langya Chamber of Commerce. You dare to rob us? Aren't you afraid that the government will come to arrest you? A cool and pretty figure frowned her good-looking brows as she looked at the nearly 100 mountain bandits across the street. Angrily, ha ha, the government? If the officials can catch us, will you still meet us? Little lady, obediently give up your resistance and go back to the cottage with master and become a cottage wife. The leader of the mountain bandits was a one-eyed dragon, and his only remaining eye was filled with lechery. He even laughed out loud while saying so, not taking the other party's threats seriously at all. Delusional. Get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude. A young man behind the cool woman immediately became furious when he saw the other party molesting his intended. You're welcome? Ha ha, don't be polite. You're in on it too. An obese balding middle-aged man behind the one-eyed dragon immediately stepped forward and looked at the youth and licked his lips. Damn it, do it. Where could the youth stand this humiliation? Immediately, he drew the long sword at his waist and killed towards the obese mountain bandit. Cousin, don't. The cool woman immediately tried to stop the youth with her voice. At this time, the strength of the mountain bandits far exceeded that of their merchant team, and rashly making a move was definitely going to be a big loss. However, the youth's movements were extremely fast, and the long sword in his hand instantly stabbed at the heart of the obese mountain bandit. It's going to be a 1-2 punch. Humph. A mere 4th-ranked martial artist dares to make a move. The Grand Master will loosen your bones. The obese mountain bandit coldly snorted with disdain, and the large knife in his hand was violently lifted, slashing down with lightning speed. What? A 9th grade expert? The moment the obese mountain bandit struck, the youth then recognized that the other party's strength was far beyond his own, and immediately retracted the long sword that he had stabbed out and blocked it in front of his body. Bang! The big sword in the hands of the obese mountain bandit carried an unrivaled power and ruthlessly drew on top of the long sword that the youth was blocking, and the sound of collision resounded throughout the entire field. How could a 4th grade martial artist block a blow from a 9th grade martial artist? The youth instantly fell to his knees and the hands holding the sword couldn't help but tremble, and the tiger's mouth was already scarlet. The martial realm cultivates physical strength, and for every 100 pounds of strength gained, 1 grade is promoted. The youth's 400 pounds of arm strength there could carry the 900 pounds of the obese mountain bandit's blows. The third lord is mighty. Mighty! The obese mountain bandit crippled the youth with a single blow, and the crowd of mountain bandits behind him began to shout, "Do it!" Seeing that the youth was killed in a single blow, the cool woman couldn't care less and she couldn't watch her opponent die here. With a command from the cool woman, the 20 or so people behind him immediately drew out the weapons on their bodies and killed towards the mountain bandits. All of them were the guards of the merchant caravan, and their duty was to protect the safety of the caravan. In the next moment, the 20 or so guards fought with the 100 or so mountain bandits. Although the guards were few, they were all between 4th and 7th grade martial artists. Among them, there were also 2 9th grade martial artists. On the contrary, the mountain bandits, most of them, although they were ordinary people and martial artists of the 1st and 2nd grade, although the number of people was superior, Button couldn't hold the other side in time. The cool woman looked at the one-eyed dragon who hadn't made a move, and couldn't help but feel a great deal of pressure in her heart. One-eyed dragon looks like the leader of these mountain bandits. The third leader of the obese mountain bandits possessed the strength of a 9th-grade martial artist. The one-eyed dragon in front of him wouldn't be a sect master powerhouse, would he? Little lady, you mustn't be in a hurry to come and hurt you when the master has settled these mongrel dogs. The one-eyed dragon looked at the battlefield, which was caught in a protracted battle, and said with a lewd smile to the cool woman. The one-eyed dragon then rushed towards the 9th-ranked guard who was fighting with the obese mountain bandit at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The cool woman felt a great sense of misfortune in her heart. She really made her guess right. This one-eyed dragon was really a Zongshire powerhouse. Uncle Lou, be careful. This one-eyed dragon is a Zongshire expert. The cool woman immediately rushed at the middle-aged man that the one-eyed dragon was running towards and warned loudly, then immediately drew the long sword in his hand and wanted to come forward to help. But where could she, a 6th-grade martial artist, be faster than a Zongshire? The middle-aged man named Uncle Lou was immediately alert when he heard the reminder from the cool woman. Instantly pulling away from the obese mountain bandit, he looked vigilantly at the one-eyed dragon who was charging with a large sword. The hand gripping the knife couldn't help but push a little harder. Soon, the one-eyed dragon rushed to the front of Uncle Lou, and the big knife in his hand smoothly picked up, attacked Uncle Lou's lower 3 straight away. Uncle Lou was prepared for this and immediately blocked, but the full force of a Zongshire powerhouse carrying internal force, where is it so easy to block? In just a single glance, Uncle Lou was tipped over by the tremendous force of the, rolling down the floor several times in a row, without waiting for him to get up. The one-eyed dragon's next slash came and decapitated his head with a single slash. Chapter 11, Do It. Leave no one behind. The cool woman was about to go forward, but was blocked by the obese mountain bandit. Little lady, they don't have a light hand. How about a little fun with you? Get lost. The cool woman was blocked by the obese mountain bandit, and her long sword immediately slashed at the other party. The one-eyed dragon, however, didn't care about this side and flew to kill another 9th-grade martial arts guard. He didn't want to stall for time in case he really attracted the officials. Your Highness, there is a fight ahead. Elder Feng laughed at Li Xingyun with a look of amusement. Let's go check out the action. Li Xingyun naturally heard it. It wasn't a small sound. After all, with 2 land gods protecting him, no one could hurt him yet. By the time Li Xingyun's trio came closer, less than 5 of the 24 guards were left, and all of them were wounded and looked very distressed. The only one still intact on the field was the cool woman, who seemed to be at the mercy of the mountain bandits, not to spare harm in general. The crowd of mountain thieves who had stopped were spouting obscenities and teasing. This has a great ass. She can definitely have a son. You just think about having a son. And if you play with this, I'm afraid the bones will be sucked dry for you. Ha ha, those long legs must be too much to resist. Damn it. The cool woman was somewhat helpless at this point. These mountain bandits in front of her were obviously not something she could deal with, and she couldn't help but shiver at the thought of what was about to happen. The heart is set on self-destruction. Wow. So many people bullying a little girl. How shameless. Elder Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene in front of him. Who are you people? If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, the great masters don't mind killing you all in passing. A mountain bandit quickly spotted Li Xingyun's trio and took a few steps forward, threatening viciously. Li Xingyun was a bit speechless. He had just arrived. The hustle and bustle hadn't even been seen. You just jumped out. You're not giving me any face at all. Who are you people? Robbing a road in broad daylight? Li Xingyun asked with a smirk. This area should all be the territory of the Black Tiger Walled City. There shouldn't be so many mountain bandits. Kid, I'm from the Black Tiger Walled City. And while the masters are in a good mood, when you're in a yard, don't get out of here yet. It certainly wasn't a kindness that the mountain bandits didn't take a swing at them. It was only that the dress of the 3 Li Nebula people did not look like a good fight and they did not want to cause any trouble. Black Tiger Walled City? Oh, Li Nebula let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect there to be a team of leaks. Gonzi run. They are not weak. The cool woman also saw the 3 Li Nebula at this time. Instead of thinking of asking for help, he was persuasive. She didn't think that a mere 3 people could take on 100 or so mountain bandits, especially since there was also a mountain bandit with a sovereign and 2 9th-grade experts. Count your life as lucky to have met this Gongzi. Li Xingyun smiled and winked at the cool woman. Smiling, the cool woman was dressed in a blue power suit, with a concave and convex figure that, the fair and pretty face was even more valiant with a third of the valor. The cool woman froze, somewhat unresponsive. Elder Wind. Do it. Leave no one behind. Without waiting for the cool woman to react, Li Xingyun took a step forward and shouted angrily. Yes. Wind Elder nodded and walked towards the crowd of mountain bandits. The entire room went silent. No one guessed that Li Xingyun would be so arrogant. The mountain bandits' hearts were filled with disdain. even if it was a Zhongshi master. Wanting to kill them all with one's own strength was definitely not an easy task either. Arrogant. The one-eyed dragon was instantly enraged by Li Xingyun's words. This was too much of a disregard for himself as a patriarch. It was too arrogant to send a skinny old man to wipe out all of his 100 or so men. The cool woman was also a bit puzzled, not knowing where Li Xingyun got his backbone from. But there was a ripple in his heart. Maybe it's really possible. Then one doesn't have to fall into the hands of this group of mountain thieves. Wind Elder wasn't the least bit moved by the mountain bandits' shouts and curses. Instead, he smilingly stretched out his right hand to make a point in the void. Royal Sword. As the two words fell, more than 100 sword chi instantly appeared out of thin air and then rushed towards the crowd of mountain bandits. This, martial Saint Powerhouse? The one-eyed dragon cried out, and felt bad that, to be able to achieve true chi leaving one's body, one would be at least a martial Saint Powerhouse. The one-eyed dragon immediately turned to run, but how could he be faster than Feng Lao's sword chi? In just one breath's time, more than 100 mountain thieves had all had their sword chi entered their bodies and fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. The cool woman immediately opened her mouth wide in shock, looking at the scene in front of her with some disbelief. It took a long time to come back. Li Xingyun smiled as he walked towards the cool woman while opening his eyes of truth to look at her. Name, Li Qiushui. Age, 22. Charm value, 91. Favorability, 40. Cultivation, 6th grade martial artist. Force Langya Chamber of Commerce. 91 points of charm value. It's really a beauty. Li Xingyun was very cognizant of the system's rating. Li Qiushui is very moving indeed. Watch out for the drooling Hey Dash. Seeing that Li Qiushui hadn't slowed down from her shock, Li Xingyun smiled and teased. So good. Li Qiushui blurted out. And then her pretty face suddenly turned red. Then somewhat embarrassed, he looked at the handsome young man in front of him and the two behind him and thanked him. Many thanks to the few of you for saving my life. When I return to Divine Martial City, my Langya Chamber of Commerce will be rewarded generously. A small matter. Are you guys entering the city? Li Xingyun was a bit lost. Why don't you follow the rules? This is not the time for a line. I can't do anything for you, so I have to give my life to you? Cousin, are you okay? The youth who made the first move also climbed up from the ground at this time and, flying quickly to Li Qiushui's side, he greeted her with concern. It's okay, thanks to this. Your Excellency has not yet asked for your honorable name? Li Qiushui was about to introduce Li Xingyun to the youth. However, it suddenly occurred to him that he had not yet asked the other party's name, and he was a little embarrassed. Li Easy. Li Xingyun smiled and gave a fake name, Li being the imperial surname nowadays. Naturally, you don't need to be exempt from the price. Elder Feng sniffed and laughed a little. Mr. Li, this is my cousin, Lu Bo. Li Qiushui introduced the youth beside her. Many thanks to Mr. Li for saving my life. Lu Bo rushed at Li Xingyun and similarly clasped his fists in gratitude. Are you guys entering the city? Mr. Li? Li Qiushui asked. Then why don't we travel in pairs? And when we get to Xinwu City, we can also properly thank Gengzi for saving our lives. Li Qiushui warmly invited. Their guards on this trip had been killed or injured, and this was still a short distance from Divine Martial City. If he could have a few people accompanying him, Li Xingyun, then he would be able to keep a safe place. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Li Xingyun nodded with a smile, and accompanied the beautiful woman. It's also a great experience. Li Xingyun agreed. And naturally, Elder Feng and Yuan Tiangang behind him had no objections. After waiting a little longer for the people from the Langya Chamber of Commerce to clean up the battlefield, the group then once again stepped onto the carriage heading to Divine Martial City. Chapter 12 The Good Feeling Quest. In the carriage Li Xingyun was introduced by Li Qiushui after there was also a general understanding of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Luanjia Chamber of Commerce is just a small chamber of commerce. In the Xinwu City is even more inconspicuous existence. The highest combatant of the Chamber of Commerce was also Li Qiushui's father, a 7th grade patriarch. Mr. Li, are you also from Divine Martial City? Li Qiushui asked curiously. Well, I'm a native of Divine Martial City. Li Nebula nodded. He hadn't lied. He really hadn't left the boundaries of Divine Martial City since he grew up. Luanjia Chamber of Commerce operates all those places? Li Xingyun had a bold idea in his heart. Once he succeeded, then he would be able to spread his power to the entire Divine Martial Empire at an extremely fast speed. Our Luanjia Chamber of Commerce may not be enough in Xinwu City, but elsewhere, that's a big chamber of commerce too. We have branches in every state throughout the Divine Martial Empire. After waiting for a long time, Lu Bo finally had a chance to perform, and immediately bragged in a bullish manner. Snap! Li Qiushui immediately kicked at Lu Bo, stopping the other party from continuing to speak. Turning his head and smiling, he explained to Li Xingyun. Don't listen to his bragging, Mr. Li. Our Luangjia Chamber of Commerce is a small chamber of commerce. Selling some specialty products between the states of the Divine Martial Empire is no better than a truly great chamber of commerce. Ha ha, that's pretty impressive too. Is your father in Divine Martial City? I'd like to find him to do some business. Li Xingyun smiled and complimented a sentence. As long as the goods could be transported to the states. The big chambers of commerce all had the support of big powers behind them, and it was not really easy to control them by themselves. Well, yes, when we get to Divine Martial City, I'll report to father. Li Qiushue was a smart person. Seeing that Li Xingyun did not directly say the business she wanted to cooperate with, it was naturally because the two of them were not at a high enough level, and she would not ask more questions. Ding! The host triggers a randomized quest to create his own chamber of commerce. Task 1: Make Li Qiushue's favorability reach 100 and become the host's beloved. Reward for mission completion is 1 golden grade inheritance optional card. Li Nebula was ecstatic in his heart. As long as you can gain 100 points of Li Qiushue's goodwill, you will be able to obtain a golden grade inheritance of your choice. The difficulty of this task could be easier than controlling half of the guardian force of Divine Martial City. The main thing is that the rewards are pretty good. 2. Gold grade inheritance needs to draw 100 red grade draws to get it. A la carte is definitely worth more. Blood money. Little thoughts sprang up in Li Xingyun's heart. System, is it okay if I give Li Qiushue an inheritance bead directly? The inheritance bead could pull a person's loyalty to Li Xingyun straight to the fullest. If it's possible, it's a free reward, isn't it? Ding! Please don't be paranoid. The mission requirement is 100 points of goodwill, instead of 100 points of loyalty, whether or not to accept the mission. Accepted. The system's words were like a pot of cold water, breaking Li Xingyun's fantasies. Mission accepted successfully. Now open Li Qiushue favorability change reminder broadcast. Hey, well, I knew there was no such good thing. Nebula Li was prepared for this. It wasn't much of a disappointment. If it was so easy to accomplish, it would be better to give him a reward for nothing. Miss Li, have you ever been married? Li Xingyun stared at Li Qiushue's delicate and pretty face. He asked with a bad smile that turned up the corners of his mouth slightly. Ha? Still, not yet? Why is Mr. Li asking this? Li Qiushue's heart immediately tightened and, somewhat at a loss for words, he looked at Li Xingyun. Could it be that Mr. Li has taken a liking to me? Li Qiushue couldn't help but take a serious look at Li Xingyun once again. Broad shoulders and narrow waist with long legs, sword eyebrows and starry eyes with a hint of bad smile on his face, dressed in a black silk power suit, completely dressed as a fluttering gentleman. Looking at her, she couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart, and her pretty face was colored with a blush. Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushue's favorability has risen by 1 point, currently 41 points. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the favorability level go up a bit? I was just asking. Think what you want. It's simply inexplicable. Lu Bo on the side felt bad. His cousin is the one he misses. It can't be abducted by Li Xingyun. Mr. Li is a man of character. I'm sure he has many confidants around him. Lu Bo was explicitly praising Li Xingyun, but secretly he was reminding Li Qiushue. Li Nebula looks like a womanizer. You can't fall for it. Ahem. Li Xingyun sniffed with some embarrassment. He claimed some innocence when he hadn't fused his memories of his previous life, with only one Linglong by his side for company, and he hadn't eaten yet. I only listen to music on weekdays, but I don't know anything about men and women. Never even been to a greenhouse. Seeing that Li Xingyun didn't answer positively, Li Qiushue thought that she was right by her cousin. I couldn't help but feel a little lost, but then I put it behind me. Monogamy is not promoted here. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Someone likes it, that's the only way to show that Li Nebula is good. I'm just asking casually. My family has been pushing me hard lately. Li Xingyun smiled and waved his hand, and there was no intention of explaining. In that case, what does Gengzi's family do? Li Qiushue asked curiously. My father is a minor official at the imperial court. Li Xingyun had no intention of revealing his identity. Open your mouth without blushing. I didn't realize that Mr. Li still comes from a famous family. What a loss of respect. Li Qiushue was instantly pleased that, after the officer, Shenwu City's official that was put into the local states and counties wasn't a great person. Cough cough. Elder Feng was drinking from the wine gourd at his waist at this time, and when he heard Li Xingyun's words, there was a violent coughing fit, and he nearly choked himself to death. A minor official? If Nebula Li's father is a minor official, then who else in the entire Divine Martial Empire can be called a great official? In other words, the entire Shenwu continent. Is there a bigger official than Li Xingyun's father? Divine Martial Emperor Li Qianquan? Mr. Li, what is going on with Elder Feng? Li Shui was startled by Old Man Feng's action and hurriedly asked. It's fine. He's drunk. Li Xingyun kicked Feng Lao. Remind him not to badger himself. Aha, yes. Old man drank too much. Drank too much. Elder Feng hurriedly laughed along. Not the slightest bit of a land god stance. In his opinion, Li Nebula was looking at someone else's girl, and he definitely had to cooperate. Yuan Tiangang leaned alone against the wagon with no intention of joining in the chat. The mind kept deducing something. A few people had arrived at Divine Martial City between their talks and laughter, and after checking, they headed towards the city. A few people chatting hot. At this time the East Palace Crown Prince's residence is not so calm. Eunuch Shang, what do you think about this matter of father wanting to arrange a marriage for 13th brother? Crown Prince Li Xinglong asked as he sat on a high seat, looking expressionlessly at the eunuch in front of him. Your Highness, the miscellaneous family feels that this is an opportunity. A hint of a smile appeared on Eunuch Shang's white, beardless face. Tell me. Li Xinglong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. He also felt that it was an opportunity. That Li Xingyun was different from other emperors. The 13th prince does not have the support of his mother's family, and it is impossible for him to have any influence on your highness's position. But the Wind Elder beside the 13th prince is a great help to you. Your highness, even if the 13th prince were to marry, his majesty would not give him a fief. Will definitely keep him in Divine Martial City, and if your highness can bring the 13th prince into the fold, then he can suppress the 8th prince a few. It is naturally good for you. Eunuch Zhang smiled and analyzed a bit. That's a good point. You're going to walk to the Haoran school. Let the woman of the right age get in touch with the 13th brother and contact him. And even if he can't pull the strings, he definitely can't let anyone else have their way. Li Xinglong's slender fingers tapped lightly on the desktop. Yes, the miscellaneous family will go and do it now. Eunuch Zhang slowly exited the Great Hall. Similar scenes were played out in other royal residences. Crown Prince Li Xinglong was left disabled some years ago, which gave hope to the many royals who had ideas. Mr. Li, we're here. This is our Luangjia Chamber of Commerce's landing point in Shenwu City. It's a bit shabby. Please forgive me. Li Qiushua smiled as she jumped off the carriage and introduced herself to Li Xingyun. Li Nebula followed his gaze forward. The Luanhua Chamber of Commerce landed in a courtyard, which was not very large and it can only accommodate a dozen or so people, and looks very ordinary, belonging to the kind that is not eye-catching. Well, not bad, quite cozy. Li Xingyun smiled and nodded his head. The two of them stepped out of the car with the windy old man Yuan Tiangang. Cousin, you take Mr. Li and the others to the hall to rest first. I'll go report to father. Li Shui commanded as she looked to Lu Bo, who had his head drooping at the side. Along the way, Li Xingyun and Li Shui talked to each other so much that their goodwill broke through 50 points. This can be Lu Bo hard to bad. See, his cousin is about to be arched, but he cannot do anything about it. Chapter 13 Business. Good. Lu Bo nodded breathlessly and greeted Li Xingyun as he walked towards the hall. Li Shui, on the other hand, jogged all the way to Luangjia Chamber of Commerce President Li Hu's study. Daddy. Oh, Yuki's back? Did the trip go well? Li Hu looked up with a smile and looked to Li Shui. Li Hu looked to be in his early 40s, with a very strong body. Don't mention it. On the way, we encountered mountain bandits robbing the road, and almost couldn't come back. Little Snow. You're not hurt, right? Upon hearing this, Li Hu immediately tensed up and, rising from his chair in a hurry, he quickly stepped forward. It's all right, thanks to the help of Mr. Easily with his guards. Otherwise you really won't be able to see your daughter me. Li Shui explained with a smile. Easily? Quickly tell daddy, what's going on here? Li Hu listened in confusion and hurriedly asked after him. A few minutes later, Li Shui roughly explained the matter, and only then did Li Hu understand. You say that Easy Li wants to do a business with me? Yeah, but he didn't say exactly what kind of business it was, so daddy can ask himself later on. He saved your precious daughter. You guys pit him, Li Shui hurriedly reminded. Ha, don't worry, daddy has his heart in the right place. You girl. Li Hu looked at Li Shui and shook his head helplessly. Knowing a daughter is like a father. He could feel that Li Shui's attitude towards Li Xingyun was very unusual. That's good. Daddy, go now. Don't let Mr. Li and the others wait and get anxious. Finished speaking, Li Qiuyu then pulled Li Hu's arm towards the hall. Good. Li Hu smiled helplessly and followed Li Shui towards the hall. Mr. Easy Li, thank you for your righteousness and saving my daughter. I really can't thank you enough. As soon as Li Hu walked into the hall, he immediately smiled broadly and walked towards Li Xingyun. Senior is polite. It's not enough to raise your hand. Li Nebula similarly rose and, smiling, he responded. Li Xingyun came from a royal family, so naturally he had nothing to say in terms of etiquette. I heard from my daughter that Mr. Li wants to do a business with my old man? The two exchanged a few pleasantries and Li Hu then asked with a smile, well, there is a business that I would like to seek cooperation from the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Li Nebula nodded. I wonder what kind of business? Li Hu revealed an interested look and asked with a smile. Li Nebula's gaze swept around. At this moment, there were only Li Hu's father and daughter, Li Nebula and the three of them in the Great Hall. There were no bystanders. Lu Bo excused himself as early as Li Hu came in. He felt very uncomfortable when he stayed with Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun took out a white-grade ordinary delinquent inheritance bead and placed it in front of Li Hu. This is? Li Hu picked up the inheritance bead and examined it curiously for a moment. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at Li Xingyun. He had never seen this thing before and naturally didn't know what it did. This item is called a spirit bead, and after taking it, you can enhance your martial arts cultivation. Li Nebula naturally couldn't say that it was the inheritance bead and made up a name off the top of her head and said, Spirit beads? Enhancing martial arts cultivation? Elixirs that can enhance martial arts cultivation exist. The Shinwu Temple's Great Return Pill and Small Return Pill is one of the more famous ones, which is said to be able to top 3 to 5 years of hard training after taking it. Mr. Li, I wonder how many years of cultivation this spirit bead can raise. Li Hu's expression, which was still smiling, instantly became grave. Things that can enhance cultivation are invariably supreme treasures, and simply won't circulate on the market. Ordinary people have even less access to it. This is a white lower-grade spirit bead. Taking it can allow an ordinary person to immediately gain the strength of a first-grade zongsher. Li Xingyun smiled and took a sip of the tea. He had long had the idea that the taker of the inheritance bead was deathly loyal to him. Borrowing the channels of the Chamber of Commerce to circulate the inheritance beads into the entire empire would be the equivalent of his eyes and ears being spread throughout the entire world. Undercover agents are what the bad guys are best at, and those who have acquired the bad guy heritage are equally suited to be undercover agents. Just look at the genocide. The little baby Hades is a tough guy, too, fighting his way into the bad guys on his own, and worked his way up to a handful. Snap! Li Hu was still immersed in the effects of the spirit beads, but Li Chou Shui on the side was momentarily lost in thought. The tea light in his hand fell off and shattered into pieces. Surly, Li Hu was also awakened by the loud noise and hurriedly looked into Li Xingyun's eyes. Seriously? Li Hu stared dead in the eyes of Li Xingyun. The value of this spirit bead was too high. The high is simply unbelievable. Even the Divine Martial Temple's Great Restoration Pill can only turn an ordinary person into a third-grade martial artist. Even a gifted one is a fifth-grade martial artist, which is not half a star's difference from the effect of the spirit beads. If President Li doesn't believe in it, he can also find someone to try it out. Li Xingyun said with a smile. How many spirit beads does Mr. Li have in his hand? Li Hu let out a long breath and calmly asked. Spirit beads are a one-time commodity, and if the quantity of, it's hard to get much bang for your buck, even if it works well, as long as the money is there, as much as you want. I not only have white lower-grade spirit beads that, there are also higher-grade spirit beads that are even more effective. Li Nebula's big pie came out of his mouth. As long as the money is there he can raffle off as much as he wants. Yuan Tiangang on the side didn't have any reaction, but Feng Lao was a bit unsettled. He didn't know about these things, and if it wasn't for the bad timing, he would have wanted to grab Li Xingyun and ask him nicely. Phew, Mr. Li, what is the price of this spirit bead? Li Hu had already begun to calculate in his heart. He estimated that the effect of this spirit bead was so good. The price is definitely not cheap. At the very least 300 taels of gold. Li Nebula smiled and stretched out a finger. 10,000 taels? Li Hu immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This price was a bit outrageous. But when you think about the effects of this stuff, it seems normal enough. Li Chou Shui, who was on the side, swallowed a mouthful of water and looked at Li Xingyun with a gaze filled with curiosity. What kind of person is he? It's amazing that he can come up with this kind of treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Li Xiaoshua's favorability has increased by 5 points, currently 55 points. The Grandmaster was right. Money is for women. It went up 5 favorability points just by looking at it. Beautiful. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head as he opened his mouth to explain. 1,000 taels of gold for a white lower grade spirit pearl, 2,000 taels for a middle grade, 3,000 taels for a top grade, 4,000 taels of perfect quality, corresponding to the first, second, third, and fourth grades of the sovereign respectively. This price was set long ago by Li Xingyun. His purpose was not to enrich himself. Prices are too high for proliferation. How much money can't be screwed up when you become emperor in the future? Selling one inheritance bead he can get 520 pieces, which is already very good. This is so cheap? Li Hu was a little surprised. This price is a big difference from what he thought. You know that the price of the great reparation pill on the market is at 500 taels of gold. The effect of this spirit bead is better, but the price is lower. Ha ha, President Li, how about it? Are you interested in doing this business with me? Li Xingyun laughed happily as he looked at the surprised faces of the Li family's father and daughter. For Li Xingyun, it didn't matter who he worked with, as long as it wasn't one of the crowd of emperors. Mr. Li, I wonder if this spirit bead can have any side effects? Li Hu asked carefully. In his opinion, if such a good thing was sold so cheaply, then it must have a lot of side effects. There are no side effects, but you can only take one for life. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head. The side effects are indeed none, but only being able to take one for life is indeed nonsense on his part. His destination planted a large number of undesirables out there, and if the legacy beads were all centralized and eaten, it's not good for him instead. Li Hu nodded his head. It was normal to only take one of such a heavenly object. Mr. Li, it's a matter of great importance. Can you let me find someone to try? But don't worry, whether it's a success or not, 1,000 taels of gold must be offered. Chapter 14, The Great Tiger. Yes, Li Nebula nodded, and as he spoke even more effusively, it's also hard for others to accept until they see the results. It was just as well that he had to be sure of one thing. Thank you, Mr. Li. Snowy, you go get Big Tiger. Li Hu first arched his hand at Li Xingyun, then rushed to Li Qiushui, who was at the side, and instructed him. Yes, father. Li Qiushui naturally carried on, immediately getting up and heading out. It didn't take long to call in a strapping young man. The youth had a naive smile on his face and saluted Li Hu as soon as he entered. President. Aha. Li Hu nodded his head and immediately introduced himself to Li Xingyun. This is our Luwenjia Chamber of Commerce's adopted child, Da Hu, a third-grade martial artist. Li Nebula similarly looked at the Great Tiger. Name, Big Tiger. Age, 26. Charm value, 42. Favorability, 18. Cultivation, third-grade martial artist. Force Langya Chamber of Commerce. The favorability was only 18 points, equivalent to a passerby, which was normal. The two had met for the first time after all. Li Hu introduced the function of the spirit bead to Dahu. Dahu then took the spirit bead to the center of the hall and sat down on his knees to take it. For a moment all the gazes in the room looked at Big Tiger, feeling the change in him. As Dahu took the white normal delinquent inheritance bead, a mysterious aura began to appear that Big Tiger's realm also began to climb up. Immediately, he broke through from the original third-grade martial artist to the fourth grade. Amazing! Li Hu instantly widened his eyes and looked at Big Tiger with shock in his eyes. It's one thing to hear about it. It's another to see it with your own eyes. 5th grade martial artist, 6th grade martial artist, 7th grade martial artist. The Great Tiger realm climbed extraordinarily fast. It took but a quarter of an hour to break through to the early stage of the 1st grade Zongshi. It was followed by the mid-1st grade sect master, and eventually slowed to a halt at the late 1st grade sect master. Big Tiger exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stood up, looking at the crowd around him. There was obviously something different when his eyes swept over Li Xingyun, but he quickly suppressed it and acted as if nothing had happened. Li Xingyun's original somewhat tense mood was suddenly relieved, just as he had expected. Targets with a fused badass legacy will automatically hide their identity and hibernate. Name, Big Tiger. Age, 26. Charm value, 42. Loyalty, 100. Inheritance, white normal grade badass inheritance. Cultivation, late 1st grade Zongshi. Affiliation, Langya Chamber of Commerce, undesirable people. Big Tiger's panel had indeed changed as well, with his loyalty reaching 100 points. There have also been some changes in the forces belonging to it. Dahu, how are you feeling? Li Hu saw Big Tiger get up and, taking 3 steps to the Big Tiger's body, he examined it. President, I feel great. I feel like I have inexhaustible power all over my body. Daho smiled nervously and, reaching out with his big hand, he scratched the back of his head. Indeed magical. Li Hu checked carefully and confirmed that Big Tiger was fine. That's when he put his head down and claimed a sigh of relief. Mr. Li, this is truly divine. Go. Let's go to the study and discuss the details of our partnership. Li Hu felt excited all of a sudden and greeted Li Xingyun. He was too excited. The Langya Chamber of Commerce has been deteriorating day by day since the death of its last president, a martial saint-level expert. And if we can hold on to Li Xingyun's thigh, he was confident of restoring the Luwenjia Chamber of Commerce to its former glory. No, I should say, to the next level. It was even possible to make it to the largest chamber of commerce in the Divine Martial Empire. Good point. Nebula Li nodded and stood up. On his way out, he didn't forget to wink at Li Qiushui, who was dumbfounded on the side. Li Qiushui's pretty face suddenly blushed. A young girl is in lust. Li Xingyun is handsome. His family is not bad. And he can take out such a treasure. How could she not be impressed? Mr. Li, he wouldn't really fancy me. Would he? How else? Else would you take out such a treasure to do business with the tiny Langia Chamber of Commerce? In her opinion, there was nothing in the Luangjia Chamber of Commerce that would catch Li Xingyun's eye. Except for yourself. Thinking of this, Li Qiushui's pretty face suddenly blushed a small heart-thumping. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushui's favorability has increased by 5 points, currently 60 points. For his part, Li Xingyun smiled as he and Li Hu walked toward the study, with Yuan Tiangang following closely behind. Elder Feng, on the other hand, didn't get up, with Yuan Tiangang around. Li Xingyun's safety was guaranteed. Mr. Li, this is a big deal, and I have a few questions I want to ask you. Li Hu postures very low. You say. Li Xingyun walked towards the desk and sat down. Self-consciously. Not the least bit polite. You could have looked for a bigger chamber of commerce to buy and sell spirit beads. Why did you choose us? The Langia Chamber of Commerce? Li Hu asked the biggest question of all. I have my own examination. There is nothing in the Langia Chamber of Commerce that can catch my eye, so you don't have to worry. Li Xingyun replied with a smile as he absently surveyed the desk. Aha! Li Hu didn't get the result and didn't pursue it any further. He was a smart man that. He wouldn't continue to ask if Li Nebula didn't say anything. Mr. Li, the lure of the spirit pearls is too great. I can't hold onto them with my Langia Chamber of Commerce alone. Li Hu smiled bitterly with some helplessness. He still understands the reasoning of the piker. It's fine. I'll have Yuan Tiangang help you in the early stages. He's there to hold down the town. Li Xingyun pointed to Yuan Tiangang on the side and laughed. He had prepared for this long ago, and he had considered these questions a long time ago. Aha! Li Hu nodded his head, knowing that Li Xingyun had eaten himself up, and did not say anything more. The two men went on to finalize the exact split of the partnership. No matter what grade of spirit bead, Li Hu was going to add 200 taels of gold to the price given by Li Xingyun, which was a payment to the Langia Chamber of Commerce. This is 5 white lower grade, 1 white middle grade, and 1 white upper grade spirit bead. I'll come pick up the money in 3 days. Li Xingyun smiled and took out 7 inheritance beads and placed them on the desk. 5 white lower grade spirit beads are 500 taels of gold. 1 white middle grade is 200 taels of gold. The top grade was 300 taels of gold, plus the one taken by Dahu. The total was worth 100 taels of gold. Good. The Langia Chamber of Commerce will definitely prepare the gold in 3 days. Li Hu guaranteed a sentence. The three headed down the hall. After coming to the living room where a few people exchanged a few words, Li Xingyun got up with the intention of leaving. President Li, Miss Li, it's getting late. I'll go back first and come back to visit another day. Ah, Li, Mr. Li, stay for a meal. Li Qiushui heard that Li Xingyun wanted to leave. He was so upset that he blurted out. Don't bother. I have business at home. Farewell. Li Xingyun smiled and waved his hand. The desire to refuse and welcome made him use it brilliantly. Then I'll see you off. Li Qiushui hurriedly got up. The day had filled her with curiosity about Li Xingyun, and when she heard that Li Xingyun wanted to leave, she couldn't help but feel empty inside. Li Hu saw this and let out a long sigh. Mr. Li, my daughter is very reluctant to leave you. Why don't you let her go to your residence for a few days? Father, what are you saying? Li Qiushui immediately glared at Li Hu with a small blushing face. Chapter 15, The Denizen. Li Hu naturally had his calculations. He was afraid that the impact of selling spirit beads would be too great. Yuan Tiangang may not be able to preserve the Langia Chamber of Commerce. He doesn't want his daughter to get into this mess. To say that someone can keep Li Qiushui safe, that was only the mysterious Mr. Li in front of him, and seeing that his daughter was interested in Li Xingyun, he raised it. What does Mr. Li think? Li Hu ignored Li Qiushui and looked at Li Xingyun to ask after him. Miss Li was born so beautiful. If you are willing to come and stay in my mansion, that would be my good fortune. Li Xingyun was stunned at first, then replied with a smile. Delivered to the door of the big white buns, which have no reason not to eat. Thought of this. Li Xingyun swept another glance toward Li Qiushui's uprightness and nodded with satisfaction. Schwerer, go to Mr. Li's house for 2 days. Li Hu looked at Li Qiushui with a complicated face. This. Li Qiushui looked at her father and then at Li Xingyun. She also sensed her father's perversity. Good. Well, then I'll bother Mr. Li. After thinking about it, Li Qiushui still agreed. Her favorability towards Li Xingyun had come to 60 points. It's so close to breaking through from a good feeling to a favorite that it's natural to be willing. Let's go. Li Xingyun smiled and nodded to greet Li Qiushui as she walked along. Aha! Li Qiushui trotted 2 steps to Li Xingyun's side. Walking side by side, Li Hu looked at the scene in front of him with a complex expression. Elder Feng, go back and notify the family that they have guests and pack up the room out. Li Xingyun rushed to the side and commanded Elder Feng. Yuan Tiangang stayed at the Lengya Chamber of Commerce, and at this time, only Elder Feng could command. Yes, Your Excellency. Elder Feng nodded. He understood what Li Xingyun meant. It was a way for him to go back and say hello ahead of time and not spoil the fun. After Elder Feng left, Li Xingyun led Li Qiushue slowly and leisurely towards a mansion in the city. As a prince, he naturally wouldn't have only one residence, and yesterday the 13th prince's residence was burned. It needed to be repaired and he moved to another residence with Linglong. Miss Li, how many people are in your family? Li Xingyun asked with a smile. My father and I are all that's left of my family. My mother died some years ago. Mr. Li, you can just call me Qiushue. It's quite rusty to keep calling me Miss Li Miss Li. Li Qiushue didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness being mentioned. Smiling, she raised her little head to look at Li Xingyun's side face crookedly and laughed. Ah, well, then you shouldn't call me Mr. Li, just call me by my name. Li Xingyun's heart trembled. Before there were many people he teased the other party and didn't feel anything. At this time there were only 2 people left. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating a couple of minutes faster. Well, Easy Li, how old are you? Li Qiushue, on the other hand, asked as if she had discovered something extraordinary, her bright eyes lightly trembling. 18, will be 19 in a while. Li Nebula got a little embarrassed. It was clear in his mind that this Li Qiushue was a bit older than himself. Ah, Li Qiushue was instantly shocked. She was originally all set to call out to Brother Luce. This will suddenly turn out to be the brother at large? You're 3 years younger than me. Ha, well. Li Nebula nodded helplessly, then felt that he shouldn't be such a wimp. What's wrong with being younger? You're not younger yourself. What's wrong, Sister Qiushue? Li Xingyun badgered and approached Li Qiushue's pretty face. It stopped so hard in front of her face that the tips of their noses almost touched. Li Qiushue's pretty face flushed with a speed visible to the naked eye. She could feel the male sniffles close at hand by now, which caused her to step back a bit overwhelmed. What are you doing? Li Qiushue let out an angry cry. Li Xingyun was also nervous in his heart. He had learned all these techniques from the internet in his previous life. Still a little rusty from the first time I used it. You are so pretty. Li Xingyun didn't answer her question. Instead, he smiled and complimented, then laughed and walked forward. You, denizen. Li Qiushue's heart was both shy and happy. It also seemed as if a warm current had surged through her heart, making her extraordinarily excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushue's favorability has increased by 5 points. Currently 65 points. 65 points yet? Liking yourself so easily? Li Xingyun frowned. A little bit of a trance. Are girls that easy to handle? But what he didn't realize was that a young, good-looking, girl-pleasing teenagers with a decent family background are inherently attractive to girls. Li Qiushue didn't take the initiative to pursue, all because she's more shy now. The two playfully arrived at a lavishly styled mansion with a plaque inscribed with 2 large characters. Li's house. Easy. Your house is so big The 2 of them laughed and joked all the way. Li Qiushue's address to Li Xingyun also became affectionate. Come on. I'll take you in for a stroll. Li Xingyun smiled and walked towards the mansion. There are quite a few people serving around Li Xingyun. 50 personal guards, counting Linglong a total of 5 maids. There were also some servants who cooked and did odd jobs. Your Excellency, you're back? Li Xingyun was leading Li Qiushue around the garden. Linglong, who heard the news, rushed out to greet them. Elder Feng had already greeted her long ago, and her address to Li Xingyun became Gongzi. Well, Linglong, let me introduce to you. This is the daughter of the Lengya Chamber of Commerce, Li Qiushue, to stay at our house for a while. Autumn Snow. This is Linglong, my maid of honor. Li Xingyun smiled and introduced the 2 to each other. Good day, Miss Autumn Snow. Linglong curtsied very sensibly. Hello Linglong. After the 2 of them greeted each other, Linglong came to Li Xingyun's side and whispered, Your Highness, after you left this morning a man claiming to be Yuan Tiangang delivered several secret books. It's going to be handed to you. Linglong didn't know that Yuan Tiangang was Yuan Qi. Well, I know. You take Miss Qiushue and arrange for a place to stay. I'll go take a look. Li Xingyun is a bit curious. What did Yuan Tiangang send? Li Qiushue, who was on the side, watched as the 2 people pressed face to face and whispered to each other. The heart couldn't help but feel a little depressed. A very uncomfortable feeling. Miss Qiushue, the male has things to take care of, so let me take you to your residence to take a look around. I'm sorry, said Linglong, smiling up. Aha. Li Qiushue nodded. Qiushue, tell Linglong what you want to eat. We'll eat together later. I'm sorry, Li Xingyun said with a smile. Good. After waiting for the two to leave, Li Xingyun walked towards his bedroom with large strides. He wanted to see what kind of treasure Yuan Tiangang had sent. At this time Luangjia Chamber of Commerce is also very unsettled. Li Hu had already arranged for someone to spread the news of the Spirit Pearl, and someone would be coming to the door tomorrow. Mr. Yuan, there really won't be any problems, right? Li Hu asked with some uneasiness. No harm done, Yuan Tiangang casually replied. At the same time, he used his true chi to raise all the items in the entire hall 3 feet off the ground. This, land immortal? Li Hu was instantly shocked. He had never thought that the Yuan Tiangang turned out to be a land god. Chapter 16, Nightly Ghosts Looking Souls, Uncanny Demands for Life. When Li Xingyun came into the bedroom, his eyes saw several secret books on the table. The 9 Spectres Xin Tian Divine Skill and the Big Dipper Skill. Li Nebula was stunned and randomly realized that it wasn't strange for Yuan Tiangang to have the 9 Secrets Xin Tian Divine Skill. He's got a lot of good stuff on his hands. In addition to the 2 secret books, there was also a letter, which Li Xingyun opened and looked at. The general idea was to tell Li Xingyun to cultivate, and the method of cultivation was offered along with it. Yin and Yang in unison? Yuan Tiangang told Li Nebula to cultivate both the Big Dipper technique and the 9 mysteries Xin Tian Divine Power. 1 Yin and 1 Yang. Achieve the road to invincibility. It's good to have a wise man, someone who can advise you on everything. Just be a doodle yourself. Li Xingyun smiled frankly and picked up the 2 secret books and looked at them. Then said to the system, open the personal panel. Name Li Nebula. Age, 18 years. Charm value, 96. Cultivation level, mid-first grade master. Technique, Divine Martial Heart Sutra. Forces, Xuanhe Cult. Bad people. Langia Chamber of Commerce. This was the first time Li Nebula had looked at his attribute panel, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. 96 points of charisma. Is he so handsome himself? However, the strength of a first-grade sect master was indeed a bit weak, just like a little Karami. Nebula Li took a look at the 2 secret books and put them away in the system space. Cultivation is not urgent. Eating with a beauty is important. When Li Xingyun arrived at the hall, Li Qiuxue was already waiting early. There were people on top of the table with several delicacies. Linglong, come and sit together. Li Xingyun came to sit on Li Qiuxue's right-hand side. Smiling, he greeted Linglong. Yes, Your Excellency. Linglong was very attentive and sat on Li Xingyun's right-hand side. What are you doing so close to me? Li Qiuxue looked at Li Xingyun's choice to sit beside her instead of choosing to sit in the main seat, and asked with some bemusement. What? Not welcome. Li Xingyun looked at the other party's favorability and teased with a smile. With 65 points of goodwill and already liking yourself, it's natural to go overboard with a little physical contact, a little flirtation going on. Whatever. Li Qiuxue murmured softly. Come and try the bear's paw. Li Xingyun was very enthusiastic and put a piece of bear paw into Li Qiuxue's bowl. Oh. Li Qiuxue glanced at Linglong with some embarrassment and lowered her head to eat. Here, Linglong, you eat too. Li Xingyun similarly picked up a chopstick and put it into Linglong's bowl. Thank you, sir, you're very kind. The 3 of them chatted as they ate, and their relationship grew closer. Li Xingyun pretended that he had no intention of doing so, and his big hand was quietly placed on Li Qiuxue's straight and slender thighs on the side, so soft and stretchy. This was the first sensation of Li Xingyun. Even with the fabric covering it, it still felt good in his hand. Li Qiuxue immediately trembled and her pretty face blushed. The whole person dared not move as if they were immobilized. Then slowly turning his head to look at Li Xingyun, he whispered in words that only 2 people could hear. What are you doing? Li Xingyun couldn't help but feel a sense of relief when he looked at her blushing face. Isn't it fun to have a cool, beautiful woman get flushed by herself? Eat? For you to clip the food clip. Hand a little sore. Put down to rest for a while. I'm sorry. Nebula Li explained with a smile. You rascal. Li Qiuxue is not a fool. The right hand clamped the dish that. How can the left hand be sore? Find a reason also. Also not find a better one. Seeing that she didn't resist her little thing, Li Xingyun couldn't help but be bold. Squeezed at the rounded thighs and felt the elasticity. Li Qiuxue's pretty face was as if it could drip blood. Even the beautiful eyes were filled with a mist of water. Miss Qiuxue, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Are you not feeling well? Linglong looked at Li Qiuxue with a serious face and asked. No, it's fine. I'm probably a little tired. Just rest for the night. Li Qiuxue hated to find a crack in the ground at this time. Turning his head around, he gave Li Xingyun a blank look without a good mood, as if to say that it was all you're doing. Li Nebula was not the least bit surprised, but instead went even further and stretched out his fingers to scratch. It's fine. Just let Autumn Snow have a good night's sleep later. Li Xingyun smiled and placed his right hand on sit down as well, reaching out to Linglong's thigh and squeezing it. Brush. Linglong's body trembled. Her pretty face similarly flushed, and she gently nodded her head, saying no more. Linglong, unlike Li Qiushui, wore a sarong that. Li Xingyun's big hand was placed directly on top of the snow-white skin, which added a few points of tenderness. Just when Li Xingyun was enjoying a flush of happiness, a mountain fortress outside of Shenwu City had welcomed two uninvited guests. Big brother, this place is not bad. It's quite suitable as the headquarters of our Xianying sect. A man dressed in white plain clothes, with a long, tall white hat on his head, on which were written in ancient seal script the four words, "At first sight there is wealth." The woman showing a chasm pinched her orchid fingers and smiled dementedly. Not bad. It fits here. Beside him, a man dressed in a plain black. On his head, he also wore a black hat, on which were written in ancient seal script the four words. The two were really the black and white irregulars who had been saved by Li Nebula during the day. Hao Ling, the Black Infinite, stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Xianling, the White Infinite's thin waist, and laughed maniacally. What man? One of the mountain thieves on night patrol realized what was going on and yelled out with the darkness. Night Ghost Hooker. The uncanny demands life. A slender arm instantly stabbed out of the darkness and ghostly choked the mountain bandit's neck. With a little force, the mountain bandit was understood. A black and a white channel-like demon started killing in the cottage. With the strength of the duo's 9th grade grandmaster, no one in the entire mountain fortress could walk through a single move from their hands. Even if it was the mountain stronghold's grandmaster, a 5th grade sect master, it still wouldn't work. After the two had massacred the cottage, then he took the already crippled cottage master into the middle of a room. What are you going to do? The big dog was horrified and desperately tried to escape. The black and white irregulars glanced at each other, and some excitement flashed in their eyes. White Vagabond laughed as he removed the clothing from his body, revealing his flat belly and high peaks. Looking at the big dog, he couldn't help but gulp, and Black Impermanence similarly took off his clothes, similarly revealing a somewhat slimmer body. A wave of apprehension ran through the big dog's mind, wondering what these two lunatics were up to. Don't you kill me. I can give you anything you want. I'm sorry, begged the big dog desperately. All we want from you is life. Black Impermanence laughed grimly. The two of them then embraced each other as they came to the big dog and encircled him in the center, while shouting at the same time, Night Ghost Hooker. The uncanny demand for life. Two skinny hands were then placed on the big dog. Big Dangjia immediately felt that his internal power was out of control and began to leak out crazily, and the root cause of the leakage was the naked black and white uncanny beside him. When the two felt the influx of internal energy, a flush appeared on their faces. The body couldn't stop shaking. Not a moment too soon. The head of the cottage was then transformed from a big, strong man into a bone-thin corpse. The two men casually discarded the body to the side and embraced each other in oblivion. Not affected in the slightest by the corpse. Chapter 17, The Big Dipper Technique. Nebula Li had dinner with the two girls. After instructing Linglong not to let anyone disturb him, he went to the middle of the room and took out the Jiuyu Xin Tian divine skill to cultivate. As Li Xingyun exhaled and ran his gongfu, a thin black blood mist began to emerge from his body. Very bizarre. As if it were a demon. As the black blood mist gulped, Li Xingyun's aura changed. It went from a fluttering gentleman to something demonic and morbidly beautiful. After a long time, Li Xingyun slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath as his realm stepped into the 2nd grade sovereign. Li Nebula immediately took out the Big Dipper skill and began to cultivate. The black blood mist around his body began to fade, and what appeared instead was a golden light that. This golden light is most masculine, giving an image of unparalleled greatness. It was a stark contrast to the previous 9 mystery Xian heavenly divine energy that was extremely ean and cold. The night turned into a flash, but Li Xingyun's cultivation didn't stop. Miss Linglong, where is Easy? Li Qiushui had a hard time sleeping all night. As soon as she closed her eyes, it was the look of Li Xingyun winking at her with a bad smile, which made her extraordinarily comfortable, and she couldn't wait to see the other party early in the morning. His Excellency is still practicing and ordered that no one be disturbed. Linglong couldn't help but laugh at the other's pining look. So, okay then. Li Qiushui nodded with some disappointment and glanced at Li Xingyun's room once again. President Liu of the Mountain River Association is here and wants to buy spirit beads. Early in the morning, Dahu then ran to Li Hu's study to report. Well, go to him to the lobby and tell him I'll be there later. Li Hu instructed. This wasn't the first power to visit. Uncle, Master Chao of the Tsalai gang is here and wants to buy spirit beads. Lu Bo came to the study to report up. Take it to the hall. I'll be there in a minute. Li Hu was secretly calculating in his mind that the Shanha Association and Tsalai gang were not small in power. It should be the strongest force attracted this time. Thinking of this, he also no longer hesitated. Looking to the side of the changed dress of Yuan Tiangang accompanied the smile. Mr. Yuan, the people have almost arrived. Let's go over and take a look? Yes, call me Grand Marshal from now on. Yuan Tiangang nodded and walked towards the hall with his arms crossed. Yes, Marshal. Li Hu looked at Yuan Tiangang's back and relaxed quite a bit. With this land god, he was full of confidence. There are already 6 people waiting in the middle of the Luangjia Merchant Hall. The Luangjia Chamber of Commerce is a small power. Even if the news of the spirit bead was spread, it would only attract some mid-level forces. President Liu, Gang Leader Chao, Gang Leader Zhu. How are you guys? Li Hu walked into the hall smiling and arching his hand as he greeted the crowd. President Li, you're so big-headed. Making us wait for so long. Gang Leader Zhu is the head of a Shinnon gang, with a big body and a beard. Seeing Li Hu come in, he said with some dissatisfaction. Forgive me, gentlemen, but it is really the spirit beads that are precious one and scarce. It can only be displayed after all of you have arrived. Li Hu was not angry, smilingly walked towards the first seat and sat down. Don't sell yourself short. President Li, is this spirit bead really that magical? The one who spoke was President Liu of the Mountain River Association. And as the words fell, the crowd looked at Li Hu with a skeptical gaze. They are not believing in something so magical. But, what if it is? It doesn't hurt to look. Of course, the white lower grade spirit bead can give an ordinary person the strength of a Zongshi first grade immediately. Priced at 1,200 taels of gold. Would you like to buy and try it out? Li Hu smiled and took out a brocade box from his bosom and opened it. Inside was none other than an inheritance bead. The scene fell into silence. 1,200 taels of gold was not much to them, but no one wanted to blow their money. Seeing this, Li Hu added with a smile, take it and it's ineffective. And don't take a penny. Good. President Li is refreshing. I, Cao Gang, will be the first one to eat crabs. Master Chao of the Cao Gang smiled at the sight and stood up. Zhu Sha, you try the medicine. With that, he greeted an attendant. Yes, Gang Master. Zhu Sha took 2 steps forward without hesitation. The rest of the crowd didn't say anything. They were happy to see someone willing to pay to try. Zhu Sha, I, a disciple of the Cao Gang, have no talent for cultivation and am still an ordinary person. Gang leader Chao looked to the crowd for an introductory sentence. The rest of them also checked to make sure that Zhu Sha was indeed an ordinary person who hadn't stepped into the martial arts path. That's why there was a flurry of nods. Sit down on your knees and just take it directly. Seeing that the crowd had no opinions, Li Hu. Then he handed the brocade box to Zhu Sha and told the other party how to use it. Zhu Sha's words were few. Nodding his head. Accepting the brocade box, he sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. Take out the spirit bead and take it. As Zhu Sha took the spirit bead, a mysterious aura began to appear. Zhu Sha's realm also began to change, immediately entering the first grade of martial arts, followed by the second grade of martial arts, the third grade of martial arts. The breakthrough was very fast. It really works. Gangmaster Chao instantly widened his eyes and took 2 steps forward to observe it up close. The rest of the group similarly got up and got a little closer to observe. There really is something so magical in the world. President Liu's eyes widened in the same shock. It's one thing to hear about it. It's another to see it with your own eyes. 5th grade martial artist, 6th grade martial artist, 7th grade martial artist. Zhu Sha's realm was still climbing, and extraordinarily fast. It took but a quarter of an hour to break through to the early stage of the first grade Zongshi. As Zhu Sha broke through the first grade sovereign, the arcane aura on his body began to dissipate. It eventually stabilized at the middle of the first grade sect. As Zhu Sha rose to his feet, the crowd retreated to their seats and let out a long sigh. What they saw and heard today shook their 3 views. Zhu Sha, how do you feel? Chao Gangmaster of the Cao Gang felt his mouth a little dry and inquired hastily. A glimmer welled up in the bottom of Zhu Sha's eyes, and then it was immediately suppressed by him. But this scene was watched by Yuan Tiangang in the dark. Your Highness's plan is excellent, and more convenient than when this marshal established the bad men back in the day. Yuan Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. I feel good. I'm full of strength. I don't feel any discomfort. I don't know, replied Zhu Sha. At those words a group of people once again looked at Li Hu. President Li, is it true that the spirit bead has no drawbacks? President Liu asked as he stared at Li Hu with burning eyes. No, except that a person can only take one in a lifetime. I'm sorry, Li Hu replied with an expected reaction and a smile. President Li, how many spirit beads do you have left? Mountain River Society. We'll take them all together. President Liu got a satisfactory answer and waved his hand, wanting to take them all. It's hard to train a master of the sovereign realm. A mere 1,000 taels of gold could mold a patriarch. This business was bloody profitable. What are you thinking? I want the Cao Gang too. and my Shinnon gang. For a moment the scene became a bit chaotic. Everyone could see the wonderful use of the spirit beads and opened their mouths. Don't be in a hurry, gentlemen. This first batch of spirit beads is limited. There are only 4 white lower grade spirit beads, 1 white middle grade, and 1 white upper grade left, corresponding to the first dash, second dash, and third ranking patriarchs, respectively. The prices are 1, 200 taels of gold, 2, 200 taels of gold, and 3, 200 taels of gold. Li Hu smiled and introduced himself. The number is limited, so why don't you all discuss how to distribute it first? President Liu and the others looked at each other helplessly and began to discuss the situation. Although there was a disparity in the power of their 6 families, no one could take it all for themselves. Chapter 18, 100 consecutive draws. A quarter of an hour for a few people to discuss their countermeasures. The strongest Mountain River Club took the white upper grade spirit bead, and the second strongest Salha gang got a white lower grade because Zhu Sha had taken one. The Shinnon clan, which was the third in strength, this was awarded the white medium grade spirit bead. The remaining 3 were all white lower grade spirit beads. A few people paid the money, got the spirit beads and were ready to leave. They all had backers behind them. The accident with the spirit beads was a big deal, and they were anxious to report it. President Li, if there are any more spirit beads, don't forget to remind us. The Divine Farmer Gang's gang leader Zhu said with a leathery smile. Li Hu was about to make a few perfunctory remarks, and he didn't know when the next batch of spirit beads would be in place. Suddenly a voice rang from his ears. Tomorrow afternoon, all of you can come back again, and there will naturally be spirit beads then. I'm sorry, Li Hu said, arching his hand without changing his face. The voice naturally came from Yuan Tiangang, who knew some of Li Xingyun's secrets. Good, then we'll come back tomorrow. Several people from the Zhu gang leader received a satisfactory answer and waved their hands with a smile. Li Hu sent a few people away, his heart sinking as he realized that the real test for Langya Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. The miraculousness of the spirit bead would spread throughout Divine Martial City tomorrow, and there would naturally be quite a few people who wanted to hit on him at that time. Da Hu, go and take out all the funds inside the treasury and hand them over to the marshal together. Li Hu thought about it and secretly decided everything in his mind. Yes, President. Da Hu nodded his head as if it was normal. Half an hour later, Yuan Tiangang drove a heavy carriage loaded with gold and silver to the back of Li Xingyun's residence, and moved the gold and silver inside silently when no one was looking. Phew! Li Xingyun in the room took a long breath to stop cultivating. This time, he cultivated the 9 Pantheon Xian Tian Divine Skill and the Heavenly Dipper Skill, the Yin and Yang counterparts, which caused his realm to advance by leaps and bounds, and in just one night plus half of a day's time, the cultivation level then reached the 7th grade Sect Master Consummation. The progress was not ordinary fast. Yuan Tiangang? Li Nebula saw Yuan Tiangang in the room as soon as he opened his eyes. When did you get back? Just arrived. Congratulations to your highness on your cultivation. Yuan Tiangang laughed. It's okay. I feel like I'm on a different path than the rest of them. It seems that as long as one keeps practicing the techniques of the Yin and Yang paths, one will be able to rapidly increase one's cultivation level, Li Nebula said in surprise. Normal people needed to accumulate true qi and open up their meridians, while he didn't. Not bad. Your highness walks the way of chaos. As long as you keep blending Yin and Yang, you will be able to refine. I don't know, Yuan explained. I will continue to search for feats for your highness. Your highness need not worry. Good. You came back because the inheritance beads were sold out? Li Nebula didn't dwell on it. Cultivating at a fast pace is naturally a good thing. Your highness, these 100 taels of gold are the payment for this inheritance bead shipment. Yuan Tiangang explained, pointing first to a small pile of gold. This 200,000 taels of gold is a deposit sent in advance by Li Hu, who wanted to buy more inheritance beads. Yuan Tiangang explained again, pointing to the golden mountain on the side. 200,000 taels? This Langya merchant is quite rich too. Li Xingyun laughed, but it was normal. These days those who could engage in the Chamber of Commerce in Shenwu City, no matter how big or small, that one wasn't poor either. Li Nebula got up from the bed and walked over to the gold and casually collected it into the system space. Li Hu paid a deposit of 200,000 taels, and he himself had to give the other party about 200 inheritance beads. Li Xingyun began to figure out what to plan for the lottery in his mind. Now that he's still hiding in the shadows and hasn't jumped out to seize the throne, the top experts are enough for now. Let's go all white grade then, and it's just the right time to place the staff down. System draw. 100 consecutive draws. That's a total of 100 taels of gold, or 55 white draws. One at a time is too slow. The white carousel began to spin once again, and Li Nebula did not hesitate for a second. Stop, He can't believe he can't win something good in 1,000 raffles. According to the probability, you can also win a blue grade inheritance. Thinking about this, Li Xingyun couldn't help but get excited. Congratulations to the host for gaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *50. Xuanhe Cult Inheritance *12. Mirage Sound Place Inheritance *18. Tongwenkin Inheritance *5. White Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *10. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *5. Mirage Sound Workshop Inheritance *5. Li Xingyun watched for a while with his head spinning. Basically all of them were at the ordinary level, and a few elites that. It seems that he was really lucky to have drawn the minor commander level before. Keep smoking. There are also 955 draws, which are not false at all. Congratulations to the host for gaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *40. Xuanhe Cult Inheritance *15. Mirage Sound Place Inheritance *13. Tongwenkin Inheritance *7. White Elite Level. Inheritance of the Undesirables *12. Inheritance of the Xianxian Cult *5. Inheritance of the Illusory Sound Workshop *5. White Minor Commander Level, Undesirable Inheritance *3. Not bad. There are 3 small commander level inheritances. The last 55 draws and still no blue inheritance? Li Nebula's mind was somewhat broken. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *25. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *11. Mirage Sound Place Inheritance *10. Tongwenkin Inheritance *5. Green Common Level, Bad Man Inheritance *1. Phantom Sound Place Inheritance *2. Blue Normal Level, Undesirable Inheritance *1. Li Nebula let out a long sigh. It's finally out. And it's only a regular level. But it's not bad. Li Nebula then began to take stock of the harvest this time. White Regular Grade. Undesirable Formation *300. Xuanhe Cult *180. Mirage Sound Place *120. Tongwenkin *43. White Elite Grade. Undesirable Formation *100. Xuanhe Cult *110. Mirage Sound Place *50. Tongwenkin *20. White Minor Commander Rank. Undesirable Formation *40. Xuanhe Cult *20. Mirage Sound Place *20. Tongwenkin *10. White Chancellor Rank. Undesirable Formation *15. Xuanhe Cult *8. Mirage Sound Place *5. Tongwenkin *2. Green Common Grade, Bad Man Formation *6. Xianxian Cult *3. Mirage Sound Workshop *2. Blue Normal Grade, Bad Guy Lineup *1. The haul was still pretty good this time around. There are 4 levels below each color legacy that. They are Common, Elite, Minor Commander, and Major Commander. The white grades corresponded to the following martial arts realms: 1st Grade Master, 2nd Grade Master, 3rd Grade Master, and 4th Grade Master. The green grades corresponded to the following martial arts realms: 5th Grade Master, 6th Grade Master, 7th Grade Master, and 8th Grade Master. The blue grades corresponded to the following martial realms: 1st Grade Martial Saint, 2nd Grade Martial Saint, 3rd Grade Martial Saint, and 4th Grade Martial Saint. Nebula Li fetched a small box, putting in the 462 Undesirable Person Inheritance Spirit Beads obtained this time, and taking out another box to put in the 321 Inheritance Spirit Beads of the Xianmei sect. It was then handed over to Yuan Tiangang. The bad man's inheritance bead you hand over to Li Hu. You can see for yourself how it's going to be arranged. I want bad people to root into the entire divine martial empire. Li Xingyun displayed the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. This Xian underworld sect's inheritance bead is sent to the black and white irregulars so that they can enhance their strength. Yes, Your Highness. Yuan Tiangang nodded. There was no one better at building up undesirable people than him. Yuan Tiangang's figure flickered a few times before disappearing from the room. As for the inheritance of the illusory voice workshop in the Tungwen Hall, he had his own plans and did not hand it over to Yuan Tiangang. Chapter 19, Listening to Songs on the Hook, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Li Xingyun stretched his waist and pushed open the door of his room and walked out, when the sky had already darkened. Elder Feng, accompany me for a walk. Li Xingyun had practiced 2 divine skills. Perception was greatly enhanced, and he vaguely detected Wind Elder's aura. This was mainly because Wind Elder hadn't deliberately hidden it, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to perceive it. Your Highness has refined your powers quite a bit. Ha! Elder Feng smilingly appeared beside Li Nebula and laughed. Li Xingyun looked at Elder Feng contemplating whether or not to give the other party an inheritance bead. It's not that I'm worried about Wind Elder's loyalty. It's mainly because the whole undesirable person thing is too troublesome to explain. Not as convenient as eating an inheritance bead. Elder Wind. Here. Li Nebula thought about it but still threw Feng Lao a white plain common cultural hall's inheritance bead. He didn't lack such a one right now. The reason why give ordinary quality? Or considering the wind old man's cultivation, what quality is the same? There was no way to raise his cultivation, so it might as well be a cheap one. Without hesitation, Elder Feng smiled and took it and threw it into his mouth, then picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful. In the next second, a mysterious aura rose from Feng Lao's body, but it quickly disappeared. The whole process took but a few breaths. All no? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at Elder Feng with a smile. Magical. Magical ah. Feng Lao's mood became complicated as he felt these memories. It's good to know. Let's go. Li Nebula didn't say any more and took big steps toward the outside. It was getting late, and he didn't intend to tease Li Choshui. Instead, he went out of the mansion. Your Highness, where are we going? Elder Feng looked at Li Xingyun and asked with a face full of incomprehension and disbelief. I have nothing to do but listen to music on the hook. It didn't take long for an old man and a young man to arrive at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was the most luxurious affair place in Shenwu City, and the girls in it were even more beautiful. Your Highness, how do you come to such a place? Feng Lao looked at the lanterns high up and Tian Shanga, who was full of warblers and swallows, couldn't help but blush in his old face. Haven't been here before? Wanted to come and see what's going on. Li Nebula explained with a smile. Then he walked towards the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. This gentleman, do you look unfamiliar? Is this your first time in our Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? A very insightful bod sister twisted her willow waist to welcome up. Warmly greeting. The bustard looked to be in her early 30s, wearing delicate makeup and not a bad face. The sort of upper middle class. Very boldly dressed, though not showing any key parts of the body. But it is to give people a kind of hazy beauty. Live a ripe little young woman look. First time here. Seeing this array, Li Xingyu smiled somewhat coyly. He is not vain to come to the greenhouse, but when he really faces these veterans in the flower, he is still a little tender. Your Excellency, please come inside. Sister Bustard smiled, revealing 2 dimples and greeting Li Xingyun. The 2 of them went inside. Both of Li Xingyun's clothes and demeanor were extraordinary, so she naturally had to entertain them with all her heart. What's the gentleman's name? Bustard's sister asked while arranging the elegant seats. Li Easy. Li Nebula exposed his nickname once again. After all, it's not good to spread the word that a prince is looking for flowers. Bustard's sister introduced Li Nebula and the 2 of them into a private room on the 2nd floor and ordered the maid to serve refreshments. Mr. Li, shall we look at the roster or shall I introduce you to a girl? I don't know, inquired the body girl. You introduce me to it. Li Xingyun didn't quite understand the process of the greenhouse. It feels similar to KTV though. Enter. Open the booth. Order the princess. Sir, the girls in our Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion are divided into 4 classes. Wind, flower, snow and moon. I wonder what grade you would like to order? Sister Bustard asked. The wind level, which is the lowest level girl, costs 10 taels of silver, or 1 taels of gold. Flower grade costs 50 taels of silver. Snow grade costs 100 taels of silver. The monthly level costs 200 silver taels. That's not a cheap price for comfort. Even the cheapest wind level girl cost the equivalent of $10,000 on Blue Star, and the moon level was $200,000. What's the rank of a flower girl? If you want to play, you should play the flower girl. Be a man of pursuit. Li Nebula opened his mouth and asked, Your Excellency, the flower leader is not among these 4 ranks. The fee for the flower leader's appearance is 100 taels of gold, and sells her art, not her body. Sister Bustard explained with a smile. Fine, then it's going to be the flower leader. Li Xingyun waved his hand. He didn't care about money. No interest in money either. Well lo, Mr. Li, I wonder what class of girl your friend wants. Bustard's sister smiled brightly when she heard Li Xingyun order the flower goddess, then looked at Feng Lao and asked, Ahem, old man. Old man does not enter the female color. I go to the hall to listen to the song on the line. Feng Lao's old face reddened and said with some embarrassment, That's fine. Arrange an elegant seat for him. Li Nebula didn't say anything and ordered with a smile. I have to say that the atmosphere of the Heavenly Fragrance House is very good, and the mood of being here is extraordinarily beautiful. Holler, sir, wait a moment, the flower girl will be here soon. Bustard's sister then led Wind Elder out of the box. Li Xingyun was not in a hurry, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake on the table and putting it into his mouth to chew. Eyes, on the other hand, were directed to the performance on the stage downstairs. The girls who performed were skilled in playing and singing, and a pair of straight and slender jade legs were naturally placed. Extraordinarily tantalizing. Some of the guests in the hall were drinking a little wine and listening to the tunes alone. Some of them were frolicking and playing with the girls in the heavenly fragrance house, which was a wonderful scene. At this time, Yuan Tiangang had already arrived outside of Shenwu City and found the location of the two black and white irregulars. Finding people was easy for him. The black and white irregulars moved quickly, and in one day's time they had collected over 100 mountain bandits, started building up the base camp of the Xianmei cult. The two black and white irregulars are now embracing each other in the middle of the room and talking about love. Suddenly a raspy, muffled voice rang out, waking both of them up. Black and white. The two black and white irregulars were instantly startled, looking in the direction of the voice that. Only a lanky figure stood with his arms folded, his back to the two. The two hurriedly got dressed and got up to kneel on one knee at the figure. Marshal! Marshal! The visitor was none other than the undesirable handsome Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang slowly turned around, holding a box in his hands. Get up! The temple ordered me to give you these inheritance beads. After Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, he sent the treasure chest to the two people by suspending it in the air with his true qi. Cultivate the force as well, and establish the Xianmei cult at the fastest speed possible. Don't let your highness down. Yuan Tiangang's emotionless voice revealed boundless pressure. Yes, we will live up to your highness' expectations. The two black and white irregulars received the treasure chest and took a look at it. The heart burst with joy. With so many inheritance beads, the grassroots of the Xianmei sect could be quickly formed. Yuan Tiangang didn't say anything else, and his figure gradually became illusory. Then disappeared into the room. Chapter 20 Flower Leader, Qing Miaoer. Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell. A light bell rang, and Li Xingyun couldn't help but wonder. Mr. Li, Flower Leader Qing Miaoer is here. Li Nebula didn't have to wait long for. Sister Bustard then walked in again with the flower girl. Li Xingyun raised his eyes toward speculative Qing Miaoer. Qing Miaoer was tall and delicate. A gorgeous green dress outlined her delicate curves. Her slender waist was not too thin to hold. Her collarbones were delicate and sexy, and under the wide swinged dress, a pair of jade feet were hidden, and a small golden bell was tied around the ankle. That's where the clanking sound we heard earlier came from. Qing Miaoer's skin was like snow, delicate and smooth, as if it could be broken by blowing, and her pretty face was delicate and beautiful. A head of long hair like ink clouds, slightly pulled up, a few strands of hair hanging lazily on the side of the cheek, adding a little more charm. Nu Jia has met Mr. Li. Qing Miaoer held a pipa and slightly curtsied. The sound was very crisp and pleasant, as if there was an invisible jade hand brushing over the mind. Hello. Li Xingyun's heart shook. Qing Miaoer was truly charming. Name Qing Miaoer. Age, 19 years. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 10. Cultivation, 2nd grade martial artist. Force Tian Shanga. With a charisma value of 90 points. It's also a perfect color on earth. And with this charming bone, it makes your bones crunch to look at it. Mr. Li, you talk with Miss Miaoer. I'll retire first. Sister Bustard had the good sense to exit the booth, taking the door to the room with her to create a chance for the two to be alone. Miss Miaoer sit. Li Xingyun smiled and waved at Qing Miaoer, signaling her to sit down. First time meeting, Miaoer will play a song for the gentleman. Qing Miaoer's white and red tender jade feet lightly lifted as she slowly walked towards Li Xingyun's side. The bells on her ankles swayed and crunched as she moved, and her steps were as seductive as they could be. What a siren! The bloodthirsty Li Xingyun felt a surge of nameless lust. Hurriedly, he picked up the fine wine on the table and drank it. Good. Thank you, Miss Myrtle. Qing Miaoer wrapped the lute around her chest, her slender jade fingers slowly plucking the strings of the instrument. The movements were graceful with a seductive touch, as if they were teasing the mind, but her eyes were looking at Li Xingyun with a smile on her brow. It seems to be looking at a sweetheart. Peach blossom eyes. Look at anyone like you like them. Li Nebula thought of a scene on the Blue Star in his previous life. Smiling, he shook his head and picked up his glass of wine and sipped. Qing Miaoer's zither was so melodious that Li Xingyun's thoughts could not help but diverge. Just as the two were enjoying themselves, a rough voice rang out. Where's Myrtle? Where's the old man so ing Myrtle? Say, what ing private room did you send my old Myrtle girl to? Mr. Son, Miss Miaoer has a guest. Can I find you another girl? Sister Bustard's voice was a little pleading. Get out of here. I want Miss Miaoer. I'd like to see that ungrateful one robbing the old man. The man's rough voice interrupted Li Xingyun's thoughts, causing him to get a little disgruntled. With a frown, he looked toward the door of the room. The next moment, a magnificent figure barged in despite Sister Bustard's dissuasion. You're the one who ing robbed me of my Myrtle girl, aren't you? The man who broke in was 25, 6 years old, stout in a power suit, with a fierce face. Mr. Son, it was this Mr. Li who came first. Qing Miaoer hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. She didn't want the two of them to fight in Tianxianlu. Don't be afraid, Miss Meower. With my old son here, this kid won't dare bully you. Duke Sun patted his chest and assured with a heroic look. You it? Li Xingyun felt offended. Spending his own money to have fun. This lackadaisical thing came running to give himself a hard time. How dare you scold me? Do you know who my father is? Duke Sun's eyes widened at once and, a face of disbelief. Asterisk asterisk. Which one of your eyes saw me forcing someone? Li Nebula was not the least bit afraid either. Stand up. What do I care who your father is? How can your father be as tough as mine? My father is the chief commander of the Divine Martial City's Brocade Guards. Sun Jihai, you're tired of living, aren't you? When Duke Sun saw that Li Xingyun's face was full of disdain, he immediately reported his family's name in a fiery manner. Oh, then what? Li Xingyun looked at the other party without changing his face. The son of a mere first-grade patriarch plus the commander-in-chief of the Brocade Guards was not in his sights, and he didn't even have the intention of letting Elder Feng make a move. Sun Yang was a bit confused. This situation is not right. Shouldn't the other guy be ting his pants when he hears about his backstage? Mr. Sun has a strong background? Shall I get you another girl? I'm sorry, said Bustard's sister, taking 2 steps forward to dissuade her. Although Li Xingyun was not well dressed, could he possibly be stronger than the only son of the chief commander of the Brocade Guards? Oh, get out of my way and stay out of my way. I'd like to see what the tiny chief commander of the Brocade Guards can do to me. Li Xingyun glared at Bustard's sister and sneered. What kind of a thing is it to listen to music on your own high? What a big dog's guts. Today your grandpa's son will loosen your bones. Seeing Li Xingyun's young age, Sun Yang thought that the other party was definitely not his opponent, so he wanted to step in and teach the other party a lesson, winning the favor of Qing Miaoer. Mr. Sun don't want it? Qing Miaoer quickly spoke out to stop him. He looked at Li Xingyun and smoothed his eyes. Wouldn't want him to get his ass kicked. Sun Yang's anger increased at his words and he punched towards Li Xingyun. Seeing this, Bustard's sister immediately dodged away, lest she be caught in the wave. And if it were an ordinary person, she would have gotten someone to blast her out. But the only son of the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, she didn't dare. Qing Miao's shallow cultivation was also powerless to stop it, so she could only sigh helplessly and close her eyes. A few moments later, the sound of Li Xingyun wailing in the hearts of the crowd did not ring out. They looked over in surprise, only to see a large white hand grabbing Sun Yang's sandbag-sized fist. Li Xingyun looked at Sun Yang with a smile on his face and a plan in his head. Know who I am? Dare to take a shot at me? Are you tired of living? I don't care who you are. Sun Yang lifted his leg and kicked it over without a care in the world. The force was so great that the air made a violent sound. Humph. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Li Nebula snorted coldly and kicked out with a right up to Sun Yang's knees. With a click, Sun Yang's knee was then broken, and his whole body flew out backwards, slamming into the wooden door behind him. Young master! A pale body instantly caught Sun Yang and looked at Li Xingyun with eyes full of gravity. He didn't know who the opposite teenager was, but the one who dared to lay such a cruel hand on the only son of the chief commander of the Brocade Guards. Definitely not simple. Uncle Sun, kill him for me. Sun Yang fell to the ground in pain, and his face turned white as he yelled at the old man who caught him. Young master, I'm afraid he's not simple? Uncle Sun has concerns. Divine Martial City is not some other place. There were too many dignitaries, and he didn't dare to make a sudden move. I've been beaten like this and you don't care? How can you stand up to my father? Sun Yang, however, didn't care and scolded sternly. Uncle Sun was helpless. He had received too many favors from Sun Jihai to not return them. Your Excellency, I'm offended. Uncle Sun arched his hand at Li Xingyun. Then as fast as lightning, he probed out his withered fingers, turning them into eagle claws and grabbing at Li Nebula. Martial Saint. Li Xingyun was startled in his heart and ran the Big Dipper skill to retreat backwards in a smooth manner. Chapter 21, The Commander's Foolish Son. Elder Feng. Li Xingyun felt like he could touch base with the other party, but this was not good. This would expose Li Nebula's refined cultivation and cause the other princes to become jealous. Not waiting for Uncle Sun's eagle claws to grab Li Xingyun, a ghost-like figure then stood between the two. Scram! Elder Feng didn't make a move and gently shouted at Uncle Sun. Bang! Uncle Sun suddenly flew backwards and crashed into Sun Yang's body. Ahem! Wow! Uncle Sun sat up, a large mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth and looked at the person who had struck with horror. Feng Lao? Uncle Sun recognized Elder Feng, who seemed like an old god. At a glance, Elder Feng was the top expert in this divine martial city, and he liked to drink around on weekdays. While there were a few people in high society who knew him, Li Xingyun was so unassuming that not many people recognized him. Your Excellency! Elder Feng didn't pay attention to the other party and stood behind Li Xingyun with a salute to him. You! Uncle Sun immediately reacted. pulling aside Sun Yong, who looked dumbfounded, to kneel on the ground. I didn't know it was Master 13 in person. I deserve to die. Uncle Sun did not care about the injuries on his body and, burying his head deeper, a little gutted. Nowadays, the one who can't be messed with the most among the many emperors is the one in front of you. Other emperors might still think about pulling in the brocade guards and letting them off the hook, but Li Xingyun was different. Without the intention of seizing the throne, and with the identity of a prince, and with an expert like Old Man Feng by his side, properly impeccable. Well, go back and tell Sun Jihai that I'm waiting for him at the mansion. Li Xingyun was very generous. There was no intention of killing the other person. He hadn't forgotten the system's mission to control more than half of the guard force of Divine Martial City. This Jinyui is the one to pull the strings and control. The guarding force of Shenwu City is roughly divided into 5 parts, which are the Jinyui, who are in charge of law enforcement in the city, the Imperial Forbidden Army stationed in Shenwu City, and the eunuchs of the East Chamber. There is also a clan house of the Imperial clan, and the most mysterious of the Emperor's personal guards, the Shadow Dragon Guards. There's no need to kill Sun Jihai's only son. Yes, thank you Master 13 for not killing me. I will definitely relay this truthfully. Uncle Sun immediately bowed down and thanked him. He was really afraid that Li Xingyun would kill the 2 of them on impulse, and that Li Xingyun would at most be chastised afterward. But the 2 of them would really be dead. Scram! Li Xingyun waved his hand, calculating in his mind. Sun Jihai's cultivation is very strong. It should be at the 9th grade of martial saint perfection, if you want to pull it together. As long as he could have a high-quality red inheritance bead, it would help him break through to the land gods. The temptation to break through to the land gods was not something anyone could resist. Wouldn't they willingly eat the inheritance bead for themselves at that time? If you want a red inheritance bead, you need at least 100 blue-grade draws. That's 200 by 100. 2 million taels of gold, which is not bad, and can be messed with when Li Hu sends money next time. Thinking of this, Li Xingyun's heart became even more excited about the future. When the time comes, when he raises his arm, the whole world will be his own people, and that won't be cool. When Sun Yong and the 2 left the mouth, Li Xingyun waved his hand at Elder Foam. The night is still long. Then play the music and dance. He. Good. Wind Elder didn't look immortal at all at this time. Instead, he rubbed his old hands together and took it in stride. Sister Bustard, what is this old man doing down there? So happy? Li Xingyun looked at the perverse wind old man, curiously asked to the side of the Bustard sister. Mr. Li, this old gentleman ordered 4 girls. Bustard's sister didn't dare to continue. She already knew at this time that Li Xingyun was not bad, and even more so, she saw the power of Feng Lao. Don't dare talk nonsense. Ha ha, old immodest, used to pretend to be pure. Li Xingyun laughed and shook his head, looking to Bustard's sister. Get me another room. Okay, Mr. Li. Sister Bustard was as good as a bunny and was about to rearrange the room for Li Xingyun. But at this moment, Qing Mior spoke up. There aren't many rooms left at this time. If Mr. Li doesn't mind, you can go to your slave's boudoir and the slave will continue to play again for the gentleman. Sister Bustard's heart shook and she glanced at Qing Miao full of amazement, then looked at Li Xingyun, waiting for his answer. Qing Miao's move could be described as uncomplicated. Flower queens all sell their art, not their bodies. But if you invite someone into your boudoir, the meaning is pretty obvious. This was the first time Qing Miao had invited someone into her boudoir in the 1 year since her debut. Good. Li Nebula was fine with it. It was his first time to also do not know so many Dao. Just as usual, smiling and nodding, he also wanted to see what Qing Miao's boudoir looks like. Please, Mr. Li. Receiving Li Xingyun's reply, Qing Miao rose to lead the way with her pipa in her arms. Qing Miao's boudoir was in the backyard. She was a flower leader. Even in the heavenly fragrance pavilion she had a separate courtyard. Li Xingyun followed behind, looking at Qing Miao's waist twisting with the wind, and a nameless fire rose. Mr. Li, does it look good? Qing Miao seemed to have sensed Li Xingyun's scorching gaze, asked with a playful smile. Oh, well, good looking. Li Xingyun's old face flushed when he was discovered, scratching the back of his head and laughing. He, is this the first time Mr. Li has come to a wind and moon place? Qing Miao's jade hand brushed her face to let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter. Is it obvious? Li Xingyun froze. He felt like he had disguised himself very well. How is it that it's still instantly recognizable? Obviously. Qing Miao winked at Li Xingyun with a smile on her brow. Goblin. Li Nebula couldn't help but mutter once again in his heart. Soon the 2 of them arrived in the middle of Qing Miao's small courtyard. The small courtyard wasn't big. It couldn't even be called a courtyard. It was just a compartment with a small garden. The 2 of them arrived in the middle of the room, and Li Xingyun's eyes glanced around. It wasn't what he expected from a room full of erotic hues. Qing Miao's room was very plain and airy, with only a few paintings and calligraphy decorating it, but the aroma of the room if anything was very comforting. Drink tea, Mr. Li, the wine and food will be delivered in a moment. Qing Miao smiled lightly and poured tea for Li Xingyun. As Qing Miao withdrew her hand, she seemed to have unintentionally and seemingly intentionally scratched across Li Xingyun's palm. Miss Miao is asking for something? Li Xingyun smiled as he picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Smiling, he asked, a beautiful woman who starts out with a passerby level of intimacy, and suddenly seduces you. Well, there must be a reason for that. Li Xingyun was just not good at male and female matters, but he was definitely not stupid and was very self-aware. Qing Miao's original natural movements lurched, then immediately returned to normal. Looking toward Li Xingyun, he nodded. Li Nebula had pointed it out, so there was no need for her to hide it. Say, what is it? If it was a small matter, Li Nebula wouldn't mind helping her out. No reason, simply because she's good-looking. Slave wants to ask for Mr. Li's help in taking revenge. Without the slightest hesitation, Qing Miao, immediately, he knelt in front of Li Xingyun. This enemy of yours isn't simple, is it? Li Xingyun asked with a smirk. There was no intention of letting Qing Miao get up. 1,000 beautiful women kneeling in front of him gave Li Xingyun an inexplicable feeling of pleasure. Chapter 22 Brahma Heaven, Qing Miao. Before, Sun Yong had shown that he liked Qing Miao very much, but Qing Miao hadn't asked for his help. You can see that this feud is not ordinary. The only son of the commander-in-chief of the Jinui cannot do anything which can be small? Well, he has a big background, and it's hard for the average person to even meet him, not to mention killing him. Qing Miao answered truthfully. She didn't know Li Xingyun's identity, but seeing Sun Yong's attitude could guess that Li Xingyun was definitely not simple, and was the most likely person she could get in touch with to help her take revenge. Indeed, even though the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is a top-class affair place, the top bigwigs won't come to it. The ones who came here were a group of second generation, and Li Xingyun, the emperor's son, was the strongest. What will you repay me with? Li Xingyun bent down closer to Qing Miao. Reaching out with his fingers, he picked up the other man's chin and locked eyes with him. Qing Miao's pretty face was slightly red. This was the first time she had been touched by a man. I only felt a wave of humiliation in my heart, but in the midst of humiliation there was also the feeling of wanting to submit to the other party's feet. The feeling made her even more shy, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Li Xingyun was also very nervous at this time. His heart was pounding and his palms were filled with fine sweat, but he still pretended to be calm and acted like he was on cloud nine. The slave can't take any payment. Only herself, willing to let the gentleman pick. After Qing Miao said this, the shame in her heart could no longer be suppressed. A flush welled up on her face, and a mist of water appeared in her bright eyes. Get up! Li Xingyun felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. The first time he molested a little girl, he was still very rusty and unnatural. It's pretty cool though. Has your excellency agreed? Qing Miao was instantly delighted and immediately stood up but somehow, his thighs went limp, and with a sway of his feet, he fell in the direction of Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun was a bit confused and reached out to support Qing Miao, who had collapsed in his arms. You're in too much of a hurry. Qing Miao's face flushed and she wanted to stand up, but her legs were a little out of control. Instead, she wriggled in Li Xingyun's arms as if she was pampered. Don't move. If you move again you really can't help it. Li Xingyun's soft words in his arms. He felt on fire all of a sudden, but the business was not yet done, and he hastened to stop it. Oh, Qing Miao couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground at this moment. This was too shameful. Unable to stand up, she honestly allowed Li Xingyun to hold her, feeling the masculine aura of the other party's body. Who is your enemy? Li Nebula felt Qing Miao's softness, and his heart and mind swam for a moment, hastily digressing. It's a totally different feeling from holding Linglong, who's pretty, too, but there was no such winks as Qing Miao's, left protector of the shadow cult. Qing Miao said indignantly, 10 years ago our family was a hoi polloi, too, but it was the left protector of the shadow sect who brought people to exterminate the whole family. Only I was greedy and dodged a bullet. Shadow cult? Li Xingyun began to comb through the information he knew in his mind. The shadow cult is a top demonic sect, with many experts in the sect, doing all the looting and robbing. Something that destroys people's families, but they're best known for their assassination skills. No matter who they are, as long as they can afford the money, they all dared to take it. Fine, I'll take this revenge for you. Li Xingyun thought about it and agreed in one bite. The Xianmei sect is also a demonic sect, so if they want to develop, they will definitely have friction with the other side. It didn't matter if he killed the other party's left protector or not. Really? But he was a 9th grade martial saint expert 10 years ago. Qing Miao was instantly pleasantly surprised. lifting her little face to look at Li Xingyun somewhat nervously. Well, he's a land god, and he's going to die. Li Nebula is like the crushing an ant, he really doesn't put ordinary land immortals in his eyes. Undesirable handsome Yuan Tiangang is his backbone. I can avenge you, but you'll have to work for me from now on. Li Xingyun looked at her wide-eyed, dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheeks and said with a smile, "Me? What can I do for you?" At this time, Qing Miao's legs had regained their senses and, however, she was reluctant to get up, somewhat coveting Li Xingyun's scent. Knock knock. Without waiting for Li Xingyun to speak, the door of the room was knocked on and the voice of Bustard Sister came. "Mr. Li, the wine and food are ready." Humph. Cheng Miao's good-looking eyebrows gently furrowed as she looked out of the room with a disgruntled light grunt. With a reluctant face, she got up from Li Xingyun and sat aside. "Send it in." Li Xingyun felt a lightness in his body and a bit of emptiness. The door to the room then opened and a dozen delicacies and wines were brought in. When Bustard's sister left, Cheng Miao's state recovered a lot more and asked with winking eyes, "I don't know what kind of things Mr. Li wants me to do for you?" With that, he got up and sat beside Li Nebula, pouring a cup of wine and bringing it to Li Nebula's mouth. Li Xingyun didn't reach out to pick it up, allowing Cheng Miao to send the drink into his mouth. "Do you know my true identity?" Li Xingyun asked with a smile. "I don't know, but I think that Mr. Li should be a prominent member of the dynasty and a descendant of the royal family." Cheng Miao is very smart and guessed a lot from the reactions of the two Sun Yones. If an ordinary person could not have forced the only son of the chief commander of the brocade guards to kneel and beg for forgiveness, it could only be a royal relative. And in her opinion Li Xingyun should be the young prince of someone's family. 13th Prince, Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun smiled and made a self-introduction. It was necessary to let Cheng Miao know about this matter. Snap! Cheng Miao dropped the wine cup in her hand, her entire body a little confused. A prince? Even a marginal prince, that's a big deal. She'd never thought a prince would come here. Princes have ambitions in their hearts. Naturally, you don't come to such places to dirty your feathers, and if you really want to listen to music, you can absolutely organize it at home. I want you to start an organization to help me spy on the world. Li Xingyun picked up a chopstick of dragon beard meat and brought it to his mouth. Me? There were 10,000 question marks in Qing Miao's head. Li Xingyun's words were too much of a shock to her. First, there's the persona of Li Nebula. She hadn't thought that the 13th prince, who didn't have the support of his mother's family, would be so ambitious. Secondly, it was Li Xingyun's words. She didn't know why Li Xingyun thought so highly of her. She didn't have much power beyond the skin. "Your Highness, slave. Slave can't do it," Qing Miao explained with a bitter face. She even felt that Li Xingyun was making things difficult for her. "I'm letting you do it naturally for a reason. This you eat." Li Nebula certainly knows that Qing Miao can't do it now. Qing Miao didn't hesitate when she looked at the Brahma Sound Heavenly Inheritance bead that Li Xingyun took out. She took it and swallowed it in one gulp. There was no use asking. There was no need for Li Xingyun to harm her. In a flash, Qing Miao's body exuded a mysterious aura that the entire realm began to climb. Phantom Sound Workshop, officially established. Li Nebula smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The Phantom Voice Workshop is full of women, and it is naturally the most appropriate place to put it in this place of flirtation to spy on the news. A quarter of an hour later, the arcane aura on Qing Miao's body dissipated. What emerged instead was an even more seductive aura. Name Qing Miao Heir. Age, 19 years. Charm value, 91. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 9th grade master perfect. Inheritance, 9 heavenly sage Brahmana heaven, primary inheritance. Affiliated power, Tianxiang Gu, Mirage Sound Workshop. The charm has also increased a bit? Li Xingyun was a bit surprised, then realized that it should have been caused by Brahma's charm. Confident now? Li Xingyun asked with a smile. Slave is willing to serve your highness and will definitely fulfill the mission. Cheng Miao pledged with a straight face. Chapter 23, Springtime is short. Get up and call the mail. Li Xingyun smiled and took out all the illusory sound workshop inheritance beads from the system space again and handed them over to the other party. Expand your power well and spread your intelligence network. Your servant obeys. Qing Miao put away the hundreds of inheritance beads, then once again poured wine for Li Nebula. She's still her, just with more of the Brahma Sky's skills passed down to her. Is this really the first time you've been to a greenhouse? Sir? Qing Miao laughed hysterically as she picked up a piece of tiger meat and sent it into Li Xingyun's mouth, her entire petite body sticking up. Didn't you ask? Li Xingyun opened his mouth to bite and let Qing Miao's pitch in, feeling the softness of each other. But the slave is a little skeptical yet. Qing Miao very teasingly ran her nails across the knot of Li Xingyun's throat from top to bottom. Ahem. Li Nebula was a bit overwhelmed and hastily drank tactically. Loyalty is full. And this hooker skill is also full point. Loyalty is just loyalty. It doesn't turn someone into a well-behaved puppet. Ching Miao was the best example. Arrogant at this time. Seeing Li Xingyun's shyness, Cheng Miao giggled and covered her mouth with a light laugh. The smile was a blossoming one. Ching Miao's eyes were attracted by the bright red cherries on top of the wine table, and she reached out her jade hand to pick up one of the silver teeth bit down on the cherry's fruit handle, one hand holding up her chest. She stood up and slowly approached towards Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, watching Ching Miao holding a cherry closer and closer to herself. Her little heart thumped indisputably. Soon the cherry stopped at Li Xingyun's mouth. Ching Miao raised her willow eyebrows very teasingly at Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun instinctively opened his mouth and bit toward the cherry, but Ching Miao fiercely shrunk and, "Take cherry and duck." Li Xingyun raised his hand and tried to pull the other party back, but Ching Miao seemed to have anticipated it. A pair of jade arms held down Li Xingyun's large hand. Li Nebula had no choice but to probe his head and move after cherry. Ching Miao's small head, on the other hand, kept flexing and dodging, not allowing him to get what he wanted. Li Xingyun's nostrils became more and more ragged. Ching Miao could feel the other party's hot nostrils spraying on her face. Finally, Li Xingyun seized the opportunity to fiercely bite toward the cherry, but Ching Miao's white teeth were loose. The cherry slipped, and Li Xingyun slammed into Ching Miao's cherry mouth. Although this cherry was not a cherry, Li Xingyun still ate it as he wished. Feeling Ching Miao let go of her big hand, Li Xingyun wrapped the other party into his arms. Indulge in the cherries. The two of them were like dry wood touching fire, burning at the touch of a button. Early the next morning, Li Xingyun slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Ching Miao, who was sound asleep on the side. Reaching up, he raised the covers a bit to block the other's leaking spring light. The magical night allowed Li Nebula to say goodbye to the past and usher in a new beginning. Ching Miao's face still had teardrops hanging on it from last night's drying, and it seemed that she had sensed Li Xingyun's movements. Eyes opened slowly with a slight flutter of lashes. "Gongzi, you woke up so early." Ching Miao lazily burrowed into Li Xingyun's arms, greedily sniffing the other man's masculinity. "You have a good rest. I'll come back to accompany you when I have time." Li Xingyun smiled and got up. "Well, I'll wait for your excellency to get dressed," Ching Miao said and was about to get up, but suddenly her face changed. Identity frowned in pain. "Ha ha, you rest, I'll do it myself." Li Xingyun pressed her back under the covers. Smiling broadly, he put on his clothes. Ching Miao felt like she really couldn't get up either, and nodded helplessly. It seems that breaking the melon still has a big impact on women. Even a woman with high cultivation is the same. Li Xingyun put on his clothes and tapped on Ching Miao's English lips as he got up to leave. Walking into the front yard of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Bustard's sister greeted her. "Mr. Li, congratulations, holding a beauty." Sister Bustard smiled and complimented. "Well, where's Elder Feng?" Li Xingyun was in a good mood and asked with a smile. "Drinking in the hall. I'll take you there now." Sister Bustard smiled and led the way. When he came to the hall, he saw that old man Feng had reverted back to his old godly appearance and was drinking wine in a very unrestrained manner. This reminded Nebula Li of a saying, "Lustful as a devil before sleep, holy as a Buddha after sleep." "Elder Feng, let's go." Li Xingyun greeted Elder Feng without stopping his footsteps. Feng Lao immediately got up and followed. "Mr. Li, look at it." Bustard's sister looked at Li Xingyun with some difficulty. Li Nebula froze then reacted. "How much?" Hey. Yesterday you ordered the flower girl to appear as 100 taels of gold." "Old Mr. Feng ordered 4 moon-level girls as 800 taels of silver. The wine and food are free for you. The total is 180 taels of gold." Sister Bustard said smilingly. "Elder Feng, pay up." Li Xingyun nodded. He couldn't come out to visit a greenhouse without paying. If you don't pay for a visit to a brothel, you're still a human being? It's not easy for the girls. What Li Xingyun didn't expect was that Feng Lao was so old and strong that he was playing with such flowers. Old man has no money. Feng Lao's old face blushed as he listened to Sister Bustard's words. Looking toward Li Xingyun awkwardly, he said, "Ha?" Li Xingyun was confused. He had drawn all of his money. He didn't keep any of it. The Bustard sister on the side saw that the scene was a bit awkward and immediately said, "If the gentleman doesn't have any money with him, he can leave his address and I'll send someone to fetch it." Li Xingyun was tempted to say that his family didn't have any money either. After thinking about it, Li Xingyun came up with a solution. "Fetch a pen, ink and paper." Although Sister Bustard didn't know what Li Xingyun wanted, she still did as she was told. Li Xingyun picked up the pen and wrote a few lines on the paper, then folded it up and handed it to Sister Bustard, and he instructed the other party where to get the money, and then he left with windy old man in his stride. Bustard's sister froze in place with the plasticized letter. "A bit messy. Will this work?" Bustard's sister whispered. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, came aimlessly with old man Feng to a roadside stall that sold breakfast refreshments. There's money for a breakfast, right? Li Nebula looked sideways at Elder Feng. He. There, old man please. Elder Feng smiled very lewdly. Sonny, serve the food. The two of them were having a conversation while eating their breakfast. Suddenly the conversations of a few people on the side flooded into Li Xingyun's ears. Have you heard that the little daughter of the king of Northern Liang is coming to the capital? You mean the Northern Liang king who has millions of troops and is guarding the Northern demon race? Is there a second Northern Liang king? The person who spoke blankly glanced at his best friend beside him. I have heard, that it is the present majesty who will give her in marriage. Northern Liang king's little daughter? Li Xingyun recited twice in his mind, a vague guess in his heart. The king of Northern Liang is the only king with a different surname in the Shenwu Empire, and he has embraced the military. But there is a fatal flaw. No sons, only 2 daughters, now being greeted to the capital to bestow marriage. His Majesty's mind is self-evident. Li Xingyun wasn't in a hurry to leave. He hadn't opened his intelligence network yet. It's good to hear more of these vendors chatting. There was a big incident yesterday. You know? I don't know, whispered one of the vendors, looking around for a second. Although it was a whisper, the cultivation level of the Li Nebula duo could naturally hear it clearly. What's the big deal? A middle-aged man asked curiously. The Langya Chamber of Commerce is selling spirit beads. Spirit beads? What's that? This spirit bead is something. I've heard that just one of these can instantly give an ordinary person the strength of the sect master realm. Fake. Right. There's no such magical thing. The surrounding people scoffed and, totally unbelievable that there is something so amazing. The word has spread about the spirit beads, and I'm sure it won't take long for the undesirables can then be planted throughout the entire divine martial empire. Li Nebula smiled and nodded. After listening for a while longer, he realized that he started to chat about some trivialities of life, and only then did he get up and leave with Feng Lao. Chapter 24, Prince pays the bill. Your Highness, this Northern Liang King's little daughter is a considerable help. Wind-old man came up cheaply and muttered in a low voice. How about you? Li Xingyun looked at this old codger with a smile and teased. Old man? No, I'm too old to suffer. Elder Feng shook his head back and forth. Indicate that you can't. So you ordered 4 more girls yesterday? Your Excellency, is it really no problem to let the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion ask His Highness the Crown Prince for money? Elder Feng didn't answer. Instead he asked with a bit of a heartbeat. It's fine. Big brother will still be happy. Li Nebula laughed with a carefree smile. If you want to pull yourself together, shouldn't you offer some money? Elder Feng was a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked toward the Li mansion. Today, Li Xingyun is going to increase Li Qiushui's favorability. At the entrance of the eastern palace of Shenwu City, the pimp sister stopped here for a long time with Li Xingyun's letter, not daring to go forward. The mind was apprehensive. Who are you and what are you doing stopping here? Finally one of the eastern palace guards spotted Sister Bustard and quickly stepped forward to sternly ask. I am the pimp of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The bod sister immediately wanted to escape with a soft foot, but she didn't dare to run. If she turned around and ran, it would be really hard to explain. She could only answer with trepidation and caution. Sister Bustard of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? What are you doing in the East Palace? The Eastern Palace guards obviously knew what the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was, and pursued the question. I hesitate a little, said Bustard's sister. But when he looked at the guard's increasingly unkind eyes and the slowly tightening hilt of his sword, he suddenly had a heart attack. Mister, Li asked me to send this letter to His Highness the Crown Prince. I'm sorry, he said, taking the warm envelope out of his arms, which Nebula Li had slipped in. Bustard's sister did not dare to say that she came to ask for prostitute money, but only said that she came to deliver a letter. Mr. Li, the guard froze. He didn't think that Bustard's sister would dare to make fun of the Eastern Palace. Li is not a simple name. He can't make a decision. Wait, I'll go report to His Highness the Crown Prince. The guard took the envelope and returned to the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, there is a letter for you. Soon Eunuch Zhang took this letter and sent it to Crown Prince Li Xinglong. For me? Li Xinglong froze. He couldn't think of anyone who would send him a letter that. Spinning around, he took the epistle and opened it up to view it. Brother, my brother owed 180 taels of gold yesterday at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and there was a fire at my home. Unable to afford it, thinking that my elder brother usually loves me the most, I have no choice but to seek help from my elder brother. Signed Senior. 13. Ha ha. After reading the epistle, Li Xinglong laughed out loud, just as Li Xingyun expected. Full of excitement. Crown Prince, when are you so happy? Eunuch Zhang, who was at the side, saw Li Xinglong so happy, and couldn't help but wonder what was in the letter. A letter from the 13th brother. Yesterday he went to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion without money to pay the bill and asked me for help. Li Xinglong roughly stated the content of the letter. Then, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is paying for the 13th prince? Eunuch Zhang asked. Naturally, 13th brother didn't call me Imperial brother or Crown Prince. Instead he called me Big Brother. Isn't this a good sign? Li Xinglong asked rhetorically. A mere 100 taels of gold is all that 13th brother, a royal son with no mother's family or estate, can afford, and I will not only help him pay for it, but also subsidize him with another sum. Li Xinglong smiled broadly and stood up to command. Get rid of the pimp at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and take 10,000 taels of gold from the inner treasury to send to 13th brother. If my brother is in trouble, I, as a big brother, can't just ignore it. Yes, the miscellaneous family will go and do it now. Eunuch Zhang nodded and, a mere 10,000 taels of gold was but a drop in the bucket for the Eastern Palace, and it would be very profitable to gain Li Xingyun's favor. Before and after but half an hour, Eunuch Zhang personally went out of the East Palace. Hand over the 180 taels of gold to Sister Bustard. Keep the money, and keep your words to yourself. Eunuch Zhang admonished. The Emperor's visit to a greenhouse is not a good thing. Nowadays, only Li Xingyun himself and the Eastern Palace knew about this matter. If it was publicized, it would easily cause Li Xingyun to be suspicious. Yes, 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 slave knows. Sister Bustard received the gold with trembling hands and, nodding hastily. Well, go back. Eunuch Zhang nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. What Eunuch Zhang didn't know was that Bustard's sister didn't know Li Xingyun's identity. But this scene was seen by someone with a heart of gold. Bustard's sister didn't get very far before she was stopped and forced into an alley. Ah, you, what are you doing? Bustard's sister was in a state of shock and panic. I'm afraid it's the Eastern Palace sent to silence them. I ask you to answer or die. The middle-aged man who stopped the road said sternly. Aha. Sister Bustard nodded her head in a hurry. What are you doing in the Eastern Palace? To whore. Who's Johnny? I don't know. It's a gentleman named Li. Any more than that I really don't know. When Bustard's sister saw the other party's face, she hastened to add. Well, at this time, you mustn't tell outsiders. Pretend I haven't been here. The middle-aged man nodded and, Tinker said. Aha. Sister Bustard nodded in fear. The middle-aged man's figure disappeared into the street at a fast pace. Once again, he had appeared in the study of the 8th prince, King Jing Li Xingfeng's King Jing's residence. Steward Zhou, didn't I ask you to monitor the Eastern Palace? Why are you back? Li Xingfeng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said unexpectedly. Your Highness, there is a good news to report to you. Pipe Zhou hurriedly bowed his waist with a pleasing look. Tell me, if it's really a good thing, the king won't do you any less favors. The 8th prince, King Jing Li Xingfeng, looked at the other party with a slightly raised eyebrow. Your Majesty, I saw Sister Bustard of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion go to the East Palace to collect her money. I'm sorry, said Pipe Chow with a quick smile. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. King Jing Li Xingfeng's body sat up violently. What was the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? He naturally knew that. What else? Li Xingfeng pursued. I stopped the bod sister of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to ask about it. It was a gentleman of the name Li who stayed at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion at night last night and asked her to come to the Eastern Palace today to collect the money. A lot was taken. There should be nearly 200 taels of gold. Pipe Chow told the whole story of what he had been poking around. Li Xingfeng didn't speak immediately. Instead, he pondered. He felt that this Duke Li shouldn't be Crown Prince Li Xinglong, but he couldn't think of who it could be. A moment of silence. Go and collect your reward. And by the way, spread the word that the Crown Prince is staying at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion at night. Li Xingfeng casually arranged. Yes, I thank your Majesty. We'll definitely get things done. Pipe Zhou hurriedly bowed and retired in excitement. Strange, truly strange. After Pipe Zhou left, Li Xingfeng muttered a couple of sentences that were a bit out of his depth. Easy? Where have you been? I haven't seen anyone for a day and a night. Li Xingyun had just returned to the Li mansion when he encountered Li Qiushue and was pursued by her. Went to a greenhouse. Why? Missed me? Li Xingyun smiled and told the truth. Nonsense. Who would miss you? Li Qiushue didn't believe the other party's words. Even if Li Nebula went to a greenhouse, surely Feng Lao couldn't go at his age, right? The two left together. Naturally it couldn't be to a greenhouse. Chapter 25, The Chiu Family of the Jiken Chamber of Commerce. Li Xingyun and the two of them walked into the garden side by side, while Elder Feng disappeared into place somewhat sheepishly. Bored of staying here? Li Xingyun asked as if he had read Li Qiushue's mind. Li Qiushue was clearly not a girl of leisure if she could run away to escort goods. There is a bit. Li Qiushue nodded. She didn't want Li Xingyun to think she was too naughty and men like to have gentle and virtuous women, but this is so boring. Why don't I accompany you for a couple of strokes? Li Xingyun smiled and winked at Li Qiushui. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, Li Xingyun was a bit addicted. Looking at Li Qiushui's exquisite and delicate body, the smallest of hearts couldn't help but well up. Good. You still know martial arts. Easy? Li Qiushui first agreed extremely smoothly and it was followed by a somewhat curious question. She hadn't seen Li Xingyun make a move. A little bit. Li Xingyun smiled and stretched out his fingers to gesture a little bit. I'm very powerful, so be careful of being knocked down by me. Li Qiushui stretched out her clenched little fist and, showing his little tiger teeth in a threatening manner. Fine, but what if you can't beat me? Li Xingyun asked provocatively. It's weird that I can't beat you. You first. What if you lose? Li Qiushui asked back without the slightest bit of falsehood. Her cultivation talent was considered top among her peers, and Li Xingyun was younger than her. How could it be a match for her? How about if I lose? I let you have a kiss? Li Xingyun smiled badly and raised an eyebrow at the other party. Li Qiushui's pretty face blushed and gave a light brittle cry. Who's going to kiss you? If you lose, I'm gonna spank your ass. Let you know what happens when you molest your sister. And learn a lesson. Fine. What if you lose? Li Xingyun continued to ask rhetorically. At your disposal. Li Qiushui glared at Li Xingyun as her chest fluttered about. The other party is also looking down on himself too much. He had at least cultivated for a few more years than him. Well, if you lose, not only will I have to spank your ass, and have you call me good brother 3 times, Li Xingyun said with a big smile. Don't even think about it. Li Qiushui's mouth was stern but the mind couldn't help but think of how she looked when she was being disciplined by Li Xingyun. Plus having to call the other party brother, just thinking about it was humiliating. Do you want to compare weapons or fists and feet? Li Xingyun took the initiative to walk to the top of the open space in the middle of the garden and asked. Fists and feet are fine. Weapons I'm afraid of hurting you. Li Qiushui's mouth was still unforgiving. Fine. Come on. Li Xingyun stood still and waved at Li Qiushui provocatively. Arrogant. Li Qiushui was furious in her heart. She wanted to give Li Xingyun some color. When she raised her jade leg, she kicked at Li Xingyun's head, while Li Xingyun stood still and did not move, just simply reaching out his hand. He grabbed the other party's jade leg with one hand and suspended it in midair. Seeing that it didn't work, Li Qiushui immediately tried to retract her leg but it was as if there was infinite power above Li Xingyun's large hand, making it impossible for her to draw it out. Li Xingyun raised his hand and took a step forward to close in on Li Qiushui's suburb, the two of them assuming a divination shape. Sister Qiushui can't win with just this much strength. Li Xingyun badgered and stretched out his other hand to pick Li Qiushui's chin. Teasing. Li Qiushui was instantly ashamed. Not because Li Xingyun called her sister. Rather, this action is too much like those big men in the Chamber of Commerce who look at the pictures of the Spring Palace. More to the point, she's wearing a dress today, begging for a fight. Li Qiushui cried out in a pretty voice. The one standing on the ground kicked fiercely at Li Xingyun's vitals, and Li Xingyun hurriedly released his hand and dodged backward to avoid the chicken from flying. Li Qiushui, on the other hand, flipped twice in the air and floated like an immortal as she landed on the ground. White, Li Xingyun reminded with a smile. Didn't anyone tell you not to twirl around in your skirt? You'll get naked. Ah, you rogue. Li Qiushui's heart was stunned, and in her momentary haste, she forget about getting naked. Damn, shame on you. He must have seen it all. Li Qiushui's mind thought wildly, but Li Xingyun didn't freeze in place and dodged behind his opponent. I slapped it against the jutting area, feeling the wonderful elasticity. Ah, only then did Li Qiushui come back to her senses, and the shyness in her eyes was about to turn into substance. Li Qiushui, I'm going to hang you up and beat you. Li Qiushui rushed up again, but the gap between their strengths was too great, and she was just making a fool of herself. It was just a matter of letting Li Nebula keep eating tofu. Available at. It seems that both are enjoying themselves. On the other side of Divine Martial City, in the Langia Chamber of Commerce, Li Hu's situation was not optimistic. Early in the morning, Langia Chamber of Commerce ushered in a few honored guests. President Li, how about my proposal? Do you want to cooperate with my 1,000 gold Chamber of Commerce? A thin, middle-aged man sat on the sidelines, sipping his tea and asking absently. Chairman Li, you don't want the Langia Chamber of Commerce to be removed from this, do you? A burly man behind the skinny man threatened viciously. The 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce was one of the 3 top chambers of commerce in the Divine Martial Empire, sitting on countless assets. The caravan is not only active in the Divine Martial Empire, there are 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce in several neighboring countries, and it is rumored that there is even a land deity sitting in the Chamber of Commerce. Powerful beyond words. Elder Zhao, it's not that I don't want to, but there's really no way to. I, Luangia merchant, am also just working for someone. Where can I be the master? Li Hufeng lightly responded, not taking the other's threat to heart in the slightest. Seek death. The Kuei man behind Elder Zhao instantly struck out and, fast as lightning, attacked Li Hu. Of course he did not intend to kill the other party, but there should be a lesson. Zhao Sun, it's not allowed. Elder Zhao slowly spoke out to stop it, but there is not the slightest intention to get up. Li Hu soft and hard. Give a lesson or not. It was simple for a martial saint to deal with a grandmaster. Bang! A rising wave dispersed from both Li Hu and Zhao Sun, only to see Li Hu remain calm and, hardly did he receive a strike from Zhao Sun. A martial saint, even if Zhao Sun didn't use his full strength. But the power of this punch was also definitely not something that a Zongshi could easily receive. Martial saint? When did President Li become a martial saint? Elder Zhao's eyes trembled as he smiled and asked. But the greed in the bottom of his eyes couldn't be hidden any longer. Li Hu was still in the Zongshi realm yesterday, but today he had become a martial saint. This speed was too amazing. There was absolutely no way it could have been cultivated on its own. That would be the spirit beads. I am honored by the Lord's family for rewarding me with a martial saint level spirit bead and wishing me a breakthrough. I'm sorry, Li Hu explained with a smile. He did take the spirit bead, and it was still that blue lower grade spirit bead. Taking the blue grade lower grade spirit bead, along with his years of accumulation of breaking through to a second grade martial saint in one fell swoop also made him a complete badass. A martial saint level spirit bead. Elder Zhao was appalled in his heart. He didn't feel that Li Hu was lying and, otherwise, the explanation does not make sense for the other party's cultivation. But if even the martial saint can be shaped, the person behind this Luanjia Chamber of Commerce is also too terrifying. Zhao Sun failed to land a single blow, and immediately tried to sneak in while Li Hu was distracted. A kick attacked Li Hu's head with an unrivaled and terrifying true chi. Zhao Sun. No! Elder Zhao was instantly horrified. If he really killed Li Hu, I'm afraid I'll offend the people behind the Luanjia Chamber of Commerce. Li Hu was shocked in his heart. He didn't think that Zhao Sun would dare to strike again, and it was still a sneak attack. But Zhao Sun had already struck. Too fast for Li Hu to dodge, and too late for Elder Zhao to strike. Zhao Sun was even more unable to retract, as if Li Hu's death was already doomed. Chapter 26. Good brother. Swish. An invisible energy fluctuation instantly covered the entire hall, and everyone's movements were forced to freeze, including Zhao Sun, who was in the process of throwing out his legs. Everyone became unable to move at all. Elder Zhao's sweaty hair exploded and his heart was filled with panic. This is the land god immortal striking out. So strong. It seems to be much stronger than our Zhao family ancestor. Elder Zhao felt enveloped by a shadow of disappointment at this moment, unable to muster half a thought of resistance. Gentlemen, it's too much to put the Langya Chamber of Commerce in your eyes. Yuan Tiangong's voice was hoarse but carried an infinite amount of pressure, leaving the few people present breathless. Swish! Yuan Tiangong's figure suddenly appeared beside Zhao Sun and casually lifted his hand to send him flying out. As Zhao Sun flew out backwards, Elder Zhao felt like he was able to move freely as well. Not being able to think too much, Elder Zhao flung himself to his knees and kowtowed violently. Little man, I didn't know that the immortal was here, and I've taken much offense, so please see the face of my Zhao family's oldest ancestor and spare my life. Elder Zhao was scared to death at this time. The land god immortal pinched him to death just like pinching an ant. He could only use his old ancestor's reputation to fight for a chance to live. Immortal is the honorific title for a land god. Yes, Yuan Tiangang spoke in a flat tone. Thank you, to the immortals, for not killing me. At this point, Elder Zhao had long since lost his cloudy appearance, and his entire person was shaking into a sieve. Take me to your family's old man. I'll spare your life. Yuan Tiangang still didn't bother to look at Elder Zhao. This is good. I'll take you there. Elder Zhao just wanted to excuse himself. Then he felt a little breathless and quickly changed his words. Let's go. With that, Yuan Tiangang walked out the door, not even looking at Zhao Sun, who had collapsed to the side. As Yuan Tiangang left, Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief and, after taking a look at Zhao Sun, who couldn't be more dead, and arranging for Dahe to hang him on the gate of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, so that everyone who came and went would know that. What happens when you offend the Langya Chamber of Commerce? With Yuan Tiangang bringing back hundreds of inheritance beads, Li Hu's first decision is to enhance the strength of the Luanjia merchants. Luanjia merchants now have dozens of sect masters, plus Li Hu, a martial arts saint. Sitting on one side is perfectly adequate. I have to say that hanging Zhao Sun's corpse on the doorway worked well, and the people who came to buy the spirit beads were all peaceful. The business is doing very well. As Elder Zhao brought Yuan Tiangang back to the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce, a message that shook Divine Martial City then began to spread. There was a great terror behind the Langya Chamber of Commerce, and the Zhao family's ancestor was seriously injured. Langya Chamber of Commerce has also become a top stream in one fell swoop. Sister Qiu Shui, are you convinced? Li Xingyun's front chest was pressed against Li Qiu Shui's back, grabbing a pair of jade hands. He came up to the other's ear and whispered. Li Qiu Shui's face was already so red that it was able to drip blood in general, but she still stubbornly refused to speak. A cutting session had destroyed her innocence, while Li Xingyun was eating happily. Of course, Li Qiu Shui's favorability also saw a surge, breaking through 75 points in one fell swoop, coming to a very favorite stage. Call out good brother and listen, Li Xingyun said in a bad manner. No, don't. Li Qiu Shui felt like she was going crazy. Obviously, she was being taken advantage of by Li Xingyun, but she actually had a little bit of joy in her heart. Really don't want it? Li Xingyun used the same move that Qing Miao'er used to molest herself yesterday. Biting Li Qiu Shui's earlobe, he exhaled a mouthful of hot air. Aha! Li Qiu Shui immediately trembled, and a layer of water mist appeared in her large eyes. If it wasn't for Li Xingyun holding her, she would have fallen. Good brother. Li Qiu Shui really couldn't stand Li Xingyun's offense. With his heart in his mouth and his eyes closed, he cried out in a very petulant manner. That's a good boy. Li Xingyun smiled and let go of Li Qiu Shui. His purpose had been achieved. Favorability is seeing a spike. As Li Xingyun let go of her, Li Qiu Shui's heart was a bit empty instead. Nasty. No. Ignore you. But the girl's shyness made it too much for her to stay, and she trotted away. Li Xingyun didn't go after her, estimating the time. The crown prince should send her money. Gongzi. As expected, it didn't take a while for Linglong to seek over. Your Excellency, His Highness the Crown Prince has sent 20,000 taels of gold, saying it's for you to subsidize your household. The people are waiting in the Great Hall. Well, come on, we can thank His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Xingyun smilingly wrapped an arm around Linglong's thin waist. Gongzi, it's not good to let people see. Linglong somewhat shyly murmured in a small voice, but it was a well-behaved person who leaned against Li Xingyun's body. It's fine. Who dares to gossip about me? Li Nebula didn't care. This was her own home. Do whatever you want on your own. When the two arrived at the hall, Eunuch Zhang, who had already been waiting, hurriedly got up and saluted at Li Xingyun. 13th Highness. Get up. You're my big brother's beloved. Don't be so polite. Li Xingyun very warmly helped him up and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. This action immediately made Eunuch Zhang overjoyed, being so kind to even his own subordinate. That must be a good brother to His Highness the Crown Prince. Don't call me 13th Prince in the future either. Just call me 13th Master. Master 13. Eunuch Zhang was somewhat flattered. Did Big Brother ask you to come here for something? Is it possible that Big Brother is in trouble? Li Xingyun asked knowingly, frantically emphasizing his persona as a good brother. His Royal Highness knows that the 13th Master has no mother's clan to look after him, and that he is usually rather strapped for cash. I specially asked the miscellaneous family to send 20,000 taels of gold to supplement the household. Eunuch Zhang smiled as the creases on his face gathered together in some amusement. Li Xingyun said as he forced a smile and pretended to be excited. Great. It's still Big Brother who loves me the most. Go back and tell Big Brother that. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. The mongrels will certainly pass on the information as it were. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also said that you can go to the East Palace more often if you have nothing to do and get closer. Eunuch Zhang was somewhat disdainful in his heart when he received Li Xingyun's assurance. Also very happy. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely visit Big Brother when I'm free. Li Xingyun laughed. Aha! Then the miscellaneous family will first go back and convey the message to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince without disturbing Master 13. Eunuch Zhang said with great insight. He had watched as Li Xingyun came in with Linglong in his arms. Aha! Go back. Li Xingyun waved his hand, feeling so good about his cheap Big Brother. A few words and a blank check made 20,000 taels of gold. I really need to move around more in the future. These days, people are stupid. There's a lot of money. Not many are generous anymore. Eunuch Zhang began to wonder as he walked outside. The 13th Master is opening up to men and women. There's still some fascination, and it's a good way to pull it together. When Eunuch Zhang left, Linglong looked at Li Xingyun with some confusion and asked, Your Highness, why did the Crown Prince suddenly send you money? And he even sent so much. Don't ask so many questions in a girl's house. Come on, I'll teach you some ventriloquism. Li Xingyun pulled Linglong and headed for the room. It's better to keep things like pitting relatives to yourself, or you won't look good. Ventriloquism? What's that? Linglong asked in disbelief. It's... Li Xingyun came to Linglong's ear and explained. Linglong's pretty face was also getting redder and redder. Linglong was inconvenient these days, but she couldn't be idle. It's good to learn something. Chapter 27. Seeing you is not a good idea. 3 days passed in a flash, and Li Xingyun's days were lived in great style. Nothing to stroll around Tianxianlu, flirt with Li Qiuxue, or study oral skills with Linglong. Very fulfilling, but he was a little surprised when Sun Jihai, the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, didn't come in the past few days. Rather, I am not worried about being stood up. There should be something delayed. Sun Jihai is not so bold to stand up Li Xingyun's pigeon. With nothing to do today, Li Xingyun was lying on a recliner and basking in the sun. Lingerie sweetly squeezed his calves. This is really enjoyable for you. Li Qiuxue on the side was a bit jealous and spoke sourly. A few days together, and the goodwill has broken through to 80 points, just 20 points short of a reward. But the further you go, the harder it gets to raise the favorability level. Ha ha, Sister Qiuxue, I want to eat cherries. Li Xingyun laughed and, cocking his head toward her, forget about being beautiful. Li Qiuxue's mouth was unforgiving, but her body was honest and, picking up a cherry and sending it into Li Xingyun's mouth. He, Sister Autumn Snow is so good, call your sister or you won't be fed. Young master, there's a guest. Suddenly, Chun'er ran to Li Xingyun's side and reported. Chun'er was one of Li Xingyun's maids. Li Xingyun didn't have many maids, only 4 of them, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Who? Nebula Li asked, twisting her head. About the arson case. Chun'er glanced at Li Qiuxue and said cryptically. Elder Feng had explained that he couldn't reveal Li Xingyun's identity. Alright, I'll go over there. Li Nebula wasn't too hopeful about this matter. Even if we do catch someone, it's just a top offense and irrelevant. When he came to the main hall, he only saw Jinyui Qianhuai waiting for a long time. Brocade Guards 1000. Yi Xian, pay respects to your highness. When Yi Xian saw Li Xingyun, he hurriedly saluted. Get up, tell me what's going on. Li Xingyun asked in a flat tone as he took large strides to the upper seat. Returning to your highness, the perpetrator of the arson case is named Zhu Yang. Originally, he was a monk of the Shenwu Monastery, a monk of the Zhu generation. 5 years ago left Shenwu Temple. Yi Xian told the identity of Zhu Yang, a former monk of the Divine Martial Temple? Li Nebula murmured. Shenwu Temple is the top temple in the world today, alongside Tianwu Temple and Northern Liangwu Temple. It is known as the 3 great mountains of the Buddhist world, with countless masters in the sect and a long tradition. Why did he set the fire? Li Xingyun asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't have any involvement with the Shinobu Temple. The other party had no motive to commit the crime. At those words, Yi Xian was a bit embarrassed, but Li Xingyun had asked, so he couldn't not say anything. It took a moment to brew before he spoke. According to Zhu Yang's statement, said, say what? Li Nebula pursued. What's so stumped about this one? Say you're not happy. Yi County Heart immediately consoled Zhu Yang ancestors 18 generations. This reason he felt outrageous. Look at me and get upset? 10,000 question marks surfaced in Li Nebula's head. Why? Said, that you once passed him by was a kick that sent his bowl of chemtrails flying. Let him harbor a grudge. Yi Xian was also broken at this time. Speaking quickly. Li Xingyun froze. This, although he has no impression. But this thing? It really looks like he did it. Ahem. This Zhu Yang should be crazy. Go through the procedures normally. Li Xingyun dryly coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and instructed. Yes, my humble servant also thinks that Zhu Yang is crazy. How could his highness do such a thing? Yi Xian hastened to concur. Ahem. What has your family's commander-in-chief Sun Jihai been busy with lately? Li Xingyun hastened to awkwardly pull away from the topic. It doesn't matter who moved the hand. As long as you know who has malicious intent towards you, the mountain doesn't turn. The days are still long, and you can't suffer for nothing. Hearing Li Xingyun inquiring about Sun Jihai, Yi Xian was a bit surprised. He hadn't heard of the 2 crossing paths, but he answered truthfully. The commander-in-chief has been dispatched on an errand by His Majesty and has not yet returned to the capital. Well, you go back, take care of Zhu Yang's business, and don't let him talk nonsense. Li Xingyun waved his hand and dismissed Yi Xian. He sensed Yuan Tiangang coming, and his heart rejoiced. It seemed that there was a result on the side of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, he didn't want to break up these has-beens with Yi County again. Yes, my humble servant will definitely let Zhu Yang settle down. Yi Xian hurriedly agreed, turned around, and left, without the slightest hesitation. It's not a good thing to know about the scandal of the prince. You'll lose your head. When Yi Xian left, Yuan Tiangong's figure appeared in front of Li Xingyun's eyes. Since cultivating the Big Dipper skill, Li Xingyun's perception had increased drastically, but being able to discover Yuan Tiangang was also mainly due to the other party's intentional disclosure. Otherwise the cultivation gap between the two would have been too great. There's no way to find out. Sold out of spirit beads? Li Nebula asked in a hurry. There were too many people with money in Divine Martial City, and a mere few hundred spirit beads would quickly sell out. Well, There's too much gold and silver harvested this time to ship in. I then built a hidden valley outside the city to house the gold and silver. Yuan Tiangang saluted and said, "Good, we'll go over there later, and Sun Jihai's matter will have to be put on the agenda sooner." Li Nebula nodded. The reason why he hadn't been in a hurry was also because he didn't have any suitable spirit beads in his hands. Now that the money is in place, the spirit beads are naturally fine. Good. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Li Nebula explained a few words to Chunner and then left with Yuan Tiangang, with Yuan Tiangang leading the way. It's surprisingly fast and unobtrusive. On the way, Yuan Tiangang reported the events of the past few days, including the fact that most of the Luenjia merchants had taken the spirit beads to Li Xingyun. Very well, then the Langya Chamber of Commerce will be completely mine from now on. Li Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. Yuan Tiangong's work, he was assured. Li Nebula and the two of them soon arrived at the hidden soldier valley and entered the main hall. Li Xingyun was immediately shocked by the gold and silver all over the ground. How much is this? This? 300 white lower grade spirit beads worth 300. 000 taels. 100 white middle grade spirit beads worth 200. 000 taels. 40 white upper grade spirit beads worth 120. 000 taels. 15 white perfect spirit beads worth 60. 000 taels. And 6 green lower grade spirit beads worth 60. 000 taels. For a total of 740. 000 taels of gold. Price of white grade spirit beads, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 taels of gold. Prices of green grade spirit beads, 10, 000, 20, 000, 30, 000 and 40, 000 dollars. The price of blue spirit beads is even higher and has to be multiplied tenfold. After removing those used internally by the Luanhua merchants, there are 500, 000 taels of gold. I'm sorry, Yuan Tiangang reported truthfully. More than that, right? Li Xingyun asked. This look was also more than 500, 000 taels. Well, there's also some of Li Hu's family money, as well as deposits sent by other forces. A total of 5 million taels. Yuan Tiangang continued with his face as normal. 5 million taels of gold? The family wealth of these dog-big families far exceeded expectations. Li Xingyun still saw so much gold for the first time. It feels like the eyes are going to glisten. Well, the effects of the spirit beads are obvious to all, and they all want to cultivate a large number of experts. I don't know, Yuan explained. Yes, thousands of dollars are easy to come by, but masters are hard to find. Chapter 28 Heavenly Sin Star, Mirror Heart Demon. Li Nebula also stopped dwelling on these gold issues and opened his mouth to ask, Yuan Tiangang, what do you think our next step should be? After all, Li Xingyun is just an ordinary person who doesn't understand politics, so there are some questions he still needs to ask the other side. Your Highness should still continue to expand your forces in the shadows. Let the delinquents penetrate the entire Xinwu Empire. High-end battle power can sway the court, but it can't govern the world. Instead, these undesirable people who have been planted will become an important force for your Highness to control the world in the future. Yuan Tiangang spoke eloquently about his political skills and his thoroughness, but we still need some high-end combat power. The Xinwu Empire is huge. It's more than 100 times larger than the Great Tang territory, and it's hard to transport spirit beads to the states for sale without an expert. Li Nebula nodded in understanding, and with an idea in her heart, she put away all the gold. System, can I specify the power of the lottery inheritance? Li Nebula asked in his heart. Yes, but you need to have a corresponding leader. The current power that the host can designate is the undesirables. Okay, raffle. 100 blue-grade baddie inheritance draws. Li Xingyun was overjoyed in his heart, hurriedly began to operate. It costs 20,000 taels of gold for a blue-grade inheritance lottery. 100 times would cost 2 million taels of gold, which is a lot. The blue pint raffle disc began to spin. Stop. A red color must come out. Li Xingyun cried out in his heart. Congratulations to the host for obtaining blue normal undesirable inheritance *50, blue elite undesirable inheritance *25, blue minor commander undesirable inheritance *15, blue major commander undesirable inheritance *8, and red normal undesirable inheritance *2. It's out. And 2 of them. Li Xingyun felt excited. This luck was really explosive. The red ordinary quality inheritance corresponds to a martial cultivation level of 6th grade martial saint, with Sun Jihai's 9th grade martial saint consummation as well as his years of accumulation stuck in the bottleneck. Taking it should be able to break through to the Lu Li divine immortal realm. There were still 3 million taels of gold left. Li Nebula didn't hesitate and chose to draw white inheritance for all of them. Nowadays, what he lacked the most was people. As for the high-end combatants instead, they were enough. 3 million taels of gold is 1,500 white heritage draws. By probability it should produce 150 green grades, 15 blue grades, and a red grade. Thinking of this, the excitement in Li Xingyun's heart was hard to contain. This expansion is simply not going to happen fast enough. Sweepstakes, 100 consecutive draws. Li Xingyun found a chair and sat down, and began to concentrate on the lottery draw. That's a lot of work. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Ordinary Undesirable Inheritance *50, White Elite Undesirable Inheritance *25, White Minor Commander Undesirable Inheritance *15, White Major Commander Undesirable Inheritance *8, and Green Ordinary Undesirable Inheritance *2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Ordinary Undesirable Person Inheritance *60, White Elite Undesirable Person Inheritance *25, White Minor Commander Undesirable Person Inheritance *5, and White Grand Commander Undesirable Person Inheritance *10. A full hour passed before Li Nebula finished drawing these 1,500 draws. The harvest obtained was also very impressive. White Grade, Common, 7, 500, Elite, 3, 750, Minor Commander 2, 250, Major Commander 1, 200, Total White Grade Inheritance Beads, 14, 700. Green Grade, Common, 139, Elite 80, Minor Commander 50, Major Commander 30, Blue Quality Heavenly Sin Star Mirror Heart Magic *1. Li Xingyun was overjoyed in his heart, even though he hadn't exploded the red grade inheritance bead. But here comes a Heavenly Sin Star, the Mirror Heart Demon. Li Xingyun's mind instantly appeared in the form of little wandering boy. The small trigram was a little bit, and the Shangmen opened up. Just do it. Juggling the Great Samurai Yelp Quality Dance. It's so dashing. Congratulations, Your Highness. Yuan Tiangang saw Li Xingyun open his eyes with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he stepped forward and laughed. Tong Xia, bad people power expansion. You this bad handsome to look like it. Li Nebula laughed loudly and found a compartment that originally contained gold and silver. So he took out the inheritance bead and put it into it. Only a clattering sound could be heard, as if there was no end to it. Yuan Tiangang looked sideways, and his eyes were also full of horror. He guessed that the harvest would not be small this time. But this is too much. A glance. There are already 4,000 or 5,000 inheritance beads. But this Li Xingyun hasn't the slightest intention to stop. Only after a long time did Li Nebula stop and take it out again with the high-quality inheritance beads. In addition to a red normal quality 1 and the 2 inheritance beads, the Heavenly Sin Star Mirror Heart Devil. After explaining to Yuan Tiangang, the two of them embarked on their return journey. Your Highness, I feel that the matter of drawing in Sun Jihai, the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, should not be in your name. On the way, Li Xingyun also told Yuan Tiangang about his recent intentions and asked him to help analyze them. Why? Li Nebula wasn't angry that Yuan Tiangang refuted himself, but was just a bit curious. Though you are an insignificant prince, Sun Jihai is not. The chief commander of the Jinui has a lot of eyes on him? Yuan Tiangang explained. What should I do then? Li Nebula realized, then asked. Prince. Yuan Tiangang slowly spat out 2 words. Recruit him in the name of the Crown Prince, and let him pretend to rely on the Crown Prince's door. Li Xingyun was instantly enlightened. He just needed to keep a low profile now. As long as Sun Jihai takes the Spirit Pearl, does it make any difference who he explicitly serves? No. 100% loyal henchmen are perfectly capable of staging a Discworld, taking Prince Li Xinglong's favor and doing things for himself. Even if one day there is hot trouble, the prince will come out and wipe his ass for him. I see. Li Xingyun nodded his head. It seemed that to find his cheap big brother, it's time to show your loyalty. Returning to the mansion, Li Xingyun didn't hesitate to call an Elder Feng to explain a few things. Then he waited quietly. He's going to put on a show for the prince. The Wind Old Man's figure was unobtrusive and flew out of the mansion in the air. Easy. What's Elder Feng doing there? Rushing. Li Chou Shui walked towards Li Xingyun while. One curious question. Wanna know? Give me a kiss. Li Xingyun asked with a bad smile. Shameless. Love to talk. I don't care. Li Chou Shui's face slumped and, not in a good way. Really don't want to know? This matter is related to your father, Li Nebula said in a mysterious manner. My dad? Li Chou Shui was a bit confused, not knowing how it could be related to her dad. It can't be that something happened to my father, right? Suddenly, Li Chou Shui seemed to think of something and, hurriedly pursuing the question. Seeing no words, Li Sungwu instead stuck his cheek out waiting for something. Once she thought that something might have happened to her father, Li Chou Shui became a bit flustered. Daddy's the only family she has left. Li Chou Shui rushed forward, bent down. not caring about her shyness, and, with a red face, she leaned her lips towards Li Xingyun's cheek. At this time, her favorability towards Li Xingyun had reached 80 points, the level of adoration. That's why one can be willing to do such things. Just when Li Xiaoshue's cherry lips were about to touch Li Xingyun's cheek, Li Nebula turned his head in a lightning-fast manner to complete the docking. The two lips touched each other. The four eyes were facing each other. Li Xiaoshue's whole body was frozen. But Li Nebula will not what to freeze. A hand will Li Xiaoshue embrace. Take out these days in Linglong hard practice kissing skills. A frantic takedown. Aha! Li Xiaoshue reacted, trying to struggle but Li Xingyun's strong arm half gave her no chance. Slowly, Li Xiaoshue stopped resisting and began to cooperate. The small jade hands also began to actively hug Li Xingyun's waist. Chapter 29 Acting. Congratulations to the host. Li Xiaoshue's favorability has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 85 points. Sure enough, intimacy is the fastest way to boost favorability. The lips parted for a long time. Bad man. Now that's satisfying. Tell me what's wrong with daddy. Li Xiaoshue's small face was flushed as she lay on Li Xingyun's chest, not daring to raise her head in the slightest, and softly inquired. Your father is fine. I asked Wind Old Man to find your father to fetch one thing. It's just a play by the way. Acting what? Li Xiaoshue felt like she wasn't lacking oxygen. How the head wouldn't spin around. Some didn't understand what Li Xingyun meant. I had Elder Feng go to your house to rob it. Li Xingyun explained with a smile. Robbery? Li Xiaoshue's brain was even more messed up, but then, thinking of the terrifying strength of Elder Feng, he hurriedly said, You call the Wind Old Man back. You want something. I will let father give you just. You don't let the Wind Old hurt my father. I just father a relative. If he has any shortcomings, how can I live? Li Xiaoshue couldn't help but choke up as she spoke. Crystalline teardrops were already welling up in her eyes. Hey, don't you cry. Your father will be fine. Li Xingyun couldn't bear to see a woman cry, and as soon as he saw Li Xiaoshue about to cry, it was a bit of a handful. Wow. Li Xingyun did not say okay. As soon as Li Xiaoshue said, Li Xiaoshue could not control her emotions even more. Tears flowed as if they didn't need money. Listen to me. It's just an act. Elder Wind won't hurt your dad. Trust me. Li Xingyun quickly explained as he forcefully wrapped Li Xiaoshue into his arms. Really? Li Xiaoshue lifted her small head to look at Li Xingyun with wide eyes. I promise. Isn't your dad my old man? How could I possibly hurt him? Who is your old man? Li Xiaoshue's face turned red and she spat lightly. Li Xingyun laughed and began to explain his plan. Wind Old Man wrapped in a horrible pressure to Langya Chamber of Commerce. This move alarmed many people. Including Crown Prince Li Xinglong. President Li, His Highness ordered me to come and borrow something from your Langya Chamber of Commerce. Feng Lao's voice was loud and clear. The voice instantly spread throughout the Langya Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, a man dressed in black armor, wearing a cocked hat, and people with masks on their faces rushed up from the Luenjia Chamber of Commerce. How dare you? The Langya Chamber of Commerce is not for you to act recklessly. As they spoke, the two of them exchanged blows at great speed, and it didn't take long for them to disappear into the sky. Isn't this the guardian deity of the 13th Highness, Elder Wind? He's a land god realm expert. Luenjia Chamber of Commerce actually also has a land god immortal sitting in the town. This is also too unbelievable. Haven't you heard? Heard what? The mysterious expert from the Luenjia Chamber of Commerce seriously injured the ancestor of the Zhao family of the 1,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce. The news about the Langya Chamber of Commerce spread out instantly. 2 hours later, 2 figures fell from the sky landing on the Langya merchant house. It seemed like some kind of deal had been struck, and it didn't take long for Elder Feng to leave. For a moment there was a flurry of speculation from the major powers. This news likewise reached the ears of Crown Prince Li Xinglong. Eunuch Zhang, what do you think Old 13 is up to? Li Xinglong looked at Eunuch Zhang and asked. Old slave doesn't know. Eunuch Zhang was also a bit puzzled by. The main thing is that this is so sudden that no one knows what's going on. Do you think it could be because of the spirit beads from the Langya Chamber of Commerce? Could 13th brother be trying to expand his power and compete? Li Xinglong said with his face as usual. This old slave thinks it is unlikely. Eunuch Zhang thought about it or replied. Oh, why? Li Xinglong looked at Eunuch Zhang with a wry smile on his face. He also felt that it was impossible that. But still, he asked. If 13th Master wants to develop his power, this move is too ostentatious and obvious. I'm sorry, said Eunuch Zhang. Well, let's see what comes next. Li Xinglong looked out of the hall with a deep gaze. Makes you wonder what he's thinking. You, this is too bad. Li Xiaoshue murmured in shame. Knowing that Li Hu would be fine, she stopped worrying. Congratulations to the host. Li Xiaoshua's favorability has increased by 5 points. Currently 90 points. Upgraded again? Li Xingyun somewhat didn't understand what it was because of this time. But it didn't matter. It turned out to be good. Cough cough. Just as the two of them were humming and humming, Wind Elder lightly coughed out. Frightened like a fertilized kitten, Li Xiaoshua instantly picked herself up from Li Xingyun's arms, straightened her clothes, and quickly said, "You guys talk about business. I'll go find Linglong." After saying that, he quickly ran away. She could accept making out with Li Xingyun, but that was when no one was watching. "You old man." Li Xingyun blankly glanced at Old Man Foam. This guy really doesn't have a clue. He's lived to be a dog all these years. Elder Foam smiled awkwardly. He would have reacted by now that he had spoiled Li Xingyun's good deed. Things done? Li Nebula didn't dwell on the issue and asked casually. Done. Elder Foam nodded. Aha. Li Xingyun nodded. The rest of the play would depend on him to perform. Li Xingyun took out a brocade box from space and put it into his chest. He then took large strides toward the Crown Prince's East Palace. Elder Foam hurriedly followed. Go, inform my big brother that 13 is here as a guest. Li Xingyun swaggered to the East Palace and commanded the guards. Yes, 13th Highness, please go inside. My humble servant will go inform His Highness the Crown Prince. The guards bent over and nodded their heads in a very good manner. Under the guidance of a few palace maids, Li Xingyun arrived at the main hall of the Eastern Palace and sat down. Elder Feng, on the other hand, found a corner to sit in and drank alone. Ha ha, 13th brother, big brother misses you so much. It didn't take long. Li Xinglong then walked into the middle of the great hall with a warm smile on his crutches. Big brother, thank you for paying for me, haha. Li Xingyun first smiled and expressed his gratitude. We're brothers. This is all a small matter. 13th brother can always come to me if he has any difficulties in the future. Big brother will definitely help you. Li Xinglong smiled and waved his hand, promising. Big brother, you are really too good to me. Li Nebula put on a very touched look. Ha ha. 13th brother, do you have any difficulties this time to come? Have difficulties, you just say. Big brother help you. Li Xinglong's eyes were as deep as an abyss as he asked with a smile. No, I'm here to help big brother. Li Nebula shook his head. Help me? Help me with what? Li Xinglong asked in sudden surprise. Big brother, I've heard that the chief commander of the brocade guards, Sun Jihai, has been stuck at the 9th grade martial saint perfection for a long time, right? There is that. Li Xinglong didn't understand how this was brought back to Sun Jihai's head. Big brother, if you can help him break through the land god immortal realm, then it wouldn't be easy to take him in? I'm sorry, Li Xingyun said with a smile. It's sort of the same thing. Li Xinglong was speechless in his heart. If he had a way to make people break through to terrestrial immortality, wouldn't it be easy for him to pull in anyone he wanted? The problem is he doesn't have it. Hey, I heard that there's an item in the Luangia Chamber of Commerce called the Spirit Bead, which can help people grow their cultivation. Very magical. I went and asked Elder Feng to ask for one. Li Xingyun smiled and took out a brocade box from his arms and slowly opened it. A blood-red spirit pearl was placed in the brocade box, glittering and extraordinarily extraordinary. Chapter 31 Million Taels apiece. Li Xinglong did not look at the brocade box first, but instead asked in confusion. But haven't I heard that this spirit bead can only help others step into the sovereign? Li Xinglong asked in disbelief. Stepping into the power of a sovereign won't be enough to help Sun Jihai break through to the land sovereign. Don't look at the fact that there's only a small realm difference between a 9th grade martial saint perfection and a land goddess. But the energy required for this was also definitely far more than the sum of the energy in an ordinary martial saint's body. Big brother, your news doesn't work. There are still high-quality spirit beads in the Luangia Chamber of Commerce. Being able to give one the cultivation of a martial saint. Li Xingyun muttered in feigned surprise. Where did 13th brother learn that? Li Xinglong was slightly stunned and asked with some curiosity. Oh, that Luangia Chamber of Commerce's Li, whose daughter is a guest in my home and has a good relationship with me. I'm sorry, Nebula, Li explained with a smile. This matter is not a secret, and speaking frankly rather reduces the suspicion of others. After all, the rise of the Luangia Chamber of Commerce was too bizarre. So, Li Xinglong pretended to just know and nodded his head. Then this is the spirit bead that allows one to gain the cultivation of a martial saint? Li Xinglong asked as his gaze looked towards the blood-colored spirit bead in the brocade box. Well, the spirit beads in the Luangia Chamber of Commerce are categorized into white, green, blue and red. This one was a red lower-grade spirit bead, capable of giving an ordinary person the cultivation of a 6th grade martial saint immediately. So I thought it should be able to help big brother. Li Xingyun fiddled with a very proud look. Ha ha, 13th brother has the heart. This favor big brother remembered. You definitely won't be treated poorly in the future. Li Xinglong was delighted. Li Xinglong's future naturally meant his ascension to the throne as emperor, a sort of guarantee to Li Xingyun. Spirit beads of this quality hadn't begun to be sold yet, and Li Xingyun was able to get them. It's all about him being hard and reckless. It takes a strong background to want to forcefully take meat out of the mouths of Luangpu traders. There also had to be powerful forces, and there weren't many people in Divine Martial City who possessed these, but there were quite a few. The person who might be so reckless and hard-robbing is the only one who is Li Nebula. It's good that Big Brother is happy. Li Xingyun suddenly revealed a coy smile and, somewhat embarrassed, 13th brother, but what do you need from Big Brother? Li Xinglong immediately noticed that something was wrong. Pursuing the question, he had to coax Li Xingyun now. It's hard to find someone who's hard, strong, and reckless. This is a sharp sword he will hold firmly in his hand. Well, Wind Old Man didn't beat each other to pay. Li Xingyun glanced grudgingly at Old Man Feng in the corner and said awkwardly, Li Xingyun will not do a losing business. He wants people and he wants money. It's normal to take someone's things and give them money. 13th brother is giving Big Brother a favor. Naturally, I can't let you pay for it. How much? Big Brother paid for it. Li Xinglong didn't care about money. Instead, he was a bit saddened by Wind Old Man's defeat. Li Nebula slowly stretched out a finger. 10 million taels? A bit expensive, but it's acceptable. Li Xinglong's heart trembled. This 10 million taels began to be able to cultivate a dozen or so martial arts saint experts. But the thought of this thing can pull together Sun Jihai also really good to bite the bullet and admit it. Li Xingyun's heart immediately 10,000 grass mud horses whistled. He's going to say 1 million taels. Is Mr. Dog so rich? But after hesitating for a moment, Li Xingyun still didn't go to slaughter Li Xinglong and explained with a smile. 1 million taels of gold. After taking it you can gain the cultivation of a 6th grade martial saint. Sooner or later, Langya merchants would start selling red quality spirit beads, and now if they pit Li Xinglong, sooner or later it will show. He'll have to rely on Li Xinglong for cover in the future. Can't afford to waste this perfect meat shield for a little gold. 1 million taels? Li Xinglong's heart burst into ecstasy. It was important to know that even the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to cultivate a 6th grade martial saint would add up to almost this number. Or if the talent was poorer, the need would be even more. With the previous guess of 1 million taels, this 1 million taels don't take too well that. Even Li Xinglong, who had a very deep heart and city, did not control his emotions for a moment. The two people chatted secretly for a while before Li Xingyun left. Both wanted to deal with their relationship with each other, and the conversation was naturally cordial. Your Royal Highness, the 13th Master seems to be really innocent. Eunuch Zhang thought about it and got such an adjective. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what 13th brother thinks, as long as he's doing something for me, something that's good for me. Who doesn't have a little bit of his own little mind yet? Li Xinglong glanced at Eunuch Zhang with a smirk. Prepare 1 million taels of gold to send to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. When Li Xinglong saw that Eunuch Zhang had no intention of moving, he could not help but stare. Anything else? Your Royal Highness, recently there is news spreading. Rumors that you went to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to visit prostitutes. Eunuch Zhang lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, where did it come from? Li Xinglong did not get angry but asked instead. The 8th Prince, King Jing. Eunuch Zhang reported truthfully. Oh, I think it's because the pimp thing got to him last time. Go take care of it. Don't expose 13th brother. What great storm had Li Xinglong not seen before? He figured everything out in just an instant. Li Xingyun had just started to give him a hand, so he wasn't going to ruin the other party's reputation. Especially something like this where only two parties know about it. Yes. Eunuch Zhang respectfully exited the Great Hall. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that His Highness the Crown Prince will give the Spirit Pearl to someone else instead of pulling in Sun Jihai? Elder Feng asked with some concern. He can give it to whoever he wants. What's it got to do with me? Li Xingyun laughed heartily. Isn't this what you wanted to pull in the brocade guard? Feng Lao was puzzled. The red spirit beads are very valuable, and whoever Big Brother gives them to is the one who can help him. The same will help me. Li Xingyun shook his head indifferently. It didn't matter even if he really didn't give it to Sun Jihai. He'll just figure it out. Elder Feng, you've had a hard time going to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Do you want this eunuch to take you to relax? I'm sorry. Li Nebula laughed. It's not hard work. It's just a walk in the park. It's not hard work. Elder Feng smiled very modestly. It really isn't hard? Li Xingyun asked with a smile on his face. It's not hard. It's really not hard. It's proper to work for His Highness. Elder Feng acted as if he had a high level of ideological awareness. Looking at Li Xingyun, he secretly laughed in his heart. That's fine. Originally I thought that Feng Lao had worked hard and thought of taking you to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to relax. Since Elder Feng doesn't work hard and doesn't need it, It's better for His Highness to go by himself and still save some money. Li Xingyun walked towards the direction of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion with a big smile without the slightest bit of hesitation. 3, 2, 1. Li Xingyun counted down silently in his mind as he walked. Before he could finish counting the words, the shouts of Elder Feng came from behind him. Your Highness! Your Highness! Wait for old man! Wait for old man! Elder Feng quickly followed Li Xingyun. Aren't you not working hard? If you're not working hard, then go home. I know the way to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. I'll just go by myself. Li Xingyun teased with a smile on his lips. Hey, old man, still some hard work. Following Yuan Tian gang acting. It is also very tired and needs to relax. Feng Lao's old face reddened as he laughed awkwardly. Feng Lao was a bit addicted, mainly because he was too embarrassed to go by himself. But following Li Xingyun was different. Not only is there a treat, there's an excuse. Really hard? Li Xingyun came closer to Elder Feng, with an air of smiling and laughing at the joke. It's really hard. Elder Feng laughed awkwardly. In my heart, I wondered what I was being so reserved about. What a pretense. Ha ha, let's go then. My treat. Li Nebula laughed and continue walking towards the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Chapter 31. These are the 3 requirements. The 2 of them had just arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and Bustard's sister came running up to them with enthusiasm. One wrapped an arm around Nebula Li, sending him deep into the milky mire. It's still early in the day, and there aren't a lot of people here yet. Mr. Li, Senior Wind, please come inside. Sister Bustard warmly entertained. There weren't many people at the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion, and after a few days of infiltration, the Qing Mir has already given most of them the Phantom Voice Workshop inheritance speed and secretly holds the power of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. And this Bustard's sister is also one of them. Is Miss Meower available? Li Xingyun asked while smiling, while groping above Busty's sister's bosom with the look of a veteran whoremonger. I am Mr. Li is annoying, just bullying slaves. Bustard's sister first pouted a bit and then said, Miss Meower misses Mr. Li with great vigor, and has been waiting for him in her boudoir. Aha! Li Nebula nodded and then ordered, arrange 4-month grade girls for Elder Feng and serve him well. Elder Feng, do you have any requirements for the girl? Sister Bustard asked with great dedication. Cough cough. Old man, whatever. Wind Elder waved his hand sheepishly and, sorry to ask for anything. Want big waves? Li Xingyun said for Elder Feng with a smile. Just one request? Sister Bustard asked. No, that's 3 requests. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head. 3 requests? Bustard's sister and Wind Elder froze at the same time, then instantly understood in seconds. Okay, Mr. Li, make sure to find big, wavy, girls for old man Feng. Bustard's sister hides her face and laughs word for word. He. Elder Feng laughed dryly and looked at Li Xingyun with a grateful gaze. Your Highness is truly a confidant of the old man. Understand me. Li Nebula lightly arrived at the backyard of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, in the middle of Qing Miao's boudoir. Little Myrtle? Li Xingyun closed the door of the room with a bad smile. Humph, stinky brother, you have to call Sister Qing. Qing Miao gave Li Xingyun a blank look with a flirtatious expression, eyes full of teasing. Ha ha, did you miss me? Li Xingyun laughed loudly and sat beside Qing Miao. I want to, not only you, but also stinky brother. Qing Miao's pink tongue lolled out and pursed her bright red lips. How's it going, little goblin? Is there any news? Li Xingyun's heart fluttered. Hastily suppressing his lust, he said with a straight face, as of today, the fragrance court is 70% under control, and will be fully under control in 3 days at most. Reach out to the person behind the curtain. Qing Miao similarly put away her charm and said with a straight face, to be able to open a greenhouse in Shenwu City, it's impossible to do so without a background. Nebula Li wanted to take control of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, so he naturally had to inquire about it. Well, good. Continue to work hard. Good performance, heavy reward. If you don't do well, but you have to eat the big stick. Li Xingyun said with a smile. Geez, I don't even know if I should behave myself when you say that. It's still time to not behave properly. Qing Miao's fingertips traced across Li Xingyun's cheeks and came to her chest from top to bottom. Then he grabbed Li Xingyun's collar and pulled into his face, exhaling and laughing. Good brother, you didn't come simply to ask that, did you? He, what do you think? Li Nebula picked up Qing Miao as soon as he intend to suppress the arrogance of the other side. Your Highness the Crown Prince. 13th Master. Eunuch Zhang somewhat wanted to speak up. Where did 13th brother go? Li Xinglong put down the books in his hands and, raising his eyes to Eunuch Zhang, Li Xinglong's heart is quite deep. even if Li Xinglong has expressed his loyalty today. However, he still felt that something was abnormal and wrong, so he secretly had people monitor Li Xingyun's movements and report back at any time. When the 13th Master left the East Palace, he and Feng Lao went straight to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, looking for Flower Leader Cheng Miaoer. Eunuch Zhang reported with some embarrassment. Li Xinglong was a bit speechless for a moment. Did he really overthink it? 13th brother, do you really just want to be an idol prince? Got it. Send a message to Sun Jihai, tell him that tonight, I will host a banquet in the Eastern Palace to invite him for a drink. Li Xinglong added after some thought. Reveal to him that I have treasures here that can help him break through. Li Xinglong is worried that Sun Jihai won't stand up easily and dare not come to the banquet. That's why they decided to reveal some information to each other in advance. I believe no one can resist the temptation to break through to the land of the immortals, even if that person is the high-powered chief commander of the Jinui. Li Xinglong thought it over and decided to pull in Sun Jihai. The Jinui have a lot of power in Shenwu City. Pulling in Sun Jihai was able to get hold of more of the capital's guards. Yes, Your Highness, Eunuch Zhang responded. Li Xinglong has been sitting on the throne for more than 30 years, and he has eyes and ears all over Shenwu City. Stealing a message to Sun Jihai, that can still be accomplished. After a long time, after Li Xingyun and Qing Miao had clouded and rained, the sky was dark. The two were about to have some dinner when Bustard's sister knocked on the door of the room. Mr. Li, there is news about you. Well, come in. Nebula Li put on her clothes and came to the table to sit down. Sister Bustard pushed her way in, glanced at the wreckage in the room, and, at the same time a peculiar smell rushed into the nostrils. What news? Nebula Li poured herself a cup of tea and asked with a light chuckle as he looked at his fingers, which were a little wrinkled from the water. Someone came to inquire about what you did when you entered the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. My slave said, you came to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and went straight to Miss Miaoer's boudoir. Cloud and rain. Sister Bustard answered truthfully. Well, that's good. Do you know what kind of person inquired about it? Li Nebula nodded and asked. I don't know. The visitor is very mysterious, and his offer is very generous. So it's not good for the slave to refuse. I don't know, explained the body girl. She is an ordinary bod. It's only normal for a bod to be happy with money. It would be unnatural to reject the other person. Well, continue to keep an eye on it, and keep an eye on all sorts of news in the capital. Li Xingyun arranged. Yes, have someone send some wine and meat. I'm hungry. Li Xingyun continued to command. Yes, slave servant will leave. Sister Bustard sensibly brought the door to the room and left. It didn't take long for the wine and meat to be brought in. The person who inquired about, does your excellency have an idea? Qing Miao also got up from her bed at this time. Wrapped in a lightweight lime green nightgown, she came to sit beside Li Xingyun with a graceful step. No. Li Xingyun nodded. The person who came should have been sent by Crown Prince Li Xinglong. Looks like Big Brother is still wary of me. Li Xingyun thought with a smile. But it's normal. The Crown Prince is not a fool. Where is it so easy to believe in their own defection? If you didn't have that kind of brain, you would have been pulled off your horse a long time ago. Miss Miaoer, you're dressed like this, but it's easy for me to commit a crime. Li Xingyun looked at Qing Miaoyi with a bad smile. I don't know if it's because of the Zhouyue Xin Tian Shenggong. Li Nebula's discovery that rooming with Qing Miaoer could actually raise his cultivation level made him even more enthusiastic about the matter. Good brother, slave really can't do it anymore. If you still want to, how about I find a few girls to accompany you? Qing Miao's pretty face reddened, no longer having the appearance of arrogantly calling her brother at the beginning. If it wasn't for Li Xingyun's mercy, she wouldn't have been able to get out of bed at this point. Ha ha, never mind. I like to discover it myself. Li Xingyun laughed and shook his head. Eyes looked through the window and up to the sky. I don't know, Your Highness. The one you invited tonight. Chapter 32, the chief commander of the Jinui, Sun Jihai. At this time, in the East Palace, in one of Li Xinglong's small courtyards, dozens of delicacies were laid out, quietly waiting for something to arrive. But not far away, in the shadows, was a man in a cocked hat. The masked-faced, imposing man stood with his arms folded, gazing at him silently. But this scene was something that no one could notice. It didn't take long for Eunuch Zhang to stride into the main hall with a masked man in tow. After the man walked into the great hall, Eunuch Zhang retreated. After Eunuch Zhang left, the stout man slowly removed the veil covering his face, revealed the original look. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a country face that looked very dignified and thick eyebrows gave a very masculine and upright look. This person was the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, an expert of the 9th grade martial saint perfection. Sun Jihai, my humble servant. Sun Jihai pays his respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Jihai's thick voice did not carry any emotional coloring as he bowed and saluted Li Xinglong, who was at the top. Hey, Commander's son is polite. Today is a family banquet. There is not so much red tape. Li Xinglong leaned on his black and gold crutch and quickly stepped in front of the other party. Then as soon as he threw the crutch on the ground, he helped Sun Jihai up with both hands. Thank you, Your Highness. Sun Jihai was not overly polite, nodding his head and, leaning down, he picked up the black gold walking stick on the ground and handed it to Li Xinglong with both hands. Sun Jihai has been in the officialdom for many years, and this kind of small trick still cannot make him falter. Come, Commander's son, quickly sit down and chat. Li Xinglong was not disappointed. He didn't even think of gaining Sun Jihai's favor so simply. If you want to pull in this kind of human essence, then you must be able to come up with a big enough benefit, a big enough temptation. The two men took their seats and began to be polite, which both men knew was not the point of the, but after many years in the officialdom, the process should still be there. Finally, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Li Xinglong gradually brought the topic to the right track. Commander's son, your cultivation has been stuck at the 9th grade martial saint perfection for a long time, right? Li Xinglong asked with a smile as if he had casually mentioned it. Well, I won't hide it from Your Highness the Crown Prince. I've been stuck at the 9th grade martial saint perfection for more than 10 years now. Sun Jihai shook his head with a sigh on his face. Don't look at him as young, but he is now over 100 years old and is considered a long-established expert. The reason why Sun Jihai ventured to the banquet today for the breakthrough opportunity, restricted by his cultivation, it was already difficult for him to go further in his official career, which made him very unhappy. Dreaming of breaking through to the land immortals. There was only one step difference between a 9th grade martial saint perfection and a land immortal, but the status was a world of difference. AI. Sun Commander's troubles. I am also very much on the mind. This is not. Recently by chance I obtained a treasure that might be able to help Commander's son, so I immediately sent someone to invite you over. Li Xinglong still didn't know whether the red lower grade spirit bead could help Sun Jihai break through or not. The words were not too full. This. Sun Jihai's eyes flowed out of a strong desire. Immediately, he followed the other's words. If Your Highness the Crown Prince can truly help my minister break through the realm of the land immortals, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to His Highness the Crown Prince and clear all obstacles for His Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Jihai very knowledgeably began to show his loyalty, trying to gain favor. How can you not pay the price? If you are able to break through the land goddess, it is nothing to stand in line with the prince, even if the Crown Prince fails to seize the throne in the end. With the realm of the land goddesses, he can still make good. Commander's son, please rise. Li Xinglong was very happy to get what he wanted. This is the treasure I have recently acquired. Li Xinglong took out the red lower grade spirit bead that he had prepared earlier and placed it in front of Sun Jihai. This is the Langya Chamber of Commerce's spirit bead? Sun Jihai asked with some uncertainty. He naturally knew about the spirit beads sold by the Langya Chamber of Commerce, and not only did he know that he also sent someone to get his hands on some spirit beads, but he had never seen a red spirit bead, which is why he asked curiously. That's right, it's the spirit bead. It's a red quality spirit bead. The effect was far more than the green and blue quality spirit beads, and this spirit bead was capable of giving one the strength of a 6th grade martial saint immediately. Li Xinglong did not feel the slightest bit surprised that Sun Jihai recognized Spirit Pearl. Shenwu's city is big, the circle is big, but the image of Lingzhu is too big. Sun Jihai does not know, rather abnormal. 6th grade? Martial saint? Sun Jihai was about to wonder if he'd heard it wrong. This single spirit bead could give someone the strength of a 6th grade martial saint. This was too incredible. But if it was true, this surge of power could really allow him to break through to the land gods. Thinking of this, Sun Jihai's face flushed, which was caused by extreme excitement within. That's right, this is what I asked 13th brother to help me with, and asked Elder Feng to make a bid to beg for it in the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Li Xinglong smiled as he revealed the news about Li Nebula. He's going to show his strength, properly. Let Sun Jihai know that he's not the first to pledge his allegiance. 13th Highness? As expected. Knowing this news, Sun Jihai was instantly shocked. The 13th Highness doesn't have much power, but there is a land god. He didn't doubt Li Xinglong's words in the slightest. Wind Boss haunted Langya Chamber of Commerce thing naturally cannot hide from the Brocade Guards. He as the chief commander of the Brocade Guards naturally knows some of the inside story. The Langya Chamber of Commerce gave the 13th prince face, and did make some concessions. I didn't realize the concession was so huge. Sun Jihai took a deep breath to suppress all the things in his head. Eyes burned as he looked towards this blood-colored spirit bead. Commander's son, try it. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Li Xinglong saw Sun Jihai's desire, did not continue to hang on to the other party, laughed and laughed. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Jihai's tone was solemn. and the thanks came from his heart. Please. Li Xinglong nodded. Aha. Sun Jihai didn't say anything more and solemnly picked up this red lower grade spirit bead. He came to the center of the large hall and sat down on his knees, adjusting his state. He was relieved that Li Xinglong wanted to draw him in, so naturally he wouldn't mess with him during his breakthrough. Adjusting his state to the best, Sun Jihai took a deep breath and swallowed the scarlet spirit pearl into his stomach. As the spirit bead entered his body, a subtle energy fluctuation rippled out with Sun Jihai at the center. Li Xinglong immediately got up with his crutches and looked at Sun Jihai with the same somewhat nervous look. It's all about whether or not we can get Sun Jihai to return to the fold completely. Sun Jihai felt the great ability surging within his body, suddenly rejoiced, hurriedly running the gong method to start refining. The energy, although majestic, was surprisingly docile and very obedient. Sun Jihai manipulated this force and began to frantically impact the bottleneck, aiming to succeed in one fell swoop. As time passed by, Sun Jihai's forehead was already covered with fine sweat. The whole person came to the final point of the breakthrough. On the side, Li Xinglong also looked at the other party with great concern. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sun Jihai seemed to have stepped into a brand new realm among the whole person became transcendent, and with it came a huge memory inheritance, and Sun Jihai froze. A bad feeling followed trying to resist, but he couldn't resist the power at all. In an instant, they gave up their resistance and began to merge with this inherited power. Li Xinglong likewise felt the change in his opponent. Sun Jihai is obviously still in front of his eyes, but if he closes his eyes, he cannot perceive half of it. Chapter 33, Cloud Void Sun. It's done! Li Xinglong was overjoyed, seeing that Sun Jihai did not get up and, still thinking that the other party was stabilizing his realm, he didn't disturb and waited quietly. After a long time Sun Jihai got up, a bitter smile on his face, now that he knew all of it. Looking toward Li Xinglong could not help but feel a little heartbroken, but the drama still had to be shown. I thank your highness for giving me the treasure, and I am willing to listen to your highness commands in the future. Sun Jihai saluted and thanked him. Ha ha, Commander Sun, please rise. This is all your creation. Li Xinglong was likewise very content, smiling broadly as he stepped forward. The two chatted very warmly for a long time before Sun Jihai left. Breaking through the land, immortal Sun Jihai did not need to be masked, and disappeared into a cloud of residual shadow in the eastern palace. Ha ha! Li Xinglong laughed out loud after Sun Jihai left. Congratulations to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for getting what he wanted and adding another important minister to his command. Eunuch Zhang walked into the great hall and congratulated him. It didn't take long for Sun Jihai to leave the eastern palace before he was stopped in his tracks. Sun Jihai's heart was first shocked, being able to come to his body silently. He himself was unable to detect that the person in front of him was far superior to himself in terms of cultivation. Fixing his eyes, Sun Jihai immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully saluted. Divine Marshal City Delinquent Sun Jihai, greet the delinquent marshal. Sun Jihai was immediately shocked, although he possessed the bad man inheritance, but he didn't know that Yuan Tiangang had already appeared. Get up. His Highness has ordered to meet His Highness tomorrow night. Yuan Tiangang didn't say anything nonsense. Throwing down a sentence, he disappeared into the night. Sun Jihai let out a long breath. Your 13th Highness is really deep in this Shinwu Empire. How many have become delinquents? Thinking of this, Sun Jihai couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary to think about. Early the next morning, while Li Xingyun was still a bit hazy, he heard chaos in front of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. It seemed to be a group of people arguing about something. What's going on? Nebula Li was a bit confused, mainly because she had enjoyed a mouthful yesterday. It mesmerized him a bit. After putting on his clothes, Li Xingyun helped the soundly sleeping Qing Miao tuck in her blanket, pinched the other's little nose and left the room with a smile. Just entering the hall of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he saw a young man in his 20s dressed in a somewhat unkempt manner being scolded by a group of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's turtle duke guards surrounding him in the center. Stinking Taoist, you dare to come to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to eat for nothing? Sleeping with girls for nothing? You're afraid you've lived long enough, right? Poverty has not. Poverty just did not bring money. You give poverty a little time. Be sure to send you the money. The young Taoist defended himself with some embarrassment. Yes. How long will it take you? Sister Bustard asked. The little Taoist priest obviously did not expect the other party to be so good at talking, and was a bit stunned. Only then did he pick at his fingers and do some math. 1 year. At most 1 year. The poor Taoist can earn out these 100 taels of gold by performing pujas. I'll be sure to send it to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion when the time comes. No. Half a year. The poor road plus overtime. At most half a year. Watching the eyes of the people of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion gradually become unkind, the little Taoist priest was instantly a bit flustered and hastily shortened his time. How classless. visiting a greenhouse without paying. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head. Not going to get involved in this nonsense. However, he inadvertently opened the Eye of Truth and scanned the little Taoist's personal attribute panel, but it made his feet stutter. Name, Lingshu Z. Age, 49. Charm value, 74. Favorability, 18. Cultivation level, peak 7th grade martial sage. Affiliated forces, Qingyun Taoist Temple, 7 Sons of Qingyun. The Green Cloud Taoist Temple? One of the 3 top pillars of Taoism. It's still a big deal. Li Xingyun was startled in his heart and quickly spoke out. Stop it all. Let my lord see the fun. Li Xingyun said and came into the crowd. In front of the Cloud Voider, Yun Suzi was already holding his head with both hands ready to be beaten, but Li Xingyun's voice made him look sideways. What a handsome rare sight. This was the first thought that came to the mind of Yun Suzi. What followed was, such a handsome young man is coming to a greenhouse, let alone a beggar like himself. Mr. Li. When the group of people from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion saw that it was Li Xingyun, they all moved aside and greeted him. You slept with a girl and didn't pay? Li Xingyun sat down on the table beside Yun Suzi and asked, leaning over with one foot on the chair. Who doesn't T give money anymore? The poor Tao is just going out in a hurry. Didn't T bring enough? Yun Suzi is a bit embarrassed and cunning. What did this little Taoist order yesterday? Li Xingyun asked as he turned his head to look at Sister Bustard on the side. Although he knew that Yun Suzi was not young, he looked too young and Li Xingyun still addressed the little Taoist priest. 4-month-old girl. Bustard's sister answered truthfully. No? Li Nebula froze. Nope. This guy asked for 4 girls as soon as he arrived and didn't even ask for a cup of tea. Bustard's sister nodded. You little Taoist. Quite punchy. Li Nebula thought for a moment. That's the only way to come up with a vivid word. It is rare for the poor Tao to go down the mountain. It is a little anxious. Yun Suzi blushed, somewhat embarrassed. What kind of person is Mr. Gong? Did you come all the way here to laugh at the poor Taoist? Yun Suzi's face was a bit embarrassed as he asked back. Yes, this gentleman has money and is willing to pay for you. What's wrong with laughing at you? Nebula Li smiled and shook her head. Hearing this, Yun Suzi also lost his temper. People said it so bluntly, and was willing to pay for himself. He couldn't say anything about it. Thank you, sir. When the poor Taoist earns money he will definitely return it to you. Yun Suzi assured. No need to thank me. I'm not helping you. Li Nebula shook her head. Yun Suzi was a bit confused. If this wasn't helping himself, then who else could it be? If you don't pay for a girl who earns money with her skills, won't her sweat and water be in vain? Li Xingyun had a righteous look on his face. Okay, all disperse, the usual rules, keep score, turn around and ask the one for the money. Nebula Li winked at Sister Bustard. Yes, Mr. Li. Sister Bustard was a bit helpless. The person in Li Xingyun's mouth was no one else but the Eastern Palace Crown Prince Li Xinglong. Although Li Xingyun has money in his hands, he spends other people's. Why spend his own? Li Xingyun smiled and walked towards the outside of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and Elder Feng followed from the side. He was just making a good karma with Yun Suzi, and with his purpose achieved, he naturally stopped staying. Elder Feng, you're, well, refreshed. It was very moisturizing last night, wasn't it? Li Xingyun smiled and teased. He. Your Highness ordered it. It's good. Elder Feng nodded with some intent. Old immodest. Li Xingyun laughed and shook his head. I didn't expect you to be such a windy old man. Your Highness, that little Taoist who followed us is not weak. Elder Feng reminded. Nebula Li stopped and looked back. Without hiding his figure, Cloud Voider followed quite openly. Little Taoist, what are you following me for? Li Xingyun waved at him and asked. Poverty. Poverty sees that Gongzi is a good person, and wants to go to Gongzi's house to borrow a few days. I'm sorry, Cloud Void said with great embarrassment. I'm paying you and you're still relying on me? Li Xingyun asked with a wry smile. You are a good person and will help me. Cloud Voider thought about it, but still said stiffly. Chapter 34, Little Wonky. Fine. I'm a good person. I'll help you. Come with me, little Taoist. Nebula Li was not amused. What's a good guy if he's paying for you? As for letting Yun Suzi follow, it doesn't matter. The Qingyun Taoist temple is not ordinary. It's good to be close. Little Taoist, what is your name? Where are you from? Li Xingyun asked casually. Although Li Xingyun knew all about it, there should still be a process. Otherwise it would look like what happened before was intentional. My name is Yun Suzi, from the Qingyun Taoist temple. Yun Suzi introduced himself very matter-of-factly. It seems to be somewhat simple. Yun Suzi? The sixth ranked of the 7 sons of the Green Cloud? Elder Feng asked curiously. Exactly. Cloud Voider nodded. Then what are you doing in Divine Martial City? Li Xingyun asked as he walked. Master asked me to come to Master Yezi to build a blade. Yun Suzi replied very matter-of-factly. It seems that whatever people ask, he answers. Oh, Yezi was a sword-forging master. Very famous and mysterious. And Li Xingyun had only heard of it. Never seen it. Looking for someone to find a greenhouse? Li Nebula looked at him with strange eyes. Ahem. Poor Tao has heard that the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is a good place. Just come to see. See? Cloud Void looked around with averted eyes. Stop it. What are you doing? Suddenly Yun Suzi's eyes were attracted by a few people pulling at the side of the road and, immediately, he shouted out a rebuke. Li Xingyun and Elder Feng also looked over, only to see 2 big men pulling a teenager who was hugging his mother. The teenager doesn't look very old, just 14 or 15 years old, and looks cute, like a wannabe. The 3 of them, Li Xingyun, walked towards the teenager. The few people who were pulling the strings took one look at Cloud Void and stopped paying attention, not giving it the slightest bit of thought. Mother, you don't sell me. I don't want to go as a rabbit. The Divine Martial Empire honors martial arts, and there are many female cultivators with high cultivation levels. Male prostitutes rabbit also naturally came into being, only not as hot as the greenhouses. Scatter your hands. The middle-aged woman had an evil look on her face and made a strong effort to break the teenager's fingers that were grabbing her. Mother, you sell me somewhere else. I really don't want to be a rabbit. Seeing that he couldn't change his mother's mind, the teenager hastened to lower his demands. Asterisk off. You're so pretty. Why don't you go be a rabbit? The middle-aged woman was not at all moved, and wrenched the boy's fingers as hard as she could. The 2 big men were similarly tugging at the boy's body. Stop. What do you want in broad daylight? Yun Suzi's feet were palletized and the strong true chi immediately shook the 2 big men out. Li Xingyun could now be certain that this Cloud Voider was really dull, not strong. People's mothers sell their children. Shouldn't, but it's normal in this world. Normal enough that no one cares about such things. The sale of human beings was so commonplace in feudal society that slaves were plentiful. There is no way to regulate this kind of thing. It's a limitation of the times and can't be changed by the will of one person. Not even if that person is the emperor. Who are you? It's none of your business if I sell my own son? The middle-aged woman got upset and she still had to take the money to the gambling house and didn't want to waste her time here at all. As a human mother, how can you push your own child into the abyss? Are you still a human being? Cloud Voider chortled with righteousness. It really looked like a jungle ranger, pulling out his sword when he saw the road. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Nebula had met him in a greenhouse, he would have almost believed it. I want you to mind your own business. Old lady willing. The middle-aged woman didn't feel the least bit guilty. Righteously. You, let go of him, or else you'll have to blame the poor Taoist for being impolite. Yun Suzi was furious and one drew his long sword behind him and pointed it at the lady. Nuts. Off. What's it to you? The woman took a step back in some fear and a small voice muttered, where a wild slave sees injustice, he wears out his chest's 10,000 ancient swords. Yun Suzi drank. You keep meddling. I'm going to report it to the police. The woman stepped back in fear and threatened. The teenager who looked like wanted was the one who stepped forward and held the woman back. Well, how much are you going to sell your son for? Li Xingyun couldn't stand to watch. There was no point in arguing. It wasn't like Yun Suzi was going to kill the woman. It was just a waste of words. 100 taels of silver. The woman was also a bit afraid of Yun Suzi, and when she saw Li Xingyun asking, she immediately replied, all right, this money this young master gives, and your son this young master takes. Li Nebula took out 10 taels of gold and threw it to the woman. This, may they come first? The woman hesitated a little. Looking to the side, he looked at the 2 big, burly men. Aha! Li Nebula squinted at the 2 men on the side. If you want it, my lord, then we'll let you have it. Let you have it. The 2 strong men, unlike the woman who was very discerning, saw that Li Xingyun was extraordinary and did not dare to offend each other in the slightest for the sake of a rabbit. Is this all right? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at the woman once again. Aha! Xin, you'll follow this gentleman from now on. I'm sorry, the woman commanded at the teenager who had grabbed her shirt. The young man looked at the 3 Li Xingyans and slowly loosened his hand. His fate was sealed. It's better to follow Li Nebula or go over to be a rabbit. Gongzi, you guys are busy. I'll leave first. The woman saw the teenager let go and immediately left with gold and a smile on his face. The middle-aged woman left, leaving only the teenager standing timidly in place somewhat at a loss for words. Your Excellency is very kind and has rescued the young man. The poor Taoist thanks you for the young man. Yun Suzi bowed to Li Xingyun and said with a straight face, "What's to think? I bought him to enslave him, not to show any kindness." Li Xingyun smiled to himself. He never wanted to be a good person. "What's your name?" Li Nebula asked. "My name is Jing Xin." The teenager lowered his head, not daring to meet Li Xingyun's eyes. "Meditation? Mirror heart? Ha ha, fate." Li Nebula smiled and murmured a couple sentences. "Come on, come home with me. You'll be called Mirror Heart Demon from now on. Little wannabe." "I'm sorry," said Li Nebula with a big smile. Wind Elder froze at his words and looked at the teenager in surprise, secretly saying that the other party had a good chance. His Highness is giving him the inheritance of the Heavenly Sin Star Mirror Heart Demon. You want to take him home?" Yun Suzi's head was a bit reactive and, "This is another name change and bring home. This Li Xingyun will not have any bad hobbies." "Yeah, I paid for it, so naturally I'm taking it home." "Yes, Little Wandering Boy listens to your son." The Mirror Heart Demon still preferred the name Little Wandering Boy. Hurriedly, he followed a few people. "My lord, you won't come for both sexes, will you?" Yun Suzi asked in horror as he kept a distance of 10 feet away from Li Xingyun. The main thing is that this teenager has nothing to offer but a cute face. He couldn't imagine what Li Xingyun could arrange for the other party to do. "Screw you. What do you little Taoist priests read in the mountains every day? Full of filth." Li Xingyun's face darkened and he disliked it without any goodwill. This mail is not good for men. And neither are boys. Chapter 35, The 36 Captains of the Big Dipper, the Star of Heavenly Sin. The four quickly returned to the Li mansion, and Li Xingyun first arranged for someone to entertain Yun Suzi. Then he brought the Mirror Heart Demon to the study. "Little Wonky, do you want to become strong? Become strong so you don't have to be treated like cargo. Livestock. Feel free to buy and sell now," Li Xingyun asked as he sat at the top. "I am willing. Please help me. I am willing to swear allegiance to you." Mirror Heart Demon is a smart man, and immediately knelt down and showed his loyalty. It was probably the best choice he'd ever made. "Okay, I'll give you that." Nebula Li nodded and threw the inheritance bead of the Heavenly Sin Star Mirror Heart Demon to Little Wandering Boy. Little Wanted hurriedly caught it and surveyed the inheritance bead with some curiosity. "I don't know what it is." Although the inheritance pearls had created huge waves in Divine Martial City, but the people at the bottom have no access to it, much less have seen it. "Just sit on your knees and take it in." Li Nebula opened his mouth and reminded. "Yes." Without the slightest hesitation, the Mirror Heart Demon immediately sat down on the ground with his knees crossed. As soon as he took the inheritance bead, it was as if a little later, Li Nebula would regret it. A quarter of an hour later, the Mirror Heart Demon slowly opened his eyes filled with surprise, amazement, and horror. "Undesirable's Heavenly Sin Star, greetings to your highness." Mirror Heart Demon stood up and bowed respectfully. "Get up, little wannabe. I'll get someone to get you a suit of clothes. That doesn't fit your persona." Li Xingyun smiled as he opened his eye of truth to look at Mirror Heart Demon's data. Name Mirror Heart Demon. Age, 16 years. Charm value, 76. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation, 9th grade Martial Saint Perfection. Inheritance, Heavenly Sin Star Mirror Heart Demon. Primary inheritance. Affiliation, 13th Prince's Mansion, Undesirable People. 9th grade Martial Saint Perfection. Li Nebula was taken aback, not expecting the Mirror Heart Demon to be so strong in force. Knowing that Mirror Heart Demon's force has never been something he's been good at, what he's good at is divination. And this divination ability is second only to the bad handsome Yuan Tiangong's Li Nebula brought the Mirror Heart Demon to find Linglong and commanded. "His name is Mirror Heart Demon. Or you can call him Little Wonky, and he'll be the steward of our house from now on. You set him up with a place to stay, clothes and all." "Yes, Your Excellency." Linglong curiously surveyed the eyeglasses Heart Demon, and was amazed in her heart. "I don't know how Li Nebula found a little kid to be a housekeeper." "Greetings, little madam." The Mirror Heart Demon had obtained the inheritance, and his personality had changed, laughing with the characteristic little wannabe in S. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just Gungzi's maid." Linglong's pretty face blushed, somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at Li Xingyun and was relieved to see that he was not angry. "Little Wonky is one of my own, my beloved. His mouth is a bit broken, so there's no need to bother with him." "I'm sorry," Nebula Li explained with a smile. "Yes, my lord. My lord Yuan Tiangang has come to deliver a letter to you and left it in your room." Linglong no longer hesitated when she heard that Little Wanderer was one of her own. Okay, I got it." Li Nebula nodded. "It should be the Crown Prince Li Xinglong who put the inheritance beads to use. I just don't know which one he pulled in. Come with me, little wandering boy. I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Linglong rushed at Mirror Heart Demon and greeted him. Yes, little madam. The mirror heart demon followed with small, broken steps. Li Xingyun came to the room and found the letter left by Yuan Tiangang to check it out. Sure enough, it's Sun Jihai, coming to see me at midnight this night? Just as well. Li Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. The hand violently operated his true qi, instantly burning the letter to ashes. After mastering Sun Jihai, and with a little bit of operation, we can control the Jinui. The task of controlling the guarding force of the imperial city would be a fraction of the way done. The remaining 4 forces were the East Chamber eunuchs, the Imperial City Forbidden Army, the Zhong Renfu, and the Shadow Dragon Guards. To take control of more than half of the guards you'd need to take 2 more sides. The Shadow Dragon Guards were the first to be ruled out, and the Emperor's underbelly was out of Li Nebula's reach. The Imperial City's Forbidden Army was definitely the easiest to take down, and the rest were the East Chamber eunuchs and the Sovereign's Palace. Li Xingyun focused more on controlling the East Chamber so that he could also know the changes in the court better. Now he's an idle prince. He doesn't have to go to court at all. The court is just a collected belly of the general director of the Jinui Sun Jihai, which is far from enough. Li Nebula got up and went out after some planning. Easy, you didn't come back from another night with Elder Foam last night? Just as he went out, he encountered Li Qiushui. Well, I went to a greenhouse with Old Man Foam. Why, do you want me to take you there too? Li Xingyun teased and took Li Qiushui into his arms, sucking hard on the other party's hair. Darn it, just teasing me. Li Qiushui half believed that Li Xingyun went to a greenhouse. Come on, I have some unfinished business to take care of. Let's go together. The two made out for a few moments and, Li Xingyun said with a smile. Aha! Li Qiushui's pretty face was flushed at this time, and she followed whatever Li Xingyun wanted to do. Little Taoist, how are you going to repay me if this eunuch takes you in? Li Xingyun smilingly asked at Yun Suzi. How about the poor Taoist giving Gongzi a blessing to the ancestor master? Yun Suzi was a bit confused. He hadn't really thought about how to repay Li Xingyun. There should be no thought of repayment. No, I don't want that ethereal nothingness. I want something practical. Li Xingyun laughed. What does the gentleman want from the poor Taoist? How about being my escort? Keep me safe. Li Xingyun proposed. No. The poor Taoist is the 7th son of the Green Clouds. It would be detrimental to the face of the mountain sect to serve as an escort for your son. Yun Suzi immediately shook his head in rejection. I won't let you work for nothing. All you're spending during this period of time, this Gongzi will pay for it. How's that? Li Xingyun looked at the other party with a smirk. Really? You pay for all the spending? Yun Suzi was a bit shaken up at once. Last night's experience was so good. He wanted to go back. All of them. Li Xingyun smiled and nodded. It wasn't Cloud Voider's strength that he was naturally looking at. Not to mention Wind Elder. He couldn't even beat Wonky. But the Green Cloud Daoist Temple was strong. And he wanted to pull it together. Alright, it's a deal. Cloud Voider eventually failed to resist the temptation and agreed. Gongzi. Chunair trotted to Li Xingyun's side and said with her ear attached. Someone from the palace has come. Summoning you to the palace. Chunair whispered. Yun Suzi's ears twitched and looked at Li Xingyun with some surprise. Chunair's voice was small though, but it could definitely not be hidden from Yun Suzi. Aha! Li Nebula nodded. Little Taoist, clean up a bit. Don't make a mess and embarrass me. I'm going out. I'll bring you back to play. Li Xingyun said and left with Li Qiushui. Qiushui, I'll come back later to practice martial arts with you. Li Xingyun smiled and raised his eyebrows. Begging. Nasty. Trying to take advantage of me again. Li Qiushui remembered what happened last time and her pretty face was suddenly red. A little shy and a little expectant. Chapter 36, The Northern Liang King's Daughter. Lu Ruyan. Eunuch Su. Shall we go? Li Nebula came to the main hall alone. Looking at the radiant Eunuch Su, he laughed. Good. Eunuch Su nodded and greeted him with a smile. My son pays his respects to father. Li Xingyun said as he walked into the imperial study and saluted. Get up. My younger brother has met several royal brothers. Li Xingyun looked to the 3 crown princes on the side to greet them. There are only 4 adult princes in the imperial city. Crown Prince Li Xinglong, 3rd Prince Han Wang Li Xingfan, 8th Prince Jing Wang Li Xingfeng, as well as the 13th Prince, Li Xingyun. The Divine Martial Empire only gave titles to married princes, and Li Xingyun had yet to be crowned king. Old 13, you've been thinking about it for a few days. Do you have a favorite girl? Li Qiankuan asked smilingly. Not yet. Li Nebula was a bit helpless. What was the rush? It's only been a few days. Well, you can hold on tight. Li Qiankuan admonished and said nothing more. 3 days from now, the Northern Liang King's daughter, Lu Ruyan, will enter the capital. Which one of you is going to receive her? Li Qiankuan started to talk about business. Father, my son is willing to go. King Jing Li Xingfeng was the first to step forward and recommend himself. Who is going to greet Ruyan Lu? This is not as simple as it seems. Li Qianquan intends to arrange a husband for Lu Ruyan among all the emperors. Who will go to meet and greet? This is basically whoever marries Ruyan Lu and becomes the son-in-law of the Northern Liang King. Lu Wufei. Father, my son is also willing to share your worries. Han King Li Xingfan also stepped forward and spoke. Li Xingfan was also unwilling to let go of this good opportunity. If the king of Northern Liang did not rebel, that would be a powerful boost. Li Xinglong didn't ask for help. Unlike Li Xingfan and Li Xingfeng, he had a proper consort. How can the daughter of the Northern Liang King be a junior? Even if she marries the crown prince to sit as a junior. Third brother, you're quite a bit older than Ruyan Lu. It's better to leave this kind of thing to our young people. Li Xingfeng sneered without letting up in the slightest. Elder 8. Welcoming the first daughter of the Northern Liang King is not a small matter, so it's better to be prudent. How can your impatient nature work? Li Xingfan couldn't care less. He couldn't miss this great opportunity. For a moment the two men argued somewhat. Li Qianquan just quietly watched, and did not take a position. A few moments of his son's mind, he knew well. Instead, he looked at Crown Prince Li Xinglong with some surprise. Lu Ruyan marrying either of the two of them would not be a good thing for the crown prince. Li Xinglong naturally understood this, and glanced at Li Xingyun, who was eating melon on the side. He had an idea in mind. 13th brother is close to me and has no support from the big families, so it's appropriate to marry Ruyan Lu. It might even be a help to me. Li Xinglong took a step forward. Li Xingfeng and the two of them stopped and looked at him. No idea what he's going to say. Father, my son thinks we should let 13th brother go. Li Xinglong spoke out of turn. Me? Li Nebula's head was full of question marks. He was eating a melon properly and, why are you still eating on yourself? He really didn't have any feelings for Ruyan Lu, and marrying her home would instead easily attract other people's attention. Li Xingfan's eyes were startled as he scanned twice over Li Xingyun and Li Xinglong's bodies. Having a guess. Oh, why? Li Qianquan asked with a smile. Back to father's words. 13th brother is similar in age to Lu Ruyan, while both of them are not married to each other. Father, you are interested in arranging a marriage for Lu Ruyan, and it just so happens that 13th brother doesn't have a sweetheart yet, so why don't you let 13th brother give it a try? I'm sorry, Li Xinglong explained with a smile. Li Xingfeng's figure lurched. There were words he wanted to say, but he had nothing to say. Prince Li Xinglong's proposal is not broken, if he stands up to make trouble. Instead, it would look like he was failing as an older brother. Reasonable. Li Qianquan smiled and nodded his head. He already had a candidate for who to let go, saying it was just to see how a few people would react. Li Xingyun never participated in political affairs. There must be a reason why he was called here today. Old 13, what do you think? Li Qianquan asked. Me? The son's servant won't Li Xingyun didn't want to get involved and directly swung for the fences. Good. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Li Qianquan's eyes twitched with some amusement. And, it was then arranged. Father, what my son said, is that I won Li Xingyun was worried that Li Qianquan had misheard him and hurriedly reminded him. Well, you have to learn only if you don't know how. Let Lao San teach you. Li Qianquan got up and left after saying that. Set the matter in stone. For a while, some people were happy and others were sad. While Li Xingfeng was a bit disappointed to miss the opportunity, Li Xingfan felt that this was a chance to pull Li Xingyun together. Li Xinglong, on the other hand, was a bit headstrong. Father is yanking 13th brother out of my hands. Li Xinglong couldn't help but marvel at the emperor's power. This father of theirs is worthy of being the MVP player of the 9 sons. 13th brother, don't be nervous, third brother will help you. And if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me. Li Xingfan looked at Li Xingyun a bit confused and smilingly went up and patted his shoulder. He was in a good mood and felt that his father was turning toward him. Thank you, third brother. Li Xingyun nodded his head in some confusion. He wanted to hide, but he couldn't. Li Xingyun was a bit speechless as he walked out the door. It wasn't that he hated Ruyan Lu so much. He hadn't even met Ruyan Lu, except that he didn't like being in control. Looks like we need to speed up our pace. Li Xingyun secretly made up his mind. Old 13. Big brother? What's wrong? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at Li Xinglong. Don't worry. The Eastern Palace paid for the expenses needed to welcome Ruyan Lu. Big brother is also trying to arrange a good madam for you. Li Xinglong thought that Li Xingyun was unhappy and comforted him with a smile. Thank you, big brother. It's just a greeting. That's all. Nebula Li smiled and shook her head. Back at the Li mansion, Li Xingyun found Li Qiushui. Qiushui, you haven't been home for a long time either. I'll take you home to see your father. Good. Li Qiushui nodded shyly. Is Li Yi free? This is to find dad to propose marriage? Is this so sudden? Li Qiushui's heart was suddenly a deer in the headlights. Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushui's favorability has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 95 points. A good feeling boost? But what are you blushing for? You're just going home to see your dad. What are you thinking? Autumn snow. There's something I want to talk to you about, Li Xingyun said as he wrapped his arm around Li Qiushui's thin waist and came closer to her. What is it? Li Qiushui narrowed her eyes shyly, not daring to look at him, and with 95 points of goodwill. It was already possible for Li Nebula to do whatever she wanted to her. About my identity. Li Xingyun told his identity. There's no point in hiding it from the other side now. The entire Langya Chamber of Commerce is full of undesirable people. All but Li Qiushui knew Li Xingyun's identity. Li Qiushui opened her mouth wide in surprise, then hurriedly blocked it with her small hands. Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushui's favorability has increased by 1 point. Current favorability is 96 points. Chapter 37. Aren't you curious? A prince, even a marginal prince, was an unattainable existence for Li Qiushui. When she thought of her Prince Charming, who was really a prince, Li Qiushui couldn't help but feel a wave in her heart. It became even happier. It doesn't matter what you are, I don't care. Li Qiushui slowly closed her eyes. Li Xingyun was naturally nonchalant, and lowered his head and kissed him, plundering wantonly, and the big hands are starting to get restless too. Don't. Still be in the yard. Li Qiushui hurriedly grabbed Li Xingyun's big hand that was about to do something weird and murmured softly. You mean, not being inside the yard is okay, right? Li Nebula asked with a bad smile. You hate it. We're not even married yet. Li Qiushui shyly lowered her head and buried it into her chest. Well, I'm going to find your father and ask for a marriage. Li Xingyun laughed out loud and pulled Li Qiushui outside. There were quite a few people in Li Xingyun's group this time, and Li Xingyun and Li Qiushui were sitting in the carriages. Little Wang Zai acted as the driver of the car, and the two of them, Wind Elder and Cloud Void Z, were sitting on the left and right, making a great sound. Yun Su Z's cultivation was not weak, but his mood was even more complicated. He could feel that the two people beside himself were both above him in terms of cultivation. Wind Elder was fine. He already knew about it, but Mirror Heart Demon was a different story. The last time they met they were still an ordinary person, and now their cultivation surpassed their own? Is this some kind of elixir? This is too much. Yun Suzi finally didn't hold back and curiously looked at the Mirror Heart Demon and asked, Mirror Heart Demon, what heavenly material have you eaten? Why is your cultivation so high? The Mirror Shadow Demon laughed quietly, tilting his head to look at Cloud Void and extending an orchid finger. Naturally, it's a great chance. A row of black lines ran across Yun Suzi's head. Nonsense. Who doesn't know it's a great opportunity? But what is chance? What chance? Unspeakable. The Mirror Heart Demon laughed and focused on driving the carriage, knowing that no questions could be asked from the mouth of the Mirror Heart Demon. Yun Suzi asked as he tilted his head to look at the cloudy elder foam on the side. You're not curious? Not curious. Wind Elder waved his hand. He knew. Of course he wasn't curious. Really not curious? Yun Suzi was a bit puzzled. All of them are cultivators. Who could resist the secret of a surge in cultivation? Really not curious. Elder Foam laughed dumbly, his eyes glancing at Yun Suzi with slight pity. Without waiting for Yun Suzi to ask again, the Mirror Heart Demon spoke. Your Highness, the Langya Chamber of Commerce has arrived. Li Nebula's identity had been made public. It's only natural to address your Highness. So fast? Li Qiushui, who was snuggled in Li Xingyun's arms, was surprised. She remembered that it wasn't this fast from the Li Mansion to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Well, the Langya Chamber of Commerce has moved. Li Nebula naturally knew that. Smiling, he patted Li Qiushui's jerky spot and explained. Moved? Li Qiushui was confused. How did she move for good reason? Get off. Li Xingyun stopped explaining and got up to walk towards the outside of the carriage. Li Qiushui looked at the high-end atmosphere of the Mansion Chamber of Commerce in front of her somewhat shocked. This is only a few days just moved from the Kobo yard to here? This is the Langya Chamber of Commerce? Isn't it written on the plaque? Li Xingyun pointed to the plaque above his head and laughed. Li Qiushui looked up to see the door plaque is really written on the 4 big words Luengia Chamber of Commerce. What happened in these few days? Li Qiushui's head was full of question marks, and once she left by herself. Did Dad get rich? It was really as she thought. After she left Li, who started selling spirit beads. It does make a lot of money. Come on, if you want to know what's going on, just go ask your dad. Nebula Li smiled and headed inside. Now that the entire Luengia Chamber of Commerce has expanded its manpower by more than 10 times, some people may not recognize Li Qiushui, but no one didn't recognize Li Xingyun and saluted at the sight of Li Xingyun. That's the benefit of the inheritance beads. President Li, I haven't seen you in a few days. You're getting more and more energetic. Walking into the hall. Li Xingyun smiled and greeted Li Hu. Ha ha, your highness is joking. This is just a little bit of luck on my part. Li Hu smiled and saluted. He had to keep Li Nebula's secret. Even in the Luwanjia Chamber of Commerce inside this kind of absolutely safe place. Cannot speak out of turn will not speak out of turn. Daddy, you are getting rich? Li Qiushui looked at Li Hu with wide eyes and asked. A little bit. President Li, let me borrow your study. Li Nebula had business to attend to. Not going to listen to someone's father and daughter talk about their family. Your highness, be my guest. Li Hu laughed. Li Xingyun got up and led Mirror Heart Demon towards the study. Seeing this, Yun Suzi was about to get up and follow. But he was stopped by Feng Lao. Your highness won't be in danger. Sit and drink tea with old man. Elder Feng smilingly reminded. What the hell? So secretive? Yun Suzi muttered and no longer got up. Instead, he looked at Feng Lao with a smile and asked. Elder Feng, I heard that you also ordered 4 girls from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Your old man really hasn't aged a bit. Go go go. Old me was tempering them. Feng Lao's old face flushed red, and he gave Yun Suzi a blank look. Not in a good way. He. Yes, Elder Wind is right. The poor Taoist is also enlightening them. They are too pitiful. We need to be tempered. Yun Suzi instantly understood and changed his words, and his entire aura began to be obscene. I wonder if Elder Wind has any unique insights on the Tao of deification? The poor Taoist would like to ask Elder Feng for some advice. You guy, naturally, the old man has some insights. Seeing that you're sincere, I'll pass on a few moves to you. Follow me. Elder Feng was very satisfied with Yun Suzi's reaction and nodded, getting up and heading out. It's a secret that naturally can't be heard by anyone else. This is very good. Very good. Yun Suzi followed with great joy. He was a little out of his depth before and that's why I wanted to get some lessons from Elder Feng. Wind old age so big can. There is no reason why he cannot. Li Xingyun and Mirror Heart Demon arrived at the study, where someone was already waiting. Yuan Tiangang, pay my respects to your highness. Be excused, delinquent heavenly sin star. Greetings to the marshal. Get up. Yuan Tiangang glanced at the familiar face and the face beneath the mask raised a smile. Li Xingyun came to the top and sat down and began to talk over what happened in the palace. What do you guys think should be done about this? Nebula Li looked to these two intellectuals among the bad guys. Your highness, I think it can be done. That is, there is no harm in really marrying the daughter of the king of Northern Liang. The undesirables have begun to infiltrate, and before long, you will fear no one, and the Northern Liang king can only be your aide. The Mirror Heart Demon was the first to speak. His meaning is also clear. The Unholy One's expansion is taking off so fast that it won't take long for it to spread all over the world. At that time, even if the Northern Liang king had bad intentions, he could only put them away and obediently work for Li Xingyun. Chapter 38, The Little Goat. Yuan Tiangang, what do you think? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at Yuan Tiangang. His present majesty should have sensed your highness's movements, and that's why he pulled your highness into the political arena. Yuan Tiangong's first words made Li Nebula's heart shake, but then it was realized that although his movements were secretive, it was unrealistic to think that he could satisfy the emperor. What do you think Father Emperor means? Li Nebula asked after calming down a bit. He couldn't guess what was in the mind of the emperor, who seemed intent on letting the princes fight it out. But again, this is a bit of a departure. It's not good for a prince to take over the throne. It represents restlessness. There are two possibilities. The whetstone, raising parasites. Yuan Tiangang replied flatly. A whetstone, a nurturing compulsion? The meaning of these two words is also well understood. The millstone is to use the royal sons, except for Crown Prince Li Xinglong, as a kind of training. Let Li Xinglong grow up gradually. Raising parasites is a bit brutal. That's trying to get the princes to kill each other and live to win at the end of the day. It's the next emperor. Nebula Li felt that Grindstone was a bit more likely to be just a bit likely heir. Would play off. Go on. Your highness can make contact with the third prince, King Han, and follow his majesty's heart. Wait for the wings to be full. Then go and show them off. Aha. Li Xingyun understood that emperors had a strong desire to control, and that no matter what he thought, it's never wrong to go along with him for a while. As for the youngest daughter of the king of Northern Liang, there is no need to be troubled, for his majesty has already had an idea of. Just go with the flow. Yuan Tiangang was very plain throughout, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Also, where do I have a choice? Li Nebula smiled to herself and, I'm still too naive to think for myself. However, one will not sit around and wait for death. Since one wants one to marry Ruyan Lu, then Northern Liang himself will be in the bag. How's the investigation at the Shinobu Temple going? Did you find out why the fire was set? Li Nebula looked at Yuan Tiangang and asked. There are some glimpses. It seems to have something to do with your mother, but it's not clear. Mother? Li Xingyun froze. He hadn't even seen much of his mother. What's this got to do with her? Well, snack on that, and from now on, let the little wannabe get in touch with the delinquents. You're free to do as you please. Li Nebula arranged it. Before, it was only because there was no one available that Yuan Tiangang stayed at the Langia Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Luanjia Chamber of Commerce is on the right track, it would be a waste to bring Yuan Tiangang here again. Yes, Your Highness. I intend to form the 72 lieutenants of the Earth Fury for Your Highness. Yuan Tiangang obviously expected this and spelled out what he was going to do. Good. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Li Nebula nodded. The three of them discussed some other things before leaving the study. Your Highness, the dinner is ready, so please honor us with your presence. Da Hu came to Li Xingyun's side and said respectfully. Good. Just as well, I'm all hungry. Li Nebula smiled and nodded. A few people at the table pushed their glasses and chatted very hotly, but it was all meaningless things. Serious people who drink and talk about serious things. Your Highness, what do you think of your daughter? Li Hu asked with a smile. Daddy, what are you doing? Li Qiushue immediately smiled and blushed. The heart rasped with shame and joy. Very good. Very much to my liking. Li Nebula guessed what Li Hu was going to say and immediately nodded in agreement. Ha ha, Shuer, what do you think of His Highness? Li Hu turned his head to Li Qiushue again and asked. Although he knew that Li Qiushue wouldn't refuse, the process still had to be there. Female daughters are all at the mercy of their father. Li Qiushue was already shy at this point, and, muttering in a low voice, ha ha, good, Your Highness, that little daughter will be entrusted to you from now on, so that she can follow you as a concubine. It's also good, Li Hu said with a smile. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Xingyun refused Li Hu's retention and returned to the Li mansion with a few people. He hadn't forgotten that he was going to meet Sun Jihai, the chief commander of the brocade guards, tonight. Oops, why are you drinking so much? Li Qiushue looked at the somewhat drunken Li Xingyun and said with concern. Happy. Li Xingyun smiled as he wrapped his arm around Li Qiushue. Happy about what? Li Qiushue asked with a red face and a smirk. What do you mean I'm happy? Of course I'm happy to eat you, little goat. Li Xingyun said with a bad smile. Nasty. You are really drunk. People are little sheep. How come I am a little goat? Li Qiushue laughed helplessly, thinking that Li Xingyun had drunk too much and was a bit confused in his speech. Because goats are more flirty than sheep. Li Xingyun laughed badly and leaned over to whisper in Li Qiushue's ear. Ah, you. Li Qiushue froze and then the pretty face suddenly turned red as if it could drip blood, and came up to Li Xingyun's face, the tip of her nose getting along. Where tie? Li Qiushue asked with great dissatisfaction. Ha ha, tell you at night. Li Xingyun laughed and kissed her with a single stretch of his head. Aha! Li Qiushue stifled a grunt. Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushue's favorability has increased by 3 points, currently at 99 points. After Li Hu's acknowledgement, Li Qiushue no longer had any concerns in her heart, and her favorability ushered in a spike, just 1 step away from claiming your reward. Nebula, what are you doing sitting here without sleeping? Li Qiushue looked at Li Xingyun sitting in the gazebo by the lake full of confusion. Waiting for someone. Do you want to join me? Where was Li Nebula at this time, still half drunk? Sober as hell. With his cultivation, it was fine to drink more. Waiting for someone? Who is it? Who will come at this late hour? Li Qiushue asked stupidly. Undesirable person. Li Nebula slowly spat out 3 words. The undesirable must not only exist, but must make his presence known, to make the others fear the bad guys. Just don't reveal the identities of Li Nebula and the bad guys. A delinquent? What's that? Li Qiushue asked in confusion. A very mysterious force that spreads throughout the entire world. And there are people from them in every force. Ha? So powerful? Li Qiushue was stunned. Every power has bad people. Is it so terrible? Swish. Suddenly a figure appeared opposite the 2 Li Nebula. Ah! Li Qiushue exclaimed in shock. Godly Martial City delinquent. Greetings to your highness. The person who came was none other than Sun Jihai. Get up. Li Nebula nodded. I wonder what arrangements your highness has called me here for. Sun Jihai asked as he stood up. 2 things. Li Nebula stretched out 2 fingers. 1. Go and collect the inheritance beads and put the brocade guards under complete control. Yes. Sun Jihai nodded. This was simple. 2nd. Find a chance to contact the leader of the Imperial City's Forbidden Army and pull him in. Sun Jihai is the chief commander of the Jinui, and has an official position. Contacting the leader of the Imperial City's Forbidden Army is also good to operate As for how to pull him into the gang, it must be coercion. The leader of the Forbidden Army is Gui Jian, a loyalist, loyal to the royal family. Subordinate understands. Sun Jihai nodded, already guessing what Li Xingyun was going to do. Chapter 39, A Passage. Li Xingyun arranged some more trivial matters before speaking. Well, go back, and let Heavenly Sin Star contact you in the future. Li Nebula waved her hand. Subordinate will retire. Sun Jihai said and disappeared into thin air. He is so strong. Li Chou Shui was silent the entire time, waiting for Sun Jihai to leave before speaking. Strong? Ha ha, I'm strong too. Li Xingyun laughed badly as he wrapped Li Chou Shui into his arms. The good sense was still a little short of obtaining a gold self-select card, so Li Xingyun decided to take a shortcut. Take a shortcut into Li Qiushue's mind and body. What are you doing? Li Qiushue vaguely sensed something, and with some anticipation in her heart, and a little shy and scared. Eat the little goat. Li Xingyun picked up Li Qiushui as he revolved the 9 Pantheon Xian Tian divine skill and the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost. You have such an evil aura on you. Li Qiushui couldn't help but murmur. There's a more wicked one you want? Li Xingyun asked with a bad smile. I don't know. Li Qiushui buried her head into Li Xingyun's chest and stopped talking. Li Xingyun laughed, unlocked the bedroom door and blew out the candles. The spring night is worth $1,000. Oops. Your Highness is so unaware of compassion. Linglong's room was next to Li Xingyun's, so she naturally heard it clearly and couldn't help but bury her head into the quilt. Congratulations to the host. Li Qiushui's favorability has increased by 1 point, currently at 100 points. Congratulations to the host. The mission is complete, and you have been rewarded with a gold grade inheritance card of your choice. Ding! Open Trigger Chamber of Commerce Quest 2, let the Luanjia Chamber of Commerce spread its footprints all over the Shenwu Empire. Reward Golden Grade Optional Card * 3. Li Xingyun didn't have the heart to pay attention to these messy hints from the system at this time. He was busy. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Li Xingyun slowly opened his eyes and pinched Li Qiushui and it caused a fit of shame on the other side. That's quite a pass. The favorability pool is full. The reward has arrived. Whose legacy should I choose? Li Xingyun began to hesitate a bit in his heart. The undesirables lineup is off the table for now. The Illusionist Workshop, the Tong Wenken, the Xianxian Cult. These 3 powers are prioritized, mainly because gaining a leader will allow you to recruit freely. After hesitating for half a day, Li Xingyun still hadn't thought about it, mainly because there's no one around with the right people to pass it on. Li Xingyun carefully removed Li Qiushui's jade arm and got up with the intention of getting dressed. Your Highness, are you awake? Linglong's voice sounded from outside the room. Ha? Awake? What's wrong? Li Xingyun asked curiously. Did Linglong listen to the wall all night? Can't be. I have hot water ready and waiting for you to wash. Lingerie doesn't know what she's doing. She just wanted to come over and take a look. Okay. Li Xingyun glanced back at Li Qiushui and saw that she had already woken up and a burst of true qi struck out and opened the door to the room. Linglong immediately walked in with a basin of hot water. Eyes peeked toward the bed. What are you looking at? Li Xingyun naturally noticed her small movements. Reaching out, he gave Linglong a headbutt. No, didn't look at anything. Linglong blushed and withdrew her gaze and started to wait on Li Xingyun to wash up. Don't be in a hurry. When it's convenient for you, you'll have a share too. Li Xingyun looked at Linglong's Qingwan with a bad smile. Well, Linglong's body trembled. Red-faced nodded her head, without the meaning of refusal. She was originally Li Xingyun's maid in the same room. Li Xingyun got dressed and got up to leave, urging Linglong to take good care of Li Qiushui. Sister Qiushui, how do you feel? After Li Nebula left, Linglong then closed the door to the room and came to sit by the bed and asked, you are still okay? Li Qiushui was new to the world, and her face was a little thin. Your Highness, is he powerful? Linglong forced her shyness and asked curiously. Li Qiushui understood and laughed lightly twice. What are you laughing at? Linglong was embarrassed. Laughing at your springtime you're his maid. You don't know any better than me. I'm sorry. Li Qiushui laughed. That which, your Highness hasn't touched me yet. No way? You're so pretty. Can he stand it? Li Qiushui was obviously a bit shocked. Li Xingyun led Yun Suzi right toward the residence of the third prince, King Han. He really didn't know anything about how he was going to greet Ruyan Lu. Third brother. Li Xingyun brought Yun Suzi all the way to the Grand Hall without any obstacles. Ha ha, 13th brother, come and sit. Han King Li Xingfan greeted with a smile. This one is? Li Xingfan smiled and looked at Yun Suzi. Yun Suzi, of the Qingyun Daoist Temple. Li Xingyun didn't hide anything. These royal brothers of his were all human. Lying was better than telling the truth. So it's the 7 sons of the green cloud. Please have a seat. Li Xingfan wasn't a bit surprised that. A warm greeting. Thank you, Your Highness King Han. Yun Suzi bowed with a straight face and thanked him. Third brother, I came to ask you what we have to do to welcome Ruyan Lu. Ha? Li Nebula didn't dawdle and asked directly. The main thing is to proclaim it for the people to know, and then to make the row a little more grand. Appear to pay attention to each other. These things are all done for you by the third brother. When the time comes, you just go to the outside of the city to meet. Li Xingfan was very enthusiastic about taking things down. Great. Then thank you third brother. Third brother is the best to me. Li Xingyun immediately agreed. There was someone to help. Why not use it? Ha ha. Small matter. Li Xingfan smiled and waved his hand. Satisfied with Li Xingyun's reaction, the two then chatted about trivial matters. 13th brother, have you ever heard of the Xian cult? Li Xingfan asked smilingly. The cult of the Xian underworld? What is that? An upstart sect? Li Nebula's heart trembled, but it was asked without changing his face. Well, it's been quite a mess lately, and there's been quite a conflict with the shadow sect. Li Xingfan laughed. Scared me. So it's the development of the Xuanhe cult that has touched the interests of the shadow cult. I thought it was exposed. Not quite sure. Ha? Does third brother want me to do something? You tell me. My brother will definitely help. Li Xingyun immediately acted as a good brother. It's okay. I don't need 13th brother for anything. I'm just talking off the top of my head. Li Xingfan was just testing Li Xingyun's attitude towards himself. King Han's mother was a member of the Jianghu, and King Han's power was more in favor of the Jianghu sects. It's not surprising to be concerned about these things. Alright, third brother, if you need something, just order it, and my brother will definitely do it for you. Li Nebula laughed in a harmless manner. Ha ha, when you say it like that, I really want to go to one thing that 13th brother might be able to help with. Li Xingfan laughed, and suddenly his words changed. Ha? Li Nebula was stunned at first. There really is one? I was just casually talking about it. Chapter 40, The House of 10,000 Flowers. Sango Yusei, Left Guardian of the Shadow Cult. Nicknamed Ghost Shadow. I've investigated and found that he's been working together near Divine Martial City recently. I want to ask Elder Feng to take action and behead him. Li Xingfan opened his mouth. Third brother has a grudge against him? Li Xingyun's heart was happy and his mind was active. He had promised Qing Miaoer that he would kill the other party, but the intelligence network was not strong enough to find the other party's trace for a while. Well, he stabbed me 3 years ago, and I've had people investigating him for so long, which is how I found him. Li Xingfan nodded. It wasn't a secret. 3 years ago he was a 9th grade martial saint perfection. It's likely that he's gone into hiding these past few years and has broken through to the land goddesses, which is why he needs Elder Feng to step in and suppress the situation. Li Xingfan stated his guess. Alright, when the time comes, I'll have Elder Feng go and help, and I'll be sure to that ghostly shadow to death. Li Nebula agreed with extreme alacrity. So alacrity that Li Xingfan was a bit stunned. Could it be that 13th brother is really someone who values brotherly love? Why else would you have agreed so quickly? But it's not right. Why does it look like that? Li Nebula didn't think much of it. 2 birds with 1 stone. He was going to kill Shadow himself. With Li Xingfan as the main force, why wouldn't he be happy? Ha ha, I'm relieved to have these words from you. 13th brother. Li Xingfan laughed out loud and patted Li Xingyun's shoulder. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Xingyun got up to leave. Oh 13th brother, are you really stupid or not? Li Xingfan muttered as his eyes looked deep into the place where Li Xingyun had left. Your Highness, where are we going? Cloud Void asked. How about listening to a song on the hook? Li Xingyun winked at Yun Suzi and laughed. Ha, is this good? It's still broad daylight? Cloud Void asked somewhat sheepishly. If you don't want to go, I'll go myself and save some money. Li Xingyun said with disinterest. What kind of a decent guy is he pretending to be? Don't go, poor Taoist go. Yun Suzi just pretended to be reserved for a moment and, where did he think that Li Xingyun wouldn't eat this and turned around and left? He hurriedly followed. Wasn't he staying by Li Xingyun's side just for someone to treat him to a greenhouse? Your Highness, are we still going to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Yun Suzi couldn't help but feel a little stirred when he thought of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. No, the 4 major greenhouses in Shenwu City aren't the only ones in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Today we have the 10,000 Flowers House in the south of the city. Li Xingyun laughed. The 4 major greenhouses of Shenwu City are situated in 4 directions. Tianxiang Pavilion in the east city, Wanhua Lu in the south city, Mirage Cloud Place in the west city, and Heavenly Palace in the north city. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had already been grasped, and Li Xingyun intended to go to other greenhouses to poke around. Good. Cloud Voider's heart was filled with anticipation and, places you've never been to are always new. So I wonder what this 10,000 Flowers house has to offer. The two of them came to the 10,000 Flowers building, and it was midday, and the 10,000 Flowers building was not lively. After all, it was broad daylight, and the bustard sister at the entrance saw at a glance the Li Xingyun duo walking toward them and warmly went forward to greet them. "Two masters, please come inside." Li Xingyun looked at the bustard sister of the 10,000 Flowers mansion, and sure enough, she was different from the bustard sister of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Tianxiang Pavilion focuses on selling her art, while Wanhualu focuses on selling her body, and dresses in a more revealing manner. White shaking are going to jump out of the general. Yun Su Zi, this little Taoist eyes are looking straight. Good. Arrange an elegant seat. It was noon, and Li Xingyun hadn't eaten yet, planning to deal with a bite here. "Alright, master. Inside please." Bustard sister greeted with a smile on her face. "Witty, this is your reward." Li Nebula took out one tael of gold and tucked into Busty sister's surging bosom. "Aya, thank you master." Bustard sister excitedly came in Li Xingyun's direction to facilitate his stuffing. This bustard sister is just about 30 years old, with a good appearance. It should be said that the women who could be in the 4 major greenhouses of Shenwu City were all good-looking. Even the women who did some odd jobs were all of top quality. The two men went to a corner of the hall and sat down, waiting for their food to be served. "Your Highness, this 10,000 Flowers house can be much more luxurious than the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion." Cloud Voider gulped and looked around with his eyes. "Call me Gungzi when you go out." Li Xingyun explained with a blank look at him. The 4 major greenhouses in Shenwu City all have their own unique features, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is the art of. The House of 10,000 Flowers is a love affair, and the Place of Illusory Clouds is a song. What about the Heavenly Palace? Without waiting for Li Nebula to finish, Yun Su Zi couldn't wait to ask. "It seems exotic," Li Nebula said with some uncertainty. "Exotic? Is there going to be more exotic girls?" Cloud Void asked curiously. "I don't know. I heard that there is." Li Nebula hadn't been there either, so he really wasn't too sure. "Aren't you looking for Oyezi? Why don't you take action?" Li Xingyun asked curiously. Yun Su Zi had been following him as if he had forgotten the main event. Li Xingyun kindly reminded him. "I don't know where Master Oyezi is when he's a dragon." Cloud Voider's eyes still roamed over the surrounding girls as his mouth explained. "Then you." Li Xingyun was a bit speechless and didn't know what to say. "Master said I'll meet him in Shenwu City, so there's no need to rush. Just wait quietly." Seemingly sensing Li Xingyun's doubt, Yun Su Zi explained. He, interesting." Li Nebula nodded. There were quite a few people who could peek into the heavens. This explanation from Yun Su Zi was not surprising. "Sir, your dishes have been served. Would you like to order a few girls to sit with you?" "I don't know," Bustard sister asked with a smile. "Yes, otherwise why come to your 10,000 Flowers house?" Li Nebula laughed. "Let the flower girl come over, and call 4 more girls to accompany this friend of mine." Li Xingyun laughed very bashfully. "Your Excellency, I'm sorry, but our flower girl from the House of 10,000 Flowers has just been ransomed. There is no flower girl yet. Do you think you should change?" Sister Bustard smiled in embarrassment. "Ransomed? Alright, just watch the arrangements." Li Xingyun was a little disappointed but it was normal. There were many people willing to throw away money in a place like Divine Martial City. "Okay Lu Gongzi, I'll go and make arrangements." Sister Bustard smiled and turned around, twisting her thin waist to leave. Li Xingyun wasn't in a hurry and got up and took the wine pot to pour 2 cups for Yun Su Zi and himself, then began sizing up the greenhouse girl. Yun Su Zi received the wine cup with both hands with complicated eyes, no longer looking at the surrounding warblers and swallows. Instead, he froze as he looked at Nebula Li's side. Could it really be the person Master wants me to pursue? But he's just the Emperor's son. Can this temperament? Yun Su Zi was in a daze. Li Xingyun's eyes narrowed as he realized something extraordinary, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smile. Then he got up and walked toward a guest. "Brother, I see that you have an extraordinary demeanor. Why don't we have a drink together?" Nebula Li pointed herself to a side table. There were 3 people sitting at the table at the moment. 1 old, 2 young. Chapter 41, Lu Qingfeng. The 3 were clearly dominated by the clean-cut young man in the center of the room. The clean-cut teenager raised his eyes and glanced at Li Xingyun and laughed. "Please sit down. Brother, I don't know what to call you." Li Nebula graciously sat down and introduced herself with a smile. "Li Xingyun. Where is Gongzi?" Li Xingyun didn't give out his stage name, Li Yiwu, this time. Instead, they used their real names very sincerely. "Li Nebula?" The young man's heart shook, and he exchanged glances with the old man beside him. "Seems to be determining something." Lu Qingfeng, the clean-cut teenager sitting in the center, said softly, his tone very crisp and clear. "Movers and shakers. Good name, Mr. Lu. I see that a few of you aren't locals. Are you?" Li Xingyun asked with a smile. No, we just arrived at Divine Martial City. Lu Qingfeng didn't lie, either. They had indeed just arrived in Divine Martial City and were planning to poke around in this 10,000 flowers building for some information. Your Excellency is a local. I wonder if you could tell us something about Divine Martial City. Lu Qingfeng looked at Li Xingyun with playful eyes and asked. Naturally, you and I are like old friends at first sight, so ask as much as you like. Mr. Lu, and I will know everything. Li Xingyun smiled and pulled out a folding fan and shook it. Nebula Li thought that fan was cooler, so she carried it with her. Gongzi, what are you doing? Yun Su-zi, who was at the side, also came back to his senses and ran over to ask. Met a friend who fits the bill, came over to get acquainted. Mr. Lu doesn't mind one more person, right? Li Xingyun asked. No harm done. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Lord Lu has agreed. Sit down. Li Xingyun gestured for Yun Su-zi to sit on the side. Hey, good. Yun Su-zi didn't know what Li Xingyun was going to do, so he couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. Sit down honestly. Lu Qingfeng didn't care about Yun Su-zi, but the old man on the side was intentionally glancing at his body for a few moments. What does Mr. Ryu want to know? Li Xingyun very naturally picked up the wine pot and poured a glass for the two of them. We're new to Divine Martial City. I wonder if there are any young talents in Divine Martial City? I'm sorry, Lu Qingfeng asked with a smile. Yes, Crown Prince Li Xinglong, King Han Li Xingfan, and King Jing Li Xingfeng. It's considered the top talent in the entire Divine Martial City. Li Nebula immediately responded. Isn't there another 13th prince in Divine Martial City? How is he? I don't know. Lu Qingfeng asked. Ha ha, he can't. Li Xingyun said with a smile. Ha? Yun Su-zi was a bit confused. What's all this about? Anyone else say they can't? A man can't say he can't. If it really didn't work, he still had the secret of asking for advice from Elder Phone. Yeah, how is it not working? Lu Qingfeng was instantly amused and couldn't help but ask. He likes to visit greenhouses and is more of a womanizer. Li Xingyun looked at Lu Qingfeng with a smirk and raised an eyebrow. Ha ha, interesting. What's wrong with men visiting greenhouses? Aren't Brother Li and I the same? Lu Qingfeng asked with a smile as he became interested in Li Xingyun. It's not the same. It's not the same. Li Xingyun laughed and shook his head, watching Bustard Sister walk with a few girls and laugh. Mr. Lu, it's fate to meet again. The girl I ordered is here. Excuse me. Brother Li is a refreshing person. Why don't you share one with me? Lu Qingfeng was equally unseemly. Straight away, she asked Li Nebula to share one with her. Ha? It was Li Nebula's turn to be confused. Do you have the capital? It won't work even if I give it to you. What? Don't want to give up? Lu Qingfeng didn't care that the two people beside him were looking at him with strange eyes, and looked at Li Xingyun with a self-conscious smile. Sheesh, Mr. Lu even bought me a drink. What's wrong with sharing a girl with you? Not only does Mr. Lu have a share, these two friends beside you also have a share. Li Xingyun laughed. Brother Li, cool. For a moment aside from the duo of Li Xingyun and Lu Qingfeng, the other three had been somewhat dumbfounded. Sister Bustard, entertain the three of them and arrange a private room for me and Mr. Lu. Li Xingyun rushed to Bustard's sister and instructed her. Hey, good. Sister Bustard agreed in a hurry. Mr. Lu, let's go to the elegant room. Li Nebula asked. Good. Lu Qingfeng stood up and walked towards Li Xingyun. Your Excellency. No. The old man hurriedly tried to stop them. They had sneaked over here. They couldn't mess around. There's no harm with Mr. Li around. I'm safe. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and followed Li Nebula to an elegant room. Bustard's sister again rushed to arrange the girls' wine and food. What is Mr. Lu doing inquiring about young talents? Could it be that you have some special fetish? There are rabbit boys in Divine Martial City. Do you want me to arrange two for you? Li Xingyun asked with a wry smile. Don't. This Gongzi is not good at that. But I have a sister who is coming to Shenwu City. I want to arrange a marriage for her. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. Is your sister pretty? Li Nebula asked. The face of a closed moon. The beauty of a sunken fish and wild goose. Then how about introducing me? I haven't even married yet. Li Xingyun didn't doubt the other's words. After all, he knew there was no lie. Yes, but she has a very high opinion of people. And ordinary people don't get into her eyes. The two began to play dumb. Lu Qingfeng was a smart person and guessed Li Xingyun's intention. Although Li Xingyun had not guessed it. But he has a system. Name Lu Ruyan. Age, 18 years. Charm value, 97. Favorability, 45. Cultivation level, 4th grade. Middle stage of martial sage. Force Beijing Liang Royal House. I have to say that Ruyan Lu's is pretty grippy. His face value is as high as 97 points. Mainly because his talent is also awesome. And he's about the same age as Li Xingyun. Just another 4th grade martial saint's strength, and a breakthrough to land goddess in the future would be on the cards. I wonder what kind of husband your sister would like to find, so I can see if I'm suitable? Lee Nebula sees through and doesn't speak through. There's no such thing as a sister. I'm just talking about my choice of spouse. Ha ha, she likes enterprising men. I wonder if Brother Lee has one. Willow is blunt. Progress? You're a prince now, and you'll be a king in the future. There's only that one spot further up. It seems that this Lu Ruyan's ambition is not small. But, I love it. Li Xingyun thought darkly in his heart. Yes, of course I'm enterprising. Then does Mr. Li have the strength? Ruyan Lu continued to ask without comment. What does Mr. Lu think? Li Xingyun asked rhetorically. Ruyan Lu is basically her own rightful consort who can't run away. And it wouldn't hurt to know some secrets. After all, she's got a lot of ambition. Li Xingyun liked this kind of woman. It inspired his desire to conquer. I think Brother Li is not ordinary, but I can't see Brother Li's strength. Ruyan Lu laughed. Then how about we make a bet? Li Xingyun asked with a smile. What's the bet? How about a bet that Mr. Lu's jade pendant will be on me the next time we meet? Li Xingyun laughed as he looked at the green-colored jade pendant around Ruyan Lu's waist. Ruyan Lu was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Li Xingyun to be so confident. If one's own personal belongings can come to the hands of the other party, it can indeed show that the other party is not as simple as it seems. Chapter 42 White Heron Black Luan. Good. If it reaches Brother Li, then I will marry my sister to you, Lu Ruyan said with a straight face. It's a deal. It's a deal. 2 gentlemen, the wine and food and the girls are here. At this time, Bustard Sister's coquettish voice rang out from outside the door. Fine, come in, Lee Nebula responded. Sister Bustard pushed her way in, bringing a table of wine and food and 2 girls. The wine and food just didn't need to be said. No one cared. Li Xingyun looked at the 2 girls beside the Bustard Sister. The Judas Pipa. If it's hidden, it's visible. This is what Nebula Li said. One of the 2 girls wore white muslin, seemingly translucent, with a towering wand extraordinarily striking. The beautiful and attractive pretty face was painted with very innocent makeup, and the somewhat exposed clothes looked very contrasting. The other wore a black corseted skirt, impervious to fabric but not much more, open at the side waist end. The snow-white skin that could be seen underneath her clothes as she walked around and the makeup on her face was tantalizing. Like a flush. This was the only word that Li Xingyun thought of to describe it. As if he had just been ravaged. Churlish. Clunk. Sister Bustard brought the door of the elegant room back on. What are your names? Li Nebula asked. White Heron. Black Luan. The girl in white said with a smile. Great name. Mr. Lu, pick one first. Li Xingyun looked at Lu Ruyan very politely. He felt a little weird, visiting a greenhouse with his future wife and letting her pick first. Aha! You really are a good man yourself. You know to give in to your wife. He. Ruyan Lu blanked Li Xingyun. I want the black Luan. Ruyan Lu waved at the girl in black. Li Xingyun was touched by her blank stare. Ideas for gold quality a la carte legacy cards as well. The White Heron and Black Luan both came to the 2 Li Nebula's side and poured wine for them respectively. Li Xingyun was still a bit disciplined, just touching the little hand and teasing the egret. But Lu Ruyan went a little too far, and by now had already molested Black Luanlo in her arms. What's with the makeup? It tickles my lord's heart to see it. Ruyan Lu deserves her 97-point face. Even when she's dressed as a man, she's still a handsome looker. At this point it was close to hoisting the Black Luan into a warble. The eyes that looked at Ruyan Lu were going to be drawn. Slave this is. Black Luan suddenly felt Lu Ruyan's small hands are not honest. Her pretty face reddened. Snuggle into each other's arms. Ahem. Li Nebula couldn't stand to look at Lu Ruyan in such a way. It will look like you're dull. Mr. Lu, we're good people. We don't do bullying. Ha ha, good. Ruyan Lu is sexually normal. She was merely looking at Black Luan's very seductive makeup. You guys go down, Ruyan Lu said. Then she put the Black Luan aside and, like a different person. Yes, the 2 men retreated in unison. What? Are you jealous? By the time the door to the room was closed again, Ruyan Lu got up and walked over to Li Xingyun, looking at him condescendingly and stretching out her jade finger to pick Li Xingyun's chin. Go away. Li Xingyun slapped away Lu Ruyan's hand and said without a trace of anger. Seriously, he just had a little bit of a heart attack. But Lu Ruyan's appearance as a woman dressed as a man made him a bit diabolical. Even if you can see the original showmanship between the eyebrows, it's still strange. Ha ha, Brother Li, eat slowly. This eunuch will leave first. Lu Ruyan enjoyed himself, laughing out loud. He left. This guy, wait and see. I'll make you sing Conquest in a few days, Li Xingyun said indignantly. After saying that, Li Xingyun picked up the wine jug and drank into his mouth. Then he returned to the mansion alone. Yun Su-zi was very busy at this time. He didn't like to spoil people's good deeds. Of course the money wasn't paid. The same letter was left behind. But this time it was not for the crown prince. It was for Han King Li Xingfan. All my good brothers, what's wrong with a bill? Li Xingyun profoundly understood the truth that it was foolish to have connections and not use them. Returning to the study, Li Nebula called the mirror heart demon in. Your Highness, you're looking for me? The mirror heart demon still had that little wannabe look of a. Both eyebrows have also become 2 dots, and blush has been painted on the corners of his mouth, so it looks like he's enjoying the look. This look of yours, it's quite chic. Li Xingyun laughed. Your Highness is not to blame. The mirror heart demon smiled and nodded, knowing that Li Xingyun didn't care about that. Called you here to give you a few things to do. Li Nebula then refrained from talking nonsense on the other's styling. Please arrange it. Your Highness, find Ruyan Lu and bring her jade pendant back to me. This matter must be quick. Well, leave her with this again. Li Xingyun thought about it and took out a piece of rice paper and wrote down a few words and handed it to Mirror Heart Demon. Yes, my subordinate will definitely finish it. The Mirror Heart Demon took the rice paper and nodded. Be quick, Li Nebula admonished. Little wandering boy, what do you think about taking over the throne? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at him. Your Highness, there is only one kind of person from ancient times who doesn't have to look at people's faces. The Mirror Heart Demon didn't answer directly. Well, go do it. Nebula Li understood what he meant and nodded. The undesirable's power is strong nowadays, and their influence is no weaker than that of the top powers. All that's missing is time. A few days have passed. 15,000 spirit beads should have been almost digested. We'll have to go to the Hidden Soldier Valley again when we find the time. Li Xingyun desperately wanted to improve his strength. Take real control of your life. The Chamber of Commerce mission was not something he had forgotten. He had to hurry. Li Xingyun had a vague feeling that he couldn't stay in Divine Martial City himself for much longer. When he and Ruyan Lu get married, the Emperor will inevitably dismantle the power of the Northern Liang King. By then a large number of Northern Liang soldiers would become Lu Ruyan's dowry. This power was too great to be placed near Divine Martial City, and it would most likely be given to Li Xingyun as a fiefdom. Let him take these soldiers and horses to guard the border. This is likewise an opportunity. When the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, and you have money and people, it's still not a random development. All things in the world, the winds and clouds change, the pale yellow turns over, even though the waves and clouds are treacherous, but the control of the heart is won, then nothing can be done. Heaven is determined to win, and man is determined to win. The world is all bait, and it is difficult for this prince to hold the rod. Li Nebula remembered Yuan Tiangong's Big Dipper fugue and couldn't help but feel something. He wanted a lot. Beauty, money, power, fame. He will be the rod bearer of this world. The night was in the air. The day passed quickly, and Li Xingyun wrapped his arms around Li Qiushui and whispered on the bed. Autumn snow. Why are you so soft? No way. Don't you dare. Nasty. While Li Nebula was fighting, in a desolate temple outside of Shenwu City, again a great battle was going on. Why don't you come out? A man in the deserted temple, whose entire body was covered in a bucket hat, looked outside and shouted, Humph, you shadow cult are the sneaky rats. How dare you have the face to talk about others? A neutral voice rang out, and with it appeared 3 burly figures. Chapter 43, Dragon Elephant Sect. The power of the Dragon Elephant? You guys are from the Dragon Elephant Sect? Did that Han Wang kid send you guys? Ghost Shadow immediately responded, asking grimly. Not bad, daring to assassinate King Han. You've really eaten your bear's heart and leopard's gall. Who are you guys from the Dragon Elephant Sect? Ghost Shadow didn't know with or without. Instead, he asked in a very relaxed manner. Dragon Elephant Sect Elder Su Zhen, Elder Qian Feng, Elder Wu Gang. The 3 men reported their names without the slightest concealment. So it's you 3 guys? You're really tired of living. Ghost Shadow didn't put the other 3 in his eyes at all and sneered nonchalantly. He was a 9th grade martial saint perfection, and the other 3 were just 1 8th grade and 2 7th grade martial saints. Not to be feared. Seek death. Dragon Elephant Fist. Su Zhen was instantly furious, and a golden true chi rose from his head of chi. Strike at the ghostly figure in the broken temple. The majestic true chi suddenly transformed into a substantial giant elephant in the air. It whistled away with an unrivaled sense of oppression. The entire night was illuminated by this majestic golden light. Sculptor's little skill. The ghostly shadow snorted lightly in disdain, then disappeared in place. He didn't bother to take the punch hard. He was at the moment, and didn't like to fight head-on. The next moment the ghost shadow appeared on Qianfeng's side. A dark green dagger in his hand slashed at his opponent's throat, not making a single sound the entire time. Watch out! Su Zhen immediately noticed the abnormality and immediately warned loudly. Dragon Elephant Golden Body. Qianfeng had been vigilant against his opponent, and his reaction was extremely swift. Instantly unleashing his life-preserving skills, his entire body transformed into a golden idol in an instant, and then flew backwards, narrowly avoiding the slash to the throat. Ghost Shadow is very experienced and knows that he can't kill in one blow, so he changes his attack in an instant. The dagger slashed across Qianfeng's chest. With a zipping sound, the dagger rubbed a spark with Qianfeng's dragon image golden body. Not bad. You won't be so lucky next time. The ghostly shadow failed to land a single blow. Immediately, he disappeared, like a viper in the darkness, waiting for a chance to strike. So strong. Su Jin's heart was horrified, originally thinking that it would be enough for the three of them to deal with the ghostly shadow. But I didn't expect the other party to be so cunning, not giving them the slightest chance to fight head-on. He can't go far. Indiscriminate attack. Force him out. Su Jin is also an old man, very experienced, and responded instantly. Good. The two Wu gangs responded, and then golden light appeared on the three of them at the same time. The countless fist shadows shot out in all directions, enveloping all of the hundreds of meters in a circle, and began carpet bombing. Bang! 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 The ground around them was devastated as if it had been struck by lightning. Good boy. You have guts. The ghost shadow couldn't hide any longer, revealing his form, and the entire person was covered with a majestic layer of black true chi, blocking several fist shadows. Together, the three of them, Su Jin, did not speak nonsense and immediately surrounded towards the ghostly shadow. Dragon elephant fist, sky dragon palm, heart-breaking finger. Without the slightest reservation, the three of them went all out the moment they struck. The majestic true chi illuminated the entire night for a few moments, but the ghostly shadow didn't have the slightest bit of fear on his face, and even had a touch of sarcasm on it. The entire person also did not have the slightest intention of trying to resist, seemingly resigned to their fate. But this is so that Su Jin, vaguely aware of the wrong, but at this time the three have already arrow on the string, had to post. Boom! After a loud bang, the ghostly shadow seemed to be blasted to pieces and disappeared. This is solved? Wu Gang asked with some consternation. The three of them were sure to take down each other, but this was too easy. No good. It's a phantom. Be careful. Su Jin was the first to notice the anomaly and immediately shouted. Too late. The ghostly shadow had already appeared behind Wu Gang's back end. The dagger in his hand instantly disappeared into the opponent's back waist. Then a cold, shadowy true chi instantly erupted from Wu Gang's hindquarters. Wu Gang's entire body instantly flew out 100 meters and fell unconscious on the ground. Old Wu, Qianfeng roared, then utilized 10% of his power and, with his infinite anger, he slapped his palm at the ghostly shadow. Waste. Ghost Shadow sneered twice in disdain. He didn't choose to dodge this time. Instead, he reached out with a lightning-fast right hand to hit Qianfeng. Bang! Qianfeng instantly flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. In contrast, the ghostly shadow was motionless. What? You took a half step? Su Jin instantly looked at the ghostly shadow in shock and asked. Not bad, the ghostly shadow answered, then slapped his palm at Su Jin. A hideous and terrifying ghostly face flew out from the ghostly shadow's palm. It flew towards Su Jin with a gust of ghostly cries and howls. Dragon elephant heavenly bell. Su Jin knew that he couldn't dodge this lightning-fast strike. Quickly shouting, he unleashed his strongest defense, and his entire body was instantly enveloped by a huge golden bell. It was like a god. Clang! The ghost face instantly collided with the golden bell with a roar. Blocked it? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Jin's eyes. He didn't think he could block a strike from a half-step land goddess. Jie, did you really block it? The ghostly shadow let out a sardonic laugh, and the ghostly shadow instantly grew several times larger and, like a 10-foot-tall demonic beast, it opened its bloody mouth at Su Jin in the golden bell. A bite to the golden bell. Not good. Elder Feng, save me. Su Jin was very clear. He definitely couldn't block this strike. If no one else had stepped in, he would have died. But fortunately, Li Xingfan had prepared for this and talked to the 13th Imperial Prince. Li Xingyun invited Elder Feng, a land god. The ghostly shadow was immediately startled. He didn't sense anyone nearby. If there really was someone nearby, that person's cultivation was definitely above his own. He himself was already a half-step land immortal, and those with a higher cultivation level than himself could only be land immortals. Lest their pretense. Give this seed death. Ghost Shadow knew the truth of late is late, and immediately urged Ghostface with all his might. Intending to take care of the Su Jin in front of him as fast as possible. The vision stood out, only to see a drop of crystallized wine falling from the sky, transforming into a giant sword and plunging into the place where the ghostly shadow was. What? There's really someone. The ghostly shadow couldn't care less about the touchy-feely Sujin in front of him. Immediately, he drew back and quickly distanced himself from the giant sword. The giant sword was fast, swooping down with an unrivaled sense of oppression. However, the tip of the sword was not inserted into the ground, but stopped a few centimeters above the ground, and with it came the figure of Windy Old Man. At this moment, he was standing on top of the hilt of the true Chi giant sword like an old god, and he was holding a huge wine gourd in his hand and drinking it. Little fellow, bullying them is nothing, if you have the ability to play with the old man. Wind Elder took a big gulp of his drink and smiled. Elder, we seem to have no grievances, right? Why do you want to help them? The Dragon Elephant sect, and other offenses against our Dark Shadow sect? The Dark Shadow was shocked in his heart, knowing that he was not a match for Wind Elder, and he whirled around with the intention of stalling for time. His Highness wants you dead, so naturally you won't survive. Wind Elder let out a light laugh and the giant sword under his feet dissipated, and his entire body landed on the ground. Chapter 44 is kind of cute. Senior, is there really no room for maneuver? The ghostly shadow remained undeterred and he wanted to cast the ghost shadow secret art to escape, but that would take time. Don't struggle. You can't hide your little mind from the old man. Elder Foam shook his head disdainfully and, with a flick of his finger, an invisible sword chi killed the ghostly shadow. Morrow 10,000 elephants. The ghostly shadow immediately struck out with all his might, countless ghostly shadows instantly appearing in front of him. Forward and backward, they ran towards the sword chi. The sword chi was so powerful that the ghostly shadows collapsed at the touch of a button, and could not block the sword at all. Faster, faster, Ghost Shadow cried out anxiously in his mind. Wind Elder, however, was in no hurry to continue to strike. Instead, he looked at the black mist at the ghostly shadow's feet and silently counted the time. 3 seconds to go. Hang on. Ghost Shadow sensed that the formation under his feet was about to take shape. Immediately, a large amount of true chi emerged from his body to block the sword chi's advance. 2 seconds. Ghost Shadow felt like time was passing so slowly. The true chi in his body was nearing depletion. It's all about holding on by a surge of survival instinct. Elder Fong, he's trying to escape. Sujin was finally able to see some clues and, immediately and anxiously, he said to Elder Fong, this guy is very cunning. Once we let him run away, it will be hard to catch him again. Sujin couldn't think of anything else at this moment, instantly striking out a dragon elephant power toward the ghostly shadow to kill it. But it turned out to be a great disappointment to him, and the ghostly face that was vulnerable in front of the invisible sword chi, facing his dragon elephant power was extraordinarily powerful, and the punch he had just thrown with all his might had only broken 3 ghost faces. This is too big a gap. For the first time, Sujin felt that the gap between him and the land gods was so intuitive. One's own full-force punch was not even as good as someone else's casual sword. 1 second. The ghostly shadow seemed to have seen a chance to survive an intense light erupted in his eyes, and even though he was bleeding from his 7 orifices due to the depletion of his true chi, his exuberance could still be felt. It's almost time. Wind Elder felt that the time was almost up, and his left hand instantly stretched out and, a point in the air towards the ghostly shadow's dantian. An arcane force instantly broke through the heavy ghostly face in front of the ghostly shadow. In just 1,000th of a second, it struck the ghostly shadow's dantian, instantly shattering its peripheral meridians. This scene surprised Sujin, who was on the sidelines. Is this the serious strength of a land god? The ghostly shadow was immediately hit like a heavy blow, but the formation under his feet had already taken shape, and instantly activated. Taking him with him, he disappeared into thin air, leaving only a curse filled with spite. Old thing, when this seat breaks through, I will definitely kill your entire family. I'm going to kill your whole family, and I'm going to take out my hatred. Bang! Sujin was shocked at the sight and hurriedly threw a few punches with all his might to try to stop his opponent, but it was too slow, and all of the dragon elephant shadows all crashed into the ground where the ghostly shadow had just stood. It gave the ground a huge deep crater. Wind old senior, let him run away? Sujin asked with some uncertainty. Ran away, but won't live. Wind Elder waved his hand with disinterest. Really dead? Sujin asked in surprise. How could I lie to you? The dark energy of that finger just now has already erupted. It can't live. Wind Elder is full of concern. You go check on those 2 silly boys. I'll go back to my drink. Yes, Elder Phone, take your time. Sujin was helpless. He could only trust Elder Feng's words at this point. In the next moment, Feng Lao rushed up into the sky and disappeared into the night. Sujin hurriedly checked the condition of his 2 companions. Elder Qian Feng. Cough. Qian Feng was shaken awake by Sujin and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had just clapped against the ghostly shadow, causing him to suffer a considerable amount of internal injuries. I'm fine. Is Ghost Shadow dead? Qian Feng asked. Elder Feng made a move and has already solved it. Su Jin nodded, seeing that Qian Feng was fine, immediately walked towards Wu Gang, who had been hit by a knife and didn't know if he was still breathing. Su Jin checked Wu Gang's pulse and immediately became excited. Come on, Wukong still has a pulse. Let's get back to the city. Su Jin simply channeled some true chi to Wu Gang, and then carried him on his back as he rushed towards Divine Martial City. Qian Feng hurriedly followed. They didn't choose to fly. It's not that they couldn't. Mainly because they weren't flying as fast as they would be if they were in full rush. Old thing. When I break through, let's see if I don't kill your whole family. At this time in a deserted cave, the ghostly shadow let out a long breath and wiped a handful of blood from his face with his sleeve. Damn it, what is this old thing trying to do by shattering my meridians instead of killing me? Ghost Shadow was a little puzzled for a moment. Wind Elder can shatter its meridians, he can likewise shatter his heart veins. Shattered meridians with his cultivation level can also slowly recover after a period of conditioning. Save it for us. Of course. Ha ha. A cold, manly voice rang out from the darkness behind the ghostly figure. He was so scared that he trembled. What man? Ghost Shadow immediately shouted. At this time, his meridians were broken by inches and even a martial artist could kill him. Big brother, is he sick? We've been standing here for so long and he hasn't even noticed. I'm sorry, the white grunted, pressing herself against the black's chest. Whatever he's doing, this is a great tonic that His Highness has prepared for us. It can't be wasted. Chang Haoling picked up Chang Xianling's chin and teased. Who are you people and why are you here? Ghost Shadow vaguely realized why Wind Elder didn't kill him, but he couldn't figure out how the other party knew he would appear here. Of course it's the one who killed you. Chang Xianling sneered. The palms of his hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed towards the ghostly shadow. At the same time, he shouted under his breath. Night Ghost Hooker. Impermanent demand for life. Chang Haoling similarly used his hand as a claw to grab at the ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadow felt the true chi in his body being stripped away and instantly cried out in pain. But this cry of agony was very much appreciated by the two black and white irregulars. A mesmerized look on his face. All of this was arranged in advance by Li Nebula. It's too bad that Ghost Shadow's cultivation was wasted. It was just the thing to give to the black and white irregulars as an experience pack to boost their strength. The black and white irregulars, after a few days of hunting mountain bandits everywhere and absorbing the cultivation of the leader of the, now that they were already second-grade martial saints perfected, and after absorbing the cultivation of the Ghost Shadow, a half-step land immortal, the two of them would be able to refine their cultivation by another big step. It was likely to break through to the 7th grade of martial saint, or even the 8th grade. As for how to find the ghosts and shadows, that's where little Wonky comes in. The art of deduction was just a piece of cake for the mirror heart demon. In a small mountain outside of Divine Martial City, the three of them, Lu Ruyan, had already returned to the Western Liang team. Second Miss, why are you making contact with that 13th prince today? He's just a marginal prince. It's far from meeting your requirements. The old man in the 10,000 flowers building today looked at Lu Ruyan in disbelief and asked, Mr. Li Nebula is not as simple as it seems. Lu Ruyan explained to the old man with a smile. Not simple? Did Second Miss discover something? Mr. He pursued. Mr. He, whose real name is He Guangzhou, is the family general of the Northern Liang King, Lu Wufei. It was also the high-end battle force that was explicitly protecting Ruyan Lu at this time, with a cultivation level of 9th grade martial saint perfection. Well, there's some speculation, but not much certainty. Ruyan Lu was still dressed as a worldly gentleman. Miss, then you followed him to the elegant room. How dangerous it is. What if he's going to misbehave with Miss Lu Ruyan's maid? Xingfeng said with a nervous face. Ha ha, not only very honest, but also some cute. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but laugh out loud when she remembered how Li Xingyun was molested by her. Chapter 45, The door to life is unobstructed. Casual waves. Can it be cute? Xingfeng couldn't figure out how Li Xingyun could be cute. Instead, he was worried that his own young lady would suffer. Well, I made a bet with him that if he won, I would marry him. Lu Ruyan looks like she's talking about a trivial matter that doesn't matter. Miss, you won't be compelled by him, will you? I may have heard that there is a little worm over in the west that, once planted on a person, the other party will then listen to themselves and even fall in love with them. Green Frost said in a fervent voice. What are you thinking about? Lu Ruyan gave Qingfeng a brain crash without any good sense of humor and the other held his head in pain and let out a gasp of surprise. Second Miss, I wonder what you bet with the 13th prince. He Guangzhou was calm and he had watched Ruyan Lu grow up and understood that Ruyan Lu wouldn't do something nonsensical. and since he did it, there must be a reason. Bet on this. Ruyan Lu smiled as she removed the green-colored jade pendant from her waist and placed it on the table. Bet whether this jade pendant will be on me or on him when I enter the city 3 days later. On whoever wins. Ruyan Lu smiled and explained the bet once more to the two. This, second lady. You mustn't forget that the 13th Highness is surrounded by a land god realm wind elder. He Guangzhou reminded. There's no harm. Elder Feng alone can't bring away the jade pendant. Ruyan Lu said with great confidence. Mr. Take this jade pendant with you. I'm putting my life's work on you. Lu Ruyan laughed and threw the jade pendant to He Guangzhou with a smile. This. He Guangzhou felt that the jade pendant was a bit thick and heavy, but he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. It was naturally safer to put it on himself than on Ruyan Lu. Okay. Well, it's getting late. Take an early rest. Lu Ruyan said and left with Qingfeng. He Guangzhou sighed and put the jade pendant into his bosom to keep it close. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. Shrimp eat floating. Oh, this should be it. A thin figure appeared not far from Lu Ruyan's camp, muttering under his breath. Let me see where it is. The thin figure took 3 copper wires out of his pocket and tossed them to the ground. Interesting. He Guangzhou in the tent only felt a little tired in his body, then suddenly woke up violently and large hands instantly touched his chest. You pay. He Guangzhou instantly came to his senses and immediately rolled out of bed and rushed out of the tent. The skinny figure was none other than the mirror heart demon Little Wonky. Little Wang Zai fetched the jade pendant and slowly walked in the direction of Shenwu City without panicking. Swish! Suddenly a silhouette appeared behind him, and a large hand was placed on top of the mirror heart demon's shoulder. The mirror heart demon stopped in its tracks. The mirror heart demon was clearly taken aback, letting out a soft whimper as his eyes shifted from side to side. Do you really think I have no one in northern Lian? A mere 9th grade martial saint dares to come and steal. Has he lived long enough? A rough, sharp voice came from behind the mirror heart demon. I don't know that a land god is here, so please forgive me. The mirror heart demon explained with a terrified look, but his heart wasn't the least bit panicked. The birth gate is unobstructed. Feel free to wave. The mirror heart demon had already made a fortune for himself before he left the house. At this time he was naturally a steady batch in his mind. Leave the jade pendant behind and this seat will give the 13th prince face and not kill you. I'm sorry. The figure behind him spoke again. Oh. The mirror heart demon was instantly offended when he heard that he wanted the jade pendant. The first time he went out to do an errand for Li Xingyun, he failed. So where would he let Wanzai's face go? The mirror heart demon walked forward with a salty "Oh." Looking for a fight. Seeing that the mirror heart demon doesn't know how to behave, the person behind him instantly shot out and grabbed at the back of the mirror heart demon's neck, wanting to teach him a profound lesson. The sharp force of true chi instantly sliced the surrounding fallen leaves in half. Even though his aura was very powerful, the mirror heart demon was not the least bit flustered and continued to walk forward. Didn't even look at his offense. How dare you? The person who struck out was instantly enraged. It was the first time someone had been so disrespectful to him. Seeing that the big hand could immediately grab the opponent's neck, but it was a little bit short of, and that little distance was something he couldn't reach no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? The Northern Liang masters were suddenly startled and, raising his right foot, he tried to step forward to close the distance between him and Mirror Heart Demon. This kick is not going to land. However, he could only watch as the Mirror Heart Demon walked farther and farther away from his eyes until it disappeared from his vision. In the next moment, he suddenly felt himself regaining his mobility without the slightest hesitation. Swish! The Bei Liang expert sheathed his long sword behind his back and flew into his hand, his eyes looking around warily. Sternly, he asked. My name is Northern Liang Sword Saint Lu Ping. I wonder which senior is here. Please show yourself. LV Ping was already clear at this point that he couldn't take this jade pendant back. In the dark, there was an expert whose strength far exceeded his own, restricting himself with his true chi. At this point, let's not talk about catching up with the Mirror Heart Demon. Wanting to return to the camp in peace all depends on whether the other side is willing or not. This Marshal, Yuan Tiangang. As the voice fell, a silhouette standing with his hands on his head slowly walked out of the forest not far away. Yuan Tiangang appeared a dozen meters away with each falling step. In just 2 or 3 steps he arrived in front of Lu Ping's body. Who the hell are you? And why hasn't this seed heard of you before? Lupin asked in disbelief. He could sense that the other party had no killing intent towards him and spoke much more boldly. The delinquents. A force hidden beneath the surface. And I am the delinquent marshal. I'm sorry, Yuan Tiangang said flatly. A delinquent? Never heard of it. You cultivate the killing sword Dao. And you seem to be stuck in a bottleneck. Yuan Tiangang continued. How did you see it? Lu Ping was instantly shocked. There were many who knew that he followed the path of killing, but no one knew that he was stuck in a bottleneck. Do you want a 100-foot pole? Yuan Tiangong's voice held compulsion. You can help me? Lu Ping looked at Yuan Tiangang with longing, skepticism, caution and other complex emotions in his eyes. Chapter 46, Valor. Sword Saint. Sword Saint, did you catch the person who stole the jade pendant? He Guangzhou chased all the way out of the camp tent, and seeing Lu Ping standing in the night sky hurriedly asked. Saw it, Lupin said in a flat voice. Fortunately. He Guangzhou nodded thankfully. Sword Saint Lu, please also keep the jade pendant safe. This can be related to the second young Mrs. Life matter. He Guangzhou was in a lighter mood. With LV Ping there, no one could take away the jade pendant silently. Even if he was a land god, he would surely have to beat LV Ping in order to take away the jade pendant. He didn't hear the sound of a fight, so naturally, there were no terrestrial deities coming over. The jade pendant was taken away by the 13th prince's people. Lu Ping said somewhat helplessly. What? Taken away? Is Elder Feng here? He Guangzhou was shocked in his heart and asked in a rush. No, Elder Feng is not as strong as me. LV Ping naturally recognized Elder Feng. He also knew about Elder Feng's cultivation. That? He Guangzhou was even more horrified in his heart. The fact that it was an Elder Feng meant that Li Nebula had more than just one land goddess in her hands. But there is no news to spread out. This is also too horrible. The visitor is very strong. His cultivation far exceeds that of this seat. And he pressurized me into not being able to move without making a move. This time, the bet is ours to lose. Lu Ping said and turned to leave, leaving He Guangzhou alone in the wind. The expert who made the Northern Liang Sword Saint unable to move. What kind of cultivation would that be? This 13th Prince Li Xingyun was really a dark horse with deep pockets. The second young lady's vision is really poisonous. At this time, Li Xingyun had already completed several plowing sessions and was sleeping soundly with his arms around his little petite wife. It's good to have reliable men. You don't have to worry about anything. You just give the orders. It will be done beautifully. Time passed, and 3 days passed quickly. Your Highness, today is the day to greet Miss Lu. It's time to get up. Early in the morning Linglong came to the door of Li Xingyun's room and called up the door. She used to go straight in, but now that there's this Li Chou Shui guy inside, even if the door was unlocked, she couldn't just go in. Okay, come on in. Nebula Li stretched her back and, slowly, he burrowed out of the tenderness. Stop at Li Chou Shui, on the other hand, grunted, thinking that Li Xingyun wanted to exercise early in the morning. Hurriedly, he wrapped himself in the quilt. You go back to sleep. I have something to go out today. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head then stopped paying attention to her. Your Highness, I've heard that His Majesty asked Miss Lu to come to the capital in order to arrange a husband for her. Could it be you, Your Highness? Linglong asked with a gossipy face while arranging Li Xingyun's clothes. Well, of course it's me. Just wait until you meet the mistress. Li Xingyun laughed and pinched Linglong's little arched nose. Ruyan Lu's entry into the capital was a political compromise, although it was not explicitly stated that. But a lot of things are already doomed. The king of Northern Liang was too powerful. The emperor was uneasy and intended to split the Lu family. Lu Wawen compromised. Send the youngest daughter. Li Xingyun was the least likely prince to become the crown prince, and the best place for Lu Ruyan to return to. Really? I also wonder if Miss Lu is pretty? Can she be worthy of His Highness? I'm sorry. Linglong laughed. Ha, can she be as pretty as my Linglong? Li Xingyun picked Linglong's pretty face and snickered. Nasty. Your Highness just knows how to bully me. Linglong's pretty face was red. His Highness has changed so much since he opened his meat, and he is all able to bully people. Alright, play by yourself. I'm leaving. Nebula Li made some up and down. Making Linglong is a mess. Well, Linglong nodded breathlessly. She felt like she was melting. Little Taoist, follow me out the door. Li Xingyun came to the front yard and shouted. He didn't bring many people with him. Yun Su Zi, Mirror Heart Demon, Wind Old Man. Counting him there were a total of 4 people. He mounted a fine horse with white fur like snow and headed for the North City Gate. Your Highness, Miss Lu and the others should be arriving soon. Elder Feng looked into the distance and said with a smile. Ha, Elder Feng, why does it feel like you're happier than me? Li Xingyun asked with a smile to Elder Feng. Naturally, Your Highness is married. An old man will be able to live up to Mrs. Trust. Elder Feng picked up the wine gourd and took a sip and laughed. What exactly is my mother's status? Why haven't I inquired about her for so many years? Li Xingyun asked curiously. Miss is an immortal. Wind Elder returned a plausible sentence and stopped talking. Aren't you a land god too? Old me is nothing more than a glow. Elder Feng seemed to have seen the world before. A very clear perception of yourself. Coming, Cloud Void reminded. Li Xingyun looked toward the distance. only to see a young girl in a red power suit leading the way, with over 100 men running this way. So handsome. Li Xingyun had excellent eyes and could see Lu Ruyan's pretty face from afar. Yes, Miss Lu and His Highness are really a good match. Elder Feng smiled and nodded. Ruyan Lu quickly arrived in front of Li Xingyun and stopped across the horse. Ruyan Lu meets His Highness the 13th. Ruyan Lu greeted with a smile. With red silk hair and a pretty face, and a strong red dress with a white lining at the chest, the valor carries a uniquely feminine charm. I've long heard that Northern Liang King's second young lady is the most beautiful in the world, and today I've seen that her name is indeed true. Li Nebula has sincere eyes. He didn't mean to flatter. Ruyan Lu was indeed beautiful beyond words. It was as if she had stepped out of another world, highly overlapping with the Empress in Li Xingyun's heart. Your 13th Highness is also a sword-browed, starry-eyed, flamboyant young man, and I've also admired your Highness for a long time, Ruyan Lu said while mischievously raising an eyebrow at Li Xingyun. At that moment, Li Xingyun remembered the scene in the House of 10,000 Flowers and blushed. Miss Lu has had a hard journey. Quickly enter the city. Li Xingyun was a little embarrassed. The speech was very polite, but in his hand, he was holding a green-colored jade pendant and shaking it, like showing off something. Good. Thank you, 13th Highness. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but laugh for a while as she looked at Li Xingyun's showy appearance. You want to marry yourself that badly? What did this guy grow up eating? How? Why is it so cute? Lu Ruyan's heart trembled. She had seen countless young talents but the only one who could be able to give her heart a tremor was Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun's movement of shaking the jade pendant was not large, but it was clearly visible to all the people in the line. He Guangzhou's face was a bit ugly. His eyes were complicated. After all, the jade pendant was taken from his hands. He had no honor on his face. But knowing that Li Xingyun was the future son-in-law of the Northern Liang King, he couldn't help but put away his petty thoughts. A sharp true chi was instead locked onto the mirror heart demon on the side. Chapter 47, The Gifted King. Elder Feng looked toward the Northern Liang crowd and spotted the sword Saint Lu Ping with a glance that. Some wondered how the other party could be hostile to the mirror heart demon. The mirror heart demon, however, acted as if nothing was wrong and reported a smile at Lu Ping in the crowd. Humph. Lu Ping snorted coldly, but there was nothing he could do for the other party. To strike now would only make you look calculating. But this guy is so infuriating. He doesn't give me, a land god, the slightest bit of attention. Ruyan Lu arranged for her entourage to stay outside the city. He only took Qingfeng, He Guangzhou, Lu Ping and Li Xingyun's group towards the city. Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan rode side by side at the front. Your Highness is really good at this. You're not hiding anything, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. He was born in the royal family. How can you do it without some means? Li Xingyun knew what the other party meant. Smile and make a couple of perfunctory comments. Do you want to take a rest, or go straight to the palace to face the saint? Go straight to the palace. I've been there for a long time, and I can't hide this matter from His Majesty. Ruyan Lu knows very well that her small actions are under the eyes of others. I've heard that the prince will be crowned after his marriage? Well, how is it? Are you satisfied with the title, Your Highness? Li Xingyun couldn't help but speak out and flirt when he thought of how he was suppressed at the 10,000 Flowers building. Wang Fei is nice, but I prefer the title of the king. Lu Ruyan laughed. Seal the king? Li Xingyun was shocked in his heart. His Majesty would give Ruyan Lu the title of king? Is that possible? Li Xingyun's first reaction was that it was impossible, but then he felt that it was possible. His Majesty naturally knows that Ruyan Lu is very ambitious, and if he gives her the title of king and indulges her development, it wasn't a bad thing for the divine martial empire. Ruyan Lu didn't have any roots, so if she wanted to develop her power she could only nibble on her old age. Suck the blood of Northern Liang. This was able to greatly weaken the power of the Northern Liang King, and it also diverted the conflict from the Northern Liang King. The more Li Nebula thought about it, the more likely she felt it was possible, but this may also create another Northern Liang King out of it. This matter depends on how Your Majesty operates. Good luck then. Li Nebula smiled and nodded without further comment. After welcoming Lu Ruyan into the city, Lu Ruyan went to the palace to meet the saint. Li Xingyun had nothing to do. With the few people accompanying him, he walked towards the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Your Highness, I won't go, right? The mirror heart demon laughed awkwardly. Although he had received his inheritance he was still a teenager, and faced with such a thing as visiting a greenhouse, still can't let go. Whatever. Li Nebula didn't force himself, bringing the two perverts, Wind Old Man Yun Suzi, into the heavenly fragrance pavilion. He's here today mainly to tell Chang Miao about the ghostly shadows. It's only natural to give an account of what was promised. In the imperial study of the palace, daughter Lu Ruyan pays her respects to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Lu Ruyan only came to the imperial study to rush to Li Qianquan to salute. Get up. Ruyan, I didn't expect you to be this big. When you were little, I even hugged you, Li Qianquan said with great sigh. When Li Qianquan was young, he and Lu Wuxi were comparable to brothers, and their relationship was as good as any other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such a great favor to invincible Lu. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ruyan Lu rose. Ruyan, you are also 18 years old this year, Li Qianquan asked. Back to Your Majesty. Yes. Ruyan Lu behaved in an unassuming manner, saying whatever she was asked. It's not hidden and it doesn't say much. Well, it's time to find a husband. Do you have a sweetheart? Li Qianquan continued to ask. I can't talk about my sweetheart, but I have admired His Highness the 13th for a long time. Ruyan Lu didn't squirm with pretense of reserve and answered very frankly. Oh, is that so? Li Qianquan looked at Lu Ruyan and nodded in satisfaction. Old 13 is about the same age as you, and also hasn't started a family yet, so he's a good match for you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. Ha ha, what a tiger father. You really have your father's aura. You're a makeable talent. Li Qianquan nodded with satisfaction and commented. Your Majesty's fallacious praise. My daughter is far inferior to several imperial sons. Ruyan Lu didn't dare to pick up on that, and quickly shifted. Ha ha, good, good. How can the empire not prosper with young people like you? You don't have an official title in your possession so far, do you? Li Qianquan gradually brought the topic to the right track. No. Can you be willing to serve the court? Li Qianquan asked with a smile. My daughter is willing. It has been my daughter's long-cherished wish to serve the court and His Majesty. Ruyan Lu knelt down in a very uptight manner. Good. Then I will fulfill several of your wishes together today, Li Qianquan said with a big smile. Someone prepare a decree. As Li Qianquan's words fell, Eunuch Su stepped out from the side. Seal the daughter of the king of Northern Liang, Lu Ruyan, as the king of Qi. Appoint 13th Prince Li Xingyun as the king of Qin. Bestow a marriage between Lu Ruyan and Qin King Li Xingyun, and seal the southern border as a fiefdom of the Qin King. Li Qianquan smiled and promulgated 3 holy orders. Thank you for Your Majesty's grace. I will definitely fulfill Your Majesty's trust. Lu Ruyan saluted and thanked her for her grace. Good. In the future, the southern border will be handed over to you and Old 13. Be sure to guard the border well for me. Li Qianquan smiled and encouraged. Yes, I will definitely live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Ruyan Lu saluted again. Good. Ruyan, you've worked hard all the way. Go back and rest. Li Qianquan's purpose was achieved. There was also no more nonsense with Ruyan Lu. Yes, I will leave. Ruyan Lu exited the imperial study. Li Qianquan, this operation seems to be infinite favor to the two people, but it was not given half as much substance. Without soldiers and horses, what would Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan take to garrison the borders? Your Majesty, you want to let His 13th Highness leave the capital? This old senior Feng is afraid that he will leave as well. I'm sorry, Eunuch Su said hesitantly. A land god who can't give up his child to catch a wolf, and who puts up? It's mainly because Old 13 has been making too many small moves lately, so it's better to let him go to the southern border to fool around, Li Qianquan said with a smile. Li Qianquan is not a twilight son of heaven. He is full of energy at this time. The entire divine martial empire was under his control, and the movements of the major imperial princes were even more detailed, and he sensed that Li Xingyun had changed. There was some hidden uneasiness in his heart, which was why he was willing to give up Elder Feng and send Li Xingyun away. But without troops and horses, how can the 13th prince and the others hold the border? You send a message to Lu Wufei, saying that I understand that he loves his daughter and can't bear to see her suffer. Allow him to mobilize the Northern Liang army to the Qin King. Li Qianquan's words contain too much information. Firstly, let Lu Wuxi let some of his troops to the southern border. North Liang and south border are one south and one north, and news transmission has to run through the entire Xinwu Empire. It was difficult to accomplish effectively, and was able to greatly weaken Lu Wuxi's control, which in turn divided the soldiers. Second, military power is to be given to Li Xingyun, not Ruyan Lu. In this way, Li Xingyun can control the soldiers, but the Northern Liang soldiers and Lu Ruyan have feelings. The two will certainly have conflicts in the matter of seizing military power, further weakening Ryu Wufei's hold on this group of soldiers. In his opinion, both Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan's ambitions were not small, and their titles were equal. Nature will be evenly matched. I have to say that Li Qianquan's heart is very ruthless. Even his own son is calculated clearly. Chapter 48, is she the one behind the scenes? The news in the palace was as if it had grown wings, and soon followed the promulgation of the holy decree. Proclaim it. Lu Ruyan returned to the Northern Liang King's mansion to gather a few of his close friends and recounted what had happened. Xinwu City is still owned by the Northern Liang King's residence, and was built specifically for the Northern Liang King, Lu Wufei. It has never been lived in. but it has been kept and cleaned every so often. The gifted king? His Majesty has given you a royal title. Second miss? Guangzhou was instantly shocked and couldn't close his mouth. His Majesty is also too good to you. Ha! Lu Ruyan blankly glanced at Guangzhou breathlessly. Well, of course it's good. Using himself as a gun. The tip of the gun was still aimed at his own father, the king of northern Liang. Miss, you are really going to marry that 13th Highness? Green Frost, on the other hand, had a different focus than the others, and asked with a bewildered look on her face. Aha! Ruyan Lu couldn't help but feel a rush of headache. The ones she brought out this time were all high-end combatants. None of them could give her any ideas. It made her think of Li Xingyun. Do you know where the 13th prince went? Ruyan Lu asked. No. Guangzhou nodded awkwardly. Where? Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Guangzhou answered truthfully. He still knew about it because Yun Suzi had invited him. A greenhouse. Doesn't this guy have anywhere else to go? Ruyan Lu froze. A light laugh followed. Green Frost, change your clothes, we'll go to the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion as well. We're going to? Xingfeng was stunned. Why is this going to a greenhouse again? Cut the crap and hurry up. Ruyan Lu urged. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Really? The left guardian of the shadow cult, Ghost Shadow, is dead? Cheng Miaoer looked at Li Nebula with an excited face and asked. Really? Can what I promised you be false? Li Xingyun said with a smile. Great. Xing Miaoer was so excited that one wrapped his arms around Li Xingyun's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Ha, then won't you thank me properly? Li Nebula laughed with intent. Then how do you want your slave to thank you? Cheng Miaoer got into a state for a second and, once again disguised as a little demoness, she asked with a winking smile. What do you say? Li Xingyun badgered and pinched Cheng Miaoer's cherry mouth. Nasty. Cheng Miaoer let out a soft cry. Knock. My lord, there is news about you. Bustard Sister's message rang out from outside the room. Come in. Li Nebula sat in front of the table facing the doorway. The table is covered with a tablecloth. Bustard Sister pushed open the door and walked in. Did not see Cheng Miaoer, somewhat surprised to look around. What news? Li Nebula asked. It's coming out of the palace that His Majesty has crowned you King of Qin, and Lu Ruyan is King of Qi, and bestowed a marriage on you. Seal the southern border as your fiefdom. Sister Bustard answered truthfully. She felt that there was something wrong with Li Xingyun today. Her face was a little twisted, and her hands were also gripping the tablecloth. It seemed to be holding back something desperately. Is there more? Li Xingyun sucked in a breath of cool air and continued to ask. Nope. Well, stand down. Li Xingyun waved his hand. Yes. Sister Bustard left. Enclosing a messy place like the southern border to me? How heartless. Li Xingyun couldn't help but spit out. The southern border was located in the southernmost part of the Divine Martial Empire, bordering the Sky Burial City, and it was in chaos. There were all kinds of demons and monsters, and it was very unpeaceful. Sky Burial City was not a city, but an area, almost as big as a state. It was a buffer zone between the forces of several empires, and all sorts of people who couldn't get along would run inside, causing Sky Burial City to be chaotic. Does your highness want us to do anything at Illusory Sound Workshop? Cheng Miaoer came out from under the table at this moment and asked, wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. Well, you're definitely needed. Get ready to move. The southern border is not great though, but at least it's my territory now. From now on, the headquarters of the Illusionist Workshop will be located in the southern border. Li Xingyun looked at Cheng Miaoer with some fine sweat on her forehead, knowing that she had worked hard, and said with a smile, well, the slave will start working on the arrangements. By the way, has the person behind the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion been found out? Li Xingyun remembered something and asked. Found out? It is the 7th princess. Cheng Miaoer said with some embarrassment. 7th sister? Li Nebula was a bit confused. The 7th princess Li Xingmeng is a famous amount of famous talent in Shenwu City. It seemed reasonable that the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was her property. Then I'll turn around and find 7th sister to ransom you. Li Xingyun nodded and promised. The flower leader of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is not like the House of 10,000 Flowers where you can take it away as long as you pay for it. Duke, there is a Duke Lu looking for you. Bustard Sister's voice once again sounded from outside the room. Willow, what's she doing here? Got it. I'll come back to listen to your blowjob. I'm leaving first. Li Xingyun pinched Cheng Miaoer's pretty face and, smiling, he got up to leave. Li Xingyun arrived in the middle of the hall. At a glance he saw Lu Ruyan on the side and walked forward with a smile. Mr. Lu, you're looking for me? Li Xingyun asked with a fan in his hand and a smile. Brother Li, you're quite the flirt. You're still at the 10,000 Flowers building. That's all it took to run to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Lu Ruyan was smilingly sarcastic. That's it. The philanderer, Xingfeng, who was beside Ruyan Lu, also started to fight for her own young lady. In the past, Li Xingyun could do whatever he wanted. It had nothing to do with them. But not anymore. The two had a marriage contract, and Green Frost began to see things from her own young lady's standpoint. Your name is Qingfeng, right? Li Nebula was not angry. Smiling, he looked at the teenager who was glancing at the fake beside Ruyan Lu, mostly because her bosom was too large to be bound. But anyone with long eyes could see her gender. Yes, my name is Green Frost. Qingfeng instantly wimped out when she saw Li Xingyan looking at her. It was fine to cheer and shout behind Lu Ruyan, but she didn't have the guts to really let her face Li Xingyun directly. Good name, but I think you should be called Qingwan. Li Xingyun smiled and flirted a little. It made Qingfeng open her little face red, but she didn't dare to speak again. It was fine for Li Nebula to molest her, but it was not fine for her to contradict Li Nebula. I'm afraid that Brother Li doesn't have many days of this kind of free time, right? Ruyan Lu didn't care about the banter between the two. He could tell that Li Xingyun was just teasing Qingfeng. Qingfeng was her own personal maid, and in the future, she would also be Li Xingyun's common maid. Why do you say that, Mr. Lu? Li Xingyun smiled and came to sit in front of Lu Ruyan. Because. Ruyan Lu's eyebrows smiled, staring at Li Xingyun a bit. Chapter 49, The Unprudent Sister. Because my mind's eye is smaller. Lu Ruyan just wanted to tease Li Xingyun. Seeing that her purpose was achieved, the corners of her mouth turned up in a contented smile. Li Nebula was speechless. Why did it feel like I was so passive when facing Ruyan Lu? What do you think about the matter of the southern border? Without waiting for Li Nebula to retaliate, Ruyan Lu said with a straight face. Sit and watch. Li Xingyun felt choked and gave the other party a blank look without a good reason. What do you mean? Ruyan Lu didn't react for a moment to what Li Xingyun meant by those words. Just go to the southern border. I have it in my heart, Li Nebula said flatly. Well, I'm relieved that you're confident. I don't have any power in the southern border. Once there it's up to you to try to stand your ground. Seeing that Li Xingyun was so confident, Lu Ruyan was also much more relieved. Li Xingyun suddenly realized something extraordinary and his eyes snapped wide open. 97 points of favorability? It's really fake. Li Nebula just habitually opened his eyes of truth and swept around. But when he saw that Ruyan Lu's human favoritism towards himself was 97 points, he was instantly nonplussed. It's not bad. It's too good. It's only the second time the two have met. The last time they met, Ruyan Lu's favorability was only 45 points, which belonged to the level of a little bit of favorability. And this time they met and it was 97 points? You're not a nymphomaniac, are you? Li Xingyun, with doubts in his heart, carefully, he asked. That's an abnormal increase in favorability. Swish! Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed with a speed visible to the naked eye and fiercely glared at Li Xingyun. Narcissism. After saying that, he got up and took the two of them, Green Frost, and left as if they were running away. This is making me guess right? Li Nebula was a bit bewildered. Li Xingyun left the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to walk alone towards the residence of the 7th Princess Li Xingmeng. This 7th sister of his was already 30 years old, but she still hadn't gotten married, not because she wasn't good-looking. There's not a man or woman in the entire royal family who doesn't have a good-looking face. But the reason why Li Xingming has not married so far is also very simple. Windfall. That word might be fine for a royal prince, but not so good for a princess. Arriving at the 7th princess mansion and revealing his identity, Li Xingyun took large strides toward the courtyard. The road was filled with beautiful men of all shapes and sizes. Beautiful young women. Well, yes, and beautiful young women. 13th Highness, the princess is in her chambers. Please go over. It didn't take long for a ripe young woman to walk up to Li Xingming and convey Li Xingming's will. Well, lead the way. Li Xingyun couldn't help but admire the 7th sister of his. Where did you find so many beautiful young women of all shapes and sizes? The main thing is that one of them is still wearing very little, and it's already September. The weather is already a little cooler, but the dress of these young women is still light and thin. The white shaking shook Li Nebula's eyes a little. The beautiful young woman was not shy, but instead very generously tugged at her collar and it allowed Li Xingyun to see more spring colors. That's the difference between a young woman and a young girl. One is budding and the other is ripe for the picking. Your Highness can also touch it if you like. The beautiful young woman looked at Li Xingyun and froze. Smiling, he took his hand and placed it on top of the green lawn. He soon arrived outside Li Xingming's chambers. 13th Highness, please come in. The princess is waiting for you inside. The beautiful young woman had a peach blossom face and, looking at Li Xingyun with autumn water in her eyes, she said, this journey could let her know how powerful this 13th Prince Qin Wang was. Good. Li Nebula nodded and walked in alone. As soon as he walked in, he smelled a burst of aroma, and just smelling it made him feel very comfortable and, it's like being in a sea of flowers. Of course, the flower refers to a flower girl. Fancy young woman. Good brother, how come you have time to come to your sister's place? Li Xingming's voice came from the depths of the bedchamber, and through the several red tattooed curtains, a delicate body could be vaguely seen on the bed. It's been a long time since I've seen my sister, and my brother misses her. Even if Li Xingyun had come to find Li Xingming on business, he couldn't say it too bluntly. Giggle 13th brother. You've changed. Li Xingming immediately let out a silver bell-like laughter. My younger brother has grown up and can please people. I wonder how many girls are going to fall into your hands. Sister is joking. If a woman is beautiful, can she be as beautiful as sister? Li Nebula's complimentary words. Off the cuff. Li Xingming didn't let him in, so he had no choice but to stand outside the tattooed tent, conversing across the room. What a sweet mouth. Come in. It's been a long time since we've seen each other as siblings, and my sister misses you too. Li Xingmeng laughed and greeted Li Xingyun as she went in. Yes, Li Xingyun answered, striding through the red coat of arms towards Li Xingming's boudoir bed. Passing through the tattooed curtains, the eye was met with a luscious and delicate body of a beauty lying on her side on the bed and couch. Almond eyes with spring in them looked at Li Xingyun. Name, Li Xingmeng. Age, 31. Charm value, 92. Favorability, 70. Cultivation, late 5th grade martial saint. Affiliated power 7th princess mansion. Li Xingmeng was beautiful. Beautiful beyond words. Unlike any other beautiful woman Li Xingyun had ever seen, Li Xingming was like a ripe peach, with all kinds of flavors between her knitted brows and smile. Sister is really getting more and more beautiful. Li Xingyun came to stop in front of the bed and laughed. Don't be so outgoing. 13th brother, come over and sit. Li Xingming smiled and patted the bed in front of her. This is not good. Li Nebula politely refused. It's fine. Are you still afraid that your sister will eat you? Li Xingming smiled and the white puffy shoulders were exposed to the air. That's, well, Nebula Li thought for a moment. No matter how crazy Li Xingming was, she couldn't mess around with this half-brother of hers. Spinning around, he came to sit beside Li Xingmeng. My brother came here this time because he had something to ask my sister for help, didn't he? Li Xingmeng's long and delicate jade finger traced over Li Xingyun's shoulder and asked with a smile. Nothing can be hidden from my sister. My brother really has something he wants to ask for your permission this time. Li Xingyun's body trembled at the other party's fingers and said somewhat unnaturally. Oh, what does brother want with me? As long as you say, sister will surely agree to. Any request is fine. Li Xingming said, and then she got up and lay on Li Xingyun's back. A scent was exhaled into his ear, the words spilling over with seduction. Cough cough. We're siblings. Li Nebula hurriedly coughed twice. Without moving, he moved away. LOL 13th brother is still shy with his sister. Li Xingmeng laughed heartily, enjoying teasing Li Xingyun and watching him get defeated. Brother wants to ask sister for one. Li Nebula hurriedly pulled into the topic. I don't know if my brother wants that girl in my house, but my sister will give her love to you. Let's make you nice and happy. Li Xingmeng said while biting her lip. It's not from the mansion. It's the flower leader of the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Miss Qing Miaye. Li Xingyun hastily averted his eyes. Sin. He's a little too immodest for a sister. Chapter 50, Heavenly Fragrance Order. Oh, 13th brother is very well informed. Li Xingming changed his appearance, put away his smile and, with a slightly deeper look in his eyes, he glanced at Li Xingyun and said in a very solemn manner, please, 7th sister, cut me off. Li Xingyun didn't explain how he knew. Fine, since 13th brother likes that girl, sister will give it to you. Li Xingmeng changed into a flavorful look again, leaned down close, and put her jade hand on top of Li Xingyun's shoulder. But, Starscream Li paused. But what? Sister has a request, you can say it yourself, and if brother can do it, never push back. Li Nebula asked. Sister is old and doesn't intend to marry. She wants to find a dependence in the future, and if brother is willing, how about my sister gives you all her savings over the years? Li Xingming was a very smart woman. She saw Li Xingyun's ambition, even more shocked by Li Xingyun's stoicism for so many years. Who in the entire divine martial city would have thought that the 13th prince, who had always been doing nothing, would have so many small actions? What's more, the small action is surprisingly full of so good. To say that Li Xingyun has no ambition, she doesn't believe it. Sis, we are siblings. This is unethical. Li Nebula was greatly embarrassed. This 7th sister of his also plays too sick. Giggle. Stinky brother, what are you thinking nonsense? Sister is not that meaning. Li Xingmeng was also a bit embarrassed by Li Xingyun's misunderstanding and smiled as she straightened her clothes. And what does sister mean? Sister just wants to keep the riches. Sister looks after you. Li Xingming said with a straight face. Li Starscream is betting on it. Why me? Big brother, third brother, eighth brother. They can have an advantage over me. The words have been made clear. Li Xingyun no longer hides them and asks straight out. Intuition. A woman's intuition. Li Xingming said with a smirk. Li Xingyun didn't believe her bull ******, but it was good to gain Li Xingming's support. Good. Since sister trusts me, then I will grant sister a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Li Xingyun assured. Good. What a good brother. This is for you. From now on, Tianxiang Lu will be sent to you. Li Xingming took out a pinkish-white token from her collar and put it into Li Xingyun's hand. Li Xingyun is a little confused. This is not separating people? Li Nebula took the still somewhat warm token and looked at it carefully. The front of the token was engraved with the word incense, and on the back was the word order, which was very simple. The only thing more peculiar was the color of the token itself. Pinkish-white jade can be rare. There are a total of 18 heavenly fragrance pavilions in the divine martial imperial kingdom, and they can be controlled with this token. I don't know. Li Starscream explained. Thank you, seventh sister. I'll be grateful in the future. Li Xingyun cupped his fists and thanked him. Ready-made forces could save him a lot of time. Later? Stinky brother, what do you mean by that? Li Xingmeng bit her lip and looked at Li Xingyun and laughed. Ahem. Means later. Sister, I have things to do. I'll see you later. Li Xingyun felt embarrassed. He hurriedly fled with the warm token. Li Xingyun was not Lu Xiaohui. He was a normal man, but he was also a normal person. If you can't mess with him, you can't hide from him. All the way back home. From a distance, he saw the little wannabe standing in the doorway waiting for something. Little wonky, who are you standing at the door waiting for? Li Xingyun asked with a smile as he approached. Waiting for you, Your Highness. The palace has come to pass the holy decree. The mirror heart demon stretched out a finger and pointed in the direction of the main hall. Aha! This you go and give to Qing Miaoer. Li Nebula handed the pinkish-white heavenly fragrance order to Mirror Heart Demon and instructed him to give it to Qing Miaoer. Yes, I'll go do it now. The Mirror Heart Demon nodded, put the token away, and immediately left. Li Nebula walked into the Great Hall alone. 13th Highness, you're finally back. His Majesty has a decree. Accept it. When Eunuch Su saw Li Xingyun, he immediately got up and smiled. Thank you, Eunuch Su, for waiting for me. Li Nebula first said a few polite words to Eunuch Su. Then he took 2 steps back and clasped his fists in salute. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor has made it known that the 13th Imperial son, Li Xingyun, is both virtuous and talented, and has been crowned King of Qin. Set aside a state in the southern border as his fiefdom. My son accepts the imperial decree and thanks for the grace. Li Xingyun received the imperial decree. The King of Qin. Oh, is this heaven's will? The King of Qin. That's a great name. By the sound of his name, he knows that he is a great man who honors his brother and pays tribute to his father. Your Highness, King of Qin. There's still one more to go. Eunuch Su's address changed and said with a smile. And, Li Xingyun was a bit stunned. The bestowal of marriage needed to set a date. It shouldn't be so soon, right? By the grace of the Emperor, it is said that the King of Qin, Li Xingyun, is a man of both virtue and talent, and has reached the age of marriage. This is to grant the marriage of Qin King Li Xingyun and Qi King Lu Ruyan. The wedding date is set for December 15th. Admirable. My son accepts the imperial decree and thanks for the grace. Li Xingyun received the imperial decree once again. His Majesty is really in a hurry. It's only less than half a day's work before the date is set. Li Xingyun couldn't help but feel some urgency in his heart. His task of controlling more than half of the imperial city's guard force was not yet complete. It would be even more difficult to accomplish it again once you left Divine Martial City. It's September 25th, 2.5 months before December 15th. It was barely enough. Your Highness King Qin, double happiness. Congratulations. Eunuch Su's white old face was crowded with smiles. Ha ha, thank you Eunuch Su. Ling Long, go fetch 200 taels of gold for Eunuch Su to have tea. Li Nebula smiled broadly and instructed Ling Long. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eunuch Su laughed. I have to return to the palace to serve His Majesty, so I won't stay any longer. Eunuch Su smiled and left. How is this gap between man and man so great? The same terrestrial immortals. Elder Phone just looks like an immortal, and this Eunuch Su is lewd beyond words. Li Nebula looked at Eunuch Su's back end. The Mind Spat, the Forbidden Army, the East Chamber, and the Patriarchate. Looks like it's time to get a grip. 2.5 months to take the two forces, but also to deploy the southern border in advance. The task is very heavy. Nebula, what are you thinking about? Li Qiushui watched as Li Xingyun froze at the sky. Couldn't help but wonder. We'll be moving soon. Li Xingyun laughed as he pulled Li Qiushui into his arms. Li Qiushui after Li Xingyun many days of moisturizing, has completely faded the tenderness of the girl. It became more and more pretentious. Moving? To where? Not in divine martial city anymore? Li Qiushui saw that no one was around and, allowing Li Xingyun to hold himself in his arms and ravage him. Well, I was made king of Qin, and my fiefdom is in the southern border, so I'll be going to the fiefdom after I get married. I'm sorry, Li Nebula explained. Married? With whom? Li Qiushui knew that she couldn't possibly become Li Xingyun's proper wife. There wasn't much disappointment, but rather curiosity as to who this proper wife was. The Northern Liang King's youngest daughter, Qi Wang Lu Ruyan, the gifted king? The sky had also darkened and Li Xingyun hugged Li Qiushui and gave him a brief explanation of what happened. Chapter 51 5 Great Yama Inheritance. Nebula. Linglong moonshine is gone. Li Qiushui suddenly leaned over and whispered in Li Xingyun's ear. The two of them are now so close that Li Qiushui is anxious for Linglong. Mostly, she can't carry it alone and wants a break with no one to share it with. What do you mean? Li Nebula asked with a wry smile. Brother, I surrender. You go find Linglong at night. Li Qiushui forced herself to hold back her inner shyness, and with a red face, she came to Li Xingyun's ear and muttered softly. Ha ha, okay, then I'll give you a few days off. Li Xingyun also knew that it had been a bit hard on the other party for a while. Muah. Thanks. Li Qiushui gratefully kissed Li Xingyun on the cheek. Ha ha, it should be. Li Xingyun went back to his room after dinner with a smile on his face. Li Qiushui was also once again returning to the room arranged for her after many days. Your Highness, let me serve you a bath. Linglong's pretty face was flushed and, lowering his head, he didn't dare to look at Li Xingyun. Although she had already served Li Xingyun for many years, today was different, and when she thought about it, it was still hard to avoid the light shiver that ran through her insides. Good. Li Xingyun smiled at Linglong and opened his arms. Linglong walked forward and helped Li Xingyun remove his clothes. The two entered the tub together. Your Highness, I am so happy. Linglong buried her head in Li Xingyun's chest. The voice trembled. Silly girl. Li Xingyun rubbed Linglong's hair and kissed her. The next morning, Li Nebula took the mirror heart demon out early. He was going to make a trip to the hidden soldier valley. After so many days, a lot of gold should have been accumulated. Li Qiushui, on the other hand, sneaked to Li Xingyun's room and helped Linglong collect the towel that had fallen red. Hey, ask me every day. Now you know how powerful it is, right? Li Qiushui asked with a smile. Sister Autumn Snow, you, don't laugh at me. Linglong shyly buried her head into the middle of the comforter, not daring to meet Li Qiushui's eyes. When he arrived at the hidden soldier valley, Li Xingyun took the mirror heart demon in his stride towards the inside. Yuan Tiangang has gone to develop the 72 lieutenants of the Earth's Fury, and I don't know who's watching over the place. Undesirables, Earth Jieshing. Wushan pays his respects to the king, having just entered the hidden soldier valley. Then a scruffy man in a beggar's outfit appeared out of thin air and saluted Li Xingyun. Name, Wushan, DJ Star. Age, 107. Charm value, 43. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 3rd grade land god peak. Inheritance, white normal grade bad guy inheritance. Affiliation, Qin Wanfu, undesirables. Peak 3rd grade land deity? Where did Yuan Tiangang get this kind of expert? Mainly this Wushan is not relying on the strength of the inheritance bead to boost his strength. He only took a most ordinary white grade inheritance bead, which can only have a guarantee of loyalty. And this cultivation is a real one that he cultivated by himself. Get up. Li Nebula helped Wushan up. Are you alone in the hidden soldier valley? Li Xingyun asked. Yes. The marshal explained that I had guarded the hidden soldier over after he left, and I was enough for one person. I don't know, said Witch Mountain with great confidence. Indeed. A land god watching over it is indeed foolproof. It's even a bit extravagant. How many gold reserves are there now? Li Nebula asked. He was too lazy to care about where Wushan came from. It wasn't important. It was better to draw the prize. A total of 1,000,000 taels of gold. All inside the treasury. Please check it, Your Majesty. Wushan brought the two of them, Li Xingyun, to the treasure vault of the hidden soldier valley. This spirit bead has to be a real windfall. It's easy to scavenge hundreds or tens of millions of taels of gold. Faster than a robbery. Well, keep watch outside. Li Xingyun nodded and instructed the two to guard outside. Walking into the treasure trove alone. Collect. Without hesitation, Li Nebula put away the gold mountain in front of him and began to consider planning. 1,000,000 taels of gold is 50,000 draws of the white common heritage carousel, together with the nearly 20,000 manpower from before. It's enough. System, white quality disc draw. 100 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for gaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 50. Xianxian Cult Inheritance * 12. Phantom Sound Workshop Inheritance * 18. Tongwen Guan Inheritance * 5. White Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 10. Xianxian Cult Inheritance * 5. Phantom Sound Workshop Inheritance * 5. Nebula Li didn't intend to draw all of the inheritance beads of the bad guy formation this time. He would soon be able to break away from Divine Martial City and leave the Emperor's line of sight, and he could develop with impunity. Continue. Li Nebula didn't care about these basic inheritance beads at all right now. Directly open the next round of drawings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 40. Xuanhe Cult Inheritance * 15. Illusionary Sound Workshop Inheritance * 13. Tungwen Guan Inheritance * 7. White Elite Level. Inheritance of Undesirables * 12. Inheritance of the Xianxian Cult * 5. Inheritance of the Illusory Sound Workshop * 5. White Minor Commander Level. Undesirable Inheritance * 3. Go on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 40. Xuanhe Cult Inheritance * 15. Illusionary Sound Workshop Inheritance * 13. Tungwen Guan Inheritance * 7. White Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 10. Xianxian Cult Inheritance * 5. Illusory Sound Place Inheritance * 5. Blue Quality. Jiang Renjie, Yan Shangyan of the Xianwei Sect, Jiang Changda. Chong Shangyan of the Xianwei Sect, Jiang Xuanli. Xian Shangyan of the Xianwei Sect, Jiang Yuanshan. Yuan Shangyan of the Xianwei Sect, Jiang Zhaoi. Zhao Shangyan of the Xianwei Sect. Aha! It's out of stock. The 5 Hades? Li Xingyun didn't know whether to rejoice or cry. There shouldn't be many legacies with names and surnames that are worse than them. But isn't there a saying that it's good if Yin doesn't die and the marshal doesn't come out? Jiang Zhaoi's hand of Yin Long Palm was even more remarkable, comparable to Bai Yuya's invincible battle. The inherited strengths of the 5 Yama monarchs were all in the first grade of martial saints, and they were considered a good stalwart. Not bad. Go on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 40. Xuanhe Cult Inheritance * 15. Illusionary Sound Workshop Inheritance * 13. Tungwen Officer Inheritance * 7. White Elite Level. Inheritance of Undesirables * 12. Inheritance of the Xianxian Cult * 5. Inheritance of the Illusory Sound Workshop * 5. White Chancellor Level. Undesirable Inheritance * 2. Green Elite Level. Mirage Sound Place Legacy * 1. After dozens of draws, it was as if Li Xingyun's luck had run out. No more famous legacies were drawn. But Li Nebula wasn't disappointed. He had 500 one-sided consecutive draws. Don't believe in not getting a few big ones. Chapter 52, 13 Taba. Li Tsuanli. Continue. After another dozen rounds, Li Nebula was about to wonder if he had gone out without reading the yellow calendar when a brilliant light burst forth, nearly blinding Li Nebula's eyes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level. Inheritance of Undesirables * 43. Inheritance of Xianxian Cult * 10. Inheritance of Phantom Voice Workshop * 10. Inheritance of Tongwen Guan * 10. White Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance * 13. Xianxian Cult Inheritance * 6. Mirage Sound Workshop Inheritance * 5. Green Chancellor Level. Undesirable Inheritance * 2. Gold-colored Grade Inheritance. Inheritance of Li Tsuanli, the 13th Imperial Assassin of Tongwenken. Holy. Out comes the Golden Legend. Li Tsuanli. Bull. System. What is Li Tsuanli's strength? Li Nebula asked. 9th grade land immortal perfection. How? The same cultivation level as Yuan Tiangang? System, are you mistaken? Li Nebula was greatly surprised. Li Tsuanli's high cultivation level is a good thing, but being as high as Yuan Tiangang isn't quite right, is it? Ding, this is a beginner's level inheritance. The primary inheritances of the golden color grade are all 9th grade land goddesses perfected. At the words of the system, Li Xingyun heard and understood that it wasn't that Li Tsuanli's strength was the same as Yuan Tiangong's, but it's because it's limited by the rules, and that's why it behaves the same way. Then what is the cultivation level at the apex of the other grades of primary inheritance? Li Xingyun asked. Golden grade, 9th grade land immortal perfection. Red grade, 8th grade land immortal perfection. Blue grade, 9th grade martial saint perfection. Green grade, 9th grade sectarian perfection. It seems that the current pinnacle is a land god. The only way to break out of this limit is to go for an upgrade system. Continue the raffle. Congratulations to the host for gaining the white normal level. Inheritance of Undesirables * 45. Inheritance of Xianxian Cult *10. Inheritance of Phantom Voice Workshop *10. Inheritance of Tungwen Guan *10. White Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *11. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *6. Illusory Sound Place Inheritance *5. Green Chancellor Level. Phantom Voice Workshop Inheritance *2. Blue Ordinary Level. Xianwei Cult Inheritance *1. Last 100 straight draws. Give me out. Congratulations to the host for gaining the white normal level. Inheritance of Undesirables *45. Inheritance of Xianxian Cult *10. Inheritance of Phantom Sound Workshop *10. Inheritance of Tungwen Officer *8. White Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *10. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *5. Illusory Sound Place Inheritance *4. Green Chancellor Level. Undesirable Inheritance *2. Red Great Inheritance. Tongwenken Reitmen Bago. Tongwenken Reitmen Baya. Tongwenken Reitmen Ball. The 9 Heavenly Saints of Mirage Place. Yangyan Saints. The 9 Heavenly Saints of Mirage Place. Guangmu Saints. The 9 Heavenly Saints of Mirage Place. And the 9 Heavenly Saints of Mirage Place. Duo-One Saints. The grand finale is really strong. 3 St. Joes. 3 minibuses. That's a lot of blood money. Li Xingyun forced down the excitement in his heart and began to sort out the harvest this time. Golden Quality Inheritance, Li Tsuanli. Tong Wenken. Red Great Inheritance, Ball. Bago. Baiyu. Yang Yen 10. Hero Me 10. Duo Men 10. Plus 2 Chancellor Level Baddie Legacies. Blue Great Inheritance, the 5 Great Yama. 75 inheritances from various powers. Green Quality Inheritance, 875 pieces from each power. Nearly 50, 000 in White Quality Heritage. It's really developed this time. Li Xingyun priced Tungwen Pavilion and Illusory Sound Workshop and the famous inheritance put away. This one he was going to arrange for someone to receive the inheritance himself. As for the 5 Great Yama Monarchs, it would be better to leave it to the black and white irregulars to worry about. The other 2 of the red grade Chancellor level undesirable human inheritances he had also taken away. And thus far, today's raffle is considered a success. Wu Shan, little wandering boy, come in, Li Xingyun shouted at the door. Yes, the 2 replied in unison, then pushed the door open. Wu Shan, these undesirable person inheritance beads continue to be sold by the Langya Chamber of Commerce. This time, he wanted to sell the spirit beads to the entire empire, and at the same time, he asked Li Hu to relocate the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce to the southern border. Li Xingyun pointed to the arrangement of the spirit beads of the divided baddie camps. Yes, Wu Shan was shocked as he looked at the mountains of spirit beads piled up in his heart. Once these spirit beads are dispersed, the entire world will be monitored by the bad guys. This is the inheritance bead of the Xiandi sect, including that of the 5 Yin monarchs. Wu Shan, you find a way to give it to the black and white irregulars. Let them go ahead and put down roots on the southern border. Yes, subordinate will definitely complete it. Wu Shan patted his chest and assured. These are the Illusory Sound Workshop's inheritance beads. Little Wang Zai, you find a way to send them to Qing Miaoer. Taking over Li Xingming's 18 heavenly fragrance pavilions requires the use of quite a few spirit beads. Li Nebula even wanted to take the remaining 3 major greenhouses together. Yes, the little wannabe nodded. Li Xingyan looked at the Tongwenken inheritance bead underneath him and made a mistake. Now that the Tongwenken hasn't been pulled together, there's no one available at all. After thinking about it, Li Xingyun decided to put it away himself first. When we find Li Tsuanli, we'll let him build Tongwenken. 3 days have passed. Nowadays, the entire Divine Martial City had begun to circulate about Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan, for no other reason than it was mainly too shocking. Seal the king. Seal the southern border as a fiefdom. It was normal for Li Xingyun to be crowned king. There was this practice, but Lu Ruyan was different. The Divine Martial Empire didn't know how many years it had been since a woman had been crowned king. What's more, Li Xingyun's fiefdom is too big. A whole state's worth of land. You have to know that the entire Shenwu Empire is only 15 states away. Even if the southern border has a bad geographic location, complicated forces, and a whole lot of problems of all kinds, but that's a lot of real ground to cover. For a time, the entire Divine Martial City's view of Li Xingyun's young couple was confusing. Some people think it's a huge favor, others wait for the joke. Knowing that the southern border was sealed to Li Xingyun, then the soldiers guarding the southern border would be withdrawn. In the future, all aspects of raising an army would be Li Xingyun's responsibility. Without hard power, this big cake can't be eaten. At the same time, Northern Liang King Lu Wuyu and the Northern Liang King's mansion in Northern Liang Prefecture also received the news from Divine Martial City. His Majesty's meaning is clear. Wanting to weaken our Northern Liang army. Ceding a portion of your troops to Ruyan as a dowry. What do you all think? Lu Wuxia asked in a deep voice as he looked at a group of his inner circle. Your Highness, there is no solution to this matter. Beiliang's chief think tank, Zhuge Cheng said helplessly. Everyone knows that Lu Wuxi loves his daughter. If he doesn't give the soldiers and horses, Ruyan Lu was afraid she wouldn't even survive. Secondly, it's an open conspiracy. If you don't cede your troops, you're guilty of insubordination. This is not good for Northern Liang. How many troops do you guys think is appropriate to give to Ruyan? Lu Wuxi nodded. He had no thoughts of rebellion, but he knew the importance of military power. Nowadays, Northern Liang has millions of soldiers, but we have to be careful of our neighbors. If we give less, we won't be able to suppress the southern border. If you give more, there will be problems on the Northern Liang side. Just as the crowd was discussing a plan, an underling ran in and reported, Your Highness, there is a man claiming to be a close friend of the Qin King and wants to pay you a visit. King Qin? Li Nebula's people? Lu Wuxi froze. It seems that his son-in-law to be is not simple either. Let him in. Lu Wuxi waved his hand. Yes, gentlemen, we'll talk about this matter later. Let's see what this close friend of the Qin King is up to. I'm sorry, Willow Invincible said in a deep voice. Yes, the crowd chimed in. Chapter 53, The Leaky Little Cotton Coat. Under the command of the King of Qin, Li Tsuanli, I pay my respects to the king, and I have met all the lords. I only saw a young man dressed as a white-clothed showman walk in. The man looked a little weak, but the aura on his body was extraordinarily thick. At first glance, he is a top-notch expert. Behave yourself. Grant a seat. Lu Wufei himself was an expert of the land immortal realm. Naturally, I can see that Li Tsuanli and other me are not bad, and I cannot help but stare at a few points in my eyes. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no place for him to sit, but a land god. Everywhere you go, you're a guest of honor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Tsuanli courteously returned the salute and frankly sat down. What did the Qin King send Mr. Li over for? Lu Wuxia asked very politely. His Highness has learned of His Majesty's letter, and knowing that it will make things difficult for His Majesty, he has asked me to come. Li Tsuanli explained with a smile. Li Tsuanli's words contain a lot of information. It also made Lu Wuxia feel that Li Xingyun's methods were not bad. This letter was a secret report, and the fact that Li Xingyun could know about it showed how long his hand had stretched out. Oh, what does King Qin mean? Lu Wuhui asked. 100,000 soldiers are enough. Li Tsuanli smiled and stretched out a finger. 100,000? Lu Wuxi's heart was shocked. It wasn't that he wanted too much. Rather, Li Nebula wanted too little. 100,000 soldiers are not all capable of fighting. It also includes logistical forces. It's good enough to have 60,000 people who can actually go to war. That's right. The King of Qin knows that Northern Liang is not easy. So 100,000 is enough. Li Tsuanli laughed. Divine Martial City Li Nebula's residence. You really only asked father for 100,000 troops? Ruyan Lu looked at Li Xingyun with a face of disbelief and asked. Really? How can I say that's my father-in-law? I definitely have to look out for him. Li Xingyun smiled proudly, waiting for Ruyan Lu's praise. You're a little cutie, right? Ruyan Lu looked at Li Xingyun with a caring retarded look. Good looking. But, can how this brain is not too good cough, cough, for your father's sake. And you're still not happy about it? Li Xingyun choked on Lu Ruyan's words. What are you thinking for him? He's the king of Northern Liang, sitting on a state's land, rich as hell. You're still thinking for him. We should ask for more. Ruyan Lu said righteously, as if she wasn't talking about her father. Rather, it's a general landlord who does nothing wrong. This little cotton-padded jacket of invincible Lu is leaking from the 10th grade typhoon. How much should I ask for? Li Xingyun asked, a little confused. In front of Lu Ruyan, he's like a new recruit. At the very least, 500,000 men and horses and golden weapons and all that. Anyway, as much as we can get. What we get is ours. Lu Ruyan said indignantly with her small fists clenched. Li Nebula silently lowered his head, glancing at the prepared illusory soundplace Empress Inheritance bead. This is the Li Qiushue favorability reward. I haven't given her any here either. How did this elbow turn toward me? Li Nebula has 10,000 question marks in his heart. You hurry up and have old Feng intercept that Li Tsuanli. Don't delay us from getting rich. I'm sorry, Rio said thoughtfully. Elder Feng is a land god. He's fast. He should be able to make it in time. Too late. Li Tsuanli he should have already arrived. Li Nebula explained helplessly. Li Tsuanli was a downtrodden scholar that Li Nebula had taken in a couple of days ago, and Li Nebula saw that he was well-mannered and courteous, and somewhat feminine. So he gave the name Li Tsuanli and gave him the inheritance bead. That fast? He's not a land god too, is he? Ruyan Lu is not a cutie. The distance from Shenwu City to Beilang isn't close, so it'll take a day or two to get there. Even an expert of the 9th grade martial saint perfection would not be able to do it. It was Lu Ruyan's turn to be confused. Is this land goddess a cabbage here in Li Xingyun's place? One after another. There were 3 that she knew of alone. Elder Feng, Li Tsuanli, and a masked man. The masked man was naturally Yuan Tiangang. Just how many land immortals do you have under you? Ruyan Lu curiously approached Li Xingyun. It was only when their nostrils entwined together that they stopped and looked at themselves reflected in Li Xingyun's eyes and asked, "Ahem, you want to know?" Nebula Li couldn't help but lean back and pull away. "Well, we're family anyways, right? Isn't it okay to tell me?" Lu Ruyan once again approached Li Xingyun and asked with a smile. Ruyan Lu had some hidden excitement in her heart. She loved to see Li Xingyun shy and defeated. "Okay, you sit down. I'll tell you not okay? It's not like Li Nebula can't resist. It's just this little male-female fling, and both of them are enjoying it." "Good. Speak." Ruyan Lu resumed her seat, quietly looking at Li Xingyun's handsome face. "Wait for the answer." Li Xingyun took a deep breath and took out the golden grade illusory soundplace female emperor inheritance bead and placed it on top of the stone table. "What's this? Spirit beads?" Ruyan Lu asked. "Well, spirit pearl, you'll know everything if you eat it." Li Nebula nodded. "Good." Ruyan Lu didn't have the slightest bit of doubt about Li Xingyun. Pick up the golden spirit bead and swallow it in one gulp. She believed that Li Nebula wouldn't want to harm her. After all, she was Li Nebula's little daughter-in-law. And so beautiful. Definitely not shedding. Li Xingyun took 2 steps back and quietly watched the changes in Ruyan Lu. The heart couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. With anticipation, worry, and a little excitement. As time passed by, the aura on Ruyan Lu's body became stronger and stronger. It didn't take long to break through to the land gods. After a good half day passed, Ruyan Lu slowly opened her eyes, and the terrifying pressure on her body began to fade away. It became flatter and flatter until it disappeared. Swish! Lu Ruyan instantly disappeared in front of Li Xingyun's eyes, and in the next second, she fiercely came in front of Li Xingyun's face. The tips of their noses touched. Li Xingyun gulped and his pupils widened. For a moment he was a little stunned by the sudden aroma. He wasn't the least bit scared, though. Even Ruyan Lu, who didn't have the inheritance bead bonus, wouldn't harm him. "Call sister." Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes carried a slight smugness, and her small pink tongue stuck out from her mouth. Tap on the tip of Li Nebula's nose. Chapter 54, The Han Palace? Newly opened? Sister. Li Xingyun felt some of his mouth dry up. This who can top it? So good. Ruyan Lu smiled with satisfaction and bent her eyes, gently pecking on Li Xingyun's lips. He gave a sweet date. Li Xingyun immediately reached out and tried to put his arm around Ruyan Lu to claim it. However, she disappeared into a cloud of residual shadow and reappeared already a few feet away. "Ha ha! Nebula, you're so cute!" Ruyan Lu's pretty face was a little flushed at this time. This was caused by her being very excited. Miscalculated. Li Xingyun clenched his fists and became somewhat regretful. Ruyan Lu already liked to tease him, and now that her strength had increased greatly, she was even more helpless to take her. But the more unruly the woman, the stronger the sense of fulfillment in conquering. Name Lu Ruyan. Age, 18 years. Charm value, 99. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation, 9th grade land god perfection. Inheritance, Mirage Place Empress, primary inheritance. Affiliated power, Gifu Wangfu, Mirage Sound Place. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan's charm, who had obtained the Empress's inheritance, had risen once again, reaching 99 points, infinitely closer to perfection. Know my bottom line now? Li Nebula sighed helplessly and re-enter the desk and sit down. "Well, I will assist you and help you claim the throne." Ruyan Lu came to sit across from Li Xingyun with a straight face. "Ha ha, it's better for you to serve me well and give me a son." Li Xingyun seized the opportunity and immediately began to return fire. "Oh, good ah." Ruyan Lu let out a light laugh. Li Nebula immediately felt something under the table rubbing against her thigh. Cough. "In a moment, the illusory voice workshop will be under your management." Li Nebula coughed dryly twice. Placing his hand under the table, he grabbed Ruyan Lu's jade foot and squeezed it. "Qing Miaoer of the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion is Brahma Heaven. The 18 seats of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion are also already the power of the illusory sound workshop, so go take over when you have time." "Is it just the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Did you not take down the remaining 3 major greenhouses?" Ruyan Lu looked at Li Nebula and asked with a smirk. Her jade foot broke away from Li Nebula's big hand and crossed her calf from her knee. "This is the inheritance bead of Yang Yin Tian and Guangmu Tian. The 10,000 Flowers House and the Illusory Cloud Workshop are in your hands. I'll take care of the heavenly world." Li Nebula took out 2 inheritance beads and handed them to Ruyan Lu. "Good." Ruyan Lu nodded. And this time, she didn't tease Li Xingyun anymore. Your Highness. His Highness King Han has sent a letter. Mirror Heart Demon quickly walked over to Li Nebula and handed a letter to the other party. Third brother? Li Xingyun was a bit stunned. Then he opened the letter and read it. Nothing useful, just an invitation for Li Xingyun to dine together in the evening. Thank you for Elder Feng's offer last time. And by the way, the Pro brothers contacted each other. Any news? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at the Mirror Heart Demon. Mirror Heart Demon glanced at Ruyan Lu with some difficulty. He didn't know that Ruyan Lu was already one of his own. Little Wangji, do you still want me, the prospective royal consort, to recuse myself? Ruyan Lu looked at Mirror Heart Demon and, bad joke. At the same time a pressure covered the Mirror Heart Demon, making him feel like an enemy. Cold sweat had already surfaced on his forehead. It's fine. Go ahead. Ruyan will be the Empress of Illusory Sound Workshop from now on. Li Nebula waved her hand. Relief for little Wonky. Ruyan Lu snorted softly and withdrew her pressure. The Mirror Heart Demon also understood what Li Nebula meant, and now without the slightest hesitation opened his mouth and said, recently, Sun Jihai, the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, has been supporting His Highness the Crown Prince in the courtroom. Let King Han see the clues and investigate the matter of Wind Old Man going to the Langya Chamber of Commerce to seize the Spirit Pearl. This time it should be related to this matter. The Mirror Heart Demon answered truthfully. After a period of fermentation, Li Xingyun's news network had been completely opened. He could basically find out all the news he wanted to know in Divine Martial City. Oh, good. Li Nebula smiled and nodded. Han King Li Xingfan is trying to ask himself for a Spirit Pearl to pull in some big shot. This was just what Li Xingyun wanted. He didn't have to show up himself, and he could also plant the chess pieces, killing two birds with one stone. Those who could be looked upon by King Han were certainly not generalized. Well, how's the contact with Guijian, the commander of the Forbidden Army? Li Xingyun asked again. It's not working out well. Guijian is a man with no relatives and is loyal to His Majesty. During the weekdays, he has been staying in the Forbidden Army camp. Mirror Heart Demon replied. Well, try to fight for it. Li Xingyun nodded and let everything take its course. After the Mirror Heart Demon left, Ruyan Lu asked in astonishment. You've taken control of the Brocade Guards? And now you want to control the Forbidden Army? You don't want to commit treason, do you? Li Xingyun's approach was a bit of an exaggeration. Taking control of the main power of the Imperial City into his own hands. Is this an attempt at a coup d'etat? To crown a supreme emperor? It's not what you think. I'm just saving for a rainy day. I don't want to take the blame. Li Nebula shook her head helplessly. Usurping the throne was not an option. The impact of this thing was too great. He did not want to stage an otherworldly Zuan woman. Really? Lu Ruyan looked at Li Xingyun skeptically. You said that you're not trying to usurp the throne by controlling the troops and horses. Rather, insecurity? Who would believe that? Really, it's truer than real gold. Li Xingyun took advantage of Lu Ruyan's frozen thoughts too. Lightning flicked on the other's cherry lips. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan's face was shy, but under her eyes were some small steals of joy. With her cultivation, even if she had wandered off, Li Xingyun couldn't have her way. Ha, believe it now? Li Xingyun took advantage of the situation and walked towards the front yard with a cheerful smile. It'll be afternoon already, so it's fine to go to the Hanwang mansion early. Going mainly at night would seem sneaky, rather than going bright and early and letting everyone know. Elder Feng, come out to work. Arriving at the front yard, Li Xingyun shouted, Coming. Feng Lao ran out from the side with his ass in the air. There was not half the compulsion of an immortal old god in his body, and he was a living, breathing old codger. Your Highness, are we going to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion or the House of 10,000 Flowers? Elder Feng rubbed his old hands together with a fawning smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Neither. Li Xingyun gave him a blank look. This old immodest. Not only was Elder Feng not disappointed when he heard this, but he became even more expectant, with green light coming out of his eyes. Are we going to Phantom Cloud Place and Heavenly Palace today? Neither. Go to the Han Wang Palace. Li Xingyun shook his head. This old man was hopeless. Pure old wanker. Han Wangfu? The new greenhouse in Shenwu City. Hey. Good. Elder Feng instantly nodded his head happily. You're damn silly. Han Wangfu. My third brother Li Xingfan's house. Li Xingfan was speechless. A kick to wind old man's ass. Cough. So, Your Majesty, let's go. Feng Lao is not angry. Embarrassed. He patted the footprints on his shirt and laughed. That's more like it. Go. Li Nebula nodded. Feng Lao, however, muttered in a low voice, go early and come back early, or Xiao Fang should let someone else order. Chapter 55, The Dog Dato. The two arrived in the Han King's mansion and Li Xingfan greeted them warmly, hugging Li Xingyun with a smile. 13th brother, Congratulations, being crowned king of Qin and marrying a beauty. Double happiness. Third brother is joking. This mess in the southern border is worrying me to death. Lee Nebula shook his head with a bitter smile. AI. 13th brother. Third brother understands you. I'll prepare some gold and silver for you when the time comes. Definitely won't let you down. Li Xingfan assured with a smile. Many thanks, third brother. Lee Nebula's heart rejoiced. His purpose was achieved. Beautifully. As long as the king of Han has indicated. The few others who are interested in taking over the throne can't help but indicate that So Li Xingyun was also a prince who ruled over a state. He couldn't remember who sent it, but he knew exactly who didn't. Come, it's still early, so we'll have tea in the courtyard. Li Xingfan smiled and greeted Li Xingyun as the two of them walked towards the backyard garden. Good. 3 people came to the garden pavilion in the middle. Han Wangfu underlings will be good tea scent. Oh 13th brother. Third brother heard that you got a high-grade spirit bead for big brother? Is there such a thing? Li Xingfan got up and personally poured tea for the 2 Li Xinians. There is. A red inferior spirit bead. He seems to have taken it to draw in someone. I'm sorry, Li Nebula said frankly. Ha! Li Xingfan's eyes trembled. His movements unchanged as he then asked. I wonder if 13th brother can still get one. Third brother wants one too. Yes, I happen to have one right here. And it's still of the red consummate grade. You can gain the cultivation of a 9th grade martial saint by taking it. This is a good thing that I prepared especially for going to the southern border. Li Xingyun picked up the tea and took a sip. Full of concern. In that case, I wonder if 13th brother can cut his losses. Third brother is willing to spend 10 million taels of gold to buy it. Li Xingfan spoke in a breezy manner. 10 million taels? Holy, it's another big dog family, together with so many royals. I'm the one who's poor and lives on 1,000 taels of gold a month every day. 10,000 grass mud horses whizzed by in Li Nebula's heart. Third brother, this is only worth 4 million taels. Isn't 10 million taels too much? Li Xingyun deliberately put on a heartfelt look and said carefully. Hey, why do we have to be so clear with each other? It's a deal. Turn around and I'll have someone send you the money. Li Xingfan was also a bit helpless. The words were all set out. Can't they be taken back? The main reason was that he felt that a treasure of this grade should be worth 8 or 9 million taels at the very least. Well, Li Nebula with a somewhat difficult and worried about the other party's reversal of general appearance took out a small brocade box and placed it in front of Li Xingfan. He was going to the southern border. So these people in Divine Martial City didn't need to care too much about it. Now as long as he didn't come face to face with the emperor, he was making what he needed to make. It was Li Xingfan's turn to be confused. Something didn't feel right to him. Very much 12% off. 13th brother how did you carry such a valuable thing with you? Li Xingfan asked in surprise. Ahem. I stay with Elder Wind every day. Putting it at home isn't as safe as putting it on me. Li Nebula was speechless. He couldn't say it was specially prepared for you. By the way, third brother, are you planning to eat this by yourself? Li Xingyun hurriedly changed the subject. There's an old-timer who needs it, and it's better for me to cultivate on my own. When I hit a bottleneck that day, it's not too late to eat again. Li Xingfan smiled and shook his head. It's medicine that's poisonous, and he doesn't want to take it until he has to. Well, good. Then I wish third brother all the best of luck in his endeavors. Li Nebula nodded with a smile. He didn't care if King Han didn't say anything. He would be able to find out sooner or later. 13th brother, let's have a good drink later. Third brother wishes you a happy wedding in advance. Li Xingfan smiled and patted Li Xingyun's shoulder. Good. Let's not get drunk. Li Xingyun nodded with the same smile. This can be the side of the wind, old man anxious. This drinking do not know to drink until when. That Xiaofang still do not let people give point away But Li Xingyun had promised, so he could only be anxious. At night, after hours of pushing and shoving, Li Xingyun was filled with drunkenness and was brought back home by Elder Feng. Elder Feng, leave it to me. Linglong hurriedly stepped forward to pick up Li Xingyun. Well, I'll leave the king in your care, and I'll take my leave first. After Wind Elder finished speaking, he immediately disappeared into thin air. He also went to check on Xiaofang. He still held a trace of fantasy in his heart. What if Xiaofang didn't pick up any customers today? Your Majesty, how did you drink so much? I helped you back to your room. Linglong hurriedly assisted Li Nebula towards the room. Li Xingyun wasn't drunk. He wouldn't be drunk for others to see. Linglong wanted to help him. He didn't explain, and with a bad smile on his face, his big hand was not honestly reaching into Linglong's collar. Wang master. Linglong's pretty face reddened, wanting to bar Li Xingyun's hand out. However, holding Li Xingyun on one side was not good for maneuvering, and after trying for a while it did not work. Glancing around in the dark, where no one would see their little maneuver, Linglong also stopped struggling. Her silver teeth clenched. and she walked towards the room. When she came to the room, Linglong finally couldn't help herself and let out a delicate hum. What's the commotion? It seems to be Linglong's voice? Li Qiushui was hiding in the middle of Li Xingyun's quilt at this time, and when she saw someone coming and she pricked up her ears. But she did not expect to hear Linglong's petulant humming. For a moment, somewhat nervously, he shrank toward the innermost part of the bed and couch. She didn't want Linglong to see her naked and warming the bed, which was socially dead. Linglong, you are so beautiful. Seeing that Linglong was moved, Li Nebula no longer pretended to be drunk. Backhandedly, he wrapped his arm around the thin waist, nibbled on the luscious little earlobe, and whispered, "Ah, Your Highness, you're not drunk." Linglong bit her lip, desperately trying to hold back something that, a sentence squeezed through his teeth. "No. Then I'll go get a bowl of sobering soup for the king." Linglong's eyes narrowed and breathing became heavy. "No need. Eating you is just as sobering." Li Xingyun smiled badly as he picked up Linglong in his arms. Toward the bed, Linglong buried her little head into her chest, looking like she was at the mercy of the king. When Li Qiushui saw the two men coming towards her, she was so anxious that she hurriedly wrapped her delicate body in the quilt and, poking his head out red-faced and afraid to look at the two, I'll make room for you." "Ha? Sister Qiushui?" Linglong was instantly shocked and exclaimed, "Ha ha, no need. The bed is big enough." Li Xingyun let out a bad laugh. He had known that Li Qiushui was here. Putting Linglong down, he casually blew out all the candles with a slap of his hand. "Can I refuse? What do you think?" Chapter 56, The Heavenly Beast-Eared Lady. At noon the next day, Li Xingyun opened his eyes in a refreshed state and looked at the two beauties on his left and right. The mood is extraordinarily clear. Carefully removing Linglong's jade arm, and gently moving away Li Qiushui's white jade leg. Get up quietly. Stretching, he slowly walked out of the room. Looking at the sun and the sky, he couldn't help but show a smile. "Cool." Suddenly came a sighing, laughing question. "Yes." Li Nebula nodded. "This felt really good. Should I add a couple more for you?" "Yes." Li Xingyun reacted violently and looked at Lu Ruyan behind him. "When did you come?" Li Nebula asked awkwardly. After all, it was his own rightful wife, and it was rather like being caught in the act of adultery. "Been waiting for you all morning." Ruyan Lu gave him a blank look. Cultivation had increased, and his hearing had become much stronger, and after listening to the catcalls all night long, her eyes were bloodshot. "Waiting for me? For what?" Li Nebula asked. "Did you forget about the Heavenly Palace? I've taken care of the House of 10,000 Flowers." Ruyan Lu blanked Li Xingyun. I'll go today." Li Xingyun scratched his head and was ordered to visit a greenhouse. "Quite exciting. Who's in the House of 10,000 Flowers?" Li Xingyun asked curiously. "White Heron. I gave her the Yang Yen Tian's inheritance bead and will soon be able to take control of 10,000 flowers." Ruyan Lu knew what Li Xingyun was asking and explained. "What strength?" Li Nebula continued to ask with a nod. "The strength of the red inheritance is in the range of 1st grade land god immortal to 8th grade land god immortal. The cultivation of the illusory sound place St. G wasn't outstanding and shouldn't be very high. 3rd grade land deity middle stage. That's enough," Ruyan Lu said with some excitement. "A land god. Just like that." The two of them talked about some business, and then they went to the illusory cloud place and the heavenly palace, respectively. Li Xingyun had wanted to call out to Yun Suzi, but this guy didn't know where he had run off to and was nowhere to be seen. There was no choice but for Li Nebula to act alone. As for Elder Fong, Li Nebula intended to correct him. "Don't be a real old wanker, and don't take him with you." When I came to the heavenly palace, I saw from afar a couple of little cat ladies with long tails greeting the guests. Looking at Li Xingyun, he was thrilled for a moment. I had heard that there were girls of other races in the heavenly realm, so today I was able to get a better look at them. "Sir, alone?" When they came to the door, there were people dressed very coolly and the girl with a pair of rabbit ears came forward and greeted her. The rabbit-eared girl was different from the Busta sisters that Li Xingyun had seen. There was no trace of a dusty aura on her body. There's even some innocence to it. Alone. Nebula Li nodded, looking curiously at the rabbit-eared girl's small ears and fluffy and so cute. "I want to get my hands on it." The rabbit-eared girl seemed to be able to see what Li Xingyun was thinking. While picking up Li Xingyun's hand and placing it on his head, he asked, "Is this the first time for a gentleman? My ears are real. The gentleman can touch them." Li Xingyun didn't squirm. He really wanted to touch it, so he reached out and gently squeezed it. "Feel the furry softness in your hand. For the first time, it's really quite amazing," Li Nebula praised. "It's good that the male likes it." The rabbit-eared girl's ears seemed to be very sensitive and Li Xingyun could feel the little ear in his hand getting warmer, and a layer of redness covered the rabbit-eared girl's pretty face. "Ha ha, let's go. Arrange an elegant seat for me." Li Xingyun couldn't help but crack a smile as he looked at the rabbit girl's shy appearance. Okay, please go inside. Sir. The rabbit girl hurriedly led Li Xingyun towards the interior. Li Nebula came in for the first time and looked around. The heavenly world gives one word for it. Then, various beast-eared nymphs traveled through the great hall, and the floor was not known to. There was a layer of white mist, as if it were a fairyland. What's your name? Li Xingyun asked with a smile as he pinched the bunny girl's small ears. You don't say. This feeling really makes people want to stop. Li Xingyun can't help but look toward her erect place. A small white fluffy tail stuck out of the back, and the clothes were obviously specific. There were holes. My lord, my slave's name is White Rabbit, and I'm from the Spirit Rabbit clan. The rabbit girl explained with a small red face and a smile. Good name. Who is the prettiest of you here? Nebula Li came to the box. Finding a spot he lay down and sat down and asked. The prettiest in heaven and on earth is the flower girl. Fox Yo-Yo. She's from the Heavenly Fox clan. Extraordinarily beautiful and seductive. White Rabbit proudly introduced. Good. Then I'll take her. Li Xingyun smiled and nodded. A vixen. Haven't seen it yet. It's also a coincidence that Mr. Fox has come, and Miss Fox Yo-Yo happens to have no guests yet today. The White Rabbit smiled and flattered. Then left. Li Nebula then looked towards the stage in the center of the first floor. On it was a group of beast-ear nymphs performing a show. I have to say, the girls of the demon race are just open. One wears less than the other. One was hotter than the other. And it was a marvelous feeling like watching a girl group from a former stick country dance hot. The audience on the ground floor of the stage was also very mesmerized. And many of them took out their gold, silver, and soft goods and threw them on the stage. Interesting. Nebula Li smiled and nodded, taking out a dozen or so ordinary spirit beads in the middle of a brocade box from the system space. He similarly threw them towards the stage. It didn't matter who took these spirit beads, Li Nebula wasn't losing out. Gonzi Fox Yo-Yo girl has a guest. Should I change it for you? Li Xingyun was looking happy when the White Rabbit's voice came from behind him. Fine. Who else is pretty here among you? Li Nebula didn't care. If you don't have a Fox Yo-Yo, just get another one. It's not a big problem. What did you do to your face? Li Nebula turned back to, looking at the White Rabbit's originally delicate and pretty face with an additional slap mark. He was suddenly surprised and asked. The slave girl accidentally fell. The White Rabbit didn't realize that the slap marks on her face were obvious. Bowing his head, he explained casually. Tell me what's going on. Master is happy to give you the go-ahead today. Li Xingyun looked at White Rabbit's eyes and didn't mind giving her an out in passing. He now had that backbone. In the entire divine martial empire, he was the most powerful existence when it came to greenhouses. There is no one. My lord. I am. The White Rabbit was a little heartbroken, but a little frightened. And, the words became stilted. Say, there is still no one in Divine Martial City that this Gonzi cannot afford to mess with. Li Xingyun sank his face and, he was soon to leave Divine Martial City, and it was so hard to try to pretend. So how could he give it up? It's the son of the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, named Sun Yong. The White Rabbit gritted his teeth. Sun Yong? Such a coincidence? Li Xingyun himself froze. Let's go. Take me there. I'll take it out on you. It's this grandson's bad luck to meet me. Nebula Li got up and shook her head with a smile. This Sun Yong is really not the usual back, and fell into his own hands again. Yes. The White Rabbit nodded and led the way stiffly in front. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the door of an elegant room. The voice inside instantly upset Li Xingyun in his heart. Chapter 57 Me. Never came. Fox Yo-Yo. Don't give a. I ordered you because I think you're a good guy. Do you really think you're a vegetable? Drink. Don't dare to drink and see how I'll clean you up. Sun Yong was in a very bad mood. He was beaten up by Li Xingyun at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion some time ago and lost face. He went to play in the House of 10,000 Flowers, but he heard that Li Xingyun was also going there, and he was afraid of running into him again, so he hurriedly changed his position. Run to heaven and earth. But I didn't expect that on my first visit. This Fox Yo-Yo wouldn't give me face. It made him feel ashamed of his face. Drink up. If you don't give Mr. Sun face, beware of what I'll do to you. You apologize to Mr. Sun now, and serve him well in the evening, maybe even ransom you. Ha ha, is right. Sun Yong's group of fox and dog friends also spoke out to threaten and intimidate. Mr. Sun, slave really can't drink anymore. Fox Yo-Yo's warm and moving voice was thick with pleading. Asterisk 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 you. Don't you dare not give me face. Do you know who my father is? My father is the chief commander of the Jinui. Sun Jihai. Be careful, I'll seize all your heavenly rooms. Sun Yong shouted very arrogantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Nebula kicked open the door of the room. He wasn't a cutie. instantly realizing what had happened. So it wasn't Fox Yo-Yo who was preempted. It was this grandson who cut himself off. Ah! Sun Yong was instantly shocked by this sudden turn of events. The whole group winced, looking in the direction of the door. The few people in the room similarly looked at Li Xingyun, each with a very unfavorable gaze. Fox Yo-Yo's moving beautiful eyes also landed on Li Xingyun's body, and a flash of hope flashed in the bottom of her eyes. It wasn't that she thought that Li Xingyun would stand up for her. It was just that Li Xingyun was more handsome than Sun Yong. If one is bound to lose one's virginity, she preferred to find one that looked good. Who the are you? Don't you know Mr. Sun is here? You're ing looking for death. Get your ass over here and apologize to Sun Shao, or I'll tell your whole family to die. Mr. Sun, why are you kicking me? The lewd youth who had just clamored for the death of Li Xingyun's entire family was kicked away by Sun Yong before he could finish his sentence. In hell! Don't kill yourself. Do you know who's in this man's family? And let people's whole families die out. I'm afraid a few of us are going to die out. Sun Yong, you're a big man, aren't you? You want my whole family to die? Who gave you the courage to say that? Li Xingyun laughed in exasperation. With a foot on the table where a few people were eating, he leaned forward and stared at Sun Yong as he asked. Li Xingyun had met the ungrateful ones, but not the ones who dared to let his whole family die. Mr. Li, no, not what I said. Sun Yong was immediately aggrieved. He hadn't said a word since Li Xingyun came in. Bastard! Get your ass over here and kowtow and apologize to Sir Li. Sun Yong yelled at the lewd youth who had just been kicked out. On what grounds? Sun Shao, can he still have your background to win? The lewd youth was obviously unconvinced. Although he didn't have a big backstage as Sun Yong, he was also a person of honor in Divine Martial City. If this kneels and kowtows, do you want to come out in the future? You're very brave? Li Xingyun looked at the lewd youth with a smile on his face. Who's your daddy? Tell me. Kid, listen up. My father is. Not waiting for the lewd youth to say his father's name. Sun Yong punched him in the stomach, immediately putting all his words back. Pounce. Without any hesitation, Sun Yong took the lead in kneeling in front of Li Xingyun with a pounce. It was said without waiting for the others to respond. I, Sun Yong, pay my respects to His Highness, the King of Qin. Sun Yong didn't want this either. These foxes and friends around him are no good. But it was also his playmate since he was a child, and he really couldn't watch a few people go crazy and die. Qin Wang? His Highness the King of Qin. The surrounding group of Sun Yong's fox and dog friends immediately seemed to be splashed with cold water, trembling all over. Then tremblingly, they all knelt down. Even the indecent youth who had just been unbeatable and wanted to kill Li Xingyun's entire family. Now that His Majesty Li Qianquan of the Divine Martial Empire is in his prime, the control over the entire empire had reached a very scary situation, and no one dared to go against the royal family. Your Highness the Qin King atones. I didn't know it was you. His Highness the Qin King spares his life. Spare his life. A bunch of lapdogs started kowtowing and begging for mercy. King Qin? Li Nebula? A flash of surprise surfaced in Fox Yo-Yo's eyes. The king spares his life. Sun Yong kowtowed heavily. For the sake of Big Brother, this king won't kill you. Apologize to the White Rabbit Girl and get lost. Li Xingyun snapped. Yes. I'm sorry, White Rabbit Girl. I'm sorry, White Rabbit Girl. Sorry. A crowd of people have apologized to Bunny White Rabbit and are very well behaved. No, it's fine. The White Rabbit was also startled. She didn't expect Li Xingyun to come from such a big place. Surprisingly, it was the King of Qin who had recently gained notoriety in Divine Martial City. Get lost? Remember. Li Xingyun waved his hand and paused. The crowd held their breath in unison as they watched him, waiting for his next instructions. Today, I didn't come. Li Nebula slowly uttered a sentence word by word. It's, haven't been here. We don't know anything. A crowd of people nodded. It's not good for the king to go to a brothel, but there are a lot of people who know about this. Getting the word out is a sure thing, but it doesn't matter. Those who know won't talk nonsense. Li Nebula is also trying to make more friction between his several brothers. Only then did he say that he would give Crown Prince Li Xinglong face and bypass a few people. Sun Jihai was already starting to favor the prince, and when word got out about tonight's events, everyone knows that Sun Jihai is the Crown Prince's man now, and the other several princes are bound to be anxious and want to pull in other forces. Water, just mix it up too. I am grateful for your help, Your Majesty. Your Majesty's great kindness is beyond my repayment. May I offer all for Your Majesty? After everyone had left, Fox Yo-Yo got up and bowed to Li Xingyun to thank him. The meaning of the family is also well understood. That is, the young woman has nothing to offer, and would like to give her life in return. Well, come with me. Nebula Li knew that the other party must have something else on his mind. However, He didn't care and smiled as he reached out and pulled Fox Yo-Yo's jade hand towards his elegant room. Fox Yo-Yo's pretty face was slightly flushed and she did not resist, allowing Li Xingyun to pull herself. Chapter 58 Fox Yo-Yo. Your hands are so cold, aren't they? Racial reason or scared? Li Xingyun played with the cold little hand and couldn't help but ask curiously. A little bit of both. Our Skyfox clan has a slightly lower body temperature than humans. Fox Yo-Yo's voice was like a fresh spring brushing against the soul. Extraordinarily comfortable. Li Xingyun felt that this Fox Yo-Yo was not authentic. Aren't vixens all enchanting and flirtatious? Why is she like a little white flower? The two quickly arrived in the middle of the room, and Li Nebula opened his eyes of truth to look at Fox Yo-Yo. Name, Fox Yo-Yo. Age, 127. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 60. Cultivation, late 5th grade master. Power, Demon Clan, Skyfox Clan. Good guy. Looking soft and weak and pure, but even more than 100 years old. The lifespan of the demon race was really enviable. Li Xingyun pondered in his heart. The Skyfox Clan. It seems that this heavenly palace should be a nail planted by the demon race in the divine martial empire. What do you know? Nebula Li found a comfortable position to lie down and, raising his eyes to Fox Yo-Yo, he asked. Slave is good at dancing. Fox Yo-Yo replied very nicely. Getting involved with Li Xingyun would definitely allow him to pry out a lot of useful information on his own. Okay, dance 1. Li Nebula nodded, dashing on the surface. But in his heart, he had already begun to think about how to make Fox Yo-Yo willingly eat the inheritance beads. Yes. Fox Yo-Yo slowly got up, revealing a pure white fox tail behind her. Come to the open space on the side of Li Nebula and start performing. Under the mesmerizing lights of the heavenly world, Bai Yo-Yo with a foxtail begins to dance. She was as lithe as an elf floating down to the mortal world. That fox's tail swings lazily from time to time. From time to time, it arced beautifully as she danced. She nodded slightly, her eyes soulful and seductive. A head of long black hair flew as she spun, mirroring the fluffy fox tail, lightly lifting her jade arm, her fingers stretching like an orchid. The soft wrists flicked, driving the entire body to spin gracefully. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and, like a bird of prey about to spread its wings, it jumped lightly, its tail rising slightly behind it. She spun rapidly at times, her skirts like blooming flowers. The foxtail formed a fuzzy circle as it spun. From time to time, the foxtail twisted slowly, while the foxtail acted as if it were alive. Swaying gently with her movements, her foxtail brushed the ground as she lowered her back. Ha ha, good. Li Nebula applauded and shouted. Fox Yo-Yo really does look like a little vixen when she dances. With a lot of flavor. Ouch! Suddenly the spinning Fox Yo-Yo seemed to have an unsteady center of gravity. It fell towards Li Xingyun with a petulant grunt in her mouth. Li Xingyun was quick on his feet and held him in his arms, but perhaps he had been taught by Qing Niaye to be bad. The two big hands were all protecting Fox Yo-Yo's restricted area, one in front of the other, but it didn't let Fox Yo-Yo fall to the ground. Fox Yo-Yo only felt a pair of big hands flicking at her, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Lifting her head to suppress her shyness, she said delicately, much thanks to the gentleman. As he was speaking, suddenly feeling the small tail behind her being grabbed by a big hand, a layer of water mist appeared in her eyes. The tail of the Skyfox clan was very sensitive, and at this moment, Fox Yo-Yo felt weak all over. One could only look at Li Xingyun with blearily pitiful eyes. Oh, sorry, get used to it. Li Xingyun this also reacted. He smiled awkwardly, but was not letting go of the other man. What's the matter? Not feeling well? Li Xingyun asked, playing dumb. No. Fox Yo-Yo lowered her head and tightened her lips, not daring to look at him. That's not good. You're too weak and prone to illness. This is for you. Li Xingyun seized the opportunity and took out the inheritance spirit bead of Duo Wen Tian and placed it in Fox Yo-Yo's palm. Fox Yo-Yo sniffed and looked towards her hand. One could only see a blood-red spirit bead lying in the center of one's hand, constantly emitting strange energy. Is this a spirit pearl? Fox Yo-Yo pokes around every day. She had naturally heard of the magical spirit beads in Divine Martial City and had sent people to buy a few of them. Well, this is a high-quality spirit bead. You won't be so weak if you eat it and have cultivation. Li Xingyun looked like a big bad wolf as he coaxed the little fox. High quality? Fox Yo-Yo asked curiously, knowing that the red spirit beads were very strong, but she wasn't sure exactly what cultivation level she would be able to raise to. She had hopes of becoming a Zongshi herself, and she didn't want to waste her only chance to take the spirit bead. It can give you a martial saint cultivation level. Li Nebula told a small lie. If we're being honest, this spirit pearl can give Fox Yo-Yo the cultivation level of a land god. I'm afraid she won't dare to take it. After all, Anyone with a brain can see that there's a scam going on. Even obtaining a martial saint cultivation is already outrageous. Li Xingyun himself felt that this reason was somewhat untenable. Martial saint? Essence blossomed in Bai Yu's eyes, but then there was some skepticism. Why is Gongzi being so kind to me? Bai Yu had a very touched look on her face, looking at Li Xingyun with deep affection. Didn't you say you would repay me and let me have it? You're all mine now. What am I not giving up? Or did you back out? Li Xingyun had a lustful look on his face. A pair of large hands wandered about dishonestly. Nu did not back out. Just this thing is too expensive. Fox Yoyo tried desperately to control her body's reaction. It's okay, Master has money. As long as you listen to Master, you will not be short of favors in the future. Li Xingyun laughed very broadly. Fox Yoyo's heart was moved. Being able to get close to Li Xingyun and still obtain this kind of treasure. Anyone's heart would go out to anyone. Nothing here or there. What Master gives you is yours. Good health. You can give me a big fat boy too. Li Xingyun picked Fox Yoyo's chin with a wicked smile on his face. Picking up the spirit bead was about to put it into the other's little mouth. Your Excellency. Slave to do it yourself. Fox Yoyo saw that Li Nebula was truly intending to give it to her, and she was willing to take it. This is the magic of the spirit beads. Everyone's focus is on boosting their cultivation and whether there are any side effects. No one would even think of it as a sharp tool for controlling people. This is the main reason why spirit beads can be so useful. Good. Go sit on your knees and this Gongzi will protect you. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Li Nebula couldn't help but smile. Yes, slave obey. Fox Yo-Yo was equally very excited and the cherry lips lightly dabbed on Li Xingyun's face. The lifespan of the demon race is very long, but their cultivation talent is poor. The demon race looks at the bloodline. A demon race like Fox Yo-Yo's level, cultivating for 10 years was only equal to a human with good talent cultivating for 1 year. The cultivation of a martial saint was no less attractive to her than Poppy. She simply couldn't resist. Chapter 59, The Demon Kingdom of Western Xia. After a lot of fooling around, Fox Yo-Yo, a 100-year-old fox, finally took the bait, obediently came to the side of the carpet and sat down on his knees, and took the inheritance beads of the illusory sound place multi-monstrous heavenly Saint Ji. A strange thought came to Li Xingyun's mind as he looked at Fox Yo-Yo's sitting position. Won't the tail go numb? Li Xingyun stroked his chin and spun in circles thinking, this tail is growing in that position? How curious. Bang! Suddenly a muffled sound came from inside Fox Yo-Yo. What's going on? This hasn't happened before, has it? What's wrong? Or is it because the body structures of demons and humans are different? Li Xingyun instantly tensed up. If Fox Yo-Yo had GA, he could just lose one inheritance bead. System, come out and explain what's going on. Ding! It's normal for the demon race to break through the shackles in their bodies. The host doesn't need to make a fuss. Shackles? Snippets of memories began to surface in Li Nebula's mind. The demon race possesses between 1 and 9 bloodline shackles in their bodies, and the more talented the demon race, the more bloodline shackles in the body. The number of bloodline shackles corresponded to the upper limit of cultivation. 1 to 4 bloodline shackles corresponded to the 4 realms of martial artist, patriarch, martial saint, and land immortal. This is one of the primary reasons why many people believe that there are realms above the land immortals. It's a shame that we haven't heard of anyone breaking through to the realm above the land immortals so far, nor had that demon race broken the 5th shackle. However, Li Xingyun was certain that there was definitely a way above the terrestrial immortals. It was because Yuan Tiangang and the others possessed the power of a peak land immortal with just their primary inheritance. The delinquents he summoned seemed to be much stronger than what he had learned in his previous life. At the very least, Yuan Tiangang was strong, but still in the realm of humans, the land gods and goddesses, but have already broken through the limits of human beings, belonging to the cultivators. Between Li Nebula's thoughts drifting away, Fox Yo-Yo had also finished receiving the inheritance. Cultivation was solidified at the middle stage of 3rd grade land god immortal. Fox Yo-Yo slowly got up and looked at Li Xingyun with complicated eyes. She understood everything at this moment. She knew she had been tricked, but her 100% loyalty prevented her from harboring any semblance of hatred. My subordinate, illusory sound places many wonders Saint Heim. Fox Yo-Yo pays her respects to your highness. Fox Yo-Yo respectfully saluted Li Nebula. Name, Fox Yo-Yo. Age, 127. Charm value, 91. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 3rd grade. Middle stage of the land gods. Inheritance, Mirage Sound Workshop 9 Heavenly Sage Duo 1 Tian Inheritance. Affiliation, Demon Clan, Skyfox Clan, Mirage Sound Place. Be excused. Li Nebula scanned through Fox Yo-Yo's attribute panel and slowly nodded his head after confirming that there was no mistake. The legacy of the Phantom Workshop seems to really boost the charisma value of the Fox Yo-Yo's charisma came to 91 points from the original 90. Jing Miaoer and Lu Ruyan both had the same increase in their charisma value. This Phantom Voice Workshop's legacy is really something to talk about. Are you sent by the demon race to spy on Divine Martial City? Lee Nebula asked. Well, we're from the Western Xia Demon Kingdom, and we've been ordered to infiltrate the Divine Martial Empire to eavesdrop on intelligence. Fox Yo-Yo didn't hesitate for a second, and squared her shoulders. Aha! Lee Nebula nodded. The Xixia Demon Kingdom bordered the Shenwu Empire to the west, a country founded by the demon race. There was usually a lot of friction with the Divine Martial Empire. Lee Nebula explained some things to Fox Yo-Yo and continued to drink and enjoy himself. He could expose his visit to the greenhouse, but the secret of the spirit beads must be hidden. Not even the slightest whisper could be spread. If he left early, it was inevitable that people with a heart would suspect something. It's been hard for him to keep a low profile, mainly because of the bestowal of the marriage. With all eyes on him, it was only a matter of time before he exposed his strength ambitions. But the fact that there are so many masters under his command doesn't explain it. The idle prince doesn't have so many experts to throw at him. Your Excellency, slave to you. Fox Yo-Yo sat beside Li Xingyun and pressed her upper body over, taking a glass of wine and bringing it to Li Xingyun's mouth. Good. Li Xingyun smiled as he wrapped his arm around Fox Yo-Yo's thin waist, grabbing her little tail and rubbing it as he did so. While opening his mouth, he took a drink of the liquor. Gonzi hates. Fox Yo-Yo's body violently went limp and paralyzed in Li Xingyun's arms. Hummed. Ha ha, I'll feed you too. Li Xingyun laughed as he picked up his wineglass and took a big gulp, then slowly lowered his head. Fox Yo-Yo understood Li Xingyun's thoughts and closed her eyes somewhat shyly, slightly fluttering her eyelashes and revealing that inside, she wasn't all that calm. A moment later, the four lips met, and the warm, sweet wine slowly flowed into Fox Yo-Yo's mouth. It exploded through the two men's taste buds with abandon. The two men slowly embraced each other in the flickering candlelight. Fox Yo-Yo's ears were red as if they were about to drip blood, and the white fox's tail behind her began to rise slightly. Your Highness, Gonzi, slave wants you to hurt me. After a long time of lips parting, Fox Yo-Yo gasped, winking and biting her lips tightly, and said in a delicate whisper, Good, this Gonzi will come and hurt you. Li Xingyun naturally wouldn't refuse. He was also interested in the bodies of the demon race too. It was just the right time to study it today. The demon race is more fiery in nature than humans, and Fox Yo-Yo is considered a more subtle demon race, not directly pushing down Lee Nebula to give him the rightful death, but requesting for Lee Nebula's favor. Was already a very introverted demon clan. There was a burst of cannon fire in the heavenly hall, and in the room of the flower girl of the Mirage Place. Ruyan Lu was also having fun. Come, have a grape. Ruyan Lu had the look of a fluttering gentleman. Pick up a grape and put it into the mouth of Z, who was wearing a purple lace dress. Z naturally could see that Lu Ruyan was dressed as a man, but she didn't mind. Instead her guard was down a lot. After all, what could a woman do to her? At most, it didn't matter if she took advantage of something in her hands. Good Aoshi stood daintily in front of Ruyan Lu, her back to her, and then his waist slowly folded backward, and his pretty face slowly drew in front of Ruyan Lu's body. Lu Ruyan pinched a grape with her two jade fingers and put it into Aziz's open mouth. Sweet? Ruyan Lu asked with a smile. Sweet? From the male. All sweet. As he got up and nodded slowly. In a hidden deserted temple outside of Divine Martial City, Amitabha Buddha, a monk wearing a blood-red robe monk costume slowly walked into the temple. The monk gave off a very bizarre feeling. A pair of pupils were not the normal black color. Instead, it's blood red. Master Wisdom Killing, you're here. A silhouette slowly stepped out from the darkness of the deserted temple and greetings to the monks. If anyone heard the name Wise Killing they would be shocked. Jikue is a famous demonic monk who disappeared into the Devil's Path more than 10 years ago and slaughtered all the monks in the temple in one night. Chapter 60, The Demon Monk Wisdom Kills. Your Highness, King Han, I wonder what the reason is for seeking the poor monk to come here. Monk Shi Killing asked in a flat tone as he looked at Li Xingfan. The reason my king invited Master Wisdom Slayer here is to make a deal with the master. Han King Li Xingfan said with a straight face. He lacks top-notch experts to sit in on him nowadays. And Shi Killing was a 9th grade martial saint perfection 10 years ago. Nowadays, it is only half a step away from being a land god. What kind of deal? Jikue folded his arms, and if one ignored his blood-red robe, and his heart-eating red eyes, he really had the air of a monk who had attained enlightenment. This king has helped Master Jikue break through to the land immortal, and Master Jikue has served this king for 20 years. How? Han King Li Xingfan spoke in a flat tone. He helped the poor monk break through the land god immortal realm? Wisdom Killing was obviously a bit disbelieving. Over the years, Ji Killing has practiced magic in order to break through to the land gods. I don't know how many living beings had been slaughtered to absorb the power of blood chi, but I was still stuck at the peak of the half-step land divine immortal, and that layer of membrane could not be broken. Master Wisdom Slayer is not active in Divine Martial City, so I don't know that there's a divine medicine in Divine Martial City recently. The name is Spirit Pearl. Han King Li Xingfan explained with a smile. After all, it was too much of a stretch to help others break through to the land immortals. The disbelief is the normal reaction. Ba. Spirit beads? It's the poor monk who is ignorant. Please ask your highness to clear up the confusion for the poor monk. Ji Kuei said a Buddha's name and then asked, this spirit bead. Li Xingfan was not in a hurry, and slowly explained the magic of the spirit bead. Well, how has Master Wisdom Slayer considered this king's proposal? After introducing the magic of the spirit bead, Li Xingfan once again brought the topic to the right track. Ba Buddha. If King Han can really help the poor monk break through the realm of the land immortals, the poor monk is willing to be driven by the king for 20 years. If you can't help the poor monk make a breakthrough, your highness the Han King should not make things difficult for the poor monk. Ji Killing folded his hands and looked at Li Xingfan with great devotion. Good. This king's word is his bond. Li Xingfan nodded. Taking out the red consummate grade spirit bead that had been prepared earlier, he threw it at the wise killing monk. Snap! Ji Killing raised his big hand, steadily catching the speeding spirit bead. Then after holding it in the palm of his hand and surveying it for a while to make sure it wasn't poison or something like that, he slowly sat down on his knees. I'd like to thank your majesty's people for protecting the poor monk. Good. Master Wisdom Slayer, feel free to break through. Li Xingfan nodded. Of course he wouldn't come alone to meet Ji Killing, the demonic monk. The people of the Heavenly Elephant sect had been on guard in the shadows. Ba Buddha. Goodness gracious. Wisdom Killing no longer hesitated, adjusted his state and, take the blood-red spirit bead. With the taking of the spirit beads, Ji Kuei instantly perceived a very large and pure true chi surging out of his body, and his heart was immediately overjoyed, and he began to charge towards the realm of the land immortals by utilizing all his body's chi. How many living beings has this wise killing monk killed? The power of chi and blood on his body is terrifying to this extent. Li Xingfan couldn't help but feel some chills in his heart as he looked at the chi and blood power overflowing from Ji Killing's body. An hour had passed in a flash, and the bright white moonlight had come right overhead by now. A dark cloud silently covered it and obscured it. Phew! Ji Kuei had also risen by now, having broken through the realm of the land immortals. The blood color in his eyes also faded a lot, and instead of the weird blood-red color, it turned pink. Ba Buddha. Many thanks to His Highness King Han for helping the poor monk make a breakthrough. A flash of pity flashed under the bottom of Ji Killing's eyes as he looked at Li Xingfan. Ha ha, good. I wonder when Master will be able to come to the king's residence and serve this king. Li Xingfan was filled with excitement as he looked at Ji Killing, who had broken through before his eyes. This 10 million taels of gold is worth spending. The poor monk still has some trivial matters to take care of, so I wonder if it would be possible for me to pay a visit to the king in 3 days? I'm sorry, Wise Kills responded. Good. Then in 3 days' time, this king will be waiting for the master at the Han King's mansion. Li Xingfan nodded and, it was only 3 days. He could afford to wait. Greetings, Your Highness King Han. Ji Kuei folded his hands and watched Li Xingfan leave the barren temple. After Han King Li Xingfan left, Ji Killing didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood in place and, it seems to be waiting for something. About a quarter of an hour or so later, a piece of rice paper floated down from the top of Wise Killing's head. Without the slightest surprise, Ji Kuei stretched out his hand and the rice paper slowly fell into his palm. Ji Kuei picked up the rice paper and took a look at it. Then a ball of blood-colored demonic fire appeared in the palm of his hand. The rice paper was instantly burned out. Ba. Ji Kuei said a Buddha's name, and then his figure faded and gradually disappeared into the deserted temple. Li Xingyun was likewise not idle. The wonderful use of his little tail was endless, making him comfortable. It was only at noon the next day that Li Xingyun slowly opened his eyes, and last night the yin and the yang melted together. Li Xingyun absorbed a large amount of yuan-yin power, and his entire cultivation skyrocketed. Cool. The system opens the personal panel. Li Xingyun couldn't help but clench his fists as he felt the vigorous power within his body. Namely Nebula. Age, 18 years. Charm value, 96. Cultivation, 1st grade martial saint perfection. Technique, Divine Martial Heart Sutra. Big Dipper's Decree. 9 Palea Shen Tian Shingon. Forces, Xuanha Cult. Bad People. Illusory Sound Workshop. Tong Wenken. Jinyui. Langya Chamber of Commerce. 18 Seats of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. 10,000 Flowers House. Heavenly Palace. Illusory Cloud Workshop. Do you already have so many forces without realizing it? The effect of this spirit bead is really outrageous. Now that Li Xingyun possessed the cultivation of a first-grade martial saint perfection, it could be considered an expert in the divine martial empire. Nebula Li touched the fox's tail that was wrapped around her body and gently removed it. Get up carefully. Afterwards, he helped Fox Yuyu to cover up the quilt and left more than 100 Mirage Voice Workshop spirit pearls before getting up and leaving. Heading towards the Qin Wanfu. Linglong, has Yun Su Zi not returned yet? Li Xingyun encountered Linglong as soon as he entered the mansion. Curious, he asked. Cloud virtual son of the sky disappeared for several days. Do not know what to do to go. No news at all. No, never came back. Said when he left that he seemed to have found some kind of Ouija. What's it going to be? Linglong fetched a mink coat and draped it over Li Xingyun. Now that the weather had gotten cold, Li Xingyun was still dressed thinly. Found it? Nebula Li nodded, pondering in his mind that he also wanted to build something. Tell little wandering boy to meet me in the study, Li Nebula commanded. Then he went back to the study and took out the rice paper and began to draw it according to the mold in his mind. Your Highness, you are looking for me? Mirror Heart Demon asked as he came into the study and bowed. Yun Su Zi found Oyezi? Li Xingyun still drew with his head down. Found it. Oyezi is in a valley outside the western city of Divine Martial City. The Mirror Heart Demon answered truthfully. Aha. Li Xingyun nodded his head, didn't say another word, and began to draw with all his heart and soul. The Mirror Heart Demon stood quietly at the bottom and waited. Finally Li Xingyun put down the pen in his hand, straightened his back and let out a long breath. Little wandering boy, come over here and see how well the king has drawn. Yes. The Mirror Heart Demon took small steps toward the bookcase toward the rice paper. Li Xingyun drew a pair of light armor, a mask, a tang sword, and a bucket hat. Chapter 61 knows you're in a hurry. But hold on. Wonderful. Your Highness is truly a wonderful artist. The painting is lifelike. Wonderful. Wonderful. Mirror Heart Demon leaned down low, clapping with two small hands, and praised. Screw you. You're still making this whole dead out with me. Li Xingyun laughed and scolded. Put away the drawings. Let's go find Oyezi as well. Li Xingyun walked outside with his hands in the air. Yes. Mirror Heart Demon hurriedly followed and ran to the door to pilot a carriage. Your Highness, wait for Old Me. Where are you going? Old Me will go too. Elder Feng heard the commotion and, immediately appearing beside the carriage, he asked with a smile. Looking for Oyezi to build something? What are you going for? Li Xingyun asked. He. Old man protects the king. Wind Old Man hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Then he jumped onto the carriage and sit down next to the Mirror Heart Demon. Little wandering boy. Set off. Wind Elder smilingly patted the Mirror Heart Demon on the side. He. Li Xingyun laughed and shook his head without saying more. Elder Feng had changed a lot. From the originally mortal wine sword fairy to the little old man who likes to visit greenhouses nowadays. I don't know if it's good or bad. As the carriage sped along, Li Xingyun's gaze looked out the window of the carriage, his thoughts drifting away. A scene from this time comes to mind. The position of 10,000 people seems to be very close to him, but that didn't seem to be what he wanted most. To be himself he had to not be controlled by others. He had to control the world. Your Highness, it's here. Mirror Heart Demon's voice came from outside the carriage. Good. Li Nebula got up and got out of the carriage. The place where Oyezi lived was not luxurious, even a little shabby. A low fence enclosing a circle of. Inside were several small houses, from which the clanking sound of iron smithing emanated. Li Xingyun walked directly into the courtyard and headed in the direction of the sound of iron beating. It wasn't that he didn't have the quality to knock, but this Oyezi's home didn't have a door at all. He couldn't knock if he wanted to. Oyezi. Li Xingyun came to the source of the iron beating sound and shouted. No one responded, and after a few moments, there was a creak and the small broken door slowly opened. Your Highness? What brings you here? The one who opened the door was Yun Su Zi. You little Taoist ran off without saying a word. I didn't come to see you. Looking for Oyezi to build something by the way? Li Xingyun smiled as he pushed aside Yun Su Zi, who was blocking the doorway, and took a big step inside. As soon as we entered the room, a wave of heat hit us like a tidal wave. Straight roasted Li Nebula with some scorching pain. There were 3 other people in the room besides Yun Su Zi, a well-built, stout, shirtless man, standing by a fireplace, striking iron. This person should be Oyezi, the master sword maker. Across the fireplace on a couple of chairs sat 2 men, both stout, dressed in animal skins, and, at a glance, he was not from Divine Martial City. The most amazing thing is that the 2 of them are wearing a lot of clothes but they are not sweating half a drop. It was as if they weren't by the fire, but in the middle of an icy field. Li Xingyun couldn't help but take a couple more glances and saw that Oyezi was concentrating on building a weapon. Li Xingyun was not in a hurry and came to sit on the chairs beside the 2 strong men and waited. The 2 burly men first swept a glance at Li Xingyun, then looked at Elder Feng with some gravity. Then he withdrew his gaze, with no intention of hitting on a few people. What is Oyezi building here? It doesn't look like a sword, Li Xingyun asked as he looked toward Yun Suzi. It's the weapon those two want. Patriarch Oyezi is not just great at forging swords. Building other weapons is equally not bad. Seeing that Li Xingyun was so self-possessed, Yun Suzi also felt a bit helpless and explained with a bitter smile. Well, then I'll wait a bit. First come, first served. Li Nebula wasn't in a hurry. Quietly, he watched Oyezi make iron. Oyezi's method of making iron was very special and subtle. Although Li Xingyun could not see the magic in it, it was possible to feel that every time Oyezi's hammer fell, it triggered the surrounding true qi, creating a wave that emanated out. After waiting like this for an hour or two, Li Xingyun was getting a little drowsy. Oyezi finally stopped pumping iron. Both of you, the thing you wanted is built. Oyezi's voice was rough and bold. Quite fitting for a sword maker. Alright, I'm grateful to Patriarch. One of the burly men stepped forward and, putting away the dozens of weapons that had been built, the other burly man used to take out a money bag and hand it over to Oyezi. Patriarch, the wages, please keep them. Oyezi opened the money bag and glanced at it, nodding his head after confirming that it was correct. Take care, both of you. A bold idea surfaced in Li Xingyun's mind. Inside the bag is spirit jade. Oyezi is a top sword maker. His wages must not be low. But such a small money bag doesn't hold much at all. Even gold wouldn't be more than 20 taels. And that price was certainly unrealistic. Aside from the spirit jade, Li Nebula couldn't think of any other possibility. As he watched the two men leave, Li Xingyun secretly pondered in his heart that these two men were obviously not simple. The purpose of coming to Divine Martial City was also absolutely extraordinary. Patriarch Oyezi, here are the drawings. Take a look. Yun Suzi's voice interrupted Li Xingyun's thoughts. Yun Suzi. Wait. Not waiting for Yun Suzi to step forward. Li Nebula then pulled him back with one hand while giving Mirror Heart Demon a look. Your Highness, what's wrong? Yun Suzi looked at Li Xingyun in disbelief, his head filled with questions. Something just went unspoken for an hour or two, and this is just now. Patriarch, this is something my king wants to ask you to build. Mirror Heart Demon rushed forward and hand over the drawings drawn by Li Xingyun to Oyezi. Oyezi didn't care about coming first. He took the drawings and began to study them. Hey, Your Majesty, Poverty Road came first. Yun Suzi was in a hurry. He had been waiting for several days, and Li Xingyun was going to cut in line as soon as he arrived, so how could he not be anxious? Harm little Taoist. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush first. Li Xingyun laughed as he held Yun Suzi down on the chair. What the does God call knowing I'm in a hurry? But not first? 10,000 question marks surfaced in Yun Suzi's head. What I want is simple and will be built soon. Just wait a few more days. A few more days. Li Xingyun was an acute person. He had already imagined his handsome appearance in the sky dark starlight armor. Naturally, I don't want to wait a minute longer. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that Oyezi had already built those two burly men pretty much, he's going to squeeze those two back as well. Poor monk. Well, the king first please. Yun Suzi is still a little unconvinced. He wanted to struggle twice, but one of Feng Lao's hands on the side had already pressed down on his shoulder. He had no choice but to follow his heart and give way to Li Xingyun. Chapter 62 Elder Feng. You play the two, don't you? That's right. Li Nebula smiled and nodded. It can be built. 3 days, 2,000 taels of gold. Oyezi also put down the drawings at this time. Looking to Li Xingyun, he quoted the price. 2,000 taels? Li Xingyun secretly smacked his lips. This price was not cheap, but he wasn't short of money, so it didn't matter. Good. Then it's been hard work. Li Nebula nodded. Yes, come pick it up in 3 days. The humble house is simple, so I won't entertain a few of you. I'm sorry, Oyez said with a stern face and a straight face. Li Nebula was a bit speechless. Where did he see that he wanted to stay here? A few thatched cottages. How can they compare to the Qin Palace? Besides, there are still 2 little dainty wives waiting for Li Xingyun in the Qin Wangfu. Farewell. I will come back for it in 3 days. Li Xingyun shook his head with a bitter smile. Saying goodbye to Oyezi, he walked towards the outside of the courtyard. After taking 2 steps and realizing that Yun Suzi didn't move, he couldn't help but stop. Aren't you leaving? Hey, I live here. Cloud Voider smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Come on. Oyezi's words turned out to be said to Yun Suzi, but he's shameless. Can't get rid of it. Fine. Li Xingyun nodded and led the 2 Wind Elder back to the Qin King's mansion. He had a lot of questions, and he happened to be looking for Elder Feng to solve them. Elder Feng, is there any difference between the equipment created by this Oyezi and those created by ordinary sword makers? Why are so many people looking for him to build weapons? Li Xingyun didn't sit in the carriage this time either. Instead, he leaned against the entrance of the carriage, half lying down. He asked to Wind Elder. Li Xingyun had risen too quickly during this period of time, and his predecessor was a dullard who didn't understand anything. He doesn't know enough about a lot of things right now. Ha ha, of course it's not the same. There are 3, 6, 9 classes of weapons. The grade of a weapon is limited by the materials used to build it and the skill of the builder, and is roughly divided into 5 grades. The first rank is that of ordinary arms, which are those furnished in the army. An ordinary blacksmith can build it. The second rank is lower grade spirit weapon. The hardness and sharpness of this type of weapon is far superior to ordinary weapons, and those in the martial realm generally use this type of weapon, which requires a sword forger to create. Further up the ladder are the middle and upper grade spirit weapons, which are already capable of imbuing true chi, enhancing the user's killing power. Usually used by the sovereign and martial sage realms, it needs to be built by a master sword caster and a grandmaster sword caster respectively. That Oyezi is a top master sword maker. Elder Feng stroked his beard and told what he knew. So it is. Li Nebula nodded and then asked, Elder Feng, you're also a sword juggler, right? Why don't you build a spirit sword? Wind Elder sprayed a mouthful of wine at Mirror Heart Demon before he could swallow it. Fortunately, the Mirror Heart Demon reacted quickly. Otherwise it would have been drowned by the Wind Old Man's wine mixed with saliva. He, little wannabe. Sorry haha. Feng Lao laughed awkwardly. Mirror Heart Demon glared at Wind Elder without any good reason, then continued to drive the carriage. Seeing that the Mirror Heart Demon ignored him, he didn't get angry and turned his head to Li Xingyun to explain. Your Highness, I'm a master of swordsmanship, not a cheap trickster. It's all the same. Li Nebula waved her hand indifferently. Hey, Elder Feng let out a helpless sigh, then continued to explain. After stepping into the realm of the land immortals, even a top-grade spirit sword will have little increase on old me. It's not even close to the power of old man's unarmed use of sword chi, so naturally, he can't use it. Didn't you say that there are 5 ranks of weapons? You just said 4. Above a top-grade spirit weapon should be a weapon that corresponds to the weapons used by the realm of the terrestrial immortals, right? Li Nebula keenly perceived the implication of Elder Feng's words. Yes, the weapons needed for the realm of the terrestrial immortals are called innate spiritual weapons. It needs to be crafted by a divine sword maker. There are only 4 known divine grade sword casters today, and there is only one in the divine martial empire. Li Xingyun came to be interested and asked after him. Who is it? Jin family ancestor. Jin Jingu. When Elder Feng mentioned this Jin family's old ancestor, Jin Jingu, obviously there is some helplessness. The golden family? Golden needle mushroom? Li Nebula was a bit confused. What is all this? Is it that small? That's your name? Seeing Feng Lao's sighing appearance, Li Xingyun didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. Instead, he asked about Spirit Jade. Elder Feng, what exactly is a Spirit Jade? Elder Feng is considered an old-fashioned land deity. Knowing a lot of things, Li Nebula had never encountered Spirit Jade before, so Li Nebula had never asked. Spirit Jade is a type of ore that is named because it looks like jade. Elder Feng glanced at Li Xingyun and began to explain without waiting for the other party to ask. Spirit Jade contains a special kind of energy, spiritual energy. This power is able to help cultivators at the land god immortal realm to break through their realms, so it's usually only circulated in the hands of great powers and among land gods. Aha! Li Nebula nodded thoughtfully. This is equivalent to the spirit stones inside a metaphysical novel, but maybe it's just that he's at too low a level. It was still a bit too rare for the divine martial empire. Along the way, Li Xingyun asked about some other things, and by the time the 3 of them returned to the Qin King's residence, the sky had already darkened. It was now October, and it was getting closer and closer to the wedding date with Ri and Lu. Your Highness, you're back? Linglong had been waiting at the door, and when she saw Li Xingyun return, trotting up, ha ha, back. What's for dinner tonight? Seeing Linglong's pretty face that was somewhat reddened by the cold wind, Li Xingyun's heart warmed up and he haha laughed and removed the mink cloak from his body and draped it over Linglong's body. The hot pot. It's all prepared according to your orders. Your Highness. Beef and mutton, greens and all. Linglong felt Li Xingyun's caring gestures. Her heart was as sweet as if it was smeared with honey. Li Xingyun had planned to eat hot pot 2 days ago, and the tableware and dishes that needed to be prepared had already been prepared. Okay, come on. Let's go home and eat hot pot. Li Xingyun smiled and wrapped his arms around Linglong's puffy shoulders. Then he walked towards the mansion. Hey, Prince, what is a hot pot? Feng Lao heard something he had never heard of. It was a moment of interest. It's delicious. You have a share too. Go back and eat it yourself. Li Xingyun laughed. He's not a capitalist. He treats those around him generously. And what he has, his men enjoy. He. Good. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll disturb your highness and Miss Linglong's good deed. Little wandering boy. Go, accompany old man to drink a couple of cups. Wind elder hand in hod, greeted mirror heart demon, and walked towards his own separate courtyard. Ugh, old immodest. Linglong lightly poo-pooed. Her face flushed and she cursed in shame. Ha ha. Li Xingyun laughed and didn't say anything. This kind of fighting and cozying scene. He's enjoying himself. Call Akiyuki and the three of us will eat. Good. Linglong nodded. Chapter 63, Assassinating the King and Killing the Driver. Nebula Li sat in front of the copper hot pot and put the beef and mutton in. Nebula, it smells so good. How did you come up with this way of eating? Li Qiushui smelled the fragrance and, unable to resist his appetite, he looked at Li Xingyun and asked. Inspiration burst. Nebula Li himself wouldn't go so far as to say that this was a way of eating in his previous life. Here, have a piece of mutton. Li Xingyun clamped 2 slices of meat and put them into Linglong's and Li Qiushui's bowls respectively. So hot. So hot. Linglong had already lost her eyes to Li Xingyun's care. When he saw Li Xingyun give himself a dish, without even thinking about it, he took a bite and put it in his mouth. And even after being scalded and wowed, he didn't want to spit it out. It was hard to swallow the lamb and immediately spit out his cute little tongue and fanned himself with his little hands to cool off. Looking at Linglong's cute little appearance, Li Xingyun smiled and moved over. I'll help you. With that, he caught Linglong's little tongue and cooled her down in front of Li Qiushui. Linglong's eyes instantly widened. Her afterglow quickly swept over Li Qiushui, and her entire body froze in place. She knows that Li Xingyun has always been very bold. But Li Qiushui is still next to her feeling her little fragrant tongue touching the tip of Li Xingyun's tongue. Linglong's entire body trembled twice as if she was electrocuted. Yeah, you guys. Li Qiushui was also shocked. A pair of jade hands covered her eyes and, peeking at the 2 men with large exposed fingerprints. Still hot? Li Xingyun plundered before getting up and returning to his seat. Smilingly, he looked at Linglong and asked. There's still people. If you guys want to make out, go back to your room and make out. Li Qiushui had a red face and, each hand held a chopstick, pulling hard on the piece of lamb in the bowl. Hey, come on, eat. Li Xingyun hemmed and hawed and didn't take her words seriously. Although Linglong was very shy, she couldn't help but counterattack. Your Highness, Sister Qiushui is craving for it. Just quickly blow on her as well. Dead girl, you, what are you babbling about? Li Qiushui was immediately embarrassed and, red-faced, she glared at Linglong. Even though she had experienced a big sleep together, she was still a bit put out. Ha ha, well, have some wine to warm up your body. Li Xingyun laughed and rounded off the conversation. Li Qiushui's thin skin. Say it again to find a crack in the ground. The 3 of them ate hot pot and drank wine. You fed me a mouthful. I fed you a mouthful. The atmosphere gradually melted and ambiguous. Knock. Suddenly a loud bang came and Li Xingyun felt the ground tremble. What's going on? Li Nebula immediately got up and headed outside. 10 minutes ago, the Imperial Palace of Xinwu City. 13 black-robed masked men came above the Imperial study like nobody's business. Savage Wolf blocked the old eunuch, Blood Slaughter Assassin, and we blocked the arriving rescuers. A majestic and rough voice rang out from the ears of several people. Several people nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, it's late at night, so you should rest early as well. Eunuch Su's sharp voice carried a few moments of concern as he looked at the magnificent figure sitting in front of the bookcase. Aha! Li Qiankuan rubbed his brow, nodded, and was about to get up when an earth-colored chi energy as fast as lightning violently broke through the eaves overhead and tilted down. Your Majesty, be careful. Eunuch Su reacted very quickly, immediately rushing up to the sky and the floating dust in his hand met the blade. Li Qiankuan whirled around and also quickly reacted, instantly disappearing in place. Moments later appeared in the center of the hall, avoiding the ripples of the battle. Humph! What nerve! Come on people, catch the assassin. Li Qiankuan was not the least bit flustered, and even sulked a bit as he bellowed. As the voice fell, a large number of East Chamber eunuchs and Imperial city guards began to move. Bang! 11 more figures descended from the sky and blocked the entrance to the Imperial study. Do it! Hold on for a quarter of an hour. A majestic voice rang out here. The 11 people were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, killing the arriving guards. Swish! A nearly transparent dagger in the darkness slashed at Li Qiankuan's throat. Li Qiankuan's figure instantly retreated, his arms blocking horizontally. The dagger instantly changed the angle of attack and violently stabbed at Li Qiankuan's belly. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye and was clearly a premeditated assassination. Eunuch Su felt the scent of the other assassins and was immediately anxious. Augur, rise! Eunuch Su's figure flying in the sky was like a god. An earth-colored, four-clawed dragon of more than 100 meters flew out from behind him. instantly enveloping the palace above. Damn it! The barbarian wolf who was confronting Eunuch Su cursed angrily while casting his own spirit diagram. A giant black wolf the size of 100 meters surfaced, instantly blocking above the path of the four-clawed dragon trying to protect Li Qianquan. Bang! The giant wolf and the four-clawed scaly dragon ruthlessly fought together, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. Eunuch Su and Savage Wolf weren't idle either, and immediately met in battle here. It was a little hard to tell the difference for a while. Eunuch Su's strength was higher than Savage Wolf's, but Savage Wolf was just dragging him around. It was impossible to tell the difference between victory and defeat for a while. A loud sound resounded throughout Divine Martial City at the same time. Several figures rose from the sky and, rushing toward the palace. Come on, in a minute or not it's going to be gone. The gruff voice once again reached the ears of the 13. The giant wolf and the scaly dragon fighting has already alerted the experts in the Imperial City, and if they don't evacuate as soon as possible, it's going to die here. Qin Wangfu. Li Xingyun thought of something when he looked at the vision in the sky and shouted, Elder Feng, go to the palace to protect father. Li Xingyun was truly a bit anxious. He didn't travel here. He just gained the memories of his past life. Li Qianquan in the palace is his own father. It's nice that he wants to be emperor, but he doesn't want his father to die either. Yes. Wind Elder immediately rushed up to the sky, accompanied by countless sword chi to the left and right. It was like an absolute sword coming out of the body, stabbing people with raw pain. Bang! 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 The sounds of battle in the palace resounded for 10 minutes before they began to gradually subside. Li Xingyun was also anxious in his heart. Your Highness, it's fine. His Majesty is protected by Heaven's mandate. Nothing will happen. Linglong came to Li Nebula's side, grabbed Li Nebula's hand with both hands and comforted him. Your Majesty's auspiciousness will be all right. Li Qiushui also came to Li Xingyun's other side and grabbed his other hand to comfort him. Aha! Li Xingyun's eyes kept gazing in the direction of the palace, his face an unmistakable worry. A quarter of an hour later, Elder Feng re-entered the Qin King's mansion and landed in front of the three Li Xingyans. Elder Feng, how is my father? Li Xingyun immediately took 2 steps forward and anxiously opened his mouth to ask. His Majesty should be in no great danger, and I have not seen that old man. But His Majesty's voice was heard. Elder Feng said in a deep voice. This king knows. Go, this king will go into the palace to see father. Li Nebula nodded and, now at least know that Li Qianquan's life is not in danger. Just don't know if there is any injury. Is the injury serious? Chapter 64, Misanthropic-faced young woman? Your Highness, His Majesty has decreed that no one is to be seen in the palace tonight for the big change. Elder Feng called out to Li Xingyun and said, okay. Nebula Li paused in her steps, sighed, and nodded her head. And, then we'll have to go back to the palace tomorrow. At the same time, in the middle of a side hall in the palace, Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Qin ordered Elder Feng to come to the rescue the first time he received the news of the attack on the palace, and is very concerned about your well-being. Your Highness the Qin King's filial piety is truly touching the heavens and the earth. Eunuch Su said with great emotion. On the imperial collapse, Emperor Li Qianquan's face was pale. Hearing Eunuch Su's words, he laughed coldly. Of course old 13 is going to do this. Lousy is the emperor. Can it be the same as when your brother is the emperor and you tolerate him? The words are ruthless though. Li Qianquan's face, however, softened a few points. Tomorrow morning you will go to the Qin King's residence to deliver the decree that old 13 will lead the Forbidden Army to investigate the case and catch the assassin. Let me see how strong he is. Without the ability, I don't feel comfortable handing over the southern border to him completely. Yes, Eunuch Su answered. He understood that the King of Qin had gained Li Qianquan's trust with his actions. Now is the time to see the hard power of the King of Qin. The Emperor doesn't care if his son has all sorts of petty thoughts, as long as he doesn't think about his own position. That doesn't even matter. And this is the case with the Qin King, Li Xingyun, who does not form a party, but only collects some masters. Li Qianquan was able to tolerate all these things. Li Xingyun hadn't slept all night. He was always worried about Li Qianquan's safety. He had a special feeling towards Li Qianquan. Not close, but hung on to the other person. The sky had just lit up with the first glimmer of light when Li Xingyun got up and dressed, intending to enter the palace. Your Highness, Eunuch Su is here, bringing His Majesty's decree. The mirror heart demon came to report in front of Li Nebula. Eunuch Seo? Let him come over. Li Xingyun was a bit anxious and changed his usual lazy image. Yes. Mirror heart demon left not a moment later and walked in with Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su, how is father? Is there any injury? When Li Xingyun saw Eunuch Su not waiting for the other party to open his mouth, he jumped the gun and asked, HM? Eunuch Su's entire body was stunned. Somewhat stunned. He looked at Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun's aura was like the sun above the 9 heavens, causing him some discomfort. But this image is surprisingly so similar to the present day when His Majesty was young. So much so that Eunuch Su was in a trance for a moment, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think highly of Li Xingyun. His Highness is not a simple man. He is afraid that what he is hiding is much more than what His Majesty knows. Your Highness, King of Qin, His Majesty is unharmed. There is no need to worry. Eunuch Su did not have his usual relaxed expression at this time, and replied with a straight face. Well, what is father's decree? Li Xingyun stood with his arms folded. The eyes looked sharply at Eunuch Su, as if they wanted to see something on Eunuch Su's face. There were 13 people at this moment last night, 3 in the realm of the land immortals and 10 ninth-grade martial saints. 7 martial saints were cut down on the spot, and the remaining 6 fled with injuries. Eunuch Su first briefly introduced the basic information about yesterday's assassin. His Majesty has sealed off Shenwu City and ordered His Highness, the King of Qin, to lead the Shenwu City Forbidden Army to investigate the assassin's whereabouts. Eunuch Su spoke slowly. Let me lead the team? Li Nebula asked in dismay. Yes, His Majesty also has a letter to give to His Majesty. Eunuch Su nodded and, taking out a letter from his bosom, he handed it to Li Xingyun. Li Nebula took the letter without avoiding it and directly opened it to check it out. Old 13, don't hide it. The first sentence at the beginning made Li Xingyun's heart rise in his throat. Have you been exposed? Exposed to what? One's secrets are a bit much. Spirit beads? Undesirables? Mirage Voice Workshop? Xianwei Cult? Tong Lincoln? However, it could not be ruled out that His Majesty the Emperor had just found some clues to blackmail Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to look. Show your strength to eliminate the assassins, and go to the southern border as a prince without fear. Don't let the Lu family take power. I'll give you the right to open up the frontier. No more. Li Xingyun's mind was clouded, not knowing what Li Qianquan had sensed. But it is unlikely that the careful spirit bead is unlikely, and Li Qianquan would certainly not be so calm if he knew the secret. The secret of the spirit beads had not been discovered, that the delinquent had not been exposed. After all, he had not been able to use the. It was also unlikely that the Xianxian sect and the Tongwenken would be able to do the same, so it was only the illusory voice workshop. Well, this king understands. Go back and tell father for me that the assassin can't run away. Li Nebula raised a ball of fiery flame in his hand, instantly incinerating the letter, and looked at Eunuch Su and said in a deep voice, Yes, Your Highness the King of Qin, the miscellaneous family will leave. Eunuch Su nodded and left the Qinwang mansion. After Eunuch Su left, Li Xingyun sat in his chair and rubbed his brow. Father is testing his own strength? It looks like it's time to expose some of that. But working with the Forbidden Army was a good opportunity, and as long as the task of controlling 1/3 of the Imperial City's guard force was accomplished, leaving the Imperial City was a good thing instead. The right to open the frontier is simple and well understood. That is, Li Xingyun can use his troops externally. The fought territory belonged to him, and at the same time he would lose the patronage of the Empire. If the enemy hits the southern border, the Shenwu Empire won't care. It will only be in his time to send troops to take back the southern border again. And Li Nebula wasn't the least bit worried about this, but instead was very happy. Li Nebula's power was growing too fast nowadays. If he stayed in Divine Martial City all the time, sooner or later, he would have to stand against His Majesty, and he didn't want to go sword to sword with his own father. When he goes to the southern border and his power grows to a certain level, His Majesty felt the gap in strength and would naturally pass the throne to himself. Thinking of this, Li Xingyun's eyes were filled with excitement. Little wanderer, go and find the assassin's hiding place. Li Nebula looked to the mirror heart demon and commanded. Nowadays, delinquents are spread all over Shenwu City, trying to find a few foreign assassins. It's still easy. Yes, Your Majesty. Someone broke into the royal residence last night, supposedly an assassin, and has been taken down. The mirror heart demon nodded and then spoke again. Assassin, running into my house? Li Xingyun was speechless, and even wanted to laugh a little. There weren't many places in the entire Divine Martial City that were more difficult to deal with than one's own royal residence. Show the king. Li Xingyun had to temporarily put the matter of contacting Wei Jian, the leader of the Forbidden Army, on hold. Yes, Li Xingyun didn't feel much for this assassin, running to the Qin Wanfu and getting caught. What threat can there be when there's no noise at all? Li Nebula followed the mirror heart demon and soon arrived in the middle of the dungeon. Woman? Li Xingyun was a bit surprised as he looked at the woman who was being looked at and crushed in the cage. On the woman was a black cloak, which by this time had exposed the head of the. Look at the face, should be a young woman. Exquisite melon face, a pair of almond eyes very seductive, bright red lips with a misogynistic face. Is pretty contrarian. Chapter 65 Young woman Li Mei. Your Majesty. Bear, who was next to the dungeon? stepped forward and saluted Li Xingyun. Baya and Bao were originally two guards of Li Xingyun's residence, and had received the legacy of the Tungwen Pavilion. The name was changed by Li Nebula. Bago's inheritance was given to Chun'er among the four maids, spring, summer, autumn and winter, of Li Xingyun. After all, it's a woman's inheritance, and it's better to give it to a girl. Li Xingyun intended to train these four maids properly as his personal bodyguards in the future. Well, open the door. Li Nebula nodded. The loathsome-faced young woman in the dungeon also looked at Li Xingyun when she heard the commotion, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Li Xingyun was good-looking, very good-looking, with a charisma value of up to 96 points, a point where any member of the opposite sex would look twice. Little young woman, come on, come out and talk. Li Xingyun looked at the misanthropic-faced young woman and smiled, beckoning. The dungeon was not a good place to be, and he didn't want to stay here to interrogate the other man. The loathsome-faced young woman didn't speak, didn't answer, just slowly got up and walked out of the room and, now that her entire body's meridians were sealed, there wasn't much difference between her and an ordinary person. Several people came to Li Nebula's study. Li Nebula sat down by himself. At the same time, she gestured for the misanthropic-faced young woman to sit across from him. Wind Elder, Mirror Heart Demon, and Bar stood in silence. What is your name and where are you from? Why did you assassinate the emperor? Li Xingyun looked at the misanthropic-faced young woman across from him and opened her mouth to ask. The loathsome-faced young woman was sitting across the table with her eyes slightly raised in a smirk as she looked at Li Xingyun. The black cloak opened slightly, revealing a pair of slender and delicate jade legs. I said, can you let me go? The loathsome-faced young woman had to sound delicate and gentle. With a touch of seduction. Can't. Li Nebula shook his head frankly. But you'll be miserable if you don't. And there's still a pain in the ass if you do. Giggle. The misanthropic-faced young woman suddenly covered her mouth and laughed for a while before stopping. I can answer your questions, but I'd like you to answer a few for me as well. Yes, you answer my question first. Li Nebula nodded. My name is Li Mui. I am the princess of the Heavenly Fox King of the Western Xia Demon Kingdom. As for why I assassinated Li Qianquan, that's also very simple. He's not good for our Western Xia to be alive, so we want to get rid of him. The misanthropic-faced young woman was assured by Li Nebula and no longer hid her answer to Li Nebula's question. Name Li Mi. Age, 720. Charm value, 93. Favorability, 7. Cultivation level, 2nd grade. Early stage of earthly immortal. Force Demon Tribe Skyfox Tribe Western Xia Demon Kingdom Skyfox King's Mansion. Li Xingyun naturally wouldn't believe the other party's side of the story. Open the true eye to verify the confidence of the other person. The Sky Foxes? The same clan as the Fox Yo-Yo? No lies. Li Nebula nodded. Of course, we failed in our operation, so naturally I can't hide all this, and there's no need for me to lie. I don't know, Limey said softly. Where did the other assassins who escaped run off to? Li Xingyun continued to ask. I don't know. We split up and fled when our operation failed. Where did they go? How many escaped? I don't even know. Limey was very cooperative. Li Xingyun was silent. It seemed that he shouldn't be able to ask for any useful information on Li Mu. As for interrogating the Western Xia Demon Kingdom for information, Li Xingyun wasn't interested. He couldn't touch with the Western Xia Demon Kingdom right now, but it's good to plant a pawn in the Western Xia Demon Kingdom in advance. Still, this thing needs to be done properly. Finished asking? Li Mu asked when she saw Li Xingyun's delay in speaking. Well, what do you want to ask? Li Nebula was naturally a man who kept his word. What are you? Li Mei's pink eyes stared at Li Xingyun and opened her mouth to ask. She fled in a panic last night, and had wanted to hide here for a while, relying on her cultivation as a land goddess. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived he would be surrounded by 3 land deities whose strength far exceeded his own, and instantly subdued. This made her horrified. What kind of person would have so many experts around them? There's nothing in her intel. King Qin. Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun? The 13th prince? Yes. Ha ha. Li Qianquan is really lucky to have a son like you. My Western Xia Demon Kingdom's intelligence even said that you are an ordinary royal son. Not good enough to be used. It's really laughable. Ridiculous. Li Mei smiled miserably, her heart infinitely bitter. Even if they killed Li Qianquan, the Divine Martial Empire still had Li Xingyun. Please have your highness stay with me during this period of time. Wait for this king to catch the other assassins together and send them to father for punishment. Li Xingyun got up, not intending to waste any more words with this little young woman. Bar, give her to Chun'er and treat her well. Don't neglect her. Li Xingyun commanded and got up to leave. Yes, your majesty. Bal responded. Li Mei looked at Li Xingyun's departing back thoughtfully. Li Xingyun did not hand her over to Li Qianquan right away naturally because he had a small idea that she still had a chance to live. No one wanted to die, and neither did Li Mei. A demon. Li Xingyun led Elder Feng toward the Forbidden Army's compound while Mirror Heart Demon began to utilize his intelligence network. Investigate the hiding place of yesterday's assassin. It's basically impossible to find the hiding place of the few assassins who escaped by relying on the Forbidden Army alone. This was something that Li Xingyun understood, and Li Qianquan understood it even better. The Forbidden Army grounds. No one is allowed to enter without a decree. As soon as we arrived at the Forbidden Army compound, one of the soldiers at the gate then blocked in front of Li Xingyun and the two of them like a pine tree. The strength was not high, just a martial artist realm, but this courage was not bad. King of Qin, Li Xingyun, has been ordered by His Majesty to take over the Forbidden Army and investigate the assassins. Take this king to Guijian. Li Xingyun didn't make things difficult for the soldiers and said loudly, "Greetings, Your Highness King of Qin. General Gui is waiting for you in the camp. Please follow me." The watchman soldiers immediately knelt and saluted, obviously knowing Li Xingyun's order to take over the Forbidden Army. "Alright, lead the way." Li Xingyun nodded and led Elder Feng towards the camp. There are many soldiers in the camp who are practicing, and the iron spears in their hands are playing tigerishly. It looks like it hasn't started acting on the investigation yet. His Majesty is in trouble, as a subject can't share His Majesty's worries. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Just as he approached the camp, Li Xingyun faintly heard a sigh from the tent. This Guijian is really a good general who is loyal to the king and loves his country. Li Xingyun secretly thought in his heart. Wei Jian was originally an ordinary soldier, and was highly regarded by His Majesty the Emperor when he was young, all the way up to the commander of the Forbidden Army. Can be said to be the heart of the heart of the heart. Looks like bullying won't work. Why is General Gua despondent? Li Xingyun didn't have a penchant for listening to corners. Taking Wind Old Man in stride, he walked into the tent. Chapter 66, Idiocracy. Your Majesty? My humble servant Guijian. I pay my respects to Your Highness, King of Qin. Guijian first froze when he saw Li Xingyun, then he quickly responded and rose to pay his respects. Just now, he was so engrossed in self-blame that he didn't even realize that someone was approaching the camp. General Gua, please forgive me. Why are you depressed? Can tell this king. You are the father's loyal subjects. If I can help, this king will definitely not be stingy. Li Xingyun very enthusiastically helped Guijian up. Guijian was notoriously naive and loyal, so Li Xingyun didn't worry about the other party thinking too much. Thank you, Your Majesty. Last night, His Majesty was assassinated by assassins, and my humble strength, being knocked out by the demoness in just one glance, is unbearable. I can't share Your Majesty's worries. I'm ashamed of myself. Guijian didn't hide anything, and told what happened last night. His square, national face full of self-reproach. General Gua, don't blame yourself. The assassin is highly powerful, and it's not something you can control. Cultivate well and break through the realm of the land immortals as soon as possible. Won't you be able to share your father's worries for him? Li Xingyun patted Guijian's shoulder and said in relief, "Hey, Your Highness has a point, but I'm afraid Guomao has no chance of being a land god in this life." Guijian shook his head with a bitter smile. His own family knows their own business. With his talent, wanting to break through to the land immortals was no less than a fool's errand. Ha ha, there's always a way. The high-quality spirit beads from the Langya Chamber of Commerce should be able to help you. You can go take a look when you have time, Li Xingyun said with a smile, then brought the topic to the point. Any clues to the assassin? Like what was left behind? Yes, there were some weapons at the scene, and the last general has already brought them back. Wei Jian hurriedly said, "Go, take this king to take a look," Li Nebula commanded. Yes, Wei Jian walked ahead to lead the way, but in his heart, he was thinking, Langya Chamber of Commerce? Spirit beads? Maybe it can really help me. Once the seed is planted, it grows like crazy. Your Highness, the King of Qin, please see, these are the weapons left behind at the scene. These weapons should be newly crafted and don't have any clues, Wei Jian explained as he pointed at the several top-grade spirit weapons in front of him. Li Xingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. This king has a clue. Bring the troops and follow this king. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Li Nebula. Immediately, he turned around and headed out of the camp. Yes, although Guijian didn't know what Li Xingyun could tell from the weapon, but now that His Majesty has put the King of Qin in charge of the Forbidden Army, he must obey orders. Li Xingyun rolled over onto a black horse in the barracks and waited for Guijian to gather his soldiers. Your Highness, are you going to find Oyezi? Feng Lao likewise mounted a horse and, coming to Li Xingyun's side, he asked, well, he built this thing, and whether he had anything to do with the assassins or not, he must know something about assassins. Li Xingyun nodded. Just now, with just a glance, he recognized the weapons. It's really the one I saw yesterday in Yezi's small courtyard. Your Highness King of Qin, the Forbidden Army has been assembled and is ready to depart. Wei Jian rode his horse to Li Xingyun's side and reported, "Alright, follow me." With a greeting, Li Nebula took the lead and rushed towards the outside of Divine Martial City. The vast forbidden army following behind was spectacular. "Your Highness King Qin, where are we going?" Wei Jian seized the opportunity to inquire. "Find Oyezi. He built these weapons." Li Xingyun stared ahead without blinking his eyes. He vaguely felt something wrong up in his heart. Patriarch Oyezi? Wei Jian naturally knew of Oyezi, and his heart couldn't help but slow down a beat. The group was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of Oyezi's small courtyard. The many forbidden soldiers wrapped the entire small courtyard in an orderly manner. "What's the situation? Is this a war?" The Cloud Voider in the room was instantly a bit confused when he heard the commotion and walked out of the room to look outside. "His Highness, the King of Qin?" Yun Suzi recognized Li Xingyun at the forefront with a glance, jogging 2 steps to the near side. "Your Highness the Qin King. What are you doing?" Yun Suzi looked at such a big battle instantly a bit at a loss for words. "Where is Oyezi? Have him come out to see this king." Li Xingyun glanced at Yun Suzi and asked, "Patriarch Oyezi? Don't know." "Ha, he left yesterday, not long after you did. Said he was going to pick up some things." "What's wrong? Did he commit a crime?" Yun Suzi looked at Li Xingyun with a confused expression. Today's Li Xingyun gave him a very different feeling, and he put away his playful smile, then replied to Li Xingyun's questions. "Oyezi is suspected of assassinating the emperor. This king is here to arrest him." Li Xingyun spoke in a dignified tone. Condescendingly, he looked at Yun Suzi, pondering in his heart. "Assassinate the emperor? Oyezi, he crazy?" Yun Suzi didn't think that Li Xingyun was joking with him by making such a big show. In his heart, he already believed in Oyezi's assassination of the emperor, and his speech was a little sloppy. "Your Highness, this man lives in Oyezi's house. Maybe he has something to do with Oyezi. Should we bring it back for some interrogation?" Wei Jian opened his mouth. Assassinating the emperor was a heavenly matter, and it was better to kill 1,000 wrongly than to spare absolutely none. "Ah, Your Highness the Qin King, you know Poverty Road Poor Tao has nothing to do with Oyezi." Yun Suzi immediately panicked at his words. Being involved with the assassination of the emperor. This is not a good thing. "Well, it's a matter of great importance. Bring it back for temporary imprisonment." Li Nebula nodded. The tone was full of non-refusal. "Take it." Wei Jian got the go-ahead from Li Xingyun. Immediately, he ordered 2 forbidden soldiers to come forward to arrest Yun Suzi. "Your Majesty, Poverty Road is wrongly accused. Poor Tao did not want to assassinate the emperor. Yun Suzi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He wouldn't dare to make a move in front of both Feng Lao and Wei Jian. Once he did it, he would not only not be able to run, but would be even more indefensible. "You want to resist?" Wei Jian's tiger body shook, and his golden true qi instantly covered his entire body. The eyes glared fiercely at Yun Suzi. The poor road does not dare. The situation was stronger than the people, and he had to be soft. Dutifully, he was blocked from his meridians and put in chains. "Take away." Wei Jian snapped. He then turned his horse around and followed Li Nebula back to Divine Martial City. "General Gua, send people to carpet search in Shenwu City. They should still be in the city. Enhance the inspection of each city gate in these few days. Make sure not to let the assassins go." Li Xingyun was not disappointed by Oyezi's disappearance. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Jian nodded. As the sky darkened, Li Xingyun returned to the Qinhuangfu with Elder Feng. He wanted to check on Li Mei. "Let's see if we can take it in." Chun'er didn't make things difficult for Li Mu, and arranged a small courtyard for her, and treated her well. "Everything is fine except for the lack of freedom. Your Highness." Chun'er changed into a straitjacket and the perfect curves of her front and back were on full display, and her eyes were a little sharper than before with the curly silk tray behind her back. "Well, that's a distinctive and wild outfit you're wearing." Li Xingyun smiled and touched Chun'er's little head and laughed. "It is good that the king likes it." Chun'er's pretty face reddened, a little shy and still. She tilted her head to look into Li Xingyun's eyes. "Ha ha, you can play with these legs for a year." Li Xingyun laughed, now that the weather was already colder, but Chun'er's pair of straight and slender jade legs were still bare in the air. Looking at it, Li Xingyun wanted to give a dab of essential oil. "The king likes. Chun'er is willing to give the king to play." Chun'er boldly spoke. Chapter 67. The wound is deep. "Ha ha, can't run away from you." Li Xingyun couldn't help but laugh as he walked towards the courtyard. At this moment, Li Mu was reclining on top of a chaise longue in the gazebo by the water pond. The black cloak had faded, revealing a large red open skirt inside, with a large slit at the chest, as if it were an abyss. Deeper than the bottom. Li Nebula's self-aim was on, and he couldn't help but look into the abyss. Wanted to see what was hidden in the abyss. Your Highness has taken so long to come and see Slave. Slave is so sad, Li Mei said mournfully while pulling at her collar so that Li Xingyun could better see into the abyss. You have a deep wound. Li Xingyun took 2 steps forward and carefully examined it. It was Li Mu's turn to be dumbfounded. The old lady clearly said sad. Sad? How is that a deep wound? And is it a ing wound? That's a deep cut. Do you need me to bandage it? The white flowers are infected, Li Xingyun said with a positively bashful face. Good. Then I'll trouble your highness to give Slave a look. Li Mei had no choice. Although it wasn't quite what she expected, the play still had to go on, so she could only continue along with Li Xingyun's words. It's windy out here, and it's easy to get dirty. Let's go in the house and light the lamps. This king will give you a closer look, Li Xingyun said with a bad smile. The fish is hooked. Li Mu was just trying to seduce Li Xingyun for a ray of hope. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xingyun had no intention of killing her, and will be a white whore. Good but Slave's legs are numb. Can the king carry Slave back to the room? Li Mei's white jade legs stretched out from the opening of her bright red dress, and her jade feet coated with red nail polish gently teased Li Xingyun's legs twice. Where is the action that a person with numb legs can do? Okay, your highness. Li Mei's body tilted back slightly, her blouse slipping off and revealing her snow-white puffy shoulders. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her silver teeth biting her red lips as she murmured delicately, "Ha ha, good." Li Nebula laughed and sighed in his heart. A vixen is a vixen. It's all in the air between the brows and the smile. Really yes. Li Xingyun leaned down and passed one hand through Li Mei's legs and wrapped one hand around Willow's waist. Li Mu's pair of jade hands obediently wrapped around the top of Li Xingyun's neck. Your highness. She is dangerous. There are thorns. Seeing that the two were about to drill into the room, Chun'er, who was on the side, immediately worriedly pulled on Li Xingyun's arm and cautiously reminded him. It's fine. This king likes roses with thorns. Li Xingyun returned indifferently. He then carried Li Mei towards the room. I'm barbed too. Only Chun'er was left standing in place, leaving a murmur behind. The two of them arrived in the middle of the room, and it was a very different scene from what Chun'er had imagined for a dry spell. At this moment, Li Xingyun was sitting at the table and Li Mu respectfully poured him a cup of tea. Your highness is trying to stay alive? Li Xingyun was surrounded by many beautiful women, not yet mesmerized by Li Mu. He picked up his tea and took a sip, smiling and asked, if you can live, who wants to die? Don't you think so? Your highness. Li Mei's eyes were full of smiles. She knew that it was impossible to live by selling her body, and that if she wanted to live she would have to come up with her own use. Li Mei's every word carried a few curves, and it tickled the hearts of those who heard it. When Li Xingyun called her princess, she responded to the king, always creating the scene in an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. Oh, want to live simple, but it depends on how much sincerity you have. Your highness. Li Xingyun laughed softly and did not point out her small mind. What kind of sincerity do you think is more than enough? Your highness? Li Mei's feet moved lightly with lotus steps, kneeling down at Li Nebula's feet. She gently rubbed her head on Li Nebula's leg like a pampered kitten. Eat this and you'll live. Li Nebula touched Li Mei's hair. Looking down on Li Mei's perfect curves, he couldn't help but be curious in his heart. What is this? Li Mei asked in confusion as she looked at the white beads in Li Xingyun's hand. Poison? It doesn't look like it. What could it be? Good stuff. It's up to you whether you eat it or not. Li Nebula was too lazy to explain. As long as Liney eats it herself. Anyway, okay, I'll eat it. Li Mei nodded. Whatever the beads were, it didn't matter. Can even the most poisonous poison be worse than death? Please. Li Xingyun pinched the spirit bead with 2 fingers and sent it to Li Mu's face, waiting for her to take it. Li Mei's hands were placed under her body from the beginning. Her delicate body leaned forward, and her cherry lips lightly opened. Li Xingyun felt that his fingers were wrapped in soft jade, and he could even feel Li Mei's silver teeth. After a while, Li Mu sat up straight and pushed the spirit bead out with the tip of her tongue for Li Xingyun to see. It was then swallowed in one gulp. Another arcane aura emanated out. Li Xingyun had seen it many times before. Not bothering to pay attention, he took a sip of his tea and waited quietly. Your Majesty, you are really a good means. Not a moment later, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes and the body tilted to lie on Li Xingyun's lap, looking up at him and laughing. Name Li Mi. Age, 720. Charm value, 93. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 2nd grade. Early stage of earthly immortal. Inheritance, white common grade Mirage Voice Workshop Inheritance. Power, Demon Race, Skyfox Race, Western Xia Demon Kingdom Skyfox King's Mansion, Phantom Sound Place. Scanning the data panel, Li Xingyun was certain that the other party had really taken the spirit bead willingly. A satisfied nod. Same to each other. Li Xingyun laughed as he tilted the tea and dripped it into Li Mei's red lips. Ahem. The king is so bad, but I like it. Li Mei choked on the tea that was tilted. Her jade finger stretched out to scratch across Li Xingyun's broad chest and smiled fondly. Aren't you from the Sky Fox clan? Why don't you have a tail? Li Xingyun didn't interfere with her small movements, but instead asked curiously. Chapter 68, The Fish is Hooked. He had learned about Fox Yo-Yo's little tail, and it felt marvelous. The same Sky Fox clan. Why doesn't Limey have a tail? Your Highness likes little tails? Li Mei smiled dementedly. Then a crimson foxtail drilled out from behind him and very deftly wrapped itself around Li Xingyun's big hand. Oh, you guys can control it yourselves? Li Xingyun asked in surprise. He really didn't think that the tail thing could be hidden. Yes, but you have to reach the realm of the land gods before you can put away the demonic features on your body. Li Mei opened her mouth to explain while maneuvering her tail to tickle Li Nebula's palm. In that case, I heard that the tail of your Skyfox clan is very sensitive. Ha, isn't it true? Nebula Li smiled and rubbed her little tail. The king. King check it. Not, don't you know? Li Mei red face, eyes murmuring with spring in them. Ha ha, good. Li Xingyun laughed and picked up Li Mei toward the bed, a tree of pear blossoms pressing down on the begonia. Several days had passed in a row, and the Forbidden Army had already inventoried Divine Martial City several times. Even some officials have jumped out to voluntarily undergo examination to show their innocence, but there was still no trace of the assassin. This made Li Nebula feel as if the assassin had already left. Your Highness, do you have a place to land in Divine Martial City? Li Xingyun leaned back in his recliner and, enjoying the fruit that Li Mei had brought him, he asked. A few of us aren't familiar with each other, and the retreats we each use to escape are secret. Li Mei explained. Where is the princess's back road? Li Xingyun already had a guess. My original route was to go and hide in the Heavenly Palace, which is the property of my Skyfox clan, but I didn't expect Shenwu City to react too quickly. There were strong people coming from that direction, so I had to give up and, randomly looking for a place thinking to hide for a couple days before going to the heavenly abode, Li Mu said, while giving Li Xingyun a sly look in her eyes and picking up a banana. Bite down hard. He, it's all fate. Li Xingyun felt a coldness in his crotch and let out a sarcastic laugh. Even if Li Mei went to the heavenly world, the result would be the same. She can't beat the current Fox Yo-Yo. Where could it possibly hide? Li Xingyun began to think towards some places where the assassin could not possibly hide. If the assassin hadn't left Divine Martial City, then there was only one possibility. That would be to hide in a place where the Forbidden Army wouldn't even look into it. Just like Limey. For example, King's house. Nowadays, the ministers in the court have already cooperated with the search of the Forbidden Army in order to avoid suspicion. That left only the few princes of Divine Martial City and the Imperial Palace unsearched. The palace is unlikely. Having just experienced an assassination, security must be tight in the palace. The likelihood of a royal prince is also very small. Nowadays, there wasn't that prince whose power was so great that he could crush the other emperors, and there was no need to make a move against the emperor at all. That left only a few of Li Xingyun's uncle's princes. Autumn, go and call little wanderer here. It was Autumn's turn to serve today. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. All four women have their own specialties. Spring is good at dressmaking. Summer is good at music and chess. Autumn is good at dancing. And winter is a small cook. Yes, Your Highness. Zhou'er bowed and left obediently, practicing dance for years. It made Zhou'er's body especially soft, as if she had no bones, and she took 3 shaky steps. It didn't take long for Autumn to walk into the courtyard with the Mirror Heart Demon. Your Majesty. Mirror Heart Demon stepped forward and saluted. How's the investigation going? Li Nebula asked. There are only 2 royal residences left in the entire Divine Martial City that haven't been lined up, and the rest of the places can be determined to be free of them. Mirror Heart Demon replied respectfully. Those 2 royal residences? There are no undesirable people inside? Li Xingyun asked curiously. Nowadays, there can be hardly any places in the entire Divine Martial City that don't have undesirable people. The Qianshan Royal Mansion and the Qianqing Royal Mansion. There are undesirable people in them. Their status should be that of dead soldiers, unable to pass the information out. Mirror Heart Demon explained. The Qianshan Royal Mansion and the Qianqing Royal Mansion? Li Nebula nodded. These 2 royal residences are inhabited by his uncles, Li Qianshan and Li Qianqing. Got it. No need to check anymore. Many days have passed. It's time to give His Majesty an explanation. Yes, Your Majesty. The Mirror Heart Demon was supportive of any decision made by Li Xingyun. You go. Li Nebula explained a few words to Mirror Heart Demon, then planned to continue enjoying this winter sun. But after a short time, Linglong came in. Your Highness, the commander of the Forbidden Army, General Gui is here, saying he has something to ask for your help. Linglong glanced at the well-behaved Li Mu. Her eyes filled with admiration for Li Xingyun. The fish is hooked. Take him to the study and wait for me. I'll change my clothes and head over, Li Xingyun said with a smile. In the study, Gui Jian's brows were knitted together. He had never begged for, but the matter was so important to him that he was very much torn. I don't know if His Highness will help me. We're not relatives. There's no half-assed correspondence from the old days. A pair of calloused hands squeezed and unclenched. He didn't drink any of the tea brought by the underlings on the side. General Gua, you are looking for this king? While Gui Jian was feeling apprehensive in his heart, Li Xingyun's voice rang out from the doorway. Greetings, Your Highness King Qin. Gui Jian hurriedly rose when he saw Li Xingyun, his attitude somewhat formal, unnatural, with an awkward smile on his face. Sit, General Gua need not be nervous. Your loyalty to father is in the eyes of this king. If there's anything you want to ask for my king's help, I will definitely not excuse myself if I can do it. Li Xingyun came to the chair and sat down. At the same time, he greeted Gui Jian and sat down as well. Your Highness, the words came to his mouth. Gui Jian still had some difficulty saying them. General Gui can say anything. Li Xingyun calmly looked at Gui Jian. Some things are better said when someone else says them. Your Highness, didn't you say the other day that the spirit beads from the Langya Chamber of Commerce could potentially help me make a breakthrough? Gui Jian hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and spoke. This king did say that, but did General Gua go and buy it? How's the effect? Li Nebula asked seriously. No, I asked. The Chamber of Commerce said that I need at least one red-grade spirit bead to make a breakthrough, and they don't have any more in stock there. Said Gui Jian, an 8-foot man who had once crossed the sands, was like an overwhelmed child at this time, stumbling over his words. Say this king has it here? Li Nebula couldn't bear to make things difficult for Gui Jian, who was very loyal, equally naive, never asking for anything. Some things are hard for him to say. Yes. Gui Jian nodded as if he was relieved. The king does have one here. It is this king reserved intends to prepare for the future impact of land immortals. This thing is after all rare. Do not prepare early. Wait until the time of need for fear that it will be difficult. Nebula Li smiled and explained a sentence. It's what the king said that makes sense. The hope in Gui Jian's heart began to break. Yes, it is. You definitely want to keep something this valuable for yourself. Chapter 69, The Great Good Samaritan. But this king is still a long way from that realm, and if General Gua needs it, this king can also cut his losses. Seeing that Gui Jian was about to give up, Li Xingyun hurriedly gave a step. Gui Jian somewhat hesitates up. Taking someone's love, this kind of thing is not good, but he did need it, and once he broke through to the land goddess, he would be able to serve his majesty better. For the sake of your majesty, what is my face worth? With this thought in his mind, Gui Jian's conviction gradually strengthened. Your Highness, how much did you spend on the spirit beads? I will definitely double it. He didn't want to owe Li Xingyun a favor, and he didn't want to get involved in the royal family's affairs. If Li Xingyun didn't want his money, he definitely wouldn't want the spirit beads either. Good. Li Nebula nodded and instructed Linglong beside her. Go fetch the spirit beads. Yes, Your Majesty. Linglong nodded and left the study. Your Majesty, please also tell the last general how much. Gui Jian asked doggedly. The one I'm holding is of red consummate quality and is more expensive at 4 million taels of gold. I'm sorry, Nebula Li explained with a smile. 4 million taels. Double is 8 million taels. Gui Jian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The price was outrageous, yet normal. The price for a treasure that could help one break through to a land goddess didn't seem too expensive. Soon, embarrassment appeared on Gui Jian's face as he looked at Li Xingyun with some urgency. Carefully, he opened his mouth to ask. Your Highness, Mordecai's family doesn't have that much money. Can I give you 6 million taels first, and the rest will be given to you slowly? When Gui Jian finished speaking, his old face got a little hot. Yes, this king trusts you. Li Nebula laughed and the heart was bitter. Gui Jian has no family and spends very little, but his character would never take a bribe. But he still managed to come up with 6 million taels of gold, so it's obvious that His Majesty has rewarded him quite a lot. It seems that he is really pathetic as a royal son. 100 taels of gold. It doesn't even compare to Gui Jian. The bean. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. In the future, each month's salary will come down, and I will leave my living expenses. Send the rest to His Majesty. Gui Jian felt that Li Xingyun was too good. It's nothing like the rumored playboy. A proper good guy. But he didn't know that Li Xingyun didn't care about money at all. The only person who cared about him from the beginning was just him. No matter. This king still has some savings. Li Nebula waved his hand indifferently. As the two of them chatted idly, Linglong walked in holding a very elegantly shaped sunken wooden box. Your Majesty. Linglong handed the box to Li Xingyun. General Gua. Here, This is yours. Make a breakthrough soon and serve father better. Nebula Li pushed the box in front of Guijian's face. Thank you, your majesty. Guijian's voice trembled a little as he got what he wanted. Well, General Gua, go back to breakthrough early. This king won't keep you. Li Xingyun could see his eagerness and smiled as he got up. Yes, I will leave. I will go back and send someone to send the money. Guozhenji got up on his horse and, deadly hugging the wooden box as if he was hugging his beloved woman. He didn't check what was inside. He believed that Li Xingyun wouldn't lie to him, mainly because it wasn't necessary. Well, there's no rush, Li Nebula said politely. The end of the line will retire. After Guijian left, Li Xingyun couldn't help but smile heartily as he looked at Guijian's back. 2/3 of the way through the mission. You'll get your reward soon. Guijian rushed back to the barracks of the Forbidden Army at a fast pace on the way, immediately instructing his men to send all of his small treasury to Li Nebula. He then came to the secret room used for seclusion in the drill hall with a brain. Guijian let out a long breath to calm himself down. Then he slowly opened the sedum wooden box. As the wooden box opened, the blood-red spirit beads emitted a faint glow in the middle of the chamber. Extraordinarily sultry. Li Xingyun didn't go back to Li Mu's small courtyard. Instead, he sat quietly in his study waiting for something. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ascend to 9.5 Stage 1 quest, master more than half of the Imperial City's guard force to complete. Reward, golden quality inheritance of your choice *3. Ding! Ascend to 95 Stage 2 quest, create a powerful 100,000 man elite force. Reward, gold quality legacy optional card *3. How can an emperor not have an elite army of his own? It is important to create an army that is completely loyal to you. Bang! The system's voice was like a thunderclap floating in Li Xingyun's mind. What the hell? Finished? Li Xingyun's face was instantly written with dismay. Even if Guijian had taken the spirit bead, he had only taken control of the brocade guards and the Forbidden Army today. That should be one short of completion. Available at. Why? Li Nebula's head began to spin frantically. Then several possibilities came to mind. 1. The forces of the Forbidden Army plus the brocade guards would already be more than half of the guarding force of Shenwu City. This might be possible, but Li Nebula felt it was not very realistic. 2. This guard force includes the undesirables and other power players who have been dispersed during this time. So the mandate is satisfied. This is possible. After all, so many spirit beads will always have a lot into the various court departments. In turn, it disguises the control of these forces. Third, there were forces that Li Xingyun didn't know were supporting him. This one's a little more complicated. It could be from his mother, or some messed up matriarchal relative he didn't know about. It is also possible that the Yuan Tian gang developed the Earth's faithful captains. There were so many possibilities that for a moment Li Xingyun couldn't figure it out. What's the point of thinking so much? It's not a bad thing either way. Li Nebula shook his head with a bitter smile. 3 golden inheritance a la carte cards. This is the rhythm of getting rich. Li Nebula thought of the rewards. There was another thrill in his heart. After a while, Li Nebula looked at the newly released quest. Create a powerful elite army of 100,000 men who are completely loyal to you. System, what does this build mean? Do I have to be the one to form it? Li Nebula captured the keywords in the mission. Build rather than master. Ding. Yes. Ask the host to create a 100,000 strong army elite that is completely loyal to the host. Li Nebula nodded. This was not a difficult task. Once he arrived at the southern border. Waste some time and it can still be done. Of course it has to be in the southern border. Not in Shenwu City. 3 golden self-selecting cards. Who should I choose? Li Xingyun rubbed his chin and began to ponder. Your Highness, we've found it. Just as Li Nebula was mulling over the candidate, Mirror Heart Demon walked in and handed him a note. Chapter 70, Catching the Assassin. Li Nebula opened it and couldn't help but let out a sigh as flames rose in his hand and burned the note to ashes. Notify Guijian and have him come over at night. Li Xingyun looked outside with deep eyes. Yes. The Mirror Heart Demon nodded and respectfully left. At night, Guijian came to Qin Wangfu on time. Your Highness, what is the reason for seeking my subordinate to come at this late hour? Guijian's tone was a bit more respectful than during the day, and his aura was much stronger. The assassin has been found. You will come with the king. Li Xingyun glanced at Guijian's attribute panel to make sure it was one of his own before he slowly said, Assassins? My subordinate will go and gather the Forbidden Army together. Guijian froze, then rejoiced. Before Guijian could leave, one hand was stopping him. Guijian looked at Li Xingyun with some puzzlement in his eyes. There's no need. You, me, and old man Feng are enough. Li Nebula spoke indifferently. The assassins were masters, and the only role of the ordinary forbidden soldiers was to be kindling, to light up the assassins' positions with their lives. The not letting the assassin escape again. Li Xingyun didn't want to go and sacrifice those ordinary forbidden soldiers, nor did he feel it was necessary. The three of us? Wei Jian was a bit hesitant, but he nodded. Come on, go with my king to see my good royal uncle. There is some helplessness, incomprehension and desolation in Li Nebula's tone. Royalty. Wei Jian completely froze. It was not a good thing to have someone from the imperial Li family involved. The three of them traveled all the way to a royal residence in a very remote location. Qianqing King's Mansion. The Qianqing Royal Mansion's location was strange. It wasn't situated in a busy area. Rather, it was on the edge of Shenwu City, which was not befitting of a king. But it was such a strange existence. General Gua. Knock. Arriving at the door of the Qianqing King's Mansion, which was tightly closed. Li Nebula murmured softly in a low voice. Yes. Wei Jian nodded and with heavy steps came to the door of the Wang Mansion and knocked. Knock knock. After the three sounds, Wei Jian took 2 steps backward and waited up quietly. Who is it? A moment later, the concierge next to the gate slowly opened a crack in the door and a somewhat tender boy's voice came out from it. King of Qin, Li Xingyun. Li Nebula replied in a deep voice. King Qin? The doorman was first stunned, then immediately reacted. Your Highness King Qin, wait a moment. I'll go and report back to His Majesty. The porter was obviously a bit nervous and rushed. This was normal. The Qianqing King's Mansion hadn't had any guests in many years. It should be said that King Qiansheng, since Li Qianquan ascended to the throne and became emperor, he never stepped out of the Qianqing Royal Mansion again, and no one came to visit him. Li Nebula was not in a hurry and looked up at the somewhat unrounded moon. After a quarter of an hour or so, a footstep sounded from the door of the gate of the royal residence was then opened from the inside. Ha ha, what does your highness, the king of Qin, want with me at this late hour? A somewhat old laugh came out from the mouth of the leader. Nephew has met imperial uncle. Li Nebula was courteous and thoughtful. Half the time, he didn't look down on the other party's despondent prince. Nebula, I've heard of you. Do you have something to do with imperial uncle tonight? Li Qianqing looked at Li Xingyun and asked with a smile. When he was closed, Li Xingyun's mother hadn't even entered the palace yet. Li Xingyun was even less born, and this was the first time that uncle and nephew had met each other. Imperial family. My nephew will be leaving Divine Martial City in a few days and going to the southern border, so I've come to visit my imperial uncle. Won't imperial uncle invite my nephew into the residence for a cup of tea? Seeing that the other party had no intention of inviting him in, Li Xingyun had no choice but to take the initiative and mention it. Ha ha. Well, since my nephew has come, but how can Uncle S not entertain? Li Qianqing's eyes were complicated, and an unknown meaning flashed under his eyes. Following Li Qianqing into the royal residence, Li Xingyun swept around. Plain, very plain, rustic, not like a king's royal residence, but like a large mews. There are no expensive flowers or plants, no lights. Li Qianqing didn't go to the study or the great hall with the 3 Li Xingyans. Instead, he went to the pond gazebo in the backyard. Nebula, you should have something in mind for bringing the Forbidden Army commander back in the middle of the night, right? Li Qianqing personally boiled the tea on and asked very plainly. He had guessed that he was exposed. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Xingyun to suddenly come to visit him. The transparent prince. It was even more unlikely that he would come over at night, but he couldn't figure it out. Where exactly had he been exposed? Well, some days ago father was assassinated and I was ordered to lead the Forbidden Army to catch the assassin. Li Xingyun nodded and did not hide it. Oh, catching an assassin? Nephew doesn't think the assassin is hiding in uncle's house, does he? Li Qianqing first smiled to himself, then continued without waiting for Li Xingyun to reply. Nebula, you'll be going to the southern border soon. You can't do without money on you. There are still some silver taels in uncle's house. Uncle usually doesn't go out. He can't use them. I'll have someone organize them later. You take them with you. It's not like we're going to have a hard time when we get to the southern border. Li Qianqing said is sincere. Very concerned about this first-time nephew. Imperial uncle. Nephew is not short of money, but the scenery of this royal residence of yours is good, and if when nephew grows old, to have such a place to spend one's life, that's really not too good. Li Xingyun smiled and waved his hand. The eyes stared intently at Li Qianqing through the darkness. On the side, Elder Feng and Wei Jian were silent, quietly waiting for something. Ha ha, good. Of course. Li Qianqing laughed bitterly and poured tea for the 3 of them. The tea spilled out of the teacup and flowed on top of the stone table. Nephew, are you really unwilling to let uncle go? Li Qianqing is a smart man, knowing what Li Nebula meant by coming over at night. He was happy and touched that this nephew he had never met was thinking of him. But he was. Can't go back. Imperial uncle. Hand over the assassin and my nephew will go before father to plead for you. Nebula Li picked up her teacup and took a sip to keep the tea from filling up. Li Qianquan didn't intend for him to be his successor. His upbringing made him take clan blood relatives very seriously. Even Li Qianqing, who had never met him, was the same. They have the same bloodline running through their bodies. Even if they didn't know each other well, Li Nebula still wanted the other party to live until the last resort, even if it's a lingering life. Ha ha. Good nephew. Your father has looked away. You are good. It's really with people like you that my Li family can prosper in all things. Li Qianqing also saw that. In his heart, he appreciated Li Xingyun. The clan is what makes the Li family strong. That is, they tolerate and support each other. You can't sit on the throne without family support. The capacity of an individual is ultimately limited. And what is needed to govern a country is a group of people who share the same interests. The clan is this group. Uncle is curious. How on earth did you find out about the problem? Li Qianqing asked the curiosity in his heart. Chapter 71, You're acting me out. Does it matter, Imperial Uncle? Turn back now and live. Li Xingyun stared into Li Qianqing's eyes and said word by word, Uncle can't go back. But the king won't kill you either. It's only going to be hard for King Qin to stay here for a while. Li Qianqing slowly got up. His words gradually cold and raw. He should run for his life when his identity is exposed. Divine Martial City was Li Qianquan's world. Imperial Uncle, do you really think you can still escape? Li Xingyun similarly got up and disappointment filled his eyes and his tone became cold. Oh, Qin Wang. You don't think that you can keep this king with these two land deities by your side? Li Qianqing glanced at Elder Feng and Guijian. His tone filled with disdain. How will I know if I don't try? Li Nebula was non-committal. Snap. Li Qianqing didn't speak again, silently taking a few steps back and distancing himself from the trio. At the same time the palms of the hands lightly touched and made a peculiar sound that seemed to be a signal. Nebula Li didn't need to think about what that action meant. This was because a large number of lightly armored and masked warriors began to emerge from all around the compound, with a handful of brightly shining swords aimed at Li Xingyun's trio. The entire courtyard was illuminated by countless torches. The scene was extremely quiet, and a sense of solemnity began to permeate. Uncle Royal, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that just some dead soldiers at the Zhongshe realm could stop two land immortals, would you? Li Xingyun recognized the cultivation level of the people around him at a glance. Still not letting those assassins come out? Li Nebula didn't care about these shrimp soldiers. As you wish. There was no longer any half-smile on Li Qianqing's face. All that's left is austerity. Indifference. Swish. 5 silhouettes appeared in front of Li Qianqing's body like ghosts in the past days. 2 land immortals and 3 9th-grade martial saints. 2 of the 9th-grade martial saints Li Nebula recognized. It was the same 2 burly men that he had seen in Oyezi's small courtyard. The other martial saint was an elegant middle-aged man. Li Xingyun felt that he shouldn't be here. He should be in the academy. In the classroom, the 2 land immortals were one tall and one skinny. The tall one was the barbarian wolf who fought with Eunuch Su that day. The skinny man was the assassin who assassinated Li Qianquan. Blood slaughter. Do it! Li Qianqing lightly shouted. And the 2 of them, Savage Wolf and Blood Slaughter, killed Old Man Feng and Guijian. The rest of them didn't move. King of Qin, why shed the blood of innocence? As long as you're a good boy and you sleep, everything will pass. Isn't it good? Li Qianqing looked at Li Xingyun and asked. You're set on me? Li Xingyun asked with a wry smile. You can't even handle these guys without expert protection, can you? Li Qianqing was not in a hurry and laughed lightly. That's going to disappoint Imperial Uncle. Li Xingyun sneered. Persuading Li Qianqing tonight is only one thing, and the other is to show some of his strength. Do it, take him down. When Li Qianqing saw that Li Nebula was not afraid in the slightest, there was even a confident look on his face, instantly a little worried. Immediately, he had his dead soldiers move, intending to control Li Xingyun first, lest the night be long. Imperial Uncle, you really think I'm a delinquent? Nobody? Li Xingyun took a step forward and, calmly, he asked rhetorically, from this day on, the name of the undesirable shall begin to resound throughout the world. The pieces have been played and there's no one left to restrain the undesirables. Li Nebula likewise no longer needed to keep a low profile. Undesirable people? Ha ha. Nephew, are you scared silly? Undesirable people? He was unheard of. Before Li Qianqing finished his words, the entire courtyard resounded with the sound of a sword cutting through flesh and skin. The dead soldiers he had laid out began to fight amongst themselves. What is going on? Li Qianqing was confused, and his eyes rolled round and, these dead soldiers can be his heart and soul for 10 or 20 years. How could he suddenly betray himself and fall back? He couldn't figure it out. The 3 martial saints also looked at Li Qianqing with some consternation, with an expression that seemed to say, you're playing me here? The killing stopped a few moments later. Except for the delinquents. The other dead men pressed their defenses. Caught off guard, they finished dead without much resistance at all. Bad man at your service. Bad man at your service. Bad man at your service. The delinquents who had finished solving the dead soldiers waved their swords in unison and shouted in unison. Do you think you can flip it by getting a bunch of stragglers? Li Qianqing's pupils were filled with bloodshot, dead eyes staring at Li Xingyun and drinking. Kill them. Everyone must die. Li Qianqing commanded to the three martial saints around him. Now he no longer wanted to let Li Xingyun live. It was so outrageous that up until this point, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. Yes, the three martial saints replied, and before they could strike, two silhouettes smashed into the ground and, blocking them out. These two figures were none other than Elder Feng and Gui Jian, both of whom were first-grade land immortals. It was simply no match for Savage Wolf and Bloodslaughter, and in just a few shots, the two were sent flying and fell in front of Li Xingyun. Coughing, Elder Feng coughed a few times and stood up. Still alive, right? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at the two men. There's still breath. Elder Feng blankly glanced at Li Xingyun helplessly. It's fine. Gui Jian replied likewise. Your Highness, the King of Qin, nowadays. What other means do you have? Any plotting and scheming is nothing in the face of absolute strength. Li Qianqing seemed to be trying to regain his face as he took a step forward and opened his mouth in a sneer. Oh, this king or that sentence. You think eaten me? Li Xingyun was not disappointed by the defeat of the two wind elders and still smiled coldly in response to Li Qianqing. Do it! Do it! Li Qianqing man was going numb. He really wanted to tear Li Qianqing's mouth off. He was really afraid that another sentence would come out of Li Xingyun's mouth. Do you really think I have no one? Then the masters around him fell back, a scene he couldn't stand. Yes, a few assassins looked at each other and nodded. Time was not on their side. It couldn't be delayed any longer. It was necessary to fight a quick battle, kill Li Xingyun's group, and then run for your life. Bloodslaughter and Savage Wolf were the fastest, transforming into two stumps and rushing towards Li Xingyun's face. The speed was so fast that even Elder Feng and Gui Jian, who were also land immortals, were too late to rescue them. As for Li Xingyun, he couldn't capture the movements of the two at all. A white-clothed figure on the eaves of the Qianqing king's mansion was silently watching all of this. Seeing that Li Nebula was in danger, he was about to make a move when he saw a figure coming at great speed in the distance. Then he dismissed the idea of striking out, and sat down again to look silently at the several people that. There was some pity in his eyes. A purple residual shadow appeared outside the Qianqing king's mansion, with a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. He rushed towards Li Nebula and appeared in front of him in just a few flashes. Dare to touch this king's man. Seek death. Terrifying True Chi instantly swept towards Bloodslaughter and Savage Wolf, causing them to stop a foot away. Can't take another half step forward. Chapter 72 Bullying and Protecting Husband. Who? Savage Wolf shouted angrily and looked towards the silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of Li Xingyun. The visitor was none other than Lu Ruyan. A red power suit wrapped around her delicate body. Ink-like hair fluttered in the wind. And the whole person was so valiant. Gifted king. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's gaze was like a sword as she spoke coldly. Bloodslaughter, let's go together. Kill this stinking. Although Savage Wolf was a bit nervous, the Ko was not stupid and knew that he was far from being Lu Ruyan's opponent. Quiet. No one answered his words, and for a moment the scene was somewhat awkward. Looking at Ruyan Lu's smiling face full of ridicule, Savage Wolf also felt that something was wrong. Immediately, he craned his head to the side. Bloodslaughter. Nope. Savage Wolf was in a bit of a trance for a moment. Where are the people? Where's my big teammate man? Nebula, are you alright? Ruyan Lu also didn't bother to pay attention to this guy with muscles growing inside his head and turned her head, asking with a concerned face. It's fine. Why are you here? Nebula Li didn't inform Ruyan Lu that. Ruyan Lu's arrival was really quite a surprise to him. Unexpected and somewhat warm. Who isn't a little kid and who doesn't like to be cared for? I went to look for you. You weren't at home, and Linglong said you'd come here and I guessed that you might be in danger. So I rushed over, quickly to protect your younger brother. The first half of what Ruyan Lu said was quite normal, but the latter part was a bit naughty, and she even secretly winked at Li Xingyun. He. Li Xingyun let out a light laugh, not spoiling Lu Ruyan's fun. Step up to the ear and nuzzle the lobe. Sister. This sound directly caused Ruyan Lu to nearly go limp. Li Qianqing on the side was not as cozy as the two of them. He had gotten a little misty at this point. What the is all this and what is all this? It all happened so fast. So fast that he wasn't prepared for it. Suddenly being approached by Li Xingyun, the dead soldiers suddenly mutinied. Immediately you can solve the Li Nebula. Another woman appeared. Mainly this woman is strong. So strong that Savage Wolf didn't dare to make a move. So powerful that Bloodslaughter didn't have the slightest hesitation to run. This is too much of a bully. Pust. A skinny figure suddenly fell from the sky above, smashing into Savage Wolf's side. He violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and then stopped moving after struggling twice. Blood slaughter. Li Qianqing recognized the figure at a glance, and his eyes burst open. Who? It's who struck. Being able to slaughter to death without making a single sound, the blood massacre that was fully focused on trying to escape. What kind of monster is this? Imperial uncle. This king has already given you a chance to live, but you don't cherish it. Now there's no need to blame my nephew for being ruthless. Li Nebula was not surprised by Blood Slaughter's death and stepped forward, saying in a calm tone, "How the hell did you do that?" Li Qianqing is not afraid of death, but he wanted to die for good. Close the door. Leave no one behind. Li Xingyun did not answer Li Qianqing's words and silently turned around and command. Yes. A white-robed scholar appeared above the eaves of the Qianqing king's mansion, his soft sword sheathed in his hand, disappearing in place. The 3 ninth-grade martial saints had their throats sealed without being able to put up any resistance and fell into a pool of blood. The savage wolf was terrified and looked around vigilantly, trying to take precautions, but it was still futile. A streak of residual blood blossomed from the barbarian wolf's chest, ending his life. Land Divine Immortal First Grade was a new world, and there were very few Heaven's Pride who could fight beyond their level. That's right, it's the sky's the limit. Genius doesn't work. Every land god is a genius amongst 10,000. At this moment, only Li Qianqing was left standing alone in the field, quietly watching what was happening. He had given up resisting. Oh, nephew, you're really good at this, but uncle will give you one last piece of advice. Li Qianqing looked at the momentum and picked up a long knife and placed it around his neck. What advice? Li Nebula asked. Li Nebula only thought it was Li Qianqing's dying words, but was very cooperative in pursuing the question. Watch out, Li Xinglong, Li Qianqing said and then waved his sword to cut himself, not giving Li Xingyun the chance to pursue the question. Li Xingyun stood still and didn't move, quietly watching everything. Li Xinglong? Big brother? Li Xinglong shook his head with a bitter smile. As it all wound down, a large number of undesirables began to leave. Silently, he disappeared into Divine Martial City. Nowadays, the two famous forces, the Brocade Guards and the Forbidden Army, are both loyal to Li Xingyun. It's still easy to hide a couple dozen people. General Gua, take the men and seal this place off. I'll go into the palace first thing in the morning and report back to father. Li Xingyun glanced at the courtyard and turned to leave. Not a single survivor. So it's all up to him what he wants to say. Your Highness, shall we go? Go back to the king's residence with me? Li Xingyun didn't feel much sadness because of Li Qianqing's death. Wanted him to live because Li Qianqing was his uncle, his own uncle, and that was all. Yes, Your Highness. Ruyan Lu smiled sweetly and followed Li Xingyun towards the Qinhuang mansion. The aftermath naturally doesn't use the two of them. Elder Feng, how are you? Does it hurt? The bookish Li Tsunli came to Feng Lao's side and asked. It's not bad. These old bones haven't fallen apart. Or you have a conscience. Knowing to care about the old man. Elder Feng rubbed his waist while looking at Li Tsunli, feeling that this young man was really good. Knowing to care for the elderly. Well, it's good that it's fine. Then I'll trouble Elder Feng to take care of the aftermath. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Li Tsunli nodded and turned around, not dragging his feet at all. The king still has something to explain to you? Feng Lao asked curiously. During the day, Li Xingyun had arranged for Li Tsunli to come to the Qianqing king's residence to explore the area. Instinctively, he thought that Li Tsunli was in such a hurry to leave because he still had a mission. No, it's so late. I should go back to bed. Staying up late gets old fast. Li Tsunli waved his hand without looking back. You are afraid of growing old fast, but the old man won't grow old fast? Elder Feng's mood, which was still somewhat touched, instantly sank to the bottom, and he was shaking with anger. That's ing called respecting the old man. The old man really ing lost his eyes. You're fine. You're old enough that you can't tell if you're any older. Li Tsunli responded with a smile and instantly disappeared in place. He could already think of Feng Lao's stormy appearance. Old man, I'm going to you little brat. For a while, Feng Lao's old mouth was as sweet as if it had been smeared with honey. This made Guijian, who was on the sidelines, look dumbfounded. He did not expect that the immortal old fairy Feng Lao, in private, was still a rap master. What are you looking at? I'm going back to bed too, so clean up after yourself. Feng Lao felt Guijian's strange gaze. Instantly his old face reddened, knowing that his image had caved in. After saying that, without waiting for Guijian to react, he disappeared in a cloud of residual shadow. Only the honest Guijian was left alone in the wind. Chapter 73 Hanging the Southeast Branch. Ruyan, you were so handsome just now that you almost charmed me silly. Li Xingyun couldn't help but giggle as he remembered the scene just now while walking. A man who is incapable of having to rely on a woman's protection would be ashamed of himself. But if he's strong, that's a different mentality. Like it? Ruyan Lu looked at the giggling Li Xingyun feeling like everything was worth it. With the same joy in his heart, He forced himself to hold back the laughter in his heart and put on a cool face to ask, "Ha ha, like it a lot." Li Xingyun never hid his good feelings. It doesn't hurt to let her know if you like it, even if it's in your own words. Ha ha, fool. Ruyan Lu couldn't help it either and let out a giggle. You're the first person who dares to call this king stupid. What a great boldness. Li Nebula scares with a stern face. Your Highness, spare your life. The little woman doesn't dare. Lu Ruyan very cooperatively begged for mercy. You really don't dare? Truly, the king can do whatever he wants, and my little girl will never resist the king. Ruyan Lu winked playfully with a soft expression. That's what you said. This king is a man-eater. Li Nebula climbed up the pole. Your Highness, you have such heavy tastes, but the teeth are so good. Lu Ruyan laughed evilly, then took off at a trot to pull away from the two of them. Yeah, don't you dare laugh at me and see if I don't spank you. Li Xingyun disliked it with the same smile. Come on, catch me and I'll let you fight. Ruyan Lu was not afraid in the least. She was born in northern Liang. Growing up in the military, she has a very brash personality. No girly squirming. That's what you said. Don't run. Li Xingyun shouted and started chasing after Lu Ruyan. The two of them were jostling around on the empty, silent streets, neither of them using their cultivation. Otherwise, Li Xingyun couldn't even touch Lu Ruyan's shadow, which is like now, moving to eat 2 bites of tofu. Ruyan Lu wasn't angry either. Her pretty face was red and very cute. In the middle of the fight, the two of them returned to the Qin Wangfu. Linglong and Li Qiushue had been waiting at the door, and seeing the jostling two from afar, a burst of anti-smile spread across the corners of their mouths. Greetings to your Highness. Greetings to King Qi. When the two came close, Linglong and the two saluted and greeted. The gifted king has not yet passed away and cannot address the princess. Why aren't you guys in bed yet? Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? I'm sorry, Li Nebula asked curiously. Li Qiushue was interrupted by Linglong before she could finish her words. Sister Qiushue was worried about His Majesty's safety and specially dragged me here to wait for His Majesty's return. Linglong, you. Li Qiushue's small face suddenly reddened. It's obvious that we're both together. How come I'm the one who's doing all the work? Ha ha, good, all good. Li Xingyun laughed and wrapped his arms around the two's thin waists. Why don't the gifted king come in for a cup of tea? Li Xingyun greeted. Forget it, I will not disturb King Qin's good deed. I will visit again tomorrow. Ruyan Lu's face was calm as she disappeared into place. This scene made Linglong and the two of them look at each other in a daze, not knowing what was going on. The two who had just been fooling around were suddenly serious. This change of face has become too fast. Come on, it's a long night. I'll teach you a fun one. Li Xingyun wrapped his arms around the two of them and walked towards the backyard. What fun? Hearing fun. Linglong came into the spirit and immediately pursued the question. Li Qiushue on the side also cast a curious gaze. Fight the Landlord. A 3-player game of Fight the Landlord. The corners of Li Nebula's mouth rose slightly, showing a bad smile. He led the two somewhat clueless little girls back to their room. The next morning, Li Xingyun, who basically didn't sleep much, woke up early. The one who waited on him to dress and wash today was Chun'er. It couldn't be helped. Linglong was too tired and couldn't get up at all. Your Majesty, you are so powerful. Chun'er was organizing Li Xingyun's official robes of the king as she, while stealing a glance in the direction of the bed, he muttered in a red-faced whisper. Ha ha, you know again. Li Xingyun pinched Chun'er's cheek and gently shook it twice. I am not stupid, Chun'er retorted in a low voice. Sooner or later, you'll know. Li Xingyun smiled and rubbed Chun'er's little head, glancing at the bare thighs laughed. Bring food to the two of them later. I'm going into the palace, Li Xingyun said and left. In the imperial study room of the palace, Li Qianquan sat in the middle of the main hall, his face a little pale. This was the first time since the assassination that Li Xingyun had seen Li Qianquan, and was able to easily see that the other guy was hurt, and not badly. As for whether it's true or not, that's unknown. My son pays his respects to father. Li Nebula bowed respectfully. Be excused. Li Qianquan waved his hand and put down the zhenzui in his hand. Raising his head to look at Li Xingyun, he asked, Old 13, did you catch the assassin? Back to father. It's been captured. The 3 land immortals and the 3 ninth-grade martial saints have all been put to death. I don't know, Li Nebula replied. But, Li Nebula paused without continuing. But what? There's no need to cover up. Report truthfully, Li Qianquan asked. The Qianqing king colluded with the assassins and committed suicide to avoid the crime. Li Xingyun continued. Well, hang the assassin's body at the 4 main gates. King Qianqing found the assassin's trail, unfortunately being assassinated by an assassin. Old 13, do you understand? Li Qianquan did not have the slightest surprise when he heard this and was very calm. My son understands. Li Nebula nodded. There is naturally no need to speak up about the royal family's rivalry to save Li Qianqing's face. It was also to save face for the royal Li family. Well, I'm tired. Step down. Li Qianqing leaned on the chair, closed his eyes and, wave your hands. Yes, father, have a good rest. My son will leave. Li Xingyun turned around and left the imperial study to return to the Qinhuangfu. Nun's greetings to your highness. Arriving at Li Mu's small courtyard, Li Mu respectfully saluted. Well, your highness, you are excused. The matter of the assassin has been resolved and you are now safe. I'm sorry, Nebula, Li explained with a smile. Really? Li Mei looked at Li Nebula in surprise, not knowing how Li Nebula managed to do it. There aren't a lot of assassins, so it's not like you can't get it right with one less. 3 land immortals, 3 martial saints, have all been put to death. The body has already been hung on the city gates. Li Xingyun walked to Li Mei's recliner to lie down on his own, taking a sip of the tea she'd just been drinking. Li Mei froze. The amount of information in Li Nebula's words was too great. Cultivate. Corpses. It all corresponds. She's still alive and well. So who's that extra body of a land god? And where did Li Nebula get it? Chapter 74. Not curious. Your highness. You. Li Mu was a little hesitant. She was too curious. A land goddess that. It's not even freshly dead. Is that possible? Want to know where the corpse that took your identity came from? Nebula. Li thought of something. Couldn't help but laugh. Well, want to know? Li Mei nodded and looked at Li Xingyun with a serious face. You're curious? A voice rang out from behind Li Mu. Who? Li Mei immediately turned around and took up a stance of encountering the enemy. Being able to be silent. Someone who could come behind her without alerting her in the slightest. She shuddered to think of what kind of presence. You are curious about my identity? The visitor was a woman with an exquisite look and a beautiful figure. The woman, with long burgundy hair, showing a thin waist and a red bandage on her arm, asked with a smile, holding her chin in one hand. Curious? Please explain, senior. Li Mu's attitude was very respectful, obviously guessing something. Remnants of a corpse in decay, Shogun. Shogun nodded his head in satisfaction and, with a very appreciative glance at Li Mei, he replied with great satisfaction. Name, Shogun. Age, 29. Charm value, 95. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation, 9th grade land god perfection. Inheritance, for corpse ancestors, broken corpse defeat molting shogun, primary inheritance. Affiliation, Qin Wangfu, Xianwei cult. Shogun is the man Yuan Tiangang found to put in the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Li Xingyun had obtained 3 golden cards of his choice yesterday, and one of them had chosen the curious sister shogun of the 4 corpse ancestors. Doesn't the king wonder where I got the body? Shogun was satisfied and walked past Li Mei's body to look at Li Xingyun waiting for his answer. Not curious. Li Xingyun poured a cup of tea as he sat himself down on a chair. Flat answer. At those words Shogun's expression gave a start. His mood changed a bit, and he took a step forward to get closer to Li Xingyun. Asked again. Doesn't the king wonder why the body is fresh and recently dead? Not curious. Li Xingyun picked up the tea. His face remained calm. Aren't you curious as to where I got the body in such a short time? Shogun's face changed once again, his smile disappearing completely as he came a step away from Li Xingyun and stared into his eyes as he asked. Not curious. Li Xingyun remained calm as he picked up his teacup and took a small sip. You're curious. Shogun was a bit anxious. The delicate and pretty face came up to Li Xingyun. Not curious. You. Good. Che. Shogun's delicate features twisted a bit as he stomped his foot on top of the stone table and, leaning his body forward, he stretched out a finger to point at the tip of Li Xingyun's nose and asked in a stern voice. Because of the overwhelming emotions, Shogun's chest rose and fell slightly as his eyes stared dead at Li Xingyun. Not curious. Li Xingyun slapped the Shogun's finger down and stood up. Heading out the door. Curious sister was really curious sister. It's the same everywhere you go. Li Nebula could guess some of it. Naturally, I'm not curious. Shogun looked at Li Xingyun's back with his palms clenched into fists, clenching them with a creaking sound. A mouthful of silver teeth was also clenched in death. A faint layer of blood-colored mist surged around his body. Very appalling. It was as if it was about to go on a rampage at any moment. Li Mu watched the chat between Shogun and Li Xingyun with mixed feelings in her heart. Your Highness, what else can you do if you just go along with her? This aunt is really crazy. It's not the same as normal. Even as he stood by and watched, Li Mu's heart was in a cold sweat. This king doesn't have much time left to stay in Divine Martial City, so he has to hurry. Li Xingyun looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Li Qianquan looks like the injury is not light, even if it can be cured, for fear that it will leave a dark disease to shorten life. This was not a good thing for his upcoming departure from Divine Martial City. He could still tell who was good and who was bad when his father was the emperor and his brother was the emperor. Time was too tight and he had too many backstops left to complete. I have a method that can help the emperor heal. Shogun's heart crossed and he turned away from looking at Li Xingyun. Negative. As long as the 4 corpse ancestors were not together, their brains were still strong. Corpse ancestor healer. This king is willing to hear the details. Li Xingyun steps outward at the words, gave a lurch and immediately turned around to come behind Shogun, clasping his hands with fists, his attitude making a 180-degree turnaround. Shogun, who had his back to Li Xingyun, put his head underneath his head, his brows furrowed, and his teeth clenched together in death, trying hard to restrain his anger because of Li Xingyun's back and forth changes. Do you know what I hate most in life? Shogun turned violently and, gritting his teeth, he pointed his finger at Li Xingyun's chin and asked, I hate. Someone else interrupted you. Before Shogun could finish his words, Li Xingyun replied before him. Ha! Ha ha! Shogun threw out his jade hand and turned around directly, standing with his hands behind his back. You think you've guessed right again, don't you, Li? Actually, my biggest pet peeve is, someone guessed what you were going to say. Li Nebula snaps again. Shogun raised an eyebrow, one hand on his chest and the other clapping rapidly. Li Mu, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded, and her feet gently stepped backward and, not a single sound was made, and even breathing had stopped, afraid of attracting Shogun's attention. Even when he went to assassinate Li Qiankuan that day and sneaked into the palace's imperial library above she wasn't even that careful. Shut up! Shogun couldn't get mad at Li Xingyun. Without the slightest warning, he slapped the heavy stone table in front of him into smithereens with a palm and looked at Li Mu to growl. Li Mei was startled by the sudden scene, and her entire body shuddered. I didn't make a sound. Li Mei wanted to cry. She really didn't make a single sound. Your heart is beating too fast. Shogun, however, didn't buy it in the slightest. The eyes looked fiercely at Li Mei, as if she wanted to take out a belly full of anger on her. The king. Li Mei really want to cry to death. What is the crime she suffered? Facing Shogun she didn't even have the heart to try to resist, and could only look to Li Xingyun for help. Ha ha, well, the king won't tease you anymore. So will the minister carefully say that? Are you really sure you can cure my father's injuries? Li Xingyun smiled and waved at Shogun. He was just teasing Shogun. Where did I expect this guy to be so epileptic after getting his ass kicked? But it's normal. There's not a single one of the 4 great corpse ancestors that's normal. Curious sister, precision sister, classy brother, and love brain. Humph. Shogun snorted coldly and stopped making things difficult for Li Mu, who was absolutely loyal to Li Xingyun. 2 others can still be the remnants of the 4 great corpse ancestors in the body of the defeated Metamorphosis. Does it seem that your majesty has forgotten my other identity? Shogun clasped his hands over his chest and, with a small smug look on his face, he walked towards Li Xingyun, a smile rearing up on his face. My other identity is... Chapter 75 A Banquet at the Eastern Palace. Ghost Doctor's hand? Li Xingyun snatched at the answer again. You. Shogun wrapped his arms around him slightly harder, and the smile on his face disappeared once more. Sorry, get used to it. You continue. Li Xingyun scratched his head awkwardly and, he picked up on it. Humph. Shogun threw his arm hard and grunted softly. Of course, it's not a big problem if your majesty can still move. I can naturally cure it. But how do you contact father? Li Xingyun asked curiously. A powerful man of unknown origin suddenly came to the palace to treat the emperor. It would be outrageous if Li Qiankuan could believe that. The mountain man has his own brilliant plan. Shogun finally saw a hint of curiosity on Li Xingyun's face and, it was a pleasant surprise. What brilliant idea? Li Nebula asked in cooperation with the man. Your Highness is curious? Shogun asked with anticipation as he bent down to stare into Li Xingyun's eyes. Curious. Li Nebula nodded. Hey, I won't tell you. A flash of smugness flashed in Shogun's eyes, and he turned around and walked away. There's not the slightest hint of dragging. Li Xingyun bitterly laughed and shook his head, not bothering to pursue the matter. Your Highness? Li Mu saw Shogun leave, and only then did she approach Li Xingyun. What's wrong? You're not afraid of her going crazy? Li Mei patted her plump breasts with an afterthought. Don't worry, she doesn't go crazy that easily. Li Xingyun looked towards the frightened white rabbit, trembling with fear and in need of a good soothing. Your Highness, Eunuch Zhang from the Crown Prince's residence in the Eastern Palace is here. The maid, Xiar, walked into the small courtyard and, lowering his head embarrassed to look at the 2 who were being shy, he opened his mouth to report. Eastern Palace? Li Xingyun froze and pulled his big hand out, stopping to comfort the white rabbit. Got it. This king will go over immediately. Li Nebula had a vague guess in his heart that there were a lot of things going on lately, and not only was Li Xingyun busy, but all the other imperial princes were busy as well. Several major events had also occurred in Divine Martial City. First, The demonic Mengshi killing broke through to the land gods and ran to the Han King's residence to serve the Han King, Li Xingfan. This allowed King Han's momentum to overpower Crown Prince Li Xinglong and King Jing Li Xingfeng. The second is that Emperor Li Qianquan let King Han Li Xingfan live in the palace of Wuda in the Western Palace. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the emperor was planning to move Li Xinglong's position as crown prince. As for why they did it, no one knows, but it happened. It doesn't seem to matter what the reason is. Greetings to His Highness, the King of Qin. When I walked into the study I saw eunuch Zhang sitting in a chair somewhat anxiously looking around, and when he saw Li Xingyun coming over, he immediately rose and saluted. Be excused, old Zhang. What did Big Brother ask you to come over to me for? Li Xingyun asked as he patted eunuch Zhang's shoulder very casually. Old Zhang? Eunuch Zhang's head fell into a brief state of deadlock. It was somewhat flattering and felt very strange. But this feeling only happened for a moment. He hadn't forgotten the task the Crown Prince had given him. Your Highness King of Qin. The Crown Prince knows that you're going to the southern border and has been in a somewhat bad mood lately. I would like to invite you over to see you more. Eunuch Zhang's speech dripped with words, and his words were filled with Li Xinglong's dismay at his impending departure. No problem. I'll get my big brother later. I don't know if I'll be able to see Big Brother again once I leave. Li Nebula nodded. The prince is very good to return to the capital after the vassal. One is afraid of unfavorable to the emperor, and the other is afraid of the emperor is unfavorable to the vassal king. Yes. Then I will first return to the Eastern Palace to report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and set up a banquet to wait for the King of Qin. Eunuch Zhang was instantly delighted to receive an affirmative answer and said in a hurry, well, go back. Li Xingyun waved his hand and watched Eunuch Zhang leave. Little wonky, what do you think Big Brother is looking for me for? Li Xingyun asked casually as he gazed at the direction Eunuch Zhang had left. The matter of King Han is somewhat large, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince should be in a hurry. I'm afraid. Mirror Heart Demon didn't continue. Aha! Nebula Li understood what the Mirror Heart Demon meant and sighed helplessly. What's with this full-on immediacy? In the evening Li Nebula did not bring anyone with him and came to the East Palace alone. 13th brother, you're here. Come over and sit down. Big Brother hasn't seen you for some days. Li Xinglong leaned on his black and gold cane and greeted warmly. Li Xinglong's observation was very keen. The scruff on Li Xinglong's chin was clearly visible, a little more haggard than usual. Big Brother, what's wrong with you? Li Xingyun asked as he came to Li Xinglong's side with concern. Li Xinglong sighed at first. He then pulled Li Xingyun to the wine table and sat down before speaking. You know about Father letting King Han live in the Hall of Martial Virtue, don't you? Well, I heard about it. Father this. Hey! Li Xingyun sighed as if it was difficult. Seeing that Li Xinglong was halfway through his words, there was some disappointment in the bottom of Li Xinglong's eyes. Then he immediately suppressed it. Big Brother will introduce you to someone to meet. Li Xinglong smiled at Li Xingyun. Who? Li Xingyun asked with a blank stare. Li Xinglong did not reply and gave a wink to eunuch Zhang, who immediately exited the room. It didn't take long for two pretty figures to walk in. The ones who came in were two women. The first one looking like she was 27 or 18 years old. A light blue corseted gown. Her face painted with delicate makeup. Her perfect female curves highlighted to the fullest. A demure and airy pretty face with a smirk. Two dimples very delicate. My humble brother has met his sister-in-law. Li Xingyun immediately got up, folded his hands and, curtsying to the young woman in the blue court dress. Li Xingyun has a clear sense of priorities. It's brotherly love to be casual with Li Xinglong, and casual with the crown princess. That would be frivolous. Little uncle needn't be polite. Come to the Eastern Palace as if it were your own home. Your elder brother has often mentioned you to me, and he is very fond of you. The crown princess returned the favor and, very affectionately, he called Li Xingyun his little uncle instead of His Highness, the King of Qin. Ha ha. 13th brother, let me introduce you. This is Wang Yanyan, Miss Wang from the Haoran Academy. She is a famous talent in our Shenwu city and is also your sister-in-law's clan sister. Li Xinglong smiled and introduced the girl in a long white dress beside the crown princess. Li Nebula realized that this Wang Yanran was the Wang girl from the Haoran Academy that Li Xinglong had recommended to himself in the imperial study room earlier. Wang Yanyan looks 18 or 9 years old. Her pretty face is very delicate, and she is all bookish. There was a faint smile on his face that made him comfortable to look at. My daughter pays her respects to His Highness, the King of Qin. Wang Yanyan did not have an official title. The self-proclaimed folk daughter performed a standard courtly etiquette at Li Xingyun. Greetings, Miss Wang. Li Xingyun vaguely guessed what was going on and returned the same polite greeting. Come and sit down. Today is a family banquet. All make yourself at home. After a brief introduction, Li Xinglong then greeted the two crown princesses and took their seats. Chapter 76 Insomnia. The crown princess sat down beside Li Xinglong, which was opposite of Li Xingyun. Wang Yanyan, on the other hand, came to sit beside Li Xingyun. As Wang Yanyan moved, a plum blossom fragrance, if any, then surged into Li Xingyun's nostrils. Come, drink with big brother. Li Xinglong picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Li Xingyun. Good. Li Nebula nodded and drank it all in one gulp. Today's banquet is very unusual. There is a chaperone, and this chaperone is also very unusual. One was the crown princess, and the other was Yanran, the famous talent queen in Shenwu City. Of course the crown princess accompanied Li Xinglong, and Wang Yanyan accompanied Li Xingyun, and if it were to be changed, that would be, the crown princess had a charm score of 96, and Wang Yanyan was a bit less attractive, with only 92 points, although Li Xingyun is the king of Qin. But, what the king of Qin did to his sister-in-law siblings, he shouldn't be able to do it. A cup was drunk, and on the side, Wang Yanran very sweetly helped Li Xingyun to fill it up. 13th brother, do you really want to go to that bitterly cold place in the southern border to become a prince? Li Xinglong asked as if casually through his drunkenness. It's okay. I don't have any ambitions. It's the same wherever I go. When I arrive at the southern border I will definitely help father and help big brother guard the border. Li Xingyun was also a bit disoriented from drinking and casually explained. Good. With your words, big brother is relieved. Li Xinglong seemed to have a good capacity for alcohol. Even if he was drinking spiritual wine, he was still very sober. Oh 13th brother, if big brother is gone one day, you will help me take care of the house, right? Li Xinglong poured himself a glass of wine and said as if nothing had happened. Boom! Li Xinglong's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Li Xingyun's mind. Some of the original drunkenness instantly dissipated. Staring blankly at Li Xinglong without saying anything. Right? 13th brother. Li Xinglong looked at Li Xingyun and then asked. Li Xingyun felt his mouth a little dry. He guessed it, but it was not quite acceptable. Come, let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Li Xinglong laughed and, stop obsessing about the answer to the question. Li Xingyun looked at the heart of Li Xinglong who had swept away the gloom. Li Xinglong really trusted him. The slightest bit really treats him like a younger brother. His mind couldn't help but recall something from his childhood. He and Li Xinglong were much different in age, and he didn't have the blessing of his mother when he was a child, often bullied by other royals. Whenever he was helpless, Li Xinglong would appear like a light and illuminate him. But as we get older, everything starts to change. It could have started with the appearance of Elder Feng or with Li Xinglong's disability. Contact between the two began to dwindle. Good. Drink. Tonight. No drunkenness. Li Xingyun didn't want to think about it much. He can't change people's minds. At this time, outside the imperial study room of the imperial palace of Shenwu City was an unfamiliar woman. Who are you? You dare to sneak into the palace grounds. Have you lived long enough? Eunuch Su looked at the oddly dressed woman in front of him, and a fine sweat couldn't help but ooze from his forehead. Creepy. Very spooky. The woman was standing right in front of Eunuch Su, but if he didn't use his naked eye to see it, and yet, he couldn't feel a single bit of breath. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to give a visit. I don't care, the woman said, hugging her chest with one hand and stroking her burgundy hair at her chin. Eunuch Su knew he was no match for his opponent. However, he still gritted his teeth in death and blocked the door of the imperial study, not answering the words of the woman in front of him, but only staring at the other party with a guarded face. Little Su Zi, step back. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, an old and majestic voice rang out from the sky above. And then a figure whose entire body was wrapped in a metaphysical colored robe landed in front of Eunuch Su. Yes, when Eunuch Su heard the outsider's voice, his heart was instantly relieved and he respectfully bowed. He then retreated back to the royal study. Who is the girl treating? A voice once again came out from the basalt-colored robes. Divine Martial Empire Emperor, Li Qiankuan. The woman spoke blandly. Get out of the way, old man. You can't stop me either. I mean no harm. Oh, His Majesty's dragon body is honorable. Is it not for anyone to see? As for whether or not the old man can block you, that will be known only after the competition. The figure under the metaphysical robes suddenly let out a light cry. The robes rose without wind, and a heaven-destroying pressure transformed into a lance that stabbed at the woman. Humph. Boring. The woman gave a cold snort, and the spear, which was strong enough to kill a land god immortal in seconds, instantly collapsed like a gust of wind. Disappear. Having said that, she took long strides with the intention of entering the middle of the imperial study, and if she hadn't really come here to cure the disease, where to be so polite? Arrogant. The Xian-robed old man shouted, his true chi surging around him and, instantly stopping in front of the woman. You really want to die? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little angered. Great to try. The Xian-robed old man didn't budge at all. his aura a few points stronger. Obviously ready to fight for his life. Let her in. Just as the two of them were at cross swords, a majestic and unrefusable voice came out from the great hall. At those words the breath on the shin-robed old man's body lurched, and he turned back to look at the imperial study in dismay. Ha ha! Did you hear that? Your master told me to go in. The woman laughed softly with her right hand over her mouth and, a gentle push with his left hand at the old man pushed him away from the doorway, and he took it in stride. You! The shin-robed old man was furious, but when the one inside gave the word, he could only follow orders. Humph! With a fierce flick of his sleeve, he followed. Who are you? Why do you want to treat me? Li Qianquan was sitting on top of the dragon chair, looking at the woman with an expressionless face. He asked in a deep voice. Remnants of a corpse, Shogun. Without saluting, the woman took 2 steps forward to the center of the study and opened her mouth. As for why I'm treating you, naturally, I've been asked to do so. Remnants of a corpse defeated by a molted general? I have not heard of this name before. Which side of the force do you belong to, and by whom? Li Qianquan briefly thought for a moment, and there were no memories of the other party in his mind. There weren't many land deities in the entire divine martial empire that he didn't know about. The Xianxian underworld sect, one of the 4 great corpse ancestors, Shogun was very cooperative. The attitude towards Li Qianquan could be much kinder than the 2 before. Certainly not because the other party is the emperor. She doesn't care about that. No matter what, Li Qianquan was Li Nebula's own father. Consider yourself to be giving Li Xingyun a face. The Xian Wei cult? The 4 corpse ancestors. Something instantly came to Li Qianquan's mind. You're the person behind the recently emerged Xianxian cult? The Xianmei sect was developing quickly, and Li Qianquan naturally had some information. No. The sect leader of the Xianxian underworld sect is the underworld emperor, and I'm just the corpse ancestor. Similar to an offering. Shogun hastily brushed off the relationship, as if the Xianmei sect was a place of filth. Li Qianquan sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. This woman called Shogun still has a strong heart. The meaning of these words himself. A person with a perfect score in politics. How is it that he is somewhat unable to understand admitting that you're a Genpu, and not wanting to admit that you're related to the Genpu sect? That's what I'm trying to do. Chapter 77, Spring Dreams? Then why do you want to show me? To regain face. Shogun replied frankly. If she wanted to get back some face at the hands of Li Xingyun, she wouldn't bother to come here at night. Wouldn't it be better to put on a mask at home? Li Qianquan once again fell into silence. He didn't think that someone would break into the palace at night to cure himself just to save face. This Shogun must be after something else. But what exactly is she after? Rights? Money? Identity? Li Qianquan was a little confused, and could only let things continue to develop. It's time to let Shogun expose more and speculate again. Good. My injuries are not light. Are you sure? Li Qianquan asked. Naturally. Shogun nodded. Your Majesty. Can't be. Eunuch Su on the side was in a hurry. The Shogun's identity was suspicious. How can we let her treat the emperor's wounds? I trust her. Li Qianquan swept a glance at Eunuch Su and said indifferently that his strongest bodyguard couldn't even defeat the other side, and if the other side wanted to harm him, where's the trouble with that? Besides, who's going to kill him except those stupid dogs in the middle? It's good for everyone that he's alive. It's no good for anyone to die. Shogun is so strong it must be that group. Good. Without any nonsense, Shuangchen flung her jade hand, and several threads flew towards Li Qianquan. It was then wrapped around his wrist. A few moments later, Shogun took a big step towards Li Qianquan. This scene could make Eunuch Su on the side tense up. The shin-robed old man instantly arrived in front of Li Qianquan and was on guard. As for Li Qianquan, there was inevitably some tension in his heart. Shogun ignored their little gestures and came to the bookcase. Pick up a pen and paper and start writing. Snap. A moment later the brush was put down and the rice paper was pushed in front of Li Qianquan. Do as I say and you'll be cured in a month. When she finished speaking, she turned around without looking back and headed out of the great hall, anxious to get home and go to bed. Staying up late got old fast, and she didn't want that. Just left like that? Li Qianquan looked at Shogun's back in doubt. It shouldn't. Just as Li Qianquan was puzzled, Shogun violently stopped and turned to look at him. Sure enough, you've got a purpose, don't you? Let's see what you're up to. Li Qianquan's eyes showed a flash of realization, and he looked at Shogun with great confidence. Shogun leaned forward slightly, pointed his finger at Li Qianquan, and asked with glaring eyes, aren't you curious who sent me? What? Li Qianquan was stunned. This was not the same scene he had expected. I said, aren't you curious as to who asked me to come and see you? Shogun repeated. Once again, it was hard to hide the anticipation in his eyes. Not curious. Li Qianquan spoke flatly. Li Qianquan won't get into someone else's rhythm. He thinks Shogun has ulterior motives. Do you need to ask yourself what you want to say? You. Good. Shogun's outstretched fingers instantly retracted into a fist. It made a crunching sound. Her brows were furrowed and her silver teeth clenched, as if she was trying to suppress something. Finally revealing your purpose? Li Qianquan's eyes burned as he looked at Shogun. Humph. Shogun violently threw out his hand, twisted his head and disappeared into the imperial study. Instead, the mind kept growling. Not curious. Not curious. There's nothing good in the family, namely. Why isn't he curious too? What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her? Li Qianquan looked at the sudden rage of the generals are ready to respond to the war. But how to suddenly go off? This can't be a psychopath, right? A ridiculous conclusion popped up in Li Qianquan's head. Impossible. There must be some detail I have not considered. But what could be? The two are doomed to sleeplessness tonight. Early the next morning, Li Xingyun rubbed his head and woke up in an unfamiliar bed. Looking at the strange room, the unfamiliar surroundings, he began to remember the events of last night. Yesterday, Li Xingyun and Li Xinglong drank until very late and were helped back in a daze. And then it seems like something else happened? Did it really happen or was it a wet dream? Li Xingyun rubbed his head as he recalled the events of last night that he didn't know whether it was reality or a dream. Lifting the covers, he shook his head at his very messy but still intact clothes. It should be a wet dream, but it's really cool. Li Xingyun can't help but reminisce a bit. He is also a young general who has been through 100 battles. It is reasonable that he shouldn't be having this kind of dream. Your Highness, you're awake? A little girl dressed as a palace maid saw Li Xingyun open the door to his room and, immediately, he greeted them, intending to wait on Li Xingyun to wash up. Well, who sent me back last night? Li Xingyun was enjoying the services of the palace maid while asked one side. Yes, it's Miss Wang, the palace maid replied. Wang Yanran? Li Xingyun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The crown prince had already left. He didn't linger after breakfast and headed towards the Qinhuangfu. As soon as he entered, he was startled by Shogun, who was wearing 2 black smoke rings. Holy, what were you doing up there last night? Humph, you're curious? Shogun first grunted coldly, then immediately asked with wide eyes. Curious. Li Xingyun nodded his head as he looked at Shogun's appearance. This guy is also too serious. Right, he cannot dare to skin again. To play bad will not be good. Hey, want to know? A smirk appeared on Shogun's face. Think. Li Nebula nodded again. See that rock? Shogun asked, suddenly pointing to a large rock off to the side. I see it. What's wrong? Li Xingyun looked at the stone and asked in confusion. The stone is just an ordinary stone. Nothing special. Sit there and think slowly. Shogun finally let out a breath and turned around to leave in satisfaction. This guy. Li Xingyun was exasperated and laughed, shaking his head as he walked into the mansion. The one with a pair of dark circles under his eyes is not only the general minister, but also Li Qianquan in the palace. The eyes were bloodshot. This Shogun, what in the world is she trying to do? What exactly is her purpose? Li Qianquan's face showed anger as he crumpled the rice paper in his hand into a ball and squeezed it fiercely in the palm of his hand. He had thought about it all night, but he couldn't figure out what exactly Shogun's purpose was. Time passed, and the staff in the crown prince's residence was very active during this time. Active and somewhat perverse, all of which was seen by those who had a mind to see it. On October 20th of the divine martial calendar, there were less than 2 months before Li Xingyun's wedding. Your Highness, there is a citizen delivering something to you, saying that he has been entrusted with it. Linglong walked into Li Xingyun's study and reported. Chapter 78, Twilight Society? Send me something? Li Xingyun froze. Who would send something to himself? Especially still with this anonymity. What is it? Nebula Li couldn't think of anything and didn't bother to think. Waving his hand and looking towards Linglong's pretty face, he asked. After many days of moisturizing, Linglong's pretty face became more and more charming. A wooden box. Not too big. Want to bring it? Linglong couldn't stand this gaze full of aggression from Li Xingyun and lowered her head. Bring it in. Li Nebula nodded. In a short while, Linglong re-entered with a wooden box. Li Nebula did not make any unnecessary movements and casually struck out with a piece of true qi, and the wooden box was opened. Ha! Li Xingyun looked inside the wooden box and instantly guessed who had sent it to him. You've got a lot of guts, don't you? Still not leaving? Li Nebula laughed softly, making sure there was no danger. Taking 2 steps forward, he removed the metaphysical light armor inside the wooden box, followed by a bucket hat, a mask, and a tang sword. Nice craftsmanship. Li Nebula caressed the mask and exclaimed in admiration. Your Highness, this dress is so handsome. Linglong echoed similarly. Yeah. Li Nebula nodded and put the things away in the system space. then continued to look to see if there was anything else in the crate. A letter. There was also a letter lying inside the wooden box. Li Xingyun made a big move with his hand and the letter flew into his palm. His Highness, the King of Qin. Kiss up. On the cover of the letterhead was written a column of pounding brush letters. Interesting. Li Xingyun laughed. Not going to settle the score with Uyezi himself. It's wonderful that he had the nerve to write to himself. And don't even think about it. Yun Su-zi, who was just borrowing Uyezi's home. It's still locked up in the dungeon of the Forbidden Army at this time. Li Xingyun took the letter towards a side chair and sat down, opening the letter and reading it. Does your highness know what lies beyond the four great empires? The Shenwu Empire is just a drop in the ocean. The human race is even more insignificant in this. And if you want to save the human race, the Twilight Society is the only hope. Li Xingyun was a bit speechless. Uyezi said it in a nice way called sword-casting patriarch. To put it bluntly, he is a blacksmith. A blacksmith who is set aside here to give Li Nebula a lecture on the great principles of the universe and the world. What a little bit of breathlessness. But what kind of power was this Dusk Society? Li Nebula had never heard of it before. Continuing down the page. It's nothing more than saying that Li Qianquan is too ambitious. Not conducive to the balance of the four empires. They wanted to kill Li Qianquan. And he promised that after killing Li Qianquan, he could help Li Nebula ascend to the throne and become an emperor or something. The equipment that was sent was a meet and greet gift to Li Xingyun. Swish! A flame rose and burned the letter to ashes. It is now known that Uya is a member of the Twilight Society, which aims to maintain the balance of the four empires. No one country will be allowed to get bigger. Li Qianquan is capable and ambitious, so he has to be killed. A set of equipment and you want me to join you in killing the emperor? That's ridiculous. Doesn't the Dusk Society realize that the emperor is my own beloved father? Li Xingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. The appearance of the Twilight Society made him realize that the world was much more than what he saw, balancing the four empires, the only hope for the human race, and the world beyond the four empires. Hey, really can't stop at all. Li Xingyun got up and walked outside. Your Highness, where are you going? Do you want the slave girl to join you? Linglong hurriedly followed Li Xingyun's footsteps. No, you're fine at home. I'll go out for a stroll. Li Xingyun waved his hand, leaving the courtyard to find Chun'er and instruct her. Chun'er, call little wandering boy and prepare the carriage. Let's go out of the city for a stroll. Yes, Your Highness. Chun'er, who was carrying a rolled silk tray, sniffed, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. And, nodding his head back and forth, is the king taking me to the wilderness? It's so exciting. But why bring the mirror mind demon? Supposed to let him off the hook. Chun'er found the mirror heart demon as she rambled on. Little wandering boy, prepare a carriage. The king wants to leave the city. Got it. Half an hour later, Li Nebula got on a carriage and wanted to drive outside Speculative City. Still the mirror heart demon catches the bus. Chun'er, this king is a bit sleepy, so I'll lend you my leg. The carriage had just started moving. Li Xingyun then stared at the white shaking jade legs on the side. Aha! Your Highness, be my guest. Chun'er is all right. Chun'er immediately nodded her head and agreed. The face reddened a bit. Your Majesty, this is too exciting. Unlike the scene Chun'er had imagined, Li Xingyun just rested his head on it. Soft, Li Xingyun silently gave Chun'er a nod in his heart. It clearly looked so thin and, but why does it feel so good to the touch? Chun'er's body lightly trembled the moment Li Xingyun's head was pillowed down. Then looking at Li Xingyun's lack of movement, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but then immediately adjusted his mindset. Your Highness, let me pinch your head. Chun'er felt like she should do something. Good. Nebula Li hummed softly. Chun'er's delicate jade fingers gently climbed onto Li Xingyun's head and pressed very gently. Li Xingyun closed his eyes comfortably and began to think things over. After such a long time of accumulation, there should be a lot of gold and silver stored in the hidden soldier valley. He or she is also good to go to the southern border. This time to deal with, later to send the gold and silver to the southern border. Hiss! Suddenly a voice came from behind Chun'er. Ha! Li Xingyun snapped his eyes open, trying to look into Chun'er's eyes but he didn't make it. And what came into his eyes were two peaks. Your Majesty? What's wrong? Chun'er sensed something strange and opened her mouth to ask. You raised snakes? Nebula Li asked as she sat up. Bago's vipers he was very impressed with. Once bitten by a poisonous snake it will turn into a living dead puppet controlled by Bago. Aha! Springer nodded and a small, bright red snake burrowed out of one of the pouches around her waist, traced across her flat belly, climbed up to the towering green one, and finally coiled around Chun'er's neck. The slave girl was afraid of disturbing His Majesty, so she let it stay inside the bag. I'm sorry, Springer explained with a nervous face. This snake can also control others? Li Nebula wasn't too afraid of snakes. Instead, He looked at the small snake that looked like a ruby with interest and asked, "It's still in its formative years and can only control less than 10 people right now." Chun'er explained with a sigh of relief when she saw that Li Xingyun did not look angry in the slightest. "Can you cultivate this kind of snake on a large scale?" Li Nebula seemed to have discovered some business opportunity, pursuing the question. "I can't, at least not yet. The method of cultivating vipers has to do with my kung fu. Right now I'm cultivating one at most." Chun'er's words poured cold water on Li Xingyun. But it was normal. If it could be cultivated indefinitely, this would be comparable to the soldier god monster altar. "I'm afraid. The main thing is that the viper is extremely contagious. It can bite non-stop, albeit with less strength. But there are a lot of them." Chapter 79. It's pretty good looking too. "Your Highness, we're here." Just as the two were chatting, the voice of the mirror heart demon sounded from outside the carriage. "Aha." Li Nebula nodded. Putting aside the matter of the little viper for the time being, he had to get down to business. As the two of them stepped down from the carriage, Li Xingyun saw Chun'er once again storing the viper in the bag. Couldn't help but speak up. "You don't have to put it away in a bag. It looks good wrapped around your neck." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chun'er nodded with an excited expression on her face and followed Li Xingyun into the hidden soldier valley. "Your Highness." Wu Shan's figure reappeared in front of Li Xingyun and bowed respectfully. "Get up. After this time you'll follow the merchants to the southern border. You won't need it here." Li Xingyun looked at Wu Shan and commanded. "This guy seems to really just stay in the hidden soldier valley. When will he come? When is he in?" "It is a qualified treasurer." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Shan nodded, seemingly not caring in the slightest about where to go. Li Xingyun didn't care about him and came alone to the room where the gold and silver were kept. Li Nebula couldn't help but let out a raucous sigh as he looked at the golden mountain in front of him. Golden mountain. Not an adjective. Really a mountain piled up from gold. In the past, they were still packed inside the box, but this time, they were piled up directly like a pile of garbage. Hard to pile up a mountain of gold. System, green great inheritance draw. 100 straight draws. Li Xingyun wasn't going to smoke a white great inheritance. After all, the cultivation that a white great inheritance can bring is too little. And if you want to expand the influence of the bad guys, you have to come up with something better. Attracts people of higher social class. Although the cultivation level of the green great inheritance was only a few small realms higher than the white, but it is one that has a white grade that can't be compared to it. That was to help an expert at the consummate 9th grade sect master realm break through to martial saint. This point was definitely a fatal attraction for an expert stuck at the 9th grade sovereign perfection. The emerald green inheritance carousel began to rotate, and Li Xingyun was very calm in his heart. Completely different from the first draw. For him, there was not much difference between a medium chancellor level inheritance speed and a medium ordinary level inheritance speed. He only hopes to produce a few famous legacy figures. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green normal level. Undesirable man inheritance *40. Xuanhe cult inheritance *15. Illusionary sound workshop inheritance *13. Tungwen officer inheritance *7. Green elite level. Inheritance of undesirables *12. Inheritance of the Xianxian cult *5. Inheritance of the illusory sound workshop *5. Green minor commander level, undesirable inheritance *2. Blue ordinary level, Xianshi cult inheritance *1. There are no surprises. A mediocre 100 consecutive draws. Continue. Li Nebula wasn't disappointed. There was plenty of gold. Something would definitely come out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green normal level. Undesirable man inheritance *10. Xianxian cult inheritance *50. Phantom sound workshop inheritance *10. Tongwen Guan inheritance *7. Green elite level. Undesirable man inheritance *10. Xianxian cult inheritance *5. Phantom sound workshop inheritance *5. Green minor commander level, undesirable inheritance *2. Blue elite level, phantom voice workshop inheritance *1. Still bland with no surprises. Go on, go on, go on. After dozens of 100 consecutive draws, a red glow finally appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green normal level. Undesirable man inheritance *30. Xuanhe cult inheritance *15. Illusionary sound workshop inheritance *15. Tungwen Guan inheritance *10. Green elite level. Undesirable man inheritance *15. Xianxian cult inheritance *5. Mirage sound workshop inheritance *5. Green minor commander level, undesirable inheritance *2. Blue ordinary level, Xianshi cult inheritance *1. Red grade Xianmei sect inherited water judge, Yang Miao. Red grade Xianwei cult inheritance fire judge, Yang Yen. Out. Li Nebula's expression was suddenly shaken. the judge of water and fire of the Xianshi cult? Li Xingyun began to recall things about Yang Yan Yang Miao. There's not a lot of stuff about these two in the anime, and it's 50-50 with the two sisters. Tilted, wielding a death scythe. The pre-existing forcefulness of not taking off his camouflage. It's not bad. What do you need a bike for? These two are quite impressive on the left and the right. Li Xingyun stopped paying attention after a short period of thinking and continued to start the lottery. Sweepstakes. Again. Another 30 or so hundred draws, and not a single named legacy. This made Li Xingyun feel as if he had some bad luck today. There's a good side to this, though. This process drew a red normal level Phantom Voice Workshop Legacy, which was a consolation prize. Go on. I still don't believe it. Another hours-long frantic lottery. Li Xingyun tried all kinds of methods. Single draw, triple draw, 5 in a row, 10 consecutive draws, tested over and over again, with surprisingly bad luck. Not a single good thing was drawn. Not even a few blue grades. This luck was no one's. Last 40 draws. Fight. Li Xingyun looked at the disappearing Jin Shan and became a little distressed. Blue level. Undesirable man ordinary inheritance *5. Mirage Sound Place ordinary inheritance *5. Tong Wenken ordinary inheritance *5. Tianqifu ordinary inheritance *5. Blue level. Undesirables minor commander inheritance *3. Mirage Sound Place elite inheritance *3. Tong Wenken minor commander inheritance *3. Tianqifu grand commander inheritance *3. Holy. Li Nebula's eyes instantly widened. According to the system's pissy nature, the first ones to be announced were the worst rewards, but this time the worst was also a blue grade. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Is this compensation for not getting anything good up front? There are 8 more. They can't all be red. Li Xingyun couldn't even dare to imagine it. Red grade. Undesirable common inheritance bead *2. Mirage Sound Place elite inheritance bead *1. Tong Wenken minor commander inheritance bead *1. Xianxian sect grand commander inheritance bead *1. There's 3 more. What could it be? Li Xingyun couldn't help but start holding his breath. Red grade delinquent inheritance Sky Speed Star, Duan Chengtian. Red grade Tong Wenken inherited Yimen sect master, Li Tsuni. 2 famous red heritages? Li Xingyun's heart was in his throat. Duan Chengtian of the Heavenly Speedstar had crossed paths with Li Tsuni, and should be an expert just below the Golden Pinnacle. It should be able to have a land immortal 8th grade perfection realm. As for the master of the righteous sect, he should be at this level as well. But there's something special about him that, drink to become stronger. Drink more and you might be able to have the battle power of a 9th grade land god. Drinking? Li Xingyun thought of someone. It was time to give him a boost. Li Nebula looked towards the last inheritance. Surprisingly, it's him. Chapter 80 Heavenly Master. Li Nebula focused his attention on top of the system page. Surprisingly, it's him. Gold-colored grade, Tianshi House Inheritance Zhang Tianshi, Zhang Xianling. White-haired Zhang Zifen's own father. The existence of hand-rubbing heavenly thunder. 20 years of insanity is still a ceiling presence. Ding. For the first time, the host has drawn a gold-quality inheritance through the inheritance carousel. Open the host's exclusive upgrade path. Every time you draw a prize, you'll get a partial cultivation boost. Ding. Cultivation rewards are issued. Congratulations to the host on his cultivation increase. Current cultivation level, 5th grade Martial Saint Perfection. This rewards cultivation? Then what is my previous hard struggle with Qing Miaoer, Fox Yo-Yo, Li Chou Shui, Ling Long, and Li Mu? Them? Li Xingyun inwardly spat up madly. Although it was very comfortable. But, Li Xingyun didn't think of anything bad even after thinking for half a day, and was somewhat speechless. Regardless, it's just kind of depressing anyway. But even though he had roared in his mind 10,000 times, the system did not respond in the slightest. But it was a good thing after all, and Yuan Tiangang had given him a way to cultivate himself before. But, self-cultivation which is not as fragrant as the system rewards come. Li Xingyun took a long breath and pressed down the excitement in his heart. I'm too lazy to be blathering unilaterally with the system, so I'll start organizing my haul this time. Gold-colored grade, Zhang Xianling of the Heavenly Master's House. Red heritage, Yang Yan Yang Miao. Judge of water and fire of the Xiandi sect, Li Tsuini, master of the Tongwenken Men, and Duan Chengtian, the 36th captain of the undesirables, Tianshu Xing. Other red grades, undesirable common inheritance bead *2, Mirage Sound Place elite inheritance bead *1, Tongwenken minor commander inheritance bead *1, Xianxian sect grand commander inheritance bead *1. Those legacies below the red color Li Nebula didn't bother to count them and put away a portion of the spirit beads. Li Xingyun then walked out of the room. This time the expenses were huge. but the rewards were equally huge. Your Highness. The mirror heart demon saw Li Nebula walk out of the room and smiled as he stepped forward. Aha! Nebula Li nodded and looked at Wushan. Old witch bring the spirit beads to Li Hu. This place won't be used from now on. Yes, Your Majesty. Wushan nodded without any comment. Go home. Li Nebula embarked on the journey home in a good mood. Your Highness. So happy. I'm sure the harvest is not small this time? Looking at Li Xingyun's happy appearance, Chun'er's mood was also very beautiful, and while pinching Li Xingyun's leg, she opened the topic of conversation. Laughing, he asked. Not bad, the harvest this time is great. Li Nebula nodded with a smile. When the carriage was about to pass through a wood, a man in a green-colored Taoist robe, the old Taoist priest who looked to be around 50 years old blocked the path of necessity with his arms crossed. Anxiety the mirror heart demon asked as he yanked the carriage to a stop with force and stood up to look at the old Taoist priest and open his mouth. Who is the Taoist master? Why are you stopping our carriage? The mirror heart demon's attitude was kind and polite. Poor Taoist Qing Yun Taoist Temple. Xian Su Zi. The old Taoist priest bowed to the carriage and opened his mouth to explain. The poor Taoist has come here to ask your Highness, the King of Qin, to make it easier and let the poor Taoist master's brother off the hook. The Green Cloud Taoist Temple? Xian Su Zi? Li Xingyun in the carriage likewise heard the voices outside. Thoughts began to run through his head. Xian Su Zi is the eldest of the 7 sons of Qin Yun. It was also known as the most gifted Taoist priest in the Divine Martial Empire for 300 years, and was likewise the next generation successor of the Qing Yun Taoist Temple. Li Xingyun and Chun'er stepped out of the carriages and looked at the old Taoist priest Xian Su Zi. Your Highness, should we beat him up? Mirror Heart Demon's voice sounded from the side. Li Xingyun froze, twisting his head to look at the Mirror Heart Demon. Then at Xuanqiu Zi. The eyes darted from side to side a couple times. It seems to be in no danger, and this guy shouldn't mean any harm. Are you okay? Li Nebula asked to the Mirror Heart Demon. No way. Mirror Heart Demon shook his head baldly, indicating that he couldn't beat the other party. Then you're okay with punching him? Li Nebula was a little bit speechless. Really? Just a little bit. Just like at that time when Elder Feng asked about the difference in strength between himself and Yuan Tiangang. Same answer as yourself. It's really only a billion dots. Your Highness, I've deduced that he won't fight back. Mirror Heart Demon said with a cheap smile. Aren't you bullying an honest person? Li Xingyun blankly glanced at the Mirror Heart Demon and he didn't have any of those bad tastes. Since there was no danger, he was casual. Are you asking this king to spare Yun Su Zi? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at Xuanqiu Zi in front of him. This Qing Yun Taoist temple is also really afraid that others do not know you false. This Yun Su Zi guy isn't as good as others who are 100 years old. Exactly. Please fulfill your Majesty's request. Xian Su Zi nodded and walked towards Li Xingyun. The action was so obvious that Mirror Heart Demon didn't care and Li Nebula didn't panic. Rather, it was Chun'er who was worried about Li Xingyun's safety and quietly came up and stuck next to Li Xingyun's arm. Fine. Give this king a reason. A reason to spare Yun Su Zi. Li Xingyun looked at Xuanqiu Zi with a smile on his face and said, he didn't intend to do anything about Yun Su Zi at all, and had planned to release it to him. It's just as well that Xian Su Zi is here. Maybe he can even get some favors. Your Highness is joking. I, the Qing Yun Taoist Temple, am but a small and insignificant force. Where can I give the king a reason? Xuanqiu Zi was obviously much more astute than Yun Xiu Zi, and instantly gained an insight into Li Xingyun's meaning. Bitterly, he said, Taoist temples aren't temples. They're poor. Even the Qing Yun Taoist temple is poor. Of course this poor comparison is to the same level of power. Not the kind that can't afford to eat. That's so. Li Xingyun nodded as if he understood the other party very well. Thank you for your understanding. Your Highness. For this great favor, when I return to the Qing Yun Taoist temple I will definitely pray for your Highness. Xian Su Zi didn't wait for Li Xingyun to finish his sentence, so he jumped the gun and said, You've said it all yourself. You have to save face as a prince. How dare you say you won't release him? Fine, but the king is a mundane man and likes to watch you all bless me to my face. Li Xingyun laughed. Face? Face is worth a few dollars. Let's put it this way. This king sees that it's not easy for your Taoist temple. And this king has a fief. You guys just move and go to the southern border to bless this king. Li Xingyun said with a smile. You want Cloud Void to give you face. I want your whole Taoist temple. You can't deny me face, can you? Xuanqiu Zi froze as he stumbled on his feet. Li Xingyun is planning to take even the pot with him. Your Highness is joking. How can we abandon our ancestral land that has been passed down for generations to go to the southern border? I'm sorry, Cloud Void explained awkwardly. Who said the king of Qin was more simple? Where is this simplicity? You want the Green Cloud Taoist temple to move? Don't even think about it. He, Xian Su Zi, is dead. He'll die here, and would never agree to move. Chapter 81, The air of the heavens is swept away. Ah, so, that's too bad. I was thinking of going to the southern border to make a big deal out of Taoism. What about making Taoism the #1 sect in the southern border? Li Xingyun looked at Xian Suzi with a smirk. Since the Taoist master is unwilling to give up his ancestral land, then forget it. There were 3 major religions in the Shenwu imperial kingdom, namely Taoism, Buddhism and Confucianism. Nowadays, Confucianism is the strongest of the 3. The next weakest is Buddhism, and the weakest is Taoism. This strength refers to influence, not combat power. It can't be helped that Taoism's influence is weak, and that Confucianism has entered the court as an official. The Buddhists are dependent on the royal family, the king of northern Liang, and other major powers, and only Taoism, which doesn't care about anything, resulting in a thin population. The 7 sons of the Green Cloud were almost a generation apart. What? Is what your highness said true? Xian Suzi was instantly startled, although the southern border was barren. But that's still a state. If it was possible, then there would be hope for the rise of their Taoist religion. Of course it's true. The king doesn't like jokes, but alas, it seems that the southern border is not blessed with this. Li Xingyun replied with a smile. Actually, Xuanchuzi felt that this hit his face came too fast. It's a little hard to swallow, having just sworn himself to the impossibility of moving. Doesn't it seem too snobby to talk about moving now? I know that your Qingyan Taoist temple wants to keep its ancestral land. I won't force you. I still have to go home. Farewell on this account. Li Xingyun, however, did not give him a chance to hesitate and turned his head to order little wandering boy to catch the car. Xuanchuzi stared blankly at the carriage as it moved away, having long since forgotten all about Yunchuzi. There was only one sentence left in his head. A phrase that his master had said to him before he left kept echoing in his mind. The air of all the heavens is restless, and our way is prospering day by day. The air of all the heavens is restless, and our way is prospering day by day. The air of all the heavens is restless, and our way is prospering day by day. Is this the chance for my Taoism to prosper? Xuanchuzi muttered. It wasn't until the carriage was about to disappear from view that he snapped out of it. Hey, wait for the poor Taoist. Wait for the poor Taoist. Moving isn't impossible. Xian Suzi shouted while quickly catching up with Li Xingyun's carriage. Figured it out? Mirror Heart Demon asked as he looked at Xian Suzi, who was standing beside him. Figured it out. Xian Suzi nodded. It could feel the air on the Mirror Heart Demon. It was a cultivation breath that belonged to Taoism. Just like him. Well, the king is inside. Go in. The Mirror Heart Demon was hardly proper and said in a deep voice. In their heart of hearts, the Mirror Heart Demons wanted Taoism to prosper. After all, they also belonged to Taoism. Thanks a lot. Xuanchuzi felt that he was somewhat unable to see through the oddly shaped fellow in front of him. His strength was not as high as his own, but this Tao intent was extremely deep. It gave him the feeling of facing his own master. With a bitter smile, Xian Suzi shook this ridiculous thought out of his mind. How can it be the same when one is an immortal Taoist saint and the other a clown? Walking into the carriage, Li Xingyun was leaning on Chun'er's arms enjoying a massage, and seeing Xuanchuzi, not surprised in the least. Is there anything else the Taoist master wants? Li Xingyun asked as if he didn't know anything. However, his acting was a bit unnatural, and watching Yun Suzi became even more embarrassed. Well, the poor Taoist has considered it carefully, and absolutely the king has a point. The blessing will of course work best when the king is around. It's only right for the king to spare 6th master's brother, and for my Green Cloud Taoist temple to move to the southern border to pray for the king's blessings. Yun Suzi is a bit embarrassed. After all, this is a bit of a false overkill. It's impossible to let Taoism flourish. This deal is not a bad one. Aha! That smells good. Ha ha, good. Li Xingyun smiled and nodded. The Qingyan Taoist temple was not important. It is the larger whole of Taoism that matters. Little wandering boy, go to the Forbidden Army camp. Nebula Li pulled back the curtain and commanded to the Mirror Heart Demon. Yes, your majesty. Li Xingyun looked at Xian Suzi in front of him and began to move. He happened to have a celestial master's inheritance bead in his hand. Should I give it to Genghis Khan? Ahem. Your majesty, rest well. Poor Taoist, go outside to give you the wind. Not right. It's to escort you. Xian Suzi sensed that Li Xingyun's gaze was a bit dull and immediately wanted to go out. Well, hard work. Li Nebula nodded. He was too embarrassed to enjoy a massage when Xian Suzi was here. Forget it. Xian Suzi's cultivation is already very high. 6th grade land god perfection. Giving him the inheritance bead was not cost effective, so it was better to give it to Yun Suzi, the imaginary goods. Li Xingyun thought about it but still planned to let Yun Suzi become a heavenly master. By the time Li Xingyun and his group arrived at the Forbidden Army's compound, the sky had completely darkened. After exchanging greetings with Gui Jian, Li Xingyun led several people towards a remote dungeon. The Forbidden Army doesn't hold prisoners on weekdays. There was no dungeon in the first place, but Li Xingyun was going to imprison Yun Suzi, and Gui Jian was very facetious, specifically explaining that the soldiers under his command had dug one up for him. Li Nebula looked at this dungeon and felt some heartache for Yun Suzi. Where is this dungeon? It's not just a hole in the ground. Looking closer, this dungeon was a large pit, and Cloud Void was thrown in it. It's sealed with some simple stakes on top, and it's really as simple as it gets. It was only Yun Suzi who was honest and had never thought of escaping. Otherwise, who could this dungeon hold? The few people on the side were equally dumbfounded. This dungeon was very simple, very small, and staying in there is going to be hard. I'm afraid. Senior brother? Shen Suzi saw Yun Suzi and, immediately, he took 2 steps forward and stepped on top of the dungeon pawn stake. In the next second, the stake directly broke, and Shen Suzi directly fell down. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high and it fell steadily on Xuanqiu Zi's face. It couldn't be helped that the dungeon was too small for 2 people. Senior brother? Yun Suzi's gaze was a bit dull and, if he hadn't been stepped on by Shen Suzi, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to react now. Senior brother, go! Shen Suzi wrapped the other party with his true chi and instantly came above the ground. Coming to the ground, Yun Suzi also came back to his senses and the aggravation that he had received in the past few days instantly surged to his heart, and he fell on his butt, hugging Shen Suzi's thighs and burst into tears. Eldest senior brother, you can finally come. Senior brother, wow. Saying that, Yun Suzi then cried again, unable to control her emotions. Senior brother, don't cry. Tell senior brother what's going on. What have you been through these past few days? Shen Suzi was also a bit confused as he looked at the crying Yun Suzi. He doesn't know how to comfort people. Had to kick the other guy. Yun Suzi, who had received a kick, also calmed down a bit and began to explain. They brought me back, dug a random hole and stuck me in it. Then they left me alone. No food or water. Cough. Don't cry. Someday you will take you to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to wash this bad luck of yours. When Li Xingyun saw that Yun Huozi was getting more and more outrageous, he hurriedly interrupted him. Chapter 82. Tian Xianga? Yun Suzi was stunned and even the belly full of sadness and aggression was forgotten to one side. Looking at Li Xingyun to the side, the sadness and pain in his eyes flew away. Your Majesty, are you telling the truth? Yun Suzi carefully inquired. I was afraid that I had heard wrong. Really? 4 points for you. Li Xingyun didn't expect this group of forbidden soldiers to be so unreliable. He wanted to make Yun Suzi suffer a little, but he couldn't not treat people like human beings. Li Xingyun said as he covered his forehead. No, I want 6. Yun Suzi was first stunned and then after some serious thought, feeling that he could not have suffered so much for nothing. At the very least, 6 to make up for the damage he's done to his heart. Okay, 6. Li Nebula didn't bother to break bread with him and immediately agreed. As for whether or not Cloud Void could work, this was not something he should consider. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? What is that place? Shen Suzi was confused. What kind of place is this Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Is it that good? You don't care about such a big complaint? It was his first time in Divine Martial City, and he really hadn't heard of what the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was. Nice place. Eldest brother, you are not aware of. Yun Suzi mentioning the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion suddenly came to interest, quickly climbed up from the ground, pulling Shen Suzi hand in hand to explain up. 6th senior brother, how can you be so depraved? Although my Qingyun Taoist temple does not prohibit male love. But this is too nasty for you. Xuanqiu Zi was furious when he heard this. A proper look at Yun Suzi educated up. This can be really good. Yun Suzi obviously still had some unconvincing. A whispered retort. You still say that? Shen Suzi glared at Yun Suzi with a look of hatred. Well, you two still don't have a place to land, do you? There's no harm in following this king back to the mansion. Li Xingyun watched as Yun Suzi was being chastised, and hurriedly exited to interrupt the conversation between the two. Then thank you, Your Highness. Shen Suzi thought for a moment. He really had no place to land himself and it would be good to go to the Qin Wanfu and Li Xingyun to enhance their relationship. Go. Li Xingyun gave Yun Suzi a wink and turned to leave. Cloud Voider understood for a second, smiled knowingly, and hurriedly followed, returning to the Qin Wanfu to put Xuanqiu Zi in order. Li Nebula then came to the study and waited up quietly. The mirror heart demon on the side asked curiously while pouring tea for Li Nebula. Your Highness, will that Cloud Voider really come? The mirror heart demon wasn't worried about the allure of going to the heavenly fragrance pavilion to Yun Suzi. He was just worried about whether Yun Suzi's brain was good enough to understand the code words given by Li Xingyun. Ha ha, don't worry. If anything else he might not have thought that. His brain is better than a monkey's in this regard. Li Xingyun smiled and took a sip of his tea. LSP always captured many details. Another quarter of an hour or so passed, and a furtive, somewhat lewd figure along the wall. All the way to the middle of the study. He. Your Highness, when are we going to move? Yun Suzi had a cheap smile on his face. There's no rush. The king has something else to tell you. Li Xingyan looked at the Yun Suzi who was bathing and dressing and could not help but laugh for a while. This is not to go on a blind date. The whole so grand why. Ha. Your Highness. Say, finish so we can hurry and, any later and I'm afraid they'll all be picked over by others. Yun Suzi rubbed his big hands together, his face full of eagerness. Do you want to get stronger? Li Xingyun didn't bother to beat around the bush with Yun Suzi. During this period of time he had also gotten to know this lewd Taoist priest thoroughly. Getting stronger? Yun Suzi froze, then thought of something. The king is going to give me spirit beads? Yun Suzi is just less socially experienced. And he's not stupid. Otherwise they wouldn't be honestly trapped in the dungeon. Aha! Li Nebula nodded. Why? I'm afraid the spirit bead that can help the poor Taoist is very precious, isn't it? Yun Suzi doesn't believe in free spirit beads to eat. Taking him to the heavenly fragrance house was good enough. Here's the stuff. I'll tell you when I eat it. Li Xingyan looked at Yun Suzi's up to 80 points of favorability and was very confident that he would eat it. As for explaining why, did Li Xingyan directly say that he wanted to incorporate the Qingyun Taoist temple? Although Yun Suzi was unreliable, it was impossible to agree to this kind of thing. Yun Suzi looked at the golden spirit bead that Li Xingyun threw over and froze a little. Li Nebula didn't explain why, but he trusted Li Nebula and felt that the other party didn't have to harm him. Good. Then I thank you for your majesty's kindness. But first things first. Your Highness can't make Poverty Road do what Poverty Road doesn't want to do. Yun Suzi held the spirit bead and looked at Li Xingyun. I'm just an ordinary Taoist priest. I can't represent the Green Cloud Taoist temple. Li Nebula was nothing more than asking him to do some work. This he could accept. No problem. Li Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. Eat? It's not up to you afterward. Li Xingyun felt a bit evil. This seemed to be the villain's line. Good. Yun Suzi didn't say any more. He was still waiting to go to the heavenly fragrance pavilion. As soon as he swallowed the spirit bead into his mouth, he then sat down on his knees. Your Highness is truly skillful. Nothing can escape your hand. The mirror heart demon who acted as a background plate on the side saw that the big picture had been finalized at this time, smiled and took 2 steps forward and clapped his small hands and complimented. Li Xingyun mechanically turned his head to look at him, a little depressed. And, originally, he was quite happy, but after being praised by the mirror heart demon like this, he felt so humiliated. Why is that? A few moments later, blue arcs of electricity began to flash up on Yun Suzi's body. The crackling is very magical. 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Technique? Rather, it can be intermingled with the Supreme Sacred Qin Kuan Technique. Li Xingyun recalled Li Siyuan in the later stages of his life, relying on the internal power of the Big Dipper's skill to forcibly fuse the Supreme Sacred Qin Kuan Technique and the 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Technique, which lacked a general outline. The fused Li Siyuan is simply terrifyingly strong. Strength should be more than their own that will be the most holy Qin Kuan Gong to achieve the realization of the righteous fatherly Ku with it. Li Tzueli would know the Supreme Sacred Qin Kuan Technique, and Yun Shuzi would know the 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Technique even after obtaining Zhang Xuanling's inheritance. That's pretty up. Maybe they can make them break through the land gods and reach a higher realm. A flash of brilliance flashed in Li Nebula's eyes. On the side, Yun Suzi's acceptance of the inheritance had come to an end, and he began to adjust his state. Li Nebula opened his eyes of truth to look at him. Name, Ling Shuzi. Age, 49. Charm value, 74. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation, 9th grade land god perfection. Inheritance, Heavenly Master Zhang Xianling, primary inheritance. Affiliated forces, Qingyun Taoist Temple, 7 Sons of Qingyun, Heavenly Master's Office. Your Highness, what a deep calculation. Yun Suzi slowly got up and, finishing digesting the information in his mind, he looked at Li Xingyun with complicated eyes. Spirit bead, the supreme treasure that allows one to gain cultivation, is a shocking conspiracy. However, all those who had taken the spirit beads and knew about this matter would not expose this matter. Chapter 83, The Abyss. Ha ha, this king should call you Yun Suzi or... Li Xingyun was not angry in the face of Yun Suzi's words. Loyalty is there, but his personal temper is also there, and it is not a robot. Doesn't Shogun still look like a curious sister? Or should I call you Tianshi Zhang? Li Nebula uttered the latter half of the sentence. The king can be as happy as he wants. The poor Taoist was also surnamed Zhang before, so it's not bad to be called Zheng Tianshi. Cloud Voider shook his head with a bitter smile. He. Li Xingyin felt a bit awkward looking at the suddenly serious Yun Suzi. Tentatively, he asked, "So, is Tian Xian Lu still going?" "Go!" A light sprang out of Yun Suzi's eyes, and he transformed back into his original lewd Taoist priest. "Your Highness can't keep your word. You promised the poor Taoist to order 6 of them." Poor Tao just happens to try to see if there is any relationship between this aspect and cultivation. Yun Suzi was half-heartedly hesitant. Ha. Naturally this king is true to his word. Let's go and listen to the song at the hook bar. Li Nebula laughed and, toward the outside of the den. Hey, okay. Yun Suzi immediately followed with his ass. There was no aura of the 7 sons of the green cloud or the majesty of the heavenly master. The mirror heart demon stood still and did not move. With the present-day Cloud Voider following, Li Xingyun's was very safe. He still doesn't like going to places like that. As soon as Li Nebula and the 2 of them had left, an athletic figure silently followed them. "Your Highness, someone is following us." Yun Suzi transmitted his voice to Li Xingyun. There was a little snicker in his voice. "Following us?" Li Xingyun naturally couldn't feel it, but Yun Suzi could. Combined with his little smug look, it didn't take much to figure out who it was. "I don't care about him. Let's play our own." Li Nebula responded and stopped paying attention. The 2 of them soon arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and lightly separated themselves from each other. Li Xingyun had the exclusive Qingmiaoer. As for Yun Suzi, he didn't have this platoon and could only have what he wanted. After the 2 left the hall, a man in a Taoist robe walked in, somewhat sheepishly, eyes averted, not daring to meet the other's eyes. A raw talent at first glance. Sister Bustard looked at the man who was dressed somewhat similarly to Cloud Void. In his mind, he remembered Yun Suzi's explanation just now again, and immediately greeted him warmly. This Taoist master. First time here, right? Sister Bustard hugged the Taoist priest's arm as she let it sink deep into the soft swamp. Boy, the Taoist priest's mind was startled, and he tried to draw his hand back, but the wonderful feeling made him a little reluctant to let go. First time here. The Taoist priest has also seen a great deal of, but this is the first time this kind of male love scene is still the first time. The heart inevitably muttered. Do not know what to do next. One could only answer in obedience to what Bustard Sister had said. I am Master Dao, don't be so nervous. Bustard Sister's tone pulled a long tone. Very flirtatious. The slender jade finger gently traced from the Taoist priest's chest, causing the Taoist priest to shiver. What is the Taoist master's name? Sister Bustard's entire body was pressed against the Taoist priest's. Exhaling, a mouthful of hot air blew into the Dowser's ear. The Dowser's ears flushed red in the flesh. Poor Taoist Xuanqiuzi. The person who came was none other than Xian Suzi, who followed Li Xingyun and the 2 of them all the way from the Qin King's mansion to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He was curious as to what kind of place could make his own senior brother, who was so dedicated to cultivation, linger so much. So it's Daoist Xuanqiuzi. Come, my slave will arrange an elegant room for Daoist. Sister Bustard's eyes lit up. And, certain that the other party was the one she was waiting for, she became even more enthusiastic. And, not caring whether the other party agreed or not, he pulled the other party in one direction. Hey, good. Xuanqiuzi was dragged stiffly towards the elegant room. Master Dao, you wait a moment first. My slave will serve you some wine and food. After Sister Bustard settled Xian Suzi down, she immediately turned around and went out, not giving the other party the slightest chance to refuse. Hey, wait. Line it. Xuanqiuzi looked at the back of Bustard's sister, who had already left, swallowing the words on his lips back inside his stomach. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is quite warm. Xuanqiuzi felt quite deeply. It was very comforting to know that one had been warmly entertained from the moment one entered the door, and that the most important thing was that the other party was not because of his identity as the 7 sons of the Green Cloud. Of course this was all Xian Suzi's personal feelings. In no time at all, Bustard's sister came into the elegant room with a whole bunch of people. Walking in front of them were 7 or 8 turtle eunuchs, placing various delicacies on top of the table in front of Xian Suzi. The comic left, revealing the 4 women behind him. Is it that hot? Xian Suzi looked at the 4 girls who were dressed very coolly and couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva, his eyes drifting away with a look of wanting to look but not daring to look. The abyss was too deep and too wide, he didn't dare to look directly into it for fear of falling into it. Master Dao, it's too boring for you to drink alone. So my slave has found a few girls to accompany you. Bustard's sister watched Xuanqiuzi's reaction and knew that it was a sure thing. Daoist Young Suzi was really right. This Zhuang Suzi really likes it too. Big waves. I don't know. Bustard's sister thought to herself. This, Xuanqiuzi feels that this matter is not too good, but, can look at the white flowers of a piece of, and couldn't say no. Take your time to enjoy yourself. Master Dao, my slave will retire first. Sister Bustard got up and left after she finished speaking. Bring the door of the elegant room closed. Hello you, guys. Xuanqiuzi watched the door to the room close with some relief and some nervousness. It's easy to be in a room that makes him feel safe, but the nervous part was that he had no experience in facing this kind of situation and had no idea what he should do next. Master Tao, don't be so nervous, slaves don't eat people. A girl very naturally came to Xuanqiuzi's right side and sat down, leaning on his shoulder and laughing. Yes, Master Dao, slave is also nervous. Ah, you touch and see. The heart is beating so fast. A girl came to Xuanqiuzi's left side and grabbed his big hand and put it on her heart, letting him feel her heartbeat. How about? Isn't that a good jump? I'm sorry, the girl who had grabbed Xuanqiuzi's big hand asked with a smile. Can't feel it. Xuanqiuzi, red-faced, very straightforwardly replied. Although his hand was attached to his opponent's chest, it was at least a foot away from his heart, so he couldn't feel it at all. Hate Master Dao, you can. The girl smiled as she taught her Xuanqiuzi how to feel her heartbeat more clearly. Your Highness, slave will pinch your shoulders. Qing Miaoer came behind Li Xingyun in a well-behaved manner. Serve it up gently. Ruyan came to see you? Li Xingyun leaned on his chair, his eyes narrowed and very relaxing. Chapter 84, Hard-Earned Money. The Empress came and explained some things to slave. Qing Mia explained frankly. The division of Nebula Li's men was simple. Nebula Li was the tip of the pyramid. The following is according to the leaders of the bad people: the Xuanqiu cult, the Phantom Sound Workshop, the Tong Wenkin, and other forces to dominate. Undesirable people naturally listen to the orders of undesirable Marshal Yuan Tiangang. Illusory Soundplace is also the Empress Lu Ruyan to make the master. Empress, she's quite bold as well. The corner of Li Xingyun's mouth raised in a smile. Didn't bother to ask what things Ruyan Lu had explained. He believed in Ruyan Lu's loyalty and ability, and that he couldn't do everything himself, just like Yuan Tiangang. Now running off to nowhere. He didn't interfere much with the Xanadu religion, leaving it to its own devices. It will naturally be used when needed. The two of them chatted some more about what they had and what they didn't, and then Qing Miaoer became a little restless. Fingers wandered haphazardly around Li Xingyun's body. Goblin. Li Nebula grabbed Qing Miaoer's jade hand and picked her up by the waist, toward the bed. Came all the way here. Can't come for nothing, can we? The next day, Li Xingyun stretched out and left Qing Miaoer's boudoir and walked towards the hall in front of him. Your Highness, Yun Suzi, who had been waiting for a long time, came to Li Xingyun's side, rubbing his waist with one hand, a smile of penetrating contentment on his face. What? This aspect has nothing to do with cultivation? Li Xingyun asked with a smile at his appearance. Is also a little useful, Cloud Void explained with a bitter smile. He's still too confident. 6 is a bit much. 4 should be fine. Turn around, this king will find you some tiger whip or something to make up for it. Li Nebula laughed. Not caring, he smiled and headed out the door. Many thanks to the king. Yun Suzi heatedly smiled happily and he felt like he should be stronger with a patch. Your Majesty. Wait. Yun Suzi called out to Li Xingyun and scowled at him. Cut the crap and be direct about what's going on. Li Xingyun looked at Yun Suzi's appearance for a moment of nausea and hastily glared at him. Hey, there's someone else who hasn't come out yet. Let's wait. Yun Suzi is still heartbroken for his senior brother. Li Xingyun left that Yun Suzi can't afford to pay. He consumed too? Li Xingyun froze, thought of something, and looked at Yun Suzi strangely. This Qingyun Taoist temple is abnormal. Very much so, with 12 points of abnormality. You, Qingyun, the oldest 6 who is good at this, can be said to have a bad character and is an example. But, the facade bearer among the 7 sons of the blue cloud. If Xuanqiuzi is also like this, then one has to wonder if this isn't the wrong ethos for your Taoist temple. Other monks are still sneaking around. Aren't you guys being too ostentatious in your visits to greenhouses? Li Nebula's stomach was full of words, but he could not say a word. What else could he say? Persuading people not to come to a greenhouse? Pulling Xuanqiuzi in a serious tone, he came to say, it's not good for you to be like this. You're a Taoist priest. Can't hold it. Let me? Li Nebula had guessed a little bit right. The vastness of the abyss. Xuanqiuzi couldn't really grasp it with one hand. Seeing Li Xingyun's eyes getting weirder and weirder, Yun Suzi was also a bit embarrassed. Asked a small, tentative voice. Why don't we go? Leave him alone? No. Li Xingyun glared at Yun Suzi. This guy doesn't take his words to heart at all. Why? Yun Suzi was a bit stunned and I don't know why Li Nebula reacted so much. Is it hard for people's girls to earn a little hard money? Is Xuanqiu Zi rich? Li Xingyun glared at Yun Suizi and lectured. He hates this kind of white whoring. It's so hateful. Still the king is thoughtful. Then let's find a place to wait? Yun Suizi felt that what Li Xingyun said made sense. The mind can't help but think of last night's events. It's really hard for people to make money. How can you whore yourself out for nothing? Neither can Big Brother. The two came to a small table and sat down. Sister Bustard was very perceptive and served the two of them some tea and pastries. The two waited while sipping tea until it was close to noon. He won't die suddenly, right? Li Xingyun looked at Yun Suizi, who was on the side, wanting to say something. It's too wrong to come out after all this time. This, should, maybe, probably won't. Yun Suizi was a little unsure up. Even if you were tired last night, you should be up by now. Xian Suizi is a master after all. Not so fragile. AI Li Nebula was a bit helpless. This was too unreliable. He didn't even dare to think about it, right? If Xian Suizi really died here, would the Qingyan Taoist temple still have the face to open? Well, bye. Suddenly a mid-range familiar voice rang out from a side corridor of the elegant room, its tone full of excitement, happiness, and satisfaction. The Taoist is awesome. You'll have to find us again next time. A woman's tired and satisfied voice then sounded. Well, definitely. Xian Suzi's voice sounded once again. Li Xingyun looked at Yun Suizi oddly, as if to say, again, the seven sons of the green clouds. What a big difference. He had never seen anyone so enthusiastic about Cloud Void. This, Yun Suizi got a little embarrassed. Before, he could still say that his cultivation was inferior to Xian Suizi, but now that he was younger than Xian Suizi and his cultivation was higher than Xian Suizi's, it took him half a day to think of a reason. It may be that the child's kung fu, practiced by eldest brother, is more effective and better. Li Xingyun gave him a blank look. False is false. Where are the excuses? Master Dao, that's a total of 100 taels of gold. You see? Bustard Sister's voice rang out from the far corridor. 100 taels of gold? Xian Suizi was stunned. So expensive? Yeah, it's already past the Master Doyle discount. Bustard Sister didn't seem to be the least bit surprised by Xian Suizi's reaction, still explaining with a smile on her face. Xuanqiu Zi was a little embarrassed, hesitating for a moment to squeeze out a smile that was worse than tears. He said, can you give Poverty Road some time? Half a year. Within half a year, the poor Taoist will definitely send it over. Amount. Sister Bustard listened to the somewhat familiar reply of the figure of another Taoist priest couldn't help but come to mind. Are you all like this in the Qingyan Taoist temple? Li Xingyun felt a pang of amusement that, unable to help but look at Yun Suizi, he asked. Almost. Yun Suizi didn't know how to explain it, either. Mainly their mountain gate is poor. The disciples are even poorer. There is not much to come to the doorway of money. All they earn is to give people puja sweat money. Master Dao, you're joking. How can you get credit for this? The girl is still waiting for silver to eat. Bustard Sister laughed and joked. Xuanqiu Zi looked back at the elegant room that came out. People are indeed not easy. My father gambles. My mother is sick. My brother is a student. My siblings all depend on me. My ex-husband is violent and a gambler. It's all poor people. But Poverty Road really doesn't have that much money on him. Why don't you forgive me for a few days? I'm sorry, Xuanqiu Zi asked sheepishly. Master Tao, I can wait, but the girls can't. Bustard Sister looked very embarrassed. Master Dao, you will not be white whoring, right? Bustard Sister looked at Xian Suizi with a see-through look. Chapter 85, Enlightenment. No, how can that be? The poor Taoist is not that kind of person yet. People sweat hard for their hard-earned money. How could the poor Taoist renege on the debt? Xuanqiu Zi heard the door to the elegant room open and was in a hurry. In a hurry, he said. Tell you what, I have another senior brother here as well, so the poor Taoist will let him pad up first. Xian Suizi fiercely remembered that he had followed the two Cloud Void Z over here. They must have money. Li Xingyun wouldn't necessarily care about himself, but Yun Suizi was his beloved family friend. Hand and foot brother. Could he still not care about himself as a senior brother? I don't know which one is your master's brother? Sister Bustard asked. Senior brother. This way. Cloud Voider couldn't listen to this at all. The reputation of their seven sons of the green cloud would really stink if they tossed it any further. The other brothers are okay, but if the senior sister knows not to peel their skin, that's right. The Green Cloud Taoist Temple doesn't just have male disciples, it also has female disciples. The Green Cloud Taoist Temple believed in having a religion without any class, and there were even people from the demon race among the seven sons of the Green Cloud in the previous generations. Senior brother? Xuanqiu Zi's eyes instantly took on color when he saw Yun Suizi. As if she had seen a lifesaver, she said to Bustard's sister. See, that's my senior, my beloved kinsman, brother in arms, Shen Suzi said as he walked towards Yun Suzi. Senior brother, how can you come to a place like this? You'll affect the reputation of our Qin Yun Daoist temple. Shen Suzi's smile froze on his face, not daring to recall such moralistic words coming out of Yun Suzi's mouth. Poor senior brother, I am following. Xuanchuzi immediately wanted to explain something. Senior brother, stop it. Senior brother is ashamed of you for doing such a thing. Yun Suzi naturally knew what he was going to say, where he would let him say it. Say, how much does my senior brother owe you? Yun Suzi took the initiative and, looking to Bustard's sister, he winked at Bustard's sister with his back to Xuanchuzi. Bustard's sister will smile, feeling that this little Taoist is really bad. This is not all arranged by him. Even your own senior brother is pitched. What a brotherly friend. This Taoist master has spent 100 taels of gold with us. Sister Bustard held back her laughter, replied, singing a double act. She's a pro. Xuanchuzi still had a stomach full of words to say, but when he saw that Yunchuzi was going to pay for his bill, and I'll just have to swallow it for now and explain it when I get back. 100 taels? What has senior brother done? Yun Suzi had a look of being shocked and amazed. He asked, HM? Now it was Shen Suzi's turn to freeze. Yun Suzi's acting was too good for. He had the illusion that his senior brother had come here differently from himself. How else would there be such a reaction to the price? Thinking of the Xuanchuzi was a bit weak and hurriedly interrupted the words that Bustard's sister was about to explain. Ahem. Senior brother, didn't the master teach us that we should receive those who are suffering? Elder brother is just picking up a few poor people. Why are you asking so much? Li Xingyun, who was watching the show from the side, immediately spewed out a mouthful of tea. In a sense, Xuanchuzi was right. A father gambles. A mother is sick. A brother studies. It's true that they're suffering people, but that's not quite the way you're picking up the slack, is it? It can't be to enlighten people, can it? Wang, Prince, you are also here. Shen Suzi's attention was just focused on talking to the others, and he really didn't notice Li Xingyun drinking tea behind Yun Suzi. It was a somewhat awkward moment to see and say hello. I'm afraid I can't hide this family scandal. He could have fooled the innocent sixth brother with that excuse, but Li Xingyun, a veteran, couldn't possibly believe it at all. Well, you guys continue. Nebula Li held back her laughter and waved her hand. Senior brother, AI okay. Yun Suzi looked at Shen Suzi's increasingly embarrassed face and sorry to keep making fun of him, put it on the king's account. Yun Suzi looked to Bustard's sister and waved his hand very skillfully. Li Nebula didn't stop it. The farce was over and it was time to go home. Returning to the Qin Wanfu to find Li Tsuanli and Yun Suzi, having the two of them swap their techniques, began to study the fusion of the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique and the Supreme Sacred Jin Kuan technique. Time passed silently. Divine Martial City had begun to step into winter, and it was getting cold. Certain people's hearts went cold. With Li Qiankuan's various maneuvers, Han King Li Xingfan's power grew. It had already vaguely overpowered Crown Prince Li Xinglong, which made Li Xinglong more and more uneasy. On November 1st of the Divine Martial Empire, in the study of the Crown Prince's residence in the Eastern Palace, Your Royal Highness, we've already found out clearly. His Majesty seems to have some secret mission for Eunuch Su, and will leave Shinwu City in a few days. But, Eunuch Zhang continued to add with some frustration, but the chief commander of the Brocade Guards, Sun Jihai, should be leaving as well. Aha! Li Xinglong, who was sitting at the top, nodded his head, which was not considered a bad thing for him. Sun Jihai definitely can't beat Eunuch Su. The two leaving Divine Martial City together was a small profit for him. Have all parties branched out? Li Xinglong asked in a deep voice while rubbing his brows. It is arranged that no one will be able to interfere with your highness for 3 hours. Eunuch Zhang said with great certainty. Okay, got it. Stand down. Li Xinglong waved his hand, his dark eyes filled with complexity. The Qin Wangfu at the same time. Your highness, there's still a month and a half to go before your wedding day. Do you want to go ask King Qi what he wants? Linglong asked smilingly while rubbing Li Xingyun's thighs. Li Nebula's wedding. She's more active than anyone. She prepared all the necessary supplies early, and even then, she was still worried about missing something, and she was busy every day. That's fine. I'll go see Ruyan tomorrow. Li Nebula nodded. It had been a long time since I had seen Ruyan Lu, and I didn't know what she was busy with every day. Aha! I'll go prepare the clothes for His Majesty to go out tomorrow. Linglong smiled and got up. Li Xingyun dresses very casually when he doesn't go out. Little madam. Linglong was just about to leave when she encountered Mirror Heart Demon, who was holding a letter. Mirror Heart Demon greeted her as usual. Little Wangchan. Little ma'am can't be called that from now on. The crown princess will not be happy when she hears that. Just call me Sister Linglong from now on. Linglong corrected seriously as she looked at Mirror Heart Demon. Chapter 86, Deadly Battle. Alright little madam. The Mirror Heart Demon smiled and nodded, bypassing Linglong to come to Li Xingyun's side. Your Majesty. Mirror Heart Demon handed the information in his hand to Li Xingyun. This guy. Linglong looked at the Mirror Heart Demon who had already arrived beside Li Xingyun somewhat helplessly. It was not good for her to go over and interrupt the two talking about business, so she could only turn around and leave. Li Xingyun took the intelligence and read it, and the more he read it, the tighter his frown became. After a long time Li Nebula turned the information in his hand into a ball of flying dust, and letting out a long breath, he raised his eyes to the Mirror Heart Demon on the side. What do you think? The prince can do it, but it can't be done. Although the chances of success are slim, the Mirror Heart Demon gave an answer that best served Li Xingyun's interests. It's already a fact that Prince Li Xinglong wants to stage a coup. The Mirror Heart Demon means to wait and see what happens, so that the Crown Prince can test the Emperor's cards. If the Emperor is weak, he will strike again himself. Well, stand down. Li Xingyun waved his hand, closed his eyes and began to consider. He didn't think that Crown Prince Li Xinglong would be able to force out much of his cards. The Crown Prince would just be useless. What you should do to maximize your benefits is the thing to consider. Now that his own wings were not yet full, the Emperor's trusting approval was still important to him. Early the next morning, Li Xingyun rode a white horse to the northern Liang King's mansion. Although Lu Ruyan was crowned as the gifted king, there were no substantial benefits. Shenwu City also didn't have a residence for her, and now she was still living in the northern Liang King's residence. Greetings, Your Highness, King of Qin. The porter at the door recognized Li Xingyun. Immediately, he saluted and led Li Xingyun towards the inner courtyard. Li Xingyun did not enter the great hall and went to sit by a pond by himself. Nebula, what brings you here? It didn't take long for Lu Ruyan, who was dressed in red, to walk over and, the eyes that looked at Li Xingyun were filled with love. Haven't seen you in a while, came by to visit. Li Xingyun laughed as he looked at the gorgeous Lu Ruyan. All go down. Lu Ruyan dismissed the subordinates around her and walked towards Li Xingyun with a smile. There was playfulness in his eyes. What? Missing your sister? Ha ha. What have you been busy with all this time? Not seeing anyone either. Li Xingyun didn't go to pick up her words and asked with a straight face. With the matter of the crown prince haunting him, he was in no mood to flirt with Lu Ruyan. What else can I do? Deal with the Mirage Voice Workshop and the personal soldiers sent by father. Ruyan Lu spoke of the pro-soldiers and blankly glanced at Li Xingyun without any good reason. This iron bean, he doesn't want any of the favors that come to him. Aha. Li Nebula nodded. When will the soldiers arrive at the southern border? Li Xingyun asked with concern. Next February or so. They're going to take the prescribed route and can't go fast enough. Speaking of which, Ruyan Lu is also a bit helpless. There's not much to say about this. 100,000 people across the entire Shenwu Empire. You can't just go wherever you want. That's fine. Li Nebula realized that this speed was already not considered slow. How is the illusory sound workshop doing? Li Xingyun continued to ask. Fortunately, the consolidation and spreading has begun. An important manpower can be dispersed to the major cities and towns of. This cannot be rushed. Lu Ruyan keenly sensed that Li Xingyun's mood was not right, and after answering with a straight face, concern asked, You're not in the right mood. Did something happen? Li Xingyun looked up at Lu Ruyan, not knowing if it was her meticulous observation. Still unable to hide things from himself, he nodded. Well, it hasn't happened yet, but it should be soon. What is it? Make it so difficult for you? Lu Ruyan asked as she walked over to Li Xingyun and grabbed his big hand. The crown prince is plotting a rebellion. Li Xingyun said it with a bitter smile. Boom! This news immediately shook Lu Ruyan's heart. It's not good for the crown prince to plot a rebellion. This matter has great repercussions. The crown prince is disloyal and unfilial. Once this matter spreads, it will shake the state capital of the divine martial empire greatly. Really? Ruyan Lu didn't doubt Li Xingyun's words. It was just a little hard to accept. Well, father hasn't known what's going on lately. Frantically suppressing the crown prince and supporting King Han. Big brother prince has been driven mad. Li Xingyun explained with a bitter smile. Fathers and sons, brothers and sisters, Zuanwoman succession? A scene came to him, and he knew the magnitude of the impact of this event. What are you going to do? Lu Ruyan didn't know what to say for a moment. The imperial civil unrest is definitely good for the northern Liang King Lu family, but she is now the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Let's wait and see what happens. Just stay out of this and pretend you don't know anything about it. Things haven't happened yet, and Li Nebula can't get it. Aha. Ruyan Lu nodded, not saying more on the matter. After the two of them chatted some more about the subsequent development of the southern border, Li Xingyun got up and left. In the days that followed, everything became quiet, and the prince seemed to resign himself to his fate. No matter how strong King Han was, he didn't try to resist and backed up step by step. At night, Li Xingyun was sitting in the gazebo in the courtyard, with a terrifying blood aura surrounding him. It was like a demon god. There is a Xian heaven in the 9 secrets, and the upper Xian and the lower 9 secrets do not be about the same, the life and death of the same, taking in the yin and half taking in the soul. There is no phase and there is no honor. Black and white will never be transformed, and the sea of qi hangs over the spiritual hall. Those who wish to practice this technique must have hatred in their hearts and be resolute in killing, nourishing their bodies with killing qi and practicing qi with their thoughts. Li Xingyun recited the mnemonic silently. The killing intent in his heart began to fill his heart, and his eyes were tinted with a touch of blood color. But then a flash of gold color quietly appeared, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Li Xingyun had been in a bad mood lately, and the best way to pass the time was to cultivate. Li Xingyun had just gotten up when a flash of bright color suddenly flashed in the black night sky. It then instantly enveloped the sky in a certain direction. Is that the direction of the Forbidden Army barracks? Li Nebula's heart tightened. At the same time, a huge scroll violently flew out from a corner of Divine Martial City. It was shrouded over the palace and seemed to be a boundary. Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence. Li Xinglong had already changed into a golden armor at this time, and the walking stick in his hand had long since disappeared. In its place was a lance. All of you, and follow me to battle. This battle, if you win, to ensure that you all generations of prosperity. If you lose, I will spill my blood before all of you. Li Xinglong raised the black lance in his hand, his face cold, with a touch of madness in his eyes. We are willing to die for your highness. We are willing to die for your highness. We are willing to die for your highness. A cry came from the crown prince's mansion, and nearly 1,000 men clad in heavy armor, with weapons in their hands. The eyes blazed at Li Xinglong. Li Xinglong looked at the 1,000 people in front of him with satisfaction. This would be his bottom card in this battle. All right, gentlemen, follow me into the palace. Shouting loudly, he led more than 1,000 people towards the palace to kill. Chapter 87, Mr. 1. At the same time, the sky erupted with such a commotion, instantly awakening all the forces. The Forbidden Army Guojianjian immediately noticed that something was wrong, got up and put on his armor, and was about to rush to the palace. But he had just walked out of the barracks when an old man in a Confucian robe with white hair stopped him. General Guo, where are you going? The old man looked at Guijian with a smile on his face and, it seemed to be waiting for him specifically. Feeling Guijian's cultivation that far exceeded the perfection of a 9th-grade martial saint, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Take it a little more seriously. Your husband Manhwa of the Haoran Academy? Even though it was dark, Guijian still recognized the old man in front of him at a glance. It is precisely the old man. Husbandman Wang stroked his goatee beard and stepped forward, his hands empty but the intimidating force brought by this step made Guijian take a step back. This scene made Guijian feel that something was wrong. It was impossible for Wang Fuzi's strength to be so much higher than his own. Master Wang, are you Haoran Academy going to rebel? Dare to block the Forbidden Army? Leave, quickly. This general pretends that none of this has happened. Guijian's eyes narrowed slightly as he snapped. General Guo can't go anywhere tonight. Mr. Wang did not answer Guijian's question. His tone was flat and did not carry any killing intent, but it made Guijian feel like an enemy and his hairs exploded. Humph. Seek death. Guijian glanced in the direction of the palace and immediately stopped talking nonsense with Wang Fuzi. With a tremor of the lance in his hand, time seemed to stand still, and the original fallen leaves around him were suspended in midair, unable to fall. Guijian's figure, on the other hand, had already disappeared. Oh, why should General Guo struggle? When the sun rises in the east tomorrow, you are still a loyal servant of the Shenwu Empire and still the commander of the Forbidden Army. Wang Fuzi wasn't the least bit worried about Guijian leaving, and stood in the same place without moving. Instead, he smiled and retained it. No one answered. Bang! Suddenly a violent crash rang out from behind Wang Fuzi's back. The surrounding fallen leaves slid down from the air again as if they had lost their bonds, and Guijian's figure reappeared. Formation? Guijian looked at this invisible wall of chi blocking in front of him and, somewhat feebly, he turned to look at Wang Fuzi. That's right, General Guo might as well give up. This formation won't have a problem trapping the general for an hour. Mr. Wang explained in an unhurried manner. Humph, if I kill you, the formation will naturally break. Guijian aimed the tip of his spear at Wang Fuzi, killing intent rising. Why bother? Husbandman Wang shook his head with a bitter smile. He was a scholar and didn't like to dance with swords and guns. In the next instant, a spear tip with boundless coldness appeared out of nowhere in front of Wang Fuzi, straight to his heart. The king's husband was not at all oblivious, and with a shake of his broad cuffs, A green-colored wolf's hair fell into the palm of his hand, and he quickly wrote down a word to the killing Guijian. Royal. Instantly a shield condensed from a wave of vast Tru Chi blocked before Guijian's spear tip. The two collided, emitting a roaring sound. Gun soul. Guijian immediately shouted as his blow failed to land. The long spear in his hand instantly transformed into a black scaly dragon that rushed up into the sky, and then violently descended, heading straight for the top of Wang Fuzi's head. Bind. Wang Fuzi's toes pointed. The whole person disappeared in place. The wolf hoe in his hand waved quickly. The. A simple and ancient word appeared in the void, and the next second this word transformed into a golden immortal binding rope, twining toward the black auger dragon. The black dragon twisted around to avoid the flying immortal binding rope, but the immortal binding rope was extremely flexible. In an instant, he grabbed the tail of the scaly dragon and circled along, but in the time of 2 or 3 breaths he was wrapped up in a knot. The black dragon struggled desperately, but the immortal binding rope was like a dog's skin plaster. It couldn't be shaken off in any way, and it would even keep tightening as the black auger struggled. Guijian was shocked in his heart, not realizing that the gap between the two was so large. However, when he thought that the emperor was still waiting for his support, he could not think of more and immediately killed towards Wang Fuzi, wanting to fight in close quarters. Rudra is not good at physical body. This is his chance. Wang Fuzi has set up a big formation in advance, and it will be a strong addition for a short period of time. He only needed to consume the other party's Tru Chi, and when he was unable to control the grand formation perfectly, that was the moment he would break away. And this fierce fight has attracted a large number of forbidden soldiers. When the forbidden army saw Guijian was tangling with Wang Fuzi, they immediately formed a military formation. An even bigger auger dragon immediately surfaced above the head of the 10,000 people military formation towards Wang Fuzi to kill him. It's really troublesome. Wang Fuzi's eyes narrowed, immediately flying into the air. In his hand, Wolf Howl once again wrote down a few large letters. Tiger, lion, eagle. The 3 ancient and simple big characters immediately transformed into a mountain monarch, a lion, and a huge eagle to fight towards the huge auger dragon condensed from the 10,000 people military formation. He didn't expect Guijian to break through the land immortals, and he was afraid that it would be impossible to trap the forbidden army for a night. Wang Fuzi had just written down a few big words, and before he could return to his senses, Guijian had already rushed up to the sky, wrestling toward him. Husbandman Wang was too late to write, and could only use the wolf hair in his hand to make a point in the air. It turned into a rain of thousands of arrows and shot at Guijian. At the same time, 7 or 8 bald figures were the ones blocking the door of the sovereign's mansion. Get out of the way. Do you divine martial temple want to rebel? An old prince in the sovereign's palace snapped, his voice carrying an endless murderous aura. Amitabha Buddha. We have already detached ourselves from the divine martial temple and have no further ties with it. A monk at the head of the group stepped forward and said a Buddhist cry. The old prince's eyes flashed ferociously. He understood the meaning of the monk across the street. This was to bet on both ends. This also means that it's the royal family that's going to make a coup tonight. Seek death. The old prince shouted angrily, and several figures appeared behind him. All of them are direct descendants of the Li family, the royal family of the Shinwu Empire. Cultivation levels were high and low, but the lowest were all martial saints. Without any nonsense, instantly, he moved against several monks. It's reasonable to say that as long as it's the Li family, it doesn't matter to them and the sovereign house who becomes emperor. In the past, the divine martial empire had also experienced several internal coups within the royal family, and the sovereign's office had stayed out of the way for such matters. But Li Qianquan is different. He's a bright ruler, and many of the older generation look favorably on him and come out to stand up for him. Of course, more chose to stand by and watch. For some of the old-timers, who Li Qianquan was, they might not even be clear about it. As long as the Li family sits on the throne, nothing matters. Amitabha Buddha. The 8 monks immediately greeted them, blocking all the experts of the sovereign house. Of course they knew their way around. They just wouldn't let the sovereign's masters leave. No kills were moved, and no injuries were even inflicted if they could be avoided. The huge collision caused numerous houses around the area to collapse and flatten to the ground. But the patriarch's mansion was extraordinarily calm. Not even a single brick or tile was damaged. Kill. The guards on the outskirts of the palace tonight are Li Xinglong's men. When Li Xinglong arrived at the palace, the gate was still open. Chapter 88, The Great Change. In a very short time, Li Xinglong killed his way into the palace and began to fight with the eunuchs of the East Chamber. If Eunuch Su hadn't taken away most of the East Chamber's elite, Li Xinglong had no hope at all of relying on this point of people. But it all seemed to take very good care of him, and all hindrances left the palace in general. It was as if the heavens were looking out for him. Kill. Li Xinglong rushed at the forefront, his lance in his hand juggling with a tiger's strength. None of the eunuch guards in front of him were a match for him. He's prepared for this day. Both the Haoran Academy and the Divine Martial Temple sent many experts to support him. The Wang family of the Haoran Academy, his mother's family, and likewise the Crown Princess's maiden family. The two belong to one honor and one loss, and if he wants to rebel, the Haoran Wang family has no choice. As for Shinmu Temple, it's in keeping with their usual style of placing bets on both ends of the spectrum. A portion of the martial monks voluntarily withdrew from the Buddhist sect to stand up in support of Li Xinglong, so that no matter whether it succeeded or failed, Divine Martial City would not suffer. In the imperial study of the palace, Emperor Li Qianquan sat quietly at the top, holding a book in his hand, watching carefully. What happened outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. His face could not see any half change. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has brought people to fight their way into the palace. A small eunuch stood below and respectfully replied. When Eunuch Su left the capital, it was left to him to serve the emperor. So you can imagine, this little eunuch is not as simple as it seems. Well, what else? Li Qianquan didn't raise his head. Fingers flicked the book over a page and asked. Husband Wang of the Haoran Academy stepped in and stopped General Boijian of the Forbidden Army. The Divine Martial Temple sent a few martial arts monks to block the old prince of the sovereign's palace. The little eunuch lowered his head and truthfully reported everything that had happened in Divine Martial City. Shinobu Temple? The sovereign's mansion. Humph. Li Qianquan didn't care that the Haoran Academy had made a move. That's normal. But this two-sided betting behavior at Shinwu Temple irked him. I am different from all the emperors. Placing bets on both sides is disloyalty. A murderous aura appeared in Li Qianquan's eyes. The Divine Warrior Temple, relying on its deep roots, had always practiced the method of placing bets on both sides, but not this time. Li Qianquan would make the other party pay. As for the clan house, Li Qianquan also has the intention of wanting to rectify the situation. Some people have lived for too long. It is ridiculous that one would think that one is beyond the world and above the royal power. What was the reaction of the several imperial princes? Li Qianquan continued to ask. King Han brought his men toward the palace, and on the way, he encountered the men of the Wang family from the Haoran Academy. Both sides are engaged. The little eunuch seemed to know everything. Obviously it had just happened and he had the information. King Jing went into seclusion some time ago. He shouldn't have come out yet. The little eunuch said politely. The meaning is very clear. King Jing's house, there is no reaction. Where is the king of Qin? Li Qianquan's eyes lifted slightly as he watched the little eunuch delay in saying anything about Li Xingyun. The king of Qin Li Xingyun sensed that something was wrong and immediately greeted the experts in the mansion. Bago, Bar, Chun'er, and Mirror Heart Demon were four people he wasn't going to expose. Things weren't that serious. Li Mei has a special identity that he cannot use, and Li Tsuanli is not in the mansion. Wind Elder, Xuanqiu Zi, and Yunqiu Zi, having these three was enough. The Mirror Heart Demon had been guarding outside Li Xingyun's courtyard and was the first to rush to his side. Your Majesty, Mirror Heart Demon inquired about Li Xingyun's meaning. Depart and support the palace. You stay at the royal palace. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Nebula, he learned enough information to understand that this was just a show. A play against certain people and certain forces. A few breaths later, Elder Feng, Yun Su Zi, and Xian Su Zi also rushed over. Yes, the Mirror Heart Demon did not have the slightest objection. A few days ago, Elder Feng took the inheritance speed of the Tongwenkan EZ Sex Master, Li Tsuani. It had already broken through the early stage of the 9th grade land deity. Although Li Tsuani's legacy was only 8th grade land goddess perfection, Feng Lao's foundation was solid. In one fell swoop, he broke through a small realm, plus Yun Su Zi, the Zhang Xian Ling inheritor, 2 9th grade land deities plus Xian Su Zi, a 6th grade land deity perfection, were completely sufficient to protect the emperor and Li Xingyun. Your Majesty, Xian Su Zi looked at the vision in the sky and vaguely guessed something. Father is in trouble. Follow me into the palace to save him. Li Xingyun's face was full of positive colors, without the intention of explaining. When the people arrived they took a big step outside. Wind Elder and Cloud Voider immediately followed. Their loyalties were full. Naturally, he unconditionally supported any decision made by Li Xingyun. Xuanqiu Zi was a little weak. He didn't want to get involved. Something like a coup d'état. It's no good for the Green Cloud Taoist Temple to get involved. However, Yun Su Zi had already gone, and the Qingyan Taoist Temple had already taken sides, so he had no choice but to follow. Li Xingyun and the four of them had just left the royal residence. Then he saw a man standing on the street opposite the Qin Wangfu rising to meet him. Li Xingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though it was very dark, he could still see the other party's face. The visitor was the Eastern Palace Crown Prince's house, Li Xinglong's beloved eunuch, Eunuch Shen. I, slave, pay my respects to your highness, the king of Qin. Eunuch Zheng didn't have the slightest intention of hiding either. As if he was specifically waiting here, he quickly came 3 feet in front of Li Xingyun and saluted. "What are you doing here? What happened in the city?" Li Xingyun asked as he put on a puzzled look. "Your Highness, His Highness the Crown Prince has a message for me to convey." Eunuch Zhang did not answer Li Xingyun's meaning and spoke to himself. "What words?" Li Xingyun asked, which he didn't really know about. After all, there were only 2 people who knew about it. One was Crown Prince Li Xinglong and the other was Eunuch Zhang, neither of which were Li Xingyun's people. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has asked his slave to convey the king's. It's late at night. 13th brother, rest early. Don't go out and walk around. And tomorrow, at dawn, everything will be as it is." Eunuch Zhang related in its original form, word for word. "What if this king has to go out?" Li Xingyun asked in a deep voice. Eunuch Zhang did not have the slightest surprise on his face. With 2 bitter smiles, he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Li Xingyun. "His Highness the Crown Prince has commanded that if His Highness insists on going out, just take a look at this personal letter from His Highness the Crown Prince." Li Xingyun took the epistle and quickly read it. "Look at it with horror in your eyes." Confused. Then came some understanding. Heartache. All sorts of emotions instantly surged into Li Xingyun's mind, forcing him to close his eyes and digest them. Swish. The flames rose and the letters turned to flying ash. "Who else has read this letter?" Li Xingyun asked sternly as he gazed at Eunuch Zhang, his eyes icy cold. No semblance of emotion. No one else. Eunuch Zhang was startled by Li Xingyun's eyes and hurriedly replied, "Well, hard work." Li Nebula took a big step forward and, walking past Eunuch Zhang, his body gradually took off into the air while giving Elder Feng a look. Chapter 89, Su Chuanxiu. This was the first time Li Xingyun had revealed his martial saint Cultivation in front of outsiders. The 3 Xuanqiu Z people similarly followed Li Xingyun's pace, rising up in the void and rushing towards the palace. Eunuch Zhang looked at Li Xingyun's back in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. 2 words slowly came out of his mouth. "Martial saint." Swish. Suddenly an invisible sword chi came from nowhere and instantly shot into Eunuch Zhang's heart chakra. Eunuch Zhang collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Li Xingyun rushed in the direction of the palace. Suddenly an old man with a head full of white hair wearing a Confucian uniform appeared out of thin air in front of the 4, smilingly grooming his long beard. "Your Highness, King of Qin, please return." The old man was very confident, as if he had everything under control. This aura caused Li Xingyun to be shocked. "You're still so calm in the face of 3 land immortals? There are only 2 possibilities. The person across the street is a cutie, either that or a Jedi Master." But Yun Su Zi was already an expert standing at the peak. It's unlikely that this old man across the street is stronger than Yun Su Zi, but it doesn't seem like a cutie either. "What are you?" Li Xingyun asked in a deep voice. The old man's dress made him guess a few things. It should be the old undead from the Haoran Academy. "I just don't know which one." "Old man. Su Chuanxiu." The old man still had a smiling look on his face. "Su Chuanxiu." Li Xingyun was shocked in his heart. 300 years ago, the subsaint of the Haoran Academy. Name, Su Chuanxiu. Age, 328. Charm value, 76. Favorability, 15. Cultivation, late 8th grade land god immortal. Affiliated power, Haoran Shuyuan. Li Xingyun immediately opened his eyes of truth to determine the identity of the other party, checking the other party's cultivation in the process. An 8th grade land goddess? Li Nebula froze. Who gave him the courage? An 8th grade land goddess rushed to stop a 9th grade land goddess perfection. An early 9th grade land goddess. A 6th grade land goddess perfection. And a 5th grade martial saint perfection. Of course the Li Xingyun and Xuanqiu Z behind him he could really stop. Big brother really looks up to me. Specifically letting an old guy like you stop me. Here is what Li Xingyun doesn't understand the most. What had Li Xinglong discovered? Surprisingly, he would make such an old monster make a move to intercept himself. "Oh, your highness is joking. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince let the old man guard here. Who come to stop who? It's not directed at the Qin King." Su Chuanxiu explained smilingly. He felt that Li Xingyun was somewhat fanatically confident. "You think you can stop this king?" Li Xingyun glanced at the palace, which was ablaze with flames. "Not going to waste words with this old guy. There's no rush, but you can't go too late. It's no good if it's too late." In the palace, Li Xinglong killed his way to the imperial study, knowing that Li Qiankuan must be there. In just half an hour, Li Xinglong had already surrounded the imperial study room, but instead of killing his way in, he stood in the doorway and shouted, "Father, my son is here. Won't you come out to meet my son?" Li Xinglong's voice entered Li Qiankuan's ears, and Li Qiankuan, who hadn't made a move for a long time, finally had a look on his face. Slowly getting up, he looked in the direction outside the temple, the corner of his mouth raising a bitter smile. The child is old enough to have his own ideas and doesn't take me seriously. Li Qianquan seemed to be asking the little eunuch, but also seemed to be talking to himself. The little eunuch couldn't wait to hide his head in his pants. Where would he dare to pick up Li Qianquan's words? Go with me to see this good son of mine. Li Qianquan tone of voice, from amiability to majesty. Yes. Out of the shadows on both sides of the imperial study came more than 100 men in black armor and heavily armed with military armor. But the leader was exceptionally striking, dressed in a white power suit. With a long sword at his waist, the man dressed in this manner stood out amongst the blackened military armor. Li Qianquan slowly walked outward, and the black torrent behind him quickly surged out to protect him in the center. The white-robed middle-aged man was however walking behind him, a step behind. Outside the palace, Li Xinglong looked at the large number of armored guards that poured out of the imperial study. He had a bad feeling that he recognized this group of people, and they were wearing the armor of the Shadow Dragon Guards. Father! Li Xinglong looked at Li Qianquan, who was being escorted out of the imperial study room by many Shadow Dragon Guards, and shouted with some bitterness at the corner of his mouth, but did not salute. There is really no need for that under this scenario. Xinglong, what do you want? Li Qianquan asked sternly as he looked towards Li Xinglong, who was clad in armor. Li Xinglong did not answer. Want to rebel? Li Xinglong still didn't answer. Want a coup? Want to usurp the throne? Li Qianquan continued to pursue the question. The killing intent in his eyes also grew stronger. Li Xinglong still just stared straight at Li Qianquan without speaking. Or do you want to kill your king and father? Li Qianquan's anger seemed to have come to a peak. And what an emperor can't stand is someone else coveting his position. Even if that person is the crown prince, neither can it. Father, my son would not dare to commit regicide and patricide. Li Xinglong finally reacted, and he just wanted to sit on the throne, but he never intended to kill Li Qianquan. There are many who kill their brothers for the throne, but not many who kill their fathers, and there are no exceptions to the rule. Anyone who kills his father will carry the name of the world and will never be able to get away with it. Humph, I would think that you dare. Li Qianquan at this time, even though he was surrounded by Li Xinglong. However, a dragon chi was still strong, pressing Li Xinglong a little breathless. You dared to kill your way into the palace. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? A flash of hatred flashed under Li Xinglong's eyes, and he didn't bother to pick up Li Qianquan's words. Father, abdicate. Leave the empire in the hands of my son, and you go and spend your days pursuing the martial arts. Not good? Li Xinglong persuaded. Abdicate? To you? The hostility in Li Qianquan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. It was as if these two words had touched his scales. Are you worthy? Boom! These words are equally murderous for Li Xinglong. It was like a heavy stone pressing on his heart, making him breathless and very suffocating. My son is the crown prince. Naturally worthy. Li Xinglong replied loudly. Then with a wave of his hand, signaled the crowd behind you to do it. The many armor guards behind them instantly killed towards the Shadow Dragon Guard. Li Xinglong did not move. Li Qianquan likewise didn't move. Father and son stared at each other from a distance of a dozen feet. After a long time, a flash of disappointment flashed in Li Qianquan's eyes, and he slowly averted his eyes and, commanding to the man beside him, White Tiger, do it, and bring him back to me. Yes, your majesty. The white-robed middle-aged man immediately answered, and, at the same time, he disappeared in place and attacked towards Li Xinglong. When Li Xinglong saw the man in white disappear, a flash of tension flashed in his eyes, but he still did not move. He has the same backhandedness. Bang! A rising wave violently lifted up 2 feet away in front of Li Xinglong, sending the surrounding soldiers flying. A black and a white figure were revealed. The White Tiger was stopped. Chapter 90, White Tiger. Seeing this scene, even Li Qianquan, who had been very calm, could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. White Tiger was one of the 4 leaders of the Shadow Dragon Guards, and his cultivation had reached the late 9th grade land deity stage. One of the few strongest guard forces he had. Li Qianquan's eyes, on the other hand, erupted in a burst of essence. They really didn't lie to me. The bet won. What are you? The White Tiger was likewise very surprised that, looking at the masked man in front of him in a black power suit, he asked, Twilight Society. Overreading. The masked man's hoarse voice was appalling, as if he was chewing on something. Dusk Society? Li Qianquan was startled. Not much was known about this name. But it didn't mean that this power wasn't strong. Quite the contrary. This power was terrifyingly strong. The White Tiger and Storm Eclipse briefly exchanged words before charging up into the sky and coming to fight furiously in the sky above the palace. Adverse son, you dare to collude with the Twilight Society. Treasonous. Li Qianquan pointed at Li Xinglong in the distance and cursed angrily. What happened to the Dusk Society? Li Xinglong was a bit surprised, not knowing what happened to this power. Why would it make Li Qianquan suddenly rage? A few days ago, When Li Xinglong was annoyed that the emperor had allowed King Han to live in the palace of Wudu, an uninvited guest has arrived in the eastern palace. The visitor claimed to be assisting him, produced some proof of his strength, and demanded some payment. The two parties reached a deal. Not that Li Xinglong didn't want to find out the other party's details, but he simply couldn't. This, coupled with his failure in the courtroom, has led him to make this insane decision to. Likewise, he didn't put all his hopes in this mysterious organization. According to Li Xinglong's calculations, with the Haoran school and the Divine Martial Temple making a move, in time for Eunuch Su and the East Chamber's absence, he was 40% sure. That's right, only 40%. That's high enough for him to take a shot. Rebellious son. Li Qianquan understood with just a glance that he wasn't the only one playing this game. The Dusk Society was playing it as well. Xuanwu, go help White Tiger decapitate Storm Eater. Li Qianquan had not taken Li Xinglong's rebellion into consideration since the beginning, but the appearance of the Dusk Society made him a little uneasy. Things were a little out of his control. Yes, a black figure appeared out of thin air and, if Shobin were here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this person was the same expert who had stopped her at the entrance of the Imperial study that day. The tyrannical eclipse and the white tiger in the sky had exchanged blows hundreds of times in just one instant. Although the two had the same cultivation level, tyrannical eclipse was clearly suppressing white tiger. This caused the white tiger to be very stifled, and after another collision, the two pulled away from each other and the white tiger no longer held back. His body transformed into a 100-foot golden-eyed white tiger and pounced on tyrannical eclipse. Oh, little kitty, why so anxious? Overreading, however, was not the least bit flustered, and a flash of contempt flashed in his eyes, and something changed vaguely in the darkness behind him. The change was so slight that it was as if it didn't exist. The white tiger whistled and opened its huge mouth, fiercely biting at tyrannical eclipse with killing intent in its eyes. White tiger, lord of killing. The white tiger was about to engulf tyrannical eclipse in an instant, but tyrannical eclipse was not the least bit alarmed, not even half reacting, just standing in place, silently gazing at the pouncing white tiger. Alarm bells rang loudly in the white tiger's heart. Tyrannical eclipse's reaction was too bizarre. The two of them have the same cultivation level. Even if there was a difference in battle power, there was absolutely no way that tyrannical eclipse would be able to carry his attack hard. There is a conspiracy. White Tiger silently withdrew a few moments of his force, ready to face Storm Eater's strike. In the next second, a flash of cold light suddenly mapped from the White Tiger's afterglow. It was a row of jagged, huge, white-pointed stones. The spikes looked unusually sharp. The cold light he had just seen was the reflection of the moonlight on it. Nope, the White Tiger could see that it wasn't a white-pointed stone. It was a row of teeth. A row of teeth growing in a bloody bowl. At some point, behind Tyranny Eclipse changed, and the blackness seemed to turn into a bottomless abyss and the white tiger then looked like a little white rabbit, hopping and running towards the trap that had already been prepared. The white tiger immediately reacted, and the 100 feet of white tiger that had been visualized instantly dissipated. The entire person flew backwards and out, flying away at an extremely fast speed. In a very thrilling gesture, he narrowly avoided the fatal bite of the tyrannical eclipse. He ran quite fast. Tyrannical eclipse sneered and looked at the white tiger. The mist just now didn't seem to matter in general. White tiger wiped his cold sweat and looked at Tyranny Eclipse warily, without saying a word. Tyrannical Eclipse's methods were too bizarre, and with a phantom of that magnitude, he hadn't even noticed the slightest bit of it. Old White, is everything alright? Xuanwu had also come to White Tiger's side by now, and witnessing everything, the heart couldn't help but be a little more grave. It's okay. Together, White Tiger shook his head, but his gaze did not move away from Tyrannical Eclipse's body. You think you can stop this king? Li Xingyun asked coldly to Su Chuanxiu in front of him. Naturally. Su Chuanxiu nodded confidently. Li Xingyun looked at the huge white tiger above the palace and took a step forward, flying towards the palace. Su Chuanxiu froze, not understanding what meant, but it was obvious. It should be scolding him. Seeing that Li Xingyun was going to move forward, his hand reached out and he was going to stop Li Xingyun. Behind Li Xingyun, Yun Suzi had a smile on his lips as he disappeared in place. Old man, the king's path is also something you can block? As Yun Suzi spoke, he slapped his palm out and blue arcs of electricity flickered on his palms. Su Chuanxiu was startled. Yun Suzi's speed was so fast that he didn't notice it. This was very wrong. Immediately, he intended to dodge the palm. He survived this long by cherishing his life. One would never rashly engage the other party when one was unsure of their strength. Yun Suzi's slap was not fast, even a bit slow. As slow as an old grandpa in the park playing Tai Chi. but Su Chuanxiu surprisingly found that he couldn't avoid it, and the air around him seemed to be locked in place. He's not going anywhere. Royal! A large golden character appeared out of thin air in front of Su Chuanxiu. It instantly turned into golden light and coalesced into a shield, but Su Chuanxiu felt that it wasn't enough insurance, and several more large characters appeared. It turned into a wall of earth and a shield of water in front of him. That didn't stop there. Su Spring Festival bit his finger and wrote a big blood-red character in blood. With the instant the word armor took shape, a suit of armor coalesced out of thin air on Su Chuanxiu's body, protected within. It was not until then that Yun Suzi's palm slapped down, and the first thing that touched it was the golden shield. Without the slightest stalemate, the golden shield was like a bubble, instantly shattering and it turned into a cloud of golden powder. Su Chuanxiu's pupils shook violently. This was followed by an earth wall and a water shield. There's no difference between that and the golden shield. It turned into powder the moment it came into contact with Yun Suzi's palm, and it didn't even hold on for a split second. Finally, Yun Suzi's large hand fell amidst Su Chuanxiu's horror. It was plastered on top of his chest. Su Chuanxiu's eyes were filled with shock, not understanding what kind of power this was. Chapter 91 Seconds to Kill. It was absolutely impossible for even a 9th grade land deity perfection to kill him so easily, but Yun Suzi just did it, without half a breath emitting from his body, making him unable to see the realm. 9th grade land god immortal perfection couldn't kill an 8th grade land god immortal in a second with one move, but Yun Suzi was different. Although he was also a 9th grade land deity perfection, this was the limit of the inheritance, only the limit of power. Beyond strength there is skill, experience, and the use of the ability to. This made him far more powerful than strong people in the same realm. Bang! With a soft sound, Yun Suzi's palm shattered the armor on Su Chuanxiu's body. The palm of his hand was steadily pressed against Su Chuanxiu's body. Su Chuanxiu has long been resigned to his fate, slowly closed his eyes. But death didn't come, which made him wonder, and he couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Yun Suzi. Asked in disbelief, "Why don't you kill me?" You still have a use for it. The corners of Yun Suzi's mouth rose, and his eyes were filled with a bad smile. This kind of look made Su Chuanxiu shudder, and thoughts bounced around in his head. I've never heard of a young picker. What do you want to do? Old man is not the kind of. Su Chuanxiu's words have not yet finished. A fierce power of thunder and lightning violently surged into his limbs and bones, instantly blocking all of his meridians and veins, making his entire body numb and unable to speak. Bang! Losing control of his body's true chi, Su Chuanxiu was like a stone, violently falling from the air and smash out a big crater. The scene seemed long, but in reality it happened in just 2 breaths. Xian Suzi looked at the blue arc of electricity in Yun Suzi's hand in this terrifying cultivation. 10,000 question marks popped up in his heart, but this was clearly not the time for idle chit-chat. Li Xingyun was already almost at the palace, looking towards the already bloodied Wang Fuzi in front of him. Old man lost. 1,000 calculations. Did not calculate that you actually broke through the land god immortal. Husbandman Wang dropped to the ground, his eyes filled with helplessness. At the same time, a group of people had arrived at the East Palace, killed it without any nonsense. The guards in the East Palace were very weak, and the party entered like nobody's business. The speed was very fast before arriving at the Crown Prince's chambers. Who are you guys? What do you want? The Crown Princess was dressed in a fancy dress, her face like frost, coldly staring at the dozen or so masked men in front of him. Wan Yan, who was at the side, similarly looked at the several people with a cold face. This time of the year is when the Eastern Palace is at its emptiest, and no one expects someone to suddenly break in. Crown Princess, we're not bad people, just want to borrow your life for a while. The figure of the man in charge is rough, obviously changed on purpose. How dare you? The life of the Crown Princess is also something you can covet. Wan Yan's willow brows were furrowed and, looking to the masked man, he sternly reprimanded him. Humph, while the Crown Prince has not yet returned, I can pretend that you have not been here. Don't get out yet. I'm sorry, the Crown Princess snapped in the same stern voice, her aura full of energy, hoping to fool the other side in such a way. But that was obviously not very realistic. The Crown Prince can't come back, so the Crown Princess should go and stay with him too. The masked man in the lead obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with the Crown Princess, and slapped out a palm in the void. Martial Saint. The Crown Princess was startled and immediately wrote an imperial character in the void to block. Bang! The shield formed by the word imperial instantly shattered, and the Crown Princess flew out backwards. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and there was some despair in his eyes. She couldn't block even the power of the masked man simply pushing his true chi to strike a palm. Today she was afraid that she would die for sure. In order to maximize the success rate, Li Xinglong took away all the battleable forces in the Eastern Palace, The remaining ordinary palace maids and eunuchs had also been killed by these masked men. The prince consort will never get another chance either. Crown princess, have a good journey, the masked man chanted softly, drew a curved sword and, lightning struck the crown princess. A bitter smile appeared on the crown princess' face as she slowly closed her eyes, a tear slipping silently down. Is it over? Is this life of trepidation and suffering finally coming to an end? Wang Yanyan was weak, but she was extraordinarily brave, and her entire body was lying on top of the crown princess, attempting to protect each other with their own flesh and blood. After waiting for a long time, the crown princess didn't feel any pain and opened her eyes strangely to look forward. Wang Yanyan similarly rolled over to the side and looked toward the masked man. The eyes were filled with hope. Want to kill someone? Ever ask me? A very ordinary-looking man stood in front of the crown princess, grabbing the masked man's cutlass with one hand. Full of playfulness, he stared at the masked man's exposed eyes and laughed. You! The masked man froze, but he reacted quickly and, the free left hand immediately drew a scimitar again to slash at the man's face. The man didn't bother to get in the way, watching the scene quietly. The machete stopped. It was stuck a few inches in front of the man's head. To be precise, the crown princess and Wang Yanyan were shocked at the same time. They didn't recognize this person, but this was too strong. This can't be Crown Prince Li Xinglong's men, or they definitely wouldn't be here. Rather, it's in more important places. Li Xinglong didn't care about her as the crown princess. How could it be possible to spare an expert to protect her? The masked man was trembling all over, and seemed to have used all his milk strength too, but the machete remained motionless and stuck there. The masked man's pupils dilated, and he immediately made a decision to let go of the two curved swords and fled backwards. The man gripping the scimitar was in a trance for a moment, feeling so familiar with the scene, but he didn't have time to think about it. The masked man wanted to escape. He wasn't going to leave him alive. The whole person dragged out a long residual shadow unhurriedly chasing after the masked man. The masked man glanced back, nearly scared his soul out of his body, and his two hands opened instantly. Grabbing the bodies of several of his companions as fast as he could, he threw them at the pursuing men. He knew that he didn't have any chance of winning if he was in a hard fight, and that the only way to survive was to run away and, adhering to the situation of dying a poor man's death, he could only protect the crowd to himself. The murderous intent in the man's eyes grew even more familiar. The scene more. It brought back some not-so-fond memories, and his whole body shuddered when he thought of it. Being twisted into a twist can't be a beautiful feeling. The man pulled a long vapors instantly through several people who were thrown over by the masked man to block the knife. A few people were in the air before they landed. All life was lost before he could figure out what was happening. A splash of blood exploded from his neck. The masked man became even more terrified and tried desperately to flee. But suddenly, he felt his arm grabbed by something, preventing him from running again. Chapter 92, How Annoying. The masked man's head turned a little, hard and slow, and the indifferent face behind him grew clearer as well. It's still really annoying. Don't you know that I, am also invincible, because of some bad memories, instead of being untouchable? Baha was a bit vain when he said that, afraid of a kid popping up out of nowhere. A stunned look flashed across the masked man's face, wondering what the hell the man was talking about. Baya? Nothing they can't do? But why does it feel so unproductive to say it? In the next second, all thoughts of the masked man vanished, and he was dead, screwed up by the enormous energy coming from his arm. All the bones in his body shattered, dying in an extremely miserable manner. Boring. Ba also let go of his hand, and the masked man's body instantly fell limp to the ground. The crown princess and Wang Yanyan had also gotten up at this time and walked towards Bei. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. I don't know which power Senior comes from. I'm sorry, the crown princess asked in a respectful manner. At this moment, her identity has become a joke. Baya, Qin Wangfu. Baya revealed a smile and replied kindly. After seeing the letter at the Qin Wangfu, Li Xingyun sent a message to him. He was asked by name to come and take away the crown princess and Wang Yanran. He was naturally very polite to the person that Li Xingyun wanted. King Qin? The crown princess' beautiful eyes trembled and flashed with surprise, then immediately returned to calm. His Highness the King of Qin? You're one of His Highness the King of Qin's men? Wang Yanyan, who was on the side, was not calm anymore and, such a strong person was actually one of King Qin's men. This is too scary. What's even more terrifying is that no one knows about this matter. What does the King of Qin want? Why did you save yourself again? Wang Yanyan's mind was filled with question marks. Crown Princess, Miss Wang, the King of Qin has a message for me to convey. Ba Yaya was in no hurry. Only after Wang Yanyan's emotions stabilized did this say. What words? The Crown Princess asked with a somewhat complicated mood. His Highness, the King of Qin, said that the Crown Prince will be defeated this time, and that you, Crown Princess, will not be able to survive. I don't know, Ba also said. Is there more? The prince consort froze. This was nonsense. I don't quite understand the rest of it. Not sure how to put it. Ba got a little embarrassed, too, and he wasn't highly educated and couldn't quite understand Li Xingyun's words. Go ahead. The crown princess was a bit helpless. It seemed that martial arts talent and talent really didn't have much to do with each other. The king of Qin means that the crown prince has written him a letter in which he has told the king some news of the. That's why the king of Qin wants to save you. Baya's language skills were limited. But fortunately, the crown princess and Wang Yanran were both readers and understood. The crown prince a tear surfaced in the eyes of the crown princess, her face full of pain. Ba was confused too. That makes sense? Go. The crown princess said as she wiped away her tears and looked to Baya. Go. Go where? Ba also scratched his head in some embarrassment and Li Xingyun only explained that he saved the two crown princesses. He didn't say where to take them. The crown princess took a serious look at Baya, her eyes full of questions. There was a moment of stalemate before the crown princess said, let's go to the Qin king's mansion. Was there any place safer than Li Xingyun's home at this time? She didn't believe that Li Xingyun only had one expert. Yeah. If she could hide one, she could hide more. The power that Li Xingyun held was not less than the crown prince's, but even more. Crown princess, His Highness the King of Qin has asked you to go to the Northern Liang King's residence for a few days. Suddenly a voice reached the ears of several people, who looked toward the doorway. The mirror heart demon was seen walking towards several people with neat little steps. Baha greeted him when he left, and he guessed that Baha was not reliable in his work. Then he hurriedly explained the affairs of the house and rushed over. You are? The prince looked at the mirror heart demon in surprise. He. Big steward is here. Then I'm relieved. Ba also hemmed and hawed. Relief. Without Li Xingyun's explanation, he wouldn't dare bring the two crown princesses home. Housekeeper of the Qin Wanfu, Mirror Heart Demon. Mirror Heart Demon briefly introduced himself. Then he turned and led the way. Above the palace. Tyrannical eclipse one person against the white tiger Xuanwu. Two people do not lose the wind. The two groups of people in front of the imperial study fought. The shadow dragon guards are small in number, but strong in combat, and have been fighting steadily. It was only a matter of time before Li Xinglong fell. Li Qianquan was surrounded by numerous shadow dragon guards. The few masters under him only had White Tiger and Xuanwu with them, the rest were all set out by him. He had to guard against the other members of the Dusk Society. Father, why are you doing this? Li Xinglong looked at the several people flying in the sky. Li Xinglong suddenly looked at Li Qianquan and shouted a sentence that only two people could understand without a head. Li Qianquan didn't reply and turned his head to look at Li Xingyun, who had arrived. Li Xingyun arrived at the palace and went straight to the imperial study, landing in the middle of Li Qianquan and Li Xinglong a few moments later. Big brother, give up. Li Xingyan looked at Li Xinglong and persuaded him. 13th brother, you still came. The lance in Li Xinglong's hand landed with a loud thud. He realized he was hopeless. Yun Su Zi. Seeing Li Xinglong put down his weapon, Li Xinglong called out to Yun Suizi. Cloud Voider understood and went straight to the tyrannical eclipse above the sky. My son pays his respects to my father, and I hope that my father will forgive me for being late to save him. Li Xingyun saluted the emperor, who was protected by the shadow dragon guards. Be excused, Li Qianquan said in a deep voice. There was then no further discussion. Yun Suzi instantly arrived in front of White Tiger and Xianwu, staring at tyrannical eclipse as he said to the two, you guys go protect his majesty, and leave him to the poor Taoist. White Tiger and Xuanwu looked at each other and nodded. They could feel that their opponent was stronger than them. Are you the Cloud Void Zi of the Qingyun Daoist Temple? Tyrannical eclipse took a closer look at Yun Suzi and asked with some uncertainty, precisely poor Tao. Yun Suzi nodded his head very politely. Tyrannical eclipse let out a light laugh as a huge mouth of the abyss violently appeared under Yun Suzi's feet, to bite him in half. Blue thunder instantly surfaced around Yun Suzi's body and disappeared in place. The next moment it was engaged with storm eclipse. Bang! 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 The two exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. And the more storm eclipse fought, the more alarmed he became. He has put his life on the line, but the other party seems as if he is taking a walk with a general ease. Step up. Cloud Void's murderous words reached Storm Eater's ears. Li Xingyun explained to play slowly. Otherwise, with his strength, tyrannical eclipse would have become a charcoal by now, where there will be a fight back and forth. Seek death. Tyrannical eclipse shouted angrily. His palm turned into a claw and viciously grabbed at Yun Suzi. The true chi on his palm instantly condensed into a large mouth of an unknown creature, biting at Yun Suzi's shoulder. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. Yun Suzi recited softly under his breath. His right hand was instantly wrapped in dense blue thunder and slammed into tyrannical Eclipse's large mouth. Bang! The two froze for a moment, and the large mouth instantly dissipated into a broken arm. Chapter 93, I'm afraid the blood will spill on my face. This seemingly desperate strike that Storm Eclipse had just made was actually an attempt to escape, even going so far as to give up an arm. The corner of Yun Suzi's mouth raised in a sneer, and his entire body disappeared into a blue arc of electricity. One grabbed Overeat's other arm. The terrifying power of thunder instantly surged into Tyrannical Eclipse's body, and Tyrannical Eclipse made a split-second decision. Before the lightning rushed into his torso, he immediately shifted his true chi to chop off his arm and continue to escape. Yun Suzi looked at the broken arm in his hand and smacked his lips. Really ruthless. Two arms are not wanted. Now you can't even be a one-armed warrior. You can only be an armless old man. Looking at Stormy Eclipse, who was pulling full of desire for survival, Cloud Voider didn't bother to let him hurt himself anymore, and with his right hand outstretched, a blue lightning cage instantly enveloped it. Storm Eclipse instantly crashed into the guardrail of the lightning cage, and a large amount of lightning power surged into his body, instantly paralyzing his meridians. The whole man shivered and saw where he was. The gods will avenge me. Storm Eater saw that he would not survive. Letting out a roar at the distant Yun Suzi, his entire body began to expand, and a bizarre red light emerged from his dantian. Want to commit suicide? Yun Suzi reached out and grabbed in the void. The true chi that was storming on Tyrannical Eclipse's body instantly returned to calm. Overeating death. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Cloud Voider instantly dodged forward to check, and Storm Eater had shattered his own heart chakra. Why bother? Cloud Voider shook his head with a bitter smile and, returning to the Imperial study with the body of Pyrrhic Eclipse, who had lost both arms, in one hand, in front of the Imperial study room, with the White Tiger and Xuanwu joining in, the men brought by Li Xinglong were killed in every way possible. Crown Prince Li Xinglong also had his meridians closed and was brought before Li Qianquan. Poor Taoist Yun Suzi. Greetings to your majesty. Yun Suzi threw Tyrannical Eclipse's corpse on the ground and, salute to Li Qianquan. Be excused. This time the Qingyan Taoist temple has been credited with saving the emperor's life. I have remembered it. Li Qianquan nodded his head. The eyes that looked at Yun Suzi were filled with scorn. Your majesty is curious about Poverty Road's cultivation? Yun Suzi asked with a smile. Well, I do have some curiosity. Li Qianquan didn't hide it. Some days ago when Yun Suzi entered Divine Martial City, he knew that there was only the cultivation level of a martial saint. But how long had it been before he came to the 9th grade land immortal? That's a horrible speed. He hadn't suspected that Yun Suzi had eaten any heavenly materials. There was no elixir treasure that could raise so much. This was the consensus of all. By a fluke, the poor Taoist dreamed of the ancestor, and in the dream he received guidance from the ancestor and refined his cultivation a bit. I don't know, Cloud Void replied, half-heartedly. Zhang Tianchu's Tao was indeed considered an ancestor for him, and obtaining the inheritance was like a dream. The Taoist master has a good chance. Li Qianquan nodded his head. This answer was reasonable. Although it was a bit of bull *******, it was more reliable than eating some heavenly material or having a sudden epiphany or something. That's the way people are. Eliminating all the impossibilities and leaving that answer even if it's outrageous. Also the answer. Mainly, there are legends of dreaming about fairies and getting better. But there was no elixir that could break through the 9th grade of Land God. Everyone stand down. Star Dragon and Nebula come in with me. Li Qianquan gave the order with an expressionless face. Yes. Li Xingyun nodded and helped the battered Li Xinglong walk towards the Imperial study room. He wasn't worried that the move would arouse the Emperor's suspicions, and he'd made his position clear by coming here tonight. Now it's nothing more than a brotherly friend. The Shadow Dragon Guards began to clean up the battlefield and dispose of the corpses in an organized manner. Feng Lao and the few others also took large strides towards the outside of the palace. You can fly in on the way in to make time, and if you fly again on the way out. But it's just disrespectful of royal authority. Elder Feng and Xuanxu Zi both knew Li Qianquan to a certain extent. They knew that this emperor was not as simple as he appeared to be, and that no matter who came or who didn't come tonight, the result would be the same. It's really father and son. What a resemblance! Xian Suzi muttered in his heart. Li Xingyun can hide. Li Qianquan is more able to hide. So far no one knows what his bottom card is, but everyone knows he has. Li Xingyun helped Li Xinglong into the Imperial study room, and the door behind him automatically closed up. There was someone else in the royal study. Eunuch Su. Li Xinglong couldn't believe his eyes and stretched out his finger to Eunuch Su, wanting to say something, but in the end it all turned into a sigh. Kneel. Li Qianquan walked to the bookcase and turned around, his tone calm. Nebula Li knew that this was not talking to herself, and understandingly let go of Li Xinglong's hand. Retreat to the side of Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su raised his eyes to Li Xingyun in surprise. Somewhat curious. The imperial study room was huge. There's no need for Li Nebula to run herself. I'm afraid the blood will spill on my face. Li Xingyun lowered his voice in response to Eunuch Su's gaze. According to his understanding of Li Qianquan, Li Xinglong shouldn't be able to die, but he wasn't too good to live either. Eunuch Su was stunned. Li Xingyun really dared to say it. Li Xinglong was obedient, pouncing and kneeling in front of Li Qianquan, tilting his head and, very condescendingly, he looked at the other party, without the slightest appearance of being a prisoner. Recognize your mistake? Li Qianquan asked in a deep voice. My son is right. Li Xinglong responded with a strained neck. Rebellious son. You've killed your way into the palace and you still don't recognize your mistake? Li Qianquan's face became a few points uglier and, pointing at Li Xinglong's face, he cursed. Why are you plotting against me? Li Qianquan changed the question. What's wrong with plotting a rebellion just for self-preservation? Li Xinglong stared at Li Qianquan's face as he continued to reply. Adverse son. You're the crown prince. Can't you wait that long? Li Qianquan's chest was highly heaving and, deadly staring at Li Xinglong. You let King Han live in the Hall of Martial Virtue, and you know what the Hall of Martial Virtue is. In fact, you know everything. Ever since King Han lived in the Palace of Martial Virtue, I couldn't be the crown prince anymore. Li Xinglong was very agitated and fiercely stood up to look at Li Qianquan and hissed. King Han's stay in the Hall of Martial Virtue had a huge impact on Li Xinglong. Throughout the ages, only when the crown prince is mediocre and incapable of convincing the people will the Palace of Wudu be activated. Let the other royals live in it. Once the Palace of Wudu is opened is to tell the world that the prince is incompetent, cannot be used, but Li Xinglong has the power. He'll die if he doesn't reach the throne. Either he died at the hands of Li Qianquan or at the hands of other brothers. Just because of this? Li Qianquan stumbled and leaned against the bookcase behind him. Isn't that enough? Father! Li Xinglong roared. Silence. Father and son stared at each other, neither one letting the other go. Old 13. Li Qianquan suddenly yelled at Li Xingyun. Son is here. Li Xingyun was paying full attention, and this call of, it came so suddenly that it gave him a shock. Can you understand what I mean? Li Qianquan looked at Li Xingyun and, eyes full of a look of longing to be understood. Chapter 94, Live Long and Know Much. Li Xingyun naturally understood what had happened, and Li Xinglong and Li Qianquan were both authorities. He, a bystander, naturally saw it clearly, but it was Li Qianquan who wanted to put pressure on Li Xinglong, so that he would progress a little faster. But playing big drove Li Xinglong crazy. But Li Nebula cannot say, also dare not say. This will reveal Li Qianquan short that is not looking for trouble. But you can't go along with what the emperor says, otherwise you will look like a hypocrite. Li Qianquan is just in a fit of pique. He definitely understands. Speak, can you understand what I mean? Seeing that Li Qianquan did not speak, Li Xingyun urged. Li Nebula had no choice but to walk out from behind Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su watched Li Xingyun eat his words. His heart didn't know why he was quite happy. The corners of his eyes slightly rose. Schadenfreude looked at Li Xingyun. Father, my son is stupid and doesn't understand. You can ask Eunuch Su. He has lived a long time and knows a lot. Li Xingyun hadn't known how to answer, but when he saw Eunuch Su's little gesture, the idea came to me at once. There are only a few of us in the imperial study. I can't watch the action, and you want to stay out of it. Beautiful thought. Li Qianquan froze and looked at Eunuch Su on the side. Eunuch Su immediately squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Tell me, am I wrong? Li Qianquan threw the question to Eunuch Su. Your Majesty, you are the 9 to 5. There can be no mistake. Eunuch Su immediately replied. No matter what happens, the emperor can't be wrong. It can only be someone else who is wrong. Aha! Li Qianquan nodded his head, too lazy to look at the two again, which would calm him down quite a bit more. The emperor then looked at Li Xinglong, who had been staring angrily at him, and his tone could not help but soften a lot. Star Dragon, please call His Majesty the Crown Prince. Li Xinglong hissed loudly. Today he failed. Even if he doesn't die, he definitely won't be able to continue to be the Crown Prince. He couldn't handle the contrast of having something and then losing it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a desperate choice to rebel. Li Qianquan Clank looked at Li Xinglong without speaking. His eyes lost focus and seemed to be wandering off. Again, it seemed to think of something from the past. Silence fell in the great hall. Bang! After a long time, Li Xinglong's body suddenly fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The muffled sound pulled the crowd's thoughts back, and Li Qianquan's pupils began to focus. A violent jolt followed. Eunuch Su was startled and immediately stepped forward to check on Li Xinglong's condition, and after a few moments looked at Li Qianquan. The face shook his head slowly with bitterness. Li Xinglong move on a good foolproof plan. Mouth hidden poison. Soldiers will die if they lose. Li Qianquan's body shook here. trembling slightly, then slowly closed his eyes and a crystal tear slipped silently. The Twilight Society rioted, and the Crown Prince escorted him to his death. Li Qianquan was silent for a long time. Spitting out a sentence slowly, he turned around and held the bookcase towards the dragon chair. Li Xingyun's eyes were similarly filled with sadness as he looked at Li Xinglong's corpse out of his mind. Instead of living in humiliation, dying like this might be a really good place for Li Xinglong. Eunuchs who called a few palace maids and eunuchs to noiselessly carry away Li Xinglong's body. Li Xingyun raised his eyes and glanced at the emperor on the dragon chair and silently left. At this moment he seemed to really understand what it meant to be accompanied by a king like a tiger. There are times when it's not the emperor who wants to kill you, but still you can't live. In front of the Northern Liang King's residence, little Wang Zai knocked on the door of the room. Who is it? It was He Guangzhou who opened the door. The big change in the palace also woke them up, and the Northern Liang royal house had few men. He then came to the door himself. He Guangzhou looked at the one eyeglass heart demon with some displeasure in his eyes. He already knew that it was this little thing that had stolen the jade pendant from his hands. Something? Well, the king of Qin asked me to deliver something to the princess. Mirror Heart Demon didn't care at all that the other party had a bad attitude. He was very bad and deliberately increased his tone a bit on the word princess. He Guangzhou understood in seconds. If she hadn't failed to keep an eye on the jade pendant, Ruyan Lu wouldn't have necessarily married Li Xingyun. Of course, that's just wishful thinking on his part. Humph, come in. He Guangzhou was upset, but he didn't dare to retort. And, not to mention the fact that their marriage had already become a foregone conclusion. Just Lu Ruyan's passion for Li Xingyun was something he didn't dare to refute. Thanks a lot. The Mirror Heart Demon smiled cheaply and walked into the Northern Liang King's mansion with the 3 crown princesses behind him. As soon as he entered, the Mirror Heart Demon sent a message to Bai Yuya to go and remove the traces of his party. He Guangzhou brought the Mirror Heart Demon trio to a courtyard. You wait here first, and I'll go and report to the missus. Who? If she sleeps, you guys just wait for tomorrow. He Guangzhou explained and left the small courtyard. Crown Princess, you sit, and Miss Wang also sits. The Mirror Heart Demon did not take He Guangzhou's words to heart in the slightest and warmly greeted the 2 crown princesses as they sat down. You're the Qin King's butler. What's your name? The crown princess doesn't doubt the identity of the other party in the slightest. She's just a little curious about the Mirror Heart Demon. I don't know why Li Xingyun found such an oddly shaped person to be his butler. And the butler looks a little too small. About as good as a teenager. Mirror Heart Demon. His Highness the King of Qin usually calls me Little Wonky. The Mirror Heart Demon's attitude was surprisingly respectful. This surprised the Crown Princess a little, realizing that the Ba also just now was clearly in a lesser position than the Mirror Heart Demon. But they were not treated with such respect. What did you, Qin Wang, say to you? The Crown Princess' pretty face slightly reddened as she tentatively asked. No, His Majesty didn't say anything to me. Mirror Heart Demon immediately denied that. He is telling the truth. Li Nebula did not say anything. It does not mean that he cannot count aha. The Crown Princess nodded her head half-heartedly, not saying more on the topic. King Qin and King Qi haven't gotten married yet. Is it really okay for us to hide here? Wang Yanyan opened her mouth and asked. Taking them in is no small matter. Will Ruyan Lu agree? The Crown Princess similarly cast an inquiring gaze at the Mirror Heart Demon. Don't worry, both of you. I'll talk on the princess side. Mirror Heart Demon replied confidently. What are you going to say to me, little wannabe? Suddenly a woman in a red court dress suddenly appeared behind Mirror Heart Demon and asked in a playful tone. Ha! The Mirror Heart Demon awkwardly turned around and took 2 steps back, respectfully saluting. The little man pays his respects to the princess. His Highness wants these 2 girls to stay in the Northern Liang King's residence for some time. Mirror Heart Demon replied respectfully. Little Wangji, or your mouth is sweet. Ruyan Lu smiled and nodded her head, looking to the 2 crown princesses, but after seeing the 2 men's appearance, their faces became unnatural. Hiding a golden house to hide a beautiful woman in my house? Lu Ruyan asked with a leathery smile as she looked at Mirror Heart Demon. Really away from the original spectrum. It's the first time I've heard of hiding a woman in a golden house. In the courtyard of the palace. It's a fear of who knows. Hearing the golden house, Wang Yanyan's face was condensed, but there was no big reaction. It's just a little unnatural. The crown princess on the side was thinking of something, and her face flushed a few points. The eyes didn't dare to meet Lu Ruyan's eyes. Chapter 95. I want to progress so badly. Your Highness, you have misunderstood. The Mirror Heart Demon's heart shook as he hurriedly explained. These 2 are the Crown Princess of the Eastern Palace and the talented Queen Yanyan of the Haoran Academy. The Mirror Heart Demon didn't continue when he said this, and Ruyan Lu definitely understood. Crown Princess? Lu Ruyan was first stunned. Then she took a serious look at the Crown Princess and a salute followed. Greetings, sister-in-law. Instead of addressing the crown princess, Lu Ruyan chose to address her sister-in-law as the crown princess. It was very intimate, and there was something inexplicable in the intimacy, as if it were a declaration of sovereignty. Gifted king. The crown princess returned the salute, without calling the king's princess. Instead, he shouted out the seal of Ruyan Lu. Since it was my family Nebula who ordered it, sister-in-law can stay here without fear. Ruyan Lu's eyes were flowing, not knowing what she was thinking. Many thanks to the gifted king. The crown princess wasn't polite. She really didn't have anywhere else to go right now. Half a month passed by, and the time came to November 21st of the divine martial calendar. There are 24 days left before Li Nebula's wedding. The matter of the prince's rebellion was suppressed by Li Qianquan, although everyone understood what was going on. But the prince is dead, and the decency that should be there must still be there. Other people don't have such good luck with that. Master Wang Fuzi, Subsaint Su Chuanxiu of the Haoran school, several abandoned monks from the Divine Martial Temple, and other experts, all entered the Divine Martial City Demon Prison. The Devil's Prison in Shenwu City is a cage specifically for experts. It was also the energy core of the Divine Martial City Grand Formation. The experts who went in couldn't die. They would keep being sucked up by the big formation and become nutrients. The participants in the case of the Crown Prince's rebellion all paid a small price, and that's kind of the end of the matter. As for the Crown Princess disappearing, no one cared. Or perhaps Li Qianquan intended to let her off the hook. There was no mention that this might be the last bit of favor given to Li Xinglong. The storm passed, and the movements of several princes who wanted to take over the throne were again numerous, and the position of the crown prince was vacant. They all want to get to the top. An oddly dressed man came to the 8th Prince Jing Wang's residence, and King Jing Li Xingfeng personally hosted a banquet. Your Highness, the crown prince is dead. You have a great chance. The person sitting across from Li Xingfeng said without a care in the world with a somewhat sharp and magical voice. Then we still need your great help. After this is accomplished, I will certainly live up to the agreement. Li Xingfeng smiled and promised, looking to the short-bodied, oddly dressed man in front of him. The short man was dressed in a long black robe with dark decorations and a white hem. Walking around seemed to bring up gusts of dark shadows. The head was crowned with a high crown of peculiar shape, ornamented with sharp points of similar bone or metallic texture. Adds a bit of harshness. His face was covered with a mask that covered most of his face, which was greenish-gray in color. There were strange patterns, only revealing a pair of eyes with an eerie, cold light that was intimidating. Its surroundings are also often surrounded by a dark aura if any, as if from the netherworld. Well said. I, the Xianmei sect, will definitely support your majesty with my full support. The diminutive man let out a strangled laugh. Come, Hades Emperor. This king toasts you. Li Xingfeng was very satisfied with the other party's reply. Clink glasses with it. The prince is dead. The most powerful princes were then left with only two. 3rd Prince Han King Li Xingfan and 8th Prince Jing King Li Xingfeng. But Han King Li Xingfan somehow managed to subdue the demon monk Shi killing a land god. This made King Jing very passive. It's a good thing he went through all the trouble of tying up the strings of the Genpu sect and gaining the support of the Genpu sect. In this way, he even suppressed Han Wang in turn at the expert level. The Hades Emperor is naturally the handiwork of Nebula Li. At that time, the reward for completing the mastery of more than half of the Imperial City's guard force was 3 golden Great Inheritance a la carte cards. Li Nebula chose a sheet of the inheritance of the 4 corpse ancestors shogun. One chose the legacy of the underworld emperor of the Xianxian cult. And one, Li Xingyun couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart when he thought of that person. Weird. Too weird. Oddly enough, Li Nebula was a bit confused. It was also his idea to install the Xianmei cult to King Jing. The crown prince is no more. If King Han is strong and lives in the Hall of Wudu, then he himself will support King Jing, so that the two of them can fight against each other, maintained in a state of equilibrium. Your Highness, Xian Suzi seeks an audience. Mirror Heart Demon's voice interrupted Li Xingyun's thoughts. Well, let him come in. Li Xingyun's eyes slowly focused as he spoke softly. Xuanqiu Zi pays his respects to His Majesty. Xian Suzi walked into the study and bowed to Li Xingyun. It had been a bad time for him. Ever since he found out that Yun Suzi's strength had skyrocketed, he didn't pester the other man with questions. As for what young Suzi said about the ancestors' manifestation, he can't say a word about the Tao. He was stronger than Yun Suzi. And in terms of cultivation, he was also stronger than Yun Suzi. And in terms of using his strength, he was still stronger than Yun Suzi. The ancestor is blind to help Yun Suzi. But Yun Suzi didn't say anything since the beginning, and finally got tired of being asked and told Xian Suzi to look for Li Xingyun. He could get the answers he wanted from Nebula Li. Well, excuse me. Li Xingyun looked at Xuanqiu Zi. He knew all about the small actions during this period of time. It's pretty much drying out. so it's time to reel in the nets. What is it that you are looking for this king? Lee Nebula asked. Your Majesty, Poverty Road wants to know the root cause of Yun Suzi's senior brother's cultivation refinement. Xian Suzi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. You want to progress as well? Li Xingyun's eyes lifted lightly as a smirk flashed underneath them. Xian Suzi was confused by the question. Who doesn't want to improve? Yun Suzi's was now able to hold him down with one hand and hammer him as his eldest brother. Can he not want to improve? But the meaning of Li Xingyun's words seemed to be that one could progress at any time as long as one wanted to. It gave him an illusion of being within reach. And Xian Suzi couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Looking toward Li Xingyun, he nodded. I want to. Poor Taoist wants to progress too much. Ha ha, well said. Your Qingyun Taoist temple will soon be moving, and you'll be considered one of my king's people. It's not a big deal to help you progress and advance, Li Xingyun explained with a smile. The purpose was to let down Xuanchuzi's guard, that no pie would fall from the sky, and to name his conditions. It's what makes it easier for the other person to accept their favors. Thank you, Your Majesty. The poor Taoist has already sent the news back, and Master, his old man, has already agreed to it. The move should start in the next few days. Xian Suzi replied. The Green Cloud Taoist temple has a big reputation, but there aren't many people. Just a few dozen people in full count. Moving is still easy. Well, this is for you. Eat it and you'll progress. Lee Nebula nodded, taking out a spirit bead from the system space. He tossed it to Xian Suzi. Xian Suzi took it and surveyed it, recognizing what was in his hand. This is a spirit bead? Chapter 96, Heavenly Speed Star. Well, before, this king coincidentally met the person behind the Langya Chamber of Commerce, begged for a few high-quality spirit beads. Li Nebula gave a more reasonable explanation with a calm face. Everyone knew that Li Xingyun was related to Chairman Li of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, everyone knows that the Luanjia Chamber of Commerce is just a puppet that has been introduced, and the forces behind it are unfathomable. Many thanks for your generosity, Your Highness. Xuanchuzi apologized and bowed. No more worries in his heart. After collecting the spirit beads, he excused himself and left, going to find Yun Suzi to protect him. As long as you don't get something for nothing, you have to feel much more comfortable putting it away. Li Xingyun couldn't help but laugh in his heart as he looked at Xian Suzi's back as he left. After Xuanchuzi left the study in a flurry of wind, he ran straight towards the small courtyard where Yun Suzi was located like the wind under his feet. Shidoshi. At this moment, Yun Suzi was leisurely lying on an exquisite recliner, indulging in a warm sun bath. This cozy pose is still something I learned from Li Xingyun. I have to say it does feel incredibly cozy. However, when he heard Xuanchuzi's urgent and familiar cry of, the originally stretched brow instantly tightened, and a wave of irritation could not help but spread in his heart. He turned his head, somewhat helplessly, and his eyes fell on Xian Suzi, who had hurriedly arrived with an anxious face, and he spoke in a good-natured manner. Eldest senior brother, I've already told you countless times. If you really want to know about that incident, then go to the king and ask him. I will never spill a word about it. So you might as well get rid of that idea sooner rather than later. After saying that, Yun Suzi didn't even have the interest to continue basking in the sun anymore, and stood up violently for a moment and, without hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the house. These past few days, he had really been pestered by Xian Suzi to the point of going crazy. Senior brother, wait for me. I really didn't come to annoy you this time. When Xuanchuzi saw that Yun Suzi was so determined, as if he was going to shut himself out, he hurriedly accelerated his steps to catch up with him, and yelling at the top of his lungs as he ran. Hearing these words, Yun Suzi was first slightly stunned, then as if he suddenly remembered something. Immediately his head shook like a rattle, muttering as he did so, "Humph, if you want to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, don't look for me either. I don't have any money." Yun Suzi glared at Xuanchuzi with a wary expression, as if he was guarding against a thief. Being looked at by him like that, Xuanchuzi couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. The original profound face instantly turned red. He waved his hand in some panic and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain once again. Senior brother. It's really not what you think. In fact, actually I came to find you this time because I have something else I want to ask for your help. Seeing that Yun Suzi was still staring at himself with skeptical eyes, Xian Suzi felt that if he didn't make it clear, he was afraid that his whole life would be ruined here. So he took a deep breath and, after fixing his mind, he said, "Oh senior brother, I am asking you to help me protect my magic." Upon hearing these words, Yun Suzi, who was about to turn around and leave, violently stopped in his tracks and turned around and, filled with surprise, He looked Xian Suzi up and down and asked curiously, "Protector? Does it mean that you're going to break through the realm? Senior brother? Every breakthrough of a land deity can be a big deal." Xuanqiuzi hurriedly shook his head and, then carefully, he pulled out a blood-red spirit bead that emitted a rich blood aura from his bosom. "The king gave me a spirit pearl." Yun Suzi couldn't help but stare at this blood-red spirit bead. His gaze was first drawn to the spirit bead, then slowly moved upwards, finally settling on Xian Suzi's slightly nervous face. After a moment's hesitation, only then did he softly open his mouth to congratulate Xian Suzi. "Congratulations to senior brother for obtaining such a precious spirit bead, but this process of taking the spirit bead shouldn't take too long. The elder brother should take it in this small courtyard of mine, so that I can also protect you." "Well, thank you, senior brother." Xian Suzi nodded and, he was 100% at ease with this senior brother that he had watched grow up since he was a child. The Cloud Voider was usually a bit out of tune and his hobbies were not too refined, but there was still a lot of respect for him as a senior brother. Xuanqiuzi found a suitable position to sit on his knees and adjusted his state. Very grandly, he took the spirit beads. Yun Suzi then stood quietly looking at Xian Suzi, a little out of breath. He really didn't expect Li Xingyun to give Xuanqiuzi spirit bead, even though it was a red one. Not as high a grade as your own, but this kind of thing is still valuable. After watching for a while, Yun Suzi was a bit bored, and made a grab at a reclining chair on the side of the recliner came to him in an instant. 1 hour later, Xian Suzi slowly opened his eyes looking towards Yun Suzi. "Elder brother knows all about it?" Yun Suzi felt the gaze and, slowly, he opened his eyes to meet Xian Suzi. "Well, which one's inheritance did senior brother receive?" Xuanqiuzi nodded his head and, having fused the memories from the inheritance, there were some vague guesses in his mind regarding the Cloud Voider. Not many people have mastered lightning. Heavenly Master's Palace. Zhang Xianling. Yun Suzi didn't push his luck, and spoke truthfully. Both of them were Li Nebula's people now, and this matter was not considered a secret. The inheritance that senior brother obtained is? Yunqiuzi was equally curious. Xuanqiuzi's cultivation had advanced greatly and, the legacy is bound to be extraordinary. Undesirable person. Heavenly Speed Star. Duan Changtian. Xian Suzi likewise answered truthfully. Heavenly Speed Star? Yun Suzi was slightly stunned. There was no such person in his inheritance. But based on the mere fact that it can be ranked as the 36th lieutenant of the Bad Man's Big Dipper, it is not an ordinary character. There are also 2 inheritance beads of the water and fire judges. To whom should I give them? Nebula Li stroked her chin in thought. The 2 people, Judge Water and Fire. Li Xingyun did not intend to place in the Xianwei sect, now that the power of the 8th prince, King Jing, is already strong, and with the addition of the 2 land gods, King Han will not be able to stand it. The main thing is that these 2 are so pushy. It's cool to wear a cape and stay by your side as a bodyguard. After thinking about it, Li Xingyun shouted at the outside of the study. "Little wandering boy, go gather all of this king's guards." Li Xingyun narrowed his eyes slightly and, in his heart, he was secretly calculating to select the 2 most suitable people from this group of guards. Legacy beads if they remain unused. It's just a useless dead thing to keep in your hands. "Yes, your majesty." The voice of Mirror Heart Demon responding respectfully soon came from outside the study. It didn't take long for the guards, who were originally scattered around the mansion in their respective roles, to rush to gather. However, what is quite surprising is that the number of guards assembled this time compared to the past is actually a significant reduction. Only a measly 20 people remain. Chapter 97 1/3. With the Eye of Truth. Nebula Li. Without moving, those with a low favorability rating were quietly placed on the fringes of the mansion. They either guarded the gates, or tended to some obscure little door or something. In this way, these people could no longer be considered escorts in the true sense of the word. At this moment, these 20 guards standing straight in front of Li Xingyun's eyes, none of them were people with a relatively high degree of favoritism towards him. After some careful screening, Li Xingyun was already able to be sure that there was absolutely no way that these people could be eyes planted by any other forces. "Greetings, your majesty." Though the 20 guards were not a large number, however, the shouts they made when they shouted in unison were as majestic as a thunderclap. "Be excused." Li Nebula nodded and stopped talking, started checking up on the faces of the many guards. The terms of his choice were simple: the higher the favorability, the higher the priority, while loyalty is pulled full circle after taking the legacy beads, but he still prefers to give it to someone who is already well liked. "You, and you two stay and the rest of you dismiss." Li Xingyun's gaze was like a torch as he quickly picked out 2 people he was quite pleased with from the group of guards. Both guards have a favorability of 80 points or more. With Li Xingyun's command, the remaining 18 guards responded in unison. "Yes, Immediately afterward, they turned away in a neat and orderly manner, and returned to their respective posts, continuing to perform their duties. At this point, only the 2 guards who had been chosen were left standing silently in the field, waiting for further instructions from Lee Nebula. Lee Nebula slowly paced forward, his eyes looking the 2 up and down, then spoke up and asked, "What are your names?" One of the guards took the lead in clasping his fists and saluting, respectfully replying, "Back to your highness. My subordinate's name is Manhwa. I only saw that this Manhwa had a white face, looked well-mannered, and was quite a bit of a scholarly person, but a closer look will be able to find its body is very strong. Muscle lines hidden, obviously after a long time to polish." The other guard followed suit, subordinate Li Guang. As the words left his mouth, he grinned and, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and the most striking thing about him was his bare head. It shines like a bright bulb, true to its name. Well, you have all been loyal to this king, and this king has seen it all in his eyes. Today, this king has decided to grant you a rare chance. Li Xingyan looked at the 2 people in front of him with a gentle gaze and said in a slow voice. After saying that, he reached into his arms and, taking out 2 beads that flickered with a strange blood-red light, it was the eye-catching water and fire judge's inheritance beads. "Adjust yourself, then swallow this spirit bead," Lee Nebula instructed the 2 men with a solemn expression. Hearing the word spirit pearl, Yang Hua couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Wide-eyed, he stared intently at the spirit bead in Lee Nebula's hand, an undisguised eagerness in his eyes. In this world where the strong were honored, and who wouldn't desire to possess greater power? Even though they lived in deep seclusion during the weekdays, for the name of such a thunderous treasure as the spirit bead. Naturally, I've heard about it. Li Guang, who was standing on the sidelines, on the other hand, reacted much more quickly and, only to see that he did not hesitate to pull Yang Hua, who was still in the midst of extreme excitement, down on bended knee and kowtowed respectfully facing Li Xingyun, and he shouted, "Many thanks to your majesty for the great reward. The 2 of us are willing to go through fire and water for his majesty and die for him." At this moment, Yang Hua finally came back to his senses from the shock and ecstasy he felt when he saw the spirit pearl, hurriedly echoed, "Willing to go through fire and blood for his majesty. Well, eat up, your loyalty is evident to this king." Li Xingyun waved his hand. He's being truthful. He can really see if others are loyal or not. Li Guang and Yang Hua both immediately sat on their knees and adjusted their state to take the spirit beads. Both of their cultivation levels were only around a first-grade sect master, and their talent was not considered good. Seeing the 2 of them begin to digest the spirit bead, Lee Nebula turned his head to look at the mirror heart demon. Did the fiefdom check out? Well, the divine martial empire has already had 2/3 of its vast territory partitioned out. Among them, the land that the king of Beilang was granted was Beilang Prefecture. The king of Yuzhou was sitting on Yu Prefecture. The Jade King, on the other hand, controls the land of Jade State and the beneficial Mountain King. His fiefdom is Izhou, and your fiefdom, the southern border state. The mirror heart demon responded respectfully, and when the words came to an end, he still couldn't hold back raising his head and glancing cautiously at Li Xingyun, as if he was afraid of upsetting the other party, and then he rushed to explain in a soft voice, "It's actually 2/3 that much?" As soon as Lee Nebula heard this, one couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air in shock. One must know that the divine martial empire was vast and sprawling, with a vast expanse of land that was extremely, but now only 1/3 of the area under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial court remains. This is undoubtedly an extremely bad news. However, since the situation is already like this, it is inevitable to make changes. Between Lee Nebula's thoughts, he was suddenly struck by a sudden inspiration and instantly had a plan to deal with it. But it's going to be hard on his father and a few royal brothers. Li Xingyun thought of this. Can't help but feel a little sorry for them. Suddenly 2 surging waves kicked up behind him, pulling his thoughts back. "Many thanks for the reward, your majesty." Li Guang, Yang Hua and the 2 of them knelt down again, their eyes filled with blazing heat. "Well, you'll be the judges of water and fire from now on, so turn around and have your clothes made." Li Xingyun nodded with satisfaction, not planning to change the names of the 2, but the forced cloak was still necessary. "Yes," the 2 replied in unison. Lee Nebula also took the opportunity to check up on the 2 men's information, and his gaze first landed on Yang Hua. Name, Yang Hua. Age, 47. Charm value, 67. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation, 4th grade land god perfection. Inheritance, Yang Yan, fire judge of the Xianwei sect, primary inheritance. Affiliation, Qin Wangfu, Xianwei cult. Then he looked back to Li Guang. Name, Li Guang. Age, 45 years. Charm value, 69. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation, 4th grade land god perfection. Inheritance, Yang Miao, water judge of the Xianwei sect, primary inheritance. Affiliation, Qin Wangfu, Xianwei cult. Little Wangchan, you arrange a small courtyard for them, so they don't have to follow the others on patrol from now on. Li Nebula looked to the Mirror Heart Demon and commanded. That strength is so wasted on patrols. Yes. Mirror Heart Demon led the order and left with the two of them. Not long after the two left, Chanair, who was showing a pair of straight and plump long legs, walked over to Li Xingyun's side. Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. Chanair's words were filled with worry. The Emperor had driven the Crown Prince to death, and he was worried about Li Xingyun's safety. Ha ha, it's fine. Li Xingyun could see her little mind and rubbed Chanair's little head, smiling. He just happens to have something to go to the Emperor about. Chapter 98 The Order of Pushing Grace. Your Highness, do you think you should go and invite the corpse ancestor to follow? Chanair said with a worried face. Those beautiful eyebrows were knitted tightly, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with concern. In her heart of hearts, Li Xingyun's well-being was more important than anything else. Li Xingyun gently shook his head. His handsome face permeated with determination. He then took a step to walk past Chanair's body. However, just as he brushed past, Li Xingyun's big hand suddenly became unruly and pinched Springer violently. Aha! Springer was caught off guard and couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt in her throat. Her delicate body trembled, doing her best to try to control herself, but that pink and tender little face still instantly became as red as a haze. As tantalizing as a ripe apple. At this moment, Chanair was shy and happy, but she didn't dare to say half a word more. By the time Chanair had managed to regain her senses and turn her head to look again, however, it was discovered that Li Nebula had long since disappeared without a trace. Not even half a shadow could be seen. Inside the imperial study, the atmosphere was solemn. The carved beams and painted buildings revealed the majesty and honor of the royal family. My son pays his respects to father. Li Xingyun walked into the imperial study with a steady pace. To Li Qiankuan, who was sitting on top of the dragon chair and wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, he respectfully cupped his fists and saluted. Be excused. Li Qiankuan slightly raised his hand in a gesture. He then slowly put down the zhangzi he was reviewing in his hands. He raised his head and gazed gently at Li Xingyun, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising, and a faint smile was revealed. This smile was like a spring breeze, making people feel incomparably friendly. At this time, the entire imperial study was quiet, with only the occasional sound of flipping paper coming from it. It was the first time the two had seen each other since the night of the prince's mutiny. Li Xingyun's performance that night pleased him, and he wanted to reward the other party. Oh, old 13, you're about to leave for the southern border. Do you lack anything? Li Qiankuan inquired with a smile on his face and an amiable tone. However, what surprised Li Nebula was that for the death of the crown prince, the emperor did not seem to show much grief or pain, as if the bloody mutiny had never happened. My son has a matter that I would like to ask for father's permission. Li Xingyun saluted again. Tell me, do you want money, or do you want people? As long as it's not excessive, I've agreed to it. Li Qiankuan was not surprised, still asked without changing his face. The southern border of this fiefdom is not peaceful. None of them. Li Xingyun looked at Li Qiankuan and shook his head with a grave expression. None of them? Li Qiankuan froze. You don't want to just double? Want to stay in Divine Martial City? The smile on Li Qiankuan's face froze for a split second. The eyes also sharpened for a few moments. Then he immediately smiled again. If Li Xingyun was planning to stay in Divine Martial City, there was no need for him to think about it. Must be trying to take over the throne. Covet the chair you're sitting in. If that was the case, then it meant that Li Qiankuan had looked away, which would make him very unhappy. He didn't want things to be out of his control. No, my son is naturally willing to go to the southern border to ease father's burden. Li Xingyun naturally sensed the change in Li Qiankuan just a moment ago and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Looks like this one didn't think about succeeding the throne himself. So what are you trying to beg me for? Tell me. Li Qiankuan did not make any promises at this moment and looked at Li Nebula with a smile on his lips. Please, father, cut the clan. Li Xingyun spoke with a straight face. Cutting the clan? Li Qiankuan was slightly stunned. This answer was something he had not expected. Speak your mind. Li Qiankuan's face was expressionless as his fingers lightly tapped on the table. Yes, my son has investigated. Nowadays, of the 15 states of the Divine Martial Empire, 10 states have already been sealed out. The court is able to fully control only 5 states left. If we go back and forth like this, the court is afraid that it will weaken and the foundation of the Li family will be unstable. Li Xingyun had considered this long ago. He didn't care if Li Qiankuan would suspect anything, as long as the purpose was achieved. Li Qiankuan's attention will be distracted by other people. When he arrived at the southern border, he was going to interfere with the intelligence that had been sent back to Divine Martial City. This time would be enough for him to grow. Li Qianquan's eyes were complicated as he stared at Li Xingyun eloquently, reasoning that he knew. But it was strange coming from Li Nebula's mouth. Is Li Nebula loyal? It's possible. But he did not feel that loyalty alone would make him stand against his own interests and propose the cutting of the clan. How do you want to cut the clan? Li Qianquan continued to ask. No matter what Li Nebula thinks, he's the one with the biggest vested interest in this. So this is something he would support. Order of pushing grace. The corner of Li Xingyun's mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. It was a well-thought-out idea he had, but it wasn't enough. Martial artists generally had longer lifespans, and he couldn't wait that long. Li Qianquan didn't say anything and looked at him quietly, waiting for his explanation. The princes of the fiefdom have no right to be ennobled, and father may grant them that right. All adult children may be knighted and given fiefs. What Li Xingyun said was true, even if it was the Northern Liang King's youngest daughter, Lu Ruyan. Before it was also a white body, without title, as were all the children of the other princes, except the firstborn, who succeeded to the throne. None of the other sons of the world have any rights, just like you, father, enthroned the prince, Li Xingyun added, and would not fail to say so. Li Qianquan will understand. Old 13, this matter is approved by me. I am very pleased that you can think so much for the sake of the country. Li Qianquan's eyes blossomed as he listened to Li Xingyun's plan, and his face couldn't help but soften. He had considered cutting the clan before, mainly targeting the Northern Liang King, but the difficulties were not small. People hadn't made a mistake, so he couldn't afford to be hard on them. Can push the N order differently, with significant results, while at the same time diverting most of the conflict that, weakening the power of the individual princes. But this incident has affected you in no small way. So what compensation do you want? Li Qianquan is looking at his youngest son with increasing satisfaction. Hey! Li Xingyun had a smirk on his face and rubbed his two fingers together. Something for sure, on the one hand to settle the emperor's heart, and on the other hand to strengthen their own power. What do you mean? Tight hands? Li Qianquan couldn't read the gesture, but he could guess roughly. Aha! Li Nebula nodded repeatedly. Go to the southern border, expenses can be big up. Money is certainly the more the better. Well, the treasury silver from the southern border hasn't been shipped back yet. It's all for you. Li Qianquan smiled and waved his hand. Li Nebula just wants riches, which he can fulfill, and is more than happy to do so. It wasn't just Li Xingyun. If any royal prince just wanted money, he could fulfill it. Thank you, father. Li Xingyun was overjoyed. There must be a lot of treasury silver in the southern border of a state. At the very least, it would be nearly 100 million taels of gold. Stand down. Li Qianquan smiled and waved his hand. Cough cough. There is one more thing that my son would like to ask for father's permission. Li Xingyun did not leave. Instead, he coughed dryly and gave a coy smile. You brat! What words can't be finished at once? Li Qianquan laughed and cursed. On his face, however, there was no sign of displeasure. Chapter 99 The Great Marriage. Please, father, don't let anyone know that the push grace order was my son's idea. My son only wants to live in peace, Li Xingyun said in a hurry. Well, you're also a prince with a fiefdom. It's not good for you for this to get out. I'll allow it. Li Qianquan nodded and agreed. Thank you, father, my son will leave. With his purpose accomplished, Li Xingyun immediately retreated. There's no half-assing it. What do you think old 13 is trying to do? Li Qianquan looked at Li Xingyun's back end, curtailed smile. His Highness the Qin King should really want to share His Majesty's worries. Yunexu's figure appeared and, keeping his head down, he replied, ha ha. Well, when old 13 has a child, just pick up the child and bring him back to Shenwu City to enjoy the blessings. Li Qianquan laughed. Within a few days the decree of the Pushing Grace Order was quickly proclaimed in Divine Martial City. King Jing is really good at this. Yes, once this order to push the grace comes out, I'm afraid it won't take long for the court will then be able to recover most of the fiefdom. That's right, but this King of Qin is also really unlucky. He's just been crowned king, and he hasn't even gone to his fiefdom yet. And it's stalled. Who says it isn't? In a tea house, a few students from the Haoran Academy were discussing the big event of going home. King Jing Li Xingfan was the lucky one chosen by Li Qianquan to take the blame for Li Xingyun. The real mastermind behind the scene, King Qin, had become a victim by now. Black and white. What do you think about this matter? Li Xingfeng was sitting at home. The inexplicable thing that had settled on him was very disturbing. Once the push grace order was issued, it would definitely offend all the princes, which was not what he wanted. Why should your highness worry? Isn't this a good thing? Weakening the vassal king's strength. You will also be able to sit more firmly in the future. Bai Wuof and Xianling laughed and stepped forward, poking his finger at Li Xingfeng's chest. AI cutting the clan is naturally a good thing, but this pot falls on this king. Those princes are afraid that they hate me to death at this time. Li Xingfeng frowned, his face full of sorrow. I don't know what father is thinking here. Your Majesty, why concern yourself with them, when His Majesty has placed the matter in your hands? Isn't it obvious that you are valued? Black Nothing often raised a smile on Hao Ling's face in the same manner and explained. Order of Pushing Grace. Even though Li Xingyun didn't say it, he knew whose idea it was just by that name. They will naturally cooperate. Think highly of the king? How so? Li Xingfeng froze at his words and looked at Black Impermanence. Your Highness, although this matter is unfavorable to the vassal king, it's a great achievement for the imperial court. With this credit, won't you have an advantage in the courtroom? Chang Haoling didn't understand politics at all. One can only fool around with a couple of hard feelings. Li Xingfeng's eyes stared at Black Impermanence and fell into thought. Makes sense. The pot has been taken and whether it's good or not. At least that's a little more comfortable to hear. Your Highness, the venue has been set up. Do you see anything else that needs to be changed? Mirror Heart Demon walked over to Li Nebula. Well, let's get everyone to spread out. I have a feeling the Dusk Society won't be too peaceful. Li Xingyun looked at the many busy subordinates and said seriously, tomorrow's his wedding day. He doesn't want anything to go wrong. The Dusk Society hasn't shown its head in a while, but it's still a good idea to take some precautions. According to information from recent investigations, the Dusk Society wasn't a master who ate a loss and swallowed it in his stomach, and with no movement for such a long period of time, he must be preparing something. Yes, Your Majesty. The Mirror Heart Demon respectfully retreated. Early the next morning, the Northern Liang King's mansion. Miss, you are so beautiful today. The slave girl is so moved by the sight of you. This still doesn't mesmerize His Highness the King of Qin. The maid Qingfeng complimented while arranging the hem of Lu Ruyan's skirt. You're the only one who can talk. Lu Ruyan's face was similarly hard to hide a smile. Looking at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror, she couldn't help but pout. Today, she is less valiant and more tender. A big red phoenix cape is to give her a lot of noble temperament. The slave girl didn't lie. Miss is the prettiest in the slave girl's heart. The smile on Xingfeng's face was nothing less than Ruyan Lu's. Well, the procession to welcome the bride should be coming soon, right? Ruyan Lu glanced outside and inquired. It should be soon. Elder Lu is temporarily acting as the king to see the young lady off to her wedding today. Happy as can be. Greenfrost thought of something and a somewhat helpless smile appeared on his face. Lu Ruyan's big wedding. It's reasonable to say that the Northern Liang King, Lu Wuxi, should make an appearance, but for various reasons, did not come, but only sent a letter asking the Sword Saint Lupin, a land god, to attend in his place. Elder Lu is a land god, so it would make sense for him to take the place of Father Wang Dao. Ruyan Lu doesn't care about such trivialities. Have you arranged all the things I explained? Thinking of the things he had arranged, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but curve a nice arc out of the corner of her eye. Miss, do we really have to do this? Will this upset His Highness the King of Qin? Xingfeng sniffed with some difficulty and looked at her own young lady with a complicated face. It's okay, he won't be angry. Ruyan Lu waved her hand and Li Xingyun wasn't that petty, and besides, this matter was good for him. Okay. Greenfrost nodded and Lu Ruyan and Li Xingyun both don't care to come so far in their own wedding. What does she, a little maid, blindly worry about? Above the streets of Shenwu City, festive red lanterns were hung everywhere. Countless people had come to the street to watch the excitement. The Qin King's big wedding. The whole city would follow the excitement. Li Xingyun rode a pure white steed and wore a large red gown with sword brows and starry eyes. Very handsome, with a smile on his face. Behind it was a sedan chair carried by 18 people, which was carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes. It was already no less than the scene when the crown prince welcomed the crown princess. This is a special authorization from the emperor. The Qin King's wedding, all with the highest specifications. Hundreds of honor guards and musicians, beating gongs and drums, followed the sedan chair. Beyond that, a procession of hundreds of people. Countless palace maids and servants threw copper coins and joyful candies to the people on both sides of the road, making the scene extraordinarily lively. The speed of the group was not fast, and it took more than an hour to arrive at the entrance of the Northern Liang King's mansion. He Guangzhou waited at the door early, and when he saw Li Xingyun arrive, he immediately ordered his subordinates to light the firecrackers. Chapter 100 Special Blessings. Mirror Heart Demon waited until Li Nebula had dismounted and then immediately came forward and delivered the name badge. Congratulations, Your Highness. He Guangzhou received the name card and warmly welcomed Li Xingyun into the mansion's main hall. Same joy. Li Nebula returned the salute without any bravado. In the main hall, Lu Ping was wearing a red power suit, sitting at the first place, looking at Li Xingyun with a smile on his face. Li Xingyun followed the rules and performed the ritual of sacrificing the geese. Good, good. Lupin was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. Getting up to send Lu Ruyan, with her red cover, to the sedan chair. Everything went out so smoothly, so well that it was a little disconcerting. Li Xingyun rode his white steed towards the Qinhuanfu. On one of the eaves, a man furtively took out a soft sword from his waistband. With fierce eyes, he looked at the welcoming party on the street. The big hand holding the soft sword slowly exerted force, and the muscles in his legs began to bulge. Brother, you don't have to run so high to see what's going on. A sudden teasing voice sounded from behind the man. The man was violently startled, and without looking back, the soft sword in his hand immediately stabbed backwards. Hey, what are you doing? Ball laughed as he reached out with 2 fingers to clamp down on the soft sword toward his heart. With a smooth bend, it stabbed into the man's heart. The man took in Bar's face, full of questions. I don't know how the other party appeared behind him without a sound. He is at least an 8th grade sect master. Shoo! Bar held out his index finger to his own mouth in a silencing gesture. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Take a deep breath. Bar's subsequent words caused the man's heart to sink to the bottom. He could feel the soft sword piercing 2 points deeper, his own life draining away faster. Gradually the man stopped breathing. Oh, big day. Give you a big dung shower to make you happy. In a small courtyard by the welcoming party, 3 sketchy-looking villains were adding human emissions to a huge wooden barrel. Ha ha, big brother. I'm feeling it. I'll give him something fresh. The man on the right gave a lewd smile and unbuckled his belt as he spoke. Senior, you can't. You're diabetic. You're not sweetening the pot for them. I'm sorry, said the man on the left, immediately laughing at the situation. While saying that, he unbuckled his belt. I'll give them something hot. You two are so sick. I'm not peeing anymore, but I've had a bad meal today. Give them even a little thin. The middle-aged man unbuckled his belt with an equally loud laugh. What a pervert! A voice suddenly rang out from behind the 3. Who? The 3 of them were startled. They were at their most vulnerable at this point in time. It can't stand up to any damage. He. You guys don't need to know. The voice rang out again, and a surging true chi swept through the 3 were instantly shoved into the barrel. Ah holy, it stinks. Compost. **O. San. You're kinda ing sweet. EW. The 3 men screamed as they were sent into the huge wooden barrel. A tall figure wearing a black cloak also stepped out from the side. How disgusting. The visitor was none other than Water Judge Li Guang. This area was his responsibility. I didn't expect to encounter such a disgusting thing. Who? Let us out now. Ew. You know who we are. Ew. EW. You. EW. The barking of the trio once again came from the barrel, but it was useless. Li Guang wrapped the barrel with his true chi and the 3 of them little Lulu can't get out. There's even a good chance you'll drown. At this point in time, there were no less than dozens of people in the entire Divine Martial City who intended to cause trouble for Li Xingyun's marriage welcoming party, but none of them were able to take action, and everything was wiped out in the cradle. The bride welcoming party returned to the Qinhuang mansion, and Linglong welcomed Lu Ruyan into the bridal chamber. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, began to greet the guests who had come to give gifts. The 3rd prince, King Han, sends 1 million taels of gold, 10,000 pieces of Damascene silk, and 100 night pearls from the East Sea. The 8th prince, King Jing, sends 5 million taels of gold and 3 great restorative pills. The 7th princess sends 100,000 pieces of Damascene silk, and 1,000,000 taels of gold. The mirror heart demon stood at the door and began to sing the salute, and the first to arrive were several of Li Xingyun's royal brothers and sisters. 13th brother, congratulations, holding a beauty. Han King Li Xingfan smilingly patted Li Xingyun's shoulder, followed by a demonic monk. Li Xingyun looked at the demon monk and his eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised and somewhat justified. Ha ha, 3rd brother, quickly invite inside. Li Xingyun invited Li Xingfan inside with a smile on his face. He was so happy, marrying a beauty and having so much gold coming in. Beautiful. 13th brother, congratulations, you'll be a real adult from now on. 8th Prince Li Xingfeng similarly smiled and congratulated, but there was some gloating in his eyes. Having just been crowned king with a fiefdom, he had to face the order to push for favors, and he was a little heartbroken for this younger brother. Beiji, come on in. Li Xingyun called out to Beiji, inexplicably thinking of a kind of bird. He almost didn't tense up and hurriedly invited Li Xingfeng and the small giant underworld emperor baby beside him inside. Brother, congratulations. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask your sister for advice. Sister hand in hand will personally teach you. The 7th Princess Li Xingming was wearing a very seductive long court dress. Moving to Li Xingyun's ear, she exhaled a mouthful of hot air and bit her lip suggestively. Ahem. No. Don't bother, sister. I will. Li Nebula took a step back, pulling away from Li Xingmeng. This guy is really not a bit of occasion. Oh, sister knows a lot. Brother can come anytime. Li Xingmeng added with a smile and stopped teasing Li Xingyun, brushing past him. The Minister of Mandarin sends 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 pieces of damask. The Minister of Justice sends 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 pieces of damask. The Commander of the Forbidden Army sends 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 pieces of damask and silk. The Chief Commander of the Brocade Guard sends 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 pieces of damask and silk. After the many princes came the ministers, whose gifts were much lighter, and it's very uniform. It's an unspoken rule. They came only because Li Xingyun was a prince. And the lightness of the right was proof that the two had no personal friendship. Sort of a signal to Emperor Li Qianquan. After Li Xingyun welcomed these ministers in, the time had already come to evening. What are you waiting for? Little wannabe, sing the salute. Green Frost came beside Mirror Heart Demon at an unknown time, urging him to continue singing the ritual. The Mirror Heart Demon was a little embarrassed, mainly because the owner of the next few congratulatory gifts, not quite up to the plate. This is what my lady ordered. And His Highness, the King of Qin, is fine with it. You quickly stop dawdling and hurry up. Qingfeng glanced at the sky and pushed the Mirror Heart Demon with some impatience and, continuing to press the point. AI Mirror Heart Demon saw that Qingfeng had moved both Lu Ruyan and Li Xingyun out. It was no good saying anything else, and he began to continue singing the salute. Tianxiang Pavilion Flower Leader Cheng Miaoer, with all the girls of Tianxiang Pavilion, wishes His Highness the King of Qin a happy wedding. Send a copy of the 100 Women's Chart. The sudden voice made all the guests freeze. The originally very lively atmosphere froze. Chapter 101, Thick Gifts. Li Xingyun's head likewise went blank when he heard this sung salute from the Mirror Heart Demon, but then immediately a lot of thoughts came to mind. Qing Miao is unlikely to do such an overstep, and Li Xingmeng, the old proprietor of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, could possibly, but she couldn't command Cheng Miao right now, so she ruled it out. That leaves only one person who could have done this. The Empress of the Illusory Voice Workshop. The heroine of today's wedding, gifted King Lu Ruyan. Don't stop, keep reading. Green Frost has a big head, too, but she couldn't refuse Lu Ruyan's order, so she could only urge the Mirror Heart Demon again. White Heron Black Luan of the 10,000 Flowers House, with all the girls of the 10,000 Flowers House, wishes His Highness, the King of Qin, a happy wedding. Give birth to a noble son early. Send 100 Dragon Tiger Pills. Mrs. Z, the flower leader of the Illusory Cloud Workshop, along with all the girls of the Illusory Sound Workshop, wish His Highness, the King of Qin, a happy wedding. Get a copy of the Golden Vase Collector's Edition. Fox Yo-Yo, the flower girl of the Heavenly World, with all the beast-eared ladies of the Heavenly World, I wish His Highness the King of Qin a happy wedding. Give birth to a noble son early. Send a copy of the Exotic Flavor Secret Book. As one sound after another rang out, the people in the banquet began to come back to their senses. Ahem. 13th brother is really a man of nature. Third Prince Han King Li Xingfan's eyes darted around, reacting extremely quickly, and a meaningful smile instantly surfaced on that handsome face. Hurriedly, he rounded up for Li Xingyun. That's right. Your Highness is so young and promising. Occasionally go to the hook place to listen to a little song is also a common human condition. It is normal again. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice stroked his beard and agreed with him with a smile on his face. That's right. As the saying goes, a man's youth is wasted if he doesn't have a good time. The other official also nodded his head in a hurry, with a few hints of flirtation in his tone. That's it. Seeing this, the remaining few officials responded, and for a while, the banquet's originally somewhat awkward atmosphere became lively once again. However, these officials were not really clear about what was going on, but in their hearts, they were all as clear as a mirror since the person in charge of singing the rites must be Li Xingyun's inner circle. So, no matter what, it would be right to help put in a good word first. Li Xingyun sat on top of his seat, coldly watching the farce in front of him. Hearing those words from the mouths of the crowd, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly for a few moments. To be honest, he really hadn't expected the real purpose behind Ruyan Lu's move, but at least there is one thing he can be sure of, and that is that Ruyan Lu will never intentionally harm him. Thinking of this, Li Xingyun's heart settled down a little. The scene just now seemed like a dream, and soon no one bothered to mention it again, and began to take their seats. They knew it was time for the main event. As it happened, it didn't take long for they, only to see a team of people from the palace dressed in gorgeous palace clothes and walking towards the Qinwang mansion. The one walking in the front, it was the most favored eunuch by the side of the current emperor, Eunuch Su. His body is slightly blonde, with a fawning yet dignified smile on his face. Eunuch Su, Li Xingyun's eyes were sharp, and he saw Eunuch Su in the group at a glance. Greeted with a smile, Eunuch Su came to represent the emperor, and it was fine for him to take the initiative. Your Highness King Qin as well. The old slave greets you. When Eunuch Su saw Li Xingyun, he also bowed hastily, then straightened up, raised the bright yellow imperial decree in his hand, and smiled. Your Highness, King of Qin, His Majesty has a decree, please accept it. After saying that, the smile on his face grew a few points wider. Li Xingyun didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took 2 steps back, respectfully bending his head down and preparing to listen to the holy will. In his heart, he secretly speculated about what kind of reward the emperor would bestow upon him. After all, today was a big day. He was going to marry the Northern Liang King's daughter, Qi Wang, as his wife. Only Eunuch Su cleared his throat and read aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor said, my 13th prince Qin Wang, noble character, virtue and talent, now am the king of Northern Liang's daughter Qi Wang. Happy marriage. It's a match made in heaven. I give you 10,000 jades as a token of my congratulations. I hope that you and your wife will be as respectful to each other as you are to each other. Build a beautiful marriage together. Kindly. When they heard 10,000 jades, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. You have to know that this spiritual jade is an extremely rare thing. Even if you have $1 million, it is difficult to buy one. Now the emperor even a one-time reward a whole 10,000 pieces. This generous gift is really staggering. Li Nebula was also pleasantly surprised in his heart. But the spirit jade was much more useful to him. The Sun Minister receives. Li Xingyun was just about to open his mouth to receive the decree and thank him for his grace. However, he saw Eunuch Su unexpectedly pull out another imperial decree from his sleeve. This sudden turn of events caused his heart to be startled, and a trace of shock surfaced on his face. I only saw Eunuch Su unfolding that new imperial decree. In a loud voice, he read, King Li Xingyun, the king of Qin, has been a benefactor to the gods of the earth and grain, and hereby appoints Li Xingyun and the firstborn son of the king of Qi as kings. Receive it to divine martial city for careful cultivation after its birth. The moment these words came out, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, stood dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body froze. His eyes that were originally full of expectations gradually dimmed at the moment, disappointment overflowing, as if a layer of haze enveloped it. Heartbreaking. Eunuch Su, who was on the side, saw this. Carefully, he looked at Li Xingyun and softly reminded, Your Highness, King of Qin, please also accept the decree quickly. However, at this moment, Li Xingyun did not seem to hear his words, still drowning in deep disappointment and unable to extricate himself. Eunuch Su's not-so-small voice still caught the attention of many people. Those present couldn't help but begin to speculate in secret after hearing the contents of the holy decree. His Majesty today is clearly guarding against the King of Qin. Someone whispered. Yes. Earlier, the King of Qin tried to minimize his presence by tarnishing his own reputation. I didn't realize that the Emperor wasn't going to let him off easily at all. Another person chimed in. These whispers were like fine needles, piercing Li Xingyun's heart little by little. But just then, as if he had suddenly come back to his senses, he slowly straightened his back, took a deep breath and, then step by step, he walked to Eunuch Su. Chapter 102. Ha, son of the minister, receive the decree. The corners of Li Xingyun's mouth rose slightly and a slightly aggressive smile was revealed. He stretched out his hands and steadily received the holy decree. At this moment, the disappointment in his eyes had gradually dissipated. In its place was an elusive look of both resignation and determination. Since he couldn't hide it, he didn't hide it. Anyway, as long as he didn't really rebel, Li Qianquan couldn't do anything to him. He had already done this himself. Yet what he had never expected was that the Emperor Li Qianquan's heart is still as cold and unfeeling as 1,000 years of ice. At this moment, only a smile slowly appeared on Li Xingyun's face once again. He enthusiastically greeted Eunuch Su towards the side. Eunuch Su, please take a seat together. And that Eunuch Su bowed slightly and, in a respectful yet resolute tone, he responded, Thank you for your Majesty's kind words, but we still need to return to the palace to serve His Majesty, so I will leave first. Saying so, seeing that Li Nebula was so sensible, Eunuch Su did not say any more and turned around and hurriedly left with a group of his men. Alright, Eunuch Su, take your time. Li Nebula was as if she was a person with nothing to lose. With a smile on his face, he looked at Eunuch Su's distant back, and then calmly rejoined the center position of the banquet table. She started to toast to all the guests one by one, showing elegance and calmness between her hands and feet. Over here, Eunuch Su had just stepped out of the gate of Qin Wangfu. Then he went straight to the imperial study without stopping. As soon as he entered the imperial study, Eunuch Su immediately knelt down and saluted, reporting in detail everything that happened just now in the Qin Wanfu to Li Qianquan to know. After listening to Eunuch Su's narration, Li Qianquan only responded softly, "Aha, this is human nature, and he is not a stupid person. It is only natural that his heart is unhappy." Saying this, he then casually put down the zhengzi he was flipping through in his hands and nodded, indicating that he did not feel anything wrong about this reaction from Li Xingyun. In Li Qianquan's eyes, Li Xingyun might indeed have that much small intelligence, but all of this is under his control, not able to make the slightest waves. Naturally it does not matter. Li Nebula toasted one by one, and more than an hour had passed after the toast. Staggered to the cave. "Mother, my husband is here." Li Xingyun unlocked the door to his room and, looking towards Ruyan Lu who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Aha! Ruyan Lu was very dignified today, and seemed to be sealed by a red head. Just to light him in response to Li Nebula, Li Xingyun didn't bother to take the tool for picking the cover and walked straight towards Lu Ruyan. Grasping the sides of the cover with both hands, she gently lifted it upwards. Ruyan Lu's delicate chin was slowly revealed, followed by cherry lips smeared with a large red color. On top of that is a small, straight little nose. The cover was soon lifted completely, revealing Lu Ruyan's slightly shy big eyes. This was the first time Li Nebula saw shyness on Lu Ruyan's face. "You don't say." At this moment, Li Xingyun's desire for conquest had reached its peak. "You're still shy." Li Xingyun picked Lu Ruyan's chin and asked with a smile. At this moment with the previous two, it was already easy to attack and defend. Getting married. It's my first time too. Isn't it normal to be shy?" Ruyan Lu rolled a nice white eye and hummed softly without a smile, as if the cover had lifted her seal and made her change back. He. "You're so pretty." Li Xingyun heatedly laughed and continued to pick Lu Ruyan's chin, making her tilt her head back and look at herself at an extremely humiliating angle. Then he slowly leaned down and approached Ruyan Lu's red lips. Ruyan Lu felt very nervous. Looking at Li Xingyun from this angle made her very ashamed, but it was hard to resist. Feeling the masculine energy approaching, her pretty face flushed and she slowly closed her eyes. Li Xingyun didn't tease her either. His lips quickly pressed on top of Lu Ruyan's cherry lips. The two embraced obliviously. Today was their big day, and everything could be put aside. Tonight, they had eyes only for each other and their desire for each other. Aha! Ruyan Lu hummed softly, feeling Li Xingyun separate from herself. Couldn't help but curiously open his eyes to look at the other. She had just gotten very comfortable and enjoyed the feeling, not knowing why Li Xingyun suddenly stopped. As his eyes opened, what met his eyes was Li Xingyun's slightly aggressive bad smile. "What are you laughing at?" Ruyan Lu asked nervously. "You have such a sweet mouth." Li Xingyun laughed evilly and raised his hand to help Lu Ruyan straighten her messy hair. "You're so skillful. You don't know how many little girls you've wrecked." Lu Ruyan was delighted in her heart, but her face didn't move in a sarcastic manner. "Hey." Li Xingyun wasn't angry and didn't mind, letting out a bad laugh. "Why are you smiling so scary?" Lu Ruyan had a deer in the headlights in her heart. Li Xingyun's smile made her heart tighten with the feeling of a storm coming. "Whatever you say, I'm going to sensitize you with love." Li Xingyun hemmed and hawed. As soon as he did, he flung Ruyan Lu onto the bed. "You say whatever you want. I'll just be practical. With love. You." Candles haven't gone out yet. Lu Ruyan was a bit flustered. She hadn't done her best after all. More or less nervous trepidation. "Light it up so I can see your face." Li Xingyun replied with a smile. "No, don't. Go put it out, okay?" Ruyan Lu's pretty face turned even redder. Li Xingyun could also feel her nervousness. "Dang, a land goddess. You have to ask for permission to even put out something like a candle." "Good." Li Xingyun also stopped teasing her. "The days are still long. There will be plenty of chances to enjoy them in the future." With a swing of his sleeve, a strong wind blew out all the candles, plunging the room into darkness. Only some moonlight remained to shine through the window into the room, and the conversation between the two men in the room likewise ceased. All that was left was the sparse sound of undressing. Outside the door, Green Frost, red-faced, looked into the room, her mind jumbled with thoughts. Green Frost, Green Frost. Linglong saw her out of her mind and lightly called twice with a look of understanding. "Ah, Linglong, what's wrong?" Only then did Qingfeng retract her chaotic thoughts and, somewhat nervously, he looked at Linglong and asked. The two of them, one of them was Lu Ruyan's accompanying maid, and the other was Li Xingyun's personal maid. The task of guarding the door this night was naturally placed in the hands of the two men. "Hey, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought?" Linglong asked with a smile. After a day together, the two got acquainted. "No, nothing," Green Frost asked after a moment's hesitation as her eyes averted. "Is His Highness the Qin King very powerful?" Asking this, Qingfeng's pretty face was already so red that it was about to drip. Chapter 103, Linglong's Little Mind. Hey, won't you be able to know when the crown princess is physically inconvenient? Linglong didn't answer directly. Instead she smiled and teased. You must know that you are the personal maid of the King of Qin. Surely all are familiar with it. Greenfrost was a little disappointed when she didn't get a satisfactory answer. Want to know? Linglong seduced with a bad smile. Aha! Greenfrost nodded repeatedly. See that step? Linglong asked, pointing at the green stone steps on the side. Ha! This. Greenfrost was first blindsided, then began to infinite brainstorm. Stone, well, that must be some know it all. This is so powerful? Xingfeng asked with wide eyes. Ha! What? It was Linglong's turn to freeze. Then the pretty face blushed. I mean, you go sit there and think slowly, Linglong said, somewhat unenthusiastically. This Greenfrost looks cold, and this head is too unhealthy. Early the next morning, Xingfeng and Linglong both walked into the room, ready to serve the two to wash up. Xingfeng had a red face and lowered her head, not daring to look around. Her heart was shy. Linglong, on the other hand, was very much at ease with herself, and the corner of her mouth lifted up in a bad smile that, normally it was her who took care of Li Xingyun's washing and Xingfeng who took care of Ruyan Lu's washing. Li Xingyun had gotten out of bed by now and came to the middle of the room. Lu Ruyan was a bit tired. It hasn't risen yet. Linglong didn't wait for Greenfrost to head inside, so she tugged on the other's hand. Xingfeng froze and looked at Linglong, not knowing what the other party was up to, but Linglong did not look at her, nor did she stop, having by this time overtaken her and stepped inside, straight to Ruyan Lu's location. Xingfeng froze, reacted, and tried to follow, but when she saw Li Xingyun, her footsteps were broken. Linglong had gone in, and if she went back in, she would be leaving Li Xingyun out to dry, which was absolutely unacceptable. Unable to do so, that could only walk towards Li Xingyun with a stiff red face. King, Prince, the slave girl serves you, to wash up. Xingfeng lowered her head and, not daring to look up at Li Xingyun. Good. Li Xingyun didn't care. He was a man. It didn't matter who served him to wash up. Xingfeng's jade finger trembled a little when it touched Li Xingyun's body. It was the first time she had ever waited on a man to wash up. After freezing outside the door all night, her fingers were very cold and came into contact with Li Xingyun. Feeling the masculine energy, his fingers trembled a little. Li Xingyun felt the cold little hands clumsily helping him dress. Instead of bringing the fire down, it got even hotter. Crown Princess, do you want to get up? Linglong inquired as she looked at Lu Ruyan who was limp on the bed. Ruyan Lu heard a voice that was not right and turned her head to see that it wasn't Xingfeng. Her pretty face reddened, hurriedly pulling the quilt to cover her exposed jade legs. At this time, when she was at her weakest, her head was empty and, surprisingly, even the most basic perceptions were thrown out the window, mainly because she had absolute faith in Li Xingyun. Her body and mind were all relaxed to the extreme. Linglong, where's Xingfeng? Ruyan Lu asked. Xingfeng is serving His Majesty. She is inexperienced and is afraid of not taking good care of your highness. So the slave girl came in. Linglong has long thought of what to say. Okay. Ruyan Lu nodded and didn't care about this small matter. Linglong was nominally Li Nebula's maid, but she was very important in Li Nebula's heart. As long as she didn't make a mistake of principle, she wouldn't care. Your highness is not feeling well, so don't get out of bed today. The slave girl has already had nourishing soup made. It'll be brought in later. Linglong said with a smile. Not getting out of bed for a day? Ruyan Lu's pretty face turned even redder when she heard those words. It would be a shame if people knew about it. Available. But it seems like there's really no choice. Okay, you arrange it. Ruyan Lu nodded. Li Xingyun finally finished washing up and left the room under Xingfeng's clumsy service. Looking at Li Xingyun's distant back, Xingfeng let out a long breath and quickly walked towards Lu Ruyan. Li Xingyun didn't go out, but walked towards the storehouse, rubbing his waist as he walked. We need to draw more prizes and raise our strength up. Li Nebula's face was filled with bitter smiles. It was the first time I felt overwhelmed. And even though I finished successfully, I was really tired. The difference in cultivation between Ruyan Lu and him was too great. He would be leaving for the southern border in 3 days. Unable to wait even for the near year end. He's going to start setting it up now. Your Majesty. Mirror Heart Demon waited at the entrance of the treasury early and handed over a ledger. Li Nebula nodded and took the ledger and began to look through it. The first line of entry is gold. The previous accumulation of gold plus yesterday's gift. A total of 27.8 million taels of gold. Which is a scary number. Li Xingyun silently calculated in his heart. 200 taels for the white carousel once. You can draw 13,900 times. That's close to 140,000 times. The green dial is 13,000 times. The blue dial is 1300 times. The red carousel would require spirit jades, 1000 jades each time. Yesterday's wedding. The emperor rewarded 10,000 jades. You can draw the red reels 10 times. At the next level was damask and silk. All kinds of treasures. Lee Nebula didn't care about these things. I'll take away the gold and jade, and sell all the damasks, silks, and all kinds of exotic treasures, and exchange them for grain and grass. Ship it to the southern border. All done in secret. It can be slow. Don't draw attention to yourself. Lee Nebula looked at the mirror heart demon and commanded. The grain he exchanged for this purchase was already a massive amount, and too much action could easily destabilize the price of grain, causing unnecessary damage. The commotion also tends to mess with his father and brother-in-law's mind. Part of the news from the southern border has come back. The southern border has many mountains and forests, and the cultivation area is already small. Plus it is close to the Sky Burial City, where bandits and mountain strongholds are rampant. There is a great shortage of food. Of course the most important thing is the exploitation of the local families and nobles. The sky is the limit. The local nobles then became the kings of the land, and they did a lot of things to the people. Yes, your majesty. The mirror heart demon nodded and led Li Xingyun into the storehouse. Ha! Li Xingyun looked at the large box that was divided into two parts and felt that something was wrong with it. Looking to the mirror heart demon, he waited for his explanation. Your majesty, these on the left are real gold and silver, and these on the right are filled with basalt. Use it to confuse the others. The mirror heart demon explained with a smile. These things he had started to prepare early. The basalt iron was heavy. The density was no less than that of gold. Packed inside a box. No one will find it as long as they don't open it. Well, have the transportation people been arranged? Li Xingyun nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask. The peaceful dark bureau. All the dark men are all delinquents, and with them escorting them, it's foolproof. I'm sorry, said the mirror heart demon. Well, Li Xingyun thought about it or a little uneasy. Mainly, the value of Xian iron was also high, and it was used to build weapons and whatnot. Let that one follow. It's foolproof with him? Li Xingyun added. Yes. The mirror heart demon nodded. Chapter 104 Farewell. Lee Nebula took a few steps forward and began to collect all the gold and spirit jades into the system space. Last night this had come to noon, and Li Xingyun took out a spirit jade and studied it. The spirit jade had a unique shape. It looked like green-colored jade, and it felt warm to the touch. It was possible to feel a special energy inside, which was subtle and advanced. It seemed to be a level above true qi. Li Xingyun guessed a lot. Based on his memories from his previous life, this thing must be high-end currency. It's just that he hasn't been able to enter that realm yet, and hasn't come into contact with people at a higher level. Li Xingyun didn't rush to draw the lottery. Instead, he started going out to visit his relatives. After entering the palace to give Li Qianquan a salute, Li Xingyun called on Elder Feng. Your Majesty, where are we going? Feng Lao asked curiously. King Han and King Jing. Oh, go to the Hall of Martial Virtue first. Li Nebula laughed coldly as her heart began to fade towards her feelings. Taking the wind old man with him, he sailed towards the Palace of Martial Virtue with great vigor. Ha ha, 13th brother, please come in. Han King Li Xingfan is happy about Li Xingyun's arrival. Li Xingyun had originally been interacting more with Crown Prince Li Xinglong, and after the Crown Prince's death, Li Nebula hadn't gone out much either, and he was definitely happy to be the first to come to him today. Third brother, Li Xingyun revealed an amiable smile. You've loved me since I was a child, and now that I'm married too, I'm sure you'll be the first to visit. Li Xingyun's words were spoken with sincerity, but somehow, hearing this, Li Xingsuan suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if his heart was being pinched by a large invisible hand. Ahem. Ha ha, 13th brother has this heart brother is very satisfied. Li Stardust let out a sarcastic laugh and patted Li Nebula's shoulder. A bunch of question marks and the head of the wind old man on the side. It seemed like he had heard this somewhere before. It's so familiar. Come on, let's go in. Li Xingduan pulled Li Xingyun's hand and walked towards the great hall. The atmosphere was very cordial. Oh 13th brother, you've traveled a long way to the southern border this time, and there's something you're missing. Feel free to talk to third brother. Li Stardust was very enthusiastic, clearly intending to pull in Li Xingyun. Third brother, my younger brother really does have something he wants to ask for your help, Li Xingyun said with a smile. How can he be assured without looking for Li Stardust to do something and owe him a favor? 13th brother you say? Third brother will definitely not excuse himself if he can do it. Li Stardust's eyes lit up. It was much happier and the smile on his face was much more genuine. AI Li Nebula first let out a long breath and spoke with some difficulty. Father ordered me and Ruyan's eldest son to come to Shenwu City for training, and I'm worried that father is busy with his official duties. The child will have no one to take care of him in the future. and I want third brother to look after him for a moment or two when the time comes, Li Xingyun said with sincerity. This is a normal thing to worry about, worrying that the child has no one to take care of it. I'm looking for my own brother. The reasoning is sound. Ha ha, 13th brother, if you just say no to this matter, third brother will also manage to. When the time comes, when the child is born and sent to Shenwu City, he will live directly in my mansion, and I will definitely treat him as my own son. Li Xingfan patted his chest and assured him, the firstborn son of Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan by his own side. Then the entire southern border had sided with himself. How could he not be happy? As for Li Xingyun's child, he would definitely treat it well. Ha ha, with these words from third brother, I'm relieved that third brother has use for my younger brother. Just words. When the child grows up, I'll retire and return to Shenwu City to stay with third brother. Li Xingyun looked like he was moved beyond belief. Ha ha, good. Li Xingfan was even happier. The meaning of Li Xingyun's words was too obvious. But, he'd be a cutie if he didn't hear it. Now, 1. Li Xingyun wanted the firstborn son to go back and inherit the fief on the condition that he came to Divine Martial City as a hostage. Secondly, the subtext of accompanying Li Xingfan instead of someone else is to fully support his rise to power. The two brothers chatted away until late in the evening. Li Xingyun and Elder Feng returned to the Qinhuangfu with the millions of taels of gold that had been transported out of the Palace of Martial Virtue. Li Nebula is just writing a blank check. By the time his kid is born, his wings will be full. The world is about to change hands, and who will know the promises of today? As for supporting Li Xingfan, this is true. Jikuei can't fight against the whole Xianwei cult without his help. The power of the two parties would be unbalanced. Having gotten a million taels of gold for nothing, the corners of Li Xingyun's mouth were happy. Your Highness, why are you becoming more and more like a wealth addict? Elder Feng asked with a smile as he looked at the happy Li Xingyun. You really don't know how expensive it is when you're not in charge. Li Xingyun blankly glanced at Feng Lao, too lazy to explain to this political idiot. Hey, then can't we go? Wind Old Man is not angry. Hey, a smile. A coy smile appeared. Want to go? Nebula Li asked, twisting her head. Aha! A chrysanthemum-like smile blossomed on Wind Elder's face, and his head nodded vigorously. Get your own money. I want to go home. Li Xingyun waved his hand. Where can a Wind and Moon girl compare to the one in your own family? Hey, there is no hurry. There is no hurry. When the king is safe at home, the old man will go again. Wind Old Man is also not polite. Loaded 200 taels of gold sardonically said. Count on your conscience. Li Xingyun smiled without speaking. In King Jing's mansion, Old 13 went to the Hall of Wudu today? Li Xingfan looked at White Impermanence and asked. Yes, went there at noon, and left just now, and left with many belongings, and there were 4 or 5 wagons. White Vagabond explained. Li Xingfan couldn't help but sigh. This third brother of his was really cunning, so quick to go after the 13th brother. Let the treasury prepare. When the 13th brother comes to the door, the king can't afford to be petty. Li Xingfan commanded. There were only 2 of their brothers who had such a large fiefdom counting Li Xingyun, the second prince, Li Xinghu, but he was hard to bring in, so Li Xingyun was their main target. Yes, your majesty. White Impermanence's lowered head revealed a smirk as he left the study. The following day, the last day before Li Nebula's departure, he woke up early to arrange for the carriage merchants to transport things to the southern border, arranged everything, and left alone. Sister 7. Li Xingyun arrived at the 7th princess residence, intending to greet this angel investor, Su individual. When he came to the outside of Li Xingming's bedchamber, he heard a burst of charming sounds, causing him some embarrassment. Hurriedly, he ran to sit down in a side gazebo. Your Highness, Her Highness has commanded that you come today. You can go straight in no matter what, the young maid said with a smile as she walked beside Li Xingyun. Chapter 105, Two Princesses' Mansions. I'm not in a hurry. Waiting is fine. Li Nebula cried out. You can go in whenever you want? Is that really good? He wouldn't dare. He, said the young maid, covering her mouth with a smile when she saw that Li Xingyun was a bit urgent. If His Majesty is indisposed, or if he waits impatiently, everyone in the princess's house, all at your disposal for picking. Li Xingyun was a bit confused, and his gaze went to one of the face heads. All of them, on the side. But there's not only women here, there's men too. This right? He can do it too. The young maid saw Li Xingyun's gaze sweeping towards the head of that face and, with a corrupt glint in his eyes, he hastily explained. Ahem, can't, this king doesn't like this mouth. A chill ran through Li Nebula's heart, shaking his head back and forth. Oh, slave girl also had some thin name. The king may want to try? The young lady in waiting did not give up, and began to furtively talk her way out of it. Oh, what name? Li Xingyun became interested. Could it be that this young woman was a famous expert before? But it shouldn't be. Shinwu City is so big, everyone knows who has an expert in their family. Besides, what does the 7th princess do to recruit experts? She's a daughter. Could it be? Lee Nebula thought of a possibility. That is the same odor, air, is the same interests. This is quite possible. After all, the Nebula Lee could feel it. Shinwu City's #1 ventriloquist. Spirit Tongue Tang Widow and Tanging. The young maid spoke with great pride and a haughty look on her face. This thing has tournament rankings? Lee Nebula said he might be alone in his ignorance. Your Highness. Nasty. That's a proper skill for people. Tanging gently pushed Li Xingyun's shoulder. Her eyes narrowed and her silver teeth clenched her red lips. Would the king like to try? Tang Ying's eyes were somewhat drawn and very vivid as she looked at Li Xingyun. No. Serve me a pot of tea. Li Xingyun waved his hand and rejected Tang Ying's good intentions. The young woman seduces and kills. Li Xingyun likes it very much. But this kind of notorious Manhwa, he still couldn't get down to picking it. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Ying turned away, somewhat disappointed. Her desire for Lee Nebula was real. It had nothing to do with Lee Nebula's status. She was very open, and Lee Nebula was handsome. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in the other party's way, she would have wanted to drug Li Xingyun. Lee Nebula's head was ridiculously large as he listened to the charming sounds in the great hall not far away. Mainly because it wasn't just Star Dream Lee's voice, but the voices of many others. Your Highness, let me pinch your legs. The princess will be around for a while. Tang Ying doesn't miss any time with Li Xingyun. If you can't eat it, it's always possible to have a good time. Yeah. It was just a leg squeeze, and he was okay with that. Getting Lee Nebula's consent, Tang Ying immediately squatted in front of Lee Nebula and massaged him. She was dressed somewhat coolly, and Li Xingyun could see a lot of things when he looked down. By the way, what is your official position in the princess's residence? Li Xingyun wanted to go twice was Tang Ying received himself. It seems that in the princess house's power is not small. Slave is the housekeeper of the princess's residence and the princess's beloved. Tang Ying's massage was very professional and Li Xingyun felt very comfortable. Aha! Nebula Li understood what she meant. The beloved. That is to say, she was supported by Li Xingmeng herself. This thing she knew. Are there any other forces in Seventh Sister's hands? It's better to have a chat than to be idle. Passing the time, this was his last stop and he was in no hurry. Oh, Your Highness is joking. It's already good enough for the princess to have 18 heavenly fragrance pavilions. Where's the energy to meddle in other forces? Tang Ying moved her fingers upwards and explained with a smile. Ha, is that so? Li Xingyun just laughed, knowing that the other party wasn't telling the truth. And he didn't care. Who doesn't have a little secret? Time flew by as the two of them rattled off a little bit of east to west conversation. The movement notification has been made, so go report it. Li Xingyun patted Tang Ying's shoulder. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Ying had also had her fill of hands, and smiled as she got up and walked towards the great hall. Li Xingyun didn't move. He didn't want to go in and see a pile of rotten meat strewn about. Your Highness, the princess invites you in. After a moment's effort, Tang Ying walked out. Aha! Lee Nebula nodded and got up, then suddenly thought of something and stopped again to ask. Seventh Sister is dressed, isn't she? It didn't matter to the others, but not to Li Xingmeng. Don't worry, Your Highness, the princess has her measure. Tang Ying smiled and didn't answer positively. You've got a point? I don't believe you. This brain of Li Xingmeng is heavier than the color of his own father's dragon robe. Well, Nebula Li couldn't do anything about it, so she could only hope that Starscream really did have a sense of proportion. When he entered the main hall, a strange smell hit his face and Li Xingyun could not help but frown. Everyone inside had left, leaving only the devastation still to be cleaned up. Nebula Li carefully avoided a small puddle of water stains to walk inside. Seventh Sister, I'm leaving tomorrow. I came over to say goodbye to you. Li Nebula was the same as last time. Stop before the curtain. Well, come on in, brother. And really you, just come right in when you're here. We're not outsiders. From within came Li Xingmeng's somewhat lethargic, yet very satisfied, petite voice. God is not a ing outsider. 10,000 grass mud horses whizzed by in Li Nebula's heart. The body, however, was very honest and came through the curtain to the side of Li Xingmeng's bed. Li Xingmeng was wearing a long pure white tulle dress with a hot body, leaning on the head of the bed in a very lazy and casual posture. Her pretty face was red, and a lot of fine sweat could be seen on her forehead. The youthful dress and flushed delicate pretty face made Li Xingmeng very contrasting. It's like a poppy that's poisonous and attractive. Brother has been waiting for a long time, right? It's so cold outside. Come over here. Sister will warm you up, Li Xingmeng said and then opened her arms, revealing a wide and strong embrace. No, I just came to say goodbye to my sister, and after that I will leave. Li Xingyun hastily waved his hand in rejection. Fine. Li Xingmeng blankly glanced at Li Xingyun, as if she was scolding him for not being understanding. Is there something I need to do? Li Starscream asked with a straight face. Aha! Li Xingyan looked at Li Xingmeng, who had changed her face at light speed, and was somewhat in a trance. Say it. I want seventh sister to step in and take sides when it counts, to balance the forces of third and eighth brother. Li Xingyun was worried that he had gone to the southern border and was too far away from Shenwu City, and wanted Li Xingmeng to help him balance the court. It's possible, but my power is limited, so I'm afraid it's hard to make a difference. Li Xingmeng looked at Li Xingyun somewhat helplessly. She felt that the other party was not too trusting in her own strength. It's okay, wait until you need your sister to step in left or right. Sister can take this token and go to the heavenly world. There will naturally be someone to help you at that time. Li Xingyun took out a token and handed it to Li Xingmeng. Li Xingmeng took the token and sized it up. The token appeared ink-colored, crafted from Shen iron and some other unknown materials. It looked very delicate, with 3 large, ancient letters on the front. Chapter 106 Tertullian. Undesirable person? Li Xingmeng read out the words on the token, and doubt flashed in her eyes as the token was then turned over in his hand and looked at the back. The back of the token was also engraved with a large raised character. The word Liang. The font is wrapped in a circle of ink marks in the center and is very atmospheric. Is this your force? The undesirables? Li Xingmeng raised her eyes to Li Xingyun and asked with some uncertainty. This power she had never heard of. Well, a small power. Not enough to worry about. Sister will keep the token safe. Don't lose it. Nebula. Li smiled and nodded. Good. Sister, sure. Keep it close. Li Xingmeng smiled and winked at Li Xingyun. One hand suddenly pulled open his collar, and with the other he took the token and placed it into the deep gutter, clamping it firmly in place. Li Xingyun turned his head in a hurry and spat in his heart. With Li Xingmeng's style problem, keeping it close to the body would be better than putting it in the treasury. After all, the treasury is not for everyone. I'm relieved to have my sister step in on this matter. My brother will not bother my sister and will leave first. Li Xingyun stayed here awkwardly, and when things were done, he wanted to leave. Brother? Sure you don't need your sister to warm you up? Li Xingmeng turned immodest again and molested Li Xingyun. No. Sister is busy. I'm leaving too. Li Xingyun waved his hand repeatedly. Leave the princess's house. King Jing's mansion. Old 13 left the 7th princess mansion and went straight back to the Qinhuang mansion? Li Xingfeng looked at White Impermanence with a face full of disbelief and asked. Li Nebula is leaving early tomorrow morning. Today is the last day. I can't believe he wasn't going to visit him. The 8th brother? What does this mean? Siding with Han Wan? Or? Li Xingfeng's head was in a muddle, and the money he had prepared for Li Xingyun could not be spent. Li Xingyun hummed a little song as he returned to the Qinhuangfu, not intending to go out again. Early the next morning, Li Xingyun started off with a group of nearly 100 people. Not a lot of people with them. He only brought 18 guards. Bal, Ba Yai, Judge of Water and Fire Yang Huo Li Guang, Corpse Ancestor Shogun, and Li Cun Li, Master of the Right Sect. The 4 little maids of the Qingyan Taoist Temple. Yun Su Zi, Xian Su Zi, Feng Lao, Ling Long, Li Qiu Xue, and Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. As for the Western Summer Demon Kingdom's crown princess, Li Mei, she had been sent away more than a month ago. Lu Ruyan's men were even more concise. Just the ones brought from Beilang, the maid servant, Qingfeng, Grand Steward He Guangzhou, Sword Saint Lu Ping, and 50 guards, but there was a special carriage in which sat 2 people whose identities could not be seen. Li Nebula didn't ride a horse. It was too tiring to ride a horse for the long distance. The caravan kept driving out of Divine Martial City, and a large group of send-offs could be seen from afar. 3rd brother, 7th sister, 8th brother. Li Xingyun greeted several people from afar. It was mainly his brothers who came to see him off today. Ha ha, 13th brother, take care. Li Xingfan very enthusiastically took 2 steps forward to hug Li Xingyun and patted his shoulder. The eyes did not forget to give Li Xingfeng a provocative look. Li Xingfeng's teeth clenched as he understood everything. 13th brother, be safe on the road, and have a good-looking face when you get to the southern border. Don't forget to send it to sister. Li Xingmeng didn't wait for Li Xingyun to react and smothered him into her arms. Aha! Nebula Li felt herself choking up a bit but Li Xingmeng held on tight. Let him struggle. After a long time, Li Xingmeng finally remembered something and released Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun immediately began to pant heavily, a handsome face reddening a bit. Got it. I'll keep an eye out. Brother is so good. Come, sister incense 1. Li Xingmeng revealed a smile and came forward and, just to get a stamp with Li Nebula. Don't. Li Xingyun backed up and pulled away. 13th brother, if you're leaving, Why don't you go sit in 8th brother's mansion? You're like this. It really gives brother 8 a chill. Li Xingfeng also took 2 steps forward and said with a smile. I'm not in a bit of a hurry. Li Xingyun's eyes were evasive, not meeting Li Xingfeng's eyes and sneaking a look at Li Xingfan. All of this was seen by Li Xingfeng. 8th brother is not such a petty person. When you arrive at the southern border, what difficulties you have, right to your brother. Li Xingfeng similarly smiled and patted Li Xingyun's shoulder, not knowing what he was thinking. Got it. Li Nebula nodded and bid farewell to the crowd after. Take the convoy south. As he got farther and farther away from Divine Martial City, the depression in Li Xingyun's heart began to diminish. It's rather like the sky is the limit. Li Xingyun got up, left his carriage, and flew to that one particular carriage. Sister-in-law, may I come in? Li Xingyun very politely stood in front of the curtain of the carriage door and asked inside. Uncle, come in. Soon. A gentle, dignified voice came from inside. The owner of the voice was none other than the crown princess. Good. Then sister-in-law, I'm going in. Li Xingyun once again reminded the crown princess to get ready, then straightened up and stepped into the carriage. The 2 people in the carriage, the crown princess and Wang Yanran, were sitting down and looking at themselves. Sister-in-law, it's been hard on you these days, and I never found the right opportunity to visit you. It's fine. It's good enough to be alive. The crown princess shook her head, revealing a bitter smile. Sister-in-law, the matter of the elder brother. He himself does not want to live. Nebula Li sat on the outermost part of the wagon, brewing her words. The crown princess nodded. Her eyes dimmed a few points, but she didn't look much sad. Wang Yanyan, who was on the side, was silent and did not make any comments. Nebula, is it okay if I call you that? The crown princess asked tentatively. No problem. Sister-in-law, feel free. Li Nebula nodded. Have you read all of your big brother's letters? The crown princess inquired cautiously. Looked, but I was drunk that day. Li Nebula was filled with embarrassment. I don't know what to say. The crown princess nodded with a red face and didn't say more on the topic. Your big brother, his hobbies are different from yours. The crown princess began to tell Li Xinglong's ridiculous things. The clues in Li Nebula's mind began to string together. No wonder Emperor Li Qianquan suddenly supported the king of Han. No wonder the crown prince has been married for many years without an heir. No wonder the crown prince was bent on death. No wonder the crown prince would do something like that. It all makes sense now. Chapter 107. The prince doesn't like women. Likes a man. A eunuch to be exact. This matter is also explosive enough. Li Qianquan should have sensed something. That's when they started suppressing Li Xinglong to support Han King Li Xingfan. And you know all about it. So from now on, don't call me sister-in-law. Just call me by my name. And the crown princess is dead. Died on the day of the wedding. The crown princess said with a bitter smile on her face. Okay. Nebula Li nodded. It wasn't like starting over was a bad thing. Li Nebula froze, thinking for half a day before reopening her mouth. What was your name again? Sister-in-law? Li Xingyun looked at the crown princess in embarrassment. He didn't really know this one's name. The crown princess was also confused, not expecting Li Xingyun to ask such a question. Then the pretty face blushed. My real name is Wang Yuyan. You can just call me Yuyan. Wang Yuyan? Li Xingyun was baffled. This name was too familiar. Isn't this sister goddess? Research. Not Yen. Wang Yuyan heard the problem and explained. You might as well change your name. From now on it will be Wang Yuyan. Say goodbye to the past once and for all. Li Xingyun suggested with a smile. Does the name Wang Yuyan have any special meaning? Wang Yuyan sensed a hint of something unusual and asked curiously. Well, fairy sister. Aren't you the fairy sister? Calling Wang Yuyan is very appropriate. Li Xingyan looked at the other party's pretty face and suggested again. Wang Yuyan hesitated a little. After all, the name was obtained by her parents. It can't be changed easily. Cousin, just listen to His Highness the King of Qin. Say goodbye to the past once and for all and start anew. Wang Yanyan is dead. Wang Yanyan held Wang Yanyan's jade hand and persuaded. Wang Yuyan agreed to change her name to Wang Yuyan and start over. Well, we'll have to work hard for a while, Sister Fairy, and when we get to the southern border, you can do whatever you want. Li Xingyun nodded with a smile and said, It's nothing hard. Thanks a lot. Wang Yuyan's eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Li Xingyun. If he hadn't stepped forward to save him, he was afraid that he wouldn't have had much of a good ending. I should, divine sister, get some rest. I'll see you later. Li Xingyun arranged the side and got up to leave. Fairy sister? Wang Yuyan looked at Li Xingyun's back and muttered these words under her breath. I don't know what Nebula Li means. Cousin, the people are far away, so don't look. Wang Yanran on the side watched Wang Yuyan staring at the carriage curtains out of her mind and couldn't help but touch her shoulder, laughing and joking. Ah, well, good. Only then did Wang Yuyan return to her senses and look at Wang Yanran. Seeing the other's face with a slight snickering smile, her pretty face blushed. You girl, wait until we get to the southern border and let Nebula find you a husband. Saves you from imagining things every day. He. Then how about cousin promising me to the king? Who else is bigger than the king in the southern border? Wang Yanyan didn't squirm and said with a smile, don't know how to be shy. Wang Yuyan glared at the other party and did not answer. Nebula Li returned to his carriage, instructing Linglong and Li Qiushue to open the wooden box prepared in advance. His consciousness entered the system. System, how much gold is left in space? Li Nebula was too lazy to check the count. A direct question to the system. Ding! A total of 28. 8 million taels of gold. 10,000 jades. Li Xingyun began to think about how to draw the lottery. The white and green inheritances were no longer of much help to him, and he didn't need to keep a low profile when he arrived at the southern border. Draw the blue legacy bar. That's the highest level you can draw with gold. 20,000 taels of gold at a time. You can draw 1440 times by yourself. The lowest you can get are all martial saint inheritance. That is, it can raise a small army of martial saints. Li Xingyun was very excited at the thought of an army of martial saints on the battlefield on the scale of 1,000. It was important to realize that the average strength of the highest elite in each country today was that of a zongshi, and the number was very sparse, not exceeding 10,000 people at most. Once the martial saint elite takes shape, it will definitely sweep everything. System, blue grade inheritance carousel draw. 100 consecutive draws. It's better to take action. The time spent catching up is just enough to give it all away. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *50. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *12. Phantom Sound Workshop Inheritance *18. Tongwen Guan Inheritance *5. Blue Elite Level. Inheritance of the Undesirables *5. Inheritance of the Xianxian Cult *5. Inheritance of the Illusory Sound Workshop *5. A bit of sun. Continue. Li Nebula stroked his chin and continued to draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *30. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *12. Phantom Sound Workshop Inheritance *18. Tongwen Guan Inheritance *5. Blue Elite Level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *7. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *5. Illusory Sound Place Inheritance *5. Blue Minor Commander Level. Heavenly Masters Inheritance *5. Xianwei Sex Inheritance *3. Blue Chancellor Level. Phantom Place Inheritance *2. Undesirable Man Inheritance *1. Tongwenken Heritage *1. Red Grade Special Inheritance. Tongwenken Litsuanshin. Gotham Organization Shadow. Fury. Phantom. Jedi. And Blade. Ships. Li Xingyun's body, which was originally a bit lazy, sat up violently straight and, this is a bit out of her expectation. It's only 200 draws and something good has come out? This is completely inconsistent with the system's nature. It was too late to check the special inheritance drawn, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Cultivation rewards are issued. Congratulations to the host on his cultivation increase. Current cultivation level, 7th grade Martial Saint Perfection. 7th grade now? Li Xingyun was very happy when he felt his body's true chi expand for a moment. The last time I drew a prize in the Hidden Soldier Valley, my cultivation came to the 5th grade Martial Saint Perfection. After this period of cultivation, barely breaking through to the early stage of the 6th grade Martial Saint, it was only 200 blue grade draws. Just let him move up close to 2 levels. Doesn't that mean that, after one has finished the 440 draws, then it's very possible to break through to the land goddess Ah? Thinking about this, Li Xingyun became even more exuberant. Hurriedly, he began to check out the Gotham organization he had just drawn. The Gotham organization was the top assassin organization under Li Qiyun of the Tongwenken, led by Li Tsuanshin. After Li Cun disappeared in the back, his battle record was still very vicious, killing Li Cun in the early stages and violently beating the injured Li Xingyun in the late stages, and escape at the hands of the shogun. But there was no mention of the names of the remaining 5 besides Li Cun, and the system was considerate. Give the labeling. Not bad. Li Nebula was satisfied. A top assassin was a sharp sword. System, go on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *50. Heavenly Master Inheritance *12. Illusory Sound Place Inheritance *18. Tongwen Guan Inheritance *5. Blue Elite Level. Inheritance of the Undesirables *5. Inheritance of the Xianwei Cult *5. Inheritance of the Heavenly Master *5. More than 1,000 miles ahead of Li Xingyun, a caravan of hundreds of carriages was transporting a large amount of treasure. The one responsible for the transportation was the famous Ping and Dark Bureau in Shenwu City. Suddenly masked teams of nearly 1,000 men swooped down from the tops of the mountains on either side, heading straight for the caravan to kill. Chapter 108, Heavy Snow, Falling Frost. There are enemies. Defend. And you, the chief dark master of the Ping and Dark Bureau, immediately noticed the anomaly and stop the advance and start preparing to defend yourself against a sudden enemy. Kill. Leave no one behind. The leader of the masked robbers also immediately gave orders. With fierce eyes, he stepped on the horse's back with one foot, and the whole person flew up high, and the long spear in his hand stabbed straight at Yu. A hideous demonic wolf manifested on the tip of the pitch-black colored gun and roared as it pounced on Yu. Master! Alarm bells rang loudly in Yu's heart all of a sudden. Years of experience made him not choose to receive it hard, and immediately took out a piece of Xian iron shield from the carriage beside him and raised it high. The wide Xian Tai shield was infused with a large amount of true qi by Yu, and for a moment the vision appeared, turning into a giant turtle. He met the swooping wolf's mouth. Bang! The demonic wolf instantly collided with the giant turtle, emitting a violent sound of metal clashing. A large number of sparks shot out, so strong. It was immediately clear in Yu's mind that he was afraid that he was no match for this person. Get lost, or die. The masked leader flung his spear in his hand and the body of the gun fiercely, like a dragon swinging its tail, once again drew on top of the shield in front of Yu's chest. And you only felt a huge force coming from him. The man's arm went numb and he staggered back more than 10 steps. The eyes were filled with horror. Such a wide-open shot must be from the military. Who on earth are you? Don't you know that this is the goods of the 13th Highness, King Qin? And you took the opportunity to quickly sweep his eyes across the battlefield while he was speaking. Discovered that his side is completely pressed by the other side. The masked men in 3 or 5 formations, with a very tacit understanding. Obviously not mountain bandits and bandits. If it wasn't for the fact that there were quite a few Zhongshu level experts on his side, he was afraid that the whole army would have been wiped out. When the masked leader heard Yu's questioning, he realized in his heart that his roots had been exposed. No more nonsense. The gun came out like a dragon and went straight for Yu's life. Humph. And Yu let out a cold snort. His third-grade martial saint cultivation no longer retained. Taking out a desperate stance. Even if he died, he absolutely could not let Li Xingyun's goods be lost here. A mere third-grade martial saint. Not measuring up. The masked leader's aura was all over the place. The cultivation of a 7th-grade martial saint erupted with full force, and the whole person was as fast as lightning as he attacked Yu, who had thought of concealing his identity before. He didn't dare to use his full strength, but now that he didn't have this concern, he was very ruthless, and his moves put Yu to death. Brothers, this is the first time the king has given us an assignment, so we can't disgrace him. A strong man of the Darkboard clan level roared out in the crowd and began to charge into the opposing army formation in a life-threatening manner in general. The injury-for-injury play forces a disruption in the opponent's lineup. Brothers, fight them! Another clan master-level powerhouse began to fight for his life. As one after another, there were constantly strong Zhongshu-level people forcibly interfering with the opponent's formation. For a moment, he actually reversed the situation and began to suppress the masked man. Humph, it really isn't that simple. The masked leader sent Yu flying tens of meters with one shot. Looking towards the crowd that was starting to get chaotic, he let out a cold snort. With a fling of the lance in his hand, he killed the powerful Zhongshu in the dartboard. Don't go! And Yu grabbed the shield hard with his big hands and tried to stand up. Once the opponent rushed into the crowd, it would be like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and the battlefield, which had been reversed with great difficulty, would again appear to be one-sided. But Yu tried twice and couldn't get up at all. He's just been on defense the whole time. There weren't any wounds on his body, but the huge force from the masked leader's lance passed through the shield and still injured his internal organs. No, don't! And Yu looked at the masked leader's back, a layer of haze clouding his eyes. A look of despair could not help but emerge in his heart. He couldn't figure out who the hell was so capable of to mobilize such an elite army to ransack the treasures of his own king. Your Highness, is the peaceful Dark Bureau okay? Our entire fortune is in their hands. If something happens to them, we won't have any money. Linglong asked with a sad face and a very worried look at Li Xingyun. It's fine. The peaceful Dart has quite a few men. Ordinary bandits and mountain thieves don't have the strength to rob them. Li Xingyun's consciousness pulled away from the system, and he didn't draw any good things in this moment of effort. On the contrary, his strength had increased a little, coming to the mid-8th grade martial saint. But they're escorting too many of them. That much money will surely get a lot of people's hearts racing. I'm not afraid of bandits. But what if a big power strikes? Linglong is still a bit uneasy. She's not worried about the roadblockers. She's afraid of the, you're worried about my several good brothers? Li Xingyun asked with a smile. The slave girl wouldn't dare. But we can't be unguarded. Linglong said on her lips that she didn't dare to, but there was no trace of timidity on his face. Well, that's a possibility. And it's just as well to see who has an eye on my money. Nebula Li smiled and shook her head, her eyes beginning to look dangerous. It was the least likely that King Han would make a move, and he himself was already considered to be in King Han's lineup. After all, he didn't need to turn against Li Xingyun for that money. It would be more than worth it. King Jing was also unlikely. When he saw him awfully, Nebula had seen the other party's favoritism towards him. It's not too low. It should still be trying to pull itself together. As for the possibility of robbing their own money first and then come to their aid, well, it's possible. Li Xingyun's real purpose was to fish and see if there were any other emperors who had kept a low profile. Be the oldest 6. This cake is embarrassing. Those who want to eat it don't have the ability. Those who have the ability to eat it don't want to offend Li Nebula either. There were only so many people who were truly capable of eating and willing to offend Li Xingyun. Your Highness, you are leaving behind a backhand? Linglong's eyes lit up as she thought of something. You're just concerned. Nebula is not one to take a loss. It's harder to ask for his money than his life. Li Qiushui on the side saw Linglong finally getting the hang of it and joked with a smile. This king isn't a money grubber. It's just that you guys don't know how expensive it is when you're not in charge. Li Xingyun laughed and did not deny it. Although what the Ping and Dart Bureau was transporting wasn't really gold, but the value of Xian iron is not bad. We have to learn from a certain general who never wastes. Not even a grain of rice. Die. The masked leader's long spear violently pierced through a Zhongshi level powerhouses. Even to his death, that patriarch level powerhouse didn't react. The patriarch appeared extraordinarily vulnerable in the face of this martial saint. Cedar. Want to cover up. Heavy snow. Falling frost. Suddenly a mellow, low, male, magnetic voice rang out from the peak behind the crowd. Alarm bells rang loudly in the masked commander's mind. What a strong true chi. Who is it? The masked commander immediately gave up on the idea of continuing to harvest Zhongshi powerhouses, and his entire body immediately assumed a posture to meet the enemy, his eyes quickly searching the mountain peaks for the source of the sound. Beyond the pass. Drift north. The eagle has landed. The Pine River. 2 more voices came, and the masked commander finally found his opponent. A sedan chair? An antique sedan chair has appeared on a distant peak. For people whose expressions could not be read, carried the sedan chair and stepped into the air. The masked commander couldn't help but gulp. Sweat began to ooze out of his palms non-stop. Chapter 109. Green Mountain. Look into the clouds. Feet. 1 horse. 2 more lines of lyrics. And the whole battlefield was plunged into an eerie silence of. The 2 parties began to separate. Thousands of people all held their breaths as they looked toward the palanquin in the distance coming step by step from the sky. Is it the king's backhand? And you thought with some uncertainty. The scene was so bizarre that he had some guesses, but he couldn't be sure. Clouds. Surrounded by mountains. Brush. The masked commander only felt a blur before his eyes, and the sedan chair had already arrived in front of him. He also got a good look at the 4 men carrying the sedan chair. The 4 of them were pale. Their pupils were blood red, and their bodies were stiff and, it doesn't look like a living person. Former seniors, the masked commander asked carefully and tentatively, but before he could finish his words, the curtains of the sedan chair shifted, and a man dressed in white with red dotted at the hem of his garment and black writing all over his hem. In his hand he carried a yellow brass gong, and behind his waist a red paper umbrella. A handsome male with white hair appeared less than 3 feet in front of him. You want to rob? The handsome male asked with some confusion. Elder, are you one of the Qin King's men? The masked leader immediately retreated a few meters to keep a distance from the visitor, and asked tentatively. The person in front of him was obviously a land god. A land god who hasn't shown his face. He has no chance of winning. He can only pray that he is not one of the Qin King's men. Only then might he himself have a chance of survival. Who are you from? The white-clad male nodded and asked rhetorically. The masked commander didn't want to say anything, but the oppressiveness of the other party was too strong for him to resist. I haven't asked for senior's name yet, even if it's to die. Let us die with understanding. Me, Ho Cheng, the corpse catcher. The visitor is none other than Ho Cheng, the bloodstained mountain and river corpse catcher, one of the 4 great corpse ancestors of the Xianwei sect. Ho 66, corpse catchers? The masked leader glanced at the 4 men carrying the sedan chair and think this name is very apt, but the same feel a chill. The corpse catcher is not a good name. Can you tell me who you are now? Ho Cheng's face was calm and high-strung, and, unhurriedly, he asked, The masked commander's hand, hidden behind his back, surreptitiously gestured to the crowd that the eyes grew firm. Ho Ching waited for a long time without getting an answer, had gotten a little impatient. Do it! The masked commander bellowed, and the long spear in his hand instilled the strongest strike of his life to stab at Ho Ching's face. With such a short distance, even if you're a land god, you're bound to get hurt. At that time, our nearly 1,000 elites may not be unable to kill back, and even if we can't, escaping most of them is still not a problem. The masked commander seemed to see the light of victory in his heart, and the cold aura on the tip of his gun became even sharper. The nearly 1,000 elites behind them also began to pounce on Ho Ching, while the crowd of Ping and Dark Bureau reacted half a beat slower, and it was already a bit too late for them to make a move. Elder, be careful. And you, who was in the distance, also identified the incoming person, immediately yelled to alert Ho Ching. Ho Ching couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he looked at the masked commander who was close by and was frantically approaching him. 66 on his brow, and danced with it. It's done. The masked commander was overjoyed in his heart. At this moment, the tip of the gun was only 2 inches away from Ho Ching's forehead. Ho Ching, however, remained half-hearted. Land gods, is it no more than that? Knock! Ho Ching did not make any movement on his feet, and the gong in his hand struck. An invisible true chi fluctuation instantly erupted out. The invisible airwaves spread in a fan shape, and the first one to be affected was the masked commander. This was followed by the elites that came charging behind him, nearly 1,000 people without exception. All of them were as if they had stood still, unable to move. What? The masked commander was shocked in his heart as he realized that he had lost control of his body, and the tip of the gun that was stabbed out with a full-strength strike stopped an inch from Ho Ching's forehead and could not advance any further. The masked commander was very unwilling to do so, and violently bit the tip of his tongue, and a huge potential erupted trying to break free from this invisible binding force. It's moving. The tip of the gun really moved. The tip of the gun really moved forward for a minute. This gave the masked commander great hope. Noisy! Dang! Ho Ching glanced at the masked commander, and the gong in his hand struck again. Now no matter how much the masked man struggled, there was no way for him to move forward even the slightest bit. Swish! Ho Ching instantly disappeared in place, ran to Enyu's body, grabbed his wrist with one hand and, after checking to make sure that there were no major injuries, a stream of pure true chi was injected into the other party's body. Thank you, corpse ancestor. Enyu felt the improved injuries and, immediately, he got up and cupped his fists and saluted Ho Ching. The king wants you to find out who's behind them. Ho Ching nodded and, relaying Li Nebula's orders to the other party, he himself walked to the side and began to continue practicing the shouting ballads that Li Nebula had taught him. Cedar, want to cover up, heavy snow, falling frost. Ho Ching practiced extraordinarily seriously, his face solemn and his sitting posture upright, as if chanting some saintly quote. By the way, your majesty, whatever shouting you handed over to Ho Ching, corpse ancestor, did you write it all? Linglong thought of something and asked curiously. No, that's all from the heart and soul of the former. I'm just getting them out in the world. Li Xingyun thought of Ho Ching coming out and no longer singing the corpse-catching ballad. Instead he was shouting there, just a little to smile. The image was too beautiful for him to imagine. Ho Ching is also going to be further down the spiritual lad's path. Maybe even a shouting nose. Corpse ancestor Ho Ching's legacy was also a reward for completing the Imperial City's Guardian Force. 3 golden legacies of your choice. The Emperor of the Underworld Cult, the Corpse Ancestor Shogun, and the Corpse Ancestor Ho Ching. With Ho Ching, a 9th grade land god perfection expert following the peaceful Dark Bureau, you can't lose this basalt. You just don't know if you can catch the big fish. The system continues to draw. Li Xingyun didn't bother to think about it. It shouldn't take long for the news to come in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue normal level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *40. Xuanhe Cult Inheritance *15. Illusionary Sound Workshop Inheritance *13. Tungwen Officer Inheritance *7. Blue Elite Level. Inheritance of the Undesirables *12. Inheritance of the Xianxian Cult *5. Inheritance of the Illusory Sound Workshop *5. Blue Minor Commander Level, Undesirable Inheritance *2. Red Common Level, Bad Man Inheritance *1. Chapter 110, Who is this? I've never heard of him. 1 red. Not bad. The system continues. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue normal level. Inheritance of Undesirable Man *30. Inheritance of Xianxi Cult *15. Inheritance of Illusory Sound Place *13. Inheritance of Ton Wenguan *7. Inheritance of Heavenly Teacher's House *10. Blue Elite Level. Inheritance of Tianqifu *12. Inheritance of Xianwei Cult *5. Inheritance of Mirage Sound Workshop *5. Blue Chancellor level, Xianxian Cult Inheritance *2. Red Ordinary level, Tianqifu Inheritance *1. Cultivation rewards issued. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the cultivation level. Current cultivation level, middle of the 9th grade Martial Sage. 9th grade. That's kind of good news. After half a day's raffle and no more goodies coming out of it. A few scattered red legacy beads. No gold colors are out. And no famous names are out. There's still 440 draws to go. So let's hope for a gold color. I also don't know if there's any Chancellor or Minor Chancellor or anything like that for the gold color. The system continues. Li Xingyun began to draw 10 consecutive times in a frenzy. But unfortunately, 41 10 consecutive times in a row. The things drawn were average. Only 2 red minor commander level inheritances. The cultivation level also came to be above the 9th grade Martial Saint perfection. A half step to the land of the immortals. The gap between a 9th grade Martial Saint and a land immortal was far greater than what Li Xingyun thought. But no matter. There are also 3 blue 10 consecutive draws, as well as a red 10 consecutive draw. So breaking through to the land gods is on the cards. Continue. Li Nebula didn't feel frustrated. He had a vague feeling that something good was going to come out. The system was like this before. Blue Elite level. Undesirable Man Inheritance *2. Xianxian Cult Inheritance *2. Phantom Voice Workshop Inheritance *2. Red Level Special Inheritance, Xiao Kuaizhong of the Xianwei Cult. Red Level Special Inheritance, Li Tsuanzhong. Master of the Zhengzi Sect of the Tungwen Hall. Red Level Special Inheritance, Mirage Sound Workshop 9 Heavenly Sage Xian Jingtian Inheritance *1. Red Level Special Inheritance, Undesirable Heavenly Coincidence Star Shangguan Yunk Inheritance *1. Holy, so many goodies. Li Xingyun burst out, too excited inside. Xiao Kuaizhong of the Xianwei Cult doesn't have much to do, but she's quite capable of fighting. Li Tsuanzhong and Li Tsuanxiao are a duo, but unfortunately there's only one of them, and Li Tsuanxiao is supposed to be at the gold level. Xian Jingtian of the Illusory Sound Workshop held an oil paper umbrella, and Li Xingyun had once treated her for an extinct vein. Nymphet Tian Xiao Xing Shangguan Yunk. Li Xingyun was very familiar with it. Unfortunately, he was killed by Bago's poisonous snakes at a later stage. Li Nebula was still sad for a long time at that time. This round of 10 draws 4 reds in a row. Very impressive. Continue. It's off to a good start, so we must write it out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue level inheritance. Nothing. Again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue grade special inheritance. Tongwenken Huizi Gate Master Li Tsuanhui Inheritance *1. Blue level special inheritance. Inheritance of Lu Linxian of the Heavenly Master's House *1. Blue level special inheritance. Phantom Voice Workshop Ji Rushue Inheritance *1. 66 Lu Linxian and Ji Rushue. The 2 main heroines have come out. Li Nebula's heart trembled and, looking towards the 2 Li Qiushue and Linglong in the carriage, there was a decision. Li Tsuanhui? Who is this guy? Li Nebula recalled half a day and did not remember who this guy was, so he had no choice but to go to the system for help. Appeared in the 2nd season. Was blinded, had his eyes cured by Li Nebula, and then died in the main group. The system briefly reminded Li Nebula. It's this guy. The Karamiya who came out thinking he was a mastermind and went offline in less than an episode. It's not bad. There aren't many famous ones who are still this good. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head. And not disappointed. With the gold raffle drawn, it's time to get to the red pints. 10,000 Spirit Jade is also 10 red grade draws. So let's hope a gold color comes out. System, draw. Single draw. There were only 10 times in total. Li Xingyun wasn't going to open it all at once. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level bad guy Little Commander Inheritance *1. The rank of Junior Commander also corresponds to the strength of an 8th grade Martial Saint, which isn't bad at all. But it was much worse than a special inheritance of the same level. A red grade special inheritance would have the strength of a land god at the very least. Even a special inheritance of blue grade can have the cultivation level of a Martial Saint. Just like Little Wonky, whose inheritance is of blue grade. The strength that could be gained was the 9th grade Martial Saint perfection. Go on. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Phantom Voice Workshop Little Commander's Inheritance *1. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Tongwenken Chancellor's Inheritance *1. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Xianmei Cult Ordinary Inheritance *1. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Tianqifu Elite Inheritance *1. Air. There's one in each of the 4 minor grades of the red grade. From low to high, they were ordinary, elite, junior commander, and grand commander. And their corresponding strengths were 6th grade Martial Saint, 7th grade Martial Saint, 8th grade Martial Saint, and 9th grade Martial Saint. Continue. 5 consecutive draws didn't yield anything good. This made Li Xingyun a bit unwilling. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Heavenly Master's Grand Commander Inheritance *1. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Badman Common Inheritance *1. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Badman Elite Inheritance *1. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the red level Xianmei Cult's Little Commander Inheritance *1. Sure enough, Nebula Li looked as if he had it all under control, as he intentionally left one draw behind. Whether or not it comes out gold depends on this. System draw. The red inheritance carousel began to operate once again, and a splash of gold color on the carousel was particularly conspicuous. Taoist blessings. One shot to the soul. Golden legend. Nebula Li has been praying for a long time. Only then did he slowly spit out a word. Stop. The red heritage carousel began to slowly decelerate. The pointer began to slow down at a rate visible to the naked eye. Red common delinquent inheritance. Red elite phantom place inheritance. And red Tenchi House Minor Commander Inheritance. Seeing that the pointer was about to come to a halt at the area of the red Shenxian Underworld Sex Grand Commander level inheritance, Li Xingyun's heart was already in his throat. Behind the red Shenxian Sect Grand Commander was that splash of gold color. Go for it. Come on. Don't stop. Li Xingyun shouted in his heart. The dial pointer seemed to have heard Li Xingyun's cries and turned hard and slowly, closer and closer to the thin sliver of gold color. Chapter 11 The Great Harvest. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the gold level Tongwenken Shaozi Sect Master Li Tsuanxiu Inheritance *1. Finally a gold color. Too bad it's Li Cun Xiao. Out of the gold color. Li Xingyun was very happy, but Li Tsuanxiu was a little unsatisfied. This should be the bottom of the barrel inside the gold grade. It's better than nothing. Cultivation reward issued. Congratulations to the host for breaking through his cultivation level. His current cultivation level is the middle stage of the first grade of Land Immortal. Boom! An invisible true qi dispersed from around Li Xingyun's body. This fluctuation was about to leave the carriage but was blocked by another invisible force. Unable to leave, Li Xingyun felt that his 9 mystery Xian heavenly divine skill had made a great breakthrough, even a qualitative leap. The same goes for the Big Dipper trick. Your Highness, is this a breakthrough? Linglong covered her small mouth in disbelief and looked at Li Qiushui who was beside her, asking with some disbelief. Li Qiushui did not speak, nodded earnestly, made a gesture of silence, and even his breathing slowed down a lot for fear of disturbing Li Xingyun. Linglong was even more shocked. Li Xingyun had been with them the whole time. How's this for a sudden breakthrough? Only after more than half an hour had passed did Li Xingyun slowly open his eyes, exhale a cloudy breath. There's something wrong, Li Xingyun pondered in his heart. He had also seen quite a few 9th grade martial saints break through to terrestrial immortality, but it was nowhere near as difficult as him. Is it because my foundation is weak or because of the Gong method? Li Xingyun favored the latter. After all, when 2 top-level techniques were cultivated at the same time, it was normal for breakthroughs to be difficult. Looks like we need to find a chance to spar with someone. It's no use trying to do something behind closed doors. Find a chance to spar with a master at your level and you'll see what it's all about. Thinking about his own problems, Li Xingyun began to tally the harvest this time. The first to start was the gold level. With only one, Li Tsuanxiao, the master of the Shaozi sect of the Tungwen Pavilion. The red special grades are, Tongwenken Gotham organization of 6 people. Li Cun Ren, Shadow, Fury, Phantom, Jedi, Blade, Zhong Xiaokui of the Xianmei cult, Li Tsuanzhong of the Tongwenken, Xian Jingtian of the Mirage Sound Place, and Sheng Guanyunk of the Undesirable People's Heavenly Coquettish Star. The remaining 12 red inheritances, 9 of which came out of the red reels drawn with spirit jades. Only 3 were popped from the blue carousel raffle. 3 plus the others total 13 red grades, 1,440 times. It was about the same. Li Xingyun estimated the explosion rate and there was nothing wrong with it. The system can be much better than some of the Blue Star games. Blue grade special inheritance beads are available. Li Tsuanhui of Tongwenken, Lu Linxian of Tianshifu, Ji Ruxue of Mirage Sound Place. The rest Li Nebula didn't bother to break down. The lowest ones in this lottery were all blue quality. Li Nebula took out 2 blue special inheritance beads and held them in his hands, respectively. Lu Linxuan's and Ji Rushue's. The blue special inheritance beads brought about the cultivation level of a martial saint. However, these 2 inheritances were more special. Giving it to Linglong and Li Qiushue was also just right. The 2 weren't major combatants and had very few chances to fight. Enough for self-protection was enough. System, I'm not going to give the autumn snow inheritance bead to take the reward back again, am I? Li Xingyun inquired with great vigilance. If he were to retract it, Lu Ruyan, who had taken the Empress Emperor's inheritance bead, didn't know what would happen. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards will not be withdrawn once issued. Host be my guest. Okay. With the assurance of the system, Li Xingyun then opened his mouth to the two women. One for each person, said Li Nebula, handing Lu Lingchuan's inheritance bead to Linglong. Ji Rushue's inheritance bead was handed over to Li Qiushue. Spirit beads? Li Qiushue took the spirit beads surprised and asked a mouthful of questions. Then he refused. This is too expensive. Nebula, you'd better give it to someone else. We don't usually go out. We won't be able to use it. I have plenty. I never gave you guys any before, just not the right ones. Eat. Li Xingyun explained with a smile. This guy still knows to save himself. This. Li Qiushue was still a bit hesitant, but Linglong on the side had already started to take a stand. Thank you for the reward. Sister Qiushue, don't let the king down. Linglong smiled and admonished. In her heart, she all belonged to Li Xingyun. There was absolutely no psychological burden in accepting what Li Nebula rewarded. On the contrary, an increase in ability would enable him to better work for Li Nebula and find his own value. She was too happy to say no. This. Okay. Li Qiushue nodded her head. The two of them had been spending time together without a word. As soon as Linglong opened her mouth, she knew what the other woman meant. That's right. Let's just take it in the carriage. I'll escort you. Nebula Li smiled and nodded. Aha! The two girls nodded their heads in unison, and after discussing for a few sentences, they decided that Linglong would take it first. Linglong very naturally sat on her knees and opened her small cherry mouth to take the spirit bead, but a quarter of an hour was completed, and the next step was for Li Qiushue to take it. The process was likewise very smooth. Your Majesty, this is so amazing. I feel like I have a lot more memories inside my head. Cultivation has also grown a lot. Linglong waited until Li Qiushue finished absorbing this before she opened her mouth to share her feelings. Yeah, I seem to feel Ji Rushue's whole life. Li Qiushue's dark eyes began to slowly focus. The two of them originally had an affinity of 100. That's why even after taking the spirit bead, they couldn't feel anything, only able to feel the increase in strength on the body. Li Nebula opened his eyes of truth to look at the two of them. Linglong's cultivation had reached the middle of the 8th grade of martial saint. Li Qiushue, on the other hand, had reached the 8th grade of land goddess perfection, which was completely sufficient for self-protection. Slowly digest what's in your head and strive for an early breakthrough in your cultivation. Li Nebula did not explain and said with a smile. The cultivation level of the inheritance bead is not fixed, and it can continue to be cultivated. The mirror heart demon had all but stepped from the 9th grade martial saint perfection into a half-step land god immortal. Your Highness, there is a small town ahead. Shall we rest for the night? Mirror heart demon's voice came from outside the carriage. Li Xingyun froze slightly, pulled open the curtain and stepped out of the carriage, noticing that the sky was still darkening down. I didn't realize that a day had passed. Rest for the night. We're in no hurry. Li Xingyun nodded and ordered. Yes. The mirror heart demon left the carriage and began to convey his orders as Wind Elder helplessly took over the horse's rope. Your Highness, you made a breakthrough? Elder Feng asked with some uncertainty as he looked at Li Xingyun. He had felt the breath of the breakthrough in the carriage before, and he was the one who made the move to prevent the breath from leaking. But now that he saw Li Xingyun, surprisingly, he couldn't feel half the breath on the other side. It was only then that some uncertainty arose. A breakthrough? What? You can't feel it? The two of them had spent so much time together that the slightest hesitation of Elder Foam could not escape Li Xingyun's eyes. Well, when the king made his breakthrough, I felt some of the, but now it's the case that you can't feel the king's cultivation at all. As if he's an ordinary person. Feng Lao shook his head, somewhat puzzled. Seriously, I explained. Chapter 112 Overall Enhancement. Aha! Li Xingyun nodded. It seemed that it was really a matter of feats. It's a good thing, though, there's no hurry to figure it out, so I should only ask Yuan Tian Gang about it. I don't know where the Big Dipper ran off to. With Mirror Heart Demon's greeting, the caravan began to stop moving forward and camped in place. There were many of them and they had to guard the carriage, so it was not very convenient for them to enter the town and stay at the inn. Linglong, go get spring, summer, autumn and winter and the four of them. Li Nebula leaned outside the carriage and command. Yes, Your Majesty. Linglong nodded and left the carriage with a body as light as a swallow. Li Xingyun didn't stay idle either and began to take out the appropriate spirit beads. Li Cun can do it, and Zhong Xiaokuai has no problem with it. Qian Jingtian is also fine, just enough to count. Li Xingyun's arrangement for his 4 personal maids was relatively clear, mainly responsible for docking some subordinate forces. Your Majesty, it didn't take long for the 4 of them, spring, summer, autumn and winter, to arrive in front of Li Nebula and salute in unison. Get up. Li Xingyun nodded, showing that he took out Li Cunan's inheritance bead. Xiar, this spirit pearl is for you. Go take it in the carriage. Li Xingyun didn't have any nonsense and directly began to command. Yes, Your Highness. Xiar, like Linglong, was a maid who served Li Xingyun since childhood. There was absolute obedience to Li Xingyun's orders. Immediately receiving the spirit beads, he walked into the carriage and began to take the spirit beads. Autumn and Donger on the side were filled with envy. It was an honor for them to be rewarded by the king, and a precursor to being reused by Li Xingyun. On the side, Chun'er didn't have much of a reaction. She'd already had the. Naturally, she would not have the mental activity of being afflicted, and honestly and quietly stood aside and waited for Li Xingyun to explain the task to her. Don't be in a hurry. There's something for everyone. Li Nebula looked at the two women and smiled as he took out two spirit beads. The inheritance of Xian Pure Heaven was given to Chio'er, and Zhong Xiaokuai's inheritance was given to Donger. When summer comes out, you two will go into the carriage and take it. Li Xingyun added, then looked at Chun'er, who was at the side. Any recent breakthroughs on the serpent front? The slave girl is incompetent and hasn't made any progress yet. Please punish your majesty. Chun'er's face froze, immediately kneeling beside Li Xingyun. It's okay, take your time. I was just asking. Li Xingyun smiled as he pulled Chun'er into his arms and sat up. Chun'er was very disciplined, and Li Xingyun was a bit helpless. He wasn't a bad master. And, it's okay to go and discipline your subordinates. Slave servant's errand was unfavorable. Please punish me. Chun'er spoke out of turn. Then, seeming to realize something, her pretty face buried beside Li Xingyun's body had turned red. Aha! Li Nebula's head was a bit messed up. The title master was normal in this world. But why did he feel something was wrong? Chun'er was a bit strange. It's very strange. The one who sensed that something was wrong was also Elder Feng, who was on the side. Ahem. You are busy. Your Highness. Old man will go and take a look at them. Elder Feng smiled awkwardly and, get up and leave. I'm busy, a hammer. You can't be busy here. There are so many people watching. Li Xingyun muttered without a good mood, and Chun'er on the side heard it clearly, with a kind of inexplicable excitement in her heart. Then I'll chastise you for pounding my leg. Li Xingyun felt the breath in the carriage begin to subside, and no longer broke it off with Chun'er. This is something that can't be explained. It will only get darker the more it is described. Lord, Master. Chun'er reddened her pretty face and bravely shouted again. After shouting out this cry, Chun'er's petite body trembled slightly, and a layer of mist surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Only then did the slender jade hand this placed on Li Xingyun's straightened leg and carefully massaged it. Chun'er is out. You two go in. Li Xingyun glanced at Chun'er and, ignoring her, he instructed the snickering pair. Your Majesty. Xiar got out of the carriage and glanced at Chun'er, who was pinching Li Xingyun's legs with some strange eyes. Well, this is for you. Li Xingyun handed Xiar the inheritance beads of the remaining 5 members of the Gotham organization. These are the inheritance beads of the remaining 5 members of the Gotham organization. You pick 5 of them from among the guards of the Qin Royal Palace. Establish the Gotham organization. Nebula Li explained. Yes, Your Majesty. The slave girl will definitely live up to Your Majesty's grace. Xiar immediately saluted and received the inheritance bead with both hands. Assuringly, Xiar was very excited in her heart. She was finally no longer a vase. Able to bring value to Li Nebula now. Aha! Li Xingyun doted on Xiar and rubbed her little head. Xiar squinted her eyes like a kitten and immediately leaned her head towards Li Xingyun's direction. Li Xingyun opened his true eye to check up on Xiar's attributes. Name, Xiar. Age, 20 years. Charm value, 89. Loyalty, 100. Cultivation level, 7th grade land god perfection. Inheritance, Tong Wenquan Litsuanqin, junior inheritance. Affiliation, Qin Wanfu, Tong Wenquan. The main thing to look at is Xiar's strength. 7th grade land goddess perfection. It's very high. It was a section higher than what Li Xingyun had expected, but it was normal. Bagabayashi and the others all had the strength of a 5th rank land deity. As a sect leader, it made sense for Li Cun Nong to have a cultivation level of the 7th rank. Waiting for a while, Li Xingyun gave Li Tsuanhui, Li Tsuanzhong, Li Quniong, Shangguan Yunk, and 9 red grade inheritance beads to Chun'er to distribute to the guards. There are a total of 20 guards left in the Qin Palace, with the water and fire judges occupying 2, and the Gotham organization occupying another 5. There were still 13 people left who hadn't obtained the inheritance bead, and Li Nebula had given it a complete fill this time. Springer, let them take it tonight, and give me the list tomorrow. Li Xingyun watched the caravan settle down almost, and no longer waiting, called Linglong and Li Qiushue and went towards Lu Ruyan's carriage. Ruyan, let's go to the town in front and find an inn, Li Xingyun said with a smile at Ruyan Lu. Both of them were quite busy today. Li Xingyun was busy with the raffle, while Ruyan Lu was taking care of official business, planning the development of Phantom Place. Good. Ruyan Lu nodded and led Qingfeng towards Li Xingyun's side. The group drove toward the town. Even if they left most of the people behind, there are a lot of people in their line of work. Li Xingyun, Ling Long, Li Qiushue, Lu Ruyan, Qingfeng, Crown Princess Wang Yuyan and Wang Yanyan. There were also Yun Suzi and Feng Lao, who were dead set on following, as well as the two very self-conscious Shou Chan and Li Tsuanli. A group of 11 was less conspicuous, but the fighting strength of this team was afraid that anyone who came would be daunted. There are 6 land immortals alone, 5 of which are 9th grade land immortals. 4 of the 5 were 9th grade land deity perfections. This lineup is simply appalling. Even the emperor of the Xinwu Empire, Li Qiankuan. It's also hard to have such a strong force around you. Li Qiankuan had definitely mastered more terrestrial deities than Li Xingyun currently had, but most of them were scattered across the country, arching around him rather less. Chapter 113, There's an inn. Your Majesty, there's an inn up ahead. Feng Lao volunteered to look for the inn. At this time, he returned to Li Xingyun's side and reported, well, what's the name of the inn? Li Xingyun nodded. It was normal to have an inn in the town. It's not normal to have none. There's an inn. Well, I know. I asked you what the name of the inn was. Li Xingyun walked while blankly glancing at Feng Lao. He is not deaf. Do you need to repeat yourself? Not Your Highness. That inn up ahead is called the Aristocrat Inn. When Elder Feng saw that Li Xingyun misunderstood, he hurriedly explained. Li Xingyun stopped as if he thought of something and asked with some uncertainty. You said that the inn out front is called the Aristocrat Inn? Yeah, that's an odd name. How could anyone be called by this name? Elder Feng nodded his head and, a face full of incomprehension. Interesting. Li Xingyun revealed a smirk. According to the TV show, interesting things happen at inns like this, and I don't know if I'll ever meet them. The group arrived at the inn, and the waiter was a thieving young man with an 8-browed beard that, it looked very lewd. Seeing the few beautiful women around Li Xingyun, their eyes went straight. Guest, stopping over or staying at a store? I'm sorry, the lewd youngster asked enthusiastically as he slung an off-white rag over his shoulder. Staying at the store and also hitting the tip. Li Xingyun smiled and pulled out a gold ingot and placed it on the table. 3 tables of good wine. The best guest room too. Li Xingyun looked at the remaining few people and thought, I'll live by myself. Shogun was the first to speak. 1. Nebula Li checked the count. I live by myself too. Li Tsuanli spoke next. 2 rooms. Wind Elder, we both live in one. Yun Suzi winked lewdly at Wind Elder. No problem for old man. Elder Foam understood in seconds and immediately nodded his head. On the way to find an inn. He had found some fun and the two were planning to pair up, so naturally they had to sleep together. 3 rooms. Li Xingyun looked at the 2 Crown Princess Wang Yuyan. 1 room for me and Yan Yan is fine. Wang Yuyan seemed a bit afraid of Li Xingyun. Feeling the gaze of the other party immediately replied. Okay. 4 rooms. Li Nebula didn't care and continued to check the count. I'll share a room with Sister Qiushue. Ling Long really wanted to be with Li Xingyun, but Lu Ruyan was still here, so she naturally wouldn't be so unintelligent. 5 rooms. Seeing that only herself, Lu Ruyan, and Li Xingyun were left without taking a stand. Qingfeng, immediately speaking, he said, I'll sleep with Miss. I want to take care of Miss. No, you sleep by yourself. Li Nebula blankly glanced at Qingfeng without any good sense. Really, this guy has no eyes at all, and will definitely need all the clubbing he can get when he turns around. Miss. Qingfeng was a bit furious by Li Xingyun's look and looked at Lu Ruyan for help. Hopefully the other side will come forward and say something. Just do what Nebula said. You're not a child. Sleep by yourself. Ruyan Lu stepped forward, spoke as well, but not to help Qingfeng, but toward Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun provocatively raised his eyebrows at Qingfeng. Qingfeng, you sleep with us. Linglong couldn't bear to see Qingfeng sleeping by herself. Carefully inquired. Aha, good. Linglong, you're so nice. Qingfeng was relieved to have someone with her. Immediately, he balked. Good. 6 soft bedrooms then. Li Xingyun rushed to the junior and ordered up. Okay, look customer, we'll arrange for you right away. The waiter was excited with the gold ingot. A greedy look appeared in his eyes. After the waiter left, the 11 people split into 3 tables and Li Xingyun, Lu Ruyan, Qingfeng, Linglong, and Li Qiushue had a table. Elder Feng, Yun Suyizi, and Li Tsuanli had a table. And Shogun had a table alone. We still need to be careful on the road. I have a feeling the Dusk Society won't let such a good opportunity pass. I'm sorry, Willow said softly. Well, I know. Walking so slowly just waiting for them. The Twilight Society has a lot of secrets. Catch a live one and get some news out. Li Xingyun took a sip of tea and said with full concern. Well, good thing too. It feels as if they are very strong, and the Emperor seems to be very wary of them all. Ruyan Lu thought about what happened earlier, and there was some caution in her eyes. Aha! Li Nebula nodded. Why hasn't the food come up after all this time? Li Xingyun quickly glanced around the inn, and Xiao Air had long since disappeared. He, can't meet a dark store, can you? Li Nebula sneered. Speaking did not lower his voice. Everyone present heard clearly, with different thoughts in their minds. None of them got up. Suddenly a white smoke came from the back of the inn. Li Xingyun looked at the concentration and the man was dumbfounded. It's so unprofessional, isn't it? Such an obvious misty smoke. Cootie, it's all there for you to spot, right? Aren't you guys curious about what's going to happen? A smirk appeared on Shogun's face and then his body went limp and collapsed on the table. The crowd was a bit speechless. Curious Sister was going to live the whole thing again. Yun Su-zi was the first to respond, pulling foam loud down on top of the table. LOL. Brother, you're really not wrong this time. This is really a few big fish. A couple of people got down on the table and pretended to be unconscious. And in a few moments inside the inn then came a burst of laughter like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. The people have followed the sound to look, only to see a woman like Poppy. A step of 3 wobbly walked out. She was unusually coolly dressed, with only a 2-finger-wide bustier on top, blocking the critical part of the hemline of her lower body was even more outrageous, directly open to the root of her thighs, with less fabric all over her body than Li Xingyun's scarf. That shapely figure is as charming and flavorful as it can be. The woman's eyes were full of desire. With her eyes locked onto Li Xingyun and Li Tsumanli on the side, she gently placed her fingers coated with black nail polish on the corner of her mouth, stuck out her tongue and licked a mouthful of it, as if tasting the most delicious delicacies in the world. A demented smile appeared on her face, and she said in a delicate voice, giggling, "There are still 2 little handsome boys. I've had a very colorful day. Who are you? And who is your brother?" Nebula Li didn't pretend to be dizzy. Looking to the woman curiously at this point, she asked, "Little brother, you have so many questions. My name is Nani Rika. As for my brother..." Before Nanika could finish her sentence, there was a sound of swords rubbing against the wall behind her, accompanied by a very ordinary, another somewhat lewd male voice, the jade tree bending swordsman, cutting through the chaos in all directions. So pretentious, Li Xingyun couldn't help but spit it out. Jade tree? Can it be as handsome as yourself? Sluts and martyrs all laugh. The voice came again. But, why did the picture start to change so suddenly? Chapter 114, If I say you can't do it, you can't do it. Fame in the waves. As the last word fell, a 1 meter 5 tall, showing a large belly, with straw shoes on his feet, a scimitar at his waist, and a pigtail on his head. With a big red flower in his ear, a nevus all over his face, a beard of. A finger was still inserted into his nostril and kept digging. The little old man walked over to Yenling Zhao and stopped. Silence. The inn was plunged into an eerie silence. All that was left was the sound of the man called Wanderlust coolly picking his nose. You're her sister? Li Xingyun, Lu Ruyan and the original pretended unconsciousness that, lying on the table Shogun, the 3 of them opened their mouths at the same time. In unison, in a tone full of disbelief looking at the wave of Rika asked, "These siblings are too far apart." Ruyan Lu couldn't help but comment, "Yes, from her age this sister, though she is already a crippled woman, but it's still a bit of a charmer. How did you get such an unattractive brother?" Shogun immediately picked up on Lu Ruyan's comment. Li Xingyun didn't say anything, but likewise his head was full of question marks. Is it the father who has split his legs? It's still mother who's loosening her legs. Waveflower rose up in displeasure, and her fingers were withdrawn from her nostrils. Turning his head to look aside, "Nanaka, sis, did you hear that? They insulted both of us," said the man as he reached out and pointed at Shogun. Nanako crosses her arms, her head tilted to one side, responding full of concern. "They're not insulting either of us. They're insulting you." Cut. Waveflower snorted lightly in disdain and drew the curved sword in her hand to point it at Li Xingyun's men. "Cut the crap. That junior has already gone to call someone. Let's take them away quickly. The usual rules apply. You get the men, I get the women. They're all superb this time." The Wavemaster divides the belongings of these men while rubbing his hands together and lewdly approaching forward. "No problem. These 2 little brothers look very strong. Enough to keep me comfortable for a few days. That old man over there is not bad either. He looks immortal. I don't know if he can still be used." The Wavemaster licked his lips as he walked forward, pointing at Wind Elder. "What about that little Taoist?" Waveflower asked. "Kill it. It's useless at first sight," Naniwa said casually, full of concern. "Kill it at a glance. It's not useful. Use. Cloud Voider only felt his brainwang as if it had exploded. and though he had been lying on the table, but everything that happened in the inn was in his perception. Okay, you've always been accurate in reading people. Wayflower nodded and, with the scimitar in hand, he was about to take care of the cloud voider. But Elder Fong, who was on the side, didn't hold back his laughter, and looked at Yun Suzi with sympathy. The eyes seemed to say, "Dude, your secret's out." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yun Suzi didn't pretend anymore, and directly sat up and, "This is really the uncle cannot tolerate Where could one care about curious sister's curiosity at this time? The dignity of his manhood is going to be gone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who can't do it? Poor Taoist is fierce. 18 girls in one night is not a problem. Cloud Voider glared at the approaching waves of rivers and cursed angrily. Holy, you scared me. Wave Blossom slapped his chest and cursed in a bad mood. Old sister, is this ecstasy expired? Why are so many awake today? I don't know, asked Wanderlust, looking back at Wanderlust. Maybe, how could Nanako have the heart to pay attention to Nanako's words? Her eyes are all over Litsuanli. I'm asking you, who are you to say I can't? Yun Suzi became even more upset at being ignored and have to prove their strength. Hey, I can't say anything else, but my sister is a good judge of men, and says that you can't do it. You just can't do it, even if you can't do it. Wayflower smiled and stretched out a thumb very proudly. Yun Suzi was about to say something, when Nanny Ri Xiang, who was on the side, let out a miserable shriek and collapsed on the ground. Bad luck. Litsuanli took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. It seemed as if killing the other person soiled their hands. Sister. Wayflower was confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Shouting, he pounced on Nanaka's body. Stop screaming. The poor Taoist will send you to your reunion. Xian Suzi also calmed down a bit and, with a flash of true chi in his hand, a tiny bolt of thunder power drilled into Wayflower's body, instantly shattering his heart veins. For such villains who commit crimes, pick flowers and grass, talk nonsense and ruin people's innocence, Yun Suzi killed without the slightest burden, and even felt that he was too impulsive to let them die too painfully. Yun Suzi looked around after venting, realizing that everyone was looking at him or her with a rather subtle look. He or she got a bit embarrassed and immediately tried to explain. It's not what you think. He rambled. Yun Suzi fully interpreted what is called the more he describes the darker he gets. The more he explains, the more odd everyone's eyes become. Stop it. It's all understood. Everyone understands. Elder Fong smiled as he got up and patted the somewhat disheveled Yun Suzi on the shoulder. Smiling. Understand? What the hell do you understand? Yun Suzi was filled with frustration and, it's something that can't be explained. While the group was giggling, there was a thud. The door of the inn was violently kicked open from the outside, followed by the influx of dozens of strong men with large swords and fierce looks. Ha ha. Little ones, this is a big win. Walking in the forefront was a burly man wielding a large golden ring sword, followed by a somewhat skinny middle-aged man who looked very lewd and rather similar to the previous shopkeeper. Elder, this time your son has made a great achievement. The burly man with the large, gold-ringed sword smiled and patted the shoulder of the man beside him. He. A lewd figure was revealed behind the middle-aged man. It was the shopkeeper in the inn. More drama? How can this town have both Crouching Dragon and Feng Daisy at the same time? The talents are one after another. Li Xingyun spat in his heart. He just wanted to stay at an inn and sleep comfortably. How is it that you come across so many oddballs? The lewd middle-aged man, also known as the shopkeeper's father. He smiled as he walked forward and stretched out his finger to point at Yun Suzi and shouted. These men killed and made into meat buns, and the women we brothers keep to have a quickie. Ha ha. Second Lord is righteous. These pussies are so watery. I've never seen such beautiful women in all my life. Hey, tonight our brothers are blessed. After the big boss and the second boss pick, any one of those left would be enough for our brethren to play with. A circle of strong men responded to the second leader's proposal, looking at the women with very dirty eyes. Qingfeng was instantly confused. She was very close to Yun Suzi and, hearing the words of the shopkeeper's father, the finger pointed to himself to have equals a stomach of words to say, but do not know what to say. Li Xingyun remained seated in place, tea in hand, smilingly watching the group perform. It was also that the Gangzi was not there. If the Gangzi was there, he might have been able to see the famous scene. Nightlife is very scarce in this world. Everyone's been rushing around all day. There's a buzz going on. Naturally, they were all very willing, with the shogun being the most active, his eyes glowing in general. The rest of us are likewise busy with whatever we should be busy with, watching what's going on, drinking tea, and not putting this group of people in their eyes in the slightest. The strongest of these people was just a 7th grade martial artist. They could clean up any one of them. Of course this random person refers to Green Frost, who is the weakest here. Hey, why don't you guys kill the girl? You're leaving us here to follow your brother's pleasure. You're being a bigot. Are you not human? Yoon Soo-ji, who was on the side, was not happy at once. Originally he had been made to feel angry by the Waveflower siblings. This again encountered this thing, immediately sat down, got up and pointed to the foremost two dislike. By what the female left behind fast and furious. The men have to be made into meat buns. Hearing Yoon Soo-ji's words, the crowd looked at him in unison. Chapter 115, don't move. I'll do it. This guy's not getting any excitement, is he? What's with the punching? Is this going to create the first case of boxing in the Divine Martial Empire? Li Xingyun's eyes were odd. His gaze toward Yoon Soo-ji was filled with amazement. This was uneducated. Mastering the top fist intent awe. Immediately afterward, he looked at the second lord, wondering how he would respond. Damn you! Sprayed angrily, as if his sexual orientation was being questioned. The second head of the family. Again, as if he had been subjected to the greatest humiliation of his career, he immediately exploded into foul language and fell into a state of rage, the large sword in his hand slashing towards Yoon Soo-ji. But before the words were finished, Yoon Soo-ji pointed his fingertips and the man who wielded the knife was immediately shattered by a wave of true chi that shattered his heart veins and slumped to the ground. Li Xingyun was a bit disappointed to see this. It seemed that this punch was really not something that an ordinary person could carry. This second head of the family was in a hurry. Ugh, how unqualified. How can you just curse people? Cloud Voider spat in an ungraceful manner and looked at the big dango who was about to speak. Your mom. Good health. The man beside him, wielding a large, gold-ringed sword, reacted half a beat slower and his own teammates were dead before his words came out of his mouth. And when he saw his teammates fall to the ground, the expletives immediately changed. The big boss really must be more powerful than the second boss. This can also be given back to the round. To the Cloud Virtual Sun are confused. The thunder on his fingers also stopped an inch in front of the big dog's chest. Hey, master, we're just afraid that you'll be bored. So we've come here to put on a show for you. After the show, we'll leave first. After the big dog finished speaking, he immediately wanted to turn around and leave. If you're here, don't leave. Get 2 men and bring some food. Li Xingyun called out to the other party and ordered. He could still be hungry now. If these people die again, you can't rob the people yourself. Yes, yes, yes. The big boss's body froze in place, not daring to resist in the slightest. Raleigh turning his body to show a smile that was worse than crying. He knew that he had kicked the bucket this time and immediately agreed to Li Xingyun's request. Got 2 minions to fetch food. Only by serving these people would he have a chance of staying alive. After the good show, Li Xingyun felt a bit tasteless, beginning to chat with Lu Ruyan several women with one thing or another. When a few juniors brought the food, Li Nebula arranged to raise a flame directly in front of the entrance of the inn. Started grilling. No one in the party knew how to cook, so they had to make do with what they had. Li Tsueli arranged for Big Boss and his party to clean up and then led them away. These people looked stupid. That's because they had met Li Xingyun and his group and kicked the bucket. Look at their style. I don't know how many people they have victimized in their daily life. It's okay if you can't meet them, but when you do, Li Nebula naturally wouldn't mind casually crushing it, to rid the people of evil. After eating, Linglong's few people found a cozy room to make Li Nebula's bed. Your Highness, it's late at night. Let's rest. Li Xingyun wasn't bothered by these things in the slightest, to be precise. No one cared about what happened tonight except for Yoon Soo-ji. Naughty! Lu Ruyan blanked Li Xingyun and smiled as she got up and returned to the middle of the room. The people went into their rooms and prepared to rest. Li Xingyun also got up and followed behind Lu Ruyan. A smile emerged from the corners of his mouth as he watched his opponent's shapely back. Li Xingyun came to the inn room and just closed the door. Then, he felt a gentle, mixed with a few overbearing, true chi enveloping the room. As soon as he turned around, Ruyan Lu had already appeared in front of him, smiling like a flower and the large beautiful eyes stared at Li Xingyun and blinked. Your Highness, concubine will serve you to broaden your clothes. Yes, Li Xingyun smiled and nodded, without the slightest intention of lowering his voice. Just now, Lu Ruyan had blocked the entire room, and even if the sound inside the room was louder, the outside couldn't hear a single bit. Ha! Shame on you. This is an inn. Be careful of being discovered by the others. Lu Ruyan's mouth damaged Li Nebula, but her body was very honest. The tips of her fingers slowly slid down Li Nebula's cheeks from the top to the bottom, and, running across the angular jaw, it lingered quietly on the high knot of the throat. Li Xingyun stood still and didn't resist. Ruyan Lu liked to take the initiative and he was happy to do so. It wasn't too late to strike when it mattered. The long night was long and they had plenty of time. What are you trembling for? Ruyan Lu narrowed her eyes at Li Xingyun and teased with a smile. It tickles a little. Yes? Tell sister. Where does it itch? Lu Ruyan's jade hand continued to slide down and, hooking Li Xingyun's collar with a slight force, she pulled him towards the bed. Then the jade hand turned into a palm and gently exerted force, pushing Li Xingyun down on top of the bed. You're so mean. You haven't come to see me all day. Lu Ruyan pressed herself on top of Li Xingyun's broad chest, full of tenderness as she spoke of her thoughts. He. Tomorrow we'll make a carriage. Li Xingyun rubbed Lu Ruyan's hair. Smiling, he explained that now that he had broken through to the land goddess, he was eager to test his strength. The large hand began to move slowly downward. Don't move. I'll do it. Ruyan Lu grabbed Li Xingyun's big hand and stopped him from moving. Biting her red lip, she laughed. Chapter 116, Chaos. Early the next morning, the group got up and left the inn to head to the caravan to meet up with the others. As for last night's mess, they left it alone and threw it to the local authorities. When the group came to the place where the caravan was stationed, the guards had already packed up the camp, just waiting for them to arrive to be ready to go. The group got into the carriage. Li Xingyun got into Lu Ruyan's carriage, and the car traveled for a while. Chun'er handed Li Xingyun the list of the 18 guards who took the inheritance beads last night. Li Nebula began to look at them one by one, and overnight, Li Nebula had many more powerful people in his hands. Li Tsuanxiao of the 9th grade land deity Perfection, and Shangguan Yunk of the 8th grade land deity. There were 5 7th ranked land immortals, the remaining 5 of the Gothic organization. Li Tsuanzhong of the 6th grade of land immortals, together with the judge of water and fire before him. Among Li Xingyun's 20 escorts, there were 10 who had reached the cultivation level of a land deity. The remaining 10 were much worse. The ones that were obtained were all red quality legacies, with cultivation levels ranging from 6th grade martial saints to 9th grade. It's worth mentioning that this fellow, Li Tsuanhui, was only at the 7th grade of martial saint perfection in terms of strength. That's down in the whole guard. So true to his Karami title. It's true. Only Li Xingyun, Lu Ruyan, and Qingfeng were left in the carriage, and Qingfeng was full of discomfort, very constrained and cowering in a corner. She felt like she shouldn't be here. She should be on top of the car, or underneath it. Nebula, do you think the Twilight Society is coming to get back at us? Lu Ruyan asked as if she were a little daughter-in-law leaning on Li Xingyun's lap. I think so. I've killed quite a few of their experts and spoiled their plans a few times. It shouldn't let go of this good opportunity. Li Nebula replied softly. It's not good for them to make a move in Shenwu City, and it'll be difficult for them to reach the southern border. The best opportunity is on the road. Well, hopefully some big fish will come. Ruyan Lu nodded. They were very strong nowadays, not afraid of the Dusk Society assassination, but afraid of the other side has been hiding in the darkness to make underhanded tricks. After all, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Just wait and see. There's still more to come this way. Li Xingyun smiled and shook his head. The caravan moved on. A week had passed, and the Dusk Society hadn't made the slightest move. Surprisingly, this made Li Nebula wonder if the other party would not come. During this period of time, Li Xingyun was not idle, and when he had time, he looked for Elder Feng and Li Tsuanli to spar with a few people. The non-stop cutting made him discover a surprise. Although his own strength was stuck at a first-rate land god, however, the combat power was surprisingly not at all inferior to a 3rd grade land deity Perfection, and could even arm wrestle with a 4th grade land deity middle stage. That's what it takes to cultivate the Big Dipper technique and the 9 spectral Xian heavenly divine skills. If one were to cultivate the 7-star technique, Shi's scripture, Supreme Sacred Qiankuan technique, and 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart technique, one's combat power should still be able to skyrocket a bit. Saying yes, in the past few days, Li Xingyun asked Young Suzi and Li Tsuanli for the Gongfu, starting to study up. It was worth mentioning that Li Xingyun had previously asked the two to swap feats and seek fusion. Surprisingly, there wasn't the slightest progress, which made Li Xingyun a bit confused. Could Li Siyuan be a genius? Or perhaps his body was constructed differently from the others? Li Xingyun didn't know. This was something that could only be answered by obtaining Li Siyuan's inheritance bead. Maybe we overestimated the Dusk Society. They don't seem that powerful. Li Xingyun has been sitting in the carriage too much these past few days, and being still, he left the carriage and rode parallel with Lu Ruyan. A little disappointed. This is too wimpy. Ruyan Lu smiled and shook her head, her eyes filled with regret. Someone is approaching? Ruyan Lu's words had just fallen. Then he sensed strong fluctuations of true chi on the mountains on both sides and immediately became alert. Ha ha, speak of the devil. Li Nebula couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He also felt the true chi fluctuations. 3 people, all with the strength of land immortals, and not just any land immortals. A moment later, 2 figures appeared at the front of the convoy. Li Tsuanli, Li Tsuanxiao, General Chen, Yun Huozi. An old man Feng rode up on their horses without haste and came to a stop one position behind the two Li Xingians. Silently, he looked at the three people in the void. Li Nebula opened his eyes of truth to survey the three. A man on the left looked to be around 30 years old, dressed in a long black robe, with a lazy, sleepy look on his face. It seems as if he can't raise his spirits for anything. Name, lazy, cultivation level late 9th grade land god immortal. The person on the right had a ferocious face. His eyes were a bizarre reddish-black color, full of bloodlust, like a person who has gone off the deep end, holding a giant axe. Name, Rage, cultivation level late 9th grade land god immortal. The man in the center was even more bizarre, all wrapped up under his clothes and, without even revealing his eyes. Name, Chaos, cultivation level 9th grade land deity perfection. Three of you, what do you want by stopping us? Li Xingyun asked in a deep voice. The Dusk Society was really powerful, sending out 3 9th grade land immortals at once. What a big deal. Overeating, laziness, and rage, all called within the 7 deadly sins. It looked like there should be a few more: pride, envy, greed, and lust, but that wasn't necessarily the case. It was just Nebula Li's speculation. Are you the 13th prince of the Divine Martial Empire? King Li Xingyun of Qin? The chaotic voice in the center hissed, and it seemed to ring out from all directions, condescending and contemptuous. It's the king. I wonder what the Dusk Society's rage, sloth, and chaos seeks from the king. Li Xingyun didn't like the other party's condescending attitude and sank his face to say the names of the three. The first to be called by name, Rage's pupils jumped, while Lazy was physically stunned, opening his eyes to look at Li Xingyun. There were a few more points of seriousness in his eyes. As for Chaos, the whole thing didn't have a bit of skin leaking out of it. Li Nebula couldn't feel his reaction either. Not bad for a dark horse who can sabotage our plans one after the other. With a few tricks up his sleeve, Chaos continued to speak, not the least bit flustered by being called out by name. Thank you. Li Nebula took 2 steps backward without moving. A 9th grade land god immortal was not yet something he could deal with. The president has orders to spare your life if you join the Twilight Society. Chaos continued to speak without haste, with an air of being in control. That's fine. Then introduce you all to this king first. Li Xingyun revealed a smirk and, staring at Chaos' mask, he laughed. In terms of both strength and standing, Chaos is clearly in a higher position than Sloth and Rage. It's the steward of the event. It'd be nice to get some information out of Chaos if we could bull ***** him a bit. It's not easy to capture these three alive. One is a superhero child, one is a fisherman, and one is an oddball who can't see a thing. They all look like guys who are not in their right mind, and it's hard to pull them together. Yes, Chaos nodded. Li Nebula's heart was delighted. Was it really that simple? Chapter 117, it's a little cutie. Is it? But you have to eat this first. Chaos seemed to be prepared for this. The ancient ring on the ring finger of his right hand lit up, and a black jade box appeared in his hand. It then flew in front of Li Xingyun under the operation of his true chi. Li Nebula's eyes lit up with a spatial ring. Good stuff. This was the first time he had seen it. Eat it, and I'll tell you anything you want to know. Chaos' voice imperceptibly changed a bit, becoming full of compulsion, as if it were the voice of a demon god. System, what is this? Nebula Li's real eye could only view character information. The items could not be viewed. He did not touch the jade box rashly. The Dusk Society was too weird. It would be bad if there was poison on the box. Ding. The system can't answer. Please host try to complete the task and upgrade the system. Garbage system. Li Xingyun spat in his heart. If he can't answer, he won't answer. And to push myself to finish the task. I'm already working hard. Okay? You've only played 11.5 hours a day. What's this stuff? It can't be poison, can it? Getting no answer from the system. Li Nebula looked at Chaos and asked seriously. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded, tilting her head to look at Li Xingyun, her mind full of incomprehensibility. Can you even ask that? People are cuties. What? Can I tell you if it's poison? It's like when you go to buy fruit. Ask someone if it's sweet and who will say no. It's poison. Chaos nodded, with a matter-of-fact attitude, a look of entitlement, but there was a trace of imperceptible surprise in his tone. His compelling voice had failed. It was the first time he had failed on someone with lower hopes than himself. Ruyan Lu turned her head to look at Chaos, her face full of disbelief. So honest? You don't even avoid people anymore? Then I won't eat it. Li Xingyun waved his hand and sent the jade box back. Eat or die. Choose for yourself. Chaos remained calm and, on the side, Rage was the one who had already raised his giant axe up, the corners of his mouth grinning, his bloodthirsty eyes staring at Li Xingyun's neck in death. The lazy one on the side is really lazy and looks like he's about to fall asleep. Your Highness, Li Tsuanli stepped forward and inquired. Hey, waiting for the desired answer. Li Xingyun didn't want to bull asterisk. Turning to walk backward, he lifted his palm and waved his hand gently. What do you mean? Riot looked at Li Xingyun, who had turned to leave, a little confused. It's not sorry for raising your hand, it's that you still have to practice. Yun Suzi stepped forward and explained with a smile. Practice more if you're a rookie. Wind Elder also took a step forward and started to make up for it. Seek death. Rage was truly enraged, and didn't wait for chaos to order him to strike. Then a chop in the air to the cloud virtual son of two people. Two people breath are very introverted. No hands before it cannot see the specific cultivation. Try to catch them alive. Ruyanlu also felt very bummed out and gave up the battlefield. The 5 cloud voiders were completely sufficient to deal with the 3 of them. Watch out. Just in that nick of time, Chaos, with his extremely sharp perception ability, suddenly, he detected a faint but exceptionally dangerous aura leaking out from Yun Suzi's body. His heart was startled, and he hastily alerted Riot in a loud voice. Only Yun Suzi could be heard shouting angrily. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. Along with this roar, with a casual swing of his arm, he easily deflected the huge axe that was coming at him head-on and with an aggressive momentum to the side. At the same time, he rubbed his hands together rapidly and a heavenly thunderbolt flashing with dazzling lightning instantly coalesced and took shape in his palm. Immediately afterward, Yun Suzi violently charged towards the front without hesitation. 9th grade land god perfection. Chaos couldn't help but lose his voice in shock. He had never expected that. The seemingly ordinary little Taoist priest in front of him, who had been standing silently behind Li Nebula, actually possessed such a terrifying and appalling realm of strength. In an instant, Chaos realized that the situation was not good. Immediately performing the art of instantaneous transfer, his figure flickered like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Rage. Raising a shield condensed from his own powerful true chi, he attempted to ward off the 2 roaring heavenly thunderbolts. However, when the shield condensed by heavenly thunder and chaos collided together fiercely, an earth-shattering roar erupted. It was as if the entire space was shaken violently by this violent and incomparable force. Chaos' entire body was like a kite with broken strings, violently flying backwards a dozen paces away. Only then did Fong barely stop his body. At this moment, his face was filled with shock as well as disbelief. It was important to realize that the 2 of them were both 9th grade land deity perfection powerhouses, but in just their initial encounter, they themselves were unexpectedly in a clear inferior disadvantage. Rage was blocked from his opponent by Chaos, and his hideous, twisted face instantly became more and more gruesome, and the eyes were round and glazed over, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. An uncontrollable rage blazed up in his heart, causing his entire being to fall into a state of madness. I only saw Rage gripping the huge axe tightly in both hands. A layer of bizarre black and red bloodlight filled above the axe blade in an instant, like the fire of hell pulsing. With a roar from him, the figure was like lightning as it sped towards Li Xingyun at the back of the crowd. Just in the nick of time, a figure that was more than 2 meters tall and stout and strong was like a mountain crossing in front of Rage. This person was none other than Li Siyuan Xiao. His body was gnarled with muscles and filled with explosive power. In the face of the furious and harsh attack, Li Tsuanxiu was fearless and even met it with his bare hands. There was a loud bang. The huge axe in Rage's hand and Li Siyuan Zhao's fist ruthlessly collided together, sending out countless sparks. The powerful impact caused Li Tsuanxiu's legs to sink into the earth and Rage, on the other hand, flew out violently backwards due to the force of the recoil. After arcing through the air, Rage fell heavily to the ground and a large mouthful of black blood sprayed out of his mouth. However, he didn't stop there, but quickly struggled to stand up. At this moment, you can clearly hear the crunching sound of the bones in his body rubbing against each other, which is creepy. At the same time, Rage grinned a grim, eerie grin that, revealing rows of sharp, razor-sharp fangs. What was even more amazing was that his originally black hair began to gradually turn red and, as if drenched in blood, as the color of his hair changed, the aura emanating from Rage climbed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the bottleneck of the late 9th grade land god immortal and briefly reached the realm of 9th grade land god immortal perfection. Chapter 118 Choking. Again, Rage hissed and roared, sanity long gone from his eyes. In its place, there was only the ferocity and bloodlust of a demonic beast. Before the words fell, he once again transformed into a black shadow and, like an arrow off the string, it lunged towards Li Siyuan Xiao. Storming out? Kind of like the demon race's burning blood, Shogun commented without a care in the world. Then he looked at Li Tsuanli who was beside him and asked, "There's one more, you or me?" Shogun didn't consider Feng Lao's feelings in the slightest as he spoke. Feng Lao was getting old. The strength could not crush the other party. and it was troublesome to have her treat her in case of some injuries. Corpse ancestor, come on. Li Tsuanli arched his hand very humbly, and it's going to be hard for him to strike and try to live. Standing in place of the lazy at this time has not half a bit of lethargy. The whole person's eyes staring round. Just 2 breaths of time how the big picture was reversed. Originally, the 3 of them still felt that their hands were in the air, but at this time, they were actually a bit pathetic in riding the tiger. Lazy looked at the 3 shoguns who were standing in place looking at him and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. You can't even win one-on-one, and now you're facing 3 directly? How can we play? Little brother, don't be afraid. Yo, sister, I am very gentle. Just when Lazy was feeling a little anxious and at a loss for words, suddenly, a voice that seemed to penetrate the soul came leisurely from behind him. This voice was like a heavy bomb, almost causing Lazy's already confused head to directly explode. Hearing this voice, Lazy didn't hesitate in the slightest and instantly turned around, only to see his hands quickly touch towards his waist, followed by 2 poison darts flashing with cold light shooting out like lightning. Straight towards the person behind him, he flew and stabbed. At the same time, Lazy's feet lashed out, his body flashed and, in the blink of an eye, he had instantly moved several feet away, pulling far away from the people behind him. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Shogun's figure did not move at all, only to hear a delicate laugh came. Aya, little brother, why are you so fierce? This is not good. While speaking, only to see the woman lightly lift her jade hand and casually flick it in front of her. The 2 poisonous darts that had originally sped towards her unexpectedly seemed to have been cast under a spell of immobilization, stopping hard at a place that was still half a meter away from her body. Subsequently, the 2 poisonous darts crashed helplessly above the ground like objects that had lost their support. Seeing this scene, Lazy couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. A strong sense of crisis instantly surged to his heart. At this moment, it was only then that he could see the appearance of the visitor. It was actually a woman with a delicate figure and a stunning face, and it was none other than Shogun. But at the moment, Lazy couldn't care less about admiring the other's beauty. Because he knew deep down that this woman in front of him was definitely not an idle person. And he was not even an opponent himself. He did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, and all parts of his body were fired at the same time. And in a flash, countless hidden weapons and poisonous needles shot towards the woman like a torrential downpour. However, in the face of this airtight attack, Shogun's face still had a faint smile on it. It seemed to completely disregard these hidden weapons, only to see her footsteps lightly stepping in the void. She slowly walked towards Lazy step by step. As she walked, she suddenly raised her right hand, then gently snapped her fingers. Pop! With that crisp ringing sound, a shocking scene occurred. Those originally fast-flying concealed weapons unexpectedly all suddenly stood still in midair, as if time had frozen at this moment. Then, Shogun once again raised his right hand and once again snapped his fingers. This time, all of the concealed weapons looked as if all of their power had suddenly been drained from them. They crashed down feebly and fell all over the place. For a while, there was a lot of clanking and clanging. Shogun continued to wiggle his way forward, putting a lot of pressure on Sloth. Wind Elder didn't keep watching the show, and with a flutter of his white hem, keeping the aftermath of the 6th battle out, Chaos face hidden beneath his mask was ugly as hell. The fact that the originally confident mission had turned out like this was because they had underestimated the strength in Li Xingyun's hands. No one could have imagined that Li Xingyun would have so many experts following him, and what was even more terrifying was that none of these people were even veteran powerhouses. Just this? Yun Suzi's suppressed mood of the past few days soothed quite a bit, and he couldn't help but provoke. Less complacent, this seat has yet to bring out its true strength. Chaos disliked back. As the masters fought each other, mood swings were very deadly, and if he could provoke his opponent, he might have a few chances of winning. Hey, poor Taoist can tell fortunes. What are you? Yun Suzi has been frantically reflecting on himself for the past few days, and in response to Wave Flower's words he has worked out a set of rebuttals. Chaos was also listening, but this level of trash talk was not something he put in his eyes. No fun. Seeing that Chaos wasn't talking to himself, Cloud Voider also felt that it was somewhat meaningless. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. With a furious shout from Yun Suzi, he was seen standing steadily in place. The breath around his body surged, and he began to build up his strength with all his might. At the same time, the originally clear sky was instantly covered by layers of dark clouds. A dark and depressing feeling filled the air. Immediately afterward, a dazzling ray of thunder and lightning was like a silver snake dancing about. It constantly flashed above his head, emitting a deafening roar. And at this moment, Yun Suzi, the aura emanating from his body was like a volcano about to erupt, becoming more and more powerful and chilling. Just then, The chaos on the opposite side of the room did not show any weakness at the sight of the situation. He didn't dare to let Yun Suzi continue, and immediately shouted, "Chaotic heavenly punishment!" In an instant, the true chi around him was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and stormed wildly. His hands danced rapidly, and a multicolored gray light gushed out from his palms, and quickly condensed into a long whip in the air. This whip was covered in streaming light, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation that, it was as if it could tear through the void. Chaos held a long whip and his body flashed like a ghost as he sped towards Yun Suzi. At the same time, with a wave of his arm, the long, colorful, gray whip carried a powerful, unparalleled wind that, viciously, he lashed towards Yun Suzi's face, attempting to interrupt the gongfu the other party was performing in one fell swoop. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Yun Suzi was just like looking at a little cutie. As faintly glancing at Chaos, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, and surprisingly, he just stood still. Without flinching, he waited for the whip to come. Chaos keenly captured the undisguised scorn in Yun Suzi's eyes. However, for a moment, he could not figure out what kind of breakage existed in such an attack of his own, and a trace of doubt and uneasiness could not help but well up in his heart. However, despite this, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His whole body muscles were taut, his true chi was activated, and he was always on high alert. Once you realize that the situation is not right, you will be able to immediately withdraw your stance and retreat. When it was too late, I heard a sound of swoosh coming from the air. The chaotic heavenly punishment that Chaos swung out had already arrived in front of Yun Suzi like lightning. Seeing that the long whip containing terrifying power was about to strike Yun Suzi's face. Chapter 119, Weird Vertical Pupils. Li Xingyun also looked at this scene with some incomprehension, and he guessed that Yun Suzi had a backhanded trick up his sleeve, but I don't know exactly what it is. After all, there are very few scenes in the anime where Zhang Hyunling strikes. Just in the nick of time, Yun Suzi suddenly grinned and, revealing a mouthful of teeth as white as snow, immediately after that, his right hand with a large amount of thunder power attached to it surged out in a swift, precise and unmistakable manner, grabbing the long whip that came whistling with a single hand. Then, his arm lashed out in a yank. Chaos' gaze was like a torch, instantly recognizing Yun Suzi's intentions. Just in that nick of time, on the spur of the moment, he wanted to loosen his tight grip on the chaotic heavenly punishment whip, in a vain attempt to get rid of this tricky situation in front of him. However, it was already too late. A powerful and palpitating power of thunder and lightning was like a wild horse out of control, rapidly pouring into his body along that long whip. In an instant, a paralyzing sensation so violent it was like a tidal wave swept over it instantly flooded Chaos' entire body. The sensation was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his nerves. It caused his movements to be involuntarily slowed down. In just this brief moment, his opponent seized the opportunity, and with a violent yank, pulling Chaos' entire body hard against his own, heavenly thunder through the body. Yun Suzi grinned in triumph and, that laughter echoed endlessly between this heaven and earth, appearing particularly piercing. As his words had just fallen, the originally clear sky suddenly changed color with wind and clouds, only to see countless channels of thunder as thick as arms descending from the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, ruthlessly and mercilessly slashing at the place where Chaos was. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Chaos was shocked in his heart, but at this moment, he was in a desperate situation. There was no way to break free. It was as if those constant streams of lightning power had found a breakthrough and, it rushed into his body recklessly, crazily wreaking havoc and destroying the internal meridians of his body. In a matter of moments, the fabric around Chaos was reduced to ashes by the thunder. Its true colors are revealed. Lee Nebula couldn't help but be staggered. Chaos' body was actually pieced together. Its two thighs were unusually thick and covered with brown fuzz, and its left arm resembled some kind of fish, with dense scales. The palms, on the other hand, are ape-like and quite similar to human palms. Further up, Chaos' face was full of stitches, and his eyes were eerie dark green vertical pupils that, there was no nose, a huge grin at the corners of the mouth, and rather peculiar ears. Together, to death. Chaos had already given up resisting at this point, and, the true chi in his body began to rage and wreak havoc. Suddenly, one of his eyeballs burst, and a large amount of dark green liquid gushed out from his eye. The liquid dripped down on top of the thunder, and actually cut off a section of lightning power from it, splitting it into two. Kill him. Li Xingyun watched this scene and immediately gave an order to Yun Suzi. This chaos blood was highly poisonous, and if it were to spread out, it was feared that many people would die. Kuan Lei, fall. Cloud Voider knew that things had come to a close call. The. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and with his left hand he quickly pinched out a spell, and in a flash a bucket-thick blue thunder column descended from the sky like a giant dragon, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and earth, ruthlessly smashing into the top of Chaos' head. Die. Chaos had no intention of resisting, and in its one remaining vertical pupil, there was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion, just like a pool of dead water, only to see its right hand violently gripping its left arm, as if tearing a thin piece of paper. It was easily torn off. In an instant, a large amount of green blood gushed out like a fountain. The green blood from the break in the Chaos arm seemed like an endless torrent of. It sprayed crazily, constantly eroding the surrounding lightning power. That green blood, like a greedy demon that, desperately trying to break through the lightning blockade, he flew in the direction of the convoy like a hungry tiger. Fire away. Beam. Just in the nick of time. A figure as swift as lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, a large amount of flames surged out of thin air like a volcano erupting, wrapping and binding that green blood tightly. The flames burned like an impenetrable wall that, the green blood was firmly blocked within it, and that green blood was constantly being burned and vaporized under the scorching flames that, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated into the air. Boom! Yun Suzi's thunder power also landed on top of Chaos' head, and Chaos immediately lost its vitality. The whole thing began to die out. The corpse was gone. This is a human experiment? Lee Nebula's eyes were solemn and he muttered softly under his breath. He has memories of his past life, and knows many strange things that, seeing the appearance of Chaos cannot help but think of many. Human beings in the pursuit of greater power will be someone's sword. Choose to merge with a powerful creature. This Chaos mold looks a lot like this situation. The Dusk Society would be in trouble if they were actually doing something like this. Creature fusion was obviously faster than cultivating on your own. And more to the point, looking at Chaos's appearance, the Dusk Society's technology seemed to be very sophisticated. With the ashes of Chaos in the air, Li Xingyun turned his gaze to Rage, who was in the middle of a heated exchange with Li Tsuanxiao. This guy's condition at this moment was truly bizarre. A furious and dangerous aura emanated from its surroundings. It should be known that a technique that could significantly increase one's strength in a short period of time could be described as a rare thing. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it clearly did not look like he had used such spells. Looking at Li Tsuanli again, although the clothes on his body had been broken for the most part, it was good that he was not injured. However, in contrast to the Rage was very different. After his cultivation had skyrocketed, his whole person was like a ferocious beast that was out of control. Completely lost the ability to perceive pain, even though he had just had an arm torn off by Li Tsuanxiao in a hard way. However, the speed of its attack not only did not decrease at all, but instead became more and more severe. Only a deafening roar rang out, and Rage opened his bloody mouth once again. Letting out a chilling hiss, the only remaining stout arm gripped the huge axe tightly, like a discharged cannonball. Straight towards Li Xiao. He lunged over. At this moment, the state of fury looked more and more strange to the extreme. It was as if the more severe the injuries he received, the stronger the fighting strength he displayed would be. Chapter 120, Mad Dogs. And, surprisingly, Rage, who now had only one arm left, its destructive power was surprisingly far greater than when it had two arms. This change was truly unbelievable and elusive. Xiao, don't tangle with him any longer, just kill him. Li Xingyun looked at the fury in front of him, who had completely lost his mind and was acting like a madman, and his heart had already lost interest. Based on the other party's insane appearance like a rabid dog at this moment, even if he succeeded in capturing him alive, I'm afraid it would be difficult to ask any valuable information from him. But it looks like he should have fused with something, too. Not as over the top as Chaos Fusion though. Yes, Li Tsuanxiao responded, no longer holding back, pouncing on Rage. In a few rounds he was torn in half and dead. Li Nebula also discovered a problem with these gold-colored grades that, the inheritance that was initially a 9th grade land deity consummation, the combat power it displayed was far superior to that of a strong person of the same realm. Xian Suzi dealt with chaos like this, and so did Li Xiao clean up the fury of the berserk rampage. Very relaxed, Li Xingyun looked towards the field where only laziness remained. Shogun Sick has no serious strikes, and has been allowing Lazy to attack. Lazy, who once again erupted with a large number of concealed weapons, was panting heavily, and a large amount of beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. After seeing chaos and fury decimated one after another, the whole thing was a bit disheveled. AI Lazy stopped his attack and sighed helplessly. What's the matter? Doesn't the little brother struggle twice anymore? Shogun was as cloudy as ever. Approaching Laziness with enchanting steps, Lazy didn't heed the general's words. but instead looked at Li Xingyun. Your Highness, King of Qin, I admit my defeat. Can you let me live? Lazy is very barefaced. Resistance is certain death. Surrender and beg for mercy may still have a chance of survival. He joined the Dusk Society only to live longer. And at this time, he surrendered for the sake of living without any half-heart burden. It depends on your worth if you want to live. Li Xingyun responded with a smile. Sloth hadn't shown any traits other than human since the beginning, and seemed to have a relatively normal head, so maybe he could actually ask something. Is it enough for a late 9th grade land goddess to serve you? Lazy saw Shogun stopping and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The sense of oppression that Shogun brought to him was too strong. The whole process did not make a single move, but he still could not hurt the other party even if he used all his means. A master who is greedy and ready to surrender has no value. Li Nebula snorted lightly in disdain. Just tell me what the king wants. Anything to let me live. Lazy political talent is not high. Do not like to go around the bend with Li Nebula. Directly open the mouth to ask. He wasn't stupid. Li Xingyun must have had his eye on something and didn't intend to kill himself. Otherwise it wouldn't have given itself a chance to breathe and talk. Alright, come down for a cup of tea and this king will ask you a few questions. Li Nebula smiled helplessly. There's a big difference between a Jianghu hayseed and a politician. There's not as much bending. Li Xingyun arranged for a small tea table to be set up in the open space and boiled tea. Ruyan Lu and Shogun sat to his left and right, and Lazy sat across from him. Li Xingyun didn't rush to make tea, but on the contrary, Lazy was a bit anxious. What do you want to ask? Your Highness? Lazy really is a little bit unable to sit still and, on one side, there was Shogun who had blown his mind, and on the other side, Lu Ruyan seemed to be intent on giving him a downward spiral, and the pressure of the intimidation pressed down on him. There were at least a dozen other land immortals locked around him. As long as he made any bad moves he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces in the next second. What kind of organization is the Twilight Society? Li Xingyun asked as he poured a cup of tea for the three of them without haste and looked at Lazy. Your Highness, would you believe me when I say that I don't know much? Lazy face looked a little embarrassed. Say as much as you know. Li Nebula was not surprised that. There must be something unique about the Dusk Society to be able to hide so deeply. The purpose of the Twilight Society is to serve God and gain his rewards by which to gain eternal life. Lazy's first words made everyone freeze. God? Is there really a God? Without waiting for Li Xingyun to ask a question, the Shogun by the side then looked at Lazy with an expectant, fiery look in his eyes and asked, is there really a God? Have you Dusk Society ever seen one? What does it look like? I think so. I've never seen it either. Only our president. As for what it looks like I don't know, but there should be a God. I've seen miracles. The power is far beyond that of a land god. Maybe only the gods can do it. Lazy recalled the memories in his mind. His face filled with longing. Why did the Dusk Society assassinate the Emperor? Ruyan Lu asked a question as well. Lazy currently said that the Twilight Society was more of a religion that believed in God. So why would such a force assassinate the Emperor? I don't know about that. It's the President's order. Not only Li Qianquan of the Xinwu Empire. Any male lord of a power is to be assassinated. Lazy carefully picked up the tea and took a sip. Li Nebula had originally thought that the Twilight Society had made some sort of pact with the other empires in purposely targeting the Divine Martial Empire. But if Lazy hadn't lied, then that clearly wasn't the case. The Dusk Society assassinated the male masters of the major powers. What is this about? Li Xingyun didn't feel that the other party was fed up. Assassinating someone of Li Qianquan's caliber. Whether it succeeds or not, the cost will be small. What favors did the president of the Twilight Society give you that you work so hard for him? Li Nebula continued to ask. The assassins are top-notch. So what benefits will drive them? Promote to the realm above land god immortal. Lazy's face couldn't help but look much more solemn at the words. A one-word answer. Above the land immortals? The Dusk Society has a way to break through? Li Xingyun came to be interested. There were quite a few experts of the 9th grade land goddesses that Li Xingyun knew of alone, but he had yet to hear of anyone who had broken through. Well, the president is just above the land gods. This is the fundamental reason why we, the 7 deadly sins, help serve the Twilight Society. Li Nebula heard a lot in Lazy's words that the Dusk Society had experts above the land gods. This was something that made Li Xingyun very jealous. He didn't know if Shuang Chen and the others could deal with it. If they couldn't, then it would be very troublesome. Secondly, laziness belongs to the 7 deadly sins, so there should be quite a few cliques in the Twilight Society that. Chaos is clearly not a member of the 7 deadly sins. And you don't have to worry. The president rarely shows his face. He's too busy to do anything himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to surrender. Lazy could see the shock in Li Nebula's eyes and immediately opened his mouth to explain. How many people are there in the Twilight Society? What is the strength of all of them? Nebula Li took a deep breath then asked a new question. Lee Nebula wanted to develop, and would surely be labeled as a male lord by the Twilight Society. Regardless of what purpose the Dusk Society had for beheading the male lord, the two parties had already stood on opposite sides. It was also good to know the enemy and know oneself, so as to guard against the Dusk Society's future movements. Chapter 121, Demonization. The Twilight Society is divided into core and peripheral personnel, all of whom are connected by a single line of communication. I only know the members of the 7 deadly sins, chaos all but the other day, and I'm not sure how many there are, but I've seen that the weakest core members of the Twilight Society are also land gods, and there are quite a few peripheral members at the level of martial saints, but all of them have superficial identities that I don't know who could be from the Twilight Society without reaching out to me. Lazy began to speak slowly. Well, what was that change on Chaos and Rage? Nebula Lee nodded, temporarily believing the other party's answer. He would naturally have a way to verify it later. Demonize? Lazy asked. Aha. Lee Nebula nodded. The term demonization was apt. Chaos I don't understand. Rage is a fusion of a divine force, but it's too much. Rage will go out of control if it is used, lose its mind, and turn into a beast that only knows how to kill. Sloth had a firm gaze and, it doesn't look like a lie. God power? Lee Nebula was not so much in denial that, instead of saying God, it would be better to call it demonic power more aptly. But Lazy's answer also made Li Xingyun certain of one thing. The Dusk Society is really conducting human experiments. Feeling Li Xingyun's disdain, Lazy didn't show any indication that this power was too weird. Not at all like divine power. Are there many people with demonization? This was the question that worried Lee Nebula. If one had an army of 100,000 demonized soldiers, it was feared that no empire would be able to stop this kind of killing machine. Very few. Only one of us 7 of the 7 deadly sins, Rage, has fused divine power. Fusion of divine power is demanding, and fury fits right in. Li Xingyun threw out one question after another like a series of pearls. It was as if they wanted to dig out all the secrets in each other's hearts. Time passed like this, minute by minute, and without realizing it, the sun was setting and night is gradually falling. Finally, this long Q&A came to an end, only to see Li Xingyun slowly pull out a bead from his bosom that emitted a faint white light and was crystal clear, like an absolute treasure. This bead was none other than the white great undesirable spirit bead. He expressionlessly handed the spirit bead to the other party and said coldly, "Eat this and then you can go." Lazy's entire body was wide-eyed, staring at the spirit bead with suspicion on his face. The mind speculates, what the hell is this? It can't be poison, can it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, what is this? Will it be poisonous? However, Li Xingyun didn't seem to have any intention of answering him at all. Just frowning impatiently, he threatened in an icy tone, "Where's all the nonsense? If I tell you to eat, you eat, and if you don't, the old me will send you to your death now." After saying that, he stood up with a flourish and clasped his hands to his chest, looking down on the other party from above. Lazy was dumbfounded and screamed in his heart. Just a moment ago was not chatting quite pleasant. How come in the blink of an eye this person is like a different person? But, before he had time to say more, suddenly, he felt dozens of gazes full of murderous intent around him projecting over like thorns in his back. These gazes were as if they were substantial, causing his bones to creep and his body to chill. It was at this moment that Sloth realized that he had no choice at all. In the face of such a strong pressure and threat, he could only nod helplessly and receive the spirit bead with a trembling hand. Muttering, "Count, never mind. I'll just eat it." Just then, Li Xingyun, who had been keeping his face taut, suddenly revealed a smile. Teasingly, he urged, "Move nimbly, this king is still waiting to go back to sleep," only to see the sloth slowly reach out and, as soon as he grabbed the spirit bead that emitted a mysterious glow, he put it into his mouth without hesitation and then swallowed it with a grunt. On the side, Li Xingyun was wearing a smile on his face as he watched what was happening in front of him with great interest. It was like a bystander quietly waiting for the follow-up. After a while, Lazy seemed to feel a strange power surging through his body. He couldn't help but frown, but quickly regained his composure. Then, he somewhat helplessly arched his hand toward Li Xingyun and saluted. "Undesirable man Lazy, greetings to your highness." Hearing this, Li Xingyun laughed out loud, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, said, "Ha, with your skills, it's too bad to be a common delinquent. This king will make an exception today and appoint you as the Earth Dog Star among the 72 lieutenants of the Earth Fury." Earth Dog Star? Lazy looked puzzled and, obviously, he was very surprised and confused by this title. Although being able to become one of the 72 lieutenants of the Earth's fate was already considered an honor. But this Earth Dog Star name doesn't sound right in any way. Seeing Lazy's dumbfounded look, Li Xingyun laughed even more. The corner of his mouth hung an obvious bad smile and explained, yes, the so-called know how to live is not know how to go well. That's why it's so appropriate to call you the Earth Dog Star. After saying that, and without waiting for Lazy to respond, he continued to ask questions of his own. Earth Dog Star, did you lie or hide anything from the king by answering those questions just now? Li Xingyun put away his smile and his expression became serious. Back to your highness. I absolutely don't dare to tell half a lie. Every word spoken is the actual truth. And there is absolutely nothing to hide. Ground Dog Star Lazy hastily shook his head and denied that he was just so focused on surviving that he didn't have the heart to make up lies to deceive Li Xingyun. Seeing how sincere Lazy was, Li Xingyun nodded in satisfaction. A smile reappeared on his face and he said, well, I guess you know what you're doing. Go back to the Twilight Society and do your best to gather information for the king. Li Nebula intends to have Sloth act as an insider. It may be a small role, but it's better than nothing. Yes. Lazy nodded, intending to leave, and after a few steps thought of something and turned back. I'll go back and blame the deaths of rage and chaos on Li Qian, Divine Martial Empire Emperor, but the president should send someone to spy on you. Who will come? I don't know. Lazy originally wanted to call out Li Qiankuan, but when he thought that was Li Xingyun's own father, he changed his mouth. Okay, you watch it. Li Xingyun nodded, wanting to blend in without being noticed. Unless the system is broken. When the Eye of Truth opens, it's clear who's in the Dusk Society. After Lazy left, the Qin Wangfu group gathered together to roast a bonfire, and the sky was already darkening. Li Xingyun wasn't in a hurry to rush, so he ordered to set up camp. Can you guys touch the realm above the land immortals? Li Nebula inquired. Looking at the crowd, the eyes mainly rested on the few who had obtained the golden inheritance. General Chan and Li Tsuenli. To say that the one who had the most hope of making a breakthrough was definitely the undesirable handsome Gangxia, but he wasn't around. Chapter 122. Well, it can be touched some. Cloud Void was the first to speak. Li Xingyun didn't answer. He knew that Yun Suzi hadn't finished. Yun Suzi thought for a moment and explained. The realm above the land immortals is a gate. The poor Taoist could find the door, but without the key, he couldn't get in and was stuck at the door. There are only two ways to get in. Find the key, or forcefully break the door. The power of the poor Taoist is not enough to forcefully break the door of the bottleneck right now. Li Nebula nodded. As long as there was hope, then looked at the other few people. I'm in a similar situation as Yun Suzi. Li Tsuenli replied. Willow, me too. I didn't find the door, and I have nowhere to release my empty power. Li Siyuan Xiao touched his head and replied with some embarrassment. Li Xingyun nodded. Li Tsuenxiao should be in a different situation than Lu Ruyan and the others. As to why, it is unknown at this time. Everyone looked at Shogun. At this moment, she was the only one left in the field. A 9th grade land goddess perfection, who had not spoken, and Shogun silently revealed a smug smile. I can find the door, and found the location of the keyhole and are now trying to make a key out of it. Well, keep trying. Nebula Li hadn't touched that level, either. They could only be left to figure it out on their own, and perhaps laziness had been the right move, and the Shogun girls had accumulated enough to break through the. All that's missing is the method, and as it happens, the Twilight Society has the means to break through. For the Dusk Society, Li Nebula had guessed many things, possibly one. The world they live in is just a sheepfold built by a higher being, and the Twilight Society are the sheepdogs raised by the higher being. Possibly two, someone is hunting high-level cultivators that. The result was that no cultivators existed above the terrestrial gods. The third possibility is that the cultivation system of this world is still in a state of ignorance. Have not yet come to the higher realms. These are the three possibilities that Nebula Li has thought of for the time being, and the best possible outcome is possibility 3. The worst possible outcome would be possibility 1, but that's all speculation, and maybe it would turn out to be even worse. Or it could be that he's carefully brainstorming too much, and the reality could be quite simple. In any case, none of these things affect what he does next. No matter what the future holds, it's always right to improve your strength. As the caravan moves along, getting closer and closer to the southern border, the surrounding scenery had also changed significantly. The originally flat and open road was gradually replaced by rolling, continuous mountains that. The terrain became more and more rugged and difficult to travel. It was sparsely populated. A cold silence, as if isolated from the world. Li Xingyun sat inside the carriage with some urgency. He couldn't help but reach out and pull back the curtain of the car door, probing to look outside, only to see that not far ahead on the official road. The crowd gathered in blackness and clamor. How much longer will it take to get to the southern border? Li Xingyun frowned, asked loudly towards the mirror heart demon who was driving the car. Hearing the question, the mirror heart demon hurriedly turned his head. a smile on his face. Respectfully, he replied, "Back to your highness. According to this current speed, another 4 or 5 days will arrive at the southern border." Lee Nebula nodded, indicating that she knew. However, instead, his gaze remained on the chaotic scene in the distance, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt in his heart. According to the fact that the weather had only just turned a little warmer nowadays, there shouldn't be any important farm work to be done in the fields yet. Instead of staying at home with their wives and children enjoying the warmth of a hot bed. But what's all the fuss about on this official road? When he thought about this, Li Xingyun's frown tightened. Turning his head, he once again said to the Mirror Heart Demon, "What's going on up ahead? Why is it so noisy?" Mirror Heart Demon looked over in the direction of Li Nebula's finger, and after observing it for a little while, carelessly replied, "Your Highness, don't be anxious. In my opinion, there should be mountain bandits robbing the road here again. We have traveled all the way here. You don't come across this kind of thing too often." Saying that, he gently shook his head, as if he had long been accustomed to this. After all, this land was far away from Shenwu City, and the imperial court's control was relatively weak, so the local order could only be maintained by their respective forces most of the time. Therefore, mountain thieves and looting of homes occurred from time to time. "Well, I'll go check it out. Ruyan, are you going?" These past few days, Li Xingyan and Lu Ruyan had been hurrying along, and the monotony of the road had made him feel a bit bored. At this moment, when he heard that there seemed to be something lively to see in front of him, his originally calm heart lake suddenly rippled. A strong curiosity and interest surged in his heart. Thus, he turned his head to Lu Ruyan beside him and asked for her opinion. Lu Ruyan was originally a woman with a lively nature and a preference for new things. After hearing Li Nebula's proposal, she nodded without hesitation and responded, "Yeah, it's idle anyway. It's good to go over and see the action." After saying that, each of the two men lightly patted the steed under their crotch, and their legs forcefully clamped the horse's belly, and, driving the horse like an arrow off the string, he galloped towards the crowd not far ahead. As the distance draws closer, a cacophony of shouting and cursing also reached their ears with increasing clarity. One could only see a burly, bald and strong man surrounding the center of the crowd. This man had a face full of horizontal meat and, with a ferocious look on his face, was standing still and glaring angrily at the father and daughter before him. And scolded, "You looking for death, is it? I see the woman has not been unable to get. Advise you to be wise. Be a good boy and hand this little over to me, or else I won't blame me for being rude to you." The old man who was threatened by the burly man was dressed in a fancy dress and looked quite elegant. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he was trembling. He tightly protected his daughter behind him, his eyes filled with panic. In the face of the strong man's intimidation, the old man forced himself to calm down and said in a trembling voice, good man, please calm down. I only have this one precious daughter. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare us. I'll give you all the money I have. I only beg you to be lenient and not to make things difficult for us father and daughter." Said the old man shivered and pulled out a bulging money bag from his bosom, holding it with both hands and handing it to the bald and strong man. However, the bald, burly man was oblivious to the money bag in the old man's hand. Didn't even raise his eyelids. Continuing to curse viciously, he said, "*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** you don't hand her over. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Having said that, his body didn't make any other movements just still glaring furiously at the father-daughter duo in front of them. I only saw the crowd of minions following behind that burly man. Their reactions were truly bizarre. One must realize that it wasn't as if Nebula hadn't encountered such a situation as bandits hijacking a road in the past. According to common sense, these minions should be arrogant and domineering one after another, with their mouths constantly shouting and cursing, to make a strong statement. However, this was not the case at all with the group of minions that appeared in front of him at the moment. Most of them looked a little stagnant, as if they were immobilized, not moving a bit. Only 2 or 3 scattered people spoke out in agreement with the bald, burly man. Seeing this scene, Li Xingyan couldn't help but let his eyes light up and let out a light laugh. Interesting. Chapter 123. Just then, Ruyan Lu, who was on the side, heard Li Xingyun's softly murmured words. Turning his head to look at him with a puzzled face, he asked, "What's so interesting? Isn't this just a bunch of ordinary road hijacking bandits?" Facing Ruyan Lu's question, Li Xingyan just smiled mysteriously and did not answer her immediately. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Ruyan Lu, "Don't be in a hurry yet. Just do as I say later." After saying that, only Li Xingyun's legs forcefully clamped down on the horse's abdomen. The steed underneath him seemed like it had been instructed, and its speed instantly increased by a few more points. Galloping towards the front like an arrow out of a string, Li Xingyun was riding a tall, powerful, snow-white steed. Like a bolt of lightning, he sped forward. He held the reins tightly in his hands. His eyes were stern and fierce as he rushed straight to the front of the crowd. Just at the moment when it was about to collide with the crowd, Li Xingyun pulled the reins violently, and the stallion let out an A. Its front hooves raised high, and then steadily stopped in place. The whole action of the clouds and flowing, all in one go, showing its superb horsemanship and excessive courage. With this handsome strangling movement of Li Xingyun's horse, the originally boisterous and noisy scene instantly became silent. Everyone was shocked by his aura, and their gazes focused on him in unison. At that moment, a short, thieving-looking fellow jumped out from beside the bald man. This guy was obviously a mindless little brother who was eager to express himself as he pointed his finger at Li Xingyun and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Who the are you? How dare you block our big brother's way? You're so impatient." In the face of this man's clamor, Li Xingyun only coldly grunted, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. A smile of disdain flowed out. Immediately afterward, he held his head high and shouted with an incomparably arrogant stance, "Humph! Listen to me carefully. I made this road. I planted this tree. If you want to cross this road, you have to leave money to buy the road." His voice was as loud as a flood bell, echoing through the air for a long time. In fact, Li Nebula's words were not all talk. This road is an official road built by the government, and as a prince, he does have his share. As for those trees, as the saying goes, there is no place in heaven that is not the king's land. This land belongs to His Majesty the Emperor, and he, as the Emperor's son, naturally, you can count the trees as owners. You kid dare to rob us? The mindless little brother stared with wide eyes and his mouth was so open that he could stuff down an egg, and his whole body, as if struck by lightning, froze for a long time before coming back to his senses, finally realizing what the guy in front of him was playing at, only to see Li Xingyun standing there with his hands clasped on his chest and a fierce look on his face. Viciously said, "Less nonsense. Be sensible and hurry to hand over all the money on your body to me, or don't blame me for being ruthless and I'll make you all suffer. Oh yeah, and that chick, leave her with me too." Saying that, he stretched out a finger and pointed it straight at the woman who was being closely guarded by the old man. The gazes of the crowd looked in the direction that Li Xingyun was pointing. Just see that the woman looks about 20 years old or so, born a standard melon face. A pair of watery peach blossom eyes looked forward to the light. Under the small, straight nose, her lips were as delicate as cherries. Her figure was even more shapely, with a long pale green dress wrapped around her delicate curves. It was as if a flower was in its first bloom in spring, fresh and moving. At this moment, she was hiding behind the old man with a face full of fear and, carefully poking out half of her head, she peeked at Li Xingyun. When she realized that Li Xingyun was pointing at herself, her little face instantly turned red and, like a ripe apple, he hastily shrunk behind the old man again. Lu Ruyan on the side was also dumbfounded at this time, and secretly wondered in her heart. She had thought to make a scene. How could things have gotten to this point with a little more chivalry along the way? However, she did not raise her voice to stop Li Xingyun, just quietly standing beside him. He looked up and down with interest at the woman hiding behind the old man. "You're ing," the mindless little brother said angrily, holding out his index finger and pointing aggressively at Li Xingyun. His mouth opened and closed, and he was about to start a passionate rap performance. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, the burly man next to him with a face full of horizontal meat suddenly struck out and, with a swift and vicious slap, he slapped Brainless hard in the face. The force of this slap was so great that it directly knocked Mindless around twice in the same place. Almost fell to the ground. The beaten Mindless man was instantly confused, covering his face and looking at the bald burly man with a face of aggression and horror, only to see the bald, burly man take a big step forward and stand in front of Li Xingyun, his face piled with a fawning smile. Nodding his head, he said, "Aya, so it's your territory. It's all my fault for offending your old man by not recognizing him with my eyes. We're leaving. After saying that, the bald big man let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved and it was as if he had just retrieved a life from the gates of hell. He didn't even wait for Li Xingyun to respond. He couldn't wait to turn around and, as soon as he yanked on the still bewildered Mindless, he led his many minions in a headlong, wild dash in the direction from which he came. The way the wolves fled, they looked like a bunch of frightened rabbits. Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu's entire body froze, a pair of beautiful eyes staring wide and a look of disbelief filled her. It was only after a while that she came back to her senses and turned her head to look at Li Xingyun. Puzzled, he asked, they actually know you? But Li Xingyun had clearly come to this place for the first time. How could the bandits here recognize Li Xingyun? Naturally, I know. Facing Ruyan Lu's question, Li Xingyun only nodded slightly. The expression was calm and collected, followed by a mysterious smile. Then, Li Xingyun's gaze swept sharply toward the shivering woman behind the old man. Then he pointed his finger at her and instructed Lu Ruyan, "Keep an eye on this chick. Don't let her take advantage of the opportunity to escape. I'll go and clean up those bandits who don't know how to die." Chapter 124, Good People Are Good. Before the words left his mouth, he was seen flickering, like a ghost, and, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared above the horses, leaving only a breeze to gently brush the faces of the crowd. Appearing again, he had already arrived in front of dozens of bandits like a ghost. "You guys don't do a lot of bad things in your ordinary lives, do you?" Li Nebula had cultivated the 9 spectral Xian heavenly divine skill. The perception of killing aura is as sharp as a hound. And these bandits in front of us are more or less stained with some human lives. He must have done a lot of evil in his day. Bad guys are like weeds. You can't kill them all. But now that you've met them, how could Li Nebula sit back and do nothing? "Hey, Master, we are all greatly good people," the bald big man replied with trepidation. The sudden appearance of Li Xingyun in front of him was like a divine weapon from heaven. It was clearly not something that people like himself could fight against. Good people? Li Xingyun had a smile as warm as the spring breeze on his face, but that smile was more terrifying than an evil spirit in the eyes of the bald man. Yes, we are all good people. The bald Hulk was busy echoing that. The head nodded as if it were pounding garlic. Good people are good. I love good people like you guys. Li Xingyun's words were like a spring breeze brushing over the ears of a group of bandits, causing the huge stone hanging in their hearts to fall slightly. The bald big man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, flatteringly accompanying a smile. He was about to open his mouth when Li Xingyun's next words were like cold ice piercing his bones, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Good people like you should all fall into that bottomless abyss of hell. The corners of Li Xingyun's mouth spread into a cold smile, and the 9 netherworldly Xian heavenly divine energy instantly erupted like a raging wave. A large amount of black and red blood chi surged out around him, like rolling smoke, reflecting his entire body like a demon god descending into the world, which was creepy. Devil! The mindless minion was scared out of his wits and, retreating backward like a frightened rabbit. He had never seen such a horrible and appalling scene. Go to hell! Li Xingyun's feet lifted lightly and drifted forward like a ghost. The moment his feet landed on the ground, he had already appeared behind dozens of bandits like a ghost. Strange red and black blood light residues suddenly flashed out of the bandit group, quickly running through everyone's bodies like vipers, and as Li Xingyun's figure became visible, the bodies of all the bandits rose violently into the air like kites with broken strings, and then fell heavily to the ground, instantly losing all vitality. It's like the Walking Dead with their souls drained away. Li Xingyun was like a chameleon. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original innocent and harmless appearance. The old man's father and daughter in the distance witnessed this scene. Their mouths were as open as if they could stuff down an egg. Shock and disbelief were written all over his eyes. Quite obedient. Surprisingly didn't run away? Li Xingyun had a teasing smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Instantly moving to the old man like a ghost, he flirted. "No, I don't dare." "The old man thanks you for saving his life," the old man said with fear and trepidation. His legs went limp and he was about to kneel down for Li Nebula. Li Nebula was quick and grabbed his arm. It was like an iron clamp that prevented him from kneeling. "You're overthinking it. My lord is in need of a foot-washing maid. I think your daughter is quite suitable." Li Xingyun's gaze was like that of a hungry wolf as it roamed nakedly over the woman's body. There was no hiding the aggression in it. The woman was scared to death by Li Xingyun's wolf-like gaze, dodging backward frantically like a startled bird. "My lord, you are joking, are you not? And my daughter is but the light of that glowing fire. How dare I compete with you? The white moon." The old man was so frightened that his face turned ashen, and he hurriedly waved his hands with a smile. "Well, that's true. It's true that you don't deserve my lord. So forget it." Li Nebula's attitude is like that June sky, changing at the drop of a hat. Immediately turning back to Lu Ruyan, he said aloud, "Ruyan, let's go." With those words, Li Xingyun made a sharp flipping maneuver and steadily rode on top of the horse's back, and then gently pulling the reins. Together with Lu Ruyan beside her, they raised the dust and went away. Only the father-daughter duo were left jaw-droppingly frozen in place, staring at their fading backs. After the two of them had walked out some distance, Lu Ruyan turned her gaze to Li Xingyun, who was on her side. With a curious look on his face, he asked, "Why did you just leave? You don't want that chick either?" "In my opinion, that little girl was born quite a watery, handsome girl. It should be more than enough to wash your feet." In the face of this flirtation from Ruyan Lu, Li Xingyun was unmoved, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, showing a meaningful smile, but instead asked Lu Ruyan with interest, "How about we make a bet? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but stare, blinking her eyes and, puzzled, he asked, "A bet? What's the bet for a good reason?" Obviously, she had not been able to keep up with Li Xingyun's sudden and extremely jumpy rhythm of thinking for a while. Only Li Xingyun wore a smile, and there was a confident gleam in his eyes. Then he said, "Let's bet on the girl we just met, whether she will willingly wash my feet and warm my bed or not." After saying that, he also deliberately raised his eyebrows mischievously towards Ruyan Lu. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu shook her head without hesitation, indicating that she didn't believe it at all. Immediately afterward, he explained, "If you want to use some forceful or seductive means to make her wash her feet and warm her bed for you, there may still be a few possibilities, but if you want her to do it completely out of her own free will, I am not quite convinced. That girl does not look like a self-sacrificer." However, Li Xingyun didn't seem to care about Ruyan Lu's questioning and his smile grew brighter and brighter. Chesty responded, "In that case, then we might as well make such a bet. I promise I won't use any coercion, so just let her come over here and wash my feet nice and honestly. What do you think?" Lu Ruyan secretly pondered in her heart, thinking that there seemed to be a deception here, but after some careful thought, yet again, she didn't find anything wrong. Could it be that Li Xingyun was feeling too good about himself? She could only think of this possibility. "Okay, the bet is on. So what's the jackpot?" Ruyan Lu raised her willow eyebrows lightly, smilingly asked, "Betting if there is no colorful. It is not like chewing wax, tasteless. If I win, how about you go ask Linglong for some oral skills?" The corners of Li Nebula's mouth flicked up, showing a wry smile. This matter he had been planning for a long time, but helplessly Lu Ruyan always refused. "You're that confident, huh?" Lu Ruyan's vermilion lips lightly opened as she asked a rhetorical question, and then her beautiful eyes flowed and, seemingly angry and happy, she looked at Li Nebula and saw that Li Nebula's eyes were serious and full of anticipation. Chapter 125 Gambling. Lu Ruyan looked like a peach blossom blooming in spring and smiled sweetly. "Good. If you win, I'll just go and learn." Before Li Nebula could be happy, Lu Ruyan added right after, "Then if you lose, and what to do? Ha ha, then I'll go learn some ventriloquism as well?" Li Xingyun playfully asked back. That smile was a few shades brighter than the sun. "Get lost." Only a pout rang out and, Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face instantly blushed, just like a ripe apple that attracted people's love. Her beautiful eyes opened roundly. Without any good humor, she fiercely glared at Li Xingyun, as if she wanted to transmit all the shyness in her heart to him through this glance. "If you lose you'll wash my feet, and you'll have to do it for a whole month." Lu Ruyan huffed and puffed, and just as the words left her mouth, she realized that something was wrong. After all, in this world, having a man wash her feet was far from unusual. Her heart skipped a beat at the thought that, subconsciously, he carefully looked at Li Xingyun's face for fear of catching a hint of sulking from his face. However, to Lu Ruyan's surprise, Li Xingyun didn't care about it. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile as he said aloud, "Good. A word is a promise." What is it to Li Xingyun to wash the feet of his beloved wife? What's more, he had full assurance that he could win this bet, and there was no possibility of losing. Hearing Li Xingyun agree so readily, Lu Ruyan's hanging heart finally fell back into her stomach. She exhaled gently as if she was relieved, and her original taut nerves gradually relaxed. Immediately afterward, she spread a smile and gently nodded her head, responding in a delicate voice, "Okay, a deal is a deal, my lord." He just left like this? Above the official road, that old man's eyes widened with astonishment as he looked at the backs of Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan and muttered incredulously, "I don't need you to remind me. I'm not blind. I can see." And the girl standing aside had long been in a state of rage. Her beautiful eyes were now staring dead at the figure that was gradually moving away. The silver teeth tightly bit her lips, as if she wanted to vent out all the indignation in her heart. The slight hint of nervousness and fear that was originally on his face had long disappeared without a trace at this moment. After a while, the old man slowly came back to his senses, and he turned around and, looking at the girl with a slightly reverent gaze, he cautiously opened his mouth and asked, "My lord, then, how should we act next? Why don't we just go back and ask for instructions first?" The voice revealed a hint of trepidation. However, the girl didn't even bother to look at him. Just casually responded, "Just go back by yourself." Having said that, she continued to gaze unseeingly in the direction Li Xingyun had left in. The mind raced to think of a way to deal with it. On the side, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but remind, "If you don't hurry up and catch up with that father and daughter, I'm afraid that after today's parting, it will be as hard as hell to meet again." Hearing this, Li Xingyun was smiling faintly, his expression calm and collected. There was not the slightest hint of panic. Responding unhurriedly, he said, "No harm done. as the saying goes, Jiang Taigon fishes for fish, the one who wishes to be hooked, they'll come forward. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight flooded the earth, the huge convoy started slowly. The wheels of the carriage rolled with a crunching sound. However, not even half an hour later, Mirror Heart Demon's voice rang out from outside the curtain of the carriage. Your Highness, a girl fainted on the road not far ahead. The guards have checked it out and it's the girl that you stepped in and saved yesterday. If it's just an unrelated stranger, I'm afraid that the nature of the Mirror Heart Demon will not meddle at all. But yesterday, the king personally saved the girl, and today even met here. In reason, he even felt that he should report to the king before doing so. What's more, yesterday, Lee Nebula's unbridled words of teasing the girl, the attendants, had heard it clearly. If it weren't for that, who would care if a strange girl lived or died? At this moment, after Li Xingyun, who was sitting in the carriage, heard Mirror Heart Demon's report, turning his head to look at Lu Ruyan beside him, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and with a hint of imperceptible cunning, he said, Ruyan, why don't we go and take a look together? Maybe something has happened to this girl. In fact, Li Xingyun had his own little plan in his heart. He was worried that in case Ruyan Lu played a trick and denied it afterward, insisting that he had forced the girl to. Then, in this world without surveillance video, one can't tell the truth even if one is covered in words. When Ruyan Lu heard Li Xingyun's words, her beautiful eyes flowed as she secretly pondered in her heart. She also keenly sensed that there was something strange about the incident. How could she run into the same person twice in just 2 days? And how could the other person, who had no horse to walk on, have fainted so coincidentally in front of the caravan? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan lightly nodded her head and responded, good. So the two of them got up and got off the carriage, side by side toward the front. The two of them left the carriage and walked straight towards the very front of the caravan with big strides. Just then, they saw the girl of yesterday in her long emerald green dress, who at the moment was in a surprisingly sorry state, slumped under a crooked neck tree by the side of the road. The dress that was once shiny and spotless was now covered in mud and stains. It was as if they had gone through a fierce fight, and there was a lot of dust added to that delicate and pretty face that it made her look slightly haggard. Even her hair, which was full of hair, was currently scattered in a disorganized manner. Seeing this, Li Xingyun hurriedly accelerated his pace to the girl's side and quickly crouched down. However, to one's surprise, he suddenly reached out his hand like lightning and unceremoniously gave the girl's chest a gentle squeeze. This sudden move caused the girl's body to instantly tighten up, and underneath those eyes that were originally tightly closed, they were instantly filled with an unspeakable color of shame and indignation. However, Li Xingyun seemed unconcerned about it and still maintained that unperturbed stance. Only slowly, he raised his other hand and gently patted the girl's dirty cheek a couple of times. Then pulled his voice and shouted, Chick, wake up, what is the matter with you? Being insulted or not? Hearing this, the girl's heart felt as if 10,000 divine beasts of grass and mud horses were galloping past. What do you mean insulted? God is insulted. It's clearly you guys who took advantage of me. Okay, you're the one who's insulted. Your whole family is insulted. Chapter 126. Where am I? The girl woke up with a languid. Her eyes, as misty as autumn water, slowly opened, looking around in confusion and haze. After a while, the girl's vision cleared up and, when her gaze met Li Xingyun's, her originally dull eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of surprise. She laboriously braced herself and asked with a slightly trembling voice, Are you the gentleman who saved me yesterday? Precisely under me. Li Nebula nodded slightly, but there was not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. I only saw him stand up, and with a stern face, he spoke gravely, Girl, don't you know that sleeping is not allowed here? According to the rules, you are fined 10,000 taels of silver. Saying that, he nonchalantly held out his palm to the girl in a manner that made it clear that he wanted the money on the spot. What? Hearing this, the girl's entire body froze, her brain buzzing with, only Li Xingyun's sentence no sleeping allowed. Fine. Rules, echoing non-stop. Who stipulated that? Is one sleeping? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the earnest-looking man in front of her. His lips mumbled, and he couldn't get out a complete sentence in half a day. Don't get cute with me, even if you sell yourself, this money has to be paid. Otherwise, hasn't this crooked neck tree been slept with by you for nothing? Li Xingyun still had that businesslike look on his face. Regarding the girl's dumbfounded look at the moment, he only thought that the other party was just pretending to be cute and adorable on purpose. Lu Ruyan, who was standing by the side, couldn't stand to watch anymore. She shook her head helplessly and, holding her forehead gently with her jade hand, she turned her gaze away and muttered secretly in her heart, This Li Xingyun, there's really no mercy at all. The girl was trembling with anger. her breasts rising and falling violently. That originally fair face was reddened at the moment, and she bit her lip in death, her eyes wide with rage as she stared at the person in front of her. Desperately, he restrained himself from letting the expletive that was about to come out of his mouth rush out. Nebula Lee has gone so far as to hold herself responsible for a crooked-necked tree, and that he slept with a crooked tree. Isn't that ridiculous? How in heaven's name could such a ridiculous thing happen? The girl clenched her fists tightly, her nails sinking deep into her palms, and she felt like she was about to explode with anger. However, in the face of such an absurd accusation, she didn't know how to refute it for a moment. After a long period of silence, she finally squeezed out 3 words through her teeth. I don't have any money. The voice was not loud, but it was full of anger and helplessness. But there was some little snicker in the girl's mind that she had no money, and Lee Xingyun, this colorful wolf, still do not take advantage of the opportunity to let their own flesh, as a maid, to stay by the side. At that time they are reserved. Do enough chaste girl touch? That's not going to coax the other side into a frenzy. No money? How dare you sleep in a crooked-necked tree without money? Lee Xingyun was happy. The corners of his mouth lifted up and, playfully looking at the girl, he didn't ask the other man what had happened, where the girl's father had gone. None of this matters. I didn't. The girl's teeth itched with anger and she turned her head away from looking at Lee Xingyun. No money. If you don't have money, take this to cover your debt. Lee Nebula's right hand probed out like lightning, pulling out a white belly band from the girl's chest and tucking it into his arms. You nasty. The girl immediately covered her chest, her eyes filled with indignation, viciously glaring at Lee Xingyun. Oh, who made you not pay your debt? Now we are clear. You can go. Lee Nebula did not have the slightest intention of retaining the girl. Go? The girl froze with her chest covered and just let herself go? What about the promised fine of $12,000? What? You still want to do bad things to people's crooked neck trees if you don't leave? Lee Xingyun blankly glanced at her and, walking toward the crooked neck tree, he pointed up the trunk and said, look at that. It's all worn bald and showing skin. The girl stood frozen in place, her hands shielding her chest, a little at a loss for words. No one had told him that Lee Xingyun was so perverted before he came. Ruyan, let's go. Nebula Lee saw that the girl had started to daze again and, greeting Lu Ruyan, he was about to leave. This is my first mission. I absolutely cannot fail. The girl watched as the two were about to walk away and, the confusion in his eyes gradually firms up, jogging 2 steps to block in front of Lu Ruyan, flopping down on his knees. Miss, I have no place to go. Please do me a favor and take me in. The girl didn't dare to approach Lee Xingyun to beg to be taken in. Who knows what unconscionable things he would do. Lu Ruyan would have seen some clues by now, knowing that the girl wasn't as simple as she looked. Pointing to Lee Xingyun on the side, he said, what I say doesn't count for much. Ask him if he's willing to take you in. The girl inside this bitter she grew up so big where to receive this aggression. You want to follow me as an ox? Lee Xingyun asked with a smile. God ing be a cow. Did you say that yourself? The girl spat. One could think of the speed with which Lee Xingyun flipped his face, and immediately lost his temper. I beg you to take me in. As a slave or a servant girl, I am willing. Seeing as you're so sincere, my lord agrees. Before the girl could be happy, she saw Lee Xingyun take out a piece of paper from his arms and place it in front of her. What's this? The girl froze and looked up at Lee Xingyun. Sell your body. Can't you read? Lee Xingyun looked as if he deserved it. Of course the girl knows the words. But who's a good man who carries around a contract of sale? On the side, Lu Ruyan also cast a strange look. I'm a big landlord, prince. It's normal to carry a few deeds of sale with me, right? Lee Xingyun hemmed and hawed, then looked at the girl. You don't want to eat for nothing, do you? I won't want you if you don't sign. I'll sign. The girl only felt that she had fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck to receive this mission, and gritted her teeth as she reached out her hand to Lee Xingyun. What for? Lee Nebula asked. A pen. How am I supposed to sign without one? The girl reminded in a no-nonsense manner. Didn't bring it. Bite your finger. Lee Xingyun spread his hands out, very barefaced. Tears had appeared in the girl's eyes, and her eyes were red as she lowered her head and, putting her jade finger into her mouth and biting through it, she wrote 2 big words on the deed of sale. Bai Jie. Your name is Bai Jie? Lee Xingyun asked as he took the deed of sale. Aha. The girl nodded her head, seemingly unwilling to say any more to Lee Xingyun. Fear of being pissed off. Good name. Nebula Lee nodded and led the two back to the carriage. Bai Jie. What a nice name. At first glance, it's a good girl who is pure and clean and keeps her womanhood. The 3 of them went back to Lu Ruyan's carriage, and Bai Jie was still clutching her chest tightly. Lee Nebula leaned a foot against the wagon. Stretching her legs out, she instructed Bai Jie, come over here and squeeze my legs. Me? Paige asked. pointing at her pretty face. Or else, the deed of sale is signed. It's okay not to pinch the legs. Go out and help the mirror heart demon drive the car. Li Xingyun is very overbearing. A complete landlord. If it were anyone else, Li Xingyun wouldn't be like this, but by Jia, someone with ulterior motives, he wouldn't be soft. How could he completely take in the other party without completely destroying their bottom line? Good. I'll pinch. Bai Jia was so close to Li Xingyun that, not wanting to be kicked aside like this, he humiliatingly came to Li Xingyun's side and began to clumsily squeeze his legs. Chapter 127, The Four Great Families. When I catch you, I'll report to the president, and I'll make your life miserable. Torture you hard 100 times. 100 times. Bai Jia lowered her head and kept imagining the various scenarios of punishing Li Xingyun in the future. The mental victory method is used with aplomb. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Jia had tried to rebel against Li Xingyun's orders in the past few days. But Li Xingyun is not the slightest bit spoiled. If you don't listen, get lost, which makes Bai Jia's bottom line is also a little bit lower. Your Highness, Southern Wasteland City has arrived. Mirror Heart Demon's voice came from outside the carriage. Southern Wasteland City was the center of the southern border state and the most prosperous place. The state and county capitals of South Border State are also here. Well, go directly to the state capital, Li Nebula commanded. He has collected a lot of intelligence on the southern border, and he has a plan for the entire southern border. If you want to expand your territory, the first step is to deal with internal problems. After the caravan had been traveling for a while, there was a large number of people dressed in fancy clothes and well-dressed men and horses came to the front of the caravan to greet them. Who are you people and why are you blocking the road? At the very front of the caravan, Li Siyuan Shao looked at the crowd and asked loudly, My lord, we are a family from southern Desolate City, and we have come to greet His Highness, the Qin King. Upon hearing of his arrival, the man at the head of the group is an old man who looks to be in his 50s, with a head of silver hair and a lot of spirit. This king doesn't go looking for you guys, but you guys come looking for this king instead. Li Xingyun smiled as he sat in the carriage and instructed the Mirror Heart Demon. Let them go to the state capital together. Yes, the Mirror Heart Demon immediately responded. The carriage continued to travel, and in half an hour or so it arrived at the state capital in the center of southern Wasteland City. It hadn't been long since the last state house had been removed, and the state house was not in disrepair. Li Xingyun brought Lu Ruyan several people to the main seat of the state capital's main hall and sat down. The major families of the southern border city followed suit. Old Yi family head, Yi Tao, Xia Dong, head of the Xia family, Wang Tong, head of the Wang family, Tang family head Tang Si, greetings to His Highness, King of Qin, and His Highness, King of Qi. There were only 4 people who entered the state capital. One after another, they saluted Li Xingyun and Lu Ruyan. Be excused, you guys are well informed. Li Xingyun waved his hand and joked. These 4 great families were clearly dominated by the Yi family, which Li Xingyun had also known for a long time. The 4 great families had been entrenched in the southern border for hundreds of years, with deep roots and far-reaching hands. What is it that you are looking for this king? Li Xingyun asked directly as he opened the door. Your Highness, we've heard that the southern border has been designated as your fiefdom, and that the imperial army has already withdrawn. We are willing to serve your highness by sending our sons and daughters from home to guard the border for your highness. Yi Tao smiled and stepped forward to speak. In his opinion, Li Xingyun was new to the country and had no army men under his command, so he couldn't even defend the border. It is inevitable to rely on their power, so that they will also be able to better control the border and do business more easily. Oh, how many troops can your 4 families contribute? The corners of Li Xingyun's mouth lifted up, coming to some interest. It's all his fortune. It's better to ask. My Yi family can contribute 50,000 troops. Yi Tao was the first to speak. My Xia clan has sent 40,000 troops. Xia Dong followed closely behind. The Wang family has sent 40,000 troops. The Tang clan has sent 30,000 troops. The remaining 2 families also spoke up. 50,000, 40,000, 40,000, and 30,000, which makes 160,000 men for these 4 families combined. That's a lot of power. Fine, what do you guys want? Li Xingyun asked with a smile, not stating a yes. Hey, we are all white bodies. I hope the king can give us a title that will be passed down from generation to generation. The 4 great families had obviously discussed the matter, and only Yi Tao himself spoke. The other 3 were very silent. Oh, really? You want power when you have money? Li Xingyun thought with disdain. Yes, tell you what. In 3 days you will gather the disciple soldiers in your homes and, this king swiftly speaks and arranges the areas of the town. Li Xingyun nodded his head with a disinterested look and, "Command down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Tao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. For a while, he couldn't help but look down on Li Xingyun a few points more. This wave is a blood money for them. The armed forces in his hands were cleansed, and his family received knighthoods passed down from generation to generation. In contrast to Li Xingyun, nothing. The army belongs to him in name only. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The remaining three had excitement in their eyes as well, and they saluted one after another. "Well, go back. The king has important matters to attend to." Li Xingyun unapologetically wrapped an arm around Bai Jie's waist, living as a prodigal male. "Yes, we will retire." The four of them gave Li Nebula a "we get it" look and know how to leave. Bai Jie wanted to cry in her heart. This Li Xingyun was a little cutie. Is he? He can even agree to this kind of thing. Isn't this a vivid way of dividing the power in one's hand outwards and letting the four great families get bigger? This stupid pig. If he's so stupid, he can't take revenge for being hoarded out for nothing. What are you fuming about? You've been rushing for days. Go and boil some hot water for this king. He needs to bathe. "I'm sorry," Li Nebula instructed as she slapped Bai Jie's rear jerks. "Got it." Bai Jie was still a bit unconvinced, though, but it is not so resistant. "We need to find a way to cheer up Nebula Li. If he doesn't become the hunger master, then I won't have a chance to take revenge, right? That's not good." When Bai Jie thought that she had suffered all these days of humiliation for nothing, she couldn't stand it in her heart. If Li Nebula doesn't support Ling, then he himself will find a way to make him support Ling, so that he can become the Shun Lord, and then have the president pick him up, hand him over to himself, and abuse him 100 times. 100 times. Thinking of this, Bai Jie's pace of leaving became cheerful, and Li Xingyun's lightness just now that it was long behind us at this point. Li Xingyun looked at Bai Jie's back and couldn't help but froze. This guy wouldn't be brain dead. Name, Bai Jie. Age, 107. Charm value, 93. Favorability, 50. Cultivation, late first grade land god immortal. Power, Twilight Society 7 deadly sins, lust. The favorability rating has increased? Li Xingyun felt that he was off the mark. There were oddities everywhere on this lust. Not normal at all. Chapter 128. Little Wandering Boy. Did you check the treasury? Li Xingyun asked as he looked towards the mirror heart demon who had walked into the main hall. He hadn't forgotten that Li Qiankuan had given himself all the treasury silver of the southern border. That's a lot of money. Checked. But, not much. Mirror heart demon said with some difficulty. Not much? Li Xingyun froze, then asked. Not much is how much? About 20 million taels of gold. Mirror heart demon replied with his head bowed. Arrangements have already been made for people to investigate, and news will be coming soon. Mirror heart demon added. Got it. Take me to the storehouse. Li Nebula nodded and, there are only a few possibilities for not having a lot of silver in the coffers. Li Qiankuan does not count his words, said on his lips to give in fact did not intend to give. Or maybe the money is in the hands of the four great families, or maybe it was embezzled by the last state government, and whatever that might be, Li Xingyun all want to give back to ask for. Where can I let it run away when the money in hand? The two of them came to the storehouse. Li Xingyun looked at the empty and incomparable ground with some sighs. How much would this be if it was full? 20 million taels isn't bad, so I should be able to draw something good. Li Xingyun would love to raffle off all of this money, but he's still a little worried about the future of military food. Military pay. Turning his head to look at Mirror Heart Demon, he asked, are the profits from the Langya Chamber of Commerce enough to cover the expenses of the entire southern border complete system? The complete system of the southern frontier means that the army is at full strength, with full complement of officers at all levels, a series of expenditures for food, horses, weapons, and so on. Li Xingyun's plan was for the army to have a full complement of 1 million men. Just to eat every day is a huge expense. Luangia Chamber of Commerce, although profiteering can want to feed millions of people, this is not easy. There shouldn't be any problems. The Langya Chamber of Commerce has already begun to expand its business, with the escort of many experts. It's developing very smoothly. Mirror Heart Demon replied after thinking for a moment. Well, then this king is relieved. Li Xingyun put his heart down and prepared to draw a prize, when all of a sudden, the dull drums pounded. Knock, dang, dang. The sound of 3 drums in succession attracted Li Xingyun's attention. Where did the drums come from? Li Xingyun had a vague guess. There were 2 big drums right at the entrance of the government office. It's for redress of grievances, and the direction the voice came from was that way. It seems to be the drum for redressing grievances at the entrance of the government office. The Mirror Heart Demon replied with some uncertainty. Go look. Nebula Li put the idea of a lottery on hold for the time being. It was not a good sign that someone was banging the drum for redress of grievances just after he had arrived at the southern border. At the entrance to the Southland government office, a ragged and the pudgy middle-aged woman was struggling to swing the drumsticks in her hand with a determined look on her face. Hey, does Widow Zhang want to die? Do you really think that a prince has come to handle the several great clans of the southern border? Yes, in my opinion, they are all snakes and rats. Widow Zhang is going to die this time. This widow is also pitiful. Her husband was beaten to death and her son was taken by human traffickers. The only remaining daughter was also spoiled by the young master of the Tang family a few days ago. The entrance to the government office soon gathered a large crowd of people watching the event. A number of people recognized the drumming Widow Zhang, and one after another began to tell of each other's tragic experiences. Who beats the drum to call for justice? Li Xingyun took the mirror heart demon out of the government office with great strides. Looking to Widow Zhang, she asked, "My lord." When Widow Zhang saw Li Xingyun, she immediately put down the drumstick in her hand. He flung himself on his knees and hit his head hard against the ground, looking so agitated that he was slow to say a complete sentence. "Sister-in-law, get up and speak. The southern border is this king's fiefdom, so if there are any grievances, this king will make a decision for you." Li Xingyun helped Widow Zhang up and said in relief, these people would be his people in the future, so naturally Li Xingyun couldn't watch his people suffer. Exploited. 1. Prince, you have to make a decision for my concubine. Widow Zhang's face was filled with tears and 2 rows of teeth couldn't help but chatter. Well, this king will do it for you. Li Nebula nodded and turned to Mirror Heart Demon to command, prepare to elevate the court. The king himself will try the case. It's the king. The Mirror Heart Demon immediately began to move, knowing full well that the Li Xingyun was trying to show off his muscles, suppress the world families, and gain the hearts of the people. This new prince doesn't seem to be on the same path as the lineage. Are we saved in the southern border? One of the people muttered as he looked at Li Nebula's back from afar full of disbelief. I think it's a walk in the park. I don't believe he gave this could be for a Widow Zhang and the Tang family at best. Another member of the people scoffed at this, believing that Li Xingyun was merely putting on a show. I don't think so. Maybe it's even a good officer. A good official. Even if he really is a good official, can he still fight the Tang family in the southern border? The people's fear of the 4 great families is engraved in their bones. Even the government is not as powerful as the 4 great families in their eyes. It didn't take long for a simple and luxurious ascension to begin. Li Xingyun was seated high on the main seat, and beside him was Mirror Heart Demon. On the left side stood the Judge of Water and Fire, Li Tsuenzhong, Li Tsuenxiao, Li Tsuenli, and Bai Yuya. On the right side were Lu Ruyan, Shuang Chen, Ho Cheng, Feng Lao, Yun Su Zi, and Xian Su Zi. Kneeling at the foot of the stage was a woman with a thin figure and emaciated face, none other than the bitter Widow Zhang. At the present moment she was kneeling alone, while a great number of the people were crowded around her. One by one, they stretched their necks and peered in through the gaps in the crowd, their faces filled with curiosity and concern. Above the hall, Li Xingyun was seen wearing a green robe and sitting behind the desk with an imposing appearance. He held a piece of wood in his right hand, and suddenly swung it with force, only to hear a crunching sound. Wakewood slapped heavily on top of the desk table. The sound was like thunder, instantly silencing the originally noisy scene. Who is kneeling under the stage? Quickly report your name. Li Nebula's gaze was like a torch, staring tightly at the Widow Zhang on the stage. He shouted in a loud voice. Hearing the question, the Zhang widow's body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly kowtowed and replied, "Back to your excellency. My daughter is Zhang." Her voice was slightly trembling and she looked terrified. "Oh, what do you have to report to this king?" Li Xingyun's face sank as he continued to pursue the question. "My daughter wants to sue one person." Widow Zhang raised her head and looked at Li Xingyun with teary eyes. "Who is the person being sued?" Li Xingyun asked after him with a raised sword eyebrow. "It's the youngest master of the Tang family, Tang Xiaosan." When Widow Zhang uttered the name Tang Xiaosan, a blazing fire of fury instantly flared up in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. Chapter 129 Widow Zhang. For what reason should this man be sued? Tell us the truth. Seeing this, Li Nebula had a calculation in his heart. Widow Zhang took a deep breath and forced herself to hold back her grief, saying, "My daughter went out on the street a few days ago to buy some needles and threads. I didn't want to be seen by Tang Xiaosan. That evil young man saw the little girl looks quite beautiful, and immediately had bad intentions. When night falls, he went so far as to gather a gang of thugs to break into my home and brutalize my little daughter without a word. Poor my daughter. Just like that, they were bullied alive to death. Whoops." Speaking of this, Widow Zhang could no longer contain the pain in her heart, let out a loud cry. When Li Xingyun heard this, he couldn't help but burst into a rage, and he stood up violently and, waving the wake wood in his hand again. He bellowed, "Summon Tang Xiaosan of the Tang family. Bring him to the public hall immediately." "Yes." Ba, who was standing at the side, answered, and he took a big step forward and, after saluting with his hands, he turned around and received Li Xingyun's permission, then left the government office with great strides. He ran straight towards the direction of the Tang family in the city. He's been suffocating these days, following the convoy every day as a pony boy. It couldn't be helped. In terms of strength he didn't stand out. In terms of status he was even less prominent, and could only be a marginal character. The Tang family was a prestigious and long-established family in the southern borderlands, and its family power was enormous. In the local area can be said to be second to none. The hinterland of the Tang family is even located in the most prosperous part of the town center. Covering an area of nearly 100 acres, the building was magnificent and lavishly decorated, showing the grandeur and majesty of a famous family. Ba was also as light as a swallow, extremely fast, like a gust of wind speeding. It didn't take long. He then arrived at the imposing gate of the Tang family. Just as Ba Yuya raised his head to double-check the plaque, he heard a furious cry come from him. Immediately afterward, a porter dressed in gorgeous clothes came out of the door with a big stride, only to see this porter with a face of impatience, rushing at Baya and then loudly driving away. "Get out of the... Are you blind? Can't you see what kind of place this is? How dare you block the road here?" Ba also sniffed slightly, somewhat less surely. He spoke up and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Humph, who else could it be if not you? There's nothing here but you, the guy who doesn't know how to die. Is there no one else?" The porter responded nonchalantly, while waving his hands non-stop. It looked as if he was driving away a repulsive fly, and his mouth threatened viciously. "If you're sensible, get the hell out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you and skinning you." Upon hearing this, Ba also couldn't help but be exasperated and laugh. In his heart, he thought to himself that he had not encountered such an arrogant and domineering person for a long time. In an instant, a flash of biting killing intent flashed through his eyes. The porter, who was originally still high and mighty, suddenly felt a chill come over him, and immediately stared at Baya with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. His mouth was wide open, as if he wanted to say something, but his throat was tightly choked, as if by a large, invisible hand. Couldn't make half a sound. A few moments later the porter fell to the ground without a sound. "Pass on the King of Qin's order, summoning Tang Xiaosan of the Tang family to come to the government office quickly to be interrogated." The porter who had delivered the message was already dead, and at this moment there was no one to deliver this message for him. And so it was. He simply no longer stepped into the Tang family residence half a step, just so straight in front of the door, running the body of the majestic Tru Chi, let out a loud shout up. Its voice was like a loud bell, resounding throughout the entire Tang family compound. At this moment, the Tang family's head of the Tang family, Tang Si, who was sitting in the middle of the great hall, after hearing this shout, a look of doubt couldn't help but flash through his eyes. "King Qin?" Tang Si frowned slightly and, in his heart, he secretly pondered, "The King of Qin has just arrived at the southern border and my Tang family's well water does not offend the river water. Why would he suddenly order to summon my family's junior this time? Could it be that, has Junior broken into some other big trouble in recent days?" Thinking of this, Tang Si's face sank. Turning his head to look at a middle-aged man located below him, he asked in a deep voice, "What exactly has Junior done recently?" That middle-aged man immediately showed hesitation when Tang Si asked him this. It's not that he intends to hide the truth for Tang Xiaosan, it's really because this Tang Xiaosan is a lawless and reckless master in his daily life. The number of evil deeds committed can be said to be countless. Now that Tang Si asked this question out of the blue, he really didn't know where to start for a moment. Just as Tang Si was still pursuing the matter, Ba also only heard the sound of a horse's hooves coming from far and near. Immediately after that, then he saw Tang Xiaosan leading a group of his men to the entrance of the Tang mansion in a whirlwind. "Who the hell are you? How dare you have the audacity to yell and scream so openly in our Tang family? It's almost like you're tired of living and don't want to live, only to see the thieving, swarthy-eyed little brother standing beside Tang Xiaosan. Like an enraged wild dog, he instantly popped out, stretching out a thin, bony finger, pointing straight at Baya's high nose. His mouth was even more unctuous as he cursed. As for Tang Xiaosan at this moment, he was all disdain and arrogance. The nostrils were almost directed towards the sky. He tilted his head slightly and squinted at Baha before him with a look of utter contempt. It was as if the other party was just an insignificant mole cricket. As for the name Qin Wang that Ba also mentioned, Tang Xiaosan was completely puzzled by it. In his heart, he secretly pondered, from which nook or cranny did this King of Qin emerge? This young master has never heard of any King of Qin. Humph, I guess he's just a nobody. This world has really changed. Any cat or dog dares to claim the title of king. Tang Xiaosan, as the notorious playboy of the Tang family, was idle and unprofessional during the day. He has always been indifferent to the affairs of the family. Anyway, he knew very well in his heart that he had no hope of succeeding as the head of the family. That's why he didn't bother with those complicated and trivial family matters. The only thing he was interested in was how to eat, drink, and have fun to his heart's content. Spend your youthful days with abandon. Ba also said that the king of Qin had summoned him, but he thought that the so-called king of Qin was just a title, not thinking in the slightest towards the imperial court. Where would such a place like the southern border come to have such a character? However, in the face of Tang Xiaosan's unself-conscious and arrogant demeanor, Ba also couldn't help but be infuriated and laugh. He thought to himself, this guy is really arrogant to the extreme. To actually not even put in the eyes of the heavenly and earthly fearless king of Qin. It is simply lawless and does not know how to die. Little fifth son? Young master, it's no good. Little fifth son is dead. Tang Xiaosan's dog's leg was originally looking at the doorway, when he suddenly realized that the doorkeeper Xiao Wuzi, who had collapsed on the ground without any movement, was so scared that his face turned white, yelling up at the top of his lungs. Chapter 130 An escort? Hearing these words, Tang Xiaosan shuddered, turning his head with a face full of astonishment, and, upon seeing Xiao Wuzi's body that had lost its vitality, his eyes instantly widened as if his eyeballs were about to fall out. What? How dare you kill someone from my Tang family? It's simply that you're impatient with life. Tang Xiaosan roared angrily at Bai Yi, his heart filled with shock and anger. He really couldn't figure out who had the audacity to. He actually dared to run to the Tang family to cause trouble, and he even killed someone from their family. At this moment, Tang Xiaosan stared at Bai Yuya dead in the face, disbelief flickering in his eyes. That expression was as if he had seen a ghost. On the other hand, Bai Yuya stood there with a cold face, not the slightest bit bothered by Tang Xiaosan's angry roar. Come on man, take this asshole down. Now, this young master must personally chop off both of his heads today. Tang Xiaosan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, veins rippling on his forehead, and while glaring viciously at Bai Yuya, while giving orders to the group of lapdogs around him. As Tang Xiaosan's words fell, a commotion immediately came from the crowd, only to see a burly, muscular, bald, burly man walking out with a fierce smile. He was rubbing his fists and leaping into action. This bald and burly man's name was Li Si. He was one of the stronger of the Tang family's many fighters, possessing the cultivation of a first-grade master. With this kind of strength, even when looking at the entire southern border region, it's also considered moderate, only to see that bald man's eyes open roundly, and his mouth shouted, "The black tiger pulls out the heart." Immediately after that, his feet were like springs installed, and he fiercely exerted force, his body instantly leaping high. At the same time, his right hand quickly changed into a claw shape, carrying a strong wind, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, straight at Baya's heart position. Then look at Baya's side. He's so unresponsive in the face of such a ferocious attack. The whole person seemed to have been cast a spell of immobilization, frozen in place, his eyes staring straight at the bald man, his face full of shocked colors, completely failing to make any defensive or evasive movements. It looked as if it had been scared out of its wits and didn't know what to do. Gongzi, look at this. This kid is simply an embroidered pillow, not useful in the eyes. I can't believe I was scared silly like that. That's true. I originally thought he could be two-timing, a master of the deep. Who knows, it's just a pewter spearhead that turns into a waste when it encounters real danger. Ha ha, what a total douchebag. Seeing this, the group of lapdogs beside Tang Xiaosan immediately began to mock with their mouths and tongues. Each one of them laughed as if they had already seen Bai Yuya's miserable end, determining that he would surely die this time. However, at this moment, Bai Yuya had something else in mind. For a strong person like him, a mere sect master level opponent was nothing more than a mole cricket that could be destroyed with a single hand. But the thing is, he can't make it easy now. This was because he was worried that his actions would disrupt Li Xingyun's subsequent carefully planned plans. Should he kill this guy who didn't know the sky and the earth or not? Ba was also in a dilemma for a while. Just as Baya was hesitating in his mind, that bald man's palm had already sped towards his chest like a swift wind, and the distance between the two shortened to less than a foot away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the bald man's eyes, which were originally filled with vicious colors, showed a strong and extreme killing intent without any concealment. It was as if he wanted to put Baha to death. However, it was too late, only to hear a loud bang. It was as deafening as thunder on a flat earth. Just at the moment when the bald man was about to touch Baya's body, a palpitatingly terrifying pressure violently erupted from above Ba also's body. This pressure is like a surging wave of anger, and like a violent hurricane. It swept around with unrivaled power and might. even though this mighty pressure only lasted for an extremely brief moment. However, the powerful aura it gave off was enough to give people chills and creeps, and this was precisely the body-protecting true chi that Baya possessed. As a passive skill, once encountering a dangerous situation, this body-protecting true chi would automatically be stimulated to protect the master's safety. However, right after the body-protecting true chi had just been triggered, Bayuya quickly withdrew it into his body by virtue of his own profound and unfathomable cultivation. The whole process was smooth, without the slightest bit of procrastination. At the same time, only the bald man looked as if he had suffered a heavy hammer blow and, flying backwards at an even faster speed than he had rushed over before, his body arced through the air and, it was as if a kite with broken strings had lost control and flew straight toward the back. As the bald man flew out backwards, a large amount of scarlet and stinging blood was continuously gushing out of his mouth, which was like a blooming blood-colored flower, spilling down in a flurry of. It instantly stained the lapel of his chest with a reddish color that looked shocking to the eyes. Even though this pressure existed for an extremely short period of time, for a first-ranked sect master in the district, such a power was still something that they were simply unable to resist and counteract. Under the impact of such a terrifying pressure, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the bald man's body had long since been completely shattered, turning into a pile of bloodied sludge. Dead. Tang Xiaosan's eyes widened and, looking at the lifeless body in front of him with a face full of shock, he couldn't believe that a grandmaster powerhouse had died so easily. Moreover, the other party hadn't even lifted his hand, relying solely on the astral body armor that surrounded his body. He had killed this master teacher on the spot with a hard earthquake. Ba Yuya, who was standing at the side, looked at Tang Xiaosan with an expressionless face. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "This guy is so unbearable that he actually dares to speak and pretend here. Now it's good that he lost his life for nothing." At this moment, I only heard Ba Yuya coldly say, "Tang Xiaosan, come with me, don't keep his majesty waiting." The words revealed an unquestionable majesty. When Tang Xiaosan heard this, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten, his body subconsciously retreating backward. Right at this moment, a burst of cheerful laughter suddenly came from the inner courtyard of the Tang clan. Immediately afterward, several figures slowly walked out and, the person at the head was none other than Tang Si, the head of the Tang family. I only saw Tang Si with a smile on his face, his eyes staring at Bai Yuya as if he were a torch. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Ha, I don't know your honorable name and what position you hold under His Highness the King of Qin." Ba also looked up slightly at Tang Si and, then with an expressionless face, he replied, "I am a guard of the Qin King's house." Ba Yi, guards? Tang Si was obviously very surprised by this answer. He had originally thought that an expert with unfathomable strength like Ba Yu must have an extraordinary position in the Qin Wangfu. However, I didn't expect him to be nothing more than an ordinary guard. Thinking of this, Tang Si couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In his heart, he sighed. Isn't this His Highness the King of Qin an ordinary prince? A guard by his side has such amazing strength. This is just too terrifying. Tang Si turned to think of many things, and his heart couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 131, Not Giving Face. Mr. Ba, I wonder what the King of Qin summoned my son for this time. I still hope that you can tell me a bit. Tang Si had a kind smile on his face, but inwardly, he had already become apprehensive. After all, this matter had a great deal at stake. And if it was not handled properly, it was highly likely that the King of Qin would become disgruntled with the Tang family, which would in turn affect the subsequent distribution of benefits. I only saw that Bai Yuya sniffed and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous sneer. "Humph, does the king need to report to you to do his work?" Having said that, he seemed to feel that he had already delayed too much time here, and his face sank and, a terrifying pressure belonging to a land god powerhouse suddenly erupted. In an instant, the Tang clan's crowd only felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, making it difficult to breathe. It was as if it was being deadened by an invisible mountain, unable to move in the slightest. And the strength of this pressure, it actually far exceeded the aura that those few old ancestors of the Tang clan could give off. Faced with such a powerful oppressive force, Tang Si's face became extremely ugly. His eyes were even more cloudy. He secretly screamed in his heart, not realizing that this Bai Yuya would be so powerful. It seems that this time, I'm afraid that the matter of the King of Qin's summoning is not that simple. However, at that moment, Ba also was too lazy to bother with them anymore, only to see his right hand gently waving, as if grasping in the void. In the next moment, Tang Xiaosan's body actually involuntarily shot towards Bai Yuya. "Tang Xiaosan, come with me." Ba also grabbed the back of Tang Xiaosan's neck as it was like carrying a small chicken in his hands. And then, without looking back, he shouted at Tang Dede, "Tang family master, Let's part ways here. Before the words left his mouth, his figure flashed, and he had already taken Tang Xiaosan and quickly left. In the blink of an eye it disappeared from sight. Tang Xiaosan used all his strength to desperately twist his body and he tried to break free from the large hand that was locked tightly around him like an iron vice. However, no matter how hard he tried, Bai's palm didn't move as if it had taken root. Father! Father! Save me! Fear took over Tang Xiaosan's heart and he yelled desperately toward Tang Si at the top of his lungs, his voice becoming shrill and piercing from his extreme panic. The person standing beside Tang Si saw the scene and immediately wanted to strike, but it was stopped by Tang Si. The faces of the people showed a puzzled look, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to Tang Si and ask, "Family master?" Tang Si, however, was calm and collected, his eyes gazing at Tang Xiaosan, who was being held hostage in the distance. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "With your strength, you are by no means a match for this person, so don't act rashly. Follow them over and see what the Qin king wants." To Tang Si, Tang Xiaosan is just one of his many sons who are not conspicuous. Its survival is irrelevant to him. At this moment, he was more concerned about Li Xingyun's true intentions and whether the reputation of the Tang clan would be damaged as a result. It wasn't long before Bai Yuya returned to the yamen holding Tang Xiaosan like a swift wind, only to see him effortlessly fling his hand around. Tang Xiaosan fell heavily beside Widow Zhan like a ragdoll. Afterward, Ba also reported to the man sitting in the hall with an expressionless arch, "Your Majesty, Tang Xiaosan has been brought." At this moment, Tang Xiaosan was in a slight trance, his eyes wide and his head turned from side to side like a rattle, and his eyes eagerly swept around. Obviously, with regard to the circumstances and situation in which he was presently placed, he felt very lost and confused, desperate to figure out what was going on. "Hey yo hey, this king is really powerful nah. I can't believe I was able to get this Tang Xiaosan fellow here without God realizing it." An exclamation came from amongst the crowd. "Yes, look at the way probably still use force to achieve things. Tee hee, this king of Qin is really tough enough yo." Another person chimed in. "Ha ha, in my opinion nah, it's just for show. The Tang family is a huge power. Don't you know what you're talking about? Does this prince really dare to mess with the Tang family's direct descendants? I won't believe it to death anyway." An old man shook his head, his face full of disdain. For a while, the people around them were mingling and talking. Some were convinced that Li Xingyun was a good and honest official, and that he would be able to deal with this matter justly, while others had deep misgivings about it. It was decided that this was nothing more than a farce to go through the motions. Just as the crowd was in the midst of arguing, they only heard a pop sound that suddenly rang out. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. It turned out to be Li Xingyun, who violently slapped the piece of waking wood in his hand on the table with force, and immediately after that, his face sank, his eyes rounded, and he glared straight at Tang Xiaosan, who was still in a state of ignorance on the stage. His mouth was even more unrelentingly stern. "Tang Xiaosan, Zhang sued you for insulting her daughter. Is this true or not?" Li Xingyun frowned slightly, really feeling helpless and speechless at this name. Think of that Tang family. At least it is a famous and prestigious family, but how can it be named so casually? The head of the family is called Tang Si, and this one is even directly named Tang Xiaosan. Are they not afraid to provoke criticism? Be teased by others to make fun of it? This has to be how to think about Aren't you afraid of your own mom winding you up? At this moment, only to hear a pop sound, a piece of wood slammed on the table. It startled Tang Xiaosan, who was drifting off to sleep, to the point of trembling. He opened his eyes blankly, his eyes still slightly dazed, and, slowly, he raised his head to look at Li Xingyun, who was sitting in the hall. However, surprisingly, in the face of this majestic scene and the Honorable His Highness, the Qin Emperor, not only did Tang Xiaosan not have the slightest intention of kneeling down and saluting, instead he arrogantly stretched out his finger and pointed it straight at Li Xingyun. Loudly, he questioned, "Are you the king of Qin?" At that exact moment, Tang Si hurriedly arrived with a group of clansmen. Just as soon as they approached the crowd, they then heard this great disrespectful remark from Tang Xiaosan, and felt a sense of ill will in their hearts, an ominous premonition instantly surging through them. Tang Si's face changed drastically and, hurriedly reaching out to push aside the crowd of onlookers, he desperately pushed forward, trying to stop the situation from deteriorating further. Chapter 132, Please kneel down. Not bad. This king is none other than the king of Qin. The corners of Li Nebula's mouth rose slightly and a faint smile was revealed, but that smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Instead, it was filled with a slight chill. His gaze was like a torch, and, staring tightly at Tang Xiaosan, who was still standing fearlessly under the hall, he said coldly, "Why don't you kneel down and pay your respects when you see this king?" "Ha ha, what a heavenly joke." Tang Xiaosan let out a loud laugh at his words. His face was full of disdain. My Tang family is a prestigious family with an honorable status. Even if I see the state governor, we also don't need to kneel and curtsy, so why should we kneel to you? Having said that, he glanced askance at Bayuya, who was standing by the side of the. Seeing that the other party had already sensibly retreated to the side, his heart was even more full of energy, becoming more and more unscrupulous. Idiot! Tang Si was seething with rage in his heart. Cursing this fool is simply a frog sitting in a well and watching the sky. Surprisingly, he couldn't even figure out such a simple and easy to understand question as who was bigger between the king and the state. He couldn't help but begin to wonder what kind of sins he had committed in the first place to give birth to such a foolish and stupid son. If he could turn back time, he should just fling himself against the wall and forget about it. Tang Si is furiously preparing to step into the public hall. However, he suddenly felt a strong resistance in front of him blocking his way. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be a big man with a sturdy figure, as if he was a tower of iron, crossing in front of him. Stop! The big man's voice was like a bell, and only 2 words came out of his mouth. Tang Si's heart was shaken, but seeing the other party's imposing manner, he knew that this person was definitely not to be messed with. And so, he forced down the anger in his heart and tried his best to make his tone seem calm. Who are you? How dare you block my family head from entering the public hall? Let me tell you, I am the head of the Tang family. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. However, in the face of Tang Si's questioning and threats, the big man remained unchanged. Responding coldly, he said, I am the Qin Wangfu guard, Li Xuanxia. His Majesty has ordered that during this period, no one shall interfere with his interrogation of the prisoner. Having said that, his sharp eyes stared intently at Tang Si, as if as long as Tang Si made any slightest move, then they will not hesitate to step in and stop it. At this time, Li Xingyun, who was standing on the sidelines, saw this scene and, not only did his face not show the slightest hint of anger, but he even smiled slightly and nodded gently. He thought to himself, this Tang family, a character in a marginal position actually dared to be so arrogant and domineering, thus showing how arrogant and domineering the entire Tang family's usual style of behavior should be. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. Seeing this, Tang Xiaosan's heart swelled with complacency, and, I only saw him tilt his head slightly, and after giving a contemptuous snort, he stretched out the index finger of his right hand, pointing it straight at Baya. It looked as if he had the other party completely in the palm of his hand. This fellow had the audacity to kill our Tang family's doorkeeper. Today's incident. If you don't want to offend the behemoth that is our Tang family, then obediently hand him over to me. Otherwise, humph, don't blame this young master for being merciless. This young master must personally chop off both of his heads to honor the dead of my Tang family. The more Tang Xiaosan spoke, the more agitated he became, and in the end, he even waved his fists and, viciously, he glared at the crowd in front of him. However, at this moment, Li Xingyun, who was standing on the side, turned a deaf ear to Tang Xiaosan's clamor. He turned his head expressionlessly to look at the mirror heart demon beside him and faintly shouted, Little wandering boy. Hearing this, the mirror heart demon immediately nodded in understanding and responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately afterward, the mirror heart demon walked slowly towards Tang Xiaosan. With every step he took, the aura emanating from his body then became more and more powerful and chilling. By the time he approached Tang Xiaosan, a creepy smile suddenly surfaced on the originally expressionless face of the mirror heart demon, giving people a creepy look. What do you want? Tang Xiaosan was so frightened by the mirror heart demon's eerie smile that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his voice slightly trembling as he bellowed. Just then, I heard the mirror heart demon coldly spit out 3 words, Please kneel down. Before the words fell out of his mouth, he violently raised his hands, and in his palms 2 channels of majestic true qi shot out. Like lightning, it attacked Tang Xiaosan's knees. In a flash, only 2 muffled sounds came from the. Tang Xiaosan's 2 knees instantly exploded in 2 clusters of blood, splattering blood everywhere. Under the severe pain, Tang Xiaosan's legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud. Li Xingyun's face was indifferent, without any change in expression, as if he was an ice-cold statue. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: he must be ruthless, and use an absolutely tough and unquestionable attitude to completely control this piece of land in the southern border. Knowing full well that such a course of action might lead to countless troubles and hindrances, all sorts of boycotts would ensue. But so what? To Li Xingyun, none of this mattered, because although acting in this way is risky and radical, but can quickly receive results, which is the result he seeks. Now, can you answer my king's question? Li Nebula slightly sidled his head and, glancing at Tang Si, who was shivering in the midst of the crowd with a torch-like gaze, he asked in a tone as cold as ice. Widow Zhen, who was standing at the side, had long been stunned by the scene before her. She couldn't believe her eyes. It looked like revenge was in sight today. The gaze towards Li Xingyun was filled with gratitude. And at that moment, Tang Xiaoshan looked as if he had gone mad. Pulling his voice, he desperately shouted, "Ah, ah, you bastard actually dared to break my legs. Ah, I want your whole family to die a horrible death. All of them." Due to excessive panic and anger, Tang Xiaoshan was in tears and snot. That appearance was wretched to the extreme. And the usual arrogance was completely gone. Hearing these words, Tang Xi's heart instantly sank to the bottom, and his entire body went cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He knew very well in his heart that he dared to say such treacherous words to the imperial son in this public place. I'm afraid that even if the gods came down to earth, it would be difficult to save Tang Xiaoshan's little life. Sinner, don't talk nonsense. Don't be so quick to end your own life to thank for your offense. Tang Xi's heart was burning with anxiety, wanting to break through Li Xuanxiao's block to stop Tang Xiaoshan from continuing to go crazy. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain, and he could only watch as Tang Xiaoshan, who had fallen to the ground and kept struggling, hissed and roared, "Father, father, you save me, I broke my leg." Tang Xiaoshan immediately called out when he saw that Tang Xi seemed to have grabbed some kind of life preserver. Let the Tang family master come in. A cold smile spread across the corners of Li Nebula's mouth. The voice commanded icily. Chapter 133 Forgiveness. This series of shocking changes had long since stunned the many people present. Their eyes were wide with disbelief, and their heads felt as if they were stuffed with a mass of paste. It was a bit of a turnaround for a while. This Qin Wang is actually moving for real. I don't know who in the crowd was the first to let out such an exclamation, followed by a commotion and a lot of talk. That's right. Look at Tang Xiaoshan's leg. It's all broken like that. It's dripping blood. It's a terrible thing to see. It seems the king of Qin is determined to take it out on our people this time. I don't know, said a big, burly man, waving his arms excitedly. That being said, Tang Xiaoshan is after all the Tang family head's own son. Even if his legs were broken, it would still be a sufficient lesson. Is it possible that the king of Qin would really be so cruel as to take his life? Some people have questioned it and feel that I'm afraid things won't go that far in terms of decisiveness. Just as the crowd was arguing, Tang Xi, who had gotten Li Xingyun's permission, was as if he had been pardoned. Hurriedly running to the front of the stage, he bowed respectfully to Li Xingyun, who was seated at the top. One could only see his head hanging low and his body was slightly bent, and his attitude was humble to the core. Little man Tang Xi, I pay my respects to your highness, the king of Qin. However, even though Tang Xi put on a lowly demeanor, he never bent his knees. This action instantly fell into Li Xingyun's eyes. His eyes, which were already narrow and deep, were even more slightly narrowed at this moment, like two cold lights shooting out from a slit. A trace of intense killing intent flashed imperceptibly in the depths of his eyes, and in his heart he secretly pondered, if he wanted to quickly gain the hearts of the people, the best way is undoubtedly to seek justice and avenge the blood of the people who have been oppressed, and the people's greatest enemy. It is these big families that are in front of us, who are making a mess of the countryside. Something wrong, Tang family master? Li Xingyun clasped his hands on his chest and narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking expressionlessly at the flustered Tang Xi in front of him, he asked in a salty tone. Hearing Li Xingyun's question, a layer of fine sweat instantly broke out on Tang Xi's forehead. He hastily bowed and made a bow, saying in fear and trepidation, my son did not know the heights of heaven, and even committed such a grave mistake. I'll order him to die for his sins. Saying that, Tang Xi turned to look at Tang Xiaoshan, who was lying on the ground moaning in pain. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Father, I'm not wrong. It was clearly him who let someone break my leg at the drop of a hat. Tang Xiaoshan forced himself to endure the sharp pain coming from his leg, struggled to get up and, clutching Tang Xi's thigh tightly, he hissed and wailed. At this moment, his face was filled with horror and disbelief. Completely unaware of just how big of a mistake he had made. Shut up, Tang Xi shouted angrily, raising his hand to slap Tang Xiaoshan. But in the end, I held back. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It's all because I've taught my son poorly, and I've neglected to teach my canine son during the day. That's what led to today's disaster. Forgiveness? Li Xingyun sneered. That laughter was as cold and piercing as if it came from the nine hells, only to see his eyes as cold as ice, staring dead at Tang Xi. Speaking slowly, he said, your Tang family has been bullying people in fish and meat in the countryside all these years, and it has long caused public anger. This king is to do justice for heaven today. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Li Xingyun ordered the guards behind him. Men, Tang Xiaoshan of the Tang clan dares to defy imperial authority, immediately came to death. Tang Si is lawless and disrupts the court. Take him to the prison and wait for his punishment. Your Highness. Hearing this, Tang Si's face instantly turned iron blue, his eyes widening as anger seemed as if it was about to spurt out of his eyes as he stared straight at Li Xingyun without fear. I only saw him gritting his teeth. If Tang Xiaoshan dies, then he dies. That's entirely his own fault. It's no one's fault, but as the head of the Tang family, if I'm put in jail like this for no apparent reason, where is the face of our Tang family? This is simply trampling the face of the Tang family underfoot. In the face of Tang Si's angry questioning, Li Xingyun only responded coldly and expressionlessly. Oh, you're not convinced? The voice was cold and piercing, causing one to shiver. Tang Si, on the other hand, stalked his neck and continued his sophistry without flinching. Of course I am not convinced. I ask myself that I have never committed any faults. On what grounds should I be sent to the prison? Just then, the mirror heart demon on the side suddenly stepped forward and, righteously rebuking, he said, "Daring madman, the southern border is the fiefdom of His Highness, the King of Qin, and all affairs here are under the King of Qin's jurisdiction. You ignorant child, how dare you contradict His Majesty in court and not bow down when you see him? Such behavior is already a felony. The fact that His Majesty did not order you to be executed on the spot today is already the greatest favor and forgiveness to you." Hearing these words, although Tang Si understood in his heart that he was indeed somewhat unjustified, but at this moment, the arrow had to be sent. He knew deep down that if he gave in so easily today, in the future, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the Tang family to raise their heads in this land again. So, he forced himself to calm down and roared stiffly, "Oof, my Tang family is not a soft persimmon to be rubbed by anyone." Saying that, he deliberately raised his volume in an attempt to use the family's might to force Li Xingyun to give in. However, Li Xingyun was not the least bit moved. Instead, he looked firmly at the people who had gathered around him. Speaking aloud, he said, "Here today, this king is the master, but if anyone wants to sue the Tang family, this king will accept them one by one. Never condone it. We will definitely return justice to everyone." The attitude is clear, and the next step is to collect people's hearts and minds and root out the black forces on behalf of the people. I want to sue the Tang family steward for robbing my land. The scene was silent for a moment and a ragged old man then took the lead to speak up. This might be the only chance in his life to take revenge. He couldn't miss it. Good. This king takes it. Li Xingyun laughed, and when someone opened his mouth, someone else chimed in. As expected, a loud voice suing the Tang family soon rang out. "I'm going to sue the Don family's eldest son for raping me. I want to sue the Tang family head Tang Si, concubine to sue the Tang family." Tang Si retreated angrily, knowing in his heart, and looked coldly at Li Xingyun. This is to take the Tang family to set an example. Good. Li Yuanxiao is at your service. Li Xingyun nodded in satisfaction and looked down at Li Zuanxiao. Subordinate obeys the order. Li Yuanxiao immediately saluted respectfully and waited for orders. Lead the Qin Wangfu guards to arrest all of the Tang family's direct descendants back to the prison. Awaiting interrogation, Li Xingyun commanded with a cold face. His majestic voice echoed within the spacious lobby as if it carried unquestionable power. Yes. Li Yuanxiao and the rest of the crowd responded in unison, then immediately clasped their fists and saluted. Their movements were neatly organized as if they were a well-trained army. Immediately afterward, they were only seen swaying and, in the blink of an eye, he left the lobby and instantly disappeared like a ghost. Chapter 134, The Ancestor of the Tang Clan. You should know that all of these people are incredibly powerful. The weakest of them had already reached the martial saint realm, and half of them were even land deity level powerhouses. Such a terrifying lineup. Wanting to take down a mere Tang clan was as easy as a slap in the face, and the reason why Li Nebula sent out such a luxurious team. Undoubtedly, he was demonstrating his strength and authority to the world, so that those who had misgivings about him would be intimidated. It didn't take long for Li Zuanxiao's men to sweep into the Tang family like a gust of wind. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes cold, and they exuded a chilling aura. Upon arriving at their destination, without even bothering to say a single superfluous word, he directly barged into the Tang family's backyard and began to make arrests. Who are you people that dare to trespass the Tang family? Are you not afraid of death? A richly dressed woman with a face full of horror pointed at the leader, Li Guang, and questioned. She was clearly frightened by the group of uninvited guests that had suddenly intruded, and her voice trembled a little. However, in the face of the woman's questioning, Water Protector Li Guang did not even bother to respond, only to see him snort coldly, his right index finger quickly pointing out like lightning. A powerful chi shot out and it instantly hit the woman. The woman only felt a numbness in her body, and she was unable to move, having been easily controlled by Li Guang. At the same time, similar scenes were being staged simultaneously in dozens of places in the Tang family's backyard. those Tang family members who were usually pampered and exalted. But at this moment they were powerless in front of Li Tsuanxiao and the others. One could only watch as they were subdued one by one. Old ancestor, help. Ah, somebody, help. For a while, the backyard of the Tang family was in chaos with cries and cries for help. A large number of Tang clan guards arrived at the sound, but when they saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although their hearts were filled with anger and fear, they did not hesitate for a second in the face of Li Tsuanxiao and his party, whose strength far exceeded their own. Immediately choosing to make a move, they were all die-hard loyalists of the Tang family, and were all in the same boat with the Tang family. Sect Masterly, what should we do with these guards? A man dressed in the garb of a Qin Wangfu guard quickly walked up to Li Tsuanxiao and respectfully inquired, knowing that this operation was personally named by Li Xingyun for Li Tsuanxiao to be in charge of. So here, all matters are decided by Li Cun Xiao. I only saw Li Tsuanxiao standing steadily in place, his figure as lofty and immovable as a mountain. His face was expressionless, his eyes as cold as frost as he stared coldly at the scene in front of him. A moment later, he spoke slowly, kill them. Since the king has already made up his mind to deal with the Tang family, it's useless to keep these people around. Hearing this, the guard immediately led the order to say yes. Then without hesitation, he reached out and casually grabbed an incomparably sharp long knife from the side. Immediately afterward, he swung his arm violently and, towards the direction where the Tang clan's escort team, which numbered about 100 people, was located. A chop was made in the void. In an instant, a palpitatingly terrifying aura filled the air. Only a brilliant and dazzling blue blade suddenly emerged from his hand. It was like lightning breaking through the sky, flying straight towards the group of Tang family guards at the speed of wind and lightning. There was a soft sound. Brush. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence at this moment. In the blink of an eye, those 100 or so Tang family guards didn't even have time to react in any way. He had already been cut off by this extremely powerful blue blade. For a time, blood was splattered in all directions, and broken limbs and arms flew horribly. And just then, this fierce and bloody killing finally alerted several old ancestors of the Tang clan hidden in the depths. With a furious shout resounding through the clouds, mid-air, deafening roar boomed from the depths of the Tang clan's residence. Bold fanatic, how dare you trespass on my Tang clan's important land? Interesting, is this the so-called heritage of the Tang family? It's nothing more than that. Compared to the characters in that divine martial city, it's simply a world of difference. It's really pathetically weak. The corner of Yang Hua's mouth rose slightly and, showing a disdainful smile, his sharp, falcon-like eyes stared tightly at the several figures that were speeding out from the depths of the Tang clan in undisguised appraisal. At this moment, Yang Hua turned his head to look at Li Tsuanxiao beside him, arching his hand and saying, Sect Masterly, I'll leave these old guys to be handled by me. I wonder what you think. The words revealed a full of confidence. Li Tsuanxiao glanced lightly at the Tang clan ancestor and the others, as if he had no interest in them at all. Just a casual nod in response. Well, that's fine. A quick battle will suffice. With that, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Quickly look. It's elder ancestor Tang himself. We're saved now. A member of the Tang clan looked up at the three figures in the sky that were as lofty as mountains and couldn't help but shout excitedly. The voice was filled with the joy of surviving a robbery. Old ancestor must take revenge for us all. Oh, another young lady of the Tang clan looked at the old ancestors in the air with tearful eyes, sobbing uncontrollably, and that mournful cry was heartbreaking to hear. Kill these evil thieves. Avenge the tragic death of my son. A middle-aged man in a butler's costume, his eyes covered in blood, glared angrily at the bodies of the many guards that had fallen in a pool of blood sideways in the distance, growling through clenched teeth. His fists were clenched so tightly that the joints were glowing white from the excessive force. Only the three Tang clan ancestors, Tang No, Tang Chang, and Tang Ning, were seen standing side by side in midair. These three were all famous and powerful people who had reached the late stage of the martial saint realm. Among them, old ancestor Tang Cheng even possessed the terrifying strength of an 8th grade martial saint. Old ancestor Tang Horn was slightly inferior, being a 7th grade martial saint, and as for old ancestor Tang Ning, he was likewise not to be underestimated. They were also among the 7th grade martial saints. As soon as they appeared, the powerful aura emanating from his body was like a surging wave sweeping in, and the pressure made everyone present feel breathless and in awe. At this moment, they were like gods on high, looking down on the mole-like beings below them. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes. Chapter 135 Seconds. You three old things are the only ones in the Tang clan? Yang Hua leapt into midair and, steadily stopping in front of those three people, a flash of surprise appeared on his face and he couldn't help but ask. He swept his gaze over the three people in front of him and, in his heart, He secretly muttered, "This Tang family's heritage is a bit too weak, isn't it? I only saw that the Tang number had a head full of silver threads like snow." And when he heard Yang Hua's words, he was instantly furious. With a cold snort, he said, "Humph, ignorant fanatic. How dare you underestimate the people of my Tang family?" Saying that, he violently raised his right palm and, towards Yang Hua, he slapped fiercely. This Tang No is a famous expert in the southern border area. It could be said that he was familiar with the various heroes of the southern border, but in his memories, there had never been such a figure as Yang Hua. Because of this, facing this kind of provocation from Yang Hua, he was fearless. As Tang slapped out this palm, a majestic true chi instantly gushed out from his palm. It condensed into a huge palm print. This palm print grew against the wind, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into a dozen meters long. Carrying a mountainous might, it rushed straight towards Yang Hua. However, how could Yang Hua be an idle person? As a fire protector, his character was already fiery and abnormal. Seeing that the other party was so wild, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he shouted angrily under his breath, "Old man who doesn't know how to die. Since that's the case, then today is the time for you to die." Before the words left his mouth, only the giant scythe in his hand was casually waved, and a blade that was several feet in length and emitted a palpitatingly terrifying heat shot out like lightning, heading straight for the three members of the Tang clan. In an instant, the blade and palm prints collided with each other. But what was unexpected was that, where the two intersected did not emit the imagined earth-shattering explosions. Instead, there came a sound of nuisance evaporation like that of water splashed on a red-hot soldering iron. For just a moment, that originally imposing palm print even under this high temperature quickly vaporized and evaporated, disappearing without a trace. The crimson-colored strong blade aura, on the other hand, continued to speed forward without any hindrance, ruthlessly slashing at the three members of the Tang clan with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. "Not good. Lao San, run!" Tang Chang shouted in terror, only to see a powerful and incomparable blade aura speeding towards them like lightning. The blade aura exuded a palpitating aura as if it was going to tear everything apart. When it was too late, just in the nick of time, the sharp-eyed Tang Chang made an instant decision to. He angrily shouted, "Xian Yu shield!" Immediately afterward, his entire body's spiritual energy surged and he exerted all his strength, his hands quickly forming seals that, an aquamarine blue light erupted from his hand, quickly converging into a huge shield. The shield was dozens of feet high, and its entire body shone with a crystal-clear blue light. It was like a bright moon hanging in the air, giving people an indestructible feeling. Tang Chang clenched his teeth and, with all his might, he pushed the Xian Yu shield towards the oncoming blade awnings, hoping to ward off this fatal blow for Tang. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. The moment the blade and the giant shield came into contact with each other, there was only the sound of ZZ, just like a red-hot iron falling into water. In just a moment, the seemingly powerful Xian Yu shield turned out to be like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, rapidly melting and disintegrating. In the blink of an eye, the Xian Yu shield disappeared without a trace. The crimson blade on the other hand, still had unabated momentum and continued to charge forward at an astonishing speed. Seeing the blade awnings getting closer and closer, the three members of the Tang clan were anxious. They knew deep down that if they couldn't stop this blade on in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, they couldn't care less about thinking. One after another, they cast out their crushing stunts in an attempt to weaken the power of the blade's awnings once again. However, it was all too late. Before their attacks could land on top of the blade's awnings, the crimson blade on had already pounced in front of them like a ferocious beast. Touch! With a deafening and violent collision sound, the three Tang clan ancestors were instantly sent flying. They were like kites with broken strings, crashing viciously into the houses below. Only heard a rumbling sound, the house instantly collapsed, dust flying, smoke filled the air. Only when the dust gradually dispersed did people see the scene inside the house. Only Tongning was lying on the ground, one hand covering his chest as he, coughing violently. A large amount of scarlet blood kept gushing out of his mouth as if it were a flood that had broken the dike. His body was covered with large and small wounds, especially those burn marks that looked shocking. What was even more frightening was that one of his right arms and legs had disappeared, leaving him with a mangled body and an extremely wretched appearance. As for the remaining two old ancestors of the Tang clan, where could their complete bodies be seen at this moment? Only to see pieces of blackened, charred limbs and broken arms scattered all around, shocking and creepy to the eyes. Old ancestor? Those direct descendants of the Tang clan all froze in place as if they were wooden chickens, each with their jaws agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Their eyes were wide open and, deadly staring at the miserable scene in front of him. He kept asking himself in his mind, in the past, the three mighty and unrivaled old ancestors, to be killed so lightly and casually like that? No. No. This is absolutely not true. How can this be true? The Tang family's delicate young lady is even more unbearable to withstand such a huge blow. Only to hear a plop sound. Her whole person as a deflated ball. In general. Instantly paralyzed to the ground. Her eyes were frozen, staring blankly at the house, which had collapsed into ruins. The eyes were filled with endless trepidation and despair. She shook her head desperately and, as if that would drive the brutal truth in front of me out of my mind, my mouth kept muttering, "No, no, this can't be. This can't be happening. No, no, this is impossible. That's impossible." The middle-aged man dressed as a butler from the Tang family was similarly grief-stricken. He was jealous, his veins bulging on his forehead. A pair of originally well-maintained large hands at this time, but because of excessive force and deeply gouged into the soil. 10 knuckles are white. You're actually quite capable of living. Ha! The corners of Yang Hua's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Before the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Almost at the same moment, a cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded in Tong Ning's ears. Suffer death. Whether Tong Ning was dead or not naturally could not escape Yang Hua's extremely sharp perception ability. In fact, this guy has to be said to have really had a great life. Just in the nick of time when that deadly blade was about to hit his body, he violently fell backwards several steps at a speed beyond normal human imagination. Because of this, the vast majority of the damage was taken hard by the other two men standing beside him. Chapter 136. At this moment, Tong Ning was filled with panic, his body dripping with blood, and his appearance was in a sorry state, only to see him pointing at Yang Hua with his only remaining finger trembling. Full of unwillingness, he loudly questioned, "What in the world are you people? Why did you do this to our Tang family?" However, in the face of Tong Ning's questioning, Yang Hua merely smiled coldly and responded, "Poof, there's no need for you to know this anymore, because today is the day you die." After saying that, he swung his arm and, the huge scythe in his hand that emanated a cold light traced an arc in the air, and then with a stern and incomparable momentum chopped down hard towards Tong Ning's neck. There was a muffled pfft sound. Tong Ning's head instantly rolled to the ground like a ripe watermelon, scarlet blood splattering out in all directions, coloring the surrounding ground a shocking red. Yang Hua indifferently watched the scene in front of him, with no ripples rising and falling in his heart. For him, someone like Tong Ning, who was bound to die, didn't deserve to answer any questions at all. After all, there were never any so-called good people existing in the Xianwei sect. In half an hour there were hundreds of the Tang family's first line caught in the center of the courtyard, kneeling in a circle. The wailing continues. Sect Masterly, all the direct personnel from the Tang clan's headquarters are here. A Qin Wangfu guard replied respectfully. Take them back to listen to the king's punishment. Li Tsuanxia glanced at the crowd and didn't say anything more. Yes, 20 Qin Wangfu guards escorted hundreds of the Tang family's direct lineage. The people around them were even talking and pointing at the crowd as they walked towards the state and county halls. Tells of the bad things the Dons have done. The news have all been received, right? Yi family head, Yi Tao, asked with a sullen face as he looked at the other two. Well, what is King Qin planning to do? He was quite amiable before. How did you suddenly go after the Tang family? Xia Dong of the Xia family asked, full of incomprehension. This thing was too sudden. Li Xingyun also started too fast. The means is even more ruthless. Clear-eyed people can see that the Tang family is now finished. What can you do if you know? Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family, scanned the two of them, his tone not salty. Those three old bastards from the Tang family are all dead. Still, he was killed by a Qin Wangfu guard in a single move. If this kind of strength wanted to make a move against our three families, who could block it? Wang Tang had stated what was worrying in the hearts of those present. The destruction of the Tang family was a good thing. This meant that a large chunk of the southern border's various resources would be left empty, which would be just enough to give way to the new Qin king. But the bad news was that Li Xingyun was too strong, so powerful that it scared them, scared that the Tang family's share wouldn't satisfy the other party's ambitions. Gentlemen, we can't just sit around and wait for the end of the day. The king of Qin is a madman, smiling on the surface and backstabbing. Yi Tao opened his mouth with a deep breath. You're not thinking of asking someone from there to make a move, are you? Xia Dong looked at Yi Tao in shock. The tea bowl in his hand was nearly out of reach. Are you crazy? If the king of Qin dies, how can we still survive? Wang Tang's reaction was even more drastic. Straight away, he stood up and questioned. Who said that we have to kill the Qin king? Yi Tao said coldly, without changing his face. The Yi family has a backstage. To be precise, the four great families all have a backstage. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to control the southern border for so long. So what do you mean? Xiaodong, Wang Tang and the two of them guessed some, and looked at Yi Tao in unison and asked, as long as we make the king of Qin fear us and not dare to touch us, then won't that be enough? A smirk appeared on Yi Tao's dry old face. As long as he showed enough backstage, he didn't believe that Li Xingyun would be that reckless. Dare to get tough with yourself. Crazy. You're really crazy. He's a prince. He's His Majesty's own son. You are looking for death if you do this. Wang Tang pointed at Yi Tao and shouted angrily. He felt that Yi Tao was settling down for too long. To think of threatening the divine martial empire emperor's own son. If you want to find death, I won't be able to, so I'll take my leave. Wang Tang glanced at Xiaodong, who was a little heartbroken, shook his head with a bitter smile and got up to leave. Humph, how can you achieve great things if you're afraid of your head? Yi Tao watched Wang Tang leave with a cold snort and, full of disdain, Xia family master, what do you think? Yi Tao asked, looking at Xiaodong. It was too costly to ask those people to make a move, and he didn't want to cheapen the others for nothing. Ha, this is no small matter. I'll think about it and give you an answer in the morning. Xiaodong isn't a little cutie either. This matter has been a major event that concerns the survival of the family, so he can't afford not to be cautious. Good. I await good news from the Xia family master. Yi Tao surfaced smilingly, rushed Xiaodong and arched his hand. In the study of the state and county house. Your Highness, over here is the content of today's meeting between the Yi, Xia, and Wang families. The mirror heart demon colorfully relayed to Li Nebula what happened in the Yi family in the afternoon. The southern border is not a blank space for undesirable people. As early as a few months ago, Li Xingyun then began to arrange for the infiltration of the southern border, and nothing big or small could be hidden from him in the southern border. Got it. Keep monitoring. Li Nebula waved her hand. The people behind the four great families he also knew are rough, and did not put too much on the heart. The strength is very strong, but their own future opponents. An early handoff wasn't a bad thing, and as for his sudden decision to subdue the southern borderline family with a thunderbolt, there was a reason for that as well. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission to take control of the southern border within 7 days. Reward, unlock the Painted River and Lake series character carousel. That's right, Li Nebula's sudden display of thunder is for this reward. The Painting Jianghu series. 7 days? That's a long time. If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. Nebula Li stroked his chin in thought. Undesirables don't really stand out in Painted River and Lake. Spirit Lord, Cup Mojang, Chivalry and whatnot are all better than the ones in Undesirables. This reward is going to be in your hands. While Li Xingyun was recalling the information in his mind, the mirror heart demon once again entered the study. Something wrong? Li Nebula asked. Wang Tang, the head of the Wang family, is seeking an audience, saying that he has something important to report to you. Mirror heart demon explained. Wang Tang? Oh, let him come over. Li Nebula thought of a sentence that couldn't help but laugh. My son Wang Tang has the qualifications of a great emperor. I don't know if this Wang Tang is smart enough to do something decent. Not long after the mirror heart demon left, Wang Tang walked into the study with his head bowed. As soon as he saw Li Nebula without saying a word, he immediately knelt down. Wang Tang, pay my respects to your highness, King of Qin. Wang Tang's head was buried deep in the ground and the attitude was very respectful. Looking for something from this king? Li Xingyun looked at Wang Tang and guessed that the other party was here to show his loyalty. My Wang family is willing to offer all we have and go through fire and water for His Highness the Qin King, so I ask for your majesty's favor. Wang Tang's head bumped heavily on the floor, and the lapis lazuli floor shattered a crack, showing his determination. Chapter 137 Heavenly Burial City. Get up. Li Xingyun's true chi was released and he directly lifted Wang Tang up. Taking the initiative to defect could save some time, so Li Xingyun was naturally willing to accept it. As for loyalty, it didn't matter. When all the departments of the Wang family had bad people planted in them, then he would have to be loyal even if he wasn't. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Tang didn't expect it to go so smoothly and Li Nebula agreed without mentioning any conditions at all, which made him somewhat flattered, and at the same time, Li Nebula had just lifted him up by relying on his true chi outreach. It also made him realize Li Nebula's strength, and in his heart, he became even more grateful for the choice of defecting to Li Nebula. Anything else? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at Wang Tang, who kept bowing. Well, Your Highness, the Yi family intends to ask the people of Sky Burial City to step in to terrorize you. The Xia family might be involved as well. Wang Tang immediately told what he knew. Sky Burial City wasn't a city, but the name of a special force. Sky Burial City, also known as Sky Burial Domain, with a landmass of roughly as much as 3 southern borders, bordering several empires, belonging to a criminal's paradise. There were countless experts among them, and there were even rumors that there were more land deities in the heavenly burial domain than in the divine martial empire. Well, this king knows. You go back. I will send someone over from the Wang family. Li Nebula nodded. Wang Tang was a bit puzzled, but Li Nebula ordered him not to say much and got up to leave. Unbeknownst to him, he had already gone through the ghost gate. Still honest, Li Xingyun muttered as he looked at Wang Tang's back. Standing up, he headed for the backyard. Just entered the backyard. Li Xingyun then saw a sneaky figure groping towards a secluded place as he looked east and west. Bai Jie? Li Xingyun recognized the owner of this back at a glance. Followed silently. Bai Jie was very strange. The strength of a land god shouldn't have done something so retarded. Bai Jie covered a clay-colored pigeon in her hand, and carefully came to a wall and mouths perked up. Li Xingyun, you're finished. You must have great ambitions to clean up the Tang clan in such a hurry. I am going to report to the president, so that the president can send someone to arrest you, and when you are arrested. I'm sorry, Bai Jie thought as she broke into an inexplicable grin, her shoulders trembling. 100 times. Bai Jie's words did not fall at all into Li Xingyun's ears. Li Xingyun's expression was a little complicated. This would not be a demented woman, right? 100 times? Can you take it? Just as Bai Jie was about to release the carrier pigeon in her hand, Li Nebula's cold voice suddenly rang out. Bai Jie, what are you doing here instead of going to warm the bed for this king? Li Xingyun just wanted to scare her. Purposefully, he put a hand on Bai Jie's shoulder. Bai Jie's delicate body trembled violently, and she shivered all over. One tucked the carrier pigeon in his hand into his chest and did this. Only then did he slowly turn around and a pleasing smile was flashed at Li Xingyun. Wang Wang, when did you come? Bai Jie asked nervously. Those tiger and wolf words he had just spoken wouldn't have been heard by Li Xingyun. Would they? Then wouldn't Li Xingyun have to treat himself? 100 times? Bai Jie's brain circuit is so bizarre. 100 times Li Xingyun will be very happy. But if Li Xingyun dominated, she would be hurt. It came from when you said 100 times. 100 times? What are you going to do 100 times? I'm sorry, Li Nebula asked with a smile. I'm going to. Bai Jie's empty head was racing. It's true what they say. Big boobs are stupid. I'm going to wash His Majesty's feet 100 times. Paige racked her brain to come up with a very perfect answer. So, Li Xingyun stifled a smile and nodded his head to look at Bai Jie's chest. The carrier pigeon was very unfaithful and seemed to struggle violently against being trapped up. Sure enough, Bai Jie's face reddened violently, feeling the pain, but Li Xingyun was still there, and she didn't dare to escape. What are you running here for? Li Nebula asked. I'm just looking around. Paige sucked in a breath of cold air and answered stiffly. Li Xingyun wasn't in a hurry either, he just chatted with her without a word. Word is definitely not getting out that he's just trying to straighten out Bai Jie. More than 20 masters can still let a carrier pigeon fly away from their eyes? If that's the case, they might as well find a block of tofu and run over it. Wang, I will go to prepare foot washing water for you. Bai Jie finally couldn't take it anymore and fled as if she was covering her chest. Hey, don't go from red beans to grapes now. Li Xingyun smiled badly and was about to turn around and leave. King, what are you doing? Suddenly, Wang Yanyan's voice rang out and there was some disbelief and shock in his tone. The king shouldn't have peeped at his cousin's bath, should he? No, shouldn't it? But why is the king smiling so lewdly? Or to hear? What's wrong? Li Xingyun asked as he looked back towards Wang Yanran, who was carrying a water basin. No, it is all right, cousin is inside. The king will go in directly. Wang Yanyan thought about it or decided that it was better to give Li Xingyun some face and not point it out. Crown Princess, Wang Yuyan? Li Xingyun froze. Did Wang Yuyan have something to look for herself? I think so. She's living on her own with no family, so it's normal for her to come to her. Good. Li Xingyun nodded at the thought and didn't bother to look for the entrance to the small courtyard. Feet like point longitudinal fly into the small courtyard. Wang Yanyan was completely confused. This went in? Li Nebula just went in like that? Wang Yuyan, who was soaking in the open-air hot springs, was a little lost in thought. A jumble of things flashed wildly in her mind until the appearance of a man brought some color into her beautiful eyes. Hey, Wang Yuyan sighed, feeling a bit insatiable. I don't know if he knew it was me that night. Wang Yuyan mumbled to herself as she straightened her hair that was plastered to her face. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by and a black silhouette landed on the open space in front of Wang Yuyan. Who? Wang Yuyan immediately covered her chest with both hands and quickly crouched down. Only a small head showing above the water looking at each other. Li Nebula had excellent eyes, and with just one glance, What he should see and what he shouldn't see he sees clearly. What does Wang Yanyan want? What does Wang Yanyan want by letting herself in while she's taking a bath? Li Nebula's head was a little short, not knowing if this was Wang Yanran's plot or Wang Yuyan's active invitation. It was a bit awkward for a while. How did you come in over the wall? Wang Yuyan saw that it was Li Xingyun. His heart was relieved, but he was still too shy to move. Weren't you the one who told me to come in? Li Xingyun scratched his head a bit awkwardly and explained. His eyes were not slanted. Chapter 138 Plan. Where did I? Me? Wang Yuyan immediately retorted. Come as you are. It's not like she's unwilling to. What are you doing this for? Wang Yanyan said you were waiting for me. So I came in. Li Xingyun very unkindly sold Wang Yanyan. Yan? Wang Yuyan froze. The other party went out and never came back. Could it be that Huma is playing the assist? Just as Wang Yuyan was brainstorming, Li Xingyun had already walked to the water's edge and asked, Is the water cold? It's not cold. It's a hot spring. Wang Yuyan was stunned and replied in a whirlwind. Then I'll wash it as well. Li Nebula nodded and stripped off her clothes in 3 tries. Jumping into the middle of the hot springs caused a splash of water. You. Wang Yuyan stretched out her jade finger and pointed at Li Xingyun, her face full of shock. Forgot to even cover up. Want me to rub your back? Li Xingyun smilingly came to Wang Yuyan's body. Grabbing her jade hand, she asked, I don't want it. Wang Yuyan just wanted to bury her head in the water and, this is too embarrassing. At night, Lu Ruyan, Li Qiushui and several people gathered around the table looking at a large table of good dishes and fuming. Where did Nebula go? Ruyan Lu asked, holding her chin in one hand. He hadn't seen Li Xingyun since the afternoon, and he didn't know what he was busy with. I don't know. Probably something important. Li Qiushui shook her head. Why don't you eat? Waiting for me? Li Xingyun was very refreshed after exercising and walked into the room and asked with a smile. Seeing Li Xingyun, Linglong immediately got up and came to his side, helping him take off his outerwear. Pull out the chair. What have you been doing? Being so secretive? Not even little wannabe. Lu Ruyan asked as she chucked a piece of meat into Li Xingyun's bowl. He is going to do something. Li Xingyun laughed and didn't explain. Come on, eat. On the other side of the small courtyard, it was quiet and peaceful. The moonlight was like water spilling onto the ground and it was as if the entire courtyard was draped in a silver veil. Wang Yanran gently walked into the room, came to the bedside, looked at the sleeping Wang Yuyan and the heart couldn't help but feel a surge of pain. She carefully reached out her hand and gently helped Wang Yuyan tuck in the covers. The mouth cannot help but mutter up in a small voice, this Qin Wang is also really how can he be so frivolous to you? Even if he wants to lighten up, then you can't be so rude and impolite. You just don't know how to take pity on a woman. The more Wang Yanyan said, the more angry she became, and her voice unconsciously raised a bit. Just then, the originally sleeping Wang Yuyan suddenly opened her eyes and droned petulantly. Yanran. This dainty voice was like a thunderbolt, startling Wang Yanyan, who hurriedly covered her mouth and I was afraid to say something else that should not be said. However, it was already too late. Wang Yuyan sat up and questioned with a reddened face. Still talking about him? Don't you realize I was in the shower? Why did you even let him in to see me? Wang Yuyan was ashamed and annoyed at the thought of being bumped into by the king of Qin while she was bathing. Her eyes widened as she stared at Wang Yanran, waiting for her to give a reasonable explanation. Facing Wang Yuyan's questioning, Wang Yanyan looked a little embarrassed and flustered. She waved her hands in confusion and stammered. I'm not what you think I am, Law. Seeing Wang Yanyan in this state, Wang Yuyan was even more furious. She clasped her hands over her chest and, with a stern face, he said, Humph, tell me then, what the hell is going on? Wang Yanyan took a deep breath and fixed her mind. Only then did he slowly open his mouth to tell what happened. I was about to go out to pour some water, and when I passed by the place where you were bathing, I suddenly saw His Highness, the King of Qin, standing by the outer wall, with his eyes staring straight there, and a smile on his face that made it looked like he was peeking. In a moment of impatience, I thought I couldn't just accuse him of. So I had the bright idea to say to him that you were waiting for him inside. After saying these words, Wang Yanyan lowered her head and, like a child who had done something wrong, he did not dare to look at Wang Yuyan's eyes. I was trying to get him to know better and leave of his own accord. Didn't expect him to jump in himself. Li Yanran held her forehead with one hand, somewhat speechless. He still needs to peek? Wang Yuyan was a bit speechless. Li Xingyun had a lot of guts. Where will you peek? All are straight up. Good sister. I was wrong. How is His Highness the King of Qin? Is he good? Wang Yanran lay on top of Wang Yuyan and began to pout, asking some shy topics with a red face. You don't know if you try it yourself. Wang Yuyan made a big red face and, hurriedly, he tucked his head inside the covers. The next morning, the sunlight poured through the window on Li Xingyun's body. He got up early and headed to the study. When he stepped through that door, the study was already filled with Mirror Heart Demon and a host of other beloved people. All the people looked serious. This was because they knew that today would usher in an important discussion about how to completely control the vast land of the southern border in just 7 days. Li Xingyun slowly walked to the desk and sat down, his gaze like a torch, scanning everyone present. After taking a deep breath, he spoke steadily, "All have arrived. This king wants to take full control of the southern border within 7 days. I wonder what you all think about this." As soon as the words left his mouth, a silence fell in the study. After a moment, Xuanqiuzi was the first to break the silence and frowned. 7 days? I'm afraid this is too hasty. The southern border is a vast area with complex and changing circumstances, so 7 days is really hard to do. His tone was filled with worry and doubt. However, right at this moment, Elder Feng laughed cheerfully and responded loudly. "I do think it's feasible. Your Majesty, you have great ambitions, and your goal is that endless sea of stars. How can the southern border stop you? In my opinion, 7 days is enough." Elder Feng has always been loyal and obedient to Li Xingyun, and as long as it's a decision made by His Majesty, no matter how difficult or dangerous it may be, he will not hesitate to stand up for it to the end. Immediately following, Mirror Heart Demon also nodded in agreement and said, "His Majesty must have his own deep meaning in acting this way. We don't need to argue about whether we can achieve our goal in 7 days or not. Instead, one should think about what to do to realize it is the key." His words were like an enlightenment that awakened the crowd. Indeed, since Li Xingyun dared to propose such a seemingly impossible task, then there must be a thorough plan and full certainty. Well, little wannabe, analyze how to take control of the southern border. Li Nebula sat on top of a solid wooden chair, gazing down at the Mirror Heart Demon below. At this moment, all the people in the hall had already understood the topic of this discussion, so they kept their mouths shut and waited for the Mirror Heart Demon's tall tale. Only the Mirror Heart Demon nodded slightly and responded, "Yes." Then rising unsteadily and walking toward a side desk, he drew a brush from a quill, and spread out a sheet of rice paper as white as snow. Only then did he begin to bow his head in contemplation. For a moment, the entire hall was silent and the only sound is the rustle of the pen tip rubbing lightly against the paper, as if it were a serene and mysterious piece of music. Chapter 139, Not Enough Points. Everyone was staring intently at the quill in the Mirror Heart Demon's hand, speculating in their hearts. Time passed like this, minute by minute, about half an hour long. The Mirror Heart Demon, who had been burying his head in writing, finally slowly raised his head. That face still had his trademark smile on it, making it impossible to figure out what was really going on inside. I only heard him clear his throat and say, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it is not difficult to control the southern border. We may as well divide this matter into 3 parts and attack them one by one. The first is the officials at all levels in the southern border. The second is a local family. The third is a local family. The other is those scattered at the bottom of the cottage gangs and other kinds of armed forces. As long as we can firmly grasp these 3 in the palm of our hands, the southern borderland will be all ours." Having said that, the Mirror Heart Demon spread his hands and looked at Li Xingyun with a smile. Seems to have a good idea of what he's doing with this assertion. Li Nebula nodded slightly in agreement with what the Mirror Heart Demon had said, while speaking, "Well, not bad. Let's analyze them one by one. I will take control of the overall situation, but the specific matters still need to rely on the advice of all the wise and capable people." After saying that, he once again turned his gaze towards the Mirror Heart Demon. His eyes filled with anticipation. First are the officials of the southern border. Controlling them will enable us to control the entire court power of the southern border. It's easy to deal with them. The hard part is that we don't have that many people on hand to take over. Mirror Heart Demon analyzed. Officials. This is the power by which the orders of Nebula Li can reach the ears of the people. This power must be controlled. All tell us your opinions. Li Xingyun was not in a hurry to finalize his opinion. Instead, he inquired, "Doesn't the king have the inheritance bead? So if we give it to them to eat, won't they become our own people?" Shogun was the first to speak, and the solution was remarkable. The people nodded their heads, and were very much in favor of this solution. There are shortcuts that don't use that are cuties. As for the officials who don't want to eat, there must be some, but that's easy enough to kill. When the first hand dies, there is a second hand. When the second hand dies, there is a third hand. There will always be officials who will willingly eat and work for Li Xingyun. Well, for the time being, keep an eye on the available talent around you. 2. It's not enough to be loyal. You have to be capable. Li Xingyun nodded. This was what he had in mind. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Let's say more about the great families of the world. Li Nebula steered the topic to the next step. The great families of the lineage are dominated by the 4 families of Yi, Xia, Wang and Tang. Aside from those 4, there are some smaller lineages that are inconsequential. The mirror heart demon had once again targeted. The lineages don't quite need to be considered. The Wang family has defected to the king, so let's uproot the remaining 3. Li Xingyun directly sentenced the 3 great families to death. The reason is very simple. The family is so deeply rooted that it is difficult to win the hearts and minds of the people unless it is uprooted. Secondly, it is the fact that the world's families are rich and the extermination is very cost-effective. The families have been in power for many years, and their branches are countless, so it is not conducive to the people's upward mobility if they are not eradicated. This is a very important part of winning the hearts and minds of the people. Hope. Benediction. With hope the people will naturally Benjamin. Which one of you will come from the 3 great families? Li Xingyun opened his mouth and asked. Eradicating the lineage is not as troublesome as one might think. All that's needed is decapitation, death of the top brass, and recovery of resources. The rest of you can take your time to clean up. Li Xingyun was quite deep nowadays and could deal with whoever stepped up against the 3 great lineages. 9th grade land immortal perfection is there. Yung Suzi, Shogun, Ho Qing, Li Tsuanxiao, Li Tsuanli, and Lu Ruyan. The Xuanqiu Zi of the middle stage of the 9th grade land divine immortal, and the Wind Elder of the early stage of the 9th grade land divine immortal. The Shangguan Yunk of the early stage of the 8th grade land god immortal. Li Cun Nin of the 7th grade land god immortal. The Shadow, Fury, Phantom, Jedi, and Blade of the Gotham organization, as well as Zhong Shaokuai. Among the 6th grade land immortals are Li Tsuanzhong. The 5th rank land gods are Baiyu and Bal as well as Chun'er. The 4th grade land immortals are water and fire judges Yanghua and Li Guang. Together with Li Nebula, there were 22 land immortals that could be utilized alone. This power was enough to make any power tremble. There were too many monks and not enough meat, and for a while there was some silence in the hall, as everyone tried to make a move to, but there are only 3 families in the world. Not enough points. Let's do it this way. Ruyan will lead the illusory sound workshop to clean up the Xia family, and General Chan will lead the Xianmei sect to take charge of the Yi family. Li Tsuanli led the Tongwen pavilion to take care of the Tang family, and the rest of the smaller families were handled by the Mirror Heart Demon leading the bad guys. Nebula Li directly divided the work according to their respective lineups. Illusory Sound Place takes orders. Ruyan Lu's identity at the moment was no longer that of Qin Wangfei. Instead, it was the illusionist Place Empress. At the behest of the Xianxian underworld sect, Shogun also stepped forward to receive the order. The Tong Wenkin is ordered. Bad man at your service. Li Tsuanli and the Mirror Heart Demon duo likewise stepped forward and saluted. Li Xingyun's arrangement was very appropriate. Everyone has something to do without appearing to be biased. Go on. Nebula Li arranged everything and once again looked at the Mirror Heart Demon. The third part, also known as the mountain bandits entrenched in the southern border, are generally not very strong, but the numbers are so large that we can exterminate some of them and take some of them in. Those of a bad nature will be exterminated, and those who haven't done too much bad can be collected and formed into an army. Mirror Heart Demon hadn't forgotten what Li Xingyun had explained before. Although the mountain bandits were of average strength, but there were too many, and it would not be a small project city to exterminate them all. Well, what do you guys think? Li Nebula nodded. The army needed people to build up. It is better to take strong men from the mountain bandits than from the people who are farming. Anyway, with the inheritance bead, loyalty wasn't a problem, nor was strength. The Mirror Heart Demon's solution works. The Star of Heavenly Sin is right. Little Wonky can say it, so that the soldiers have the. There's also no need to draw out the strong men to affect the people's farming. Lu Ruyan similarly favored this approach. Good. Since there are no problems, then we'll start assigning tasks. Li Nebula nodded and took out the map of the southern border that he had prepared in advance. The southern border is divided into 7 provinces. They were Upper Border Province, Middle Border Province, Lower Border Province, East Border Province, West Border Province, Divine Border Province, and Heavenly Border Province, which covered a very vast area, and if they wanted to get it done in a short period of time, they had to take split actions. Chapter 140, The 7 Southern Provinces. The state and county capitals of the southern border are in Xinjiang Province, which is the center of the entire southern border. The Upper Frontier Province to the north, the Western Frontier Province to the west, the Eastern Frontier Province to the east, the Central Frontier Province to the south, and the Southern Frontier Province and the Heavenly Frontier Province further south. These 2 provinces bordered the Sky Burial Domain. The Northern Border Province will be handled by Xian Suzi's team. Old Windy is in charge of the Western Border Province. Shangguan Yunk of the Eastern Border Province. Zhang Shaokuai, Central Border Province. The The southern frontier province is under the charge of Li Tsuanzhong, Bay and Bear. Leave the heavenly border province to Li Cun Nang and the Gotham organization. The divine frontier province is then handed over to the mirror heart demon, and the martial saint level combatants are freely deployed. Li Xingyun quickly made a deployment. The provinces near the hinterland of the divine martial empire had less manpower, a little more manpower bordering the sky burial domain. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd led the way, and began to move. Li Xingyun left Li Tsuanxiao, Yun Huozi, and Ho Chang, 3 ninth grade land goddess perfections with him mainly to prevent the Twilight Society. After all, he couldn't beat a 9th grade land goddess right now. After everyone had left, Ho Chang opened his mouth holding the bone flute in one hand and asked, "Your Highness, what do we do?" On the side, Yun Su-zi and Li Cun Xiao both looked over. "Don't do anything, stay with me and keep me safe." Yes, Ho Chang was happy to be comfortable. He didn't like going on missions. "Your Highness, I've already learned the musical piece you taught me before. How about teaching me another one?" Ho Chang smiled coyly and moved closer to Li Xingyun. The Northeast could have been his favorite before. Eh? Li Xingyun looked at Ho Chang in a daze. "Is it going to be a renaissance? Alright, then I'll teach you one of these." Li Xingyun thought of an interesting tune. The corners of his mouth lifted in an arc. The one who moved the fastest was Lu Ruyan. The Tang family's roots were in the divine border province. Quickly look now. What is that? A fairy has descended to earth. A cry of alarm rang out abruptly, instantly shattering the original calm of the street. Wow. Really, yeah. There are actually fairies in the sky. People were tilting their heads up to the sky and one could only see a group of women dressed in neon and feathered garments with graceful postures appearing in the sky like guests from the heavens. They stepped on colorful clouds, their clothes fluttering, as if they were fairies who did not eat earthly fire. Dazzling. At this moment, the surroundings of a branch of the Tang family were crowded with people watching. These people were wide-eyed and their mouths were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief and amazement. And along with the appearance of this group of fairies, countless light and thin as cicada wings of gauze slowly drifted down from the air, just like a dreamy rain of flowers. In the hall of the Tang family, a noble woman in her 30s looked panicked as she tugged at the sleeve of the middle-aged man beside her, anxiously urging, "Master, let's hurry up and leave. The master's family has already suffered a tragic death yesterday. I'm afraid we're next." Her voice trembling slightly with fear. The beautiful face had lost its usual calmness and elegance at the moment. However, the middle-aged man was frowning tightly, his gaze fixed dead center on his mansion. After a long sigh, he said, "Hey, madam, where can we run? Where can we run? Our entire fortune is here. If we leave the divine border province, where should we go?" His words were filled with helplessness and sorrow that there seems to be a sense of confusion about the future. Indeed, for them to just give up the family business they've built up over the years, from then on to live the life of an ordinary man, and to become the rich man of the common people. This kind of discrepancy was simply harder than death for them who were used to riches and honor. After all, how could one easily let go of everything one once possessed? Don't panic, isn't the main family still alive? Maybe there is still a turnaround. Let's wait and see. The middle-aged man gently patted the woman's trembling hand and softly comforted her. His eyes were filled with apprehension as well, but he tried to look composed. But the woman bit her lip, as if trying to retort something. But the words were swallowed back at the edge of her mouth. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, as if an ominous premonition was enveloping the entire Tang family. Just then, there was a sudden and loud shriek from outside, and, breaking the original silence in the house, "Fairy, is this a fairy?" someone exclaimed. "It's a heavenly blessing. This must be heavenly auspiciousness," another man shouted excitedly. These voices came into the house like a tidal wave, causing the middle-aged man and woman to look at each other in disbelief. A puzzled look filled his face. The middle-aged man could no longer hold back his inner curiosity, and slowly stood up and, ready to head out the door to find out what was going on. And the woman followed close behind, her hands clenching the corners of her coat as her heart raced. However, when they had just reached the door, a deafening roar could be heard. By order of the King of Qin, all the first family members of the Tang family are to be arrested and imprisoned, and their family assets are to be confiscated, if there are those who do not follow. Here the voice paused a little and, immediately followed by the chilling 3 words, "Kill without pardon." These 3 cold words were like a bolt from the blue. The heart of every member of the Tang family was severely struck. People who were still immersed in the fantasies of the so-called fairies and auspiciousness, instantly awakened by this cruel reality. For a while, the emotions of fear, despair and helplessness spread rapidly through the crowd. The Tang family is finished. The middle-aged man's body violently trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He then collapsed helplessly to the ground. He knew very well that an expert who could not even be resisted by the several highly powerful old ancestors of the main family. How could my own little subfamily be spared? A deep despair flashed in his eyes at the thought, just as the three chilling words, no amnesty, were falling from the air. Like a gust of wind and rain, countless beautiful women in tight-fitting power suits rushed through the Tang family's doors like ghosts. They acted swiftly and decisively, and in the blink of an eye, they took control of the entire Tang family. However, after all, the Tang family was not at the mercy of others. Many members of the Tang family were not willing to just sit back and wait for death. They picked up their weapons and tried to launch a counterattack to defend the family's wealth. It was a pity that the resistance of these Tang family members seemed so pale and powerless in front of the powerful Phantom Voice Workshop. One had to know that every single one of these members of the Illusory Sound Workshop's strength was at least at the Zone Master level. They were well trained and well coordinated, and facing the attacks of those ordinary martial artists of the Tang clan was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. The resistance of the Tang clan's crowd was like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to even stir up a single ripple. They were mercilessly chopped under the swords by the experts of the Illusory Sound Workshop. Blood splattered everywhere. Miserable cries rose and fell. But this could not stop the Phantom Voice Workshop from advancing in the slightest. The reason why they were able to mobilize such a large and powerful number of men to besiege the Tang family. The biggest contributor to this was none other than Li Xingyun. A few months earlier, Li Xingyun then thoughtfully began to quietly shift the power in his hands toward the southern border region. Chapter 141 Kill. There were two people sitting opposite each other in an inconspicuous room deep within the Yi family's branch. Boiling tea. Elder brother Xia, how have you considered it? If your Xia family doesn't contribute now, you can't think about picking fruit later. Yi Tao smilingly pushed a cup of tea in front of Xia Dong across the room. Although Yi Tao is old, he can do things very swiftly. And last night, he had someone go to the heavenly burial domain. Calling for Xia Dong today was merely to ask for some favors from the Xia family to make up for the loss of the Yi family's hemorrhage this time. Yi old brother, our Xia family did it. How much money is needed? You say a number. Xia Dong had obviously discussed this with the higher-ups in the family and answered very painfully. Ha ha, old brother Xia is quick. Yi Tao laughed. The Yi family and the Xia family's headquarters were in the southern border province and the Tianjiang province, respectively. The Yi family Xia family in the divine border province was nothing more than a branch. Bang! All that could be heard was a terrifying thud that. It was as if a meteor burning with a blazing flame cut through the sky and fell down violently at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, this figure that was as bright and dazzling as a meteorite ruthlessly smashed into the center of the Yi family, and the ground was instantly smashed out into a large pit that was too deep to be seen, with debris splattering in all directions and dust flying up. That huge roar was as deafening as thunder resounding through the entire Yi family branch. It drew countless people to look sideways. For a while, there were shouts and screams of shock and people panicked and rushed towards the incident. The dust gradually cleared, only to see a woman with a graceful figure slowly rise from the pit. She was dressed in a black power suit, her sleeves fluttering like a ghost in the darkness of the night. A head of black hair that fell like a waterfall danced with the wind and, more added a few points of mystery and cold color. The most striking thing is her hands, which are as white and flawless as jade, gently patting the dust that stirred up around him. His movements were graceful and unhurried. This woman was none other than Shogun, and at the moment, the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, sketching out a seeming smile. That smile revealed a hint of imperceptible cunning and coldness. Her vermilion lips lightly opened and, in a soft voice, he said, "Arrest all of the Yi family's direct lineage, and if any of them resist, kill them on sight." Her voice was small, but it seemed to have a magical power that, it was clearly transmitted into the minds of everyone present. Whether it was the Yi family's direct line or the Yi Tao and Xia Dong duo who were in the depths, there was no exception. As the shogun's words fell, a large number of burly, muscular men suddenly emerged from within the Yi family. These strong men all wore hideous ghost masks. In his hand, he clutched a cold, glittering scimitar, exuding a chilling aura. They moved swiftly like the wind, and worked in perfect harmony. Like a group of trained killers. In the face of the Yi family's resistance, these burly men showed no mercy, and between their hands and knives, blood splattered and screamed. But anyone who dared to resist was mercilessly killed by them with a single slash. There is no hesitation or weakness. In just a few moments of work, the Yi family had already turned into a Shura hell. Blood was flowing everywhere, pooling into a dark red stream. Countless corpses were lying horizontally and vertically in various corners. Their deaths were miserable and shocking to the eyes. The air was filled with a strong, sickening odor of blood. It's over. It's over. Xia Dong hid in the shadows. Naturally, he also noticed the drastic changes that occurred outside. His face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily. Originally, I thought that even if Li Xingyun wanted to make a move, he would at least wait for some time, but I never thought that the other party would be so thunderous. It's so vicious and decisive. The main thing is, where is he going to get the manpower? They had gone to greet Li Xingyun when he arrived at the southern border yesterday, and it was clear that there weren't this many people. Don't panic, there's a tunnel here. Let's leave quickly. Yi Tao is worthy of being an old fox who has been in the jungle for a long time, facing such a critical situation and still able to remain calm and composed. After his pair of cunning and fierce eyes glared fiercely at the ghost-faced man who was massacring his people in the outside world, he did not hesitate to turn his head and, quickly, he walked over to a beautiful vase that sat in the center of the room, only to see Yi Tao stretch out his right hand, his palm faintly firing, seemingly pushing gently. However, it actually contained a deep internal force. The vase was driven by this force and began to slowly rotate. Just then, only a dull sound could be heard coming from the originally thick and solid ground. All of a sudden, it was as if there were countless chains and huge gears interlocking with each other. Friction collision produced by the sharp noise. Creepy. With this ear-splitting sound of mechanical friction, the originally flat and smooth ground was as if it had been torn apart by an invisible hand, slowly separating to both sides, revealing a deep, bottomless and dark tunnel entrance. The tunnel led to nowhere, and it was filled with an eerie, cold aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, though the mechanical friction was not a small sound, but at this moment, the outside world is staging a tragic and bloody slaughter. Shouts of killing, cries, and the clear sound of various weapons intersecting with each other are intertwined. A deafening cacophony of sounds was formed. These sounds surged like the waves of a terrifying. The noise made by the opening of the tunnel was easily and completely muffled. Found it. These two cunning old guys really didn't leave. Shogun, who was originally standing leisurely and comfortably high up on the roof, idly fiddling with his long, shiny black hair, had his body jolted after hearing the subtle movement coming from the depths of the Yi family, and, instantly putting away the idle look on his face, he gazed over in that direction like a torch. Although the mechanical sound generated by the opening of that tunnel had been drowned out by the sounds of screams and killings rising and falling all around, to Shogun, who was in the perfect realm of the 9th grade land immortal, how could this little gesture escape his keen ears? Elder brother Yi, where does this secret passage lead to? Being in the middle of the dark and narrow secret passage, Xiaodong's face was full of anxiety, and while hurrying along, he twisted his head to look back from time to time. It's as if something vicious is in hot pursuit behind them, while Yi Tao, who was walking ahead, appeared calm and collected. He walked at a steady pace and, unhurriedly, he responded, "Don't worry, this secret passage leads all the way to a secluded courtyard outside the city, and as long as we reach there without any problems, there's no need to panic." Chapter 142, What's so reassuring? With that said, he continued to walk forward without slowing down. However, not long after the two of them had stepped into the secret passage, a figure flashed into the room where the two were originally hiding like a ghost. The person who came was none other than Shogun, only to see her gaze sharply scanning the empty room, and the slightest hint of disappointment did not show on his face. On the contrary, her eyes eventually landed on the teapot with the fire burning brightly and the spout whistling hot. "Oh, a secret passage?" Shogun murmured softly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as it seemed to have insight into everything, knowing that the skills she has mastered are numerous and subtle. Even the Chiman Bagua this kind of esoteric obscure learning are slightly dabbling in. Want to find a hidden in the dark secret passage for her is simply easy. But surprisingly, faced with the clues at his fingertips, it was surprising that Shogun did not immediately set out to find the entrance to the secret passage, only to see her carelessly pulling out several sheets of yellow paper carefully folded into tiny paper figures from her bosom. Then with a wave of her hand, she casually discarded these paper figures on the ground. Immediately after that, her figure instantly disappeared without a trace like a phantom. Only heard bang, a loud bang suddenly exploded, as if flat earth thundered, generally deafening. In an instant, the entire room was swept by an incomparably powerful shockwave of. The loud noise instantly covered the terrified cries of the Yi family's crowd. After the smoke and dust cleared, Shogun's marvelous figure emerged once again. She gently raised her jade hand and, gracefully, she gently patted away the slight dust that had adhered to her sleeves, and then her beautiful eyes turned slightly, fixing her eyes on that secret passageway opening that had been revealed by the explosion. "Can you run away?" Shogun's words exploded like thunder. Her figure instantly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. "Elder brother Yi, hurry up. I always feel like there's a pair of eyes staring at us from behind. It's like a mango on your back." Xiaodong looked at the nonchalant Yi Tao with a face full of anxiety, helplessly urging up. "Ha, don't worry." Yi Tao's words hadn't finished. Then it felt like a gust of wind was whistling past. Reassured of what? An abrupt woman's voice, like a nightingale's cry, suddenly rang out in front of the two. Who? Xia Dong trembled in fear, and shivered as if electrocuted. Rushing to ask in a startled voice. Qin Wangfu. Shou Chen. While elegantly fiddling with his silky hair. Shuang Chen. One side answered absently, as if it was all under her control. How can you be so fast? Yi Tao pointed at Zhao Chen, his face full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He backed away unbelievingly. Old man, you talk too much. Shogun obviously wasn't going to answer his question. Only to see her white jade-like slender jade hand gently slapped forward. A thick palm force as thick as a Tarzan pressing on an egg pressed towards the two men like a mountain row. The two of them instantly flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. The blood spat out from his mouth was like dots of red plums, blooming in midair. Done. Shogun clapped his palms smilingly and grabbed the collars of the two men and led them back to the Yi family. With this staging there is also the Xia family. Tungwen Hall Li Tsuanli personally led the team. Surprisingly efficient. Your Highness, the Northern Liang King's army has already entered the southern border, and will arrive in Divine Border Province tomorrow. The Mirror Heart Demon ran to report just after receiving the news. Ruyan's dowry? Li Xingyun laughed, not too attached to this. How many people? Li Xingyun meant to ask how many men had been lost along the way. After all, it's impossible for all 100,000 soldiers to come alive on such a long journey. There were about 80,000 people, and on the way they were harassed by a number of mountain bandits and suffered a lot of casualties. Mirror Heart Demon continues to explain. Well, just paddle it to Ruyan when they arrive. Li Xingyun continued to command. Li Xingyun intended to create different armies according to the major powers. The Illusory Sound Place Gifted Army, the Tongwenken Jin Army, the Ghost Face Army of the Xianxian sect, and in creating a personal army of their own bad guys. Having these 4 armies would be enough for the time being. Send people into the heavenly burial domain, and after collecting the southern border it's time to make a move against them. Li Nebula looked deep into the sky. With enough manpower and money, stormtroopers are easy. Li Xingyun could already envision how an army composed entirely of Zhongshe realm powerhouses would sweep away everything. Yes, Your Majesty. Mirror Heart Demon exited the study. He had a mission. 2. Although there are not many mountain fortresses in Xinjiang province, there are more than 20 of various sizes. Along with the Qin Wangfu's many actions, a piece of news also began to spread in the Divine Border Province. 3 days later at the execution ground, the first families of Yi, Xia and Tang will be publicly executed to avenge the people. The next day a special line of people came from the Upper Border Province, led by a man in a Taoist robe. Looking very immortal. He was followed by a dozen or so similarly dressed Taoist priests. This should be the Upper Border Province office, right? Xuanchuzi looked at the opulent government office and asked the person beside him with a smile. Eldest senior brother. That should be correct. A Taoist priest behind Xian Suzi opened his mouth and responded. The Green Cloud Taoist Temple is already on its way to the southern border. They, the new generation of disciples, had arrived first to help Xian Suzi work for Li Xingyun, wanting to wrestle a favor. Well, let's go in then. Xian Suzi grabbed the cloth bag in his arms and, it contains 50 inheritance beads, which means they'll only be controlling a maximum of 50 officers this time around. There's definitely a distinction to be made in choosing an officer. 50 sounds like a lot, but the Upper Border Province is not small. There are no less than 100 officials, large and small, and 50 pieces can only control the leading figures in each department. Xuanchuzi and the others strutted towards the entrance of the government office. As soon as they got close, another man dressed as a constable called out to the people. Hey, what do you guys do? Guest secretary of the Qin King's house. Following orders. The senior brother beside Xian Suzi immediately stepped forward to take out the Qin King's order that had been prepared beforehand. Your Highness, the King of Qin, my lord, forgive me. I'll go inform the governor. The constable immediately saluted Xian Suzi and the others, then ran into the government office in a panic. Kingly Nebula's takeover of the southern border may be a secret to the common people, but the court department from the governor down to the ordinary constable, that is all no. It's not good enough not to know. This is their new master. Whether or not they could continue to do it would depend on Li Xingyun's wishes. Lord Jifu, Lord Jifu, the constable shouted as he ran inside. Chapter 143, Understanding Anon. Bah, go and see who it is. Yelling and screaming, this governor is not dead yet. There is no need to cry and mourn. When a middle-aged man in official uniform in the Great Hall heard the shouts outside, the tea that had just entered his mouth spewed out in one gulp. Yes, I'm on my way. A young and pretty little maid waiting by the middle-aged man's side immediately ran towards the door respectfully. Zhang San, what are you shouting for? Your skin is itching, isn't it? The maid didn't go out for long before she saw the panicked constable running, immediately put away the smile on her face, boarded up her face and pointed at the other party and scolded. Although the maid has no official position, she is the bed-warming maid of the governor. On weekdays, these bottom feeders are waved away and never given a good face. Little red girl, go and inform the governor that His Highness the Qin King's guest minister is here. It's already at the door. When Zhang San saw the visitor, he calmed his mood down a bit and said hurriedly, King Qin? Who is it? Little Red was not impressed. It's not like she has an official position that. Naturally, I don't know these things. Oh, what a big nerve. How dare a maid? Suddenly, Xian Suzi's voice violently resounded in the courtyard. The majestic Tru Chi shocking Xiao Hong and the two of them as they blanched. The governor, who was originally sitting in the hall, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Immediately he got up and came toward the door wanting to see what had happened. Taoist? The governor was slightly stunned. There weren't any famous Taoist houses in this part of the southern border. The heart couldn't help but despise the other party by a few points. What is the purpose of a few Taoist masters coming to my residence? Upper Border Province Governor Su Xiang looked at Xian Suzi. Several people asked in a deep voice. He represents the face of the imperial court in the local area. Even if the other party is strong, they do not dare to move themselves. Are you the governor of the Upper Border Province? Su Xiang? Xuanchuzi looked at the other party's high and mighty appearance a little upset. As the boss of the 7 sons of Qin Yun, wherever he went people were not pleasant and happy. A small governor dared to show his face. Lord Governor, this is His Highness the Qin King's guest minister. Zhang San hurriedly trotted to Su Xiang's side and introduced. He is not stupid. If the governor and the Qin King's guest secretary had a friction, it is not easy to say who suffered. But he himself, the errand boy caught in the middle, that was certainly no good. Your Highness, the King of Qin? Su Xiang froze again and immediately piled up a fawning smile on his face. The King of Qin is his top boss in the future, and he has the power of life and death over the officials of the southern border. So can he continue to work as a governor? But it also depends on the other side. Look at my eyesight. So it's His Highness the King of Qin's guest minister. This is really a great flood of water. A family doesn't know a family anymore. Several Taoist masters. Quick, inside please. After saying that, Su Xiang immediately warmly greeted Xian Suzi and his party into the main hall, while he himself waited at the end to command Zhang San. Xiao Sanzi, why don't you go and inform the back kitchen to prepare the banquet, and to follow the highest standards? Said also did not wait for Zhang San to answer, then followed into the hall to entertain. Governor Su, we came to the Upper Border Province on an errand with the king, so the banquet will be waived. Xian Suzi doesn't like dealing with bureaucratic figures like Su Xiang too much, and casually rejected the other party's good intentions. Good thing, too. I don't know what your majesty's orders are, but my humble servant will definitely cooperate. Being rejected by Xian Suzi, Su Xiang was not angry and still smilingly inquired about the purpose of Xian Suzi's group. There's really something that requires the cooperation of Governor Su. Xian Suzi and the senior brother beside him exchanged a glance. Smiling, Su Xiang's reputation isn't too good, but he's not exactly an evil official who fishes the countryside and understands things so well. It would be appropriate to give him an inheritance bead, and they had discussed it on the way here. As long as it wasn't someone with too bad of a reputation or attitude, all can be kept, even if they are less capable, and can be swapped out later. Please speak, Taoist master. My humble servant will definitely cooperate. Su Xiang knew that his chance to perform had come. Immediately patted his chest and confidently assured that he wasn't afraid of Li Xingyun using him. He was afraid that Li Xingyun wouldn't use him, and using himself meant that he was valuable. There is a value of this hat is also even to keep most of the attitude and then warm and sincere some. This hat is also even completely keep. It's simple. Just let the king see your loyalty. Governor Su. I'm sorry, Xuanchuzi said with a smile. Taoist master. My loyalty to His Majesty is something that can be seen in heaven and earth. The king lets me go east without absolutely not going west. And the king lets me shoot chickens without ever catching a dog. Su Xiang immediately exaggerated his performance. You don't get to say whether you're loyal or not, and neither do I. Xuanchuzi smiled and shook his head. Then, how would I prove my loyalty to His Majesty? I would be grateful if the Taoist master would clarify. My humble servant is absolutely unambiguous. Su Xiang's unambiguousness was said with a very cryptic look toward Xian Suzi. He was implying that as long as Xian Suzi told him the method, the benefits would definitely be few. It's very simple. Eat this, and from now on, your life will be in the hands of the king. Naturally, they are also the loyal ones. Xian Suzi took out a white quality inheritance bead and placed it between the two of them. Smiling, The reason why he deliberately told Su Xiang that his life was under Li Xingyun's control after eating it. But it's just to see if Su Xiang is really like what he appears to be. If he's done too many bad things behind his back, he'll naturally hesitate and play some mind games. This leaves one inheritance bead. Li Xingyun wouldn't leave behind officials with too much public anger. It wouldn't be conducive to his prestige in the southern border. Your humble servant is willing. Su Xiang basically ate it in one bite without much hesitation. He was a fan of officials and, better to die in office than to live in vain. And he was no fool, this thing was a poison at best. And as long as he did not mutiny himself, that's sure to live on. Ha ha, quite a refreshing person. Xian Suzi froze for a moment as he watched the scene and, I didn't expect Su Xiang to be so decisive. It's good. It saves them a lot of time. This time, for the first time, the many forces under Nebula Li's command acted in full force. Everyone wants to be the first one to rush back to resume orders. Xian Suzi is no exception. Su Xiang is so cooperative. He is in a good mood. The numerous senior brothers around him did the same. It was clear to everyone which side would go back first. That would conveniently leave a good impression in Li Xingyun's mind. Their loyalty was to Li Xingyun. They weren't that close to each other. Although everyone is exercising restraint and no conflict has erupted, there is no small amount of secret comparisons of minds. Not to mention that the several major forces, namely the Xianxian sect, the Tungwen Hall, the Illusory Sound Workshop, the Undesirable People, and the Heavenly Master's Office, were not at odds with each other. After a quarter of an hour, Su Xiang slowly opened his eyes and loyalty to Li Xingyun also came to 100 points. Governor Su, it's not too late. Go and gather all the departments in the upper border province. Xian Suzi sensed that Su Xiang's aura had strengthened by a few points, and with clarity in his heart, he immediately urged on. He's in a hurry. Really in a hurry. Yes, my subordinate will go and make arrangements. Su Xiang was taking the inheritance beads of the baddies. Heavenly speed star Xian Suzi naturally became his leader. Chapter 144, all of it. After Su Jin finished speaking, he got up and walked toward the outside of the hall, and his face also had a few more points of righteousness. Quite a difference from the somewhat greasy look of before. The same scene took place in various parts of the southern border, though in some places it went a little smoother. There are some places to waste some hand. After all, not everyone is as knowledgeable as Su Xiang. A day later, Li Xingyun got up from Li Qiaoxue's side and carefully tucked her in. Another glance at Linglong beside him and a touch of tenderness appeared on his face. Zhangshan he wants. Beauty he is also good. Only children make choices. And Li Nebula wants them all. The cottages in the God's Border province are divided up. Getting up and coming to the study. Accepting the cup of hot tea handed over by the mirror heart demon, Li Xingyun casually asked. Originally, the matter of cleaning up the mountain bandits in Divine Border province was given to the mirror heart demon, but Li Xingyun had nothing to do left or right, so he picked it up again. Distinguish. The mirror heart demon nodded and took out a piece of rice paper and handed it to Li Xingyun, and opened his mouth to explain. According to the intelligence, there are a total of 18 mountain fortresses in the Divine Frontier province, the fewest in the 7 provinces. That's not surprising. Divine Frontier province is the center of the southern frontier, and it's among the most stable places. It's normal to have fewer bandits and thieves. Of these, 14 are in need of eradication. These 14 are all colluding with several major families, secretly working for them, ransacking passing caravans in nearby villages. There are quite a few lives on hand, and there are more than 400 people that can be traced. Mirror Heart Demon continued to explain. More than 2,400 people? Killing intent surfaced in Li Xingyun's eyes, knowing that an average village has only a few hundred people. These 400 people can still be traced to the. There are more that are unavailable because of the time that has passed. This means that at least nearly 10 villages were massacred by these bandits. There are even countless people and businessmen being persecuted by them. So naturally, such assholes cannot be retained. The child soldiers that the 4 great families are talking about wouldn't be these goods, would they? Li Xingyun remembered something. Looking towards the mirror heart demon, he asked. There was no large-scale resistance when we cleared out the 3 great families. But before, when the 4 great families said that they would give Li Nebula people to form an army, Li Nebula hadn't forgotten about it. Yes, there are quite a few traces of them not only in Divine Border province, but also in the remaining 6 provinces. The mirror heart demon answered truthfully. No wonder, Li Nebula snorted coldly. Feeding an army of over 100,000 is not a small number. It's good that the 4 families are rich, but the armies in their hands don't go to war, and they certainly don't want to give up by keeping them dry. Tell me about the 4 remaining cottages. Li Xingyun no longer pays attention to these sentenced to death cottages, but instead asks about a few cottages that can be organized. These 4 cottages are interesting to say the least. They were originally 4 villages that, because received 4 big families in the hands of the cottage infestation, slowly transformed into a cottage. Flat days are mainly hunting and collecting protection money, in addition to the occasional firefight with other cottages. There's hardly any blood on the hands of the common people, perhaps because of their origins. These 4 cottages did not aim their spears at the common people. But there were still things like collecting protection fees and tolls from passing caravans. How many people are in these 4 cottages? Lee Nebula nodded. This level of evil is still acceptable. No man is without fault, and the common people will still commit petty theft. It's not bad to be a bandit and make it like this. The 4 cottages together have about 200 young and strong men, and about 300 old and weak women and children. Mirror Heart Demon is obviously a qualified secretary for a person. All sorts of information is all memorized in his head, and he can answer whatever Lee Nebula asks. Well, call the 2 of you, Yun Su-zi and Ho Ching, and let's set off. Lee Nebula added with a satisfied pat on Mirror Heart Demon's shoulder. You get some rest. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Mirror Heart Demon was physically not the slightest bit tired, but his mind was extraordinarily invigorated. Being recognized by Li Xingyun was better than any heavenly material. Half an hour later, the 3 steeds were traveling towards the mountains outside of the city. Gusts of song kept coming out of the mouth of one of them. Cedar, wanting to cover it up. Heavy snow, falling frost. Off the coast, drifting north. The eagle has landed on the Pine River. Ho 66. Are you tired of it? Singing all the way. You're not enough, I'm sick of hearing it. Li Xingyun glared at Ho Ching with some annoyance. It was pretty fun at first. After all, Ho Ching sang pretty well, too. But who can stand the single song cycle? Back and forth with just a few sentences. Lee Nebula's ears are almost worn out. Hey, pretty good. The poor Taoist is almost listening to it. Cloud Voider picked up the conversation with a grin. Classless. Ho Ching obediently stopped singing, and with a blow from the folding fan in his hand. Slowly, he spat out 2 words. Sick. Lee Nebula spat out a sentence. And don't bother to bull **** him anymore about this head case. Turn around and find a chance to change his goat's blood. Let's make him a ho ba ba. See how he still sings. The 3 of them walked for a little while longer, and gradually something went wrong. Cloud Void. Are you staying on the right path here? Li Xingyun couldn't help but ask as he looked around at the bare stone mountains and the gradually desolate roads. Ahem. It should probably be fine. That's how I see it drawn on the map. Cloud Voider was a bit vain and immediately picked up the map to scrutinize it. He led the wrong way. Ho Ching's cold voice snapped. Yun Su-zi looked up to meet Li Xingyun's eyes and immediately weaseled out. Old Ho, you're talking nonsense. How could I have led the wrong way? You're holding the map backwards. Ho Ching showed no mercy at all as he dismantled Yun Su-zi. Li Xingyun fixed his eyes on it. Nice guy. It's still true. You. Li Xingyun was so angry that he directly cursed. This is so uneducated. The map is held upside down and you're still looking at it so carefully. Ho Ching, you lead the way. Li Xingyun grabbed the map and threw it to Ho Ching. He was too disappointed in this Yun Su-zi fellow. Hey, I haven't traveled much either. Yun Su-zi scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. I wouldn't look at that either. It's better for the king to lead the way. Ho Ching shoved the map to Li Xingyun with a righteous face. Me? Lee Nebula was confused. He wanted to cry. What's with bringing these 2 unreliable guys out here? You can't read it yourself. Of course, bringing these 2 guys along wasn't all bad. At the very least they wouldn't be in danger. Forget it. Go back the way you came. Li Xingyun let out a long sigh. It was still possible to return the same way. I can't say anything about resting the little wannabe tomorrow. Can't really do it without him. Yes. Poor Taoist thinks there's no problem. The 2 immediately echoed the response and, there's nothing better to do these days. Mainly this is looking for the cottage and the bandits. Otherwise you could find a people to lead the way. Chapter 145, Jin Feng. The 3 returned in the direction from which they had come, and traveled for about an hour. Only then did the surrounding area gradually take on the appearance of life. 2 pits. I'll be the dog next time I take you 2 out. After wasting a day for nothing, Li Xingyun's mood really wasn't beautiful and he couldn't help but spit out his words. He. Cloud Voider didn't answer and just giggled to himself. Someone is coming over, and there are quite a few. Ho Ching tapped the folding fan in his hand and said to the 2 people. Li Xingyun froze and glanced at the sky. It was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There are only 2 possibilities for people still out there at this point. Either they are traitors in a hurry to get to their next landing place. The second possibility is that Lee Nebula wants to see the get. After sensing carefully for a moment, Li Xingyun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The noisy footsteps were coming from the mountains and forests on both sides. It obviously couldn't be a caravan. A caravan would only be sick if they left a good main road untouched. Burrowing inside the mountains. Then there was only one possibility. The 3 Lee nebulas stopped their movements and, standing in place quietly waiting up. That really is not dare to move fear that the other party will not be able to find their own several people. The 3 of them were highly cultivated and knew that it would take a while for the other party to come over. After a few minutes, more than 100 mountain bandits dressed in very tattered clothes suddenly emerged from both sides of the mountain forest. Let's just call them mountain bandits. If it wasn't for the fact that they were aggressive and had weapons in their hands, Li Xingyun almost thought it was a refugee fleeing from somewhere. The main thing is that these mountain bandits are so unprofessional. They don't even shout slogans or have professional weapons. Sickles, axes for chopping wood, hammers, shovels, that's all there is to it. Except for the leader, who has a long spear in his hand. It still looks like that. Fight. Robbery. After more than 100 people had surrounded the 3 Lee Nebula people, it was only then that a middle-aged man shouted somewhat rustily, and it could be seen that he was very nervous, and even a little embarrassed. It seemed as if he was doing something very humiliating. Robbery? What are you going to rob? Li Xingyun asked with a smile as he leaned down on his horse. This time Li Xingyun was completely convinced that this group of mountain thieves must not have done anything bad. Even the watchword of the mountain bandits and thieves, road blocking and robbing, was so rusty. You, hand over all the silver you have on you and we won't hurt you, the middle-aged mountain bandit said very skillfully. That's quite a skillful phrase, Lee Nebula secretly commented. A look of embarrassment ensued. Big brother, please let us go. The money we have on us is to treat our old mother at home. It can't be given to you. The middle-aged man couldn't help but hesitate when he heard Li Xingyun's plight and, after thinking about it, he shouted at Li Xingyun. Wait, I'll go ask. With that, he ran to the leading man with the lance in his hand and whispered something in his ear. Humph. You can fool others but not me. The man with the long spear snorted coldly, took a few steps forward, coldly pointing the tip of his cold iron spear at Li Xingyun. What did I lie to you about? Li Xingyun smiled. Sure enough, there were still smart people. You ride 3 steeds that are worth thousands of dollars. Your family must be a great one. The mere silver tails will not be placed in my eyes. The man with the long spear said that the long spear in his hand fiercely pestled to the ground. A pothole immediately appeared in the original yellow dirt road that had been crushed for years. An 8th grade martial artist with a few talents. This ordinary origin. There aren't many people in their early 30s who have that kind of strength. Which cottage are you guys from? Being dismantled. Lee Nebula simply stopped pretending. Asked directly. We are not mountain bandits. We are all villagers of Qinjia village. Being asked this by Li Xingyun, as if he had been humiliated by something, the man with the long gun immediately disliked him back. Not mountain bandits? Then what are you doing here? This king has never seen villagers from that village who would run to the mountains to rob passing passers-by. Li Xingyun also disliked the other party without ceremony, and in his heart, he did think highly of the other party. If you don't admit that you are a mountain bandit, then you still have a face and a bottom line. Such a person can still be called a human being, and is still capable of renouncing evil and reforming himself, and vice versa. Most of the mountain thieves have become addicted to the kind of unproductive life of looting and robbing, and it would be more painful to let them live in their own way than to kill them. Such people could no longer be called human beings. They were the assholes of society, and Li Xingyun wouldn't waste his heart to penitentize them. Just send them to be reincarnated and rebuilt. We're in a bind. The man with the long gun froze for a moment and, a tangle of colors appeared on his face, but after glancing at his relatives dressed in rags beside him, he still said stiffly, what kind of suffering? Official inaction or oppression by a family? Or perhaps sacked by mountain bandits? Li Xingyun smirked as he took the lead in voicing all of the other party's bitterness. Why are you asking when you know it all? The man with the long gun glared at Li Xingyun and, without a good breath, he said, feeling that Li Xingyun was just making fun of him. King Qin has come to the southern border. The 4 great families have been cleaned up, and officials at all levels will be purged as well. As for the mountain bandits, you don't have to worry. They will be cleared in a few days. Now you will be able to go back to your hometowns and be ordinary people. Why bother to continue robbing? Li Xingyun said with a smile. Your Majesty, Yun Suzi was in a hurry. Didn't he say that he was going to collect and build an army? This how to let people go back to farming Then a few of their own people are not working for nothing. Li Xingyun glared at Yun Suzi with eyes that seemed to say, what's the hurry? This king has something in mind. King Qin? The 4 great families have been cleaned up? Officials and bandits will also be cleaned up? The man with the long gun had a blank look on his face. Obviously he didn't know any of this information and was a little unresponsive for a moment. Impossible. How could the 4 great lineages be cleaned up so easily? Soon the man came to his senses with a look of disbelief. It's not far from the city, so you can go and ask around. Li Xingyu remained cloudy. Qin Feng, what he said might be true. I went to the city yesterday and saw that quite a few sons of the family had been arrested. And I don't know who collapsed the Yi family's branch. The middle-aged man who started it all seemed to think of something and came close to the man with the long gun and said, Qin Feng? That's a good name. Li Xingyu knew the name of the man with the long gun at this time. A satisfied nod. You are the king? King Qin? Qin Feng violently recalled how Yun Su Zi had just addressed Li Xingyun. Immediately thinking of something, he asked in disbelief. Chapter 146, a fairy? It's this king. Li Nebula smiled and nodded. This. Qin Feng no longer had his original calmness on his face. Somewhat panicked and confused, he looked carelessly for a few moments, and then, as if he had thought of what to do, he immediately knelt down towards Li Xingyun. At the same time, he shouted, My humble servant Qin Feng pays his respects to. Greetings, King of Qin. Qin Feng was just a bottom feeder. How could he know anything about etiquette? The fear and awe in their hearts for the court was infinite. The biggest official they had ever seen before was their village headman. And suddenly they saw the king. Straight up chaos. King Qin? The king? The middle-aged man beside Qin Feng muttered a couple sentences under his breath, also immediately reacted and followed Qin Feng's action to kneel down towards Li Xingyun. My humble servant pays homage to His Majesty. As for the 100 or so Qinjia villagers who had originally surrounded the three Li Nebula people, they were also a bit confused. His own party came out to rob and collect some tolls. How is this still kneeling? I don't understand. But Qin Feng's two men who took the lead have knelt down. And there is certainly nothing wrong with following suit on their own. My humble servant pays homage to His Majesty. My humble servant pays homage to His Majesty. My humble servant pays homage to His Majesty. More than 100 Qinjia village people sparsely knelt on the ground. And their voices. It's so wrong. Get up. All rise. Li Xingyun injected his true qi into his voice. It echoed accurately in everyone's ears. Believe my king's words now? Li Xingyun asked with a smile. Believe. Qin Feng got up and immediately nodded his head as if pounding garlic, responding repeatedly. Then you can go home and farm. And no one will bully you anymore. Li Xingyun said with a smirk. This. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Going back to farming he also wanted to. But where was there any land for him to plant now? The land in Qin's village has long been divided up among the villagers who didn't leave. Now they can't go back even if they wanted to. What? Don't want to farm and still want to come out and rob a house? Li Xingyun asked in a cold voice with a stern face. No. It's just that we've been away from home so long that we haven't had a home in a long time. I don't know where to go back for a while. Qin Feng immediately explained in a panic. Good lord. Qin Wangguan finished saying that he wanted to fight the bandits. And you're going to be a bandit in front of someone else's king? That's not looking for death. So what do you guys want to do? You can't keep coming out and robbing houses. Li Nebula continued to pursue with a stern face. No way. The middle-aged man waved his hand in a panicked manner and, fearing that Li Xingyun would misunderstand the general, on the side of Qin Feng but pondered up. His Highness the King of Qin must have plans. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so coincidentally encountered by his own people. Your Highness, we are all a group of rough men. Illiterate, and your Highness has returned the southern border to a clear sky for 100 days. We, the Qin family village, are willing to follow your Highness to the death and saddle up for you. Qin Feng knelt down once again, his eyes filled with fire. He couldn't pass up the good thing of turning from a mountain bandit that everyone spurned to an army salary. Qin Feng's head hit hard on top of the yellow earth ground, one after another. Li Nebula is very satisfied with the nod. The upward rush is not a deal, or to people to come up. It's only right that you accept it with reluctance. Hey, get up. This king sees that you really don't have a place to go. So let's do this. I'm going to form an army. All the young and strong men of your village will be enlisted. The king will arrange an area for the old, weak, women and children of your Qin village to live in, and the court will help you settle down. Li Xingyun, a very sympathetic people's appearance, slowly will plan out. Thank you for your great kindness. I, Qinjia village, will definitely follow you to the death. A burst of ecstasy erupted in Qin Feng's eyes. He guessed correctly. The Qin family village is also saved. No longer need to live in the mountains every day. Finally, you can farm with honor. Live honorably. We can be soldiers? My old lady finally doesn't have to stay in the mountains all day. Yes, my wife and children can go back to live in the village. No more worrying about jackals and tigers. Yeah, great. Numerous Qinjia village people heard Li Xingyun's words immediately disliked the shocking waves. There was a steady stream of uplifting voices, and the villagers kept discussing intensely among themselves. and they were really fed up with the days of hiding in the deep mountains. It's not that no villagers have ever thought of sneaking down the mountain before, but they don't have land or a house to call home. Quite a lot of people go down the hill and turn around and then go back up the hill again without any help. Quickly, thank your majesty. King Qin is really a good official. Yeah, great officer. Numerous people have knelt down again, in unison, and he kept kowtowing in gratitude to Li Xingyun. All rise. Li Xingyun waited for a moment and gave Yun Suzi and Ho Qing a look that, a wave of invisible true qi then lifted up all of the 100 or so people. Is this a god? King Qin is an immortal. Our southern border is going to be fine. Many people were shocked at this miraculous maneuver of Li Nebula. What reincarnation of a god? In the world Buddha everything popped up. Li Nebula also did not explain. The myth himself favors the rule. Why should he explain? Besides, this was the effect he wanted. Of course, this was due to Li Xingyun, Ho Cheng, and Yun Huozi all working together. Li Nebula alone still couldn't do it. Qin Feng, do you know the other 3 cottages that don't do evil? Li Xingyun opened his mouth and asked. If it was possible, he really didn't want to find it himself. It was too much trouble. Your Majesty, are you talking about the Zhao, Wang, and Lu families and their families? I'm not sure. Qin Feng asked uncertainly. It should be. You know their location? Li Nebula nodded. I know. They're not far from Qin's village. Usually, our 4 villages will also take care of each other. Qin Feng immediately replied. In that case, Li Xingyun pondered for a moment and spoke. Go and tell them that continuing to be bandits is definitely out of the question. There are only 2 ways for them to go. They can either go home and farm, or they can do the same thing as you, the Qin family village. The men are enlisted in the army, and the king helps to settle the old and weak in the village. Thank you for your majesty's great kindness. I'm sure they will be willing to serve your majesty. Qin Feng is genuinely happy for several other villages. Well, you go back, and bring someone to the city to meet the king tomorrow. This king will arrange things for you. Li Xingyun instructed as he glanced at the gradually darkening sky. Yes, my humble servant respectfully sends you off. Your Highness. Qin Feng hurriedly nodded his head, overjoyed. Good. Li Xingyun nodded and rode away with the 2 cloud voiders on their horses. There was a bit of a hiccup today, but it turned out okay, and the purpose was accomplished. Chapter 147, I'm not full yet. When he arrived at the state and county mansion with his horse, the mirror heart demon standing at the entrance greeted him from afar. Your Highness, did the trip go well? Mirror heart demon was helping Li Xingyun while holding his horse. One side asked eagerly. Li Xingyun's head turned stiffly, his eyes looking at the other party with scrutiny. Don't you know how to do math? You don't know if I'm doing well or not. You're mocking me here. But looking at the sincere and innocent eyes of the mirror heart demon, Li Xingyun was a bit skeptical again. Could it be that he had misunderstood? The mirror heart demon was able to deduce, but he hadn't necessarily deduced it. It was okay, a little hiccup, but not a big problem. Li Xingyun thought about it or didn't intend to tell about today's accident. This is too embarrassing. 3 land gods can't read a map when they go out. They got lost. This is a big departure from the norm. That's good. That's good. The mirror heart demon nodded repeatedly. By the way, tomorrow those cottages will come over to join the army, and you will make arrangements for the enlistment of the young and strong. The old, weak, women and children arrange for their livelihood. Li Xingyun didn't forget what he promised Qin Feng and turned his head to make arrangements. Yes, I'll have someone start preparations later so they can have a hot meal tomorrow as soon as they arrive. Mirror heart demon responded with a smile. Aha! Li Nebula didn't say any more. Mirror heart demon's errand. Just 2 words. Dependable. Walking into the great hall, there were already several people gathered around the dining table. They are Li Qiuxue, Ling Long, Wang Yuyan, Wan Yanyan, and young woman Bai. Ba, 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 ba. It's a young girl by Jie. Li Xingyun was in a good mood, and without realizing it, his career had taken off. There's a lot more redheads around, too. Which one will we have tonight? Li Nebula's eyes swept over a few women. Li Qiuxue very frankly in his eyes. Love is not the slightest cover. Ling Long gentle and intellectual. Wang Yuyan was a little embarrassed, her eyes averted. For her part, Li Yanran shivered violently, as if she was being stared at by some fierce beast. His head was buried in his chest. As for Bai Jia, she's a little more arrogant. As a maid not only sat at the table with her master waiting for the meal to start, she did not hide from Li Xingyun's gaze, and even intentionally puffed out her chest. Somewhat arrogantly, he raised his little head. Really owes it to you then. Li Xingyun flashed a meaningful smile at her, and then strutted over to sit between Li Yanran and Bai Jia. The move fell into the eyes of the crowd, and reactions varied. The two of them, Li Qiuxue and Linglong, were obviously relieved. They really needed to rest. Wang Yuyan's eyes, on the other hand, are a little strange. Wang Yanran is, but Li Xingyun's sister-in-law. What is he planning to do? Although it is said that the sister-in-law has half a pull, what is the brother-in-law? But, this is too blatant. Wang Yanran, on the other hand, was shaken and moved to the side of Wang Yuyan. Bai Jie even gave the other party a direct blank stare. Come, eat. Li Nebula wasn't half as embarrassed as Lu Ruyan. These little girls he takes as he pleases. Halfway through the meal, Li Xingyun's chopstick somehow fell under the table. Spinning down to pick it up, the face of Bai Jie, who was happily eating at the side, suddenly froze, and her body stiffened and the chopsticks in his hand also stopped in midair. His eyes wide, not daring to move at all. A red glow also began to well up on her pretty face, and her silver teeth clenched on her bright red lips. After a while, Li Xingyun was able to pick up the chopsticks with great effort. These chopsticks are so hard to pick up. Li Nebula let out a long breath. Pervert. Wang Yanran's pretty face reddened at some point, too, spat out in a very small voice. Come on, Yan, eat more, you've lost weight. Li Xingyun didn't mind, saying chanting, you can't let people tell you that you've taken advantage of them. Picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Wang Yanyan's bowl. Wang Yanyan instantly panicked. Eyes swept quickly over the faces of Li Qiuxue, Linglong, and Wang Yuyan, their pretty faces reddening. Seeing no reaction from the others, she put her heart down and the jade foot that had lost its shoes and was barefoot nimbly pinched Li Xingyun's calf. A meal was quickly finished. Li Qiuxue and Linglong looked at each other and immediately got up. Your Highness, we'll leave first. Linglong winked at Li Xingyun, wrapping his arm around Li Qiuxue. He left quickly. Ahem. Yan, take your time to eat. I'm full, so I'll leave first. Wang Yuyan dryly coughed twice, instructed a sentence, then walked the court pace to leave. But the back is a little woeful. The soles of the feet are alive and going fast. Cousin, wait for me. I'm full too. Wang Yanran glanced at Li Xingyun somewhat timidly and immediately got up, chasing after Wang Yuyan. Hey, your shoes are still on, Li Xingyun reminded with a smile. Wang Yanyan's movements lurched, then without looking back, she accelerated her pace and chased after Wang Yuyan. Shoes? She wouldn't dare ask for them. If she stayed any longer, she'd only be wearing shoes. The only thing left on my body were my shoes. Bai Jie looked a little sluggishly at the fleeing crowd. The small head stiffened and slowly turned to look at Li Xingyun. Hey! Li Xingyun laughed softly twice and met his eyes. Wow! Bai Jie immediately clutched the bowl in front of her into her arms and looked at Li Xingyun very vigilantly. You don't have enough, then have someone add more. I'm not full yet. The happiest time of the day for Paige was drying her meal, eating her mouthful of. And then I think about the days I used to live. Were they still days lived by human beings? There's no rush. Take your time eating. If it's not enough, I'll have someone make more. Li Xingyun cried and laughed at the scene in front of him, suddenly feeling as if he was a bad guy who had seduced a little girl. But it's clear that you're on the side of justice. Really? Paige asked uneasily. Really? Li Nebula nodded seriously. He really didn't care about the mouth and stomach. His goal is, he said as he picked up a piece of duck leg and put it in the bowl on Bai Jie's chest. You're still strangely nice to come. Bai Jie smiled sweetly at Li Xingyun and it felt like Li Xingyun was not bad. He just liked to bully himself. And when he wasn't bullying himself, he was still quite good. Congratulations to the host. Bai Jie favorability 5 points. Current favorability 75 points. That's outrageous. Do you even know what you're here for? Li Xingyun couldn't help but spit out the system's voice. Are you full? After a while, seeing Bai Jie stop eating and put down her chopsticks, Li Nebula opened his mouth and asked, I'm full. Bai Jie got up, her face full of contentment, and patted her small stomach. By the way, she straightened her somewhat messy skirt and smiled in response. After that, she got up and was ready to leave. She was full and it was time for her to go back to bed. You're full, but I'm still hungry. Li Xingyun pulled Bai Jie's lotus root arm with a hand, pulling it into his arms with a wicked grin on his face. Chapter 148, You lie down. You're not full, just keep eating. I'm full. I'm going back to bed. Bai Jie's body was soft, fell into Li Xingyun's arms. Feeling the male breath that came to her face, her small face could not help but redden, tilting her head back to look into Li Xingyun's eyes. I don't want to eat. Li Xingyun placed his large hand on top of Bai Jie's willow waist and shook his head with a smile. Not eating? Then what do you want to eat? Bai Jie was puzzled. Her jade hand pressed down on Li Xingyun's big hand and Li Nebula touched her and tickled her. Eat you. Li Xingyun laughed and picked Bai Jie up by the waist toward the bedroom. Ha! Paige squealed, a bit out of breath. You pervert. I'm a human being. People are not allowed to eat people. Bai Jia hurriedly popularized Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun's eyes got weirder and weirder. This Bai Jia was very wrong. And it's getting more and more out of whack. It started out knowing something and now it's becoming more and more innocent. But what does this have to do with him? Bai Jia approached him with a purpose that just wasn't pure. He did nothing without any psychological burden. Treating the people, friends, subordinates need to be gentle and sympathetic. Treating the enemy does not need. The Dusk Society is the enemy. You, what do you want? Being thrown onto the bed, Bai Jia vigorously shrunk towards the corner and, with a horrified face, he looked at Li Xingyun. Don't be afraid. I don't eat people. Squeeze my shoulders. Li Xingyun smiled as he reached out and wiped his hand on Bai Jia's small, arched nose and said with a smile, "Really?" Page asked with some hesitation. "Really?" Li Nebula took off his jacket, flopped down on the bed, and silently waited up. "Well, okay." Seeing that Li Xingyun didn't mean to move around, Bai Jia then put her heart down and, her legs exerted themselves and she got up on her knees on the bed and came to Li Xingyun's side. A pair of somewhat warm and cool little hands gently placed on Li Xingyun's shoulders, still slowly kneading them, followed by the back. Li Xingyun squinted his eyes in enjoyment, feeling the teasing of the small hands behind him. After a while, Li Xingyun opened his mouth and asked, "Tired? Would you like me to massage you for a while?" "Ha!" Bai Jia froze for a moment, then secretly thought to herself, it's a waste of time not to press it. I've held it down for him myself, so it wouldn't hurt to let him hold it down for himself. Well, yes, then you lie down. Li Xingyun got up and vacated his position. Bai Jia followed Li Xingyun's example and lay down on her back. "No, turn around. I'll massage your front." The corner of Li Xingyun's mouth raised in a bad smile. Big hand slapped on Bai Jia's arse, now even more seductive than before, with a perfect body that, every move exudes hormones, but the mind is extraordinarily simple, like a little child. To be ravished, the contrast is truly tantalizing. "Why?" Paige inquired as she obediently rolled over and lay back on her back. Slender and straight jade legs, ungrippable willow waist, plump and high pine peaks, delicate collarbones, a pretty face where innocence and seduction coexisted. All of this invariably stimulated Li Xingyun's mind. "Where's all the nonsense?" Li Nebula made a perfunctory remark and started massaging. "Li Nebula, I feel so strange." Bai Jia looked with a red face at Li Xingyun who was pinching her feet. Her silver teeth clenched her red lips, and a layer of mist surfaced in her dark beautiful eyes. "Relax. Dizziness is normal." Li Nebula responded with a mindless sentence. Then he continued with the matter in hand. Early the next morning, Li Xingyun woke up early. Bai Jia was lying on his body like an octopus, her little head still burrowing into his arms from time to time. Li Xingyun carefully moved Bai Jia's petite body aside, the confusion in his eyes thickening. He was a bit puzzled. Did the Dusk Society not send Bai Jia to spy on him? Instead, it was sending his wife? Lust is surprisingly not a young woman, but a young girl. It's like an old driver who's been doing porn for over a decade is as simple as a blank sheet of paper, which no one would believe. Not being able to figure it out, Li Xingyun simply stopped thinking about it and got up to go outside. He still had quite a few things to do today, taking over 4 villages, forming an army, and giving them inheritance beads. The number of inheritance beads isn't enough. I hope the several great families won't let me down. Contribute a little more money, and when the time comes to behead you I'll have the executioner sharpen the knife a little faster, and never give you a second pain. Li Xingyun thought silently in his heart and came to the study in between his thoughts. In the past days, the mirror heart demon would be here, but today it was not, and waiting here was Linglong. "Why are you the one here? Where's Little Wanted?" Li Nebula took the hot tea handed over by Linglong and, smiling, he asked. "A number of people came to the gate early this morning, as if they had come to join you. Little Wandering Boy went to take care of it and explained that I will wait for you here." Linglong walked behind Li Xingyun and squeezed her shoulders in a not-so-gentle manner. "Your Majesty, how was your rest last night? Is the little flower cat still obedient?" "I'm sorry," Linglong joked with a smile. Kitten is the nickname given to Bai Jia by the crowd. Bai Jia is usually like a kitten, constantly teasing Li Xingyun, and being constantly bullied by Li Xingyun. She was a living kitten. Not bad, quite moist. Li Xingyun smiled and patted Linglong's jade hand as he stood up. "It's her first time, so check it out later." After the explanation, Li Xingyun then put down the tea bowl and got up to leave the study, heading towards the door. Under the guidance of the guards, Li Xingyun came to the place where the 4 villages were placed. At this moment, Mirror Heart Demon was leading a group of people dressed as civil officials to register something. "Your Majesty, greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness, King of Qin." When they saw Li Xingyun coming over, all of them saluted. Lee Nebula responded enthusiastically. How's the tally coming? Walking over to the mirror heart demon, Lee Nebula asked softly. It's almost done. There are 800 men eligible to enlist. The rest of the women and children number 500. Mirror heart demon replied respectfully. Aha. Nebula Lee nodded. The elite and the old and the weak were close to 1-to-1. This ratio is abnormal. But when you think that this group of people live in the middle of the deep mountains, where there are countless jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, it is difficult for the old and weak to survive, and it is normal to create such a ratio. How's the collection of the families of the several great clans coming along? People have it. The next step is to give them a boost and form a true king's army. Many, the exact amount of which has not yet been tallied. The warehouse currently has roughly around 67 million taels of gold, and the rest is on its way. The mirror heart demon pondered a little, then slowly explained. There's a lot of family heritage in several of the major families. Gold, silver, silk, literature, weapons and equipment, kung fu, grain and grass, all of which are scattered throughout the provinces of the southern border. It will take quite a bit of time to try to tally up the exact amount. Chapter 149, 250,000 lucky draws. That's fine. Gather the enlisted men together in the afternoon, and the king will give them a boost in strength. Li Xingyun's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Money is good. Building an army doesn't require a high level of draw that. Every soldier possessed the strength of the sovereign realm, which was already something very terrifying. The top elites of the 4 empires are almost at this level, but the number will definitely not be too many. Around the scale of 10,000 people. This is Li Xingyun's prediction, and it's a case of the most. 67 million taels of gold. 200 taels of gold for one white carousel drawing. 10,000 taels of gold is 50 times. 100,000 taels of gold is 500 times. 1 million taels of gold is 500 times. 10 million taels of gold is 500 times. 67 million taels of gold could create 335,000 experts with a minimum cultivation at the sovereign realm, realizing that there would be a lot of green, blue, red, and even gold-colored legacies in this. It's extremely scary. 330,000? It's a bit much. Lee Nebula walked towards the warehouse while rubbing his chin in thought. He didn't mind the number of soldiers, but he was worried about the supply of soldiers. It's not easy to get 300,000 people together in a short period of time. Coming to the warehouse to collect the piles of gold, Lee Nebula didn't rush to start the lottery. Instead, he returned to his study. If there were soldiers, there would be generals, and he could not be in charge of all of them. In the middle of his thoughts, Lee Nebula picked up a pen and paper and began to write and draw, and at the very top of the rice paper, Nebula Lee wrote down a line of information. The undesirables, the Xianxian cult, the illusionist workshop, and the Tongwenken. These 4 forces are the main composition of Lee Nebula's current men. There's also the Heavenly Master's house and stuff that can be ignored. The number of people is too small a percentage. The undesirables are controlled by the undesirables Marshal Gainzi as his personal army, numbering just 100,000. I believe. Li Xingyun first wrote underneath the bad guy. He hadn't forgotten the system's mission. Ascend to the second stage of the 9-to-5 mission. Control a powerful 100,000 strong elite force. Reward, gold quality legacy optional card *3. The lure of the gold a la carte card is still strong. And it's smooth anyway, so it's a good idea not to have it. The Xianxian cult, Mirage Sound Workshop, and Tongwenken are to become rivals with 50,000 men each. Li Xingyun continued to write as the thoughts in his mind began to become clearer and clearer. The imperial art is also slowly beginning to take shape. Loyalty is absolute and trade-offs must be made. 330,000 minus 100,000 minus 350,000, and 80,000 men. That's 16 million taels of gold. This money can be left as a reward first. In the future, whichever side gets the credit will be rewarded. Perfect. Li Xingyun was in a great mood as his consciousness entered the middle of the system space. System, raffle, 100,000 white carousel draws. Designate bad guy camp. As many as 250,000 draws. Even 100 consecutive draws are too slow. A direct shot. I don't believe that 100,000 times do not come out of the good stuff. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level, Badman Inheritance *3600. White elite level, undesirable inheritance *2700. White minor commander level, undesirable inheritance *1800. White chancellor level, undesirable inheritance *900. White level badass legacy beads totaling 90,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green normal level, Badman Inheritance *3600. Green elite level, undesirable inheritance *2700. Green minor commander level, undesirable inheritance *1800. Green Chancellor level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 900. Total of 900 green level badass legacy beads. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue normal level, Badman inheritance asterisk 400. Blue elite level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 300. Blue minor commander level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 199. Blue chancellor level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 90. The total number of blue level badass legacy beads is 989. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the red normal level, Badman inheritance asterisk 4. Red elite level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 3. Red minor commander level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 2. Red chancellor level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 1. A total of 10 red level badass legacy beads. Golden ordinary level, undesirable inheritance asterisk 1. Total of 1 gold level badass legacy bead. Damn. Should it be so even? Lee Nebula roared in his heart. Good things there. It even opened up a golden color. But there was no special inheritance, which made Lee Nebula a little disappointed. Can't be too greedy. Can't be too greedy. Li Xingyun kept consoling himself in his heart. At the same time, he began to count the strength bonus brought by these 100,000 inheritance beads. There were 600 in the first grade of Zongshi, 700 in the second grade of Zongshi, 800 in the third grade of Zongshi, 900 in the fourth grade of Zongshi, 600 in the fifth grade of Zongshi, 700 in the sixth grade of Zongshi, 800 in the seventh grade of Zongshi, and 900 in the eighth grade of Zongshi. 400 Wushu Saints of the first grade, 300 Wushu Saints of the second grade, 199 Wushu Saints of the third grade, 90 Wushu Saints of the fourth grade, 4 Wushu Saints of the sixth grade, 3 Wushu Saints of the seventh grade, 2 Wushu Saints of the eighth grade, and 1 Wushu Saints of the ninth grade. 1 second grade land god. It's still worth the 100,000 draws. And this army, if full, it can definitely hang on to any of the 4 empires' armies. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation reward. His current cultivation level is the middle stage of the 5th grade of the land immortals. Cultivation's up. 2. That's great. And 150,000 draws. It looks like it shouldn't be able to reach the 9th grade land deity perfection. Li Xingyun was silently calculating in his mind. System, raffle, 50,000 white carousel draws. Designate the Xianmei cult camp. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white ordinary level, Xianxian sect inheritance asterisk 1800. White elite level, Xianxian cult inheritance asterisk 13500. White minor commander level, Xianxian sect inheritance asterisk 900. White chancellor level, Xianxian sect inheritance asterisk 4500. The white grade Xianmei cult inheritance beads totaled 45,000. System, raffle, 50,000 white carousel draws. Designate the illusionist place camp. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white normal level, Phantom Voice Workshop inheritance asterisk 1800. White elite level, Phantom Voice Workshop legacy asterisk 13500. White minor commander level, Phantom Voice Workshop inheritance asterisk 900. White chancellor level, Phantom Place legacy asterisk 4500. White level Mirage Place legacy beads total 45,000. System, raffle, 50,000 white carousel draws. Designate the Tongwenken camp. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white ordinary level, Tomabunkan inheritance asterisk 1800. Chapter 150, Going to the Fire. White elite level, Tongwenken inheritance asterisk 13500. White minor commander level, Tongwenken heritage asterisk 900. White chancellor level, Tongwenken legacy asterisk 4500. The white level Tomabunkan legacy beads total 45,000. These 3 camps are surprisingly consistent in that they were all 1,800 of the first grade of Zongshi, 13,500 of the second grade of Zongshi, 900 of the third grade of Zongshi, 4,500 of the fourth grade of Zongshi, 1,800 of the fifth grade of Zongshi, 1,350 of the sixth grade of Zongshi, 900 of the seventh grade of Zongshi, and 450 of the eighth grade of Zongshi. 200 Wushu Saints of the first grade, 150 Wushu Saints of the second grade, 100 Wushu Saints of the third grade, 45 Wushu Saints of the fourth grade, 2 Wushu Saints of the sixth grade, 2 Wushu Saints of the seventh grade, and 1 Wushu Saints of the eighth grade. It's a bit of a shame that none of these latter ones appeared at the level of land gods. Lee Nebula was slightly disappointed, but it wasn't a big problem. It was still within the acceptable range. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation reward. His current cultivation is at the middle stage of the 8th grade of the land immortals. 8th grade? Feeling the skyrocketing cultivation within his body, Li Xingyun felt that even if he were to face Shogun, should be able to do 50-50 at least. It's still really perverted. Li Xingyun was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Crossing the border to fight this is the protagonist template. Gathering up everything, Li Xingyun slowly got up, a snapping and crunching sound emanating from all the joints of his body. Unconsciously, Li Xingyun had been sitting here for 4 or 5 hours without even eating lunch. Your Highness, have a drink and rest. Mirror Heart Demon had already taken care of things long ago. Standing in the study, he waited for a long time, and when he saw Li Xingyun in meditation before, he didn't disturb him. Well, little wonky, for Ruyan, Li Tsuanli, Shogun, forget about Hao Qing. It won't work. It's better to give it to the water and fire judges. Send word to them to each form an army of 50,000 men. The inheritance beads are ready. Although these two goods, Shogun and Hao Qing, are high in strength, it's better to forget about things like forming an army. It's completely unreliable. Yes, the Mirror Heart Demon nodded, then asked with some hesitation. Your Majesty, that undesirable people? As a part of the undesirable people, Mirror Heart Demon, naturally, it is still more in favor of the delinquent lineup, which hears that the Xianmei cult, the illusionist workshop, and the Tong Wenken are all going to be in control of the military. The Mirror Heart Demon was instantly anxious. Undesirables form 100,000 elites as personal soldiers, and leave the recruiting to you. Li Nebula looked at the Mirror Heart Demon with a smirk. Everyone has their own selfishness, and that doesn't go away with absolute loyalty. Again, it was not to be taken lightly. They were only loyal to Li Xingyun, and their relationship with each other was not that cordial. Thank you, Your Highness. Then those people from Qin Feng? The Mirror Heart Demon did not try to hide the joy in his heart at all. Immediately, he came up and asked, back to the bad guys, get Qin Feng. This guy is good. Li Xingyun laughed and kicked the Mirror Heart Demon, handing over the 99,999 inheritance beads that had been prepared to the Mirror Heart Demon. Yes, my subordinate will do it now. Mirror Heart Demon, full of excitement, holding a few boxes taller than even him, quickly left the study. Not a moment later, Qin Feng came to the door of the study with some constraints, but came here. Qin Feng, however, was in a daze and kept wandering around the doorway. I don't know if I should take the initiative to go in or wait for Li Xingyun to greet before going in. What are you hanging around for? Come on in. Li Xingyun looked at Qin Feng, who kept spinning around that was a head of fog, completely unable to figure out what this guy is doing. Yes. Qin Feng immediately walked into the study and ceremoniously knelt down to Li Xingyun. Today's Qin Feng had changed into a cotton coat, which looked pretty good. Not luxurious, but at least there were no patches. Get up. Make yourself at home and come sit down. Li Xingyun amiably greeted Qin Feng as he took a seat beside himself. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, and then his heart swelled. Taking large strides, he came to sit beside Li Xingyun, his body stiff, sitting there as if he were a statue. Drink some water. Li Xingyun personally helped Qin Feng pour tea and smiled with concern. Are you still satisfied with the arranged accommodation? And if you lack anything, just tell me, and I'll have someone arrange it. These words of concern moved Qin Feng so much that his eyes turned red. Choked. Good. Exceptionally good. Much better conditions than we had on the mountain. And Lord Mirror took great care of there's all kinds of things. Nothing is missing. Your Highness, you've been so good to us. We don't even know how to repay you. The word loyalty was almost about to emerge from Qin Feng's eyes when he finished speaking. Through the eye of truth, Li Nebula saw that Qin Feng's loyalty had come to 100 points. The heart was very satisfied. Compassionate subordinates, especially those at the bottom of the hierarchy, and it is not too easy to collect people's hearts. Didn't you guys enlist? This is what you deserve. Li Xingyun smiled and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Yes, we will train well and go through fire for His Majesty. Qin Feng said it with a lot of emotion. Do a good job. This king will not treat you poorly. Li Xingyun patted Qin Feng's shoulder, then said in a serious tone, but you're so weak now. It's hard to accomplish anything. Your Highness, I will definitely practice diligently and will never fail your cultivation. As soon as Qin Feng heard this, he immediately became anxious and immediately got up and patted his chest to assure him. I see your heart in my eyes, but cultivation is not for one day. I don't know, Li Nebula said in relief. A bitter smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Yes, the king has countless elites under his command. Where would he need a mud leg like himself? But, seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Li Nebula's words immediately turned. Please clarify, Your Highness. As long as I can do things for Your Highness, I will do whatever I can. A look of hope immediately appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. This king has a treasure in his hand that can help you raise your cultivation, and for the sake of your abject loyalty, this king will give it to you. Li Xingyun said and took out a golden shining inheritance bead and placed it on the table between the two. Thank you, Your Highness, for cultivating me. From now on, my life is Your Majesty's. What does Your Majesty want me to do? Villain will never excuse himself. Qin Feng immediately knelt down to Li Xingyun. Get up. Li Nebula helped him up, still saying that Qin Feng didn't have a small mind. Li Xingyun was the first to not believe it. But does it matter? None of that matters as long as you can do things for yourself and be loyal. There's a limit to the good things that. Of course it goes to the loyal ones. Eat it. Li Xingyun smiled and pushed the inheritance bead in front of Qin Feng. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng didn't make any pretense. The fervor on his face simply couldn't be hidden. The large hand grabbed the inherited bead and swallowed it. He didn't even ask. He believed that Li Xingyun wouldn't harm him. If he wanted him dead, why bother with the whole thing? Any random guard could easily kill him in seconds. As the inheritance bead entered the mouth, a subtle aura began to emanate from Qin Feng's body. Li Xingyun had long been accustomed to this, calmly picking up the tea and taking a small sip, waiting quietly. Chapter 151, Chopped Off. As time passed by, the glass of water in front of Li Xingyun had long since reached the bottom. Knock! As a muffled sound emanated from Qin Feng's body, everything began to come to an end, and a few moments later, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and it was as if a bolt of lightning shot out from his eyes, making people not dare to look directly at him. My subordinate pays homage to Your Highness. Many thanks for your renewed kindness. Qin Feng once again made a big salute. It's all in your making. Don't waste it when you've got a skill. In the future, you will serve as the general of this king's personal guards. Li Xingyun smiled and helped him up. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will make sure that Your Majesty clears all obstacles ahead. Qin Feng immediately assured that the battle spirit in his body could no longer be hidden. Well, your villages that enlisted in the army got preferential treatment. Tomorrow morning you will lead them to start clearing out all the mountain thieves and bandits in the Divine Border Province, with a time limit of 3 days. Li Xingyun smiled as he gave the first order to deal with the mountain bandits whoever was there. Li Xingyun was mainly letting these people grind it out. The elite can't just have strength. Cooperation is also very important. Without it, even the most powerful army is not an elite force. Once faced with an army of the same level, without cooperation, it is a lamb to be slaughtered. Yes, the last general will definitely complete the mission and never let down the trust of the king. Qin Feng resoundingly patted his chest in assurance. Well, go ahead. Li Xingyun smiled and waved his hand. Qin Feng left the study and returned to the place where the mirror heart demon had placed the 4 major villages. Then he saw that more than 2,000 people were meditating on their knees. And the scene was truly appalling. Such treasures, the king has so many. To think that he would be willing to give it to us sinners. Qin Feng's eyes reddened, forcing back the tears in his eyes as he walked towards the crowd, silently waiting for them all to awaken. A small figure stepped into the study. Your Majesty, is everything ready for tomorrow? Li Xingyun asked as he looked at the mirror heart demon. Tomorrow will be the 3rd day that Li Xingyun has received the mission, and it is also the time to gather the people's hearts and minds, dealing with the torture chambers of the 4 families. That's right, the Wang family is no exception, but given Wang Tang's good behavior, Li Nebula did not strike hard, and by taking a large number of inheritance beads, he took control of all the top echelons of the Wang clan. By the way, some of the usual evildoers were arrested to give the people an explanation. It's ready. The beheading will begin tomorrow at noon. Around Xingtai, the recruiting posts have been set up all over the city. The mirror heart demon responded with a smile. Can you calculate how many soldiers and horses can be recruited tomorrow? That was what Li Xingyun was concerned about. With soldiers and horses, you can expand your territory and plunder gold. With gold, you can vigorously expand your forces, forming a virtuous cycle. Around 50 to 80,000 people. The southern border has always been rather chaotic. Although the land is vast, it is sparsely populated. Scarcity of population. Li Xingyun immediately grasped the key. This could be detrimental to the development of the southern border. Li Xingyun couldn't wait decades for the population to grow naturally. It would have to be a robbery, attracting the people of the surrounding places towards the southern border. Got it. Li Xingyun nodded. The people's matters were put aside for the time being. He's got too much on his plate lately and will figure it out when he's freed up. Noon the next day. The southern city penal colony in God's Border Province. The originally uninvited penal colony was already crowded at this time, and at a cursory glance, there were nearly 100,000 people just watching the spectacle. The execution ground was equally overcrowded, with hundreds of people kneeling in unison. Each one was ashen-faced, with a wooden board stuck behind their necks on which their respective names were written. His Highness the King of Qin is a good official. This is standing up for our people. Great. The old man had thought that he would never be able to avenge the tragic death of my son and daughter-in-law in this lifetime, but I didn't expect to see such a scene in my lifetime. An old man's eyes were already filled with tears. The body couldn't stop shaking. A good man. His Highness the King of Qin is a great man. Words of praise for Li Xingyun came in an endless stream, and countless people discussed them intensely. The hour is up. Start the execution. The executioner glanced at the high sun and the official wood in his hand heaved and said in a deep voice, Name, Tang Xiaosan, age 24, charges, rape of a young girl, bullying and deliberately injuring people. The executioner walked over to Tang Xiaosan, and behind him, a soldier immediately walked over and read from a pre-prepared article, Kill him, kill him, kill him. As one of the charges continued to be recited, the flames of anger in the eyes of the people on the stage grew more and more intense, and I don't know who took the lead and shouted. The people chimed in and demanded that Tang Xiaosan be killed. Tang Xiaosan's mouth was stuffed with a rag he got from who knows where. Some black and yellow spots were vaguely visible on the rag. Extremely disgusting. Unable to speak, Tang Xiaosan shook his body violently, desperately trying to struggle. He doesn't want to die. Execution. Another order was given, and the executioner spat a violent mouthful of white wine onto the great sword. Then without the slightest hesitation, he removed the wooden board with his name written on Tang Xiaosan's back and fiercely commanded the large sword in his hand. A knife. The cut was off. The executioner raised his hand and slashed again. The head still hasn't fallen off. Another cut. It took a dozen cuts before the faceless head came off. It was a very relieving sight to fall on the minds of the people. However, the other people on the execution platform saw such a scene, but their eyes were wide with horror. They struggled violently, desperately trying to escape, but it was a waste of time, and there was no way to escape from the penal colony. Relief! What a relief! One of the people waved his fist full of excitement. That's the way it should be done. It's too cheap to cut his head off with one knife. Yes, yes, yes. There should have been more cuts. The people were shouting, but there was no pause in the torture chamber, and one after another. It didn't take long for Xingtai to be dyed red with blood, which then began to flow toward the stage, until late in the evening, under the turn of nearly 100 executioners. This criminal law has only begun to come to an end. Many of the people who have had their revenge avenged have collapsed on the ground to tell each other the joy in their hearts. Cough. When everything was over, the mirror heart demon came to the front of the stage and coughed twice. Lightly, draw the eyes of the people to it. Chapter 152, The Five Forces. By order of His Highness, the King of Qin, anyone who oppresses the people will be punished. First, he built up Li Xingyun's image and then began to get to the point. The King of Qin is in charge of the southern border because he wants to be the master of the people. Starting today, the King of Qin has begun to recruit soldiers. All young and strong men can enlist and enjoy military pay. After another long list of unproductive words, the mirror heart demon pointed to a place around him. Those who want to sign up for the military can do so over there. Seeing that everything had come to an end, Li Nebula, who was standing in one of the attics, did not stay any longer. Smiling, he got up and left. And since today, the hearts and minds of the people of the southern border are on him. Leaving the attic, Li Xingyun went straight to the state county mansion, or rather the Qin King's mansion, where there was enough space. It was again the center of the entire southern border. Li Nebula had already changed his name to Qin Wangfu, and it would be Li Nebula's residence in the southern border in the future. In the imperial study room of Divine Martial City, dressed in a dragon robe, Li Qiankuan was sitting on top of the dragon chair, with some fatigue in his eyes. I don't know how, but since Li Xingyun left, many experts have sprung up in Divine Martial City to stand up to a few imperial princes, stirring up no peace. Has any news come back from Old 13th side? Li Qiankuan rubbed his forehead. Turning to Eunuch Su below, he asked in a deep voice. He had a feeling, a very vague feeling, a feeling that this was all too counterintuitive. It was as if there was a pair of large invisible hands manipulating it, with the purpose of dragging himself down, making it impossible for him to put his war power outside of Divine Martial City. The first thing that made him suspicious was his own good son, the King of Qin, Li Xingyun. Pass back some. Eunuch Su replied respectfully. What news? Li Qiankuan's eyes were like evil dragons as he stared at Eunuch Su dead in the face. Eunuch Su didn't answer right away, but was silent for a moment, organizing his words. According to the intelligence, the 13th prince kept traveling to the mountains on his way to arrive at the southern border. The road also. At this point, Eunuch Su's words came to an abrupt end. What else happened on the road? Li Qiankuan then asked. On the way, he also took in some homeless young girls. His Highness the Qin King is still quite kind. Eunuch Su organized his words and continued to speak. Woman? Li Qiankuan was slightly stunned, then let out a sigh of relief. It would be good to find some women, to have more heirs. Keep gathering intelligence. I want to see what he did when he arrived at the southern border. Li Qianquan slowly closed his eyes. These sons do not have a heartless. They are still so young. One by one, they open their teeth and claws. It's not disturbing at all. Yes. Yunexu nodded his head and exited the imperial study, a tangle flashing under his eyes. Li Xingyun returned to the Qinhuanfu and went straight to the backyard. It was his habit to eat together in the evening. It always feels a little lonely if you eat it yourself. What's good to eat today? When I came to the backyard and saw that there was no food on the table, Li Nebula couldn't help but ask in surprise. Barbecue. Things are almost ready. Just waiting for the king. I'm sorry, Ling Long replied with a smile as she stepped forward. Fine. Then this king will show you his hand. Li Nebula didn't care. There was not the slightest hint of a shelf. The group came to the courtyard and, in the center of the yard were pre-prepared stoves, various kebab seasonings. Li Xingyun did it himself, and the few girls ate very happily. Time passed little by little, and the manpower that had traveled to the other 6 provinces in the southern frontier began to return, because midway through the process, they were instructed by Li Xingyun to form an army, and they had brought back a large number of young and strong soldiers, which was vast and spectacular. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of controlling the southern border within 7 days, and opening the painted Jianghu series of carousels. Li Xingyun, who was basking in the sun and enjoying Bai Jie's massage, snapped his eyes open. The excitement in his eyes could not be concealed in the slightest, and his consciousness randomly and immediately entered the system and began to study this newly appeared carousel. The carousel was a 7-colored color, and the plates were very dense with names written on them. Zhan Qi, Qian Jun, 0, Fake Leaf, Tide, Hater 9, Bailey Dengfeng, Wan Yenzang, Wen Taiji, Eagle Trace Shi, Chaos. The names of countless characters surfaced on both sides of the carousel, a spectacular scene that dazzled Li Xingyun. System, how do I draw this carousel? How much is it once? Li Nebula was very moved by these character inheritances and quickly asked the system. Ding! The painted river and lake series carousel cannot be drawn through the resource draw. Need to complete tasks to get a chance to win the lottery. Mission? Li Nebula had some toothache. If it was a resourceful thing, Li Nebula could still send people to collect it, even if it was scarce. It could always be found. But accomplishing the mission was not a good idea. It's not that this stuff doesn't work. It's just that the cycle is too long. Ding! Releasing a mission to conquer the heavenly burial domain for an unlimited amount of time with unlimited effects and rewards. The painted river and lake series of carousel draws, which give out rewards based on the progress and effective completion. The faster you are, the better your progress will be. The more rewards are settled weekly. System NB. Li Nebula threw his arms violently, his face full of excitement. Isn't this a proper delivery for yourself? Just as he was about to make a move against the heavenly burial domain, a quest from the system came down. Little wandering boy. Li Nebula opened his eyes again and shouted out to the outside of the garden. What's wrong? Scared me. Bai Jia, who was massaging Li Xingyun, was startled and a shiver ran through her body, and she couldn't help but rant. It's fine. Go play with Ling Long and the girls. Li Xingyun casually dismissed Bai Jia. Not long after Bai Jia left, Mirror Heart Demon also walked in from outside, respectfully saluting and asking, Your Majesty, you're looking for me? Li Nebula nodded. How's the intelligence gathering of the Sky Burial Domain going? It's almost done. Is Your Majesty planning to make a move on them? The Mirror Heart Demon's heart trembled and Li Xingyun's movements were getting faster and faster, so fast that he was somewhat unable to keep up. Tell me. Li Nebula didn't answer positively, but asked in return. I don't know why, but the majesty of Li Nebula's body had gotten stronger and stronger since he left Divine Martial City. Now that he looked at it, it was no better than Li Qianquan in Divine Martial City. Yes, the Mirror Heart Demon immediately nodded, then left the courtyard to fetch a map that this was just recently mapped out. Your Majesty, the Sky Burial Domain is divided into 13 provinces. There aren't many forces we need to consider. There are only 5. The province of the Heavenly Burial Domain wasn't quite the same as the Divine Martial Empires, being a bit larger in size. The 13 provinces are almost as big as 3 southern borders. Li Xingyun didn't open his mouth and continued to wait for the following. The 5 major forces are the Dragon Family in the north, the Sea Clan in the east, the Mountain of 10,000 Lives in the west, and the Sky Burial Clan in the south, the Divine King's Society of the Middle Kingdom. Originally, the entire Heavenly Burial Domain was the territory of the Heavenly Burial Clan, but as time passed, gradually other races invaded, creating a 5-way tussle. If we want to enter the southern border, our first enemy is the Dragon Family. The Mirror Heart Demon briefly introduced the 5 major forces, then began to focus on explaining the northern dragon family that borders the southern border. Chapter 153, The Long Family. It sounds strange. One south, one north, but they are bordering each other. South of the southern border was the dragon family, and north of the dragon family was the southern border. The dragon family is not weak, occupying 2 states in the heavenly burial domain with over 1 million troops in their hands. The number of land deities in the higher echelons has not been inquired about, but there shouldn't be as many as us. The Mirror Heart Demon laughed unkindly as he said this. The sky burial domain is a criminal's paradise, populated by. It was simply impossible to master the 2 states without absolute strength. The Long family started out by relying on greenhouses, and the Long and Shang provinces they control are known as places of flirtation and pleasure. Greenhouses can be found everywhere in the 2 provinces, and there are many flower pickers and flirtatious women who have defected because of this, so their strength should not be underestimated. The Mirror Heart Demon then opened his mouth to introduce himself. A greenhouse? This king also enjoys it, Li Xingyun commented with a smile, then continued to ask, how are the soldiers and horses doing? Have begun to drill the military formation. The soldiers are all cultivated, and drill quickly. You'll be ready for battle in half a month or so. The biggest difference between an army and a martial arts master isn't numbers, it's coordination. Cultivators would rarely cooperate with others, and even if they did, it would be a few people, or at most a dozen or so people cooperating with each other. Military formations are different. The smallest formation is 10 men. The largest can be 100,000 men. Millions. Going into battle without bonding is a bunch of loose ends that have combat power but are not perfectly applied. Well, inform Li Hu to start transporting the purchased grain and grass to the southern border. Li Xingyun nodded his head. Half a month isn't long enough to wait. By the way, hasn't the Luanjia Chamber of Commerce's footprints spread their distribution all over the Shenwu Empire yet? Li Nebula hasn't forgotten about this quest. The reward is only a golden optional inheritance, but that's still meat. It should be soon. The merchant caravan needs to do business along the way. It's not fast. Mirror Heart Demon thought for a moment, estimating the approximate time. He explained, the Luanjia Chamber of Commerce has only been up and running for half a year now. It was still a bit difficult to travel all over the Divine Martial Empire in half a year. Aha! Li Nebula nodded, then thought of something else and opened his mouth to command. Call Yin Su Zi and Li Cun Li over here. This king is going on a long trip, half a month. Nebula Li doesn't want to wait like this. There's something else about going to see the dragon family's windy place. Far sacked? The Mirror Heart Demon froze, then thought of something and hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. Your Highness, you're going to the dragon family's territory? Will this be too dangerous? This king has something in mind. Li Nebula waved his hand. Danger might be there. Even if the 3 people who possessed the perfect battle power of a 9th grade land deity couldn't walk horizontally in the Long family's territory, they would be able to retreat in their entirety when they encountered danger. Yes, the Mirror Heart Demon thought for a moment, and without further persuasion, leaving the small courtyard to greet Li Cunli and Yun Su Zi. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The Cloud Void Z duo saluted Li Xingyun. Both of them had been quite busy lately. Li Cunli was busy drilling the army, while Yun Su Zi was busy resettling the masters and brothers of the Qing in Dao Hall. As of today, all of the Green Cloud Dojo has arrived at the southern border, and there aren't too many of them. There were less than 300 people in total, and Li Nebula was quick to grant money, land, and people to help them rebuild the dojo. What else is missing from the dojo? Speak directly to Little Wonky. The king will not go back on his word on what he promised. I'm sorry, said Li Nebula with a smile. Of course he won't go back on his word. The emperor is meant to be a man of his word. Integrity is an important component of majesty. If I say I'll kill your whole family, I'll kill your whole family. I won't spare a single dog. Thank you, Your Highness. The Mirror Heart Demon has already made the arrangements and lacks nothing. Cloud Voider grinned a hefty grin. This rebuilt dojo is much more grand than the original one. Well, that's fine then. Pack up and make a trip to the heavenly burial domain with this king. Li Nebula said bluntly. Yes. Cloud Voider did not immediately hesitate and immediately agreed. Li Cunli was a bit hesitant, but then he also nodded in response. The Mirror Heart Demon hadn't even been persuaded, and opening his own mouth would be in vain. After the 2 left, Li Xingyun returned to the backyard, explained to a few girls and set off. There's nothing you need to bring. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Even if you don't have money, don't you still have your fists? Fist, power, money, it's all interchangeable. Your Highness, what are we doing in the sky burial domain? Spying for information? The 3 of them were flying in the sky and rushing towards the heavenly burial domain at extreme speed. Yun Su Zi asked curiously. Let's go to the dragon province. I heard that there are greenhouses all over the place. This king will take you to see them. Lee Nebula replied half-jokingly. Greenhouses everywhere? That's good. Yoon Soo-ji instantly became interested, his eyes glowing green. He hadn't been to a greenhouse for a long time, mainly because the greenhouses in the southern borderlands belonged to the Phantom Sound Workshop, and he didn't dare to go there. However, in half a day's time, the three of them landed in a suburban mountain forest in Long Province. Old 6. Awesome. Having just stabilized his stance, Li Xingyun immediately gave Li Tsuanli a thumbs up and praised him. Me? What's wrong with me? Li Tsuanli was confused. He hadn't done anything. How come His Majesty praised me? You can read maps. Promising. Li Nebula was still very happy that. A brief telling of why. Look at the map? Li Tsuanli was even more confused. Isn't that what individuals do? Li Tsuanli asked with an innocent face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You'll die if you don't pretend. Yoon Soo-ji's face darkened, and he gave Li Tsuanli a middle finger that, after following Li Xingyun for a long time, Yoon Soo-ji has also learned a lot of characteristics, and the national essence is even more open. Li Nebula's face darkened and he wasn't speaking. It's hard to look at the map alright. That city is Yulong City, right? Li Xingyun asked Li Tsuanli, pointing at the distant city. Well, if the map is correct, that should be it. Li Tsuanli nodded, not filling the word with words. Yulong City is the center of the Dragon Province and the home base of the Dragon family. It is also the Kinky Grotto with the richest nightlife in the entire Sky Burial City. Come on, let's go into town. Li Xingyun smiled and took out a folding fan from the system space to stride towards Yulong City. With a single step the figure appeared 100 meters away, and the two Cloud Void Z immediately followed when they saw this. At this time, it was already evening. Not many people entered the city, and it didn't take long for Li Xingyun's turn to come to the three of them. 10 taels of silver a person. Having just approached the city gates, a city guard soldier in black iron armor then casually stretched out his palm and said carelessly, "You still have to pay to enter the city?" Yoon Soo-ji immediately jumped out and asked. This was the first time he had heard of this rule. Of course, you don't even look at what Yulong City is. If you can't afford 10 taels of silver, get out while you can. This is no place for you poor bastards. The soldiers guarding the city had their noses in the air and, unceremoniously sarcastic and ironic. Chapter 154 But I don't want to give it. Ha! Li Xingyun sneered. He didn't care about this amount of money, but he didn't want to give it. Going to give money to the enemy was not something he could do. Old 6. Li Xingyun lightly called out, then raised his feet and walked towards the city. Didn't put the other side in the slightest. You're ing looking for death not. The words of the soldier guarding the city had not yet fallen. A thin red line then appeared abruptly above the neck covered by the armor. And the words that were not finished could not be said forever. Li Xingyun blandly walked past him and headed straight for the city. The heavenly burial domain was a paradise of sin. Which of the martial artists living here were good people? It's this guy's bad luck to get in his way. The two Cloud Voiders immediately followed, leaving behind only a group of people watching. The heavenly burial domain was so chaotic that even if people died in front of them, they couldn't cause any panic. Instead, there was a lot of discussion around the room. Here comes another guy who doesn't know how to die and dares to cause trouble in the Dragon family. I guess he won't live more than an hour. An hour? I feel like he could live for a day, decapitating the guarding sand so easily. At the very least, it's in the realm of a martial saint. Oh, martial saint? So what if you're a martial saint? How many people who don't know how to die have caused trouble here over the years? And have you seen any of them leave alive? There are 8 if not 10 dead martial saints alone. It looks like someone from the outside, who has become lawless because he has some strength. Yulong City is not a place where you can be reckless. Stop it now. The dragons are coming. With one person's reminder, the scene became silent, only to see a gallant woman striding along not far from the. Behind them followed dozens of guards dressed in white, each with a large, eye-catching inscription on their backs. Dragon. The people on both sides of the road immediately lowered their heads and did not dare to raise their heads, whispering, "It's the eldest miss of the Long family, Long Yo-Yo. So beautiful. It's completely different from those rouge and demonic ES." A rash young man's mouth was watering as he watched the eyes looking straight at Long Yu in the distance. Asterisk asterisk. Don't you want to die? The partner beside Rash immediately slapped Rash heavily on his head and quickly pulled him away from the crowd. Not daring to stay for a moment, Miss Long Yo-Yo of the Long family is beautiful, but her heart is not good. She's a notorious witch. Long Yu coldly walked to the place where the city guard San died. The jade finger casually pointed at a youth who was watching. Who killed them? A cold and bone-chilling sense of oppression swept over the youth. The originally straight back couldn't help but bend a few points. The youth bowed his waist and didn't dare to meet Long Yu's eyes, and said with some trepidation, "No, don't recognize. Looks like a newcomer. There are 3 of them. The leader is a handsome young man. The other 2 were one dressed as a Taoist priest and the other one is a bit skinny. The youth erupted with an extreme desire to survive. Describing the dress and appearance of Lee Nebula's several people extremely well. Where did it go? Long Yu looked at the youth with unconcealed contempt in his eyes. With a very disgusted glance at the other party, he didn't bother to look at him. Into the city. Something else. I don't know about anything else. A foul-smelling liquid dripped out of the youth's pant leg. Already pissed from Long Yu. Rubbish. Long Yu snorted coldly and turned his head toward the city. The youth, on the other hand, slowly got up with an appearance of having been robbed of his life and left trembling. Entering the city of traveling dragons. The scenery here was an eye-opener for Lee Nebula. Lanterns of various colors were hung on both sides of the road, resembling a neon street, and a large number of scantily clad women stood at each road junction. White tights, vacuum black skirt, bunny ears lady, beast tail, all sorts of elements that made people restless were mixed together, but that wasn't the most explosive. The trio continued on for a while, and even more explosive came. A beautiful woman with a delicate face and full bosoms bare her legs, but a pair of straight, big long legs covered with leg hair. Very disgusting. And then looking aside. Dressing up a flamboyantly dressed rabbit, an 8-pack abs fierce man with a boar's head, a green girl with a snake's tail, all sorts of visual impacts that one can't take in for a moment. Cloud void. How about that pretty girl? Do you want to try? Li Xingyun smiled and pointed at the beautiful woman with hairy legs and recommended it to Yun Suzi. The woman with the hairy legs seemed to sense it, and leaned down to the trio. Fingers traced through the dense leg hair. A flying kiss flung over. Watching Li Xingyun's stomach flip. No, I'm not good at this. It's not good. Yun Suzi hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. The fact that his head was about to shake out of the virtual shadow showed how much he was resisting in his heart. Yulong City was divided into an inner city and an outer city, and the outer city was where Li Xingyun's trio was currently located. Lower spending, poorer quality, and generally a place for grassroots practitioners to vent their frustrations. Come on, let's go to the inner city. The goods in the outer city. Li Xingyun really does not even want to look at it. Those who know it are here in Swimming Dragon City, and those who don't know it still think that they have come to a large mutant zoo. Fine, let's go to the inner city. To the inner city. Yun Suzi immediately nodded his head in agreement, and there was no way he could stay here at all, mostly because he couldn't control his eyes from looking around and seeing a pair of long white legs that, looking upwards to a monkey-faced woman. The drop is killing me. Li Tsuanli didn't have the slightest reaction, which made Li Xingyun wonder for a moment if this guy couldn't do it, or maybe, like something different. The inner city had the same guards, and the same hands reached out to ask the 3 for money. You need to pay 100 taels of silver to enter. Of course, the result was not quite the same as that of the 3 men from the outer city, and this time, it was Cloud Voider who struck out. He really didn't want to stay in the outer city for a second. Blue lightning flashed in his hands, and the 2 guards were immediately struck by 100,000 volts of voltage. Instantly turned into 2 piles of charcoal. The 3 of them also entered the inner city without any problems. Just as the 3 of them entered the inner city for a while, Long Yu arrived with the Long family guards. Looking at the 2 piles of charcoal like corpses that fell to the ground, a murderous streak erupted in his eyes. Do you really think that my Long family is dead? Even you Long City dares to kill my Long family members again and again. Long Yu had already decided at this point that Li Xingyun's trio were from the other 4 major forces of the Heavenly Burial Domain. This time, I came to Yulong City just to pick a fight. Entering the inner city, the surroundings suddenly ceased to be pandemonium and became much clearer. The air smells sweet and intoxicating. That's more like it. Li Nebula tapped the folding fan in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. When he was about to take the 2 of them for a stroll around the city, he suddenly realized that Yun Suzi, who was on the sidelines, was frozen in place, his eyes staring at him with rounded eyes, looking straight in one direction without blinking. Li Xingyun followed Yun Suzi's gaze and could not help but let out a gasp of surprise under his breath. Holy! Chapter 155, Drunken Immortal House. Li Xingyun somewhat couldn't believe his eyes, feeling that this was all so abnormal. The 3 of them were far away from an attic, which was completely different from a normal attic. He had no door, no windows, nothing but a few bare pillars the pillars were torn from each other with very light silk scarf fabrics to hide the view from within, but at this time it was lighted from above. The silhouette inside could be seen through the silk scarf. The silhouette was devoid of any color, with only a delicate silhouette able to discern male and female. It was a woman with a very explosive body and very voluptuous movements the woman kept dancing in it. and occasionally a few pieces of fabric would fly out of the center and fall into the hands of onlookers below the loft. Li Xingyun's eyes were extremely good, and he could see what the fabric that just flew out was from a long distance away, triangular shaped. That's pretty open. An otherworldly striptease? Li Xingyun smiled with a thought in his mind. It was followed by a kick to Cloud Void. Let's go. Find a place to eat. Ha, Your Highness. It looks good. Why don't you take a look? Cloud Voider wiped his lips with a look of intent and said with some reluctance, if you want to see it yourself, this king is hungry. Li Xingyun said. Without looking back, he walked toward the distance, and Li Tsuanli did not hesitate for a second when he saw this and lifted his feet to follow. It's just a red-powdered skeleton. Nebula Li believed that there would be something better in the depths of the city of traveling dragons. That's where it's at. When Yun Suzi saw that Li Xingyun did not have the slightest intention of stopping, somewhat reluctantly, he glanced back at the distant attic, let out a long sigh, and with a vicious twist of his head, chased after Li Xingyun. The three of them moved forward and it was found that there would be a number of such lofts on both sides of the road performing seductive shows and not charging any money for them. So I don't know what the hell they were up to again. Your Highness, there's a restaurant over there. Li Tsuanli pointed to an extraordinarily exaggeratedly shaped pavilion and reminded Li Xingyun. Aha! Li Nebula let out a soft and looked toward where Li Tsuanli was pointing his finger. There was some confusion. Li Xingyun has been to many restaurants, and he has also been to many greenhouses, but the kind in front of him he hadn't been to. A huge attic covering an area of 2 or 3 acres. The attic was lavishly modeled and a large number of lights will be decorated as if it were daytime. Through the upstairs window can only vaguely see that there are people drinking and eating inside. But these were not the places that surprised Li Xingyun. The place that really surprised him was at the entrance of the restaurant, where a dozen or so wonderful young girls stood on both sides of the entrance. The young girl was dressed very boldly, with a bustier corset on top and a super short skirt underneath, with her long, white legs exposed and, what is more special, is called feet, wearing a pair of shoes similar to the style of high heels. Thin heel. Very nice. This kind of dress gave Li Xingyun an unreal feeling. It felt like arriving at some high-end clubhouse in Blue Star. Although Li Xingyun had not been to a clubhouse in his past life, but there was just a feeling. So much for high-end clubs, right? Li Nebula murmured softly, striding towards the restaurant. Not for anything else, but to shop for the heels alone. Walking into the tavern, Li Xingyun also noticed a few large characters on the gilt plaque above his head. Drunken Immortal House. Good name. Wine doesn't make people drunk. Li Nebula silently commented. Welcome to Drunken Immortal Mansion. Young master, inside please. Just as Li Xingyun's trio walked between the 2 rows of young girls and were about to walk into the restaurant, the young girls on both sides bowed in unison to greet the trio. The bow is presented at 90 degrees, an angle that allows those in the center to see the proud peaks. The attitude was adequate. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Li Xingyun laughed and kicked the dazed Yun Suizi toward the interior. Yun Suzi, this guy really has not seen a bit of the world. Follow the side of the disgrace. Just now eyes were boring into people's clothes to see. Walking into the hotel lobby, there was a woman in a black wraparound dress that the female junior dressed in high heels greeted her. My lord, are we eating or staying? Both. Have some food first. Li Xingyun's eyes got weirder and weirder. Could it be that the Long family had blue Starians like themselves? Or perhaps the aesthetics in this area were surprisingly consistent and all went in that direction? Li Nebula's view actually favors the latter. Because although the clothes and shoes seen here are very similar to those of Blue Star, they're still a little different, and they shouldn't be if the former is like this. After all, there is no technical difficulty in this aspect of clothes and shoes. As long as you have seen it, you can always do it slowly. The female waiter brought the 3 of them to the hall on the 2nd floor. Li Xingyun chose a window seat and began to order food. There was nothing special about the food and wine. There wasn't much difference from what Li Xingyun had eaten elsewhere. There were only a few specialties, such as some kind of 10 perfect soup, dragon essence and tiger mighty, or something like that. Li Xingyun with the idea that he had come all the way here. How could he taste the specialties of Yulong City before he could do so? Your Highness, this Drunken Immortal House doesn't seem to be anything special. Yun Suzi waited for half a day, still did not find anything different. It's too normal. Since entering the Drunken Immortal building, there's nothing left. It became exactly the same as the other local taverns, which made Yun Suzi a little disappointed. Here it comes. Li Xingyun smiled and pointed to the center of the hall on the 2nd floor, which was skeletonized, and on the top you can directly see the stage in the hall on the 1st floor. At this time there are a dozen colorful ribbons floating down from the top to the stage on the 1st floor from the top. Programs? He. Cloud Voider laughed a little lewdly, and the programs he was talking about were naturally the kind of cool programs you see on the road. Li Xingyun wasn't bothering. his gaze similarly looking towards the center of the hall. Suddenly a burst of music rang out, and with it the hall fell silent, and the gazes of countless guests turned to the center of the room, and, stopping the movements in their hands, stopping their conversations with their close friends beside them, they all turned sideways to face the center of the hall. Wait up quietly. Suddenly, petals began to float downward from several floors. More and more petals gradually formed a shower of flowers, and the center of the rain of flowers above the silk. I do not know when appeared 7 or 8 young girls of a wonderful age. The young girl grasped the silk with one hand and spread it wide, swaying with as if it were a butterfly dancing in the flowers. It was as bewitchingly beautiful, and as the young girl rolled up and down, the clothing on her body began to diminish. The atmosphere around them was equally high with it. What? Not running away? Planning to enjoy yourself before you die? What a lowly bedbug. Just as Lee Nebula's few people were watching with great interest, a cold yet melodious voice suddenly appeared in the ears of several people, and the owner of the voice also blocked the gazes of the 3 people at the same time. Chapter 156, Dragon Yo-Yo. Who the are you? Cloud Voider was in the middle of watching suddenly being disturbed instantly raged, immediately stood up and glared at several people. The aura of a 9th grade land deity perfection on his body was not hidden as he violently pounced on top of the many silhouettes blocking his line of sight. The terrifying oppression instantly transformed into a substantial hurricane it swept violently towards the leader. Big miss. Be careful. An old man appeared out of thin air in front of Long Yu. The old man instantly utilized his entire body's true chi to form a small true chi protective shield that enveloped the two. But those Long family guards who followed Long Yu were not so lucky. A terrifying hurricane of astral energy violently swept through the crowd, and a dozen or so dragon family guards flew backwards into the middle of the second floor like kites with broken strings, landing heavily on top of the stage on the first floor. A large amount of blood gushed out from its mouth, and after a moment there was no more semblance of life. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, looked bashfully at the woman who was being protected by the old man. The woman looked to be 24 or 25 years old, and was dressed in a very tightly wrapped black dress that, in sharp contrast to the other women in the city who were wearing exposed clothing. At this time, even if they were blocked by the old man, a pretty face was still like an iceberg. Scornfully, the two of them looked at Lee Nebula, and Lee Nebula couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Blazing horse? Hearing Li Xingyun's light laughter, Yun Suzi calmed down at this point and immediately put away his mighty pressure, sitting back down again. Young miss, are you alright? The old man who was in front of Long Yu saw Yun Suzi sit down and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now the other party merely dropped his pressure. He felt that he was being gazed at by the god of death, and there was not the slightest doubt that he himself was definitely not a match for Yun Suzi. It's fine. Long Yu still tilted her head proudly, her gaze deadpan at Li Xingyun. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been offended. This meal is on us, the dragon family. On another day, we will definitely come to our door to make amends and apologize. The old man clasped his fists at Li Xingyun. His attitude put very low and his intentions very obvious. Wants to go. If they weren't opponents and didn't hurry to leave, they would be fools. And as for threatening Li Xingyun's few people, the old man wasn't an idiot. How could such words be spoken carelessly at a time like this? Wasn't that looking for death? After saying that, the old man was about to leave the restaurant with Long Yu. Li Xingyun's unhurried voice but slowly sounded. Slow down. The old man's feet lurched, and his heart was bitter with. Looks like it's going to be hard to get out of here alive today. What are your orders? Your Excellency. The old man barely managed to squeeze out a smile worse than tears on his face. Looking towards Li Xingyun, he asked softly, a cold sweat already starting to break out on his forehead. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come and have a drink with us. As if nothing had happened, Li Xingyun spoke in a gentle tone, and his attitude was even more affectionate like that of a neighboring big brother. No, we have business at home. Just go back first. Without waiting for the old man to finish his excuses, he was interrupted by Li Xingyun's words. Li Xingyun's tone turned sharply downward and said coldly, "This king says, come over and have a drink." It was as if the voice possessed some sort of magical power, making the old man so that no one would dare to take a step outward again. Why are you so mean? Just drink. Long Yu heard Li Xingyun's cold tone and immediately became a bit upset, immediately tilting his head and glaring at Li Nebula. He then got up and crossed over the old man, striding towards the table in front of Li Nebula. Eldest miss, you can't do that. Seeing this, the old man immediately wanted to reach out and stop Long Yu, but before he could extend his hand, he suddenly felt a coldness in his neck, and an invisible killing intent enveloped his body. Instantly causing the old man's entire body to explode in an inverted sweat, only to see that the skinny scholar who had originally sat beside Li Xingyun still coming to his side. This terrifying killing intent was emanating from him. Who are you and why did you come over here looking for trouble? Li Nebula had already opened his eyes of truth to view Long Yuyu clearly, but what should be asked should still be asked. Long Yuyu wasn't afraid and sat directly across from Li Xingyun, speaking in a clear and cold tone, the dragon family. Dragon Yuhu, you stinker. You're wanted because of what? Don't you know? Long Yuyu didn't have the slightest thought of being a prisoner to prepare for this, and her eyes scraped at Li Xingyun with contempt in her condescension. This explosive speech instantly looked foolish to Cloud Void. Is this Zhao Zilong? It's full of guts. Daring to talk to the king like that? You've lived long enough, Your Majesty. Yun Suzi immediately got up, ready to get his hands on Long Yuyu. The old man on the side had his eyes blackened, feeling that there was no hope left in life. He. The corner of Li Xingyun's mouth lifted up in an arc, and he didn't pay any attention to Yun Suzi. Instead, he stood up and walked towards Long Yuyu on his own. This kind of provocation Li Xingyun must give her a lesson. Really think she is a fairy not? What do you want, dirty worm? Seeing Li Xingyun approaching, although there was some fear in Long Yuyu's heart, her mouth was still stubborn and her eyes still looked at Li Xingyun with contempt. Li Nebula did not say anything and took another step. Stay away from this lady. You stinker. Long Yuyu instantly got up and, the eyes, however, did not know if it was because of fear or what, and did not look at Li Xingyun's eyes in the first place. Instead, it stayed in Li Xingyun's crotch for a few seconds. Only then did he raise his head to look at Li Xingyun, with the same look of disdain and contempt still on his face. What the? Who are you looking down on? Li Xingyun instantly had the feeling of being looked down upon. The anger in his heart instantly skyrocketed and, the big hand stretched out fiercely. Long Yuyu wanted to resist, but an extremely strong and unreasonable true chi followed. It instantly tightened all her cultivation. Without the slightest pause, Li Nebula grabbed Long Yuyu's collar with his big hand. He himself then smoothly sat on the position that Long Yuyu had just taken, and then with a forceful tug, yanked him down, and Long Yuyu, who had lost his center of gravity, immediately fell back towards Li Xingyun. Long Yuyu was lying squarely on Li Xingyun's lap. Recovering her center of gravity, she immediately tried to get up and resist, but one of Li Xingyun's mercilessly large hands instantly pressed her head down. Let go of me, you dirty worm, let go of this young lady, or when my father gets here, let him kill you. Skinned and cramped, send you to be a rabbit, make you a eunuch. Filthy worm, do you hear me? The frost on Long Yuyu's face had mostly disappeared. At this point, he was already a bit flustered and began to threaten Li Xingyun. Threaten me? I think you're confused about the situation. A bad smile appeared at the corner of Li Xingyun's mouth. Afterwards, his right hand was raised heavily and smashed down heavily on Long Yuyu's uplifted buttocks. Of course I didn't use my true chi, or else I would have slapped Dragon Yo-Yo to death in one go. That wouldn't be fun. Snap. Chapter 157, If you dare to talk nonsense, this lady will castrate you. With a snap, Long Yo-Yo's yelling and cursing stopped. The scorn in his eyes disappeared, and a pair of dark-colored beautiful eyes were occupied by a wave of disbelief, bewilderment, dismay, and other complex emotions. A flash of tears also surfaced at the bottom of his eyes. There was a reason why Li Xingyun didn't kill Long Yuyu. The contemporary Long family head had no children at his knees. There is only one daughter like Long Yo-Yo. In this way, Dragon Yo-Yo has a lot of value. The scope of being able to maneuver is also large. Naturally, they can't be killed easily. You dare to hit me. Long Yuyu felt that she had suffered a great shame. Always high and proud. She, who treats men like ants, will one day be held down and spanked by a man. It was something she could not accept at all. Growing up in a brothel like Dragon City, Long Yuyu grew up with an extreme aversion to men, feeling that men were just a species to be manipulated by their lower bodies. Very lowly, vile stinkers, she killed the thought that it was amazing that she would one day fall into the hands of a man. Hit it. What? Li Nebula was not the slightest bit impressed. If you fight, you fight. What else can Long Yo-Yo do? Report it to the police? This is not a society of law and order. No one can sanction Li Xingyun. Bastard. I'm going to castrate you. Long Yo-Yo looked at a look like I'll just hit the. What can you do to me? Li Xingyun was instantly on fire. Her silver teeth clenched, desperately trying to struggle to get up. Looks like you still don't have a long memory. The corner of Li Xingyun's mouth once again raised a cold smile. Castration as a eunuch. What kind of thing can that man tolerate? For a man, that's the most vicious threat of all. The killing power was greater than killing your entire family or whatever. Naturally, Li Nebula wouldn't spoil her. Don't you hate men? I'll beat you into submission today. When the old man on the side saw his own young miss being insulted, he immediately wanted to step in and his body's true chi immediately stormed out, and his muscles began to tense up. Do you want to die? Suddenly a voice that was as plain as could be rang out from the old man's ears. Instantly, like a pot of cold water poured down on his head, the old man felt as if the substance of the general killing intent instantly calmed down. If the eldest lady is humiliated, she can leave the confines of the Long family herself and not necessarily die. But if he rushed up to stop Li Xingyun from humiliating Long Yuyu, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Thinking clearly about this, the old man instantly calmed down. The storming true qi also began to smooth out, and then he turned his head to the side, not looking at the gaze cast by Long Yuyu in the distance. It's as if it didn't happen if he didn't look. Snap! Li Xingyun would not be idle. His right hand once again raised high and fell heavily. It smashed hard against Long Yuyu's jutting arse, sending a ripple of shock. Nice elasticity. Can give birth to a son, Li Xingyun secretly evaluated in his heart. Dragon Yo-Yo let out a wail, the mist in her eyes becoming more and more apparent as this time she didn't speak. She didn't threaten Li Xingyun. She just turned her head stiffly, her eyes glaring fiercely at the other party. Obviously very unconvincing. Still not convinced? Li Xingyun laughed happily. Unconvinced that's not good enough? Just keep fighting. With that, his right hand rose again and fell heavily. Pop, pop, snap, one after the other. Li Xingyun fought with joy, and even became a bit addicted to it. He also stopped paying attention to Long Yuyu's expression, as if he was a merciless machine, one after another. Not knowing the slightest bit of fatigue, the entire drunken immortal building was silent, leaving only snapping sounds echoing through the hall. When Li Xingyun was in the middle of his excitement, he suddenly felt the delicate body in his arms begin to tremble. A choking sound followed. Li Xingyun froze, stopping the movement in his hand and, reaching out, he cupped Long Yuyu's smooth and delicate chin and forced the other party to look at himself. Crying? Not so much? Li Xingyun asked with a sarcastic smile. He wasn't afraid that Long Yuyu would not be convinced. I'm not afraid of her swearing and cursing viciously, but this is a little hard to handle when she cries. It made it seem like he was the dude of this Yulong city, bullying a poor little girl. Long Yuyu's eyes were red at this time, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with crystal tears. Silver teeth clenched her cherry lips, trying not to make half a sound, but she couldn't help it. It hurt too much. Li Xingyun had hit her too hard, and she felt like her ass had blossomed. Broken. Don't cry. I won't hit you anymore, okay? Li Xingyun was a bit helpless, having beaten and cried himself. Then coax yourself. While saying that, he rubbed Long Yuyu's little head and comforted it. This sudden transformation left the old man dumbfounded. How is this even a show? He felt like the world was spinning around and couldn't comprehend what was going on in front of me and felt a little confused. Still very aggravated. Long Yuyu turned her head to the side and gave a light hum, expressing defiance. But the eyes that looked at Li Xingyun no longer had the original lofty look in them, but instead were somewhat fearful. Well, then why don't I rub it for you? Li Xingyun held his tongue for half a day. It came out cold. He'd be more than happy to rub Long Yo-Yo's back, but it's just not right. Hitting her can still be said to be educating Long Yo-Yo, but if you rub it, isn't that a proper lechery? No, don't. Long Yuyu shuddered at his words, and hurriedly turned his head around and, pleadingly, he looked at Li Xingyun. You put me down. I want to go home. Seeing that Li Xingyun's big hands didn't make a mess, Long Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief and pleaded in a soft tone. Her eyes did not dare to touch Li Xingyun and could only look at Li Xingyun's chest. Alright. Li Nebula thought about it, then nodded and let go of Long Yuyu. Li Nebula wasn't afraid of Long Yuyu's retaliation, so it didn't matter if he let it go. What's your name? Long Yuyu got up and stumbled, hurriedly holding onto a side table. He then stood firmly and looked at Li Xingyun and asked, Southern Border, King of Qin, Li Xingyun. Li Nebula smiled and introduced himself. Got it. Long Yuyu didn't react in the slightest after hearing that, and turned to leave. The old man hurriedly followed until he had left the drunken immortal mansion a long way away, and it was only then that the old man carefully looked around and asked Long Yo-Yo, Eldest miss, we'll go back and inform the family head, so that the family head can bring someone to kill those 3 guys alive. Avenge you. The old man was a bit flustered at this time. He was afraid that Long Yuyu would sue himself first. This just opened his mouth to test the waters, and when the wind is not right, he is going to run away immediately. Keep your mouth shut. Don't say a word about today to anyone, not even my father. Otherwise I'll tell my father that you let people bully me today. Long Yuyu's face once again resumed its arrogance, tilting her chin to look at the old man with disgust in her eyes. The old man was still a bit hesitant. If you dare to talk nonsense, this lady will castrate you. Long Yuyu threatened, and left straight away. There was just a bit of stiffness in his steps, as if he was suffering great pain with every step.